Qingyang City, Eastern Dragon Empire. Yi Ranyan stared in terror at the ugly man before her, hastily retreating, crying out, "No, no, let me go." The ugly man smiled smugly. As expected of a young lady from a prominent family, even a good-for-nothing like you is so beautiful. Yi Ranyan suddenly bit his hand, and the ugly man painfully shook her off. "Mother, brother Wen, see you in the next life." She threw herself against the pillar without hesitation. With a loud crash, Yi Ranyan's body slid limply to the ground, blood gushing from her forehead. "You bitch." The ugly man tossed her back onto the bed. He frantically checked her breathing and found she wasn't moving. His heart sank. Was she dead? The ugly man's eyes widened in surprise. He hurriedly shoved the aphrodisiac into her mouth. Yi Ranyan's throat felt blocked by the pill. "What is that?" She suddenly opened her eyes, and her surroundings became clear. The ugly man's appearance disgusted her. "Get away." The original owner's memories flooded her mind instantly, and she realized that she had transmigrated to this world and become Yi Ranyan, the useless young lady of the Yi family. The original owner's mother, Yi Keiwei, was a genius in Qingyang City who was accepted because she was pregnant out of wedlock, while Yi Ranyan's fiancé, Wen Ziju, was exceptionally talented and a leader in Qingyang City. Unfortunately, Yi Ranyan has no talent whatsoever and has become a useless person. Even her mother disappeared without a trace 7 years ago. The Wen family gradually looked down on her, and even when walking, Wen Ziju's sister invited her to the manor, clearly with ulterior motives. "What a fine young lady from the Wen family," Yi Ranyan sneered. The ugly man lunged at her again, and she swiftly pulled out her hairpin and plunged it into his heart without hesitation. "You," the ugly man's eyes widened. "What? I wouldn't even want to kill someone as ugly as you." She wiped her hands in disgust. She had only taken 2 steps when Yi Ranyan felt a sudden tightness in her chest. A surge of heat rose within her, and her limbs felt weak. Damn it, it was the aphrodisiac. She remembered there was a cold pool near the manor that could suppress the potency of medicine. She walked laboriously toward the cold pool and jumped into the water. The pool made her feel slightly more awake, but she saw a white jade stone in the middle of the water with a man sitting on it. "Who are you?" Yi Ranyan asked warily. The man remained motionless. As Yi Ranyan approached, she was stunned by his handsome face. Yi Ranyan looked at the man sitting cross-legged on the white jade and murmured softly, "What a perfect man." With his eyes closed in meditation, his expression was cold and indifferent, like a god looking down upon the world. Yi Ranyan's heart raced. She moved closer to him and touched his skin, but the man remained seated, showing no reaction whatsoever. Yi Ranyan boldly unbuttoned his collar and kissed his neck, immersing herself in the uncontrollable pleasure. When the heat subsided and she regained her senses, she realized that the man in front of her was actually real. Seeing his face flushed with desire, Yi Ranyan sighed inwardly. She reminded herself to restrain herself as she dressed him. Yi Ranyan piled up her valuable silver coins, hairpins, and jade pendants in front of him. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." She casually touched his pulse and found it to be erratic, with a force suppressing his life force within him. She sighed inwardly. Such is the fate of a handsome man. Yi Ranyan murmured, "Goodbye, handsome man. I hope you're alive next time." As she swam ashore, she was cut by pebbles and prepared to put on her clothes. A crimson bell slipped from her robes. The Emperor's soul bell? It actually followed me. Wearing the Emperor's soul bell, she held a trump card, greatly increasing her confidence. A drop of blood fell onto the bell, causing it to shake violently, its clear sound reverberating through heaven and earth. Yi Ranyan was then transported to a secret world. A pond in front of her was filled with blooming water lilies. Above the pond, a crimson bead spun, emitting a halo of light. At this moment, a childish voice rang out. "This is the Imperial space created by the Imperial daughter." Yi Ranyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Imperial daughter? Imperial space? Never heard of it. Her voice was tinged with excitement. How ignorant. You haven't even heard of the Empress of the 9 Heavens immortal realm? She almost became the ruler of the 9 heavens. The voice roared urgently. "I am the supreme artifact personally forged by the Empress. In the entire world, only the Empress is a supreme-grade artifact refiner capable of forging divine artifacts." Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "You? A super artifact? Isn't your true form that bead? This is too ugly." "I'm not," she said angrily. "Stupid woman, you can't even recognize me, even though I've helped you so many times before." "Helped me so many times." Yi Ranyan's heart skipped a beat. You are the Emperor's Soul Bell? That's right, it's me. Yi Ranyan lowered her guard considerably. The Emperor's Soul Bell was a divine artifact that had accompanied her throughout her past life and had helped her many times. Why did you bring me here? She asked directly. A ripple appeared in the air, and a cute little boy materialized out of thin air. He only reached Yi Ranyan's knees in height, with delicate features, looking both cute and adorable, which instantly amazed Yi Ranyan. Little boy looked dejected. Your blood awakened me. You are my master, and even my life and death are in your hands. Yi Ranyan was stunned for a moment, finally feeling the strange connection between herself and the Emperor's Soul Bell. What's your name? Yi Ranyan asked gently. My name is Xiao Dingdang. Did you bring me in just to tell me about this contract? That's not all. Dingdang suddenly became serious. Master, my existence is to protect the Empress's legacy. I want you to inherit the Empress's legacy. The Empress's legacy? Yi Ranyan was slightly surprised. Xiao Dingdang pointed to the crimson bead in the air. Inside are the Empress's memories. As long as you receive them, you can inherit them. Yi Ranyan was somewhat skeptical. Can you really just inherit something for free by time travel? Xiao Dingdang hurriedly explained. I've waited for thousands of years, and you're the only one who can awaken me. Yi Ranyan sighed. It's not that I don't want to accept it, it's just that you may not know that my body cannot cultivate. Dingdang's eyes sparkled. You are only a locked meridian body. Although cultivation is difficult, once you start, your strength will be much greater than others. Moreover, the Empress's legacy must contain a way to solve the problem of the locked meridians. Yi Ranyan could no longer contain herself. Little Dingdang, just tell me how to obtain this inheritance. Following Xiao Dingdang's instructions, Yi Ranyan grasped the crimson light pearl and began to receive the Empress's inheritance. Inside the main hall of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, a crimson bell hangs in the center, emanating a mysterious and terrifying aura. As Ran-een received the inheritance that night, the bell suddenly vibrated, its clear sound resounding throughout heaven and earth. The sound awakened countless beings, and the powerful figures from all four directions of the hall instantly focused on this place. The Emperor's Soul Bell. It's the Emperor's Soul Bell, the crowd exclaimed, as it rang for the first time in 1,000 years. Powerful experts and divine beasts responded in unison. Within the Emperor's space, Yi Ranyan experienced a dreamlike inheritance, with countless memories flooding her mind. He memorized all the recipes for alchemy, the techniques for refining weapons, the methods for controlling beasts, the cultivation manuals, and even the location of the treasure cave. She instantly transformed from a novice in cultivation into a theoretical master in various fields, as if the knowledge had been copied into her brain. This inheritance is incredible. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a sense of ease with it, as if it were her own skill all along. She asked Dingdang, are there still treasures in the Emperor's space? Dingdang stammered. There used to be, but I ate them all. He was filled with shame. Yi Ranyan shook her head and smiled. It's all right. There will be plenty of time to follow Master in the future. She comforted Xiao Dingdang. Dingdang quickly rummaged through the remaining spirit stones and treasures, while Yi Ranyan looked at the mountain of remaining items and fell silent. In the end, she chose to put on the defensive magic robe, told Xiao Dingdang to stay in the space, and left the Emperor's space with a change of heart. After leaving, the Emperor's soul bell on her ankle rang crisply, and Yi Ranyan wondered about the connection between the bell and the Empress's inheritance. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the ethereal figure of the Peerless man. Yi Ranyan decided to save him. After settling the man in the Emperor's space, she straightened her skirt and rushed back to Qingyang City. Back at the Yi family home, the midday sun scorched the earth, and the servant was drowsy, unaware that she had entered the courtyard through a side door. Yi Ranyan went straight to the original owner's residence. The small courtyard was dilapidated. Since her mother disappeared, her treatment had been reduced to a remote courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, "Miss, you're back. I've been keeping lunch warm on the stove," came the woman, Yungu, who came to greet her. Yi Ranyan recognized Yungu. In the original owner's memories, Yungu was just an ordinary servant, but she could see that Yungu was extraordinary and a master of the heavenly martial realm. Yungu took care of the original owner in anonymity and protected her from being mistreated by the Yi family, but unfortunately the original owner did not recognize her true feelings. While feeling sorry for the original owner, Yi Ranyan asked, "Do you have the storeroom key? I need to find something first." Yungu was surprised that Yi Ranyan took the initiative to speak, but she found that Yi Ranyan had exquisite features, bright eyes, and a confident and carefree demeanor. Yi Ranyan was completely transformed, her aura shining like a jewel, a stark contrast to her previous timid self. She always believed that her young lady was by no means a weak person, but should be as radiant as the lady. Yin Gu, I want the strange flame, the heavenly spirit grass, and the ice crystal dew, Yi Ranyan said. Yin Gu was astonished. These items and medicinal herbs are extremely rare. There are only a handful in the entire empire. Yi Ranyan was stunned. These things were commonplace in her memory, but she had forgotten how precious reality was. Yin Gu said, Madam left something for you before she left. Today is your 16th birthday, so I'm going to fetch it for you. Yi Ranyan whispered. Did Mother foresee that she wouldn't be able to return today? Yin Gu smiled. Although outsiders say that Madam is dead, this servant believes that she will come back. In the midst of their conversation, the courtyard gate was rudely pushed open, and a servant shouted, Yi Ranyan, the Wen family has come to annul the engagement. Go to the main hall immediately. Yi Ranyan waved her hand, sending the servant flying. Yin Gu exclaimed in surprise. Miss, you can cultivate now? Yi Ranyan replied calmly. Not yet, but my internal strength and skill are sufficient. Yin Gu was delighted. Even if they can't cultivate, no one will dare to be disrespectful to Mississippi. Yi Ranyan slowly walked towards the door. Yin Gu, let's go out and take a look. Yin Gu's heart sank. Was Miss going to beg the Wen family? Yi Ranyan's eyes were cold. Beg the Wen family? Are they worthy? She said bluntly. Of course I'm going to settle accounts. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. She was going to get revenge on those who had humiliated the original owner of this body. In the hall, two groups of people faced off. On one side were the head of the Yi family and elders, and on the other side were the Wen family members who came to annul the engagement. The Wen family head spoke firmly. Yi Ranyan is too useless. The Fong family is willing to give her to my daughter. If she remains obstinate, you cannot bear the wrath of the Fong family in the capital. The head of the Yi family was unwilling. You begged for the marriage back then, and the right to annul the engagement belongs to Yi Ranyan. How can you be considered to have broken your promise? Yi Ranyan walked slowly towards them, her exquisitely beautiful features beneath her plain dress drawing everyone's attention. It was a pity she couldn't cultivate. Even with her beauty, she was just a pretty face. The head of the Yi family transmitted his voice from afar. You must keep the marriage today. If you can't, just say you're willing to be a concubine. Yi Ranyan's gaze fell on the second Miss One, Wen Wonking. Seeing that Yi Ranyan was unharmed, Wen Wonking trembled violently in fright. Yi Ranyan spoke lazily. Want to talk about annulling the engagement? Her words instantly drew everyone's attention. Yi Ranyan glanced at Wen Wonking. It's fine to annul the engagement, but I have a score to settle with Miss Wen. The head of the Wen family frowned and questioned Wen Wonking. What do you owe her? What could the Wen family possibly lack? Why should you ask a good-for-nothing for help? Yi Ranyan, who was usually timid, would dare to ask her for a debt in public. The Wen family head assured Yi Ranyan. Don't worry, the Wen family will repay Wonking's debt in full and will never renege on it. Yi Ranyan smiled and clapped. I love your magnanimity. She smiled slightly. Today, I went to the estate but didn't find Miss One, and instead encountered assassins. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Really? Could it be that Miss Wen sent assassins? She's the goddess of Qingyang City. How could she do this? Yi Ranyan pressed Wen Wonking. What happened to those assassins? Wen Wonking forced a smile and said, I don't know. In truth, Yi Ranyan had no assassins. She merely exposed Wen Wonking's conspiracy. Wen Wonking had assumed Yi Ranyan was dead, but it turned out she was still alive. Yi Ranyan sneered. I lied? Did you not invite me? Or did you not send an assassin? With a jingle, she wove an illusion with the Emperor's soul bell. In her illusion, Wen Wonking blurted out, Grandpa, brother, don't worry about Yi Ranyan. I tricked her into coming to the manor and even sent people to ruin her reputation. Everyone was stunned. She actually said these things in public? The usually gentle Miss Wen is so vicious. Yi Ranyan walked slowly towards Wen Wonking, the bells on her ankles making a clear, melodious sound that attracted attention. The Wen family head angrily slapped Wen Wonking across the face. Still in the illusion, Wen Wonking cried out in grievance. Grandpa, why did you hit me? I did it for my brother and the Wen family. Yi Ranyan asked coldly. So, you didn't kill me, only because you were afraid of my mother's revenge? The Wen family head's face darkened, and Wen Wonking hurriedly added, Yi Ranyan covets my brother. I want her to suffer while she's alive. Yi Ranyan said softly, That's enough. The Wen family head struck Wen Wonking on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Yi Ranyan looked at the Wen family head. How do you think this debt should be settled? The Wen family head had a complicated expression and was secretly surprised by Yi Ranyan's boldness. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. She didn't kill me, so naturally I won't take her life. Everyone scoffed, knowing that she was powerless to threaten Wen Wonking. So, what do you want? The Wen family head asked. Yi Ranyan said, It's very simple. We'll handle it ourselves, and I hope the family head and everyone else won't interfere. Everyone's expressions were strange. The head of the Wen family sneered. Fine, but if you fall into Wonking's hands, don't regret it. Don't forget to annul the engagement. Yi Ranyan nodded, her gaze falling on Wen Wonking. As long as you vent your anger, everything will be fine. The Wen family head awakened Wen Wonking, who was still in an illusion. Yi Ranyan slapped her, almost knocking her down. Slap. Yi Ranyan slapped Wen Wonking several times, each slap pointing directly at her scheming and curses of the day. Soon, Wen Wonking's delicate face swelled up like a pig's head, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Wen Wonking snapped out of her daze. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Her spiritual energy surged, and her palm strikes were fierce, aimed directly at Yi Ranyan. Some people sighed inwardly. This good-for-nothing dared to hit the Wen family's young lady, who was at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. He's doomed this time. A scream rang out as Wen Wonking was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone was astonished. How is this possible? Miss Wen was beaten and screamed repeatedly. Wen Wonking's face turned deathly pale, and she coughed up blood, unable to believe it. How could I have lost to this piece of trash? The Wen family head's heavenly martial realm aura swept over her. You actually cheated. Ordinary people would have been forced to their knees by the oppressive force, but Yi Ranyan remained unmoved, her spine straight. Yungu leaped forward to block him, questioning the Wen family head. How can you go back on your word about the juniors? Her aura swept across the room, revealing her cultivation level to everyone for the first time. The servant of the Yi family was actually a master of the heavenly martial realm. No one could believe that such a useless person had such a powerful figure by his side. Yi Ranyan the one who cheated first? How could she possibly beat Wonking? Wen Wonking clung to hope. Yes, Yi Ranyan must have cheated. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, and everyone looked towards the courtyard wall, where a handsome young man sat atop it. You all continue. I'm just passing by, he explained. Miss Yi is wearing a 4th-grade spiritual treasure robe. Even the pig-headed girl, at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, couldn't harm her. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yi Ranyan actually possesses a spiritual treasure robe. Wen Wonking was so angry, she almost vomited blood. Who are you calling a pig-headed girl? The young man laughed. Whoever answers, that's who I'm talking about. The Wen family head and the Yi family head looked at Yi Ranyan's ordinary clothes in shock, only to find that they were actually 4th-grade spiritual treasure robes. Yi Ranyan calmly walked towards Wen Wonking. Do you think I would let you off so easily? She placed her hands on Wen Wonking's acupoints, and Wen Wonking instantly convulsed. The Wen family head convulsed with anger. Yi Ranyan, you are so young, yet your heart is so vicious. Yi Ranyan coldly replied. I am not as good as the second Miss Wen who ruined someone's reputation. Wen Wonking's screams continued, and the Wen family members discussed among themselves. The Wen family head stared at Yi Ranyan with a sinister look. Enough. You're just dragging your feet and don't want to annul the engagement. If you spare Wonking and offer her the Lingbeo Dharma robe, I can grant your wish, but you can only be my concubine. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but chuckle. Yungu, who was protecting her, felt a chill run down her spine, fearing that she would give in. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow and said, I'm laughing. You old codger, you're not good looking, but you have a lot of dreams. The Wen family head and elders were furious, but Yi Ranyan spoke up. Since you want to annul the engagement, then the precious treasures that mother gave you should also be returned. The Wen family's expressions changed drastically. The precious celestial treasures that Yi Keiwei brought back were not something that could be easily returned. Yi Ranyan lazily pulled a jade pendant from her sleeve and tossed it at him. Those things are less than weeds in my eyes, and I wouldn't even look at Ziju. Wen Wonking was furious. You good for nothing. How dare you say you look down on Ziju? What a joke. The tokens are being returned today, and the marriage is over. The heavenly treasure must be returned within 3 days, or the Wen family will be forced to use the black market. The Wen family members looked terrified. Their background in the black market was unfathomable, and no one dared to provoke their branch in Qingyang City. The Wen family patriarch was heartbroken, but outwardly he maintained a strong facade. Don't worry, My Wen family won't covet your worthless possessions. He then ordered his men to carry Wen walking away. Master Yi, who gave you permission to make this decision on your own after Yi Ranyan broke off the engagement? You're even bad at cultivation, and you can't even seize this opportunity. What use are you? He then coldly ordered. Confiscate everything the Wen family brought back. You are not worthy to use it. Yi Ranyan's expression was indifferent. The engagement was called off. If the Yi family head couldn't bear to part with the Wen family, he could consider marrying into the family himself. The head of the Yi family was furious. Useless trash, what did you say? Yi Ranyan ignored the anger. The meaning is very clear. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the Yi family head. You dare to defy me? He already regarded Yi Ranyan as a discarded member of the family, a useless thing. The air inside was thick with cold, and a soft chuckle interrupted the murderous intent. The head of the Yi family looked up and saw that the young man on the wall was still there, not having left. Where did this little thief come from? Do you want to die? The young man shouted mockingly. Then a voice with a sense of pressure came, and a young man in blue robes descended the steps. The young man, wearing a purple jade crown, with a handsome and dignified face and a detached smile, said, Uncle Yi, one must not be rude to distinguished guests. The Knight clan head's expression changed drastically. City Lord. He quickly rose to greet him. Qi Weiyang, the newly appointed City Lord of Qingyang City, possessed exceptional talent and had already entered the heavenly martial realm at just over 30 years old. Qi Weiyang introduced the young man on the wall. This is Yi Yulan, the third young master of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion in the capital. Upon hearing Duke of Protectorate's mansion, everyone held their breath. The head of the Yi family was in a daze, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He bowed and said cautiously, So it is young Master Yi. I apologize for my rudeness. Yi Yulan's gaze fell on Yi Ranyan, and she lazily blinked, saying, Since you know you've been rude, then kneel down and repent. The head of the Yi family was stunned and shocked. He never expected that young Master Yi would actually dare to make him kneel down. Yi Ranyan watched quietly, feeling a little puzzled. Why was Yi Yulan, the third young master of the Yi family in the capital, acting so strangely? She felt as if everything was for her sake, but then she thought it was impossible. She had never been to the capital. She was eager to return to the courtyard and sensed that the man she had settled in was about to wake up. Just as she was about to leave, Yi Yulan suddenly spoke up. Miss Yi, please wait. Yi Ranyan stopped and turned back in confusion. What is it? Yi Yulan's eyes were urgent and affectionate. I came to Qingyang City, actually for you. The crowd erupted in uproar. The fact that the third young master of the Duke of the capital's protectorate had come for a good-for-nothing like Yi Ranyan was hard for everyone to believe. He then explained, No, also for your mother. Yi Keiwei is my aunt, and you, Yunyan, are my cousin. Everyone was shocked that Yi Ranyan, despite her seemingly useless status, had such a powerful cousin. The head of the Yi family knelt and denied it. Yi Keiwei is a member of the Yi family. How could she be your aunt? Yi Yulan coldly stared at the Yi family head. 33 years ago, did your Yi family go to fight for the rare treasure in the Spirit Beast Forest? The Knight clan head's expression changed slightly. His grandmother was pregnant with her sixth child in the Spirit Beast Forest, but the baby was born prematurely. The beast tied riot. The grandmother went to the battlefield, and her daughter was mistakenly sent to his family, which is how Yi Ranyan came to exist. Yi Yulan's expression was cold and stern, suppressing his anger and murderous intent towards the Yi and Wen families. Qi Weiyang, the city lord of Qingyang City, stepped forward to reassure him. We have investigated the whole story. There is no mistake. Everyone was shocked. Yi Keiwei and Yi Ranyan actually had the blood of the Duke of Huguo's family. They were so noble. The head of the Yi family looked at Yi Ranyan with affection. Yunyan, when you return to the Duke of Huguo's mansion, don't forget that I, your maternal grandfather, still exist in Qingyang City. Yi Ranyan sneered. You? Are you worthy? The Yi family head smiled apologetically. You're not worthy, but that doesn't change the fact that you and Keiwei grew up in the Yi family. Yi Ranyan snorted. The kindness of raising a child? My mother risked her life for the Yi family. Isn't that enough? The Yi family head glared at her, surprised that the little good-for-nothing was no longer the same. Yi Yulan questioned the Yi family head. The Duke of Protectorate has raised your daughter for many years, and the resources are far beyond your imagination. How do you plan to repay us? The head of the Yi family was stunned, realizing that the Duke of Huguo's family had invested a huge amount in raising their daughter, and that the family would probably have a hard time repaying the debt. He hesitated to ask about his daughter's recent situation, and Yi Yulan sneered. She had become a second-grade alchemist and married into one of the 5 great families of the empire, making her the envy of the capital. Yi Yulan's words carried a deeper meaning, making the Yi family head see his daughter's extraordinary value and arousing his greed. Yi Ranyan ignored the Yi family head. For the first time, someone was protecting her, and she felt a sense of novelty. Just as he was about to speak, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a servant of the Yi family ran in. "Master, the Fong family from the capital has arrived." When the Yi family head heard that the Fong family had come, his first thought was that the Wen family had broken off the engagement with the Fong family. But then he remembered what young Master Yi had said. His daughter had married into the Fong family in the capital. Could it be the same Fong family? Thinking of this, he perked up and quickly got up. "Quickly, invite the Fong family in." "Did I allow you to stand up?" Yi Yulan waved her sleeve, and the magic weapon exploded, the shockwave pressing the Yi family head back to the ground. The head of the Yi family wailed in pain, wanting to curse but daring not to. With Yi Yulan's identity right in front of him, Yi Ranyan smiled faintly. "Cousin." Yi Yulan noticed her expression. "This is a spiritual weapon my second brother forged. Do you like it? I have many more I can give you." "No need," Yi Ranyan asked. "Why did you come all the way to Qingyang town to find me and my mother?" "Cousin Union," Yi Yulan said solemnly. "I'm here to take you back to the capital. Grandma and father have already contacted doctors to protect your meridians and prevent anyone from bullying you." Yi Ranyan lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, remaining silent. Yi Yulan asked nervously, "The capital city has delicious food, fun things, jewelry, rouge, and face powder." "Okay," Yi Ranyan agreed. She was Yi Ranyan, and she also needed to take on the responsibilities that belonged to Yi Ranyan, such as taking care of her family. Yi Yulan was overjoyed. "My cousin agreed to come back to the capital? That's wonderful. Your family will be so happy to see you." Yi Ranyan nodded. 3 days later, I will pack my things and wait for the One family to return the items my mother sent." Yi Yulan exclaimed excitedly. 3 days is fine. 3 months is fine too." He pulled her towards the door, but Yi Ranyan resisted with her strength. "Cousin, you go first. I'll go pack some things," Yi Ranyan said calmly. Qi Weiyang reminded Yi Yulan. A young lady needs her own private space. Yi Yulan had no choice but to look away. "All right, I'll wait for you at the city lord's mansion." Yi Ranyan turned and left, showing no concern for the other party's family. The head of the Yi family tried to stop them, but Yi Yulan was watching them intently. The man from the Fong family in the capital was a middle-aged man with a short beard, the steward Fong Yang, whose arrogant demeanor and haughty air were obvious. Upon seeing Yi Yulan and Qi Weiyang, he immediately suppressed his arrogance and became as cautious as a mouse encountering a cat. "Young Master Yi, young Master Qi, you're here too," Fong Yang said with a fawning smile, but received no response. Yi Yulan asked Qi Weiyang with concern, "I forgot to prepare a gift. Will my cousin be unhappy?" Qi Weiyang smiled and said, "Miss Ranyan won't mind." Yi Yulan was delighted. "My cousin is the best. I'll make up for the missing gift when I get back to the capital." The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Fong Yang's expression was uncertain. After the two disappeared, he went into the house and looked at the Yi family head who had gotten up again, still with contempt in his eyes. "I am Fong Yang, the head steward of the Fong family, one of the 5 great families in the capital. I have come to visit Master Yi on the orders of my mistress." The head of the Yi family exclaimed excitedly, "Your mistress is my daughter?" Fong Yang replied coldly, "By blood, yes, but she's extremely busy and hasn't come to Qingyang City." Fong Yang handed the Yi family head a spatial ring. "This is a gift. In the future, if Master Yi needs anything, you can send someone to deliver a message. The capital is not a place you are allowed to set foot in." The head of the Yi family felt frustrated. Why couldn't he go to the capital? His daughter was already the matriarch, and he still wouldn't let her go. Qi Weiyang said to Yi Yulan, "The Fong family only sent a steward. The mistress clearly doesn't want to acknowledge her relatives." Yi Yulan's face showed disgust. With her personality, it's normal that she doesn't want to acknowledge her relatives. Yi Ranyan returned to the courtyard, avoiding everyone's gaze, and with a thought, entered the Emperor's space. Inside the Emperor's space, the handsome man was still asleep, but Yi Ranyan could sense that his mental seat was unusually active. With a thought, she moved the man out of the space. A powerful pressure suddenly spread, the cold oppression suffocating, and the ground shook and cracked. The experts and intelligent beasts inside and outside Qinyang City were all filled with fear, and they all turned their attention to the direction of the Yi family. Yi Ranyan was slightly startled. The man's meridians were shattered and sealed, yet he possessed such terrifying cultivation. Yungu instantly arrived, her expression grave and shocked as she warily observed the man floating in midair. Yi Ranyan calmly said, "This is my savior." Yungu suddenly realized that when Wonking schemed today must be related to this person. Yi Ranyan asked, "Do you know any formations?" Yungu replied, "I only know the basics." Yi Ranyan laughed. "The basics are enough." He handed her spirit stones and array flags, indicating the directions for their arrangement. Yungu exclaimed in surprise. The directions subtly align with the 5 elements and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is this an array? When did Miss learn these things? She did as instructed. The array flags landed, and ripples of power gathered, enveloping the courtyard while simultaneously isolating the man's oppressive aura. The experts in Qinyang City could not sense any pressure and could only wonder to themselves, could it be that a peerless master is passing by? Inside the Yi family courtyard, Yi Ranyan finished giving instructions. "Aunt Yun, go pack your things. We'll go to the city lord's mansion later." Yungu responded and left, while Yi Ranyan stood below the man, staring intently at his surging aura. A moment later, the man's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his dark eyes, which were as vast as the starry sky. He slowly sat up, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. He had broad shoulders and long legs, a perfectly handsome figure, and a noble and aloof demeanor. His cold gaze swept over Yi Ranyan. Only then did a slight ripple appear in his eyes. "It's you." "Yes, it's me," Yi Ranyan replied, her eyes fixed on the man. He was so beautiful, he was almost otherworldly. His gaze was so captivating that Yi Ranyan's heart raced. The man asked, "So what do you want?" Yi Ranyan gradually regained consciousness and realized that he was asking about the cold pool. She thought to herself, "I only had a fling with him, so why am I being asked to cultivate to the heavenly venerable realm?" Yi Ranyan retorted, "Beauty, what do you wish to do?" The man said indifferently, "My name is Feng Jukin. I want you to cultivate to the level of a heavenly venerable within 10 years and form a pact with me." Yi Ranyan's expression changed slightly. The heavenly venerable's realm is extremely high, but he is seriously injured and still has a seal. How could he know the heavenly venerable? She frowned. "Can't we just form a contract directly? Your requirements are too high. I can't do it." Feng Jukin coldly denied. "No." Yi Ranyan put away the array flags, clapped her hands and laughed. "Then forget it. Find someone else. Goodbye." Feng Jukin frowned slightly, his fingers twitched, and an invisible wall of spiritual energy blocked Yi Ranyan's path. Yi Ranyan turned around unhappily. "What? You still want to cling to me?" The man's eyes were clear and pure, like the starry sky, and his expression was indifferent, as if nothing in the world could shake him. He looked at her, simply gazing at her. How can one easily give up on a destined person? Yi Ranyan frowned. "Wait, wasn't what you mentioned before about the incident at the cold pool?" Feng Jukin remained expressionless, but the tips of his ears were slightly flushed. "Yes, it's not that matter." He exuded a powerful aura, yet remained calm, and Yi Ranyan was willing to engage in meaningful conversation. Chapter 12. You'll never win a wife's heart this way. Feng Jukin gazed silently at Yi Ranyan and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that we are each other's destined ones?" "The destined one? What do you mean?" Yi Ranyan blinked and chuckled. Many years ago there was a popular saying, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven." Feng Jukin's cold voice was indifferent. "You are unwilling to form a bond with me." Yi Ranyan laughed. "Your standards are too high. I'm afraid I can't meet them." Feng Jukin explained the difference in cultivation levels. If the weaker party forms a bond, their spirit will collapse. What Yi Ranyan truly cared about was whether he liked her. "Do you like me?" she asked. Feng Jukin looked slightly bewildered. "Like? I don't know what liking is." Yi Ranyan sensed a hint of innocence in him. She liked men who were both clean and challenging. "Then wait until you realize you like me before proposing. Maybe I'll say yes when I'm in a good mood," Yi Ranyan said casually. Feng Jukin nodded solemnly. "Since you are my destined one, I will fulfill all your requests." Yi Ranyan chuckled. "Fool, you believe in destiny just because you meet someone, and you're even willing to fulfill my request." "My name is Yi Ranyan," she said. "I can help you with the seal and broken meridians in your body. Do you want to be cured?" Feng Jukin shook his head. "No need," Yi Ranyan said softly. "Then come find me again when you change your mind." If nothing unexpected happens, I will stay in the Eastern Dragon capital. Feng Jukin remained cold. After giving his instructions, the two stared at each other without him uttering a single word. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but complain, "You'll never get a wife like this." Feng Jukin looked at her with his starry eyes, his expression calm, but somewhat bewildered. Yi Ranyan waved her hand. "I'm about to leave. You can leave too if you have nothing else to do." Feng Jukin's thin lips moved slightly. "Okay." Yi Ranyan turned to look for Yungu. When Feng Jukin called her name, his heart warmed slightly. "Can I come to you in the future?" "Of course." Yi Ranyan chuckled. Feng Jukin nodded solemnly. "I will come to find you." Yi Ranyan teased. I'll wait for you to propose." Feng Jukin's ears turned slightly red, and his heart fluttered slightly, though he didn't know why. Yi Ranyan and Yungu left the Yi family and headed to the city lord's mansion, where the Yi family head was busy dealing with the mother and daughter and the Feng family. Stepping out of the Yi family home, Yi Ranyan felt refreshed. "Aunt Yun, where's the thing mother left behind?" Aunt Yun handed over a bead. "A recording bead?" Yi Ranyan was surprised. The bead could record a person's voice, appearance, smile, and words. The two quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the gatekeeper greeted them respectfully and welcomed them in. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan and Qi Weiyang immediately came out to greet them. "It's all right." Yi Ranyan, still concerned about the contents of the recording bead, said to Yi Yulan, "Cousin, I'd like to rest for a while." "No problem," Qi Weiyang said. "Your accommodations are ready. We'll have a welcome dinner for young Master Yi tonight." Yi Ranyan nodded, and Qi Weiyang arranged for servants to take her to her residence. The residence was quiet and elegant, much more comfortable than the Yi family's courtyard. "Aunt Yun, you should go and rest too," Yi Ranyan said. Aunt Yun replied, "Yes, miss, please call me if you need anything." Yi Ranyan was alone. She closed the door, set up a soundproof array, took out the high-grade image recording bead left by her mother, and activated it with her blood. The image recording pearl shone brightly, and a beam of light shot out, revealing a beautiful and heroic figure. It was her adoptive mother, Yi Kei, who had been gone for 7 years. Chapter 13. This person's life is too good. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Kei on the light screen, and the scene was almost exactly the same as in her memory. In the light screen, Yi Kei said gently, "Yun Yin, I asked Aunt Yun to give you the image recording bead. If I still haven't returned when you activate it, it means I won't be back for a while. You are my only daughter, and the one I care about most. Over the years, you have been troubled by your inability to cultivate. If I told you that you could cultivate, but you had to pay a price, would you be willing?" Yi Kei asked with concern in her eyes. Yi Ranyan was slightly taken aback. After receiving the Empress's inheritance, she already knew that she had a body with locked meridians and that it was extremely dangerous to untie the meridians, but she did not expect that her mother already knew. Yi Kei, appearing on the screen, continued, "The path of cultivation is extremely painful, involving inhuman torment. You might not be able to endure it, and you might even become stupid. If you don't want to take any risks, you can stay in Qingyang City with Yungu. With her around, you will live a peaceful and worry-free life. Daughter, your life is yours to decide. Whatever path you choose, I will support you." Her smile was warm and firm. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile appearing on her lips, and whispered to the image recording bead, "Of course I choose to cultivate." The image recording bead hummed, and in the light screen, Yi Kei's expression was one of relief mixed with slight worry. "You truly are my daughter. I feel sorry for you, but I'm also proud of you. Now that you've decided to cultivate, I'll lend you a hand. You have a body with locked meridians. Breaking the seal on your meridians requires a large number of rare and precious spiritual treasures. I have already prepared all the spiritual treasures needed for the first seal for you. These treasures are extremely valuable and easily coveted, so they are stored with Dean Su of the Imperial Academy in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Have Aunt Yun take you to the Imperial Capital Academy, give my name, and Dean Su will know what to do." Yi Ranyan was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Her mother had indeed foreseen everything she needed, and her arrangements were so thoughtful that they were truly admirable. She whispered, "Thank you, mother," her voice filled with gratitude and tenderness. In the evening, Yi Ranyan and Yungu walked out of the courtyard where they were resting. The city lord's mansion had prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain Yi Yulan and her. After the banquet, everyone was relaxed. Yi Yulan suggested, "Cousin, this is my first time in Qingyang City. Why don't you show me around?" "Okay." Yi Ranyan declined Yungu's offer to accompany her and led Yi Yulan toward the bustling streets of Qingyang City. Although it was night, The streets were still bustling with people and brightly lit, just like daytime. Yi Ranyan has exquisite and beautiful features. Even without makeup, she is stunningly beautiful. Yi Yulan is handsome and extraordinary. The two of them attract a lot of attention when they stand side by side. Someone whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Yi Ranyan, the good-for-nothing young lady from the Yi family who was dumped? She can't cultivate and has become a discarded wife, yet she still has the mood to go shopping." Tragic? You must be joking, someone suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. "She's actually wearing a fourth-grade spiritual treasure robe," the crowd exclaimed, gasping in disbelief. "And her attendants are all experts at the heavenly martial realm. Who among you can compare?" The crowd fell silent, swallowing their sarcastic remarks. "And the man beside her is a big shot from the capital, the third young master of the Yi family of the Duke of Protectorate." The silent crowd finally screamed, "Young Master Yi? How could he be with a good-for-nothing?" The man said mysteriously, "You don't know, do you? Yi Kwei of Qingyang City is actually the legitimate daughter of the Yi family. The Duke of Huguo's mansion has always only had boys, and Yi Ranyan is the only girl. After Yi Kwei disappeared, she became the only legitimate daughter. With that status, who wouldn't respect him? The Wen family, who broke off the engagement, is the one who suffered the greatest loss." Some people couldn't help but exclaim with envy, "This person is so lucky." After listening, Yi Ranyan shook her head and asked Yi Yulan indifferently, "Where does cousin want to go?" "I'm going to the treasure pavilion to see if they have any rare and precious treasures needed for alchemy." "Okay." Yi Ranyan led Yi Yulan toward the treasure pavilion. Chapter 14. Envious to the point of being red-eyed. The treasure pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of treasures, including magical artifacts, elixirs, herbs, and medicines. The magnificent furnishings made every corner radiate spiritual energy. Yi Ranyan led Yi Yulan familiarly towards the area of spiritual herbs and medicines. "Cousin, this is full of alchemy materials. See if there's anything you need." Yi Yulan nodded slightly, and just as she agreed, a mocking voice came from behind her. "Yi Ranyan, you dare to come to the treasure pavilion? Can you even afford it?" Yi Ranyan frowned slightly and turned her head to look. She saw a girl in pink being surrounded by several girls of similar age as she slowly walked over. "When shuang," Yi Ranyan sneered. "Instead of worrying about whether I can afford it, you should make your Wen family pay back what you owe me." Wen Shuang was a member of the Wen family and a cousin of Wen Wonking. The people behind her were Wen Wonking's followers. She glanced at Yi Ranyan with disdain. Suddenly, her eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yulan, and she approached shyly. "Young master, are you also here to buy spiritual herbs? My sister is injured and doesn't know much about these things." The injured sister she mentioned was Wen Wonking, who had just been beaten by Yi Ranyan. Yi Yulan coldly rebuked, "Get out." Wen Shuang froze, while the girls behind her covered their mouths and chuckled. What embarrassed her even more was that Yi Yulan then softly said to Yi Ranyan, "Yunyin, don't worry about spirit stones. I'll buy whatever you want." Wen Shuang blushed with anger and scolded Yi Yulan. "Don't be fooled by this good-for-nothing. She can't do anything." Slap! Before she could finish speaking, she was slapped from a distance and sent flying, crashing into the counter. Her scream startled the other customers. Under the spotlight, Yi Yulan stood proudly, coldly surveying the entire room. "If anyone dares to say another bad word about my cousin Yunyin, their fate will be just like this woman's." The crowd was intimidated by his imposing presence, and no one dared to speak for a moment. When Shuang's face was numb from the beating, and she was furious. Boom! Another blast of air struck her, and she coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, crying and unable to speak again. Yi Ranyan watched quietly, thinking to herself, "When Shuang bullied me, and when wonking in the past, she deserves it today." A glint flashed in everyone's eyes. He actually said Yi Ranyan is his cousin? Could she really be the third young master Yi from the Duke's mansion in the capital? The manager of the treasure pavilion hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Young master, the treasures in the pavilion are 20% off today. We apologize for disturbing you." The two of them then dragged Wen Shuang away. Yi Yulan nodded. "Bring out all your best spiritual treasures." The steward hurriedly ordered the servants to bring out the treasures. Inside the exquisitely beautiful box, rare elixirs, magical robes, and spiritual medicines were displayed one by one. Yi Yulan turned her head and asked Yi Ranyan, "Do you like them?" Yi Ranyan was slightly taken aback. "It's all right." Yi Yulan waved her hand. "The whole package. I'll take it all." Everyone exclaimed in amazement and envy. He really is a young master from the capital, so extravagant. Yi Yulan handed the spatial ring filled with spiritual treasures to Yi Ranyan. Cousin, keep these for now. When we get to the capital, I'll give you something even better. Inside the treasure pavilion, Yi Yulan's extravagance and doting affection for Yi Ranyan drew envy from everyone. Yi Ranyan went from being a good-for-nothing to a pampered young lady. Yi Sanshao from the capital swept through the treasures of Qingyang City overnight, just to win her favor. The Wen family returned the heavenly treasures as promised, and even those that had already been used were replaced with equivalent spiritual treasures. Yi Yulan returned the gifts from the Wen family to Yi Ranyan. Cousin Yunyan, now that we've dealt with the Wen family, can we head to the capital? Chapter 15. Yi Ranyan has truly turned her life around. Yi Ranyan nodded in response to Yi Yulan. Yes, it's time to go to the capital. City Lord Qi Weiyang directly summoned 2 squads of the most famous armored soldiers in Qingyang City to escort them to the Spirit Beast Station. As the crowd on the street saw the armored soldiers leading the way in perfect formation, they began to murmur among themselves. Where is the City Lord going? That's quite a grand display. What's even more surprising is that the carriage was pulled by a spirited steed, with light gauze fluttering in the breeze, and 3 people sat on a jade table, exuding extraordinary majesty. The city lord, dressed in a green robe and adorned with a purple jade crown, exuded majesty and domineering presence. Yi Yulan, in flowing blue robes, was handsome and extraordinary. Yi Ranyan was exquisitely beautiful, with a cool and captivating charm. The people exclaimed in surprise, Yi Ranyan is so beautiful. How could such a good-for-nothing be able to ride in the city lord's carriage and be on equal footing with young Master Yi? They finally realized that this former good-for-nothing had now become a pampered young lady from a prominent family in the capital, with an extraordinary status and temperament. Everyone sighed with envy. With the armored army leading the way and the spirit steed protecting her, Yi Ranyan's charm became more and more dazzling, and she was no longer the girl who was looked down upon before. Upon arriving at the Spirit Beast Inn, Yi Yulan explained, the journey from Qingyang City to the capital is long, so we need to rent a flying spirit beast to travel. Yi Ranyan chose a golden eagle for transportation. The spirit beast showed great affinity towards her, and the spirit beasts around her also showed their goodwill. The manager of the spirit beast station was shocked. Her affinity with spirit beasts is so high. If such a talent can cultivate, she will surely become a great person. Yi Ranyan didn't take it to heart. She was teasing the golden eagle, which nuzzled her, opened its mouth to gently suckle, and then steadily placed her on its back. Her golden eagle wings spread wide. Yi Ranyan moved, as if walking on flat ground. Her feathers were as soft as a carpet, and as the wind blew her robes, she floated about like a fairy. Yi Yulan looked at it appreciatively. What a good eagle! It knows my cousin is extraordinary, so let her command it to take us back to the capital. Yi Ranyan skillfully controlled the spirit whistle, and the golden eagle responded and soared into the sky, its clothes fluttering in the wind beside it, displaying an extraordinary demeanor. Yungu suddenly looked slightly different. Miss, people from the Wen family and the Yi family have also arrived at the Spirit Beast Station. Yi Ranyan looked up and saw the 2 families huddled together in a disheveled state, seemingly also preparing to head to the capital. Yungu explained, the relationship between the Yi and Wen families has been restored. They have returned what the Wen family owed you and joined forces to gather your belongings. Yi Ranyan smiled faintly. They were so at odds before. How can they make up now? Let them be. Yi Yulan added. Now that the Yi and Fong families have switched identities, and you and your aunt have returned to your rightful places, the Yi and Wen families will naturally reconcile. Yungu's face darkened slightly. It seems that the Yi family head has abandoned Miss and Madame Kwei in order to reconcile with the Wen family. Yi Ranyan sneered. So be it. My mother and I have never cared about the Yi family. Yi Yulan comforted her. We are different, and we will definitely take good care of you and Aunt Kwei. Before setting off, Yi Yulan had already paid a large sum of money on the black market to arrange for someone to guide Yi Kwei to the capital to find them as soon as she returned to Qingyang City. Yungu sighed. Yi Kwei is exceptionally talented, and Yi Ranyan is now incredibly beautiful. They will regret their choices sooner or later. Chapter 16. The Beast Protected by Feng Jukin. The Northern Wilderness Ancient Ape Clan. Feng Jukin had already robbed 3 races. At this moment, he held a love story book given to him by the clan leader, studying how to understand the person he loved. He frowned slightly and asked the ancient ape tribesman kneeling behind him with some dissatisfaction, Is that all? Is there nothing else? The chieftain of the ancient ape clan said bitterly, My lord, the northern wilderness is desolate, teeming with monsters, and rarely visited by humans. These are all the facts we have to say. Feng Jukin put down his book, slowly stood up, his black robes shimmering with gold embroidery, exuding nobility and mystery. His handsome face was flawless, and a hint of scarlet appeared in his dark eyes. Upon seeing the crimson stain, the chieftain of the ancient ape tribe felt a pang of anxiety, his voice trembling. My lord, is your head throbbing? Our wounds haven't fully healed. Human alchemists are skilled at refining medicine. Why don't we go and steal some medicine? The clan leader asked cautiously, recalling the awe-inspiring presence of Feng Jukin in the northern wilderness 100 years ago. Feng Jukin coldly refused. No need. Then he asked indifferently, Where will the next race go? Go to the Fox clan, sir. They are skilled at bewitching humans and may be able to help you win the young lady's heart. The clan chief replied respectfully. The other clansmen were shocked. The reappearance of the venerable elder from 100 years ago, just to inquire about matters of love, was simply outrageous, yet they remained respectful and attentive. Feng Jukin nodded, sensed the auras of the various tribes in the northern wilderness, and stepped away. As soon as he entered the void, members of the Flying Bird clan rushed over to report. Uncle Ancient Ape, something bad has happened. The Space Beast Life tablet has cracked. Feng Jukin, who had taken a half-step, stopped abruptly, his icy gaze falling on the young man. Space beasts are precious divine beasts. If their life tablets crack, they will be severely injured, and if they shatter, their entire race may be wiped out. The chieftain of the ancient ape clan recounted his experience of leaving the northern wilderness to nurture his fetus with a solemn expression. Feng Jukin said calmly, I'll take care of the matter of the space beasts. He closed his eyes and used the power of the ancient contract to sense a familiar aura, causing the various tribes of the northern wilderness to tremble and kneel in worship. The power of bloodline suppression enveloped the heavens and earth, with Feng Jukin standing alone within it. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, space cracked open, and he stepped into it, disappearing without a trace. The chieftain of the ancient ape tribe transformed into human form, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I hope the divine messenger can successfully rescue the space beast. He still decided to go to the high priest to divine the outcome. Meanwhile, Yi Ranyan, Yi Yulan, and Yungu rode the golden eagle spirit beast through the spirit beast forest, which was the only way to the eastern dragon capital. Yi Yulan explained through the sound transmission stone. The spirit beast forest is the border area of the four kingdoms and the source of the beast tide. It is said that there is a king beast in the central forbidden area. The wind was too strong for them to communicate loudly, so they could only use the sound transmission stones. Yi Ranyan nodded. The beast tide hasn't arrived, but the spirit beasts are already rioting. How strange. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the center of the forest, and the oppressive force swept over them, forcing many spirit beast cultivators to their knees, unable to get up. Yi Ranyan noticed that the golden eagle had gone out of control, and her expression changed slightly. She urgently reminded Yi Yulan and Yungu. The golden eagle is affected by the pressure and is flying out of control towards the center. Chapter 17. After all, that was a divine beast cub. Yi Ranyan recalled what Yi Yulan had said. A king beast was hidden in the center of the forest, and if cultivators entered, they would most likely die. She immediately decided, jump. Seeing this, Yungu said worriedly, Miss, you have no cultivation, and you're so high. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, It's all right, Aunt Yun. Take good care of my cousin. Don't worry about me. Having said that, she was the first to leap off the golden eagle's back, as light as a swallow, with an exceptionally elegant posture. Cousin, Yi Yulan and Yungu jumped down immediately after her, surprised by Yi Ranyan's agile movements, like a dancing elf. Yi Ranyan used the tree branch to leap into the air and land lightly, her movements graceful, not at all like a useless person who couldn't cultivate. Yi Yulan almost fell over in shock, but luckily Aunt Yun caught him, otherwise he would have been turned into a meat pie. Cousin, your movements are so graceful, Yi Yulan exclaimed. Yi Ranyan laughed and said, It's just a little trick. If you want to learn, cousin, I'll teach you later. Just then, the ground began to shake, and deafening roars and aftershocks of spiritual energy echoed from the distant forest. Yi Yulan frowned. There may be a major battle in the center of the forest, but it is not something we can get involved in at this stage. We're still hundreds of miles from the capital. We need to find another spirit beast to take us around. Yi Ranyan asked, Where should we look? Yi Yulan explained. The four kingdoms have set up post stations on the outskirts of the spirit beast forest. We'll go to Uncle Guan, who is on good terms with my father. The three of them swayed along the lingering waves of the forest and arrived at the post station Yi Yulan had mentioned half an hour later. The post station had a wide open space, dotted with tree houses, resembling a small forest village, where practitioners discussed the battle situation in the central region in hushed tones. On the watchtower had resolute expressions and held long spears to guard the tower, which was Guan Yungxiao's garrison. Yi Yulan led Yi Ranyan and Yun Gu toward the watchtower, drawing surprised glances from everyone. Someone whispered, "Three greenhorns want to see Lord Guan? What a pipe dream." Yi Yulan showed his token, and the soldiers immediately welcomed him in respectfully, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Why are they allowed in? Someone recognized Yi Yulan, the third young master of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. There's no problem. Yi Ranyan followed Yi Yulan through the wooden corridor and into the simple house. Inside sat a middle-aged man with a fierce aura between his brows and an extraordinary demeanor. When Yi Yulan came in, he was giving orders using the sound transmission stone. Seeing Yi Yulan, he smiled and said, "Well, kid, you've come to join in the fun too." Yi Yulan bowed and said, "Uncle Guan, my mount has been summoned away, so I have no choice but to ask for your help." Guan Yungxiao shook his head. Coincidentally, the spirit beasts at the post station have also been summoned away by the central government, and now there isn't even a single spirit beast for transportation. Yi Yulan asked, "What exactly happened in the center of the forest?" Guan Yungxiao sneered. "Some people are insatiable and insist on stirring up trouble. It turns out that the king beast in the center of the forest was about to give birth, and the beast dynasty and Danding kingdom took the opportunity to join forces to launch a sneak attack, triggering an earth-shattering war." Guan Yungxiao sneered. "King beast cubs are born with a spirit and will regard the first person they see as their parents. This is precisely what both countries value." He paused, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "However, this time it's probably not a king beast, but a divine beast." A divine beast? Yi Yulan and the others were shocked. Divine beasts are superior to all other beasts, with limitless potential, and are difficult for ordinary people to provoke. Guan Yungxiao sighed. "The divine beast gave birth today and is currently in a weak period. If we can kill it, we might be able to get a share of the spoils." A burning desire flashed in his eyes, and his heart stirred with longing. After all, it was a divine beast cub. Chapter 18, Truly Arrogant. Guan Yungxiao was busy, so after a brief chat with Yi Yulan, he told him to wait for news about the spirit beast. Yi Yulan thanked him and then left the small building with Yi Ranyan and Yun Gu. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Donglong soldiers leading 3 people toward them, and Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan's expressions changed slightly. The most dazzling of the 3 was a bejeweled, arrogant, and confident young woman. She paused for a moment, then snorted coldly and walked past them haughtily. The other 2 were familiar to Yi Ranyan. One was Wen Wonking, the second young lady of the Wen family, and the other was her long-lost former fiancé, Wen Ziju. When Wen Wonking saw Yi Ranyan, her face showed shock. Wen Ziju remained calm and nodded slightly to Yi Ranyan. Yi Yulan frowned, displeased, and said, "I didn't expect to run into her here. What bad luck?" Yi Ranyan guessed in a low voice, "Is she the youngest daughter of the Fong family?" Yi Yulan nodded. "Yes, Fong Yura, the most willful and capricious one. I call the Fong family matriarch and ingrate." Yi Ranyan suppressed her questions and turned her attention to the movements of the spirit beasts. She said, "The spirit beasts that the Wen and Yi families use for transportation should have problems. Their purpose is the same as ours." Yi Yulan calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. There are many spirit beasts at the post station. They can't affect us." Soon, Fong Yura appeared with her entourage. Surrounded by guards, she was protected like a star surrounded by the moon. She walked arrogantly toward Yi Ranyan and the other 2. Fong Yura sneered, "Third cousin, I didn't expect you to bring back such a useless person." Yi Yulan frowned and rebuked, "I have nothing to do with you. Don't you dare call Union useless." Yi Ranyan sneered, "Useless? Miss Fong, do you dare to challenge me?" Yi Yulan cried anxiously, "Cousin." Yi Ranyan's eyes, carrying a faint aura of bloodlust. Fong Yura was immediately stunned and shocked. Fong Yura said angrily, "Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." When Ziju calmly stopped her, saying, "Miss Yi is just an ordinary person. Please don't make things difficult for her." Yi Ranyan coldly replied, "You don't need to go to all that trouble." Fong Yura stomped her foot angrily. Brother Ziju, look at her. When Ziju said softly, be good, Fong Yura blushed and stammered. Okay. All right. Then I'll listen to Brother Ziju. He turned to Yi Ranyan and said, I hope you realize that you are just an ordinary person and don't impulsively throw your life away. After saying that, he led them away. Yi Ranyan's eyes were icy. This person is really arrogant. Recalling how the original owner of this body was schemed against by Wen Ziju, her mood darkened. Fong Yura deliberately said coldly to Wen Wonking, you will never be able to enter the Imperial Academy again, and you will only be mediocre. Yi Yulan interrupted angrily. Yunyan can enter the Imperial Academy to study at any time. Yi Ranyan replied calmly, yes, I'll go later. Fong Yura's face turned ugly, and Yi Yulan added, with our protection, you don't need to cultivate. Someone will always be there to protect you. Yi Ranyan nodded in agreement. Thank you, cousin. Fong Yura was filled with jealousy and hatred, and angrily said to Yi Yulan, if you stubbornly speak up for her, don't even think about calling me cousin in the future. Yi Yulan spat. Who wants to be your cousin? Fong Yura trembled with anger, a ruthless glint in her eyes, and ordered the guards. Find a chance to kill that good-for-nothing. At that moment, a loud noise came from the center of the spirit beast forest, and the forest shook violently. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the king beast has unleashed its power. Accompanied by a domineering roar, countless transparent bubbles appeared out of thin air, trapping all the spirit beasts and humans in the spirit beast forest inside. Everyone was puzzled. Their bodies were enveloped in bubbles. Yi Yulan reached out to touch the bubbles, but Yi Ranyan stopped him urgently. Cousin, don't move. Yi Yulan asked in confusion. Cousin, why can't I move? Not far away, Fong Yura sneered. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you scare me? She reached out and touched the bubble, her gesture full of provocation. Chapter 19. Girl, you are truly beautiful inside and out. The next moment, a scream came from Fong Yura's side. Her hand was instantly covered in blood, as if it had been cut off by a sharp blade, leaving only half of it. Ouch! It hurts so much. My hand hurts so much, she screamed, startling everyone around her into taking a step back. Her hand is missing half of its length, someone exclaimed in a low voice. This bubble is too eerie. Fong Yura tried it first, otherwise we would be the ones with the missing hand. Yi Yulan was also shocked and looked at Yi Ranyan. Cousin, what are these bubbles? Why are they so scary? Everyone looked at Yi Ranyan, who frowned and explained. It's a spatial wall. Each bubble is an independent space. If you can't break through it, your body will be torn apart by the spatial wall. A spatial wall? That's incredible. Everyone was shocked. Is this really something a human could do? Yi Ranyan looked into the depths of the forest with a complicated expression. So many spatial walls. Ordinary people simply could not create them, but spatial beasts could. It seems Guan Yungxiao's guess was correct. The beast carrying cubs in the center of the forest was not a king beast, but a rare divine beast, a space beast. Just then, a handsome young man dressed in rainbow colors waved from inside the bubble. Cousin, what should we do? We can't stay trapped here forever, can we? Yi Ranyan glanced at him once, then looked away, ignoring the young man, and said to the crowd, maintaining a spatial wall requires enormous power, and this much won't last long. Everyone was immediately relieved and thanked her profusely. Thank you for reminding us, young lady. We are now at ease. This girl is beautiful inside and out. If it weren't for you, a tragedy might have happened if we hadn't rushed out. Someone pointed to the pained Fong Yura. The trainees in the Eastern Dragon capital secretly memorized Yi Ranyan's appearance, intending to return and inquire about her identity. Seeing everyone praising Yi Ranyan, Wen Wonking felt jealous and resentful. She raised her voice and said, Don't be fooled by her, everyone. She's a notorious good-for-nothing in Qingyang City. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but with Fong Yura's miserable state before their eyes, no one believed Wen Wonking anymore. Instead, they scolded her until she cried. Yi Yulan watched with glee. Serves him right. Meanwhile, in the center of the spirit beast forest, countless powerful figures were surrounded by a giant beast with blood-stained fur, led by two elders. The powerful figures were all trapped inside transparent bubbles, a bizarre situation, but the elder at the head was overjoyed. A spatial wall. It's the legendary spatial wall. I never imagined it would be a divine beast, and a rare spatial beast at that. His voice trembled, almost manic. He was the fourth prince of the 100 Beasts dynasty. He originally planned to snatch the cub of the king beast to win people's hearts, but he did not expect it to be a divine beast. Another elder from the Danding kingdom was also shocked. It's actually a divine beast, and the cub in its belly. Is it a divine beast cub? That's right. The fourth prince of the beast dynasty sneered. Luckily, I brought the god-locking chains, otherwise it would have escaped long ago. The space beast trampled with its limbs, its power sweeping away trees and spreading ripples across the ground, its will painful and blurred. It used a spatial wall to expel all living beings from the spirit beast forest, and countless bubbles drifted uncontrollably to the outer circle. The powerful onlookers exerted their strength to resist, while the fourth prince of the 100 Beasts dynasty led his men to attack the spiritual sea of the space beast. The space beast's mind was in turmoil, and some bubbles broke free of control, flying back into the forest. Yi Yulan saw the space bubble that had been floating out suddenly drift into the forest. Her expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Cousin." Chapter 20. There are actually 2 divine beast cubs. Cousin, Aunt Yun, take care of yourselves. I'll be out as soon as possible, Yi Ranyan shouted loudly in the spatial bubble, though the communication stone had already stopped working. The spatial bubble traveled at high speed, and in a few breaths, she was carried deep into the forest. The bubble suddenly burst, and Yi Ranyan landed nimbly. Spirit beasts surrounded them, yet they seemed to have lost consciousness. Yi Ranyan's gaze swept across the area, her mind racing. We're getting closer and closer to the center of the forest. She made up her mind and headed towards the center of the forest. The Emperor's space gave her the courage to take risks and face dangers, and she wanted to see the space beasts for herself. They hadn't gone far when 7 or 8 spatial bubbles burst, and the 8 people fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Run! There's a king beast here." They were Feng Yura's guards. When they saw Yi Ranyan, they froze for a moment. Then their eyes flashed with malice. "It's her. That good-for-nothing." Yi Ranyan glanced indifferently at the 8 people, dagger in hand, her aura cold and fearless. The rainbow-colored youth and the white-clad swordsman stood on the tree trunk, observing. The rainbow-colored youth said to the white-clad youth, "The young girl reminded us before. Why don't we lend her a hand?" The white-clad youth's gaze was sharp as a sword. "No need. She can manage on her own." Yi Ranyan coldly uttered the words, "You're courting death," and pounced on the 8 guards like a ghost. Her dagger flashed, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Before the 8 could even scream, they all collapsed into cold corpses. The rainbow-colored youth stared in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. The white-robed youth stared intently at Yi Ranyan, his gaze burning. Though clearly an ordinary person, he possessed the aura of someone challenging the strong. Yi Ranyan's ankle bell trembled slightly, emitting a melodious chime. She asked coldly, "How long are you 2 going to hide?" The rainbow-colored youth whispered in confusion. Why was the invisibility rune discovered? Yi Ranyan sheathed her dagger and looked at them calmly, clearly knowing they meant no harm. Otherwise, she would have already attacked. The rainbow-colored youth introduced himself. "I am Shun Songlang, from the 100 Beasts dynasty. He is Jian Shaoshang, a genius from the Sword dynasty. It can be said that we are destined to meet twice today." Yi Ranyan responded calmly. "Yi Ranyan." Shun Songlang warmly invited her to accompany him, but she shook her head. "No need." She then continued deeper into the forest. Shun Songlang exclaimed in surprise. "She's going to the central government? No way. Isn't that suicide?" Jian Shaoshang replied calmly. "She has her own plans. You'll only be a burden if you go." Yi Ranyan walked alone and saw the colossal beast in the center from afar. A look of shock flashed in her eyes. What a huge spatial beast. The space beast's limbs were pinned down by 4 golden chains, its abdomen was swollen and blood red, and its life was hanging by a thread. It roared to the sky, blood splattered, the surrounding space trembled, and the attackers were blasted back several miles. The space beast's claws ripped open its abdomen, revealing 2 blood-stained, snow-white giant eggs. The 4th Imperial uncle of the 100 Beasts dynasty and the Grand Elder of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom stared intently. "They're divine beast eggs. There are actually 2 divine beast cubs inside," they exclaimed, their eyes filled with greed and shock. Chapter 21. 2 eggs fall from the sky and hit her? Ha ha! Old man Shen, Old man Dan, how could you not invite us to your great opportunity? Several experts flew over from afar. Yi Ranyan turned her head and recognized Guan Yungxiao, who was in the lead. The reinforcements from the Eastern Dragon Empire had finally arrived. Immediately afterwards, a giant sword cleaved down from the void, carrying a pressure powerful enough to cleave space itself, and the Sword Dynasty entourage followed. The fourth prince of the Hundred Beasts dynasty sneered. The Eastern Dragon Empire and the Sword Dynasty also want a piece of the pie? Fortunately, we were prepared. He looked at the Grand Elder of Dan Ding Kingdom. Old man Dan, why aren't you making a move? The Grand Elder of Dan Ding Kingdom coldly shouted, raise the net. The next moment, countless transparent threads flew out from all directions of the forest, enveloping the central space like a cocoon, shimmering with a dangerous light. Guan Yungxiao's face turned ashen. The divine artifact, the Thousand Threads Net. The Sword Dynasty expert said calmly, the Hundred Beasts Dynasty and the Pill Cauldron Kingdom are so willing to spend so much that they have even brought their national treasures. Guan Yungxiao sneered. So what if the divine artifact stops us? Once they bring out the divine beast cub, they'll still run into us. Yi Ranyan was wrapped in a net of thousands of threads, but there was no fluctuation of spiritual power on her body, so she naturally did not attract attention. The giant claw of the spatial beast emitted a bloody light, and two divine beast eggs shrank in its palm, possessing extraordinary spirituality, which shocked the experts present. The fourth imperial uncle of the Hundred Beasts Dynasty and the Grand Elder of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom could no longer care about the outside world and attacked the space beast. The god of space roared hoarsely. The chains of divine control cannot bind my child. Even if I die today, I will not let you escape. A blinding crimson light erupted, and the two divine beast eggs vanished into the crimson glow. The experts from the Hundred Beasts Dynasty, the Pill Cauldron Kingdom, Guan Yungxiao, and the Sword Dynasty were all stunned, and Yi Ranyan was also stunned on the spot. The next moment, thump. Something hit Yi Ranyan's lower back, and she almost cried out in surprise. Turning her head, she saw a blood-stained white egg bounce up from the ground, full of life, and jump into her arms. Thump. His left arm was hit again, and another white egg the size of a soccer ball landed on him. Two eggs fell from the sky and landed in her arms. The eggshells were stained with blood, and they throbbed with life, trembling like frightened children. Yi Ranyan was stunned. Her heart skipped a beat, and taking advantage of the fact that the expert's attention was focused on the space beast, she quickly stuffed the two eggs into the Emperor's space. Upon seeing the beast egg, the Emperor Sol Bell was extremely excited. Master, is this Doraemon's new playmate? Yi Ranyan smiled and said, that's right. You have to take good care of them and make them grow up healthy so they can play with you. Little Ding Dang jumped for joy. No problem. I will definitely raise them. The experts from the four kingdoms present were furious, especially the fourth prince of the Hundred Beasts Dynasty and the Grand Elder of the Dan Ding Kingdom, who had been busy for a long time. The disappearance of the two divine beast eggs drove them to madness, and they unleashed their spiritual power to attack the space beast. Where did you hide the eggs? The space beast was visibly weakened from its immense consumption, but it still sneered loudly. Haha, I've already sent them away. You won't find them, and you can forget about becoming their master. The fourth prince of the beast dynasty was furious. I'll kill you. It doesn't matter if there are no beast eggs. The bones and blood of divine beasts are treasures. I'll skin them alive and use them to refine spiritual artifacts. Purple lightning flashed between his brows, striking the weakened spatial beast. At that moment, a clear, cold shout suddenly rang out in the void. Insolence. The world fell silent, and a powerful pressure emanated from the void, causing the entire spirit beast forest to seem to freeze. Both the spirit beasts and the powerful humans were so oppressed that they could hardly breathe and couldn't even lift their heads. Fear spread through their limbs and bones. Only Yi Ranyan was unaffected by the pressure. She looked up, vaguely recognizing the voice, and gazed into the void. A figure, aloof from the world and possessing perfect, handsome features, strode in, exuding unparalleled grace and captivating the world. Yi Ranyan whispered, this is Feng Jukin. The space beast's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly flashed with an astonishing light. Chapter 22. Even divine artifacts couldn't stop him. A man in shimmering black robes, with unparalleled handsomeness, stood like a god descending from the heavens, his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless, looking down at the space beast covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. His face was cold and indifferent, like a god who had severed all feelings and love, except for a faint crimson light in the depths of his eyes. You deserve to die. The tone was calm, yet filled with danger. The experts who were surrounding and killing the space beast felt a chill in their hearts, as if death had descended upon them. The fourth prince of the beast dynasty angrily asked, who are you? He saw a man in the void, tall and imposing, his aura as majestic as a towering mountain. The fourth prince noticed that the man had no spiritual energy fluctuations and his meridians were broken. He chuckled to himself. He's just a greenhorn, yet he dares to play tricks. He launched a fierce attack. I'll kill you first, you meddlesome brat. Feng Jukin was not angry. He only slightly raised his hand, and a faint light appeared at his fingertips. The faint light, like a firefly, drifted toward the fourth prince. Instantly, his screams echoed through the void as his body was swallowed by the light, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Everyone was utterly shocked. This was the fourth Imperial uncle, a martial lord at the peak, who had been instantly killed by a man who appeared out of nowhere. Yet, Yi Ranyan's eyes were filled with intense excitement. A fighting spirit surged within her. This man was incredibly powerful, drawing all her attention and making her want to challenge him. The silent death of the fourth prince of the Beast dynasty terrified everyone, who wanted to flee, but the divine artifact, the Thousand Silk Net, firmly blocked their escape route. The Grand Elder of Danding Kingdom anxiously manipulated the Thousand Threads net, but was powerless to retrieve the divine artifact on his own. The artifact could only function with the cooperation of multiple people. Feng Jukin glanced indifferently at the human powerhouses fleeing in the void, his aloofness like that of a god. Trying to escape? Too late. Whoosh. White rays of light spread out like 1,000 threads, shooting towards the powerful figures from the 100 Beasts dynasty and the Pill Cauldron Kingdom who were trying to escape. In the void, countless experts were sliced apart by light like dead flesh, their blood and flesh fragments falling. The bloody scene even surpassing the blood rain from the space beasts. Outside the Thousand Silk Net, the surviving experts from the Eastern Dragon Empire and the Sword Dynasty vomited uncontrollably. Yi Ranyan ascended to the position of the #1 mercenary, her expression calm. She stared intently at Feng Jukin, her heart filled with surprise. This guy has gone mad. His eyes are bloodshot, his bloodline power is surging, and a demonic killing intent permeates the air. The crowd cried out in alarm and begged for mercy. We did not harm the space beast. Please have mercy, sir. However, Feng Jukin's eyes were filled with killing intent and blood mist. He stepped out of the void and walked towards the outside of the Thousand Threads net. The artifact made a hissing sound, and the threads broke as he approached. Even a divine artifact couldn't stop him. He's a human killing machine. Countless people were terrified, and Yi Ranyan also observed cautiously, preparing to quietly retreat. However, she noticed that Feng Jukin's heart was gradually burning. His cold heart was awakened by the temperature, and the killing intent and blood mist slowly faded away. His crimson eyes gradually turned black as reason returned. He looked down at the spirit beast forest, his gaze fixed on Yi Ranyan. Only she could bring him back to his senses. The next moment, Feng Jukin waved his sleeve, and together with the blood-stained and wounded space beast and Yi Ranyan, they vanished from everyone's sight. Gone. The surviving strongman was still in shock, unable to believe that he had survived from the hands of the terrifying man, but he did not notice that the girl in the center of the forest had also been taken away. Chapter 23. You can still be saved? Don't give up on treatment. Yi Ranyan could react. Everything went black and then bright again, and she was taken to another location. Before me stands a majestic ancient hall, built of stone, with 9 towering stone pillars carved with various mysterious monster patterns. The crystals around the main hall lit up, and in an instant, the light was as bright as day, which also shocked the monsters of the various tribes in the northern wilderness. Someone has tampered with the restrictions of the demon god's palace, the powerful demon beast exclaimed in delight. It was that lord. He rescued the space beast. Go to the demon god palace immediately. You all stay here. Only those with the cultivation level of a commander or demon emperor or above are allowed to enter. It's enough for us to pay our respects to the lord. The top clan leaders of the various tribes in the northern wilderness flew over quickly. The demon god palace was extremely vast, and even the enormous body of the space beast did not fill 1/5 of it, making the palace appear empty and solemn. The space beast was weak and listless, blood gushing from its wounds, its life slowly fading away, and glistening mist appeared in its eyes. Master. It said haltingly, thank you for bringing me back. I don't have much time left. I only hope that you can help me find my child and bring him back to the northern wilderness. Feng Jukin stood in front of Yi Ranyan, his back to her. He had been arrogant in the spirit beast forest, but now he dared not turn around for fear that Ranyan would blame him for acting on his own. Yi Ranyan looked around, but before she could finish looking, She heard the space beasts' last words and secretly speculated about them. Wait! She stepped forward, interrupting the space beast, which was startled, tears welling up in its eyes. Humans. The space beast was surprised. This was the demon god's palace, yet humans existed here? The next moment, it saw a small, unfamiliar human holding 2 white eggs the size of soccer balls. Are you talking about these children? Yi Ranyan asked softly. The space beast was stunned. Seeing the familiar aura inside the egg, it was shocked. This was indeed its child. How did the beast egg end up in your hands? The space beast's spirits lifted, filled with confusion. Yi Ranyan said calmly. I picked them up in the spirit beast forest. I was standing still when 2 eggs fell from the sky and hit me. The space beast found it hard to believe, suspecting that there was something wrong with its innate space magic, but it also hoped that she might be the one favored by fate. Feng Jukin relaxed slightly and said to the space beast, That's right, she is someone favored by fate. The space beast was instantly excited, tears streaming down its face. My lord, the destined one? That's wonderful. I can finally escape my fate. Yi Ranyan did not believe in fate, but seeing the space beast's excitement, she also became slightly suspicious. She reached out to soothe its large paws. If you want to live, don't get so agitated. The space beast gazed gently at Yi Ranyan. It's all right. I'm about to die. I'll have no regrets if I see my destined one before I die. Yi Ranyan thought to herself. You just gave birth to a cub. Don't you want to watch it grow up? She still reminded her. You can still be saved. Don't give up on treatment. The space beast exclaimed in surprise. Can I still be saved? Yi Ranyan nodded. Feng Jukin asked her. How can I save her? Yi Ranyan said. It requires a rare and precious treasure. If you can find it, I can save it. She paused for a moment. My time here is limited. It can't last long. Without rare and precious treasures, it might. Boom. The gates of the demon god palace opened from the outside, and a group of powerful men and women rushed in. They knelt down with a clatter, divine envoy. In an instant, only Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin remained in the hall. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been overwhelmed by her imposing presence. But Yi Ranyan stood tall and composed, with exquisite features and unparalleled beauty. She stood side by side with Feng Jukin, not overshadowed at all, but rather their brilliance complemented each other, shining brightly. Feng Jukin said calmly, Get up. The leaders of the demonic beasts who had taken human form stood up and stood respectfully to the side. A few leaders secretly observed Yi Ranyan, marveling at her unparalleled beauty and demeanor. Feng Jukin remained expressionless, yet his expression was full of trust. Just tell me what you need, and they will find it for you. Chapter 24. From now on, these 2 cubs are yours. Yi Ranyan listed out the rare treasures needed one by one, and the clan leaders of the northern wilderness quickly gathered them together with decisive and skillful movements. Under Yi Ranyan's guidance, the chieftains of the demon beast clans worked together to pull the dying space beast back from the brink of death, allowing it to slowly regain its breath. All right, Yi Ranyan said. Now, let it recover on its own. The tribal chiefs were shocked. Looking at the seemingly uncultivated young girl, they dared not underestimate her anymore and exclaimed in amazement. The monsters secretly guessed that this little girl was probably not simple. Perhaps she was pretending to be weak, but in reality, she was no less than an adult. The space beast narrowed its eyes and began, Thank you, but then hesitated. Feng Jukin said calmly, Just call her Miss Yi. Thank you, Miss Yi, the space beast said happily, its wound bleeding again in its excitement. Yi Ranyan smiled. It was just something I did as a favor. Take good care of your injury. She glanced at Feng Jukin discreetly. If he hadn't brought her to the demon god palace, she wouldn't have offered her help. Feng Jukin looked away uncomfortably. The space beast had already discerned the relationship between the 2, remaining polite but lacking in intimacy. After hesitating, it turned its beastly eyes and said, Miss Yi, I have a request. What is it? Yi Ranyan asked. The space beast used its paws to push 2 round eggs, each the size of a soccer ball, in front of her. The big one and the little one are destined for you. I hope you will accept them. All the demonic beasts were shocked. The space beast is actually going to give its cub to the human race? This divine beast is too crazy. Yi Ranyan was excited, but still hesitated. But it might be better for them to stay by your side. The clan leaders all nodded in agreement. The space beast's eyes glistened with tears. The spiritual energy in the northern wilderness is thin, making it difficult for young beasts to hatch. They may die in their eggs. Its voice was mournful, causing the other demon beasts to stare in astonishment. Yi Ranyan finally made up her mind. I agree, but I have one condition. The space beast was so excited that it almost glowed. The demon beasts were excited because the space beast called her her destined one, and their kind and respectful gazes swept over Yi Ranyan, instantly dispelling their doubts. It turns out that she is indeed the master's destined one. With her, the master will rise to a higher level. Yi Ranyan's future is limitless, and the demon beasts are willing to entrust their cubs to her. Yi Ranyan looked at Feng Jukin. I want him to help me hatch the cubs. Feng Jukin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The space beast was overjoyed. From now on, these 2 cubs will be yours. Yi Ranyan felt a little uneasy, but she didn't think much of it, and put the 2 beast eggs into the Emperor's space. If nothing unexpected happens, I will take care of them in the Eastern Dragon capital. Tears of emotion welled up in the space beast's eyes. Miss Knight, you are so kind. It felt grateful and worthy of being the master's chosen one. Yi Ranyan checked the time. Several hours had passed. She said to Feng Jukin, I can't stay any longer. Take me back. Feng Jukin twitched his fingers slightly, tearing the space apart. He stepped in first, followed closely by Yi Ranyan after bidding farewell to the demon beasts. After the 2 disappeared, the monsters were in an uproar, bombarding the space beast Yi Ranyan with questions. It slowly explained the relationship and scheming between the master and her. It turns out that the space beast originally wanted to use the cub to let the adults get closer to Yi Ranyan, but she didn't expect that she would ask the adults to help incubate the cub, which convinced the monsters. The mythical beast, which has existed for hundreds or thousands of years, is indeed exceptionally intelligent. Even the other demonic beasts have to admire its cunning and scheming. Chapter 25. Your flirting skills have improved quite a bit in just a few days. Yi Ranyan stepped out of the spatial rift and landed on a towering platform surrounded by clouds and mist. Below, the land stretches out into a desolate wasteland, where the sunset blends seamlessly with the earth, creating a magnificent and wondrous scene. So beautiful, Yi Ranyan exclaimed softly, then couldn't help but ask Feng Jukin, where is this? Feng Jukin appeared indifferent, but his tone was serious. The top of the demon god palace. Yi Ranyan nodded slightly. So, we haven't left the northern wilderness yet? Why did you bring me here? She asked again. Feng Jukin didn't answer, but instead asked, do you like it? Yi Ranyan smiled and nodded. It's nice to occasionally look at beautiful scenery and relax. A faint smile appeared on Feng Jukin's cold, handsome face, and Yi Ranyan's heart pounded. He was incredibly handsome, and his smile was absolutely captivating. I brought you here because I wanted to make you happy, Feng Jukin said. Yi Ranyan clutched her chest and teased, haven't seen you in a few days, and your flirting skills have improved quite a bit. Who taught you that? Feng Jukin's ears turned slightly red, and he answered honestly, I read it in a storybook. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but chuckle and patted his shoulder. Keep it up. Feng Jukin's gaze was focused. Then, are you willing to form a contract with me? Yi Ranyan smiled and said, that's just passing. Keep up the good work, and I'll let you know when you're officially hired. Feng Jukin felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. I will continue my studies. Yi Ranyan said softly. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. She never had a romantic relationship in her previous life, but in this life, she's met someone who can pique her interest, so maybe she should give it a try. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. I'll test you even more. You should take me back now, Yi Ranyan said. Feng Jukin traversed space and took her back to the spirit beast forest. The spirit beasts have awakened, the powerful humans have vanished, and the center of the forest has once again become a forbidden area. I'll walk by myself from now on. Yi Ranyan refused to let him accompany her. She hadn't forgotten that when Feng Jukin rescued the space beast, it was witnessed by experts from the Eastern Dragon Empire and the Sword Dynasty. Feng Jukin paused slightly, then reminded him, wait for me. A moment later, he shattered the void and returned, with a huge black rock with golden wings circling behind him. Feng Jukin waved his hand, and the rock landed in front of Yi Ranyan, curiously looking her over. This is a gift of gratitude from the elders of the Northern Wilderness clan to you for the space beast. The rock was several times more beautiful than the golden eagle she had ridden before, its eyes like golden gems. Yi Ranyan gladly accepted it. It pleased her, and she laughed continuously. After the laughter subsided, Yi Ranyan rode on the rock and waved to Feng Jukin. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Okay. Feng Jukin watched her leave, his thin lips moving slightly. Ranyan, we will meet again soon. The spatial bubble carried Yi Ranyan back to the center of the spirit beast forest, her fate unknown. Yi Yulan and Yungu were extremely anxious. Fong Yura sneered. Yi Yulan is such a fool. He's throwing his life away for a piece of trash who can't cultivate. How stupid. Soon after, the Fong family rented a flying spirit beast from the capital and left with the Wan and Yi families. Yi Yulan arrived at the post station and asked Guan Yungxiao for help. I can't see my cousin. Where is she? Yungu transmitted her voice. Miss, young master and I are at the post station. What about you? Yi Ranyan replied. Wait a moment, I'll come find you right away. Yi Yulan and Yungu breathed a sigh of relief, while Guan Yungxiao looked surprised that the little girl had survived in the spirit beast forest. He composed himself and smiled at Yi Yulan. Many spirit beasts have returned to the post station. Go and see if yours are among them. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Ranyan returned riding the rock. Yi Yulan and Yungu sat on the golden eagle and were overjoyed to see that she was unharmed. It's good that you're all right. I was really scared today. Yi Yulan breathed a long sigh of relief. Let's hurry to the capital while we're still free. Yi Ranyan nodded, and the three of them set off again. On the way, Yi Yulan asked about the origin of the rock. Yi Ranyan said, I met an old friend in the forest. He saved me, and he also gave me the rock. Yi Yulan secretly developed a liking for him, but she never expected that this person would later become a thorn in their side. Half a day later, a magnificent city came into view. Yi Yulan exclaimed excitedly, Cousin, that's the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. We've arrived. He finally brought Yi Ranyan back to the capital safely, fulfilling his family's request. Chapter 26. Yi Ranyan's cousins are all prodigies. Yi Ranyan gazed at the vast Eastern Dragon capital stretching for thousands of miles before her, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. After several days of travel, she had finally arrived at her cultivation ground. Cousin. Yi Yulan's expression changed slightly. Yi Ranyan snapped out of her thoughts and turned her head to ask, What's wrong? Yi Yulan asked in a low voice. If the Duke of Huguo's mansion isn't what you imagined, will you be disappointed? Yi Ranyan was stunned, then asked in return, Cousin, why do you call the Fong family's matriarch an ingrate? Yi Yulan took a deep breath and recounted the recent situation of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion in the capital. 2 months ago, a beast tide broke out, and her grandfather and elder brother were seriously injured in the fight against it. Yi Ranyan frowned. Is it serious? Yi Yulan said in a low voice. Grandpa is unconscious, and my elder brother's spiritual veins are completely shattered, making his cultivation a problem. She pondered silently, noting that her shattered spiritual veins were similar to Feng Jukin's, and wondered what her maternal grandfather's current situation was. Yi Ranyan offered a speculation. Could it be that the Fong family matriarch changed her attitude after being seriously injured, which is why you called her an ingrate? Yi Yulan gritted her teeth and said, Not only that, she cut off all contact with her family, and she doesn't lend a hand when Grandpa needs it. Even though we promised to provide 10 times the amount of spiritual treasures, she was still unwilling. His voice was cold, but he explained, Cousin, don't worry. I brought you to the capital not so that you could save Grandpa. Yi Ranyan nodded, understanding that her purpose in coming here was to protect the original owner's family, not for herself to be protected. Yi Yulan continued, After Grandpa fell into a coma and my eldest brother was seriously injured, our family became deserted, but because of my uncle and us brothers, no one dared to look down on us. He smiled at Yi Ranyan and said, Cousin, no matter what happens to our manor, we will protect you and make sure you don't suffer any injustice. Yi Ranyan nodded silently. What she wanted to do was protect the original body, not be protected herself. The golden eagle and the golden, winged rock flew into the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The streets were bustling, the shops were lined up one after another, and the crowds were dense. The lively scene was all in sight. Yi Yulan reminded, We're almost there, just 2 more streets. Yi Ranyan nodded. Cousin, may I introduce the people in your household now? Yi Yulan slapped her forehead and laughed. I completely forgot. You must know about the situation at your residence before you come to the capital. He said, Grandpa is the head of the household, and Grandma is kind now. Besides them, the only elder in the family is my father. Yi Ranyan asked, Why is there only one elder? Yi Yulan explained that his father, uncle, and aunt had already left or passed away, so the remaining 4 people in the household were him and his brothers. He introduced his brothers with great enthusiasm. I am the 3rd brother, as you know. My eldest brother is skilled in cultivation and has already reached the heavenly martial realm at a young age, surpassing even the most outstanding talents in the capital. Yi Ranya nodded, understanding her second brother's situation with all his spiritual veins shattered. Yi Yulan continued, "My second brother has talent in both cultivation and weapon crafting, and at such a young age he is already a second-grade weapon crafter." Yi Ranyan expressed her approval. "My cousins are indeed all outstanding." Yi Yulan smiled and said, "Naturally. Although my fourth brother has a congenital physical deficiency, he has extremely high comprehension and is a third-grade talisman master." He added, "In the entire Eastern Dragon capital, apart from the president of the Weapon Forging Guild, my fourth brother is the only third-grade talisman master." Yi Ranyan was not surprised upon hearing this, while Yungu had already praised him repeatedly. No wonder people say that every son of the Duke of the capital is a prodigy. Now it seems that it is indeed true, and it is truly enviable. Chapter 27. Giving Yi Ranyan a slight sense of belonging. As they were talking, the Golden Eagle and the Golden-Winged Roc had already flown to the front of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion. The Duke of Huguo's mansion is solemn and majestic, with two mythical beast statues guarding the entrance. Yi Ranyan could tell at a glance that this was an important part of a defensive array. This defensive formation should be a fourth-grade one, which is quite good in the Eastern Dragon capital, but in Yi Ranyan's opinion, it's still a bit lacking. "I'll have to help me revise it when I have the chance later," Yi Ranyan thought to herself. Before she knew it, Yi Yulan had already gone to knock on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing an old face. The man's face lit up with a smile as soon as he saw Yi Yulan. "Young master is back. That's wonderful. The old lady was still thinking about you today." After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Ranyan, and he couldn't look away. This must be the young lady. His eyes welled up with tears. "Welcome home." Yi Yulan was also a little uncomfortable with him. He looked away and introduced Yi Ranyan. "This is the steward of the manor, Uncle Lu. He watched my father and us brothers grow up. He is no different from our elder." "Uncle Lu." Yi Ranyan nodded to the other party. "Hey." Uncle Lu smiled happily, his eyes crinkling, and then led the group inside. "The old lady is taking care of the master now. I'll take you to see her." As they spoke, they walked through the pavilions, terraces, rockeries, and ponds within the Duke of Huguo's mansion, heading towards the backyard. Yi Ranyan with curious eyes. They were all very curious about this real young lady of the Yi family. Soon, they entered an elegant and quiet bamboo forest. "The master is recuperating here for the time being, so the old lady has moved here to take care of him," Uncle Lu explained on the way. There were also servants in the bamboo forest. A servant saw Yi Yulan and his party from afar and excitedly ran into the house. "Madam, they're back, they're back. The third young master has returned with the young lady." Inside the room, an elderly woman dressed in luxurious and elegant clothes, with graying temples and kind eyes, was wiping the hands of an unconscious old man lying on the bed. She was none other than Su Baiyu, the old lady of the Duke's mansion. Upon hearing what the servant said, Su Baiyu quickly put her things aside, got up, and hurriedly walked out. From afar, Su Baiyu saw Lu Bo, Yi Yulan, Yi Ranyan, and Yungu walking towards her. Her gaze immediately fell on Yi Ranyan, her lips moving slightly. Yi Ranyan felt a strong gaze upon her. She looked up and saw an old woman staring at her from a distance. Yi Ranyan saw the other person's face clearly, her pupils shrank, and a huge wave of shock surged in her heart. This old lady looks exactly like her 21st century grandmother. In the 21st century, she grew up with her grandmother until her family was wiped out, leaving her an orphan. It was then that she embarked on the path of a mercenary in order to seek revenge. Originally, she thought she would never see her family again. Unexpectedly, the original owner's maternal grandmother in this world looked exactly like her maternal grandmother. "Child," Yi Ranyan was still thinking. Su Baiyu rushed forward and hugged her tightly. "You've suffered so much. It's all Grandma's fault, all Grandma's fault. If I hadn't switched your mothers back then, why would you and your mother have suffered for so many years?" Yi Ranyan stood there blankly as she was held. After a long while, she raised her hand and hugged the other woman back, her voice hoarse. "Grandma, Grandma." A slight sense of belonging in this world. "Oh, my good child." Su Baiyu was in tears, patting her shoulder repeatedly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. From now on, Grandma will never let anyone bully our little girl." Su Baiyu wiped away her tears and held Yi Ranyan's hand tightly. "Come on, let's go with Grandma to see your grandpa. That old geezer. If he knew you existed, he would definitely like you very much." As she walked, Su Baiyu sighed inwardly, realizing that she had never really liked Fong Yura and her two daughters. Previously, She thought it was because the mother and her two daughters had been raised with bad character that she disliked them. Now that she has met her own granddaughter, she realizes that she can like someone instantly, without even considering their character or personality. Perhaps this is the magic of blood ties. Yi Yulan quickly caught up with the two of them and said with feigned dissatisfaction, "Grandma, your grandson is right here, but in your eyes, he's practically invisible." Go away, Su Baiyu said impatiently. "You're such a grown-up. How dare you compete with your sister for affection? Besides, I've been looking at your face for almost 20 years. I'm already tired of it. How can you compare to Yunyan's looks?" After saying that, she looked nervously at Yi Ranyan. "Nanan, can I call you Yunyan?" Yi Ranyan knew that Nanan was a nickname for a girl and also meant baby. This old lady really didn't mind that she was a useless person who couldn't cultivate. On the contrary, she valued her and liked her very much. She smiled slightly and said, "Of course, Grandma. Oh, my little girl is so sweet. No wonder people say girls are good. A girl is like a warm little cotton-padded jacket for her grandmother." Winked at Yi Ranyan from the side, smiling like a thief. Yi Ranyan ignored him. Soon, Yi Ranyan and Su Bu entered the room where the old Duke Yi Kunshin was sleeping. Yi Ranyan immediately saw her grandfather lying there, pale-faced, breathing weakly, and unconscious. "Yunyan, what's wrong? Are you scared?" "Never mind. That old geezer isn't worth watching. Let's not look at him." "No." Yi Ranyan frowned, then asked. "Third cousin said that His Majesty invited a fourth-grade alchemist to treat Grandpa's illness. Did that fourth-grade alchemist say what Grandpa's condition was?" The old Duke, Su Baiyu, knew that she cared a lot about the Duke's mansion. Her smile became even more obvious as she said, "He said that your grandfather's injuries were too severe, and his soul had left his body. Only a lost ancient prescription could bring him back." "Wrong." Yi Ranyan shook her head. Su Baiyu and Yi Yulan felt something was off and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" What caused Grandpa to fall into a coma wasn't some kind of out-of-body syndrome. It was poison, Yi Ranyan said with certainty. "Huh." Su Baiyu, Yi Yulan, and Uncle Lu were all stunned upon hearing this. The other maid serving nearby also looked at Yi Ranyan with strange eyes. She, someone who cannot cultivate, actually said that what a fourth-grade alchemist said was wrong. The maids thought that this newly found young lady might not be quite right in the head. Su Baiyu and Yi Yulan exchanged a glance, but did not rush to deny Yi Ranyan's words. Su Baiyu patiently asked Yi Ranyan with a smile, "How did you figure it out, Yunyan? What kind of poison did your grandfather suffer from? Do you know anyone who can cure it?" Chapter 28. That man didn't ask you to do anything strange, did he? Su Baiyu's series of questions did not displease Yi Ranyan. On the contrary, they softened her gaze for a moment. Su Baiyu asked detailed questions because she had begun to believe in the possibility that the old duke had been poisoned. Yi Ranyan didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, "It's a rare mental toxin that can erode mental power. In your grandfather's case, you can recover by using a rare and precious spiritual treasure to purify and heal his mental power, or by finding a trustworthy mental power expert to help purify it." Having experienced the space bubble in the spirit beast forest, Yi Yulan trusted Yi Ranyan, but he was very curious. "Cousin, how do you know all this?" Yi Ranyan directly pointed out the old duke's health condition. She never intended to hide anything from her family. After all, once she is able to cultivate in the future, many of her abilities will be impossible to hide. Rather than keeping it a secret, it's better to tell her family sooner rather than later. Thinking it over, she gestured to Yi Yulan with her eyes, signaling him to dismiss the servants. After all the servants had left, leaving only Su Biu, Yi Yulan, Uncle Lu, and Aunt Yun, she said, "Actually, in Xingyang City, I once encountered a heavenly venerable expert. That celestial venerable expert taught me many things, so I know more than ordinary people." She wasn't exactly lying. The Empress was indeed a celestial venerable, and her inheritance was indeed passed down by a celestial venerable. Yun Gu's eyes flickered strangely for a moment, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is it the man who appeared in our courtyard last time?" In her memory, that man was highly skilled and terrifying. Yi Ranyan knew that Aunt Yun was referring to Feng Jukin, and to increase credibility, she nodded without changing her expression. "Yes, it's him." Celestial Venerable? Su Baiyu and Yi Yulan were both a little confused. They didn't know what realm this was, but Yun Gu had seen that person, so he must be real. However, upon hearing that it was a man, Su Baiyu's expression changed. "Isn't it true that your meridians are not suitable for cultivation? Why did that person choose you? That man didn't ask you to do anything strange, did he?" Yi Ranya knew that Su Baiyu was worried that she would be deceived and suffer losses, and she felt warm inside. She shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. He only taught me some things and didn't ask for anything else." Yun Gu chimed in. "It was my fault for not explaining clearly. That man was not only Mrs. Savior, but also had the appearance of a refined and ethereal hermit. He shouldn't be a bad person." "Then I'm relieved." Su Baiyu and Yi Yulan both breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Ranyan paused for a moment, wanting to tell them that she would soon be able to cultivate, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. Treat it as a surprise for them later. Yi Ranyan hadn't been in the Duke's mansion room for long, when Su Baiyu looked at her with concern and said, "You and Xiaolan must have had a long and tiring journey back. Why don't you go and rest for a while? When Xiao Si comes back tonight, we'll invite your older cousin and uncle over so the whole family can have a meal together." "Okay." Yi Ranyan nodded. Yi Yulan couldn't help but ask, "Why only Xiao Si? Where's my second brother? Isn't he coming back?" Su Baiyu paused slightly, glanced at Yi Ranyan, and then said, "Now that your eldest brother has become like this, it is naturally impossible for him to be the top of the Imperial Capital Academy's King Yun ranking. Your second brother is holding back his anger and wants to go up himself to help your eldest brother retain the top position. Therefore, he has been in seclusion for cultivation during this period of time." Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "My second brother is so capable, he can definitely do it." After exchanging a few more words, Uncle Lu led them down to rest. On the way, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but ask Uncle Lu, "Where are the spirit beasts we brought back for transportation?" Uncle Lu smiled and said, "The golden eagle has been delivered to the spirit beast station. As for your golden winged roc, it is kept in our spirit stable. You can go see it whenever you want." Yi Ranyan nodded. The Duke's mansion prepared the most beautiful courtyard for Yi Ranyan, with several side rooms inside. Yi Ranyan lived in the main room, and Yungu lived next door to her. Yi Ranyan pushed open the door and entered, finding the interior furnishings luxurious yet elegant. In particular, the display cabinet was filled with many beautiful and novel items, showing that the Duke's mansion had put a lot of thought into it. Yi Ranyan was looking at it when her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at the window frame to the side. "Who?" She had barely finished speaking. With a creak, the window was opened from the outside. Then, a cute girl wearing a black and gold color block short skirt climbed in through the window. "Owner." The little girl had a fair and delicate face, like a porcelain doll. She didn't have many expressions on her face and looked a bit mature for her age, but when she looked up at Yi Ranyan, she was incredibly well-behaved and her eyes were bright and sparkling. She said, "I am the rock that the adults gave you. My name is Fenger. My father said he hopes that one day I can fly as fast as the wind." The rock. Yi Ranyan was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, I remembered the difference between demonic beasts and spirit beasts. Monsters are born with the ability to transform into human form, can cultivate, and have a strong sense of race and territory. Spirit beasts are born as beasts and can only transform into human form when their cultivation reaches a certain level. The golden-winged roc is a demon beast, and even though it is still in its infancy, it can already transform into human form. Realizing that this was indeed her roc, Yi Ranyan's expression softened considerably. She waved to her and said, "It was my oversight. I forgot you could transform into human form. How about you stay by my side in this form from now on?" Fenger lay on Yi Ranyan's lap and shook her head. Father said that Fenger is not allowed to transform into human form in front of others. She remembered it well, which is why she was sent to the spirit stable in the form of a golden-winged roc. Only when no one was around did she transform into a human form that was not easily noticed and come to find Yi Ranyan. "Can you shrink?" Yi Ranyan asked. "If you can shrink, you can stay by my side. Otherwise, you'll have to stay by yourself." Of course, she could send Fenger to the Emperor's space, but she didn't form a contract with Fenger, and Fenger had only just come to her side. She wouldn't rashly reveal her trump card to others, even if the wind is just a little monster. "Yes, master." After Fenger finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on her body, and she transformed into a small black bird. She landed on Yi Ranyan's shoulder, then flapped her small wings and flew from her shoulder into Yi Ranyan's palm. "Master, is this all right?" Sure." Yi Ranyan stroked its fluffy little head, thinking to herself that it felt really nice. The wind felt very comfortable being touched and couldn't help but rub against Yi Ranyan's fingertips. Before we knew it, evening had arrived. Yi Yulan personally came to pick up Yi Ranyan and take her to the main hall. At this moment, Yi Ranyan changed into a brand new fiery red dress, which made her skin look as white as jade and her cold and aloof beauty stand out. Her already exquisite and beautiful features now possessed an even more noble air, making her exude unparalleled elegance simply by standing there, leaving Yi Yulan stunned. "Cousin, you look so beautiful dressed like that." Chapter 29, Her Family. Yi Ranyan glanced at Yi Yulan indifferently, but said nothing. On the way, Yi Yulan kept saying, "Cousin, when you go to the Imperial Academy, dress like this too, and I guarantee you'll outshine Fong Yukin, that so-called #1 beauty of the capital." Yi Ranyan paused in her tracks. Fong Yukin? What's her relationship with Fong Yura? She's Fong Yura's older sister, the eldest daughter of the Fong family. Compared to her spoiled younger sister, she has a much better reputation in the capital. She's a well-known genius and beauty in the capital, and also the future crown prince's consort. Yi Ranyan nodded. In the spirit beast forest, Fong Yura already harbored murderous intent towards her, and the rest of the Fong family probably wouldn't have any goodwill towards her either. As the two were talking, they arrived at the front hall. Today was the day with the largest number of the Duke's family members present in recent times. At this moment, the old lady Su Baiyu was sitting in the main seat. To her right was a handsome, refined middle-aged man, and next to him was a dashing young man with sharp, pointed eyebrows. To her left, 2 seats away, sat a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth, his complexion as beautiful as spring flowers. Without exception, all of these people were looking at the girl who had come in with Yi Yulan with amazement. The girl was dressed in a fiery red dress with crimson bells on her feet, and she looked like a blooming red lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin was as white as snow, and her temperament was aloof, yet noble. Her bright red dress made her appear stunningly beautiful even at a young age, looking both cold and gorgeous. On her shoulder, a small black bird with golden beast eyes added a touch of mystery and nobility to her. Under the intense gazes of the group, Yi Yulan pulled Yi Ranyan to an empty seat and had her sit next to her grandmother, Su Baiyu. Union. Su Baiyu pointed to the refined middle-aged man with a smile in her eyes and said, "This is your eldest uncle." He then pointed to a handsome young man sitting in the middle of the house, with sharp features and a piercing gaze. "This is your older cousin." Then she raised her hand to the most handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. "That's your 4th cousin." Good heavens, the whole family is here, except for the unconscious old duke and the 2nd young master of the Yi family, who is in seclusion. Yi Ranyan greeted each of them one by one. The men all wore expressions of excitement and joy, and looked at her with affection. Yi Ranyan could tell that these people accepted her without any reservations simply because of their blood ties. Next, the group began to enjoy their meal in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Yi Yulan said that Yi Ranyan liked spiritual food, so she put a lot of food on Yi Ranyan's plate. The others followed suit, and soon put a huge bowl of food on Yi Ranyan's plate, almost making her stuffed. However, after the meal, she had observed the people in the Duke's mansion quite well. Her uncle was not only refined and gentle, but also easy to get along with. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that he had his own bottom line, and he would reveal his sharp side once someone crossed it. Then my older cousin is even more remarkable. In her previous understanding, a spirited genius who suddenly loses all his spiritual veins and is unable to cultivate usually becomes self-destructive and despondent. But this older cousin seemed to have a very strong inner strength, and he didn't show any signs of dejection from becoming a cripple. He looked no different from an ordinary person. Yi Ranyan admires people who refuse to submit to fate and are willing to fight against heaven. Moreover, this older cousin has a very special physique. No wonder he became a famous genius in Donglong. Then there's the last one, the 4th cousin, with his rosy lips and white teeth, innocent appearance, and pure, handsome young man look. This cousin seems gentle and harmless, but he is actually the most guarded and the most difficult to approach. During the meal, he spoke very little, spending most of the time listening to or observing what others were saying. Yi Ranyan could tell at a glance that this 4th cousin was probably the most thoughtful person in the family. Union. After finishing the meal, Su Baiyu took her hand and said, "Grandma has sent word that an old friend is coming to take a look at you. If there's a chance he can cure our meridian problems, let's give it a try. Okay." Yi Zuwei, the eldest uncle of the Yi family, also said, "My uncle also went to invite a master. However, Yunyin, don't feel guilty. Even if you can't be cured, our Duke's mansion will protect you for life." Yi Ranyan nodded. "Okay." Since the person has already been invited, she can't say for sure that she can solve her cultivation problem on her own anytime soon. Seeing Yi Ranyan's obedient and well-behaved appearance, Su Baiyu liked her more and more. She took out a hairpin from somewhere and said, "This is a 4th grade spiritual weapon. It can even block attacks from the heavenly martial realm. Wear it carefully. It can be considered a little self-defense gadget." Yi Ranyan was surprised for a moment upon hearing this. A 4th grade spiritual weapon was an extremely rare existence even in the entire Eastern Dragon Imperial capital. Her grandmother had given it to her so easily. However, this is just the beginning. Soon, her eldest uncle, eldest cousin, 3rd cousin, and 4th cousin all followed suit, each giving her a gift. "My uncle gave me a magical ribbon, which is perfect for a girl to use as a weapon. It looks beautiful whether tied to the wrist or used to tie her hair." The gift from her older cousin, Yi Yuhan, was also a magical artifact, a dagger, which he said was perfect for a girl's self-defense. It seems these new family members are all worried that she'll be bullied outside. Her 3rd cousin, Yi Yulan, kept his promise from the journey and gave her several bottles of pills. 4th cousin Yi Yuch presented a large number of spirit talismans, each one a 3rd grade spirit talisman, clearly the result of painstaking effort. "Thanks." Yi Ranyan did not refuse and accepted the gifts one by one. Then she also took out the gifts she had prepared. It was a stack of papers. She gave the first prescription to Subu. "Grandma, I see you have a chronic illness. This prescription can cure your chronic illness." Su Baiyu accepted the gift with tears in her eyes, repeatedly saying yes. She then took out a jar of spirit wine and gave it to Yi Hui. "Uncle, I don't know what you like. This is a spirit wine that I brewed myself according to an ancient recipe. It can strengthen the body, and I hope you will like it." Yi Hui also laughed and said, "Union understands her uncle best. Her uncle loves drinking the most." Yi Ranyan expectantly and asked, "Union, what about mine? They all have them, so do I have one too?" He was the one who traveled all the way from Qingyang City to pick up Yi Ranyan. Logically speaking, he and Yi Ranyan should be the closest. Yi Ranyan glanced at him, nodded, and handed him a few sheets of paper. "These are some pill formulas, which should keep you studying for a long time." Yi Yulan's eyes instantly lit up with dazzling light, and she took the pill formula and began to study it with great interest. Finally, Yi Ranyan handed the remaining stack of papers to her 4th cousin, Yi Yuch. "4th cousin, these are some lost ancient runes. I think you will like them." Yi Yuch hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Regardless of what Yi Ranyan gave him, he felt her sentiment and smiled as he nodded to her. "Thank you, cousin." They all thought it was just an ordinary gift, but they never expected that any one of the few pieces of paper Yi Ranyan took out would cause a huge uproar and attract a huge number of people. Yi Ranyan's hard work, Su Baiyu said to them. Although Union cannot cultivate, she received guidance from a master in Qingyang City. These things must be extremely precious. You must practice diligently and not waste them, understand? The younger generation readily agreed. Most of the people present received gifts that Yi Ranyan had specially prepared beforehand. Except for my cousin Yi Yuhan. Yi Yuhan was strong-willed. Although somewhat disappointed, he still wore a smile. Perhaps it was because he had become a disabled person that his cousin didn't know what to give him. However, just as everyone finished speaking and was about to disperse, Yi Ranyan suddenly called out to him, "Big cousin." Chapter 30, Innate Spiritual Body. "Cousin? What is it?" Yi Yuhan stood tall, his features sharp, yet his eyes held a gentle quality. "I'd like to sit in my older cousin's yard for a while. I wonder if he would welcome me." Yi Yuhan smiled and said, "You are most welcome." Yi Yulan quickly came over. "What are you two whispering about? Why are you going to my brother's yard? I want to go too." Yi Ranyan didn't speak, but Yi Yuhan only glanced at her indifferently, and Yi Yulan raised her hands. "All right, I'll go study my pill formula. You guys chat. It's clear that Yi Yuhan still retains his authority as the eldest brother. "Cousin, let's go." Yi Yuhan led the way to his courtyard. Before leaving, Yi Ranyan glanced at her maternal uncle, Yi Hui, a hint of surprise in her eyes. While everyone was sitting, she could only tell that her uncle Yi Hui's blood circulation was not very smooth, as if he had a serious illness. But now that everyone has stood up, she has realized that Yi Hui is physically disabled and relies entirely on a wheelchair to move around. Yi Yuhan noticed Yi Ranyan's gaze and explained, "Father was a renowned divine might general of our Eastern Dragon Kingdom. In the past, when there was some unrest among our 4 kingdoms, Father was bitten by a spirit beast from the 100 Beasts dynasty on the battlefield, and his legs were crippled ever since." Yi Ranyan nodded. In her memory, There were some pills or talismans that could cure Yi Hui's legs. However, those pills and talismans require a very high grade, and no one in the entire Eastern Dragon Kingdom can do that. Once I've finished cultivating, I might be able to try refining those things for my uncle, Yi Ranyan thought to herself. Because of the original owner of this body, and also because Su Baiyu looks just like her grandmother, she has come to regard the people in the Duke's mansion as her own. She would certainly not mistreat her own people. Soon, Yi Yuhan led Yi Ranyan through a bamboo forest to his residence. Ever since my spiritual veins were destroyed, I moved to the most remote bamboo garden in our family, hoping to calm my mind and find a new way out. Yi Ranyan saw many books in Yi Yuhan's bamboo garden, covering a wide range of topics. It was clear that Yi Yuhan was truly looking for a different path for himself. Yi Ranyan sat down with him at the stone table in the courtyard. Yi Yuhan also brewed some spiritual tea for Yi Ranyan to taste. As Yi Ranyan drank the tea, she pondered how to begin. Yi Yuhan spoke first. You gave away those pill formulas and runes to everyone today. Will the master who taught you these things punish you? No. Yi Ranyan shook her head. Those are just things that aren't very important. She's right. In the memories inherited by the Imperial princess, the knowledge and abilities she gained were mostly advanced and sophisticated. While the Duke's family and others possessed considerable skill and cultivation in the Eastern Dragon capital, in the eyes of the Empress, they were nothing more than ants. She can easily produce powerful cultivation techniques, elixirs, and runes. These things, which happened to be suitable for everyone in the Duke's mansion, were things she had to rummage through her memories for a long time and put in a lot of effort to remember. To someone like the Empress, something of this caliber was utterly insignificant. To Yi Yuhan, Yi Ranyan changed the subject. I wonder if you, cousin, have ever heard of innate spiritual bodies. Huh? Yi Yuhan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No. Yi Ranyan said, those with innate spiritual bodies are blessed by heaven and earth and are naturally suited for cultivation. If they have the right cultivation method, they can even cultivate while drinking water, eating, and sleeping. Yi Yuhan exclaimed in surprise. There are such physiques? If there really is such a person, then his cultivation will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort, and his cultivation speed will be several times that of others. That's only natural. Yi Ranyan nodded and looked at him with a smile. And you, cousin, are a naturally born spiritual body. What? Even the usually composed Yi Yuhan showed a shocked expression after hearing this. But soon, he became lost in thought again. No wonder I have such good talent for cultivation. Everyone always thought that my cultivation speed was heaven-defying. I am only 22 years old this year, and I am already a heavenly martial realm expert, even better than my uncle back then. It turns out, it's all because I have an innate spiritual body. That's right. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yi Yuhan's expression quickly turned bitter. So what if one has an innate spiritual body? He sighed softly. An innate spiritual body is nothing but a waste in my current state. How could that be? Yi Ranyan said. If my cousin is willing, he can quickly return to his peak, and he can become even stronger. Yi Yuhan was incredibly clever. He understood Yi Ranyan's meaning almost immediately upon hearing her words. His breath caught in his throat for a moment, and he looked at Yi Ranyan with immense excitement. Cousin, do you mean you can help heal my spiritual veins? Yi Ranyan nodded. That's right. However, it can only be done after I am able to cultivate. Cousin, you can cultivate too? Yi Yuhan was shocked again. Before Yi Yulan went to Qinyang City to pick up the person, they had already investigated Yi Ranyan. Knowing that she was a useless person who couldn't cultivate, she suffered a lot in Qinyang City. They are already prepared to protect their cousin well in the future. Unexpectedly, this cousin was not only not useless, but also very capable and mysterious. On their very first day at the Duke's mansion, they were given the things they needed most. To outsiders, it was a blessing for the Duke's family to find their cousin. But at this moment, Yi Yuhan felt that the Duke's mansion was fortunate to have found Yi Ranyan. I am a body with locked meridians. My mother has left me resources so that I can break the seal on my body and begin cultivation. Then why haven't you started cultivating yet, cousin? Is it because you haven't received the resources your aunt left you? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, mother left her things with Dean Su at the Imperial Academy. Cousin, do you know how to meet Dean Su? You mean Dean Su Qingshan? Yi Yuhan dared not underestimate his cousin at all, and he vaguely sensed that his aunt, whom he had never met, was also very powerful. Yes, it's Dean Su. The affairs of Imperial Capital Academy are now being handled by the Vice Dean. Dean Su has been out of the public eye for many years. If you ask someone else, you might not be able to see Dean Su. But you've come to the right person by asking your cousin. Yi Yuhan smiled faintly. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Imperial Capital Academy to see your master. Master? Could it be that Dean Su is your master? Yi Yuhan nodded. That's right. Ever since I entered the academy, I've always been at the top of the Qingyun ranking. My master saw my talent and secretly took me as his disciple. However, I didn't make it public, and apart from my family, no one else knows about it. That's great, cousin. I'll leave tomorrow to you. Yi Yuhan smiled and said, no problem. Even if you weren't my cousin, it would be my duty to help you. Just the fact that you can help me heal my spiritual veins means that helping you is also helping myself. As Yi Yuhan spoke, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He liked his current cousin 1,000 times, 10,000 times, better than those 3 ungrateful vampires from the Fong family who only knew how to enjoy themselves and never gave anything in return. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that if he ever achieved something in the future, he would definitely repay Yi Ranyan properly, so as not to let down Yi Ranyan's feelings for him and the Duke's mansion. Chapter 31. Take me with you tonight. With Yi Yuhan, Yi Ranyan took her leave. Yi Yuhan watched her departing figure, a faint smile appearing on his face. It's so good to have found my cousin. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Yulan excitedly ran to Yi Ranyan's courtyard. Cousin, cousin. At this moment, Yi Yulan, with his imposing and handsome appearance, wore a silly smile. He doesn't look like the noble young master I saw in Qingyang City at all. Instead, he looks like a silly husky who only knows how to laugh. Yi Ranyan asked calmly, what is it? Yi Yulan excitedly moved closer to her. The alchemy technique you taught me is amazing. I tried it using your method, and the purity of the pills increased dramatically. It's truly incredible. Then he looked at Yi Ranyan expectantly. So, cousin, do you have any other alchemy techniques? Teach them to me as well. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Have you thoroughly studied all those pill formulas? Yi Yulan touched her nose. Not yet. We don't have the spiritual herbs needed for that pill formula in our manor. I plan to go to the black market tonight to check. He stopped abruptly at this point. Yi Ranyan had very sharp ears and heard every word he had said. She immediately looked at him with a half-smile and said, take me with you tonight. Wah! Yi Yulan sighed. If my older brother finds out that I took you to a place like the black market, I'm finished. Yi Ranyan waved her hand. It's nothing. I've been there before when I was in Qingyang City. All right then. Yi Yulan seemed to have made a great decision. I'll take you tonight, but you can't tell your older brother. As they were talking, a cold voice came from behind them. What can't you tell me? As if on cue, the man appeared. It was none other than Yi Yuhan. Yi Yulan's eyes darted around. It's just that I wanted to take my cousin out to play, but I was afraid you wouldn't allow it, big brother. Really? I overheard you talking about the black market. Yi Yulan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was her older brother a devil? His spiritual veins were shattered, and he had lost all his cultivation, yet his hearing was still so sharp. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, I plan to go to the black market tonight, and I'd like to ask my third cousin to show me the way. Yi Yulan looked at Yi Ranyan with the expression of someone looking at a savior. Yi Yuhan pondered for a moment, but instead of getting angry as Yi Yulan had expected, he nodded and said, all right, the black market is a different place than other places. Be careful, and I'll have Uncle Lu bring some men to accompany you. Yi Yulan immediately beamed. Great. Great. What do you want, big brother? I'll bring it back for you later. Glanced at him coolly. I don't need to. You just need to take good care of your cousin. At breakfast, everyone in the family except Yi Yuch was present. Yi Yulan explained for Yi Yuch. Fourth brother is obsessed with talismans. He went into seclusion last night and hasn't come out yet. He and Yi Yuch are twin brothers and live in the same courtyard. Su Baiyu frowned upon hearing this. You should persuade him not to work so hard. He was born weak and cannot withstand hard work. If he gets sick, it will be a loss. Yi Yulan nodded quickly. Grandma, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Soon, breakfast was over. Yi Yuhan suggested taking Yi Ranyan to the Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Yulan wanted to go with them, but Su Baiyu stopped her. Yi Yulan was a little unhappy. Grandma, why won't you let me go? My older brother's spiritual veins are broken now, and my cousin can't cultivate. Who knows how they'll be bullied outside. I have to go with them to protect them. You? Your so-called protection probably requires fighting with people. I'm keeping you here to prevent you from causing trouble. They only thought that Yi Ranyan wanted to enter the Imperial Academy and that Yi Yuhan was taking her to register, but they didn't expect that they had other purposes. You must trust your elder brother, Su Baiyu said wisely. Even if the spiritual veins are destroyed, He is still the eldest son of our Duke's mansion. Moreover, this is the first time he has stepped out of the Duke's mansion since the incident. He has finally taken this step. If you protect him step by step, what do you think he will think? Yi Yulan fell silent, her usual smile gone. Su Baiyu patted his shoulder. Grandma knows. You are all good people. Don't worry. Uncle Lu sent people to follow you. Nothing will happen. The Duke's mansion has stood majestically in the Eastern Dragon capital for many years, and naturally, it has cultivated many experts in secret. Uncle Lu led Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan to the spirit stable, looking guilty. Young miss, some servants were lazy last night and didn't notice your golden-winged rock. It seems to be lost. It's all right, Uncle Lu. Yi Ranyan stroked the little black bird that had landed on her shoulder. I know where it went. You don't need to worry about it. That's good. Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly prepared a car for the two of them. The spirited steed has its own spirit and does not need a driver to travel. But no sooner had the two left than Uncle Lu signaled several hidden experts to follow them. Soon, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. Imperial Capital Academy is the highest institution of learning in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Those who study and cultivate here are all the chosen ones from all over the Eastern Dragon Empire. The gate of Donglong Academy is magnificent, and many young men and women dressed in white school uniforms walk back and forth at the gate. The Duke's carriage had barely arrived at the academy gate when it attracted the attention of many people. Because the four young masters of the Duke's mansion are all outstanding individuals, not only exceptionally talented but also handsome, they are extremely popular in the Imperial Capital Academy, so everyone naturally remembers their carriages. Ah, it's the Duke's carriage. I heard that the second young master is in seclusion. I wonder if the person in the carriage is the third young master or the fourth young master. Ah, it's been so long since I've seen the third young master's handsome face. I miss him terribly. I hope it's the third young master who's coming. No way. The fourth young master is so handsome, a tender and youthful boy who looks like he could be squeezed for juice. Don't you all like him? As the crowd was whispering among themselves, a tall, handsome young man with a cool and aloof demeanor jumped out of the carriage. In an instant, the room fell silent. All the previous discussions seemed to have been silenced, and even the students who were walking stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the area at the academy gate was so quiet you could almost hear a pin drop. Cousin, we've arrived. Yi Yuhan's voice broke the silence. He reached into the car. Then, the stunned crowd saw a slender, jade-like hand land on Yi Yuhan's arm. The next moment, a girl dressed in fiery red, with an exquisite face, jumped off the carriage like a fire sprite. So beautiful. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, and they gasped in amazement. They quickly snapped out of their daze, their gazes shifting between Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan. Their expressions became particularly complex when their eyes fell on Yi Yuhan. 2 months later, he's finally come to the academy. What a pity. Chapter 32. If you want to know about your mother, go ask His Majesty. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh at Yi Yuhan. This person was once the pride of their entire Imperial Capital Academy. They are the pride of heaven, the top students on the Qingyun list, whom all students must look up to. Now, however, he has become a cripple with all his spiritual veins destroyed. However, Yi Yuhan had many supporters at the Imperial Academy, and the other young masters of the Duke's mansion were also very capable, so no one dared to say anything openly in front of Yi Yuhan at this time. When they saw Yi Yuhan leading Yi Ranyan forward, they all surged to both sides like a tide, making way for Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan. Whether in her past life or this one, Yi Ranyan was used to being the center of attention, so she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She calmly followed Yi Yuhan into the Imperial Capital Academy. The students in front of the Imperial Capital Academy watched them leave, and only after they could no longer see their backs did they begin to whisper among themselves. I didn't expect Yi Yuhan to come to the academy again. I heard that his spiritual veins are completely destroyed, and he can no longer cultivate. From now on, he can only live as an ordinary person. Alas, back then, so many people said he could single-handedly suppress an era. What a pity, such a prodigy has fallen from grace. Fortunately, the Duke's mansion has 3 other young masters who will rise to prominence sooner or later. Speaking of which, does anyone know who that girl who was following the young master just now was? She's really beautiful, even more beautiful than senior sister Fang Yukin. I think the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital is about to change hands. Someone hesitated and said, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but that girl was beautiful, but she didn't seem to have any spiritual energy fluctuations on her body. Just now, I think I heard the young master call her cousin, but aren't the young master's cousin's junior sister Fong Yura and senior sister Fong Yukin? The students looked bewildered and exchanged glances. Before long, the news that Yi Yuhan, the #1 student who had once swept all the geniuses of Imperial Capital Academy, had returned to Imperial Capital Academy spread throughout the entire academy. Many people began to inquire about his whereabouts, wanting to go and see him. Unfortunately, Yi Yuhan took Yi Ranyan to the forbidden area behind the Imperial Capital Academy. Only those holding a token are allowed to enter. In the entire academy, only Dean Su Qingshan, Vice Dean Xiao Yiren, and Su Qingshan's disciple Yi Yuhan possessed the token. The restrictions on the back mountain were triggered, and both the Vice Dean who was handling affairs at the academy and Dean Su, who was cultivating on the back mountain, showed surprise on their faces. Dean Xiao, what's wrong? At this moment, Fong Yura and Wen Ziju were taking Wen Wonqing to see Dean Xiao, asking him to test Wen Wonqing's cultivation level and assess her abilities. Xiao Yiren chuckled upon hearing Fong Yura's words. It's nothing, just someone who lacks self-awareness and is simply making a fool of themselves. After saying that, he shook his head and said no more. At the same time, behind the mountain, at the foot of a majestic peak, there is a babbling brook, and an old man with white hair is sitting on a boulder fishing. Yi Yuhan led Yi Ranyan across the steep stone path to the old man. Master, Yi Yuhan said respectfully. The old man sneered. You still remember I'm your master? You brat, you haven't sent a word in 2 months. I've taught you for so many years, and it's all been for nothing. Does that mean I'm no longer your master, just because you can't cultivate anymore? Master, Yi Yuhan knelt down before the old man with remorse. It was your disciple's fault. The old man then gave him a stingy look. The complete destruction of your meridians is indeed a huge deal in a small place like the Eastern Dragon capital, but you are a member of the Yi family of the Duke's mansion, so you should have a longer-term perspective. He said meaningfully. Not to mention your uncle and the princess are cultivating in a major sect in the Eastern region. Even with your younger brother's talents, why worry about not being able to join a major sect? When they become successful in the future, they can help you find a healer, and they might be able to help you restore your meridians and start cultivating again. Yi Yuhan dared not refute and quickly nodded. This disciple has learned a lot. Get up, you troublesome brat. You're already at the heavenly martial realm. There were so many people who resisted the beast tide. How come it was you and old Yi who were injured so badly? He was just making a casual remark, but Yi Yuhan seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly for a moment. But it only lasted a moment before it recovered. The old man's gaze quickly shifted to Yi Ranyan, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what a bright and beautiful young girl. After saying that, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, this girl's face seems a little familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Before meeting Su Qingshan, Yi Ranyan had secretly wondered if Su Qingshan might be the original owner's father. But upon seeing the old man, she instantly dispelled all her suspicions. Seeing that Su Qingshan had noticed her, she smiled and said, Dean Su, do you know Yi Keiwei from Qingyang City? Su Qingshan suddenly realized, Yi Keiwei, you are Keiwei's daughter. Yi Ranyan nodded. That's right. 7 years have passed, and you've finally come. Su Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't come, this old man would probably have forgotten about this matter. After Su Qingshan finished speaking, he said to Yi Yuhan, Disciple, in my study, turning the glass vase on the treasure pavilion can open a secret room. Inside the secret room is a sandalwood box. Go and fetch it. Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan were both stunned for a moment, not expecting him to reveal the location of the secret room so readily. However, Yi Yuhan quickly realized what was happening, nodded, and went to carry out the order. Asked Yi Ranyan curiously, Since you are Keiwei's child, how come you are with my good disciple? Someone just called Yi Yuhan a brat and a scoundrel, but now that he's just left, he's already acting like a good disciple. This old man is quite interesting. Yi Ranyan smiled and explained her relationship with Yi Yuhan. Su Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. No way. Old Yi had met Keiwei before, but he never expected that Keiwei was actually his daughter. Indeed, life is unpredictable. Yi Ranyan asked curiously. My mother also came to the Imperial Capital Academy back then? Her? I did invite her over, but she declined. Then, old director, how do you know my mother? Well, Su Qingshan suddenly became mysterious. That was just a coincidence. If you want to know about your mother, you can ask His Majesty when you have the chance to see him in the future. Your Majesty? Yi Ranyan's face showed surprise. That's right, it's our Donglong Tsanghuang Emperor. You are a descendant of the Duke's mansion. Now that you've been found, it's only right and proper that His Majesty will summon you." As they were talking, Yi Yuhan returned carrying the wooden box that Su Qingshan had mentioned. Su Qingshan gestured for Yi Yuhan to hand the wooden box to Yi Ranyan and said, "This is what Kwei left for you." Yi Ranyan's gaze instantly became fixed on the wooden box. Could this seemingly ordinary box contain the precious treasure that would allow her to break through the first seal of her meridian-locking body and begin her cultivation? Chapter 33. Isn't she ashamed? Seeing Yi Ranyan staring intently at the box, Su Qingshan couldn't help but say, "This old man doesn't know what's inside either." Kwei said that if you drip your blood on it, the box will open automatically. Yi Ranyan snapped out of her thoughts, put the box into the Emperor's space, and smiled at Su Qingshan. "I know what it is. Thank you for your care all these years, Dean. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask." Su Qingshan chuckled. "What can a little girl like you, who can't cultivate, do for this old man? Aren't you just talking big?" Yi Yuhan hesitated to speak, but Yi Ranyan shook her head at him and said to Su Qingshan, "Dean, you are welcome to make your request." Su Qingshan sneered. "Little girl, you've got quite the nerve. If you're really that capable, why don't you heal my disciple's spiritual veins?" "Okay." Yi Ranyan nodded and readily agreed. Su Qingshan looked at her in astonishment. "What did you say, girl?" Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "Helping my cousin recover is something I wanted to do anyway. You can do something else instead. Are you making fun of this old man?" Yi Ranyan didn't speak again. Just then, Fenger, the little pung bird with golden beast eyes, finished playing in the forest and flew back, landing on Yi Ranyan's shoulder. This is... Su Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, his eyes fixed on the bird on Yi Ranyan's shoulder. A spirit beast? No, a demon beast? This is a demon beast. Light flashed in Yi Ranyan's eyes. She hadn't expected that Su Qingshan had seen through Fenger's true form. Su Qingshan gradually calmed down. Yi Ranyan a deep look. "Girl, don't worry. I've traveled the outside world and seen demonic beasts with my own eyes, so I can recognize them. In the entire Donglong, I guess I'm the only one with this kind of insight." He spoke casually, but Su Qingshan was far from calm inside. There are beast tamers in the world, but the beasts they tame are usually spirit beasts. Monsters, on the other hand, are born capable of transforming into human form and possess intelligence. They are not only incredibly powerful, but also unruly. This little girl in front of me is clearly just an ordinary girl who can't cultivate. So why would a demon beast be willing to follow her? In just a moment, he realized, this little girl in front of him was no ordinary person. However, considering that her mother was Yi Kwei, Su Qingshan didn't find it strange anymore. At this moment, he vaguely realized that what Yi Ranyan had said about treating Yi Yuhan was probably true. He concealed his shock and deliberately smiled. "All right, you let me make another condition. I'll ask you to come to the Imperial Capital Academy to cultivate. What do you say? Do you agree?" Back then, Yi Kwei didn't get into the Imperial Academy. Today, he's determined to get her daughter in. With this little girl's ability to even cure Yi Yuhan, a year later, when people from the eastern region arrive, their Imperial Capital Academy might be able to rely on her to take the top spot among the 4 countries' academies in one fell swoop and wipe away their shame. Yi Ranyan's expression was strange, but she still nodded in agreement. "Okay, I agree." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan smiled. "This is good. Students who are personally invited by the dean are more legitimate than those who are admitted through the exemption quota." Yi Ranyan felt she was getting a good deal, so she took out a jar of spirit wine from the Emperor's space. "This spirit wine tastes pretty good. Dean, you should try it." Su Qingshan's eyes lit up slightly. "Goodness, this is exactly what I like." He took the spirit wine, opened the jar, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air. Su Qingshan took a deep breath of the aroma and exclaimed in delight. Good wine." As soon as he took a sip, a spicy and sweet taste rushed straight to the top of his head. In an instant, the spiritual energy in Su Qingshan's body became active, and a slightly flushed blush rose on his cheeks. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's great." Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan exchanged a glance. Knowing that Yi Ranyan was in a hurry to go back and check what her aunt had left behind, Yi Yuhan said to Su Qingshan, "Master, then my cousin and I will take our leave now." Su Qingshan waved his hand. Go on. Just don't forget to come and see this old man later." "Yes, disciple obeys." Su Qingshan took another sip, then shouted at Yi Ranyan's retreating figure. "Little girl, next time you come, don't forget to bring more spirit wine." Yi Ranyan smiled and said, I understand. After the two left the forbidden area behind the mountain, the barrier rippled slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yiren, the vice dean who had already tested Wen Wangqing's talent, also agreed to let her come to the Imperial Capital Academy as an auditor. Wen Wangqing was somewhat disappointed at not being able to become a formal student at the Imperial Academy, while Fang Yura felt even more embarrassed and was in a bad mood. After parting ways with Xiao Yiren, Fang Yura glanced at Wen Wangqing with displeasure. Why don't you work harder? Brother Ziju is so outstanding, yet you can't even get into the Imperial Academy. It's really disappointing. Upon hearing this, Wen Wangqing's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she looked as if she was about to cry. When Ziju frowned and said, All right, Wangqing's talent is not bad. What she lacks is cultivation resources. The vice dean also said that as long as she can break through to the Yunyu realm when the new students enter the academy next year, she can become a formal disciple. Fang Yura was even more unhappy. Brother Ziju, are you blaming me for her? She was both angry and aggrieved. I risked my life to travel thousands of miles to the spirit beast forest to pick you up, and I ended up hurting my hands. If it weren't for the miraculous medicine my father had, I would have been crippled with a broken hand for the rest of my life. Even so, the moment I recovered, I brought Wen Wangqing to the academy to participate in the assessment. Isn't that enough? Even my own sister isn't this good to me. Tears streamed down Wen Wangqing's face as she said, trembling with fear, Sister Yura, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard to cultivate in the future and not bring shame to Sister Yura. Fang Yura, who was always willful and unruly, immediately snorted and pointed at Wen Wangqing, saying, Get out of here. I don't want to see you right now. Wen Wangqing looked to Wen Ziju for help. Just as Wen Ziju was about to say something, he saw Fang Yura's expression change slightly as she looked in a certain direction. Wen Ziju and Wen Wangqing followed Fang Yura's gaze and immediately saw a stunningly beautiful girl in red, exuding a cold elegance, poise, and composure. It's her. The two were instantly stunned, and when they came to their senses, they were puzzled. How could Yi Ranyan, a useless person who could not cultivate, appear so calmly at the Imperial Capital Academy? Did she think she was worthy? Doesn't she feel inferior? As they were thinking this, a group of people blocked Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan's path. The young man blocking the road was dressed in a magnificent purple robe. Although he was not bad-looking, there was a gloomy look in his eyes that made people feel very uncomfortable. The students nearby all had a slight change in expression when they saw the young man. It's him. Ming Fei, the eldest son of the Ming family, is also the second-ranked expert on the Qingyun ranking. It is said that he once vowed to personally defeat Yi Yuhan and take the top spot on the Qingyun ranking. To this end, he challenged Yi Yuhan 4 times in a row. However, he was defeated 4 times in a row. From then on, he became sworn enemies with the young masters of the Yi family of the Duke's mansion. As everyone was discussing, Ming Fei sneered and stopped Yi Yuhan. Oh, isn't this our Imperial Capital Academy's #1 genius? He then added jokingly, Oh, no. Look at my memory. The #1 genius is a thing of the past. Now I should be the #1 good for nothing. Chapter 34. This little girl is a bit wild. The #1 good for nothing? Not necessarily. Fang Yura immediately forgot about the incompetent Wen Wangqing when she saw Yi Ranyan, who made her feel even more heartbroken and disgusted. She stepped forward, glaring jealously at Yi Ranyan's exquisite face, and said to the young man in purple robes, Brother Ming Fei, you probably don't know, but a piece of trash even more useless than Yi Yuhan has come to our school. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to Fang Yura again, the second young lady of the Fang family. She came too. Ming Fei glanced coldly at Fang Yura. He only wanted to humiliate Yi Yuhan and had no interest in other trash. If the Ming family weren't the maternal family of the first prince, and if Fang Yura weren't the younger sister of the future first prince's consort, he would have already taught this meddlesome woman a lesson. Fang Yura was completely unaware of how annoying she was. She pointed at Yi Ranyan and said, It's her, a good-for-nothing from a small town, who is shabby and can't even cultivate. Her coming to our Imperial Capital Academy is just lowering the standards of our academy. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Ranyan, following Fang Yura's gesture. Ming Fei also shifted his attention from Yi Yuhan to Yi Ranyan. When he saw Yi Ranyan's appearance clearly, his eyes lit up and his face showed undisguised amazement. Little beauty. A lewd glint appeared in Ming Fei's eyes. What's the point of following Yi Yuhan, a piece of trash? I am Ming Fei, the eldest son of the Ming family, the man who will soon top the Qingyun ranking. Following me will give you a brighter future. Brother Mingfei. Fang Yura couldn't believe it. How long had it been? Mingfei had actually been seduced by that slut Yi Ranyan. Mingfei glanced at Fang Yura with displeasure. She's just a frail young girl. So what if she can't cultivate? We men can cultivate, can't we? Fang Yura was so angry, she almost vomited blood. After reprimanding Fang Yura, Mingfei looked at Yi Ranyan with a flirtatious expression. So you're from the countryside. No wonder I've never seen you before. But it doesn't matter. From now on, you'll be by my side. Even if I leave Donglong, I will never abandon you. I will definitely take you to see the world outside. He was speaking from the heart. After all, she was so beautiful that even if he couldn't cultivate with her, keeping her by his side as a concubine would be wonderful. Yi Ranyan said with utter disdain, I'll go see the world myself. As for you, forget it. You're too ugly. I don't want to pollute my eyes. Her obsession with good looks kicked in. The ugly man in front of her, who was putting on such a convincing act, made her want to punch him. You wretch. The arrogant young master of the Ming family was publicly rejected by a useless person who couldn't cultivate and was even called ugly. His face instantly darkened. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. You don't even kneel down to thank me, and you dare to provoke me like this. Do you want to die? Seeing this, everyone around stared at Yi Ranyan in disbelief, not daring to even breathe loudly. This woman is insane. How dare she provoke Ming Fei's authority like this? He is the future heir of the Ming family, one of the 5 great families in the capital. Ming Fei. Yi Yuhan's face instantly darkened. You think you're worthy of my cousin's gratitude? Humph. Let me tell you, if you dare lay a finger on my cousin, I'll be the first to make you pay. You won't spare me? You think you can do that? You're just a piece of trash. You're really overestimating yourself. Ming Fei sneered. Trash. Yi Yuhan's eyes were icy cold. Wait until you defeat the phantom I left in the illusionary demon tower before you call me trash. You, who can't even beat my phantom clone. What right do you have to call me trash? The Imperial Capital Academy has a trial ground called the Illusion Demon Tower. There are 9 levels in total, and on each level, powerful individuals of different ranks leave behind phantom clones after advancing to higher levels. Phantom Demon Tower is the one left behind by Yi Yuhan after he cleared the Phantom Demon Tower. That phantom has been in the Phantom Demon Tower for a year, and no one has been able to defeat it yet. Yi Yuhan's words struck a nerve with Ming Fei. His spiritual energy surged, and he looked at Yi Yuhan with extreme danger. Are you courting death, young Master Yi? As they spoke, the oppressive aura of a Sunyu realm expert instantly descended upon Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan. However, Yi Ranyan was not afraid at all, especially since Yi Yuhan had specifically stood in front of her. Even though Yi Yuhan's spiritual veins are now completely destroyed, he was once a prodigy, and mere pressure cannot shake him. However, as soon as Ming Fei stopped Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan, someone went to inform the academy's instructors. Just as Ming Fei was about to make his move, his instructor rushed over and shouted, Stop! Ming Fei, have you forgotten the rule that Imperial Capital Academy forbids students from fighting amongst themselves? Are you trying to challenge the authority of the academy? The academy does allow students to challenge each other, but those with higher cultivation levels cannot challenge those with lower cultivation levels. Even if someone does challenge someone, the person with lower cultivation levels can refuse. Regardless, Ming Fei's actions against Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan, who currently lack cultivation, within the academy violated the academy's rules. Fine. Ming Fei coldly chuckled, withdrawing his imposing aura. Today, for the sake of our mentor and the academy, I'll spare your 2 lowly little rats' lives. Next time. What do you mean next time? Yi Ranyan interrupted him, looking at him with icy eyes. You're already so ugly, and you're so slow at doing things. No wonder you've never been able to beat your cousin all these years. Ming Fei's cheeks twitched, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. Do you really want to die? You want to hit me? Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on her face. Easy, let's go outside the academy. Then the academy and our instructors won't be able to do anything about it, right? Cousin. Yi Yuhan looked at Yi Ranyan in confusion. The mentor who rushed to the rescue was also speechless. This girl is a bit reckless. She probably doesn't even know who she's offended. She's lucky the other party let her go, and she actually gave them advice, telling them to go out and beat her up. Ming Fei stared at Yi Ranyan with a sinister look for a while, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. You little piece of trash, it seems you're really tired of living. I'll grant your wish. With that, he took the lead and walked towards the college gate. Cousin, what are you doing? Yi Yuhan didn't quite understand Yi Ranyan's actions. In terms of strength, He and his cousin were indeed no match for Ming Fei. Why did Yi Ranyan have to provoke Ming Fei? Don't worry. Yi Ranyan winked and smiled at him. Cousin, just wait and see the show. Then she calmly and gracefully followed Ming Fei toward the academy gate. The other onlookers also followed suit. Fang Yura's pretty face wore a smug smile. That little bitch really asked for her own death. Originally, she was worried that Ming Fei would be bewitched by Yi Ranyan and wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. But that idiot Yi Ranyan insisted on provoking Ming Fei again and again, which was simply courting death. The gate of the Imperial Capital Academy was not far away. Soon, this large group of people arrived at the door in a grand procession. Chapter 35, Making an Example of Someone Else. As soon as he stepped out of the Imperial Capital Academy gate, Ming Fei turned back with a sinister look on his face. You little bitch, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy now. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow and said directly, Aunt Yun. The next moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was indeed Yungu. She had been following Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan from the moment they left, protecting them from a distance. Yi Ranyan raised her chin slightly and pointed at Ming Fei. Beat him up. Without asking any further questions, Yungu unleashed her power as a peak heavenly martial realm expert. Before Ming Fei could react, she moved with incredible speed and appeared in front of him. The next moment, Ming Fei screamed and flew backward, spitting out blood. All of this seems complicated, but it actually happens in just a few moments. Anyone could react to what was happening. Ming Fei screamed and flew backward. Ming Fei landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. The stunned crowd finally came to their senses. No way. Ming Fei actually got beaten up? How dare that woman treat Ming Fei like that? Has she gone mad? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, blood quickly appeared on Ming Fei's body. You bitch. Ming Fei's eyes were bloodshot with rage. You're asking for death. Slap. Before Yi Ranyan could give any instructions, Yungu slapped him hard across the face. Who are you calling a bitch? The slap knocked out 3 of Ming Fei's teeth, and his face swelled up rapidly, making it difficult for him to speak. Around gasped in shock at what they saw. Ming Fei is the eldest son of the Ming family. In the past, he was always a high-ranking figure in the entire Imperial Capital Academy, the center of attention and admirers. When has he ever looked so disheveled? That woman is so bold. Even Fang Yura, who had followed them out, was taken aback. She originally wanted to stop and threaten Yungu, but seeing Yungu slap Ming Fei without hesitation, she didn't dare to step forward and could only grit her teeth and stand there. This bitch is too shameless. She actually let someone else do it. Ming Fei's other followers saw him being beaten. They were all terrified. They all followed Ming Fei, and if something happened to him, they and their families would be finished. Stop. Stop. Someone finally mustered up the courage to step forward and say to Yi Ranyan, You're cheating. This isn't fair. I cheated. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. How did I cheat? Just now in the academy. I only said that once we leave the academy, without its protection, he can deal with me. Did I say anything wrong? I'm standing right here. He can come and deal with me anytime he wants. Right now, he's been beaten like a dead dog and doesn't have the strength to fight me. How can that be my fault? Yi Ranyan looked at the other party with a half-smile, her tone growing colder as she spoke. And fairness? Do you think it's fair for him, at the Sunyu realm, to attack Yi Yuhan, who has no cultivation now? Or is it fair for him to attack me, who can't cultivate? Or do you want to seek justice for him, and also have a go at Aunt Yun? The other party was speechless and took a step back in fear. Yi Ranyan's icy gaze fell on Fang Yura again. Her expression changed drastically, and she immediately took a few steps back, letting the tall figure of the other person block her view. Yi Ranyan's lips curved into a cold smile. The others in the room dared not speak for a moment, fearing that if they did, they would also be asked to spar with the heavenly martial realm expert named Yungu. Ming Fei's eyes turned bloodshot with hatred. He gripped the ground with both hands and roared as he tried to get up, but he was held down by Yungu's oppressive aura and lay on the ground, unable to move at all. Yi Ranyan stepped into Ming Fei's house, the crimson bell on her ankle jingling as she walked. Everyone's eyes followed her every move. Young Master Ming. Yi Ranyan, who had walked up to Ming Fei, raised her foot and kicked his face with her toe. I don't like people calling me or my family members useless. Next time you speak, you'd better watch your words, lest you bite your tongue in the wind. After saying that, her small feet, clad in delicate embroidered shoes, stepped directly across his face. The unprecedented humiliation drove Ming Fei to the brink of madness. His fingers dug deep into the mud, and his gaze towards Yi Ranyan was filled with venom, as if he were looking at a dead person. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Snap. Yingu didn't mind that Yi Ranyan had stepped on his face and slapped him again. Try calling me a slut again. Ming Fei's head was ringing from the blow. He had been high above everyone since birth, always surrounded by admirers. This was the first time he had been humiliated and suffered such a great loss in front of so many people. Overwhelmed with shock and anger, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he deeply resented his family for trusting the Imperial Academy too much and not sending a strong person to protect him. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such humiliation? That's enough. Seeing Ming Fei vomit blood and fall into a coma, the instructor from the Imperial Academy, who had been pretending not to see anything, could no longer keep up the act and had to step forward. He said to Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuhan, he is, after all, the eldest son of the Ming family. He only insulted you a few times. His crime does not warrant death. Yi Yuhan didn't speak, but looked at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan chuckled. All right then, cousin, let's let him off the hook today for the sake of our mentor and the academy. Ming Fei did more than just humiliate them. Just now at the academy, this guy said more than once that he wanted her and Yi Yuhan to die. She had Yingu take action, partly to teach Ming Fei a lesson, and partly to make an example of him. After today's incident, I believe that not many people in the Imperial Academy will dare to speak recklessly in front of her and Yi Yuhan again. She had achieved her goal, so she decided to let the ugly man go for now. Next, the instructor directed the students to take Ming Fei back to the college. Yingu disappeared back into the shadows. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan got back into their car to go home. Phew. Only after the carriage curtain fell, blocking the gazes of the students from the Imperial Academy, did Yi Yuhan exhale, then look at Yi Ranyan with bright eyes. Cousin, I really didn't expect you to be so bold. Yi Ranyan tilted her head to look at him. What? Have I caused trouble for the Duke's mansion? Yi Yuhan chuckled, then said proudly, No. Even though the Ming family is one of the 5 great families in the capital, our Duke's mansion is not inferior either. As long as the younger generation squabbles don't harm his life, they won't cause any trouble. Yi Ranyan nodded. I thought that person was too arrogant and spoke rudely, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. It's all right. However, the academy does not allow anyone other than students to enter. In the future, Aunt Yun will not be able to protect you closely. I'm afraid you will have a hard time after entering the academy. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Ranyan said nonchalantly. I'll be able to cultivate soon, and I can take action myself then. Besides, Yi Ranyan chuckled, aren't there you and your other cousins? Yi Yuhan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, That's right. With us brothers here, we will never let you be bullied. Chapter 36, Breaking the Seal. Upon returning to the Duke's mansion, Yi Ranyan did not linger. After telling Yi Yuhan, she went back to her room. Aunt Yun, if anyone looks for me, just say I'm resting and I won't see anyone. Yi Ranyan entrusted Feng'er to Yungu's care, and after she was left alone in the room, she immediately took out the array flags and set up an array in the room. Then, with a thought, she entered the Emperor's space. Master, you've finally come in to see Doraemon. The exquisitely handsome little boy, with his delicate features, excitedly approached Yi Ranyan as soon as he saw her. Yi Ranyan patted his head. Have you taken good care of those 2 beast eggs? Of course. Master, after absorbing the power of the Golden Lotus, they are becoming more and more energetic. Sometimes they even playfully swim in the spirit pool. Would you like to go and take a look? Let's go see later. I want to unlock the first seal on the Meridian lock body first. Master, have you gathered all the materials? Ding Dang's eyes lit up. Great. Once Master can cultivate, he won't have to go hungry anymore. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Master. Please go and break the seal quickly. After saying that, Ding Dang went to the lotus-filled spirit pool to play with the 2 eggs. Yi Ranyan took a deep breath, sat down on a white jade bed, took out a hairpin, and pricked her finger. Bright red blood dripped from her fingertips onto the box she had retrieved from Su Qingshan. In an instant, a crimson light burst forth from the box. Then, with a click, the box opened automatically, revealing a spatial ring and a memory bead inside. It's another top-grade photo-recording bead. Yi Ranyan dripped blood onto the recording bead, which shone brightly. In the next instant, Yi Kwei's familiar figure, beautiful yet heroic, appeared amidst the dazzling light. However, this time, there was a hint of sadness in Yi Kwei's eyes. My dear Yunyan, opening this memory bead, means you have chosen to unlock the first seal of your meridian-locking body and begin your cultivation. This choice makes me very proud. No matter the outcome, I am proud to have you as my daughter. Remember what I'm about to say, Union. The seal on your body that locks your meridians comes from your soul. Every time you break a seal, you will have to endure the pain of your soul being torn apart. If you can't get through it, you may become an idiot. Even if you manage to get through the first and second seals, if you can't get through any of the later seals when they are broken, you will also become an idiot. Therefore, your path of cultivation is destined to be 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than others. But now that you've chosen this path, please, no matter what, you must persevere. The resources you need to break the first seal have been placed in that Sumeru ring. You just need to take out all those heavenly treasures and swallow them, and endure the pain of your soul being torn apart, and then you can start cultivating. Union, my daughter, I wish you good luck and hope you can pull through. Your mother looks forward to the day we can see each other again. Finally, because you have to endure the pain of your soul being torn apart every time the seal is broken, I suggest that you, if you have the opportunity, learn a martial art to temper your spiritual power. After a short while, the light within the recording bead slowly dissipated, and Yi Keiwei's figure disappeared as well. In fact, Yi Ranyan knew everything Yi Keiwei had said after receiving the Imperial Princess's inheritance, but she still chose to read the words Yi Keiwei left behind. Don't worry, mother. Yi Ranyan picked up the Sumeru ring from the box. No matter what kind of pain I suffer, I will get through it. As she spoke, a resolute light flashed in her eyes. Next, took out the celestial treasures inside. In an instant, a ball of scorching, dark blue flame floated out of the ring. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly rose, and even the space itself was almost distorted by the burning dark blue flame. Strange fire. Yi Ranyan's eyes instantly burned with fervor. Moreover, it was a rare, exceptional flame created by the heavens and earth, even in the memories of the Empress. It can burn everything in heaven and earth, and is a divine object that alchemists and artifact cultivators dream of. Fortunately, she was currently inside the Emperor's space. Otherwise, once the aura of the strange fire leaks out, the powerful figures around the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital will likely lose their minds and frantically vie for this strange fire. The strange fire floated into the air. Another crystal-clear, azure-colored crystal floated out from the Sumeru ring. This time, an endless chill spread all around, and countless ice crystals instantly appeared within the entire Emperor's space. This is ice crystal dew, right? It is said that ice crystal dew is the heart of ice nurtured by 10,000 years of cold crystals, capable of freezing all things in the world, and is a treasure that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. The reason it didn't freeze Yi Ranyan at this moment was simply because the presence of the strange fire neutralized its coldness. Mother, breaking the seal on the body that locks the meridians is truly not something a human can do. In her memory, she had to swallow these things to break the first seal on her meridian-locking body. However, both the strange fire and the ice crystal dew are extremely powerful heavenly treasures. Who would dare to swallow them raw? If one of them were swallowed raw, it would probably be incinerated or frozen into ice crystals in no time. Perhaps only by combining both can there be even the slightest chance of survival. There's one last thing. With a thought, Yi Ranyan sent a vibrant, emerald green herb flying out of her Sumeru ring. As if it possessed a spirit, it drifted through the air. What's astonishing is that when it was with the strange fire and the ice crystal dew, it was completely unaffected by them. Instead, it possessed its own mysterious power, which helped it contend with them. This is the heavenly spirit grass, with unparalleled healing power. Each of these three items is incredibly precious. Even if the entire Eastern Dragon Empire were to exhaust all its resources, it would be difficult to find just one. However, Yi Keiwei managed to find all three kinds of celestial treasures all by herself, which shows how remarkable she is. I cannot let my mother down. Besides, heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are destined for them, and will first test their resolve. Let's give it our all. Yi Ranyan's eyes hardened, and she waved her hand to summon the three heavenly treasures to her front. Then, without hesitation, she opened her mouth and swallowed them whole. The next moment, ugh! Endless pain instantly engulfed Yi Ranyan's body. Her body was burning hot as if it were being incinerated, yet also freezing cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Even the skin beneath her magical robes began to crack, revealing stark, white bones. Within those bones, there were flames and ice crystals, and crimson blood instantly soaked through her robes. Endless beads of sweat rolled down Yi Ranyan's forehead, and she quickly became a soaking wet blood-soaked figure. It was hard to tell whether she had lost more blood or sweat. Flames and ice crystals relentlessly ravaged Yi Ranyan's body, but at the same time, a vibrant green light formed a healing power on her skin. Her body was constantly being destroyed and then healed. This repeated destruction and reconstruction felt like a sharp knife churning in Yi Ranyan's mind, causing her so much pain that she almost lost consciousness. However, Yi Ranyan kept her mind focused and tried her best to remain rational. In her previous life, she overcame countless blood feuds and rose from a first-class orphan to become the world's #1 mercenary. She endured immense suffering but never gave up. This time, of course, it won't fall either. An unparalleled and unwavering conviction permeated her entire soul. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the pain in Yi Ranyan's soul and body vanished simultaneously, as if by prior agreement. Is this over? Did I succeed? Chapter 37, Advancement. Cultivation level increases rapidly. At the same time, Northern Wilderness, Demon God Palace. The runes on Feng Jukin's chest, which belonged to the family mark, instantly became scorching hot as he meditated. This is... Feng Jukin suddenly opened his starry black eyes, and a chilling aura appeared on his flawless, icy face. She's in danger. Or, it's a matter of life and death. Feng Jukin suddenly stood up, a flash of light passing by on his long black robe embroidered with gold. Eastern Dragon Imperial Capital. He parted his thin lips slightly, his sharp gaze fixed in that direction, and then the space in front of him cracked open automatically under his mental control. Feng Jukin stepped into the space, and when he came out again, he was already in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, his recent frequent use of spatial power has caused his broken spiritual meridians to ache. But he had no intention of curing them whatsoever. For him, it was best that these spiritual veins remained broken and the seal within his body remained intact. Only, why is there no trace of her in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire? Within the Emperor's space, Yi Ranyan lay quietly for a while, the emerald light within her body constantly repairing and nourishing her. Even though she was still very tired, she propped herself up to check her condition. Spiritual power. I can really feel spiritual power. I've succeeded. I can cultivate now. A surge of joy welled up in her heart, and even someone as resolute as Yi Ranyan couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile on her exquisitely beautiful face. Master, congratulations. You can finally begin cultivating. Ding Dang had been watching the situation closely and had held back from rushing forward. Only now, filled with lingering fear, did she huddle up to Yi Ranyan and cling to her waist affectionately. Although he knew his master would be all right, he was just worried about him and felt sorry for him. After all, this was the master he had waited so many years for. Yi Ranyan noticed his small body trembling and patted his back. Did I scare you? Doraemon shook his head. No, Doraemon isn't that timid. Okay, I wasn't scared. Yi Ranyan chuckled, then asked, what time is it now? How long did it take me to break the seal? If it takes too long, the Yi family of the Duke's mansion might worry. Master, don't worry. The flow of time inside the Emperor's space is 10 times that of the outside world. It took you 12 hours to break the seal here, but only 1 hour and a quarter of an hour has passed outside, Xiao Ding Dang explained. 10 times? Why didn't you tell me that before? Little Ding Dang said with a grin. Before, Master couldn't cultivate, so the flow of time didn't matter. But in the future, Master can come to the Emperor's space to cultivate more often. After all, you can only cultivate for 1 day outside, but you can cultivate for 10 days here. Okay, I understand. Now that Yi Ranyan could cultivate, she used her spiritual energy to cleanse herself and changed her clothes before going to the spirit pool to look at the 2 beast eggs. The round beast eggs, like playful children, bounced on the lotus leaves in the spirit pool. As if sensing Yi Ranyan's presence, they all jumped towards her, and soon they all bumped into her, just like the day they first met. I wonder how long it will take for you 2 little ones to hatch. The space beast said that the spiritual energy in the northern wilderness was insufficient, so it asked her to bring them out. She placed them in the spiritual pool with the densest spiritual energy in the Emperor's space, but the 2 little ones still showed no sign of hatching. Yi Ranyan was stroking the 2 beast eggs when she suddenly felt that the array she had set up in the room had been destroyed. Yi Ranyan's expression hardened, and with a thought, she left the Emperor's space and appeared in her room. Then, a familiar, tall figure came into view. His features were incomparably handsome, with flawless facial lines. At this moment, he was expressionless, staring intently at the direction of the bed until she appeared. Only then did 2 points of light flash in his deep, ancient well-like eyes. Feng Jukin. Yi Ranyan lowered her guard, somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Feng Jukin immediately noticed Yi Ranyan's difference. The first seal on her meridian-locking body has been broken, and she can now cultivate. Feng Jukin seemed to be deep in thought. Before, she had not cultivated, yet she still had the ability to protect herself. He thought that her cultivation was a different path. Since she wants to break free from the lock on her meridians and cultivate further, perhaps he can find some rare and precious treasures for her to use to break the seal on her meridians. Beautiful lady, what are you daydreaming about? Seeing that Feng Jukin didn't speak, Yi Ranyan jumped off the bed and waved her small hand in front of his eyes. Snap out of it. Feng Jukin lowered his eyes to look at the small woman so close to him, without mentioning that he had sensed her life was in danger, nor why he had come. Instead, he slowly spoke. I've come to fulfill a promise. Fulfilling a promise, you mean, hatching the eggs? Yes, back in the Demon God Palace, the space beast asked her to bring back 2 eggs. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to provide enough spiritual energy for the divine beast cubs, so she asked Feng Jukin to help incubate the eggs. Thinking it over, Yi Ranyan took out 2 eggs from the Emperor's space and handed them to Feng Jukin. Here you go. Good luck and try to help me hatch them as soon as possible. You didn't form a contract with them? Feng Jukin examined the beast eggs and said to Yi Ranyan, the space beast entrusted them to you so that you would become their master. After you form a contract with them, it will be more convenient for you to use your power to nurture them. Oh, this? I was just busy and forgot. The Empress's memories contained a vast amount of knowledge about beast taming. Yi Ranyan thought for a moment and chose the most ancient and mysterious equality contract. She recited the words of the contract and then dripped blood onto the 2 eggs. In an instant, a buzzing sound filled the space. Then, a distant, powerful, and ancient aura emanated from the 2 spatial beast eggs and Yi Ranyan. That mysterious aura made one's heart tremble instantly. Many powerful figures in the Eastern Dragon capital sensed this and couldn't help but look towards the Duke's mansion. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Jukin waved his sleeve, and those auras were sealed tightly within a small space. This caused the powerful figures in the Eastern Dragon capital to look puzzled, wondering if the terrifying aura they had sensed earlier that made their souls tremble was just an illusion. At the same time, Yi Ranyan also realized that her soul had become faintly connected with the 2 beast eggs. From now on, their fates would be intertwined. In addition, the powerful energy she receives from the contract with the divine beast is constantly returning to her. Within her body, which had only just begun cultivating, her cultivation realm advanced at an astonishing speed, like a rocket. From the initial Spirit Martial Realm Level 1 to the Spirit Martial Realm Level 9, and then directly breaking through to the Spirit Martial Realm Level 9, one can advance to a major realm, the Yuan Martial Realm. It stopped only when he reached the 9th level of the Yunyu realm. In a single day, he transformed from a spiritual martial realm to a primordial martial realm, and was even just 1 step away from the profound martial realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply a miracle. You should know that back in Qinyang City, when Wanking, who had only reached the 5th level of the spirit martial realm after 10 years of cultivation, always considered herself extraordinary. Now, Yi Ranyan has broken through to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm in just 1 day, and even advanced to the 9th level of the Yuan martial realm. If when Wanking and the outside world knew, they would probably be shocked. Chapter 38, Whatever You Like. After a while, Yi Ranyan's breathing calmed down, and she opened her eyes. Feng Jukin stared intently at her with his dark eyes. By contracting 2 divine beasts, you can advance to a higher realm than this. However, cultivating too quickly will make your foundation unstable, so I have temporarily suppressed your realm. For now, that power is still in your body. Once your foundation is stable, you can absorb it to advance further. Alternatively, in case of an accident, you can also mobilize that power to protect yourself. Yi Ranyan possesses the memories inherited from the Empress, so she naturally understands that Feng Jukin's actions are the best for her at the moment. Her red lips curved slightly for a moment. Thank you, beautiful lady. Feng Jukin was not angry, but just like the day they first met, he said seriously, my name is Feng Jukin. Yi Ranyan vaguely sensed that he might not like the title beauty. A sly glint flashed in Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes. Don't you like me calling you beauty? But you really are very beautiful. Feng Jukin's thin lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak. The tips of his ears, hidden by his black hair, turned slightly red. It seems he doesn't dislike it, but rather feels embarrassed. So what do you like me to call you? Wouldn't it be too formal to just call you Feng Jukin? Or Brother Feng? Brother Chen? Tell me which one you prefer. Feng Jukin was so amused by Yi Ranyan that he couldn't resist, and an unprecedented feeling of helplessness welled up in his heart. His handsome face remained expressionless. His star-like black eyes revealed a hint of doting affection that he himself was unaware of. Whatever you like. Reaction: Yi Ranyan was pleased and could no longer bear to bully him. Jukin. Her voice at this moment was not as cold as it was when she spoke to strangers. Instead, it was soft and sweet, making people feel as if their hearts were being melted by its sweetness. Feng Jukin stared at her in a daze. How about I call you Jiu-chun? Okay. Feng Jukin swallowed, his hands slightly clenched together beneath the wide sleeves of his black robe embroidered with gold patterns. Is this their family's destiny? They are completely unable to resist the attraction of those destined for them. After forming a contract with the two little ones, I can vaguely sense that they will hatch in about 3 months. Jiu-chun, you'd better work hard during these 3 months. Yi Ranyan placed the divine beast egg in Feng Jukin's hand. At this moment, she was a little happy with her cleverness yesterday. If she hadn't proposed that Feng Jukin help incubate the eggs, how could she have had such a beautiful woman delivered to her every day to be teased? After transmigrating, teasing Feng Jukin has become one of her greatest pleasures. If things are this fun now, won't dating be even more fun in the future? Yi Ranyan, who had never been interested in any man in the past or had any desire to be in a relationship, is now extremely interested in the topic of romance. All right, I will certainly live up to your expectations. After Feng Jukin finished speaking, he obediently and dutifully channeled his spiritual energy into the divine beast egg. That rock. While delivering it, he reminded Yi Ranyan, if possible, you should also form a contract with her. It will make things easier for you in the future. When he arrived in the Eastern Dragon capital, he did not sense Yi Ranyan's presence. By amplifying his senses several times, he followed the last trace of her disappearing aura to this room. At first, Yi Ranyan wasn't here. He entered the house, broke the rules inside, and then Yi Ranyan appeared. This indicates that she possesses a spatial treasure that living beings can enter. He noticed that the rock wasn't there. She must have avoided the rock when she entered the space. But if she contracts with the rock, she won't have to worry about these things. Okay, I understand. Yi Ranyan also planned to ask Fenger, and if Fenger was willing, she would make a contract with Fenger. Next, Feng Jukin stayed with Yi Ranyan for another hour. An hour later, he stopped and returned the divine beast egg to her, saying, this is the limit they can absorb today. I'll come back tomorrow. Wouldn't it be troublesome to travel back and forth every day like this? Yi Ranyan asked Feng Jukin curiously. No. Feng Jukin stood up. I'm leaving. Okay, see you tomorrow. Upon hearing, see you tomorrow, Feng Jukin paused, his lips softening involuntarily. He then turned around and sent a stream of light into Yi Ranyan's brow. Yi Ranyan felt nothing and looked at him with confusion. Your cultivation level has advanced too quickly. This mark can help you conceal your aura. So, in the future, others won't be able to tell my cultivation level? Feng Jukin nodded. Thank you. Yi Ranyan liked the mark. Having risen from an orphan to the top mercenary, she naturally knew how important it was to conceal one's cultivation level and have hidden trump cards. These seemingly insignificant little things can sometimes be life-saving. After Feng Jukin left, Yi Ranyan placed the divine beast egg into the Emperor's space. She had just been able to cultivate and was very interested, so she began to search her memory for cultivation techniques that she could practice. The memories she received from the Imperial princess's inheritance were vast and boundless. They were so overwhelmed by the choices that they couldn't choose. Before she could decide which cultivation method to practice first, Aunt Yin came to call her for lunch. Yi Ranyan had no choice but to stop her cultivation for the time being. During lunch, Yi Yuch was still studying the runes and did not appear. The old lady, Su Baiyu, was a little worried about his health, so she had someone send him food. After lunch, Yi Ranyan accompanied Su Baiyu to visit her maternal grandfather, Yi Kunshan. Seeing that Yi Kunshan's condition had not improved, Yi Ranyan asked Su Baiyu with a puzzled look, Grandma, why haven't you started treating Grandpa yet? Su Baiyu sighed. Treasures that nourish and heal the spirit are extremely rare. Our government does not have any at the moment, and it is even more impractical to ask someone to help treat the spirit. Su Baiyu didn't say much, but Yi Ranyan understood. Her grandfather is currently in a very fragile mental state. If the person they find is problematic, and if the person has ulterior motives while treating her grandfather and destroys his mental consciousness, her grandfather will either become mentally impaired or die. I see, Yi Ranyan said thoughtfully. I understand. She had already decided what the first skill she wanted to learn would be. It is a mental cultivation technique. She herself needed strong mental strength to break free from the lock on her meridians. Learning mental cultivation techniques would not only help her endure the painful process of breaking free from the lock on her meridians, but also allow her to personally heal her grandfather. Yi Ranyan stayed in Yi Kunshin's house for a while before coming out. Yi Yuhan came out with her. Big cousin. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yuhan hesitantly. Yi Yuhan noticed her doubts and encouraged her. You're part of our family too, so just ask whatever you want. Yi Ranyan nodded. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor of Donglong Tsang thinks highly of our Duke's mansion. After my grandfather was injured, His Majesty also invited a 4th-level alchemist to treat him. That's right, that's how it is. Yi Yuhan nodded. If that's the case, why don't we ask the Azure Emperor for help? The Azure Emperor owns the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to produce a spiritual medicine that can heal spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan remained silent for a moment, then sighed and said, You're right. The Azure Emperor may indeed be able to produce a remedy to cure mental weakness. But, Yunyan. His gaze turned serious. Currently, neither my grandmother nor I want Song Huang to know the true condition of my grandfather. Yi Ranyan was surprised, a look of doubt on her face. Chapter 39, Divine Level Cultivation Technique. Yunyan, do you remember what my master said when we went to see him today? Yi Ranyan recalled for a moment, a knowing look flashing across her beautiful eyes. I remember now, Dean Su once sighed. So many people went to resist the beast tide, but you and Grandpa were the ones who suffered such serious injuries. A look of appreciation appeared on Yi Yuhan's face. The people of Qingyang City all said that his cousin was a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate, but they never expected that she was so intelligent. Yes, that's the sentence. Yi Ranyan narrowed her beautiful eyes and her expression turned icy. Does my cousin mean that during the beast tide, someone targeted you and your grandfather, deliberately trying to harm you? This is actually more reasonable, because the toxin in her grandfather's spiritual power was not like the poison of a spirit beast, but more like a poison concocted by a human alchemist. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Yi Ranyan's mind. She remembered that when she was taken to the center of the spirit beast forest by the spatial bubble, the unconscious spirit beasts in the forest were also poisoned. Is there any connection between these two things? The night was tinged with a deep, murmuring sound. Yi Yuhan confirmed her guess, saying, Yes, Grandma and I also believe that someone is targeting us, but we don't know who is behind it. Therefore, we don't want outsiders to know that we already have a way to cure Grandpa. Can't even the Azure Emperor be trusted? Yi Ranyan asked solemnly. I can trust the Emperor Tsang, Yi Yuhan said with a wry smile, but I may not be able to trust the people around him. Yi Ranyan understood and nodded. Don't worry, cousin. If Grandpa's illness isn't urgent, you can leave it to me. As for the people who harmed her cousin and grandfather, there's nothing she can do about it now. She can only wait and see. Yi Yuhan was stunned for a moment, carefully examining Yi Ranyan, and then suddenly realized that her temperament and appearance seemed to have changed quite a bit. In just a few hours, her skin had become even whiter, her features seemed more refined, and even her aura had become more ethereal and lively. Upon realizing a possibility, Yi Yuhan's expression instantly became agitated. Cousin, you. Could it be that you? Yi Ranyan nodded with a smile. That's right, cousin. I can now cultivate. Yi Yuhan gasped in shock. Then his face lit up with ecstasy. Great. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Everyone would be so happy if they knew. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. Big brother, don't tell them yet. We'll give them a surprise when the time is right. Okay. Yi Yuhan nodded vigorously, so happy that he didn't know what to say. After all, Yi Ranyan's ability to cultivate also meant that she could help him heal his spiritual veins. Big cousin, wait 2 more days, and I will treat your spiritual veins the day after tomorrow. Yi Yuhan suppressed his excitement. Cousin, I'm not in a hurry. You should cultivate for a while first, and help me when your realm is stable. It's all right. The day after tomorrow will be enough, Yi Ranyan said confidently. Then, cousin will be waiting. Yi Yuhan's eyes revealed a rare mix of trepidation and anticipation. After that, Yi Yuhan urged Yi Ranyan to start cultivating. Yi Ranyan had nothing else to do, so she told Yungu to go back. After returning home, The wind landed on her shoulder and followed her into the room. Wind. Yi Ranyan held the little black bird with golden beast eyes in her palm and stroked its fluffy little head. Would you like to form a contract with me? Owner. The next moment, Fenger transformed into a cute little girl wearing a black and red color-blocked short skirt. She blinked her big golden eyes and smiled happily. Yes, Master. Fenger likes the scent of Master and wants to be Master's beast. All right, Fenger, since you've chosen to follow me, I will definitely protect you from now on. Beasts are proud and unruly by nature. Even though Fenger is young, she is ambitious. She snuggled into Yi Ranyan's arms and said coquettishly, Fenger will protect her master too. A smile appeared on Yi Ranyan's lips. She really liked this feeling. The feeling of companionship. In the 21st century, she also had such companions who would risk their lives for her and whom she could entrust her life to. In her eyes, Fenger, Xiao Dingdang, and the two unhatched space beast cubs were all such companions. Yi Ranyan immediately signed an equal contract with Fenger. Then he let Fenger go play in the Emperor's space. Little Dingdang had been in the Emperor's soul bell for thousands of years. As a lonely spirit, he was overjoyed to have a playmate. He immediately became the host in the Emperor's space and took Fenger to play. Seeing the two little ones getting along harmoniously, Yi Ranyan smiled knowingly and began to choose a mental cultivation technique that suited her. She closed her eyes, and the vast memories she had gained from the Empress's inheritance swept through her mind one by one. Soon, she selected a set of techniques. The 9 Revolutions Refining Spirit Technique. This set of techniques can temper one's spiritual power. It is divided into 9 levels, or 9 revolutions. When one reaches the 9th level, even if the physical body dies, the soul can remain immortal. The former Imperial princess also practiced this technique, but it seems she didn't reach the 9th level. You're the one. Yi Ranyan immersed her mind in the cultivation technique. The obscure words floated into her mind. She, born in the 21st century, must have found it very difficult to read them. However, the Imperial princess's inheritance allowed her to easily understand this set of techniques. Soon, she then entered a mysterious and profound state of cultivation. Time flies. Before I knew it, an afternoon had passed. A vast power condensed within Yi Ranyan's sea of consciousness. This power continuously cleansed her soul, causing the injuries she sustained when breaking the first seal of her meridian-locking body to heal rapidly. Suddenly, that power, seemingly pushed to its limit, suddenly exploded. Yi Ranyan's mind went blank for a moment, and when she regained consciousness, she felt clear-headed and bright-eyed. In fact, even though she was inside the house, her divine sense could detect the situation outside. It's done. On Yi Ranyan's lips. She had already cultivated the first level of the 9 Revolutions Refining God technique to perfection, and now she could begin cultivating the second level. It doesn't seem too difficult. Xinling Continent, cultivation techniques are divided into 6 levels, from highest to lowest: God, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to cultivate. The 9 Revolutions Refining God technique is the highest level divine cultivation technique, and it must be very difficult to cultivate. However, Yi Ranyan mastered the first level in just one afternoon. Inside the Emperor's space, Dingdang noticed the scene outside and couldn't help but show a look of amazement on his face. Such strong comprehension, such fast speed. This cultivation speed is even faster than that of the Empress back then. Master is truly amazing. Fenger chimed in. Of course. Master will definitely be the most powerful person in the world in the future. The two children were praising Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan, who was outside the Emperor's space, got up, opened the door, and walked out. Soon, Yi Yulan appeared in front of Yi Ranyan. Oh, cousin, what a perfect time to come out. I was just looking for you. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly, not mentioning that her spiritual power could now permeate the entire Duke's mansion, and that she had already seen Yi Yulan coming to find her. Third cousin, what do you want with me? Chapter 40. The Black Market, Soul-Nourishing Jade. Let's eat. After we eat, we need to go to the bathroom. Did you forget? Yi Yulan winked and reminded Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan hadn't forgotten. She had told Yi Yulan that morning to take her to the black market that night. Of course I haven't forgotten. Let's go. The two went to the main hall for dinner. Yi Yuch was still absent. My fourth cousin has been studying those runes for a whole day and night. Is his body able to handle it? Don't worry, I went to see him before I came out. That guy has nothing but runes in his eyes right now, and I can't persuade him. I can only hope that he can figure out those runes soon. Yi Ranyan nodded while thinking to herself, This fourth cousin is really too amazing, talisman fanatic. It seems that in the future, I should give him talismans slowly and not give him too many at once. However, it is perhaps because of his obsession that he was able to become one of only 2 third-tier rune masters in the Eastern Dragon Empire at such a young age. Soon after dinner, everyone dispersed. Yi Yulan didn't tell Su Baiyu that she planned to secretly take Yi Ranyan to the black market. But Yi Yuhan was already waiting for them at the door. The black market is a place where all sorts of people mingle. As her older cousin, you have to take care of her, understand? After he finished speaking to Yi Yulan, he looked at Yi Ranyan. In an instant, his serious expression softened. Cousin, I've told Uncle Lu that he'll send people to protect you from the shadows. Don't be afraid when you get to the black market. Just have fun. This stark contrast in attitudes deeply saddened Yi Yulan, but he dared not protest. Yes, I know. Aunt Yin will be with us too. Don't worry, cousin. You all go ahead, and come back soon. I'm going to check on my fourth brother. Good. After Yi Yuhan left, Yi Yulan breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Although my brother has lost his cultivation now, he is still so terrifying. I don't dare to refute him at all. Yi Ranyan smiled, but didn't say anything. Next, led Yi Ranyan to a tea house with practiced ease. We're here. Yi Ranyan looked up and saw the 4 characters, Ri Tea House. Here. That's right. As soon as the 2 entered, a servant stepped forward and said, Gentlemen, please pay the entrance fee. Yi Yulan tossed him 2 high-grade spirit stones. Then, the waiter led them to a mask rack not far away. Please, gentlemen, choose a mask. Everyone entering the black market must wear a mask. Yi Ranyan knew that the original owner had been to the black market in Qingyang City. This one, please. Yi Ranyan chose a fox mask. Then I'll choose this one. Yi Yulan chose a white wolf mask. After they chose their masks, the servant led them to an inner door at the end of the stairs. When they opened the door, all they found inside was emptiness. I hope you two have a pleasant time. After the servant finished speaking, he withdrew. Yi Ranyan followed Yi Yulan into the void within the door. The next moment, it was as if they had stepped into another space. The tea house behind them disappeared, and what appeared before them was a bustling street with bright lights. Cousin, what do you want to buy? I'll just browse around. Let's buy what you want first, cousin. Yi Ranyan yesterday. The formula was quite ancient, and some of the medicinal herbs on it were not commonly found. That's why he decided to come to the black market tonight. I know where to buy elixirs. I'll take you there. The 2 walked through the bustling market. People on the street, regardless of their height, weight, or build, all wore masks. Some were alone, while others were in groups of 2 or 3. Overall, there were many people, and the street was very lively. Yi Yulan brought Yi Ranyan to a trading street, which was lined with stalls. The stalls sold various items, including magical artifacts, elixirs, rare and precious treasures, cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and even spiritual herbs. Yi Yulan went straight to the herb stall. Yi Ranyan walked slowly behind him. Suddenly, her mind trembled slightly, as if she had been awakened by something. Yi Ranyan narrowed her beautiful eyes behind the mask and looked around. Then, she saw a piece of black jade on a street stall selling miscellaneous items. Her mind was unusually active, and when she saw the black jade, a hint of longing even showed. This is... Yi Ranyan quickly walked up to the stall. Don't miss out. Top-quality spiritual artifacts, excellent pills, and rare celestial treasures are all on sale at bargain prices. The stall owner was also wearing a mask, but his voice sounded somewhat young. However, no matter how hard he tried to promote his wares, the people around him were not interested in his junk. Yi Ranyan was the only one who walked up to the stall. Oh, young lady, it's fate that we've met. I have all sorts of high-quality goods here at reasonable prices. For example, this water-repelling pearl is not only crystal clear and incredibly beautiful, but it will also ensure your smooth passage through the sea. Yi Ranyan didn't speak. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the groceries on the stall, and she became more and more shocked as she looked. Those groceries all looked like ordinary, unremarkable items, but each and every one of them was a truly rare treasure. For example, the water-repelling beads that the stall owner mentioned not only allow people to move freely in water, but also help them absorb water elements when worn on the body. If attacked by water elements, they can also neutralize a lot of the damage. What initially caught her attention was a rare and wonderful item. Yi Ranyan's gaze fell on the black jade. The young man's lips under the mask curled up and he laughed. Mrs. Good Eyes. This is the most valuable thing I have on my stall. You may not believe it, but this is the legendary soul-nourishing jade. Not only can it nourish a person's soul, But if you carry it with you, it can also continuously temper your spiritual power. It is an essential magic weapon for spiritual cultivators. A passerby overheard the boy's words and couldn't help but stop and scoff. Little girl, don't be fooled by him. The items on his stall are clearly cheap goods, many of which don't even have any spiritual energy, but he insists on charging high prices. It's obviously a scam. Someone tried the treasures he mentioned before, and they were all fake. If you want to buy something good, young lady, you should check out other stalls. Ignoring the passers-by, Uranian picked up the water-repelling pearl and asked, how much is this water-repelling pearl? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped. Has this kid selling counterfeit goods gone mad? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How could he say that? Then what about this jade? Yi Ranyan pointed to the soul-nourishing jade. The young man revealed his small white teeth beneath the mask and smiled happily. Young lady, you have good taste. However, the rule at my stall is that I only sell one item per month, so you can only choose one. Everyone around fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The implication is that this kid hasn't sold anything in a month, and they still dare to ask for exorbitant prices with such audacity. Some people couldn't stand it and kept shaking their heads. With a price of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, it was no wonder he couldn't sell anything. In that case, Uranian put down the water-repelling pearl and picked up the soul-nourishing jade. I want it. Have you made your choice? The young stall owner asked her. It's selected. All right, one top-grade spirit stone, cash on delivery. What? When did this kid change his ways? Aren't the cheapest items at his stall worth at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? It is precisely because of such high prices that many buyers are deterred. But now, he actually offered the price of a top-grade spirit stone? What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Chapter 41, The Auction. A top-grade spirit stone? Are you sure? Iranian also looked at the stall owner boy in surprise. The young stall owner grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, yes, the lowest price for the items on my stall is indeed 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, but money can't buy happiness. You have a good eye, young lady, and I admire your taste. So, this soul-nourishing jade will be sold to you for one top-grade spirit stone. Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment and accepted his kindness. She handed him a top-grade spirit stone. Thank you. The young stall owner lazily played with the spirit stones in his hand. Everyone gets what they need. I've sold my stuff, so I've completed my mission. I can finally go back and get a good night's sleep. After the boy finished speaking, he yawned, flicked his sleeve, and everything on the stall disappeared into thin air. Miss, see you again if fate allows. As he spoke, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared from everyone's sight. In an instant, this caused a gasp of surprise from the audience. I never expected that the stall owner to be such a skilled person at such a young age. What kind of techniques are those that are so bizarre? Looking back now, I suddenly feel that the stall owner was quite extraordinary. Could all the things he sold really be good stuff? So that means, swish, swish, swish. Almost everyone's gaze fell on the black jade in Yi Ranyan's hand, and their breathing became heavy. Then, it can't really be a soul-nourishing jade, can it? Thinking of this, many people in the crowd revealed a burning greed in their eyes. Yi Ranyan possessed powerful mental strength and naturally sensed the changes in the people around her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile curved her red lips beneath the fox mask. At that very moment, cousin, wearing the white wolf mask, Yi Yulan noticed that Yi Ranyan hadn't followed, so she quickly turned back to look for her. Cousin. Yi Ranyan nodded to him. Was furious when she noticed everyone surrounding Yi Ranyan like hungry wolves. Why are you all surrounding my cousin? As he spoke, his cultivation level, belonging to the 6th level of the Sunyu realm, instantly spread out, shaking back everyone. Many people, seeing this, became wary and quickly left. Only a few people exchanged glances and disappeared into the crowd, but they were secretly watching Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan. Cousin, what just happened? Yi Ranyan shook her head. It's nothing. Cousin, how's the purchase of the elixir? I'm lucky today. I managed to buy several medicinal herbs that I really liked. Besides, our timing was perfect. Yi Yulan led Yi Ranyan forward, saying, there's an auction at the black market tonight. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can buy some more good stuff. An auction? Great. Soon, the two followed the endless stream of people to a magnificent, golden restaurant. This is it, Wanjiu Tower, the largest chain restaurant in our Lingyu continent. Tonight's auction will be held here at Wanjiu Tower. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan were dressed in extraordinary clothes and had an elegant demeanor. Yi Yulan was also very generous, and soon beautiful maids greeted them warmly and led them to a private room on the second floor. Once inside, two other slender and beautiful young women were waiting to serve them. Yi Yulan disliked this kind of pomp and circumstance, and after the other party served tea and pastries, she waved her hand to let them leave. Yi Ranyan did have a fondness for beautiful women, and she felt rather regretful when the two pretty young ladies left. Yi Ranyan remained in the room. Cousin, do you have any spirit stones on you? I have 150,000 high-grade spirit stones here. Just tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. This amount is definitely not small. Yi Ranyan was a little surprised because, based on her observations over the past 2 days, the Duke's mansion was not extravagant. Yi Yulan was just a young master in the mansion, so he shouldn't have much spirit stone for spending money. Third cousin, Yi Ranyan asked curiously, does our manor have a spirit mine? Yi Yulan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Cousin, are you trying to ask me where I got so many spirit stones? You guessed right. Our Yi family does indeed have spirit mines, and there are 3 of them. However, our Duke's mansion's biggest source of income isn't this spirit mine, but rather our 4th brother's business. Yi Ranyan was surprised. Yi Yuch, who was born with a deficiency and was physically weak, actually had this ability. Yes, my 4th brother's business spans the entire East Dragon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the richest young master in our capital. However, he mostly uses the spirit stones he earns to support his family's bodyguards and retired veterans. The spirit stones I have here are the proceeds from selling the pills I've refined with my 4th brother. They're all my personal savings. I see. Yi Ranyan nodded. Her cousins, who came from prominent families, were indeed quite remarkable for being self-reliant. The two were talking. With a thud, a bewitching beauty in a purple dress suddenly descended from the sky onto the high platform below. She was not only beautiful, but also had a sweet, captivating voice. Ladies and gentlemen, today's black gold auction will be hosted by me, Ling Xia. Her opening remarks drew cheers from the crowd. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan on the second floor could also see what was happening below through the walls made of a special material. Yi Yulan explained to Yi Ranyan, Miss Lingxia is the vice president of the Black Gold Auction House. She rarely presides over auctions herself. It seems there are some good items tonight. Yi Ranyan nodded. Lingxia is an expert at hosting auctions. She knows what kind of segments people like, so she doesn't waste words. After saying a few simple words to get the atmosphere going, she goes straight into the auction. The first item to be auctioned today is a sword spirit weapon. Although it is only a first-tier spirit weapon, it has 2 runes on it. After introducing the items, she even showed them to everyone. Those practicing swordsmanship and martial arts in the arena were immediately tempted and began to bid. Ultimately, the sword was sold for 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. A first-tier spiritual weapon, and it's this expensive? Yi Ranyan exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yulan nodded. Normally, first-tier spiritual weapons aren't this expensive, but this sword has 2 runes on it, so it's more expensive than the average one. Yi Ranyan nodded thoughtfully. In her Emperor space, there were Ding Dang, Feng'er, and 2 divine beast eggs waiting to be fed. She couldn't keep feeding them with the spiritual energy from the spirit pool, as that would harm the golden lotus. She needed to find a way to earn spirit stones as soon as possible. Looking at it now, weapon crafting seems pretty good. However, next, Yi Ranyan quickly discovered this. Besides magical artifacts, rare elixirs and powerful talismans can also easily fetch high prices. Tisk, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters. No wonder they are the 3 most profitable professions. Unfortunately, only cultivators who are close to fire-type spiritual power and have high mental strength can become alchemists and weapon refiners, and talisman masters have even higher requirements for mental strength. Otherwise, I guess everyone would want to join these 3 professions. As time goes by, the auction was drawing to a close. Previously, Yi Yulan had also purchased several medicinal herbs. However, Yi Ranyan possessed the memories of the Empress's inheritance and had high standards, so she didn't take a liking to anything. Ladies and gentlemen, what we will be auctioning next is the highlight of this auction. On the stage, the auctioneer, Ling Xia, gave a seductive smile and began to speak. Chapter 42, The Grand Finale. The grand finale item? Downstairs, the crowd that heard the auctioneer's words instantly became excited and began to whisper among themselves. Yi Yulan explained to Yi Ranyan, Usually, the black gold auction will reserve 3 of the most precious items as the finale. After the next 3 items are auctioned, we can leave. Yi Ranya nodded. Then, on the high platform downstairs, Ling Xia, dressed in a seductive purple dress, clapped her hands. Afterward, a beautiful maid carefully carried a tray and walked onto the auction stage. The first and final item is the Xian rank martial art, Tian Yuan sword technique. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't go into how rare Xian rank martial arts techniques are. This set of techniques has a starting bid of 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the bid increment must not be less than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone couldn't help but shout, 400,000 top-grade spirit stones, 450,000 top-grade spirit stones, 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction had barely begun when many people were already bidding wildly. It should be noted that a set of Xian rank martial arts techniques could be a family heirloom of a mid-level family in the Eastern Dragon Empire, which shows its great value. Yi Yulan also stared intently at the tray and whispered, "My older brother used to practice swordsmanship. If he were here, he would definitely like it." Pity. He touched his Samaru pouch with some regret. After bidding for the spiritual medicine, he only had 80,000 top-grade spirit stones left, which was far from enough. Is that so? Yi Ranyan seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps, after helping Yi Yuhan heal his spiritual veins, she could give him a set of sword techniques as a gift. Yes, sigh. If only we could bring our 4th brother. If he came, this sword technique would be ours. Yi Yulan missed her rich younger brother. I have plenty of martial arts techniques here, Yi Ranyan comforted him. Besides, it's just a mere Xian rank martial arts technique. There's no need to worry about it. She had barely finished speaking. Brush. Yi Yulan suddenly turned to look at her. Cousin, are you serious? That's a Xian-level martial skill. Yi Ranya nodded. I'm serious. Why don't you tell me what kind of martial arts you like, and I'll give you a set. Yi Yulan was skeptical, but still shook her head and said, No need. The pill formula my cousin gave me before is already very good. As they were talking, that set of Xian rank martial arts techniques was sold for 900,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Ranyan was somewhat surprised, thinking to herself, at this price, if the soul-nourishing jade she just obtained were put up for auction, even starting at 5 million top-grade spirit stones wouldn't be considered expensive. But she bought it with a top-grade spirit stone. It seems that the items at that street stall were indeed of good quality and inexpensive. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to run into it again. During the auction, after the first highlight item was auctioned off, another cage was quickly placed on the high platform. The cage was covered by a red silk cloth. After the people carrying the cage got off, Ling Xia pulled back the red silk cloth, revealing a colorful spirit beast inside. A chorus of gasps immediately erupted from the audience. It's a saber-toothed tiger. They're still cubs, easy to tame and easy to form contracts with. This is a dream come true for any beast tamer. It is said that saber-toothed tiger cubs are already at the 5th rank and can grow into 8th rank king beasts in the future. A king-level beast, comparable to a martial king, could be used as a guardian deity to protect the house. The Black Gold Auction House can even get their hands on this. They truly deserve to be called a giant in the auction industry. Ling Xia was pleased with everyone's surprise and said with a smile, the second grand finale item is a 5th-tier spirit beast cub with a starting price of 400,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 top-grade spirit stones higher. If any of you are beast tamers, don't miss out. I'll offer 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. 600,000. 900,000. Clearly, some customers had gone crazy. With only 3 people bidding, the price had already reached the previous closing price of the final item. Saber-toothed tiger. Yi Yulan was tempted again. His eyes sparkled, and his face was full of desire. Yi Ranyan said, it's just a 5th-tier spirit beast. She had barely opened her mouth when Yi Yulan turned back to look at her with a resentful expression. Cousin, how come these rare things are not worth mentioning in your eyes? Yi Ranyan coughed lightly. I have a friend who has a good relationship with spirit beasts and demon beasts. If you really want one, I can ask around and find a better one for you. She currently has 2 divine beast eggs in the Emperor's space, and the golden-winged roc, Feng'er, is also a 9th-tier sacred beast cub. The saber-toothed tiger cubs, which were only at the 5th rank and would only reach the 8th rank of king beasts at best. In her view, spiritual energy is scarce in the northern wilderness, and the young demon beasts of various races in that area probably have a hard time growing up. If they could come to the human world to train, they would probably grow up faster. She planned to ask Feng Jukin next time to see if Bai Huang could send a few more cubs to the Yi family. In this way, on the one hand, it can help the monster cubs grow better, and on the other hand, their own family members will have a powerful monster protecting them. In the end, the saber-toothed tiger cub was bought by a mysterious person in a private room on the second floor for a high price of 2.1 million top-grade spirit stones. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. I wonder which spendthrift bought it, leaving us poor people with no way to survive. Many people downstairs were sighing. Auctioneer Ling Xia's smile never stopped from the start of the auction. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the auction price of the saber-toothed tiger. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to auction is the last and most important item of the night. She had barely finished speaking. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several powerful figures descended from the sky, landing around the high platform in a protective stance. This caused the expressions of everyone present to turn serious. At black gold auctions, it's rare to see top experts appear on stage. This only means one thing. The items about to be auctioned are priceless treasures. After the powerful figures settled down, a man with piercing eyes walked to the front of the stage carrying a red brocade box. Ling Xia took the brocade box from his hand, but did not open it immediately. Instead, she smiled and said to everyone, I believe some of you have already heard from the rumors that our last item tonight is a 4th grade spiritual herb. 4th rank. 4th rank. It's been several years since a grade 4 spiritual herb has appeared in our Eastern Dragon Empire. No wonder the black gold auction is so cautious tonight. I don't know what kind of spiritual herb it is, but no matter what it is, I estimate that the alchemists in our Eastern Dragon capital will go crazy tonight. The value of a 4th grade spiritual herb is self-evident, even without Ling Xia's explanation. And today, the spiritual herb we are auctioning is the rarest and most precious spiritual herb among 4th grade spiritual herbs, the heavenly soul grass. The room erupted in an uproar. Yi Ranyan's expression shifted slightly for a moment. Spiritual herb. Heavenly soul grass. Although this herb cannot cure her grandfather's illness, she can use it to bring him back to his senses. Third cousin. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yulan. We have to get this heavenly soul grass. At that very moment, on the stage, Ling Xia said, a 4th grade spirit herb, the heavenly soul grass, has a starting bid of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Bidding increments must not be less than 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction is now starting. Chapter 43. A 4th rank alchemist and the first commander of the Imperial Guard. Starting bid, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The price increase must be no less than 50,000. Such outrageous prices left everyone speechless. Yi Yulan, clutching the Samaru pouch, asked Yi Ranyan, Cousin, do you really want this heavenly soul grass? To put it bluntly, even selling him wouldn't be enough to raise the starting bid. Yi Ranyan only realized after hearing the starting bid that 1 million top-grade spirit stones was far too much for them. Moreover, this is just the starting price. She frowned but didn't speak. Yi Yulan gritted her teeth and said, Since my cousin wants it, then I'll send a telepathic message to my 4th brother. This was the first time his cousin had ever asked for something, and he was determined to buy it for her no matter what. Will it be too late? Yi Ranyan sighed inwardly. What a pity. If the heavenly soul grass hadn't been the last item up for auction, she could have jumped the queue to bid for cultivation techniques or pill formulas in exchange for spirit stones. But now, the chance is gone. The auction for tonight will end after this heavenly soul grass is auctioned off. I don't know, but I'll give it a try. Yi Yulan tried to contact Yi Yuch using a communication stone, but received no reply. He slapped his forehead, only then remembering that every time Yi Yuch was engrossed in drawing talismans, he would throw the communication stone into his Samaru space bag and ignore everyone else. It's okay, I'll send it to my brother again. Yi Yuhan was the poorest among the brothers. Because he was only focused on cultivation, he didn't pursue any side jobs that could earn money, such as alchemy, weapon crafting, or talisman drawing. He used to enjoy sword practice and even spent almost all his spirit stones on nurturing his sword. He usually earned some pocket money by helping Yi Yuch find rare and precious treasures with his high martial arts skills. However, he quickly replied after receiving Yi Yulan's message. My 4th brother set up a 3rd grade talisman array outside the room, so I can't get in right now. But it's okay, I can go to the inner treasury to get spirit stones. Although he was poor, he was the eldest grandson of the Duke's mansion and the future heir, so he could easily use the family's spirit stones if he wanted to. He was poor on ordinary days only because he hadn't used the family's spirit stones. But now, for my cousin, it's worth it. Yi Ranyan heard Yi Yuhan's voice coming from the sound transmission stone. Seeing her two cousins going to such lengths for her, without even knowing what she needed the heavenly soul grass for, she felt a warmth in her heart and said, "Thank you." Yi Yulan's ears turned slightly red, but she waved her hand and said, "Hey, isn't this just the way it is?" Saying thank you is too formal. While they were preparing the spirit stones, the auction had already entered a heated and intense phase. Amidst the frenzied bidding from various mysterious figures, the heavenly soul grass had now been driven up to a price of 3.2 million top-grade spirit stones. 3,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Not many people in the entire Eastern Dragon Emperor could afford that. So at this point, most people had given up, and only 2 people were still bidding. 3,300,000. 3,350,000. 3.5 million. This time, one of the 2 who had been bidding suddenly fell silent. The crowd below was thrilled by the back-and-forth bidding at such high prices. Although they weren't the ones bidding, it was still a fortunate thing to witness such a treasure being acquired at such a price. It seems that 3.5 million is the final price. This heavenly soul grass should belong to box number 9. However, at this moment, the guest in box 3, who had been using a magical artifact to disguise his voice while bidding for the heavenly soul grass with box 9, suddenly removed the disguise and, in his original aged voice, called out, 3,800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, many gasps were heard in the room. That is, the price is 3,800,000. It was also because of that aged voice. Many people recognized the other person by their voice, and after a brief silence, the crowd became excited. It's Master E. I didn't expect that Master E also wanted the heavenly soul grass. 4th, great alchemist in our Eastern Dragon capital. If we're talking about alchemy, he's probably the only one who can refine the heavenly soul grass. In the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, the most powerful alchemist on the surface is the president of the Alchemist Guild, who is currently a 3rd-grade alchemist. However, many important figures also know that in the black market, there is a 4th-grade alchemist who rarely takes action, is extremely powerful, but only serves the black market. He is Master E. Master E has a great reputation in the upper-class circles of Beijing. The Eastern Dragon capital who sought his alchemy and healing services could stretch from the east gate to the west gate of the capital. However, Master E sees one person every 3 days, and he won't see more than that. He's also very difficult to invite, and ordinary people rarely see him. So when everyone learned that he was personally bidding for the heavenly soul grass, they were all shocked. Master E rarely leaves the black market medicine pavilion, but he has appeared at this auction today. The black market must have already informed Master E what the highlight item is. Master E has always only served the black market. He is a member of the black market, so it is normal for him to get inside information in advance. I was wondering who was so rich, but when I saw it was Master E, I had no more doubts. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. After a brief silence, the person in box 9 who had previously bid against Master E for the heavenly spirit grass said neither humbly nor arrogantly, a 4th-grade spiritual herb. In the entire Eastern Dragon Imperial capital, I'm afraid only Master E can bring out its maximum efficacy. It would be a waste for it to fall into our hands. In that case, I will withdraw from this auction. He also removed the magical artifact that disguised his voice. This voice was nothing special to most ordinary people. Everyone was still thinking that the voice sounded unfamiliar and wondered who it was that could casually take out 3.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Only a very few guests changed their expressions instantly upon hearing this voice. Yi Yulan is one of them. This person, do you know him, 3rd cousin? Yi Ranyan asked curiously. Yi Yulan nodded. Yes, he is Commander Han, and also the 1st commander of His Majesty's Imperial Guard. The top commander of the Imperial Guard, the most favored person in front of the Azure Emperor, and rumored to be the 3rd strongest expert in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Yi Ranyan has heard quite a bit about what's happening in the Eastern Dragon capital, and she's also heard a bit about Commander Han. It's him. His presence here must be at His Majesty's behest. I wonder why His Majesty would desire such a heavenly soul grass. If it weren't for Master E, a 4th-grade alchemist, who made the bid today, this heavenly soul grass would probably have fallen into Commander Han's hands. At this moment, auctioneer Ling Xia also brought down the gavel. Congratulations to Master E for winning the bid for the 4th-grade spiritual herb, heavenly soul grass, for 3.8 million top-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yulan's expression changed again. Oh no. Yi Ranyan with frustration. The auction is over. Even if Big Brother comes, he won't make it in time. Yi Ranyan smiled and reassured him. It's alright, we'll go and meet Master Yi later. We might be able to get the heavenly soul grass. Chapter 44. This is my true face. Meet Master Yi? Yi Yulan was shocked. Cousin, you don't mean to kill and rob us, do you? Absolutely not. Master Yi is a 4th grade alchemist with connections all over the black market. There's no way the two of us can succeed. Yi Ranyan chuckled and shook her head. No, I just want to see if I can make a deal with him to get the heavenly soul grass back. That's good. Yi Yulan breathed a sigh of relief, then used the communication stone to tell Yi Yuhan that he didn't need to come over. Soon after the heavenly soul grass was sold, the auction ended. Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan left Wanjiu Tower, following the crowd who were still discussing the auction. Cousin, shall we go see Master Yi now? Does my cousin know where I can find him? We can find Master Yi at the Black Market Medicine Pavilion, but he may not be willing to see us. It's okay, go give it a try. As they talked, the two headed toward the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. The Black Market Pharmacy is located in a relatively remote part of the Black Market. At this time of night, when all is quiet, the closer you get to the Black Market Pharmacy, the fewer people are on the street. Suddenly, Yi Ranyan paused slightly and stopped. Cousin, what's wrong? Yi Yulan asked, puzzled. Yi Ranyan shook her head at him. Cousin, wait a moment. Without offering any further explanation, she turned and headed into a small alleyway. Huh? Cousin, that's a dead end. Yi Yulan quickly followed. Yi Ranyan didn't speak, but her powerful mental energy was already spreading like a tide towards the entrance of the alley. Soon, furtive figures appeared at the entrance of the alley, clearly visible to Yi Ranyan's spiritual power. Yi Yulan seemed to hear the footsteps as well, and suddenly turned around. Who goes there? Wearing a red dress and a fox mask, Yi Ranyan stood behind Yi Yulan. A gentle breeze blew through her hair as she said calmly to Yi Yulan. Naturally, she is someone with ill intentions. She had barely finished speaking. Oh, young lady, you're quite alert. Bathed in moonlight, the 4 figures emerged from the darkness, revealing 4 hideous demon masks. Handsome face beneath the white wolf mask suddenly changed, and he instantly became wary. What do you want to do? We didn't intend to do anything. The 4 men surrounded Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan, a faint killing intent emanating from them. Little lady, hand over the soul-nourishing jade you obtained earlier, and we'll let you go. All right, Yi Ranyan said calmly. If you're lucky enough to get it. The next moment, before Yi Yulan and the other 4 could react, Yi Ranyan shot towards them like a ghost. At the same time, ring, ring, tied to Yi Ranyan's ankle, emitted a crisp sound. Accompanied by the melodious sound of bells, the 4 suddenly felt a splitting headache. Not good. The 4 men's expressions changed drastically. It's a mental attack. Almost instinctively, they unleashed their strongest attacks without any hesitation. In an instant, crimson flames, dark blue frost, transparent water vapor, and sharp sword light burst forth from the 4 of them, all attacking Yi Ranyan who was rushing towards them. Yi Yulan then realized what was happening. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped in front of Yi Ranyan to block her. However, boom, boom, the crimson flames landed on Yi Ranyan, but didn't even touch her clothes or hair. They only formed a ball of fiery radiance around her. The azure frost was blocked by the flames in front of her, unable to advance an inch. The water vapor disappeared without a sound. Yi Ranyan, who wasn't making any deliberate defenses, slightly curved her red lips under the fox mask into a satisfied smile. Really, when the seal on the meridian-locking body was broken, the strange fire and ice crystal dew that were swallowed were not for nothing. After her body absorbed those 2 heavenly treasures, fire attacks, frost attacks, and even water attacks had no effect on her whatsoever. She blocked the 3 attacks from the 4 opponents with her own body's defenses. Only one sword aura came rushing towards them. Yi Ranyan's sea of consciousness, her spiritual power, surged wildly. The attacking sword was quickly locked onto by her spiritual power, hovering in front of her, unable to advance an inch. This is the effect achieved by combining mental power and spatial power. Yi Ranyan originally did not possess spatial power, but after forming a contract with 2 cubs of spatial beasts, she also gained spatial talent and could briefly control the power of time and space. Yi Yulan rushed over in a panic, wanting to help Yi Ranyan block the attack, but she was helpless. At this moment, she could only stare dumbfounded at Yi Ranyan, who was surrounded by flames and looked like a goddess of fire. just like the other 4 people. When can my cousin begin cultivating? A tremendous shock and disbelief filled his mind, leaving him frozen in place. Yi Ranyan didn't care about what others thought. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "You've used up all your tricks, so it's my turn." Whoosh. With the power of space-time, she flew towards the 4 of them like a blazing flame. The next moment, a bright silver light flashed across the night. Uft, uft. Strands of blood drifted through the void. Before anyone could react, something was happening. Thump, thump. One by one, the corpses fell down. The blink of an eye, Yi Ranyan swiftly and ruthlessly annihilated them. They died without ever unleashing their full cultivation. Before they could even scream, their bodies were torn apart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Yulan was still shocked by the fact that Yi Ranyan could cultivate when a strong smell of blood wafted over. When he came to his senses, he saw 4 dismembered corpses and 4 pools of blood that looked dark red in the night. His pupils constricted, and his mind went blank. In fact, not only Yi Yulan was shocked, but also the guards and Yungu who were sent by Uncle Lu to protect them were also shocked. They never expected that before they could even make a move, their person would be eliminated, and by Yi Ranyan no less. "Cousin, let's go." Yi Ranyan acted as if nothing had happened, calmly placing the dagger into the Emperor's space and beckoning to Yi Yulan. Yi Ranyan in disbelief. In his memory, Yi Ranyan was a delicate and frail young lady who couldn't cultivate, could only be protected, and wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. He never expected that she would be so ruthless and decisive, killing people like slaughtering chickens. Did I scare 3rd cousin? Yi Ranyan wore a fox mask and a striking red dress. She stood there quietly, her voice flat and emotionless. But this is my true face. She is Yi Ranyan, and also the first mercenary of the 21st century, night goddess, who experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is not her first murder, nor will it be her last. Killing was as commonplace to her as drinking water or eating. No matter who it is or how old they are, if they want to kill her, she will kill them without hesitation. This will never change. If 3rd cousin can't accept me like this, then 3rd cousin can tell me how to get to the black market medicine pavilion, and I'll go there myself. Chapter 45. Is this even human? This is too monstrous. Hearing Yi Ranyan's words, Yi Yulan, who had been stunned, suddenly came to her senses and cried out that she was innocent. "Cousin, how could you say that? No matter what kind of person you are my cousin. Besides, you did nothing wrong. These people came with ill intentions. Your cousin isn't a saint. If they want to kill us, isn't it only right for us to kill them?" At this moment, his mind finally started to work. He strode up to Yi Ranyan, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Speaking of which, I'm overjoyed that my cousin is so amazing. How could I not accept it? With my cousin being so amazing, I'm not worried about her being bullied outside. I was just a little shocked by your skills. After all, you couldn't even cultivate before. Speaking of which, when did you start cultivating?" Yi Ranyan breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on the beautiful face beneath the fox mask. "I started cultivating today, and I must say, the feeling of being able to cultivate is really great." Even though she can't cultivate, she could still defeat the 4 people from before, but it wouldn't be this easy. "My God!" Yi Yulan exclaimed in disbelief. "You only started cultivating today, and you were able to kill those 4 people so cleanly? What's your cultivation level now?" On the Spirit Martial continent, cultivation levels, from lowest to highest, are Spirit Martial Realm, Yuan Martial Realm, Xian Martial Realm, Heavenly Martial Realm, Martial Lord, and Martial King. There are others above the Martial King, but the strongest expert in the Eastern Dragon Empire is the Martial King, who is also the legendary founding emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Yi Yulan could clearly see those 4 people. Each of them was at the Sungyu realm, and their cultivation was no lower than his. Even if he were to take action, he couldn't possibly do better than Yi Ranyan. "The 9th level of Yuanyu," Yi Ranyan said calmly. Yi Yulan pinched her philtrum hard, afraid that she would faint. Even my eldest brother, who is known as a cultivation genius, took a full 3 years to reach the 9th level of the Yuanyu realm. But his cousin only needed 1 afternoon? Is this even human? This is too monstrous. I had a fortuitous encounter. These cultivation levels were not achieved by my own efforts. Most of her cultivation levels were gifts from the 2 divine beast eggs. Yi Yulan shook his head upon hearing this. He believed that besides the fortuitous encounter, Yi Ranyan's talent must also be exceptionally remarkable. Otherwise, how could she have advanced so many realms in just 1 afternoon? At the same time, he was also very happy and said to Yi Ranyan with great interest, "Cousin, your cultivation speed is amazing. I estimate that it won't be long before you surpass your cousin. Maybe your cousin will need your protection in the future." "No problem." Hearing her say that, Yi Yulan couldn't help but feel happy. So what if my cousin can kill people? My cousin's murders are entertaining to watch. And the way my cousin agreed to protect me was so sweet. He likes his cousin just the way she is. "Cousin, it's getting late. Let's hurry to the black market medicine pavilion." "Oh, right. We still need to go see Master Yi." Nothing more happened on the way thereafter, and Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan arrived at the black market medicine pavilion without incident. Unexpectedly, even though the moon was already high in the sky, there were still many wounded people in the black market medicine pavilion. The wounded people were all wearing masks, and their injuries were extremely serious. Not only were they missing arms and legs, but the smell of blood on their bodies was also extremely strong. This must have come from the martial arts arena. Yi Yulan couldn't help but sigh. Yi Ranyan knew that the martial arts arena was a place similar to modern underground boxing, a stage where people fight each other. The loser will either die or be maimed, while the winner will receive a spirit stone. It is a place where some desperate and impoverished cultivators earn spirit stones, and also a place where some cultivators with strong self-confidence hone themselves. Yi Ranyan had long wanted to see it for herself, but it was already late tonight, so she could only come back another time. As she was thinking, a commotion suddenly broke out among the patients in front of her. "Master Yi! Master Yi is back! Master Yi, please help us!" Cheers rose and fell from the crowd, and Yi Ranyan knew what was going on after hearing only a few words. Yi Yulan, who was standing nearby, also understood that Master Yi had returned and immediately became happy. "Cousin, we are so lucky to have run into Master Yi returning as well." Yi Ranyan took a few steps forward and, through the crowd, saw the elderly man being fawned over by the patients. The old man had white hair and beard, wore a crescent-shaped robe, and possessed an otherworldly air, exuding the demeanor of a master. As expected of a fourth-grade alchemist, he looks extraordinary. But a hint of a smile flickered in Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes. The heavenly soul grass from Master Yi. At that very moment, surrounded by patients, Master Yi spoke up. "Gentlemen, there are several alchemists in my black market medicine pavilion. You are welcome to go to them. If you encounter any difficult cases, they will report to me." He himself could treat one person every 3 days. When the time comes, who he chooses will depend on his interests. Master Yi. Many people wanted to shout that those first and second-grade alchemists could not compare to him, but they dared not offend the other alchemists, so they dared not speak. They could only watch helplessly as the old man pushed his way through the crowd and walked forward. "Come on, let's follow," Yi Ranyan whispered to Yi Yulan. The crowd quickly gathered after Master Yi entered the black market medicine pavilion, and Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan, who were following behind Master Yi, were not very conspicuous. However, to everyone's surprise, after Master Yi went in, the people behind him were immediately stopped by the black market medicine pavilion staff, who made these patients line up one by one and enter in order. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. As Master Yi's figure was about to disappear, she raised her voice and said, "Master Yi, please wait." A commotion immediately erupted in the crowd, and everyone turned to look at Yi Ranyan. At this moment, Yi Ranyan was wearing a fox mask, obscuring her face. However, she had a slender waist and graceful figure, and her fiery red dress accentuated her cold and ethereal temperament, making her stand out at first glance. Who is this woman? Master Yi just said that, so he shouldn't be treating us anymore. How dare she still speak up? Master Yi hates being pestered the most. Just wait and see. Someone from the black market medicine pavilion will soon come out to drive her away. The man was right. After Yi Ranyan spoke, several guards came out of the black market medicine pavilion and walked towards her. Seeing that Master Yi hadn't stopped walking at all, Yi Ranyan wasn't in a hurry. She continued in her pleasant voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. "When using the Dan fire to refine pills, my meridians often ache unbearably. In addition, I have excessive liver fire, which makes it difficult to sleep at night. Even when fighting, I can only use less than 30% of my power. Master Yi, am I right?" Chapter 46. My cousin is truly a genius. Yi Ranyan spoke. She used a bit of spiritual power in her voice. Therefore, the contents of her words were clearly transmitted to the ears of every practitioner present, including Master Yi. However, all the cultivators looked bewildered. What is this woman talking about? Does she really think she can change Master Yi's mind? How naive. There was once a martial arts master who put a sword to Master Yi's neck, but Master Yi didn't even glance at him. Exactly. Someone like her would be kicked out as a troublemaker and banned from ever entering the black market medicine pavilion again, someone said confidently. However, he had barely finished speaking. Whoosh! A dark shadow suddenly swept past him. The next moment, before he could figure out what was happening, gasps of shock rose and fell all around him. Little girl, how did you know? The voice that rang out at that moment was actually Master Yi's, and it was strangely trembling. Not only that, but before anyone could see clearly, he himself flew to Yi Ranyan's side. That fleeting black shadow was him. Yi Ranyan's red lips curved slightly beneath her fox mask. She glanced around meaningfully before asking Master Yi, Master Yi, you probably don't want to discuss that matter with me here, do you? Yes. Master Yi, who used to be unapproachable and ignored all the powerful figures who came, now nodded in agreement to Yi Ranyan like a humble apprentice. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he extended an invitation to Yi Ranyan on behalf of the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. Please come in, young lady. Let's talk inside. Yi Ranyan nodded, then pointed at Yi Yulan and said, he came with me. Young master, please come in with us for a cup of tea. Yi Yulan followed Master Yi and Yi Ranyan into the Black Market Medicine Pavilion in a daze. As he went inside, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His cousin from the countryside is really amazing. Not only does he know a lot and have a great talent for cultivation, but now he can even handle a difficult person like Master Yi. At this moment, a vague idea was forming in his mind. His cousin was already so powerful at the very beginning of her cultivation. Wouldn't she be even more monstrous and defying the heavens when her cultivation level was higher? It's probably like this. A fish of the deep is no ordinary fish. It will transform into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. At the same time, those left outside the medicine pavilion who witnessed this scene felt as if their faces had been slapped so hard they were in excruciating pain. And deep down, they felt a mixture of curiosity and apprehension towards the woman wearing the fox mask. When did such a young and mysterious girl appear in the black market? However, no matter what others speculated, Yi Ranyan didn't take it to heart. Soon, Master Yi led the two to a studio deep inside the black market medicine pavilion. Please, gentlemen. As Master Yi spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a set of exquisite tea utensils appeared on the table. He then personally brewed the tea. Within the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, only a handful of people are qualified to enjoy such treatment. But Yi Ranyan shook her head. Tea is unnecessary. How about we talk about Master Yi's illness first? Master Yi paused in his movements, his aged eyes fixed on her. How did you know about my physical condition? Yi Ranyan said unhurriedly. Naturally, I saw it. Then, may I ask what the purpose is of calling me over and saying all this, young lady? Yi Ranyan sighed, her tone finally carrying a hint of helplessness. Life is hard. I'm just trying to make a living. Master Yi looked at her suspiciously. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. Let me put it this way, as long as Master Yi can afford the price, I can help you cure this disease completely. What did you say? Master Yi was immediately stunned, his heart pounding faster than usual. You said you can cure my illness? It wasn't that he didn't want to believe the other person. It was just that the other person's voice sounded too young. He, a fourth-grade alchemist, had immersed himself in the art of alchemy for over 100 years. Yet he still couldn't cure himself. Now a young-looking girl suddenly appears, claiming she can cure him. Nobody would believe that. Yi Ranyan nodded. As long as you can name your price. Master Yi fell silent, his expression shifting unpredictably, as if his thoughts were engaged in a battle between heaven and man. Yi Yulan, standing to the side, didn't dare to interrupt, and simply remained a quiet backdrop. He even felt that he might just be an accessory on his cousin's leg. After a few breaths, Master Yi's eyes sharpened, and he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Fine, as long as you can cure me, I can give you 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Is more expensive than the price of the heavenly soul grass in the previous auction. Yi Yulan's mind went blank. Among his brothers, apart from his fourth brother, none of them had ever earned so many spirit stones. Yi Ranyan was also deeply tempted, but she held back and said, I want the heavenly soul grass. No problem. Master Yi agreed without hesitation. The reason was simple. He had bought the heavenly soul grass to see if the fourth-grade pill could cure his illness. Now that someone claims to be able to cure him, he naturally no longer needs the heavenly soul grass. Yi Ranyan looked at him with a half-smile. Master Yi, You don't think your life is only worth a heavenly soul grass, do you? Master Yi's eyes flickered. 5 million top-grade spirit stones, plus a heavenly soul grass, and 3 conditions that won't violate my principles. What do you think? He has shown his utmost sincerity. If the other party is still not satisfied. Master Yi was thinking about it. Wearing a fox mask, Yi Ranyan nodded and smiled. Deal. Yi Yulan gasped. Looking at Yi Ranyan as if she were a celestial being, the respect he felt for his cousin had almost reached its peak. In the spirit beast forest, he was more knowledgeable than anyone else, and knew about the magical existence of spatial bubbles. He had only just begun cultivating today, yet he broke through several realms in a single day, instantly becoming a Yunyu master. Tonight, with just a glance, she could tell that Master Yi suffered from a chronic illness. Not only that, she could even cure Master Yi's chronic illness, an illness that even a 4th-grade alchemist couldn't cure. Moreover, she earned 5 million top-grade spirit stones in just 2 or 3 sentences. Any one of these events, if it happened to anyone, would cause a sensation and be hard to believe. What's more, when it happens to one person. At this moment, Yi Yulan even wanted to exclaim, "Cousin, you are truly a genius." Yi Ranyan like this, he couldn't help but recall that in the auction box, Yi Ranyan said she would give him martial arts techniques, and that she looked down on the 5th-tier spirit beast cub. At the time, he thought his cousin was exaggerating a bit. In retrospect, he was so ignorant, and what his cousin said might have been true. Chapter 47. As long as I am strong enough. Master Yi is a straightforward person. Seeing that Yi Ranyan had agreed, he immediately took out the heavenly soul grass and handed it to her. This is the deposit. After you heal me, I will give you the remaining 5 million top-grade spirit stones. As for the 3 conditions, you can make them at any time. Good. Yi Ranyan went to collect the heavenly soul grass with satisfaction. Yi Ranyan with his old and somewhat cloudy eyes. The aura and pressure of a grandmaster around him instantly rose. What you want, I will give you, but if you dare to deceive me, then, no matter where you run to, the entire black market will not let you go. Yi Ranyan said casually. Okay. Master Yi breathed a sigh of relief, released his grip on the heavenly soul grass, and then asked Yi Ranyan with barely concealed excitement. So, when shall we begin the treatment? I don't have any suitable tools right now. How about we work on it within 3 days? The exact date depends on when I finish crafting the tools. Why don't you stay at the Black Market Medicine Pavilion for the next 3 days? Once I have the tools, I'll come find you. All right. I've waited for decades. What's 3 days? Next, Master Yi wanted to learn more about her condition, but Yi Ranyan refused, seeing that it was getting late. Without any hesitation, he took Yi Yulan and left the Black Market Medicine Pavilion without looking back. Master Yi personally saw them off, and only after their figures had completely disappeared from the street did a trace of apprehension flash across Master Yi's eyes. Although her voice sounds very young, she exudes the aura of a grandmaster. In fact, even I can't see through her cultivation level. Perhaps, she's a senior who has mastered the art of preserving youth, who knows. Yi Ranyan, completely unaware that she was being mistaken for a senior figure, was hurrying home with Yi Yulan. Cousin, you said you would get the heavenly soul grass, and you really did get it. No one can argue with that. By this time, having left the black market, they had removed their masks. Yi Ranyan glanced at Yi Yulan indifferently. Cousin, your dignified appearance is really not suitable for playing the sycophant. Just say what you want to say. Ahem. Yi Yulan coughed lightly, a little embarrassed, and then whispered. I just wanted to ask you, cousin, is it true that you said in the auction room that you could give me martial arts techniques, and even get me a high-level spirit beast? Yi Ranyan nodded. Of course it's true, but didn't you not believe it? Yi Yulan's eyes suddenly lit up. I believe you. I don't believe anyone but my cousin. So, cousin, when are you going to give me martial arts skills and spirit beasts? That's so embarrassing of him to say. Ever since he went to Qingyang City to pick up Yi Ranyan, he had always considered himself her older brother, believing that he could give Yi Ranyan everything she wanted. Result, they'd only known each other for a few days, and he was already asking Yi Ranyan for things. However, this is not because he doesn't want to be a good older brother. It's just that what Yi Ranyan wanted to give him was too good to refuse. Let's wait a while, Yi Ranyan said. She still needed to ask Feng Jukin about the spirit beasts. However, even if Feng Jukin and the Demon God Palace disagreed, it didn't matter. She had high spiritual power and affinity with spirit beasts, so she could personally tame spirit beasts and give them to the Yi family. Okay. Yi Yulan was overjoyed and even started to look forward to it. Around midnight, The two finally returned to the Duke's mansion and went to rest. The head guards, who had already received their instructions, went to Yi Yuhan's residence to report back. At this moment, Yi Yuhan's room was brightly lit, and the head guard was reporting to him on what Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan had done in the black market. Aside from the fact that they didn't know about the heavenly soul grass, they reported everything truthfully to Yi Yuhan. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Yuhan's dark eyes. Only one afternoon of cultivation killed 4 Sunyu realm experts. Moreover, she also obtained the treasure, the soul-nourishing jade. The head guard's voice was filled with amazement as he reported these things. Yi Yuhan also tried his best to suppress the turmoil in his heart and said to the head guard, "Give the order that after tonight, everyone forget about this matter and no one is allowed to mention it to outsiders." "Yes. All right, you can go now." After the head guard left, Yi Yuhan got up and looked through the window towards Yi Ranyan's courtyard. "Cousin, you are indeed more outstanding and capable than I imagined." A rare and gentle smile appeared on his lips. But soon, a worry surfaced on his brow. "However, the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. My cousin is too dazzling and eye-catching. She might block some people's way, especially since someone is already eyeing the Duke's mansion. Sigh, never mind, I won't sleep tonight." Although my spiritual veins were all severed during this period and I couldn't cultivate, I unintentionally gained a deeper understanding of sword intent from the perspective of an ordinary person. I must take this opportunity to improve myself, so that I won't fall behind other geniuses when I recover my cultivation level in the future. As long as I am strong enough, I can protect my cousin and thwart any conspiracy against the Yi family. As he thought about it, his sharp eyebrows and eyes became even more resolute and cold. The next day, after breakfast, Uncle Lu then respectfully stepped forward and handed Yi Ranyan a token. "Miss, this was sent by the Imperial Academy this morning. From today onwards, you are a member of the Imperial Academy." Yi Ranyan accepted the token. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu stood aside with a smile. "This is the old servant's duty." Yi Yulan happily chimed in. "That's wonderful, cousin. Starting today, you can go to the Imperial Academy with me and Lao Si to cultivate and study." Yi Ranyan nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Come on, I'll show you around the academy." "Third cousin, you go first. I have something I need Uncle Lu's help with." Yi Yulan instinctively wanted to ask what was wrong, but she held back. My cousin is, after all, a young woman, and she has many secrets. He really shouldn't be meddling in everything she does. "Okay, then let's do it together again next time." Afterwards, Yi Yulan left, and Yi Yuhan also returned to his own courtyard. Uncle Lu waited patiently with a kind expression. "What are your orders, miss?" "I want a set of needles. I've already drawn the design." "Uncle Lu, could you help me find someone to make a set of them in gold and silver?" "All right." Uncle Lu took the blueprints from Yi Ranyan. "This old servant will have someone take care of it right away." "Well, Uncle Lu, how long do you think it would take to make a set of needles like this?" Uncle Lu glanced at the blueprints, counted the number of needles, and said confidently, "It will be ready in 2 days." "All right, then I'll trouble Uncle Lu." Yi Ranyan nodded in satisfaction. 2 days would be just enough for her to treat Master Yi within 3 days. "Miss, you're too kind." Uncle Lu smiled and shook his head, then took his leave. In an instant, only Yi Ranyan remained in the hall. With a slight thought, she took out the heavenly soul grass from the Emperor's space and walked towards her maternal grandfather Yi Kunshin's room. Next. Chapter 48. My cousin never does anything she's not sure of. It's time to wake Grandpa. Yi Ranyan catalyzed the heavenly soul grass in her hand, which was glowing with an eerie light. "Union." Grandma Su Baiyu beamed as soon as she saw her. "What are you doing here? I heard from Uncle Lu that the Imperial Academy sent over the student ID card. Why don't you go to the academy with your cousins to take a look?" Yi Ranyan said. "I've already gone once with my older cousin, so there's no rush." Su Baiyu thought of Yi Ranyan's inability to cultivate, and a hint of pity appeared in her eyes. "If you don't want to go, we can stay at home and go whenever you want." As she spoke, she noticed the heavenly soul grass in Yi Ranyan's hand. "Huh? Union, what are you holding?" She seemed to sense a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yi Ranyan smiled and raised her hand. "This is a 4th grade spiritual herb, the heavenly soul grass." "Heavenly soul grass." Su Baiyu exclaimed in surprise, then came to her senses. "This seems to be a spirit-type herb, but a spirit-enhancing medicine doesn't seem to have any effect on your grandfather's illness?" Yi Ranyan nodded. "There is no way to cure the toxins in my grandfather's mind, but this herb can awaken him." "What? Really?" Su Baiyu's face showed an undisguised surprise, but soon she was puzzled. No, a fourth-grade spiritual herb is very rare, even in the entire Donglong. Where did you get it? I got it from the black market last night, Iranian said. Grandma, let me help Grandpa wake up first. You? Su Baiyu was shocked, but the old lady was old and had experienced many ups and downs, so she tried her best to remain calm. All right. In any case, this is your filial piety. You can give it a try. Although she didn't know how her granddaughter, who couldn't cultivate, could heal her husband, she chose to believe in Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan stepped forward and sat down by the bed. Then, she closed her eyes slightly, her spiritual energy wrapping around the heavenly soul grass like threads, and then guiding it into her grandfather, Yi Kunshin's spiritual sea of consciousness. Seeing her like this, Su Bai didn't dare to disturb her. She retreated to the door, closed it, and stood guard at the door herself. At the same time, she asked someone to call Uncle Lu and Yi Yuhan over. She wanted to ask the housekeeper and her eldest grandson what had happened to her little granddaughter, and how she suddenly had the ability to wake her grandfather. Inside the house, Yi Ranyan focused intently on treating Yi Kunshin. Outside, Uncle Lu and Yi Yuhan both came to see Su Baiyu. Su Baiyu first dismissed the other servants, instructed Lu Bo to have the guards watch over her from the shadows, and then asked Yi Yuhan, "Do you know about your cousin?" Yi Yuhan asked in confusion, "Which one is Grandma referring to?" Su Baiyu gave him a deep look. "Yunyan is treating your grandfather inside the house right now, saying she can wake him up." Really? A hint of joy appeared in Yi Yuhan's sharp eyes, and there was no doubt on his face. Su Baiyu knew in her heart that Yi Yuhan probably knew something. She nodded. "Did Yunyan tell you anything beforehand? And did you know that she brought a fourth-grade spiritual herb, the heavenly soul grass?" Yi Yuhan immediately knew what Su Baiyu wanted to know. He shook his head. "My cousin didn't say anything. As for the heavenly soul grass, it was the highlight of last night's auction. However, according to sources, the heavenly soul grass was taken by Master E of the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. Unexpectedly, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan actually brought back the heavenly soul grass after going to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion." "She went to the black market?" "Yes, Grandma." Yi Yuhan pondered for a moment and said, "Yunyan is different from other girls. Grandma doesn't need to restrain her too much. As far as I know, Yunyan has never done anything without certainty." Then he told Su Baiyu everything he had learned from the guards the night before. Su Baiyu was shocked. "Yunyan can actually cultivate? And she's so powerful. I'm afraid it took her a lot of effort to get the heavenly soul grass later. Sigh. We brought Yunyan to the capital because we wanted her to have a good life, but we never expected that our whole family would be the ones troubling Yunyan. Yes, my spiritual veins will also have to rely on Yunyan in the future," Yi Yuhan said helplessly. "What did you say? Your spiritual veins? Could it be? Could it also be?" Yi Yuhan nodded. "Yes, Yunyan said she will help me recover tomorrow." Su Baiyu fell silent for a moment, then looked back into the room with a mixture of gratitude and heartache in her eyes. The arrival of the granddaughter injected new life into the oppressive atmosphere of the Duke's mansion. She was happy about the changes in the Duke's mansion, but when she thought about how her granddaughter had grown up alone in Xinyang City and had suffered so much at such a young age, she felt heartbroken. "Grandma, don't overthink it. My cousin must consider us all family to be so open and honest with us. We should treat her even better in the future so that she can truly feel at home here. That would be the best thing for us." At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that in the future, his cousin would be someone for whom he was willing to give his life. While Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan were talking, Yi Ranyan had already unleashed the full power of the heavenly soul grass. She pushed open the door and came out, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, a faint smile on her face. "Grandma, cousin, come in. I estimate that Grandpa will wake up in about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." "Okay, good child. Thank you for your hard work." Su Baiyu took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Yi Ranyan's forehead. "It's all right. I'll just consider it a test of my mental strength." She added, "If there's no rush, I can also take care of my grandfather's illness. When her 9 revolutions refining spirit technique reaches the 2nd level, she should be able to completely eliminate the mental toxins from her grandfather's body." "Okay, good boy. These things aren't urgent. You need to take care of yourself first." "I'm fine. Let's go inside and wait for Grandpa." The 3 of them went in together. As soon as they entered, Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan saw the black jade stone placed in Yi Kunshin's hand. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from it, and recalling Yi Ranyan's experience the previous night, the two couldn't help but ask, "Yunyan, Is this a soul-nourishing jade? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes. Su Baiyu quickly put away the soul-nourishing jade and handed it to Yi Ranyan. Yunyan, the soul-nourishing jade is too precious. It would be a waste to use it on your grandfather. You can make better use of it by keeping it. Can Yi Ranyan could speak. Yi Yuhan added. Yes, Yunyan, you also said that Grandpa's illness requires someone with strong spiritual power to cure. If you carry the soul-nourishing jade, your spiritual power will grow faster, and you can help Grandpa get rid of his pain sooner. On the other hand, if the soul-nourishing jade stays by Grandpa's side, it will only make him feel more comfortable. I believe you know which one can better utilize the soul-nourishing jade without your older cousin telling you. Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's true. In that case, I'll keep the soul-nourishing jade for myself. Su Baiyu and Yi Yulan finally smiled. The three were talking. Suddenly, Chapter 49, Grandfather awakens and re-enters Imperial Capital Academy. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an old man's cough came from the bed. The three of them were startled and quickly looked towards the bed. Then they saw Yi Kunshin on the bed with his brows furrowed, murmuring softly, Water, water. This is the first time Yi Kunshin has responded to the outside world in the 3 months since his injury. Su Baiyu's eyes instantly reddened, and she rushed forward to grasp his hand. Old man, you're finally waking up. Yi Yuhan quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Baiyu. Grandma, give Grandpa some water first. Su Baiyu took it and carefully fed it to Yi Kunshin. Although Yi Kunshin's eyes were not open, he seemed to be conscious and actively cooperated with her, gulping down the water. Yi Ranyan observed carefully from the side, and suddenly her slender white finger touched Yi Kunshin's brow. Yi Kunshin's eyelids began to twitch rapidly. Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan held their breath. Finally, brush. Yi Kunshin suddenly opened his eyes. He woke up. Old man. Grandfather. Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan both looked at him excitedly. Yi Kunshin's eyes were vacant for a moment before slowly focusing, his voice very weak. Old woman. Xiaohan, I'm sorry to have worried you. After saying that, his eyes flickered slightly, and he saw Yi Ranyan beside him. He instantly became excited. Grandpa's good granddaughter. Although he couldn't wake up before, he still had some awareness of the outside world because of his cultivation as a martial lord. Therefore, he knew of Yi Ranyan's existence. They also knew that Yi Ranyan was the true granddaughter of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. At this moment, as he murmured Yi Ranyan's name, tears welled up in his eyes, and his vision blurred with emotion. Grandpa. Yi Ranyan quickly used the techniques from her previous life to press his pressure points and make him faint. Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan were shocked. Yunyan, what's wrong with you? Yi Ranyan explained. Grandpa's spiritual sea still has toxins, so he can't overuse his brain or get too emotional. So I'm letting him rest for a while, and we'll talk about other things after he calms down. Yunyan, you re so thoughtful. I'll do whatever Yunyan says. Su Baiyu and Yi Yuhan both expressed their support for her. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan stayed for a while before deciding to leave. Su Baiyu called out to them. Etc. Grandma? Is there anything else? Yi Yuhan also looked puzzled. Grandma? Perhaps because Yi Kunshin had woken up, Su Baiyu's kind face was full of gentleness and smiles. She gently straightened Yi Ranyan's collar and said in a doting tone, Yunyan, you are a proper young lady of our Duke's mansion. Although your mother is not here now, we cannot neglect you. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand what she meant. Su Baiyu continued, from the day you came back, Grandma has been thinking about holding a welcome banquet for you to explain your identity to everyone, so that no one will bully you outside. This, Yi Ranyan felt it was a bit troublesome. You absolutely must not refuse. When the time comes, in addition to announcing your identity, we will also sever ties with those ungrateful bastards from the Fong family. Yi Ranyan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Su Baiyu's smile deepened as she looked at Yi Yuhan and said, Ziohan, you should write the invitations yourself this time. The date is set for 3 days from now. This old woman will also take this opportunity to see just how many people don't respect our Duke's mansion after your accident. The old lady usually kept a low profile, but she was actually a martial arts master. She had been exhausted by the fact that her husband was in a coma, her grandson was unable to cultivate, and her daughter was not her biological daughter. She was too preoccupied to deal with the evil spirits outside. Now, Yi Ranyan has returned to the Yi family. Yi Kunshin woke up. The revival of her grandson's spiritual veins is just around the corner. With half the weight lifted from her heart, She naturally had the mind to deal with those petty people who had been belittling her and flattering her during this period. Okay, Grandma, I'll take care of this. Then what do I need to do? Yi Ranyan asked. Su Baiyu's serious expression softened instantly, and she smiled. What Yunyan has done so far is enough. Let Grandma take over from now on. You just need to dress up beautifully and receive everyone's blessings. After finishing this matter, Su Baiyu let Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan leave, and then called for the steward, Uncle Lu, to come and see her. The banquet is 3 days away, and preparations should begin now. She insisted on making the banquet grand and magnificent, so that no one would look down on her beloved grandson. Cousin, what are you planning to do now? Are you going back to cultivate? Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan left the courtyard together, and Yi Yuhan asked Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan checked the time and said, let's go to the Imperial Academy first, since they've already sent over our identity cards and academic credentials. Blind as Ming Fei, go find Lao San and ask him to get justice for you. When he said that, he completely forgot that Yi Ranyan was far more ruthless than Yi Yulan. I understand. Yi Ranyan nodded to him. I will protect myself, and Aunt Yin will protect me too. She can't get into the academy. If you really encounter something that even the third master can't solve, go find my master. His master is the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. There's nothing about the Imperial Capital Academy that he can't handle. Good. Yi Ranyan accepted his kindness, but she had no intention of going to find Yi Yulan or Su Qingshan. Next, Yi Ranyan rode in the Duke's carriage and, together with Yun Gu, arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy once again. When they arrived at the academy gate, Yun Gu got out of the car and said to Yi Ranyan, Miss, I'll be waiting for you at the tea house next door. If you need anything, just call my name. Yi Ranyan thought that after making an example of someone last time, no one should dare to be so tactless as to come up to her again. Moreover, she is now capable of cultivation, so even if someone comes up to her, she is not afraid. It's probably time for students at the Imperial Capital Academy to cultivate and attend classes right now, because the entrance and the academy are empty after Yi Ranyan arrived. As she walked through the academy, she was stopped by a tall, stern-faced female professor. Whose disciple are you? Why are you still wandering around at this hour? Mentor, I am Yi Ranyan, a new student at the academy, and I do not have a mentor yet. Okay. Come with me. I'll take you to the academic affairs office. You can ask the vice dean how he plans to arrange things for you. Good. Yi Ranyan followed the other party to the academic affairs office, where Vice Dean Xiao Yiren worked. The tall, serious, and aloof female professor didn't go in. She just pointed to the sign for the academic affairs office and said, This is it. I have something to do, so I'll go first. You can go in by yourself. Thank you, mentor. Yi Ranyan smiled at the other person and stepped into the academic affairs office. Chapter 50, the top-tier class. The doors to the administration office were open, and several students were inside receiving their belongings. Yi Ranyan followed behind the queue. The number of people in front of her gradually decreased, and soon it was Yi Ranyan's turn. She was the last person. Which class are you from? Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. What brings you here? Vice Dean Xiao Yiren glanced up casually and suddenly saw Yi Ranyan's exquisitely beautiful and fair face. His eyes lit up, and a hint of heat slowly spread from the depths of his pupils. His tone for the last sentence was lower, and it became more chillingly thick. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, suppressing her discomfort, and said, I am Yi Ranyan, a new student at the academy, and I don't have a class yet. Yi Ranyan. Xiao Yiren was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed several times as if he remembered something. You're that useless. Yi Ranyan, the new girl the Duke's mansion brought back. Yi Ranyan nodded. It's me. Xiao Yiren's eyes flickered, his voice still low and his tone quite amiable. I heard you grew up in Qingyang City. Yes. What a pitiful child. Xiao Yiren suddenly reached out and touched Yi Ranyan's shoulder. You must have suffered a lot over the years, right? Yi Ranyan leaned back, dodging his hand, her beautiful eyes instantly turning cold. Vice Dean, this has nothing to do with which class I go to, does it? As expected of someone from the Duke's family, even a useless person who can't cultivate has an amazing appearance. Xiao Yiren simply stopped pretending. Yi Ranyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, ignored him, and turned away abruptly. Etc. Xiao Yiren called out to her, his tone somewhat cold. Didn't the people of Qingyang City teach you to respect your teachers and elders? Ah, well, you'd better be worthy of my respect. You little brat, I was just saying a few words casually. Why are you getting so angry? You're pretty. Does that mean I can't say anything about you? Yi Ranyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Your Uncle Xiao is a good person. I only wanted to help you because your cousins are so outstanding. You don't need to be so aloof, Xiao Yiren continued, feigning righteousness. Yi Ranyan took a deep breath, suppressing her killing intent, turned her head, and looked at him coldly. So, which class did the vice dean assign me? Xiao Yiren stared at Yi Ranyan with the eyes of someone eyeing prey. Your cousins have always been in the top tier. Why don't you go to the top tier too? Yi Ranyan gave a soft hum and was about to leave. Etc. The more she acted this way, the more Xiao Yiren's heart itched. Since you came from Qinyang City, you may be a little behind the pace of the top class. If you have been wronged or want to catch up on lessons, you can come to Uncle Xiao. As he spoke, a strange, malicious smile appeared on his face. Uncle Xiao is always ready to serve you. As long as you come, Uncle Xiao will definitely protect you. He had heard about it. This little girl from Qinyang City is completely incapable of cultivation. She was originally a country bumpkin from the countryside, and he put her in the top class full of high achievers. I imagine she must have suffered all kinds of exclusion and humiliation and been suppressed to the point of being extremely inferior. When she can no longer bear the pressure and comes to him, that will be the time for him to reap the rewards of his victory. He was envisioning a bright future when suddenly, jingle, jingle, a series of pleasant bell sounds suddenly rang in my ears. Knowing that the person before him could not cultivate, he, captivated by her beauty, lowered his guard and gradually lost himself amidst the clear ringing of the bell. The illusion created by the Emperor's soul bell, combined with Yi Ranyan's spiritual power, would make it difficult for even a martial lord to escape once he became engrossed in it. Beauty, he suddenly shouted, got up and rushed towards the door. Because of his high cultivation level, he was also fast, rushing towards the academy like a gust of wind, tearing at his robes and shouting beauty as he went. Fortunately, he was not on guard against me. Otherwise, even with the Emperor's soul bell, it would be difficult for me to shake the mind of a martial lord with my current cultivation level. Yi Ranyan watched his ugly back as he walked away, feeling extremely displeased. If it were her previous life, she would have killed this disgusting man who dared to covet her long ago. But now, we are at the Imperial Capital Academy. If she didn't know the situation in the Eastern Dragon Capital, she knew how much power the Imperial Capital Academy wielded in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Even if she really wanted to kill Xiao Yiren, it wouldn't be now, and certainly not openly. For now, we can only punish him slightly. However, if he really dares to do something, no one can save his life. Yi Ranyan thought to herself, snorted coldly, and walked out. Not long after she left, she ran into the tall, serious, and aloof female mentor she had encountered before. It's you. The female tutor also recognized her. Then, as if remembering something, his expression turned extremely ugly. Did you just see Vice Dean Xiao? Yi Ranyan nodded. The female tutor tensed up instantly. Did he offend you? Do anything strange to you? Are you alright? The female instructor looked her up and down, her eyes filled with disgust as she recalled Xiao Yiren, who had been running naked earlier but had been stopped by the head of the enforcement hall. No. Yi Ranyan blinked her beautiful eyes, looking completely innocent. After he told me that I was in the top tier class, I left. That's good. The female tutor breathed a sigh of relief, then asked her, do you know where the top tier class is? Yi Ranyan shook her head. I don't know. The female tutor was worried about her being alone, fearing she might encounter the crazed Xiao Yiren. Come with me. I'll take you there. Hearing this, Yi Ranyan's previously gloomy mood improved slightly. Although the vice dean of the Imperial Capital Academy was not very good, the instructors were still quite good. For example, the person in front of me looks cold and serious, but he is actually warm-hearted and a very good mentor. Soon, Yi Ranyan followed her female instructor to a courtyard. In the courtyard, many young students dressed in the uniforms of the Imperial Capital Academy were cultivating, while a proud-looking middle-aged man was instructing them from the side. Professor Jiao. The female instructor called out from the doorway, and the arrogant-looking middle-aged Jiao Rifan looked towards her and Yi Ranyan. Upon seeing that it was Lu Rong, the instructor of the yellow class, he frowned slightly for a moment, then raised his head and strode over with pride, saying to Lu Rong, Instructor Lu, it's you. What is it? Does your yellow class, which is at the bottom, have something to ask our heaven class? No, not at all. Lu Rong pointed at Yi Ranyan and said, this student is a freshman who just entered our academy. The vice dean arranged for her to come to your top-tier class. Jiao Rifan then lowered his gaze to look at Yi Ranyan. One glance was enough to make him unable to discern the strength of the young girl before him. Jiao Rifan became interested. Could this be some kind of prodigy from some family? Immediately, he softened his voice and asked Yi Ranyan in a gentle tone, "Which family are you from? What's your name?" The Duke of Protectorate's mansion. The night is filled with sounds. Yi Ranyan didn't like Zhao Rifin's behavior. If she could choose, she would prefer Lu Rong to be her mentor. Everyone from the Duke of Protectorate's mansion is a prodigy. Zhao Rifin was initially delighted, but quickly realized what was happening and his face darkened. "So you're that country bumpkin who can't cultivate and has no manners, the one who got Ming Fei beaten up?" Chapter 51. I'll bet on the monthly exam in 2 months. "Professor Zhao," Lu Rong said displeasedly. "As a teacher, how can you speak to your students like that?" Yi Ranyan's eyes also held a coldness and arrogance. "If you ask me if I was the one who stepped on Ming Fei's face before, then yes, it was indeed me." Zhao Rifin's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with barely concealed anger. "Aren't you a useless piece of trash who can't cultivate? It's one thing to get into the academy through the back door thanks to the Duke's mansion, but you actually dare to come to our top-tier class without any self-awareness? Do you think you're Yi Yuhan or Yi Yulan?" "Professor Zhao." Yi Ranyan's expression also turned sour. "Are you also my cousin's mentor?" Zhao Rifin was taken aback and said somewhat displeasedly, "No. What's wrong?" "Oh." Yi Ranyan nodded. "It's good that they aren't. Otherwise, I would really be afraid that my cousins would go astray." "You." Zhao Rifin was furious, about to get angry. "Professor Zhao," Lu Rong said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "this is Vice Dean Xiao's arrangement. If you are dissatisfied, you can go and talk to him." "Humph." Zhao Rifin flicked his sleeve. "Then I will definitely go to the Vice Dean. In my top class, everyone is a prodigy. How can a piece of trash be allowed to defile us?" "What top-tier class?" Yi Ranyan was not afraid at all and sneered coldly. "With a mentor like you who looks down on people and reeks of stench, I wouldn't even want to come even if you invited me." After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Lu Rong. "Professor Lu, may I go to your class?" Lu Rong hesitated for a moment. "Of course I welcome you if you're willing. However, my class is the worst yellow rank class, and both my cultivation level and our class's cultivation resources are far inferior to those of the heaven-ranked classes." "Humph." Zhao Rifin said smugly. "Trash should stay in the trash can. I think a piece of trash like you is more suited to the yellow class." "Heh, Instructor Zhao." Yi Ranyan's eyes sharpened instantly. "Since your top-tier class is so amazing, then, do you dare to make a bet with a piece of trash like me?" "A bet? Are you worthy?" Professor Zhao was speaking. Boom. A powerful blade suddenly slashed through the void. Then, bang, into Zhao Rifin, Lu Rong, and Yi Ranyan. Along with that came a lazy voice. "Instructor Zhao, you have quite the nerve. In the entire Eastern Dragon capital, you're the first person to dare say that our Duke's daughter is unworthy." After he finished speaking, Yi Ranyan and the other two realized that what had been smashed in front of them was actually a curved sword that was half a person's height. At this moment, the curved blade was stuck in front of Zhao Rifin's feet, radiating a chilling light, displaying its presence with an absolutely proud posture. Yi Ranyan's heart stirred slightly, and she looked in the direction from which the sound came. Then they saw a young man in a dark blue robe. He had long hair that flowed down his shoulders and a handsome appearance. Only 2 strands of hair were tied back at his temples, giving him an indescribable air of nonchalant elegance. He was like a living, breathing knight-errant from a 21st century martial arts drama series, the one Yi Ranyan lived in. "This person is..." Yi Ranyan was thinking. A familiar voice came from behind the young man. "Second brother, wait for me." Yi Ranyan realized that it was him, her second cousin whom she had never met. Just then, Zhao Rifin and Lu Rong also came to their senses, both with expressions of shock on their faces. "Heavenly Martial Realm. How is this possible?" Zhao Rifin exclaimed. "How could Yi Yuxuan have also cultivated to the Heavenly Martial Realm? He is the second student in the academy to reach the Heavenly Martial Realm." At this moment, the other students cultivating in the top-tier class were also startled by the sword energy and came out to watch. When they saw Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan walking towards them from a distance, the students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As expected of a young master from the Duke's mansion, he is indeed remarkable. Before, with his elder brother around, his brilliance was suppressed. After Yi Yuhan's accident, everyone was lamenting and wondering if the Duke's mansion would decline from then on. But Yi Yuxuan showed the world through his actions that the Duke's mansion was still the Duke's mansion full of geniuses. He, Yi Yuxuan, has also reached the Heavenly Martial Realm, becoming the youngest Heavenly Martial Realm expert in the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital after Yi Yuhan. It's laughable that young Master Ming Fei is so eager to advance to the heavenly martial realm and defeat Yi Yuhan. In the end, he hasn't even defeated Yi Yuhan yet, and now Yi Yuxuan has appeared. As the students gasped in amazement, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan appeared before them. The two young men were strikingly handsome and imposing, while the other was elegant and unrestrained. Both of them appeared to be exceptional individuals. They were indeed the male gods of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, the two of them surrounded Yi Ranyan like stars around the moon. Yunyan, I heard you came to the academy. I was worried you would be bullied, so I quickly brought your second brother along. Yunyan, I am your second cousin. I just finished my seclusion today. I hope you are not angry that I was unable to greet you earlier. Second cousin, third cousin, Yi Ranyan greeted the two of them. I'm not angry. Yi Yuxuan smiled and nodded at her, then suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Zhao Rifan with hostility. I think I just heard someone say to my cousin that she's not good enough for me. Zhao Rifan's face turned ashen. However, the power of the Duke's mansion and the extraordinary talents of his young masters made even his mentor dare not openly contradict him. Finally, she could only stubbornly say, Our Imperial Capital Academy has always respected the strong. The heavenly class only accepts geniuses. This is an unspoken fact. Why should she, a useless person who cannot cultivate, be allowed into our class? This was arranged by the Vice Dean, wasn't it? Why don't you go and protest to the Vice Dean? Why are you acting so crazy in front of my cousin? Yi Yulan said displeased. Yi Yuxuan then looked at Yi Ranyan and said, I think this person is not worthy of being my cousin's mentor at all. Cousin, what do you think? Yi Ranyan said, I want to make a bet with Instructor Jiao. Instructor Jiao said before that I was not worthy. I wonder if I am worthy now. Zhao Rifan looked at her with an unfriendly expression. You speak. Yi Ranyan nodded. Instructor Jiao is proud of his status as a top-tier class instructor, and therefore looks down on students like me and instructors like Instructor Liu. So, I wonder if Instructor Jiao dares to take a gamble with me, a future student of the yellow-tier class. These words shocked everyone present. Yi Ranyan asked Yi Yulan, Cousin, does the Imperial Capital Academy have final exams? Yes, Yi Yulan explained. Not only that, there are also monthly exams in 2 months, and a midterm exam in the middle of the semester. Yi Ranyan nodded. Then let's bet on the monthly exam. Instructor Jiao, I bet that in the monthly exam 2 months from now, no one in your top class can defeat me. If I win the bet, I hope Instructor Jiao will resign and leave Imperial Capital Academy. Conversely, if even one person in your top class defeats me, I will leave Imperial Capital Academy and never set foot here again. Chapter 52, An Opportunity. Hiss. Yi Ranyan's domineering declaration of challenge caused many people in the room to gasp in shock. Is she crazy? Even if he comes from the Duke's mansion, isn't this a bit too arrogant? My God, isn't she rumored to be unable to cultivate? How can she be so arrogant? The crowd gasped in surprise, many expressing their incomprehension. Yi Yuxuan frowned slightly, looking at Yi Ranyan with concern, but no matter what, he would not undermine Yi Ranyan. In front of outsiders, the people of the Duke's mansion will always be on the same side. Having witnessed Yi Ranyan's skills in the black market, Yi Yulan remained even calmer, and even added fuel to the fire from the side. I think it's fine. How can our young lady from the Duke's mansion be humiliated like this? Instructor Jiao, right? Don't you look down on my cousin? After my cousin studies in the yellow class, she will defeat everyone in your heaven class, and then let's see how you still have the face to stay in the Imperial Capital Academy. Zhao Rifan was so angry that his head was spinning. He immediately retorted angrily. What a joke. A piece of trash from the countryside dares to think he can beat the top genius of my class. So, Professor Jiao, are you willing to take the gamble? Bet. Fine, let's bet. I understand that you're short-sighted because you come from the countryside, but I can't forgive your arrogance. Since you've asked for trouble, why don't I grant your wish? Besides, the Imperial Academy is not a place for trash like you. Snort. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan raised his arm, and the curved knife stuck in the ground fell into his hand. He looked coldly at Instructor Jiao. Who are you calling trash? Seeing that things were not going well, Lu Rong put on a serious face and said, Young Master Yi, since the bet has been made, we are the witnesses today. Whatever grudges you have, let's settle them when the bet is settled. Yi Ranyan nodded as well. Second cousin, third cousin, since I don't plan to join this top-tier class, let's go. Yi Yuxuan put away his imposing aura. All right. Yi Yulan naturally had no objection. The three of them turned and left, with Lu Rong following behind them. Zhao Rifan and the students from the top-tier class who were left behind were all in a bad mood. Zhao Rifan glared fiercely at the backs of Yi Ranyan and the others before turning back to the students of the top-tier class and saying, "Did you all hear that? You were looked down upon by a piece of trash today. You know what to do next, right?" He snorted coldly. "In the monthly exam 2 months from now, whoever loses to that wild girl will never be able to get into the top class again." As soon as Zhao Rifan said this, the students from the top-tier class immediately declared, "Teacher, don't worry, we will definitely teach that wild girl a lesson during the monthly exam. She's just a country bumpkin from the countryside. She's not very knowledgeable. We don't need to bother with her. Just wait until the monthly exam and see how I humiliate her." Only a very few individuals felt a faint sense of unease. After all, she is the young lady of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. The Duke of Huguo's mansion is rumored to be full of geniuses. Once upon a time, Yi Yuhan, the eldest, was ranked number 1 on the Qingyun ranking. Now, Yi Yuxuan, the second oldest, has replaced Yi Yuhan as the number 1 on the Qingyun ranking. Yi Yulan, the third son, is also ranked 5th on the Qingyun list. The fourth brother is the youngest talisman master in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and even the president of the Imperial Capital Rune Guild treats him with respect. Among all the extraordinary talents in the Duke of Huguo's mansion, is the only pampered young lady really a good-for-nothing? During the time away from the top-tier class's territory, female instructor Lu Rong kept her brows furrowed. Until Yi Ranyan and the other two were discussing going home. Nightstained sound. Yi Ranyan turned her head to look at her. "Professor Lu. Well, now that you've decided to join the yellow class, I have to take responsibility for you. Even though I don't have high cultivation or mini cultivation resources, I will do my best to help you win that gamble." Although she felt in her heart that Yi Ranyan had no chance of winning. But now that she is Yi Ranyan's mentor, even if she knows that Yi Ranyan has no chance of winning, as long as Yi Ranyan doesn't give up, she will do everything she can to help Yi Ranyan. This is her responsibility as a teacher. Yi Ranyan was stunned for a moment. When she made that bet, she never intended to ask anyone else for help. And she doesn't need it. But, "Thank you, mentor." She accepted Lu Rong's kindness. As a result, the group abandoned their idea of returning immediately. Yi Ranyan and Lu Rong went to Lu Rong's residence together. Lu Rong said she would personally guide Yi Ranyan's cultivation and also make a plan for Yi Ranyan. Just as the two were about to start making plans, Yi Ranyan suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell Instructor Lu." Lu Rong looked at her in confusion. "Outsiders said I couldn't cultivate, but that was a long time ago. Actually, I can cultivate now." Lu Rong nodded. "I noticed the spiritual energy fluctuations around you just now, so I guessed that you could cultivate. Moreover, if you couldn't cultivate, you probably wouldn't dare to make such a bet to Zhao Rifan." Yi Ranyan's eyes. Just now, Zhao Rifan hadn't even noticed that she could cultivate, but Lu Rong had. "However, although I guessed that you could cultivate, I didn't know what realm you were at." Lu Rong asked again. Yi Ranyan said, "Only the 9th level of the Yuanmu realm." 9th level of Yuanmu realm. Lu Rong was surprised, then delighted. "No wonder you dared to make such a bet. The 9th level of Yuanmu realm is very good among all the freshmen. Even if you go to the top class, you can still rank in the top 10. Zhao Rifan really misjudged this time. I ended up getting the better deal." "Is the top-tier class really that weak?" Yi Ranyan asked, somewhat surprised. "The top-tier class is not weak. They are weak now only because they are freshmen. If they were seniors, like your cousin, Wen Ziju, and Fang Yukin, they would be very strong." As Lu Rong spoke, she pondered. "In that case, your chances of winning that bet have increased considerably. So, you should go back and cultivate diligently first. I'll go and find out about the students in the top-tier class whose cultivation is higher than yours, and then we'll address their specific needs and improve you accordingly." "Okay, thank you for your help, Professor." Rare smile appeared on Lu Rong's face. "You are my student, so of course I will help you." After seeing Yi Ranyan off, Lu Rong was still filled with an indescribable excitement. Today, by a twist of fate, Yi Ranyan entered their yellow class. This was originally just a small matter, but Yi Ranyan's cultivation level and her calm personality gave Lu Rong a glimmer of hope for the rise of the yellow class. If Yi Ranyan, who comes from the yellow class, can really defeat the geniuses of the heaven class in the monthly exam, then, in the future, she will be able to stand tall and fight for the benefits of the students in the yellow class. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me and for the yellow class. Chapter 53. I really like you being my cousin. In the evening, when Yi Ranyan returned to the Duke's mansion with Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan, the entire Duke's family, except for Yi Yuch, who was still studying runes, had already arrived. Among them was even Yi Kunshin, who had just awakened. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan were stunned when they saw Yi Kunshin. Grandfather. Grandpa, you're awake. That's wonderful. Yi Yulan's eyes were a little red. Yi Kunshin pushed his two grandsons aside and stared directly at Yi Ranyan. His old and weak face was full of a kind smile. Yunyan. Are you Yunyan? Seeing this, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan were not annoyed, but just watched Yi Kunshin excitedly from the side. Grandpa. Yi Ranyan stepped forward and grasped the old duke's outstretched hand. My poor, dear grandson. Holding her hand tightly, tears welled up in the eyes of Yi Kunshin, a duke who had always been strong-willed. It is your grandmother and I who have wronged you and your mother, especially your mother, who is still missing. Yunyan, I'm sorry, it's your grandfather's incompetence that has caused you so much suffering. Yi Ranyan fell silent as she thought about everything the original owner had experienced. I have already sent people to look for your mother's whereabouts. I hope we can find her so that our family can be reunited. Also, Yunyan, thank you for waking up your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan were even more shocked. Yi Ranyan with strange eyes. They never expected that it was Yi Ranyan who had saved their grandfather. Yi Yulan then leaned close to Yi Yuxuan's ear and said smugly, How about it, second brother? I told you so, didn't I? Isn't our cousin really amazing? Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but nod. Yes. Previously, Fong Yura and Fong Yukin from the Fong family were also their cousins, but they couldn't really like them. In the past, they were only nice to them because they were girls and because of the elder's face. But now, it's Yi Ranyan's turn. They like her just by looking at her, and there's an indescribable blood bond between them. Perhaps, this is what true family is. Grandpa Yi Kunshin asked Yi Ranyan to sit down next to him, and the family enjoyed a hearty dinner together. During this time, Yi Kunshin became very interested in Yi Ranyan's past life, and kept asking her about the original owner's past. Later, when Yi Kunshin was exhausted and needed to rest, Yi Ranyan was finally free and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yi Yuhan couldn't help but laugh and said, Grandpa is usually very serious and never talks so much. He must love you too much to be like this. Yi Ranyan nodded. At this moment, Su Baiyu also accompanied Yi Kunshin to rest. In the entire hall, only the three brothers Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, and Yi Yulan, along with Yi Ranyan, remained. Yi Yuhan's gaze fell on Yi Yuxuan. His eyes suddenly flickered, his sharp eyebrows relaxed, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Second brother, you've been promoted. Yes, brother. Yi Yuxuan was also very excited. I've reached the heavenly martial realm. No matter how glamorous he was outside, in the Duke of Huguo's mansion, he was just an ordinary second young master. His cultivation level has advanced to the heavenly martial realm, and he's so young at that. In other families, they would probably be celebrating with firecrackers already. As a result, since he returned to the Duke's mansion, even after the family dinner has ended, only his eldest brother has discovered the matter. His grandparents, and even his father, were all focused on Yi Ranyan and didn't realize that he had already become a master. Big brother, Yi Yuxuan said excitedly. I can take your place, bring honor to our Duke's mansion, and protect my younger brother and cousin. Yi Yuhan stepped forward and patted his shoulder. You've worked hard, but you should still be the carefree and happy second young master Yi as before. Let me handle the things that are my responsibility. Big brother Yi Yuxuan was astonished. Yi Yulan also looked over curiously. Since the spiritual veins were severed, his elder brother had fallen into silence. He hadn't said anything like this in a long time, which made Yi Yuxuan's eyes sting with tears. Because of their father's leg ailment, Yi Yuhan, the eldest brother, has always stood in front of them, sheltering them from the wind and rain and bearing everything for them, no matter what. They had become accustomed to regarding their eldest brother as their pillar of support. But the eldest brother suddenly encountered an accident. Even though Yi Yuxuan had reached the heavenly martial realm with great determination, he was also somewhat uneasy deep down, afraid that he wouldn't be a good older brother. Now, hearing Yi Yuhan say this, a familiar and long-lost sense of security and dependence instantly surged into his heart like a tide. You two have seen Yunyan's abilities, haven't you? Yunyan said she can heal my spiritual veins. Second brother, third brother, thank you for your hard work these past few days. After some time, once my spiritual veins recover, you can go back to being yourselves. Really, cousin, you're so wonderful. Yi Yulan excitedly wanted to rush over and hug Yi Ranyan, but Yi Yuhan stopped her. But this did not diminish Yi Yulan's joy. Cousin, You are such a lucky star. Everything in our family has been better since you came. It's so wonderful. I love it when you are my cousin. Yi Yuxuan, standing to the side, said without reservation, Cousin, you are a fairy sent down from heaven to save our family. From now on, if anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, your cousin will never allow it. Yi Ranyan was both amused and exasperated, thinking there was no need for such an exaggeration. The four chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Yi Ranyan returned to her residence and let Fenger, who had been in the Emperor's space all day, out for some fresh air. Fenger is at the age where she loves to play and likes to stay outside, but Xiao Dingdang is too lonely as a spirit. The Emperor's space has abundant spiritual energy, which is beneficial to cultivation, so she also loves to stay in the Emperor's space. Yi Ranyan opened the window and said to the wind, Go on, take care of yourself, and come back when you're tired. Yes, master. After releasing the wind, Yi Ranyan returned to her room and began cultivating to solidify her foundation. At the same time, she was also thinking about choosing some martial arts techniques. Just as she was immersed in the memories of the Imperial princess's inheritance, a sudden ripple came from the space inside the room. Yi Ranyan's tightly closed eyes twitched slightly, and she suddenly opened them wide. Then, a pair of bright and clear eyes instantly met a pair of deep black pupils, as deep as an ancient well or a cold pool. Moving my gaze downwards, what came into view was an incomparably handsome, flawless face, a perfect beauty that defied description. Yi Ranyan was momentarily stunned by the handsome man before she came to her senses and coughed lightly. Jukin, you've arrived. Feng Jukin wore a black robe embroidered with gold patterns. His perfect face was expressionless, and he looked somewhat cold and ruthless. However, there was a gentleness in his eyes when he looked at Yi Ranyan that he himself did not realize. I haven't transferred today's spiritual energy into those two beast eggs yet. His diligent incubation made Yi Ranyan chuckle. She took out 2 divine beast eggs from the Emperor's space and handed them to him. Here, the food for the 2 cubs today depends entirely on you. Chapter 54. I need to see my cousin urgently. Feng Jukin obediently took the 2 beast eggs and began to channel spiritual energy into them without hesitation. He did the same thing yesterday. However, the transfer was too fast yesterday and ended in no time. After returning, his body was in turmoil because he no longer had Yi Ranyan's aura, and his old illness almost relapsed and went out of control. So, today, he learned his lesson. The speed at which spiritual energy was transferred slowed down considerably. It's only 1/10 of yesterday's speed. He planned to stay here a little longer. Perhaps, if he spends more time with the person destined for him, the surging power of his bloodline will subside. Yi Ranyan didn't notice Feng Jukin's little actions. She was still pondering which martial art to choose. She remembered a saying, in martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. This shows that speed is extremely important. Moreover, she can also master a small amount of space-time power, so it would be a waste if she didn't learn martial arts techniques that rely on speed. After a moment of thought, Yi Ranyan chose a martial arts technique called Shadowless Step. This martial art is a movement technique. When mastered to its peak, it allows one to move so fast that even a shadow cannot be seen. But it's not just about movement techniques, it also includes assassination skills. In short, it's about killing people unexpectedly with ghostly movements. It perfectly matches Yi Ranyan's aesthetic. Combined with the illusionary techniques of her Emperor Soul Bell, assassinating even a heavenly martial realm expert would be a piece of cake. However, the Shadowless Step is mainly used for surprise attacks and cannot be used in direct combat. Therefore, she also needed to choose a more upright martial arts technique. Yi Ranyan thought that there were many martial arts techniques in the Empress's inherited memories, and it would take her a long time to find a suitable one. However, she did not expect that a martial arts technique would suddenly appear in her mind just as she was about to search her memories. The Empress's sword. It is a sword technique created by the Empress herself. It is the simplest and most common sword technique, yet it is also the most complex and profound sword technique that encompasses everything. It merges with all elements and flows seamlessly with all sword intents. In Yi Ranyan's memory, this sword technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, after reading it once, she felt as if it was created just for her, perfectly matching her physical understanding. It seems that I am truly destined to meet this Imperial princess. In that case, I shall cultivate this Imperial princess sword technique. Yi Ranyan thought to herself. While she was carefully selecting cultivation techniques, Feng Jukin, while incubating the egg, kept a close eye on her situation. Seeing the vivid expressions on her exquisitely beautiful face, her pretty eyes opening and closing, sometimes nodding and sometimes shaking her head, he felt completely mesmerized. Noticing his intense gaze, Yu Ranyan glanced at him distractedly. What's wrong? Feng Jukin snapped out of his daze, the tips of his ears burning beneath his black hair. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing. You were cultivating? Yu Ranyan nodded. I guess so. I'm thinking about what martial arts techniques I should learn. Do you have a type of skill you'd like to learn? I can teach you. Feng Jukin comes from the War God clan. This race is naturally skilled in combat, and their combat techniques and instincts are ingrained in their bones. Cultivation techniques were collected. Once, in order to temper his mind and calm himself down, he searched through the clan's library. The cultivation techniques in his mind were vast and boundless, and it was no problem for him to give Yu Ranyan a few sets at random. No need. Yu Ranyan shook her head. It wasn't that she was being pretentious. It was simply that there were too many cultivation techniques in the Empress's inherited memories for her to master. But, she smiled and said, if you have time, you can spar with me and let me try out my new martial arts techniques. Okay. Feng Jukin agreed without hesitation. Then please wait a moment. Yu Ranyan thought to herself that she possessed the shadowless step, a movement technique that combined martial arts and assassination, as well as the domineering and incomparably powerful Empress's sword, her own strong spiritual power, and the illusion created by the Emperor's soul bell. In terms of attacks, this is sufficient for now. However, it seems that they haven't prepared any defensive martial arts techniques yet. She immediately began searching through the princess's memories. Soon, she selected 2 defensive martial arts techniques. One is the divine-level body-refining and defensive martial art, the Jade Emperor scripture. When this technique is mastered to its highest level, the body can be transformed into jade, making it indestructible and incomparably hard. Moreover, its biggest difference from other body-refining martial arts techniques is that it will not make the body and muscles bulky and muscular, but will instead make the skin and bones become fair and beautiful. It is a body-strengthening martial art that is very suitable for girls. Another martial art technique is the 2 elements sword technique. Although the 2 elements sword technique is a sword technique, it is a sword technique that combines offense and defense, but leans towards defense. Its essence is similar to Tai Chi in the 21st century, using the principle of using minimal force to deflect maximum force to neutralize damage. For now, learning these few martial arts techniques should be enough for me to protect myself in the Eastern Dragon capital. Yu Ranyan pondered this. She began to sit cross-legged, absorbing and comprehending these martial arts techniques. She planned to test her skills against Feng Jukin once she had grasped the basics. Time passed slowly. The bright moonlight shone through the window lattice and fell on Yu Ranyan, making her porcelain-white skin even more translucent, highlighting her breathtaking beauty with her black hair, snow-white skin, and red lips. A mysterious aura permeated her body, and she herself did not realize it. The spiritual energy elements in the surrounding space seemed to have their own consciousness, vying to enter her body. Yu Ranyan's aura was constantly rising. Even Feng Jukin, who came from the War God clan, and whose cultivation was as easy as drinking water, had a strange look flash across his usually calm and unwavering black eyes when he saw this scene. He could tell. Yu Ranyan has made another breakthrough. He broke through from the 9th level of the Yunyu realm to the Sunyu realm. Moreover, this was something she cultivated herself, without using the power that was sealed within her body and was a gift from the 2 beast eggs. Such talent is comparable to that of the naturally gifted demon beasts. This is even with only 1 layer of seal removed from the body's meridian lock. How monstrous and heaven-defying her talent would be if all the seals on her meridians were broken. However, when he thought that Yu Ranyan was his destined one, he felt that it was only natural. While casually channeling power into the 2 beast eggs, Feng Jukin also protected Yu Ranyan, who was cultivating. Suddenly, it was around midnight. Yunyan, cousin, urgent shouts came from outside the courtyard. Soon, the light in Yungu's room in the courtyard came on. Yu Ranyan was completely absorbed in her cultivation and was unaware of the commotion outside. Yu Yulan was probably in too much of a hurry, pushing open the courtyard gate of Yu Ranyan's house and walking towards her room. But soon, 3rd young master, Yungu stopped him. Let me go and inform Mississippi. Yu Yulan had no choice but to suppress her anxiety. Then hurry up, I have something urgent to discuss with my cousin. Meanwhile, inside the room, Feng Jukin, sitting not far from Yu Ranyan's bed, stared at the knocked door, lost in thought. Should he go open the door? Is he going to go in her place? Chapter 55. From a fresh-faced handsome boy to a frail and weak handsome boy. Just as Feng Jukin got up, intending to open the door. Call out. Yi Ranyan, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly transformed into a phantom and instantly appeared in front of the door. Third cousin. She opened the door, instinctively about to leave, but then, thinking of Feng Jukin beside her, she slammed the door shut. Yungu was knocking on the door. She immediately saw Feng Jiuchun next to Yi Ranyin, and her eyes widened in shock. Yunyan, something's happened to fourth brother. Can you come and check on him? Yi Yulan was too far away to see Feng Jukin, so she spoke anxiously from outside. Third cousin, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Yi Ranyin looked at Feng Jukin. If Yi Yulan found out there was a man in her room in the middle of the night, she would probably explode. Do you need any help? Feng Jukin asked her. Shoo. Yi Ranyin put her index finger to her lips, looking playful and cute. Feng Jukin obediently closed his thin lips and said nothing more. Yi Ranyin pulled him into the house, made him sit down, and then pointed to the 2 divine beast eggs. You continue, I'll be right back. Feng Jukin obediently nodded. Okay. Yi Ranyin thought to herself, how adorable. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, she would have loved to tease this innocent man. Unfortunately, my third cousin was still waiting outside. Soon, Yi Ranyin opened the door and went out. Miss? Yungu's eyes drifted meaningfully toward Yi Ranyin's room. Yi Ranyin transmitted her voice. Aunt Yun, you stay here and guard the room. Don't let anyone enter my room. Yungu paused for a moment, nodded silently, and stood still. Yi Ranyin walked towards Yi Yulan, asking as she went, Third cousin, what happened? Come on, let's talk on the way. Yi Yulan said anxiously. It's my fourth brother. He was already in poor health due to congenital deficiencies, and lately he's been studying runes day and night. Before, there was a rune array that we couldn't enter, but tonight the array's power was exhausted, and that's when I found him collapsed inside. Yi Yulan and Yi Yuch are twin brothers who live in the same courtyard, but he only just discovered this and felt guilty. I have already sent someone to fetch the family physician, but I remember that you, cousin, are also knowledgeable in alchemy and pharmacology, so I would like to ask you to come and take a look as well. In fact, he himself was an alchemist, but even though he had already examined it, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. As the two were talking, they arrived at Yi Yulan and Yi Yuch's courtyard. Third cousin, don't rush, let me check on fourth cousin first. At this moment, many servants from the Duke's mansion were attending to Yi Yuch by his bedside, but unfortunately, the man himself was pale and unconscious. Yi Ranyin frowned as soon as she entered. Those who have nothing to do, please leave. Don't crowd here. Also, open the windows to let some air out the room. Those people accepted the order and quickly dispersed. Yi Ranyin then sat down by the bed and took Yi Yuch's wrist to check his pulse. Yi Ranyin took his pulse. She noticed that her fourth cousin was extremely thin. His face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood in it, and his lips were so dry that they were cracked and peeling. In just a few days, the once youthful and handsome boy was transformed into a sickly and frail young man. Yi Ranyin hadn't expected him to be so obsessed with talismans, and she regretted giving him runes that were too profound. Cousin, how are you? Yi Yulan stood to the side and asked with concern. Yi Ranyin withdrew her hand. He was born with a deficiency, was overworked, and forgot to eat. He was too weak and fainted from hunger. As soon as she entered, she noticed that there was a complete meal on the table. There are lunchtime and evening options. It's clear that he hadn't eaten for at least 2 meals while inside the talisman array. It's a good thing you found out. Otherwise our Duke's mansion's famous talisman genius would have starved to death in a few days. Yi Ranyin said with a hint of helplessness. Yi Yulan couldn't find anything wrong with the examination and thought it was a serious illness, but she didn't expect that she had fainted from hunger. Third cousin. Yi Ranyin looked at him solemnly. After fourth cousin wakes up, you must keep an eye on him and not let him suffer like this. His health is already poor, and if he continues like this, he may not live for more than 3 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan's face turned pale. Cousin, isn't there any way to improve fourth brother's health? Yi Ranyin asked. Over the years, the Duke's mansion must have had quite a few doctors treat my fourth cousin's health, right? Yes, Yi Yulan said bitterly. Not only third-grade alchemists, but even fourth-grade alchemists have come to examine my fourth brother. However, their skills are limited, and our Donlong's resources are also limited, so we have never been able to cure my fourth brother completely. Yi Ranyin nodded. That's how I am right now too. Yi Yulan didn't react for a moment. I have a way to help my fourth cousin improve his health, but I lack the necessary rare and precious ingredients. Wait a minute. Yi Ranyan paused for a moment. Then a bright light suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. I have a way. Oh, Yi Ranyan said. Third cousin, go and have someone prepare some light food for fourth cousin. Also, have someone send over some writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. I have a way to solve fourth cousin's situation. Really? Yi Yulan became excited instantly. Cousin, you are amazing. I knew I would come to the right place. Wait here. I will go and find your fourth brother's writing materials right away. You should know that this is the last thing a talisman master has in abundance. Yi Ranyan nodded, and at the same time, with a thought, a lotus seed emitting rich spiritual power and fragrance appeared in her palm. This is a water lily in the spiritual spring within the Emperor's space. Even the former Imperial princess didn't know what kind of lotus it was, but it contained boundless vitality and should be useful to Yi Yuch. However, the power contained in this lotus seed is too great. Someone with a small body like Yi Yuch might explode and die if he eats one. Therefore, she also came up with a matching cultivation technique called the longevity formula. The longevity technique is a healing cultivation method. Once cultivated to perfection, even if only a drop of blood remains, one can be reborn from that drop. However, it has a fatal flaw. From the very beginning of cultivation, it requires absorbing a great deal of heavenly and earthly treasures with boundless vitality. This lotus seed should allow Yi Yuch to cultivate the longevity technique to the second level, which would be enough to restore his body to the level of an ordinary person. As for whether or not to continue cultivating the later techniques of the longevity manual and the heavenly treasures needed for those techniques, that's up to Yi Yuch. After all, Yi Yulan had said that besides his exceptional talent in the art of talismans, Yi Yuch was also very capable of making money and doing business. Perhaps he could afford to support the longevity manual cultivation technique. Yi Ranyan was thinking. Yi Yulan brought over the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yi Ranyan picked up a brush and began to write down the cultivation method of the longevity manual. At that very moment, Chapter 56, a beam of light suddenly shines into his life. The royal physician is here. The royal physician is here. A servant shouted loudly from outside. Third young master, the family physician has arrived. The other person's voice was loud and shrill. Yi Yulan stepped forward, displeased, and scolded the servant. Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? He only informed the family doctor and Yi Ranyan about Yi Yuch's matter, and did not intend to let other family members know or worry. But this person is shouting so loudly that it might disturb the people in the mansion. His two older brothers were fine, but his father had difficulty walking, and his grandparents were also in poor health, especially his grandfather who had just woken up today and was very weak. He didn't want them to worry. After being reprimanded by Yi Yulan, the servant dared not speak. Just then, a middle-aged man with a long beard rushed over. Upon seeing Yi Yulan, he cupped his hands in greeting. Third young master. Yi Yulan's expression softened. Doctor Who, please come in. This man was a well-known itinerant doctor in the Eastern Dragon Empire. He offended a powerful figure and almost lost his life. It was their father who pleaded for him and saved his life. From then on, he stayed in the Duke of Protectorate's mansion and became their physician. Over the years, it was he who had been taking care of Yi Yuch's health. Ranyan bent over her desk, silently copying the longevity manual, and then said, Young Mississippi. Yi Ranyan nodded in acknowledgement, her hands still writing the longevity formula. Not daring to disturb her, Doctor Who bypassed her to examine Yi Yuch. After a long pause, he frowned and said to Yi Yulan with a solemn expression, Third young master, fourth young master, this is a sign that your life is nearing its end. If this continues, you may not live for more than 3 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan were both stunned. It was almost exactly what Yi Ranyan had said. Yi Ranyan glanced at the other person when she had a moment to spare. This person was indeed quite capable. She couldn't help but spare a moment to ask the other person. So, according to the physician, what should we do next? Doctor Who sighed. The best course of action is to have the fourth young master stop cultivating, stay away from talismans, and ideally, stop handling the family business as well. He should become a wealthy and leisurely man, free from all worries, which would allow him to live a couple more years. Yi Ranyan nodded. What he said wasn't wrong. Yi Yulan's eyes reddened as she listened. He knew best how obsessed his twin brother was with drawing talismans and how much he loved doing business. Getting him to let go of all that and become a wealthy, carefree person is probably harder than killing him. Tomorrow, I will go and talk to the old lady and the Duke about this matter. We really can't let the fourth young master continue like this. No need, Yi Ranyan said. I can heal him. Question mark. Doctor Who was taken aback. Yi Yulan remembered what Yi Ranyan had just said, and her eyes lit up again. Young miss, Doctor Who frowned. This is a matter of life and death, not a game, you. Physician Who. Yi Ranyan had just finished writing the longevity manual, so she stopped, blew on the still wet ink, and said to Physician Who, I never do anything I'm not sure I can do. Doctor Who had heard about Yi Ranyan and knew that she came from the remote and isolated Qingyang city and was even unable to cultivate. He couldn't trust her. He immediately looked at Yi Yulan. Third young master, what do you think? Yi Yulan hadn't even had a chance to speak. I'll listen to Yin. An aged voice came from outside the door. It was Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan who arrived. Not only them, but also his eldest cousin Yi Yuhan, second cousin Yi Yuxuan, and Uncle Yi Zihui also came. They were indeed alerted by the servant who had been shouting earlier. At this moment, they stood at the door and saw Yi Yuch lying on the bed, pale and unconscious. Their faces were filled with worry and pity. Grandpa, Grandma, Father, eldest brother, second brother, why are you all here? Yi Yulan quickly went to greet her. Yi Ranyan also stood up. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, big cousin, second cousin, you don't need to worry. I have already thought of a way to help fourth cousin get better. Union, thank you for your hard work. Yi Kunshan said, his voice choked with emotion. Su Baiyu stepped forward and took Yi Ranyan's hand, her eyes filled with self-reproach. You've only been back for a few days, and our family is already troubling you all the time. Grandma, Yi Ranyan frowned. We're family, why say such things? Besides, it's not troublesome for me. It's just something I do. That's what she said, but Su Baiyu, Yi Yuhan, and Yi Yulan all disagreed. Putting everything else aside, the heavenly soul grass that awakened Yi Kunshan alone was hard-won. However, it must be said that Yi Ranyan's statement made them feel that Yi Ranyan was rare even more, and they also liked this grandson/cousin who seemed to have endless secrets and was more powerful than they could imagine even more. Although Yi Ranyan had only been at the Duke's mansion for a few days. However, the masters of the Duke's mansion had already placed their complete trust in her. Trusting her, the three elderly and unwell relatives went back to rest first. My cousin stayed here to wait for the results. Doctor Who asked Yi Ranyan for advice on how to treat Yi Yuch. Yi Ranyan was reluctant to explain the specific cultivation method of the longevity manual, but only shared the general idea. Doctor Who listened with astonishment. It for myself, young lady? Sure. Next, the servants brought over some plain white porridge, and Doctor Who used a medicinal pill to wake Yi Yuch. When Yi Yuch woke up, he saw his older brother and cousin surrounding him. He felt a little guilty for his willfulness, and then obediently followed the arrangements made by Yi Ranyan and Doctor Who. Fourth cousin, I have a way to restore your body to a normal level, but it may be a bit painful at first. Would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuch's eyelashes trembled incessantly, and his doe-like eyes looked at Yi Ranyan with expectation and pleading. Cousin, are you telling the truth? His greatest wish has always been to live like a normal person. He devoted himself to cultivation, drawing talismans, and making money, simply because he feared his life was too short and he wouldn't have enough time. He wanted to help his family gain more fame or money while he was still healthy. After so many years, he no longer hopes that he can recover or live a long life. But now, just when he had grown accustomed to his broken body and had given up, a ray of light suddenly shone into his life. With a firm and earnest look in her eyes, she told him that she could make him a normal person. This was his greatest desire for a long time, and he was willing to pay any price for it, let alone just a little pain. Just one glance. Yi Ranyan understood Yi Yuch's thoughts. She nodded to Yi Yuch. Of course it's true, fourth cousin. Have some hot porridge first. We'll talk about the rest later. Chapter 57. Are you having a secret rendezvous with that person? Yi Yuch obediently drank the white porridge as Yi Ranyan instructed. Then Yi Ranyan handed the longevity manual to Yi Yuch. Take a look at this set of techniques. The physician and Yi Yuhan's brothers were also curious, but they didn't rush to go up and take a look. Yi Yuch took the Xian paper in his hand. The ink on it was still wet and carried a faint fragrance of ink, indicating that it had just been written on. It goes without saying who wrote it. Yi Yuch glanced gratefully at Yi Ranyan before focusing on reading the longevity manual. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. He became quite engrossed as soon as he started looking at it. However, perhaps because the cultivation technique was too advanced, He started to feel dizzy and his eyes hurt terribly after reading just one page, making it difficult to continue reading. However, Yi Ranyan wrote a full 7 or 8 pages. This. Yi Yuch was extremely surprised. What kind of cultivation technique could he only see a little over one level before he was unable to continue reading? A thought flashed through his mind, and he looked up in shock. Cousin, could this be a heaven-rank cultivation technique? He had seen Xian-level cultivation techniques, and they weren't that exaggerated. I had the chance to see Earth-rank cultivation techniques before, but I was unable to finish reading them. He now felt that this set of techniques was even more powerful than Earth-rank techniques. Therefore, he guessed that it was a legendary heavenly rank cultivation technique. However, Yi Ranyan shook her head. No. Then what is this? Yi Yuch was a little confused. A divine-level cultivation technique, Yi Ranyan said casually, but it caused everyone present to suddenly change their expressions. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, Xian-rank cultivation techniques can be passed down as family heirlooms, while D-rank techniques are only possessed by super families and royalty. A divine-level cultivation technique? That's a legend. But now, these seemingly insignificant few sheets of paper in front of them actually contain the legendary divine-level cultivation techniques. They wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death unless they saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears. Yi Yuhan and his brothers, along with the family physician, were stunned. After regaining their senses, they were filled with endless shock and envy. At the same time, they also held Yi Ranyan in higher regard. After all, she was someone who could produce divine-level cultivation techniques. Such a precious cultivation technique. Yi Yuch's heart swelled, and he couldn't even speak. The cultivation techniques were created for people to practice. So, did you understand the first 2 levels? Yi Yuch took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, I understand the first level, but I only understand half of the second level. That's enough. Yi Ranyan nodded. As long as you master the first level, you will be no different from an ordinary person. That's true. Yi Yuch, who had read the longevity manual, agreed. Then start your cultivation and try to master the first level tonight. All right. Yi Yuch smiled wryly. Cultivating the longevity technique requires celestial treasures rich in life force, and celestial treasures containing life force are among the most precious. The ones in our manor were all used up for Grandpa and my eldest brother recently. He hated his own incompetence. His cousin had given him a divine-level cultivation technique, but he was unable to cultivate it, thus betraying her good intentions. He's in a dilemma. Here you go. Yi Ranyan handed over the lotus seeds in her hand. The lotus seeds shone with a lustrous green luster. As soon as they were taken out, they emitted a refreshing fragrance. Their surface shimmered with a green light, and their powerful vitality made one feel refreshed and instantly return to their best state just by breathing in their fragrance. This is good stuff. Almost everyone present could tell at a glance how precious and extraordinary this lotus seed was. This lotus seed should be enough to support you through the first level of cultivation, Yi Ranyan explained. Yi Yuch was stunned by Yi Ranyan's thorough preparations. Fourth cousin, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but urge him on. Yi Yuch came to his senses, his eyes reddening. Cousin, from now on, my life belongs to you. Yi Ranyan chuckled and shook her head. What use would I be to your life? Cousin, living well is what I want most. Okay. Yi Yuch nodded solemnly, then took the lotus seed and swallowed it in one gulp. Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, and Yi Yulan were all a little envious of this scene, but mostly happy. While they were tempted by the divine-level cultivation technique and the lotus seeds, they were even happier that Yi Yuch's congenital deficiency had been resolved. All right. Seeing that Yi Yuch had started cultivating, Yi Ranyan said to her other cousins, it will be fine once he wakes up from his cultivation. Generally speaking, mastering divine-level techniques is extremely difficult. However, the longevity secret is different. It can continue cultivating as long as it has enough vitality to sustain it. After Yi Yuch swallowed the lotus seed, the surging power of the lotus seed exploded within his body, almost bursting him apart. Yi Yuch's face instantly turned bright red, and his skin and internal meridians began to crack as they could not withstand the domineering and powerful force, with strands of blood seeping out. Yi Yulan and the physician, Yi Yuch began to bleed from all 7 orifices, and his aura became even more violent, as if he was about to suffer a chi deviation at any moment. Fourth brother. Fourth young master. The people in the room were greatly shocked when they saw this. They are worried. Hold fast to the primordial unity, circulate the longevity technique, and absorb those powers. Yi Ranyan calmly, and without changing her expression, transmitted her voice into Yi Yuch's sea of consciousness. Upon hearing Yi Ranyan's voice, Yi Yuch was immediately invigorated and began cultivating the longevity technique. Rich vortex of life force and spiritual energy formed in his danshan, continuously drawing that power into it. Yi Yuch's aura gradually recovered from its terrifying ferocity. The others who were watching breathed a sigh of relief. Cousin, is fourth brother all right now? Yi Yulan couldn't help but ask. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, when he wakes up, he will be as healthy as you all. Yi Ranyan spoke, remembering that Feng Jukin was still waiting for her in the room. She said, just leave one person to protect you. The rest of you can leave. Cousin, if you're tired, go and rest first. We'll call you if we need anything. Big brother, you have no cultivation now and your body can't take it anymore. You should go and rest. Leave things here to me and third brother, Yi Yuxuan said. I will stay here as well, the physician also said. Shall we go back and rest? Yi Yuhan asked Yi Ranyan. He actually wanted to stay, but if no one else went back, he was afraid Yi Ranyan wouldn't go back either. Yi Ranyan nodded. Okay, come find me anytime if you need anything. She just remembered that there was something she forgot to tell Feng Jukin tonight, so she wanted to go back and talk to him about it. Next, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and the royal physician stayed behind to watch over Yi Yuch. Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan left and went back. Yi Ranyan returned to her courtyard, where Yun Gu was still guarding her door. Aunt Yun, you go and rest. I'll take care of things here. Yun Gu's lips moved, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally asked Yi Ranyan, Miss, were you having a secret rendezvous with that person? Chapter 58. It's so much fun bullying this man. A secret rendezvous? Yi Ranyan stumbled and almost fell. Inside the room, Feng Jukin, who was expressionlessly channeling spiritual energy into the divine beast egg, paused for a moment. He couldn't help but listen intently to the answer from outside. Quite a while. After regaining her senses, Yi Ranyan chuckled and asked Yungu, why would you think that? Yungu hesitated. Miss, there is a difference between men and women. It's the middle of the night. If others find out that there is a man in your room, that would be bad. Yi Ranyan roughly understood Yungu's thoughts. She nodded. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Aunt Yun. She paused for a moment. I will take good care of myself. Inside the room, Feng Jukin lowered his thick, black eyelashes and pursed his thin lips slightly after hearing Yi Ranyan's reply. After Yungu left, Yi Ranyan pushed open the door and entered. Feng Jukin looked up at the stunningly beautiful girl with fair skin, a slender waist, and long legs, and said slowly, I will not hurt you. Yi Ranyan paused, turned around and closed the door, then turned back to look at Feng Jukin. Did you hear what I said to Aunt Yun? Feng Jukin nodded. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes curved slightly for a moment. Then, with a thought, she moved with lightning speed, activating the shadowless step and using the power of space and time, instantly appearing in front of Feng Jukin. Her red lips were almost touching his earlobe as she whispered, Of course I know you won't hurt me. Warm breath sprayed on Feng Jukin's ear, and Feng Jukin's body tensed instantly, his earlobes turning a rosy hue. A strange and indescribable tingling sensation spread through his heart. Seeing this, Yi Ranyan's smile deepened, and she couldn't help but touch his earlobe with her slender, white hand, feeling its softness and smoothness. Feng Jukin's body was almost petrified, his entire body stiff as a stone. A handsome man like you should take good care of yourself when you're out in public, Yi Ranyan said meaningfully. Like Feng Jukin, whose innocent red ears could be easily teased. She's always the one teasing him, hoping he'll finally understand. The daylily is probably too cold by now. Little did she know that once a pure-hearted man awakens to his true nature, it is a terrifying explosion of suppressed emotions. Of course, she doesn't yet know that she's playing with fire. Yi Ranyan's slender fingers brushed against Feng Jukin's earlobe before stroking his long, flowing black hair. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His hair is so beautiful. As her hand reached the ends of his hair, her fingertips almost touching his back, Feng Jukin suddenly grabbed her wrist, then pulled away as if burned. You? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Soon, Yi Ranyan blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly straightened up, sat down to the side, and said with a serious and earnest expression, How is it? A rare look of bewilderment appeared on Feng Jukin's handsome face. Glint flashed in Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes as she said, Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? I just used the power of space and time, and also a movement technique, to get close to you silently. Didn't you realize what was happening? Feng Jukin was stunned for a moment. You just wanted to test my reaction? Yes. Yi Ranyan nodded seriously. If this were during a battle, and I approached you so silently, you would probably be dead by now. Feng Jukin opened his thin lips, but no words came out. Yi Ranyan continued. Weren't you unprepared just now? Or did you think I was going to do something to you? Now, even Feng Jukin's long, slender neck was tinged with a faint blush, and he said in a deep voice, No. Nothing. Yi Ranyan pressed. You didn't think I was going to do anything to you? I wasn't prepared. Feng Jukin paused for a moment before speaking. Yi Ranyan suppressed a laugh, finding it incredibly amusing to tease this man. Feng Jukin awkwardly handed her the divine beast egg. You've already used up your spiritual power for today. Yi Ranyan sensed the vigorous energy of the two little creatures inside the divine beast egg and nodded in satisfaction. Great job. You've taken good care of our babies. Upon hearing the words, our child, Feng Jukin's fingers involuntarily curled up. Yi Ranyan placed the divine beast egg into the Emperor's space and asked him, Are you leaving again? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. That's why she came back tonight. Feng Jukin's deep black eyes gazed at her silently, his clear and beautiful eyes, like the night sky, filled only with her. What is it? Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes shifted slightly as she said, The spiritual energy in the northern wilderness is scarce. There must be many cubs among the demon beasts, whose growth is difficult, just like the divine beast egg and foam. The scarcity of spiritual energy means that cultivation is very difficult. For demonic beasts, the more difficult the cultivation, the harder it is for them to grow up. She had barely begun when Feng Jukin said, Demon beasts are arrogant and do not like to follow humans like spirit beasts. Yi Ranyan nodded. I understand. It seems she'll have to go and contract a spirit beast herself to deliver it to the Yi family. However, Feng Jukin changed the subject. If they could accept that human, they would still be willing to be humans fighting partners. Yi Ranyan pondered. You mean? The demon god temple will send some cubs over, but whether you can gain their approval and make them willingly stay is up to you. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Okay, no problem. She then added, I'd like to start with 4, preferably ones whose attributes match my 4 cousins. As for whether they'll approve, we'll leave that to fate. If her cousins can't gain the approval of those demonic beasts, then she'll have no choice but to help them contract spirit beasts. Okay. Feng Jukin nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but laugh again. She had never introduced him to her 4 cousins, but he clearly knew them, and knew them very well. A man who puts his heart into something is different from a man who doesn't. So far, she has grown to like Feng Jukin more and more. Then, I'll wait for your good news. Okay. Feng Jukin didn't linger. He nodded to her and said, I'll come again tomorrow. Yi Ranyan was initially reluctant to see him leave. But when he said he would come again tomorrow, I felt a little happy again. I'm waiting for you. As for what Aunt Yin said about the difference between men and women, she had long forgotten about it. After Feng Jukin left, Yi Ranyan did not rest. She returned to Yi Yuch's courtyard. Unsurprisingly, Yi Yuhan has also returned. The group of people stood guard in the courtyard, cultivating their skills as they went. In the blink of an eye, a night has passed. The first light of dawn broke, and the sky began to brighten. A surge of power suddenly emanated from the room. Yi Ranyan and the others who were cultivating, as well as the drowsy physician of the manor. There's movement. There's movement. Yi Yulan and the others instantly snapped out of their daze. Having cultivated all night, they rushed into the house with renewed vigor. Yi Ranyan meditated all night, then slowly got up, stretched her body, and leisurely followed. Her composure and calmness stood in stark contrast to the anxiety of the people in front of her. After going inside. Chapter 59. The Man Who Creates Miracles. Suddenly, Yi Yuch's aura surged, and a powerful force stirred up a spiritual energy storm around him. Everyone only glanced at it before someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tim Yu Realm. The 4th young master has advanced to the heavenly martial realm. Yi Yulan's eyes widened. Heavens? My eldest brother is a martial arts fanatic. It's one thing to reach the heavenly martial realm at such a young age, but my 2nd brother and 4th brother are also so freakish, both advancing to the heavenly martial realm. How am I supposed to live like this? You should know that, of the 4 brothers, he is the only one who hasn't reached the heavenly martial realm. However, although Yi Yulan spoke pitifully, her face betrayed her excitement and joy. After all, his brothers are awesome, and that makes him proud. Moreover, having spent so much time with Yi Ranyan, he had long since gotten used to winning without lifting a finger. It would be really great to win by following my older and younger brothers. Yi Ranyan entered late, just in time to hear this. Her red lips couldn't help but curl slightly as she glanced at Yi Yulan. You also want to advance to the heavenly martial realm? Yi Yulan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Once he reaches the heavenly martial realm, he can sweep aside all the geniuses of his generation, which is something he naturally desires. How's your research on the pill formula I gave you last time coming along? Yi Yulan's eyes lit up immediately when this was mentioned. It's almost done. I can now successfully extract all the medicinal herbs, but I keep making mistakes in the final fusion step. Come practice in my yard tonight, and let me see. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see that Yi Yulan was not far from advancing to the heavenly martial realm. She will lend Yi Yulan a hand when he refines the pills tonight. Okay, no problem. As the two of them spoke, the violent spiritual energy around Yi Yuch gradually subsided. As the spiritual energy dissipated, a soft, radiant light appeared on the surface of his body. Yi Ranyan looked at the layer of radiance, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile. It seems he has already mastered the first level. No wonder outsiders say that the sons of the Duke's mansion are all exceptionally talented. Now that I see it, it's indeed true. In just one night, Yi Yuch mastered the divine level technique, longevity manual, and even broke through to the second level. His talent is truly undeniable. Really, very good. My cousin said before that once he masters the first level, he'll be no different from an ordinary person. Is that true? That's just how it is. As they were talking, Yi Yuch suddenly opened his eyes on the bed, a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. He quickly came to his senses, and an irrepressible smile appeared on his handsome face. Because he had already sensed it. I felt my body relax, as if the huge boulder that had been pressing down on me had disappeared. Moreover, he could feel a powerful force flowing within his body. The fatigue and after effects of studying runes for several days and nights were completely swept away at this moment. Overjoyed, he displayed a rare youthful spirit, excitedly jumping off the bed and immediately grabbing the dagger hanging on the wall, making a cut on his fingertip. Fourth brother. Fourth young master. His actions startled everyone, who gasped in surprise. Then they saw that the bright red blood had just begun to ooze from the wound and had not yet dripped down when a shimmering light flashed, and his wound disappeared instantly in the light, returning to its original state, as if his hand had never been injured. The longevity technique truly lives up to its reputation as a divine-level cultivation method. It has such effects even at the first level. No wonder it can regenerate from a drop of blood when practiced to the end. Yi Yuch was filled with excitement. The others were also stunned. This healing power is truly amazing. The physician was even more shocked and incredulous. I never expected it. I never expected that a set of exercises could not only cure diseases, but also change a person's physique to such an extent. It's truly a miracle. You should know that Yi Yuch was previously predicted to live no more than 3 years. In just one night, his body became several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. If this is not a miracle, what is it? However, the physician knew even more clearly that if Yi Yuch himself was a miracle, then the young lady from Qingyang City, who was questioned by the outside world, was the one who created the miracle. Yi Ranyan with burning eyes, and his admiration for Yi Ranyan was almost at its peak. At this moment, Yi Yulan was also excitedly dancing around. My God, the martial arts technique that fourth brother is practicing is too heaven-defying. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and quickly looked at Yi Ranyan. Cousin, may I practice that technique? Yi Ranyan chuckled softly. It's possible, but... She told Yi Yulan that cultivating the longevity technique required many rare and precious treasures containing life force. Yi Yulan gasped in astonishment. Forget it, forget it. I'm too poor to afford it. Yi Yuch finally snapped out of his own world. He took a few strides and walked up to Yi Yuhan, Yi Ranyan, and the others. Big brother, second brother, third brother, cousin, I'm all better. I'm really all better. Even Yi Yuhan's sharp eyebrows revealed a rare smile. That's good. From now on, the four of us brothers will work together to make our Duke's mansion shine. Yi Yuch's face flushed with excitement. Yi Yuxuan laughed heartily. It seems I can go back to being the carefree and leisurely second young master Yi. Cousin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you. No need to be so polite, Yi Ranyan said with a smile. Fourth cousin, you should go and see your grandparents. They've probably been worried all night. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma will be so happy to know. I'll be right there. The group then headed towards Yi Kunshan's residence in a large procession. The physician tactfully took his leave, and before leaving, he specifically asked Yi Ranyan, "Miss, if I have any questions in the future, may I come and ask you for advice?" Having heard a physician whose background and knowing his unwavering loyalty to the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, Yi Ranyan nodded and said, "All right." Doctor Who withdrew with gratitude and left. When everyone arrived at Yi Kunshin's place, Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu were overjoyed and showered Yi Ranyan with praise. That morning, the entire Duke's family, who rarely gathered together, had a reunion dinner. At the dinner table, Su Baiyu asked Yi Yuhan, "Ziohan, have you sent out all the invitations I asked you to prepare?" Yi Yuhan nodded. "We're almost done sending them out." "That's good." Su Baiyu then asked Uncle Lu, "Uncle Lu, how are the preparations I asked you to make going?" Lu Bo smiled and said, "Madam, you can rest assured that I will handle things properly." Apart from Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan, the others looked completely bewildered. "Grandma, what invitation? What did you ask Uncle Lu to prepare?" Su Baiyu glanced at Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch and said with a smile, "I plan to hold a welcome banquet for your cousin. I will invite all the prominent families in the capital to attend the ceremony and announce Yunyan's identity to them." Chapter 60. Miss, you're really arrogant beyond belief. Okay. It should have been done long ago. Tell everyone. Yunyan is our cousin, our only cousin. Everyone agreed. Seeing how well Yi Ranyan got along with the four brothers, the three elders, Su Bi, Yi Kunshin, and Yi Ziwei, all showed faint smiles. After finishing the meal, Yi Ranyan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch all have to attend classes at the Imperial Capital Academy. Before leaving, Uncle Lu hurriedly handed Yi Ranyan a jade box. "Young lady, look, is this the needle you wanted?" "Good." Yi Ranyan opened the beautiful cyan jade box and saw that there were 2 layers inside, 1 layer of gold needles and 1 layer of silver needles, all of which she needed. She nodded in satisfaction. "Uncle Lu, this is exactly the needles I needed. Thank you." Lu Bo's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. "It is my honor to serve Mississippi." A short while later, Uncle Lu left, and Yi Ranyan and the others also rode in the Duke's mansion's carriage and headed towards the Imperial Academy. On the way, Yi Yulan mentioned that she would go to Yi Ranyan to refine pills that night. Hearing this, Yi Yuch's beautiful, doe-like eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but ask Yi Ranyan, "Cousin, you know alchemy, talisman drawing, and healing. What is it that you can't do?" Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment. So far, it seems there's nothing I can't do." The 3 brothers looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. When they first heard that their cousin was a useless person who couldn't cultivate, they imagined all sorts of things their cousin might look like. But I never expected it to turn out like this. Ironically, when Yi Ranyan said those words, they all believed her. As they were talking, the carriages of the Duke of Protectorate arrived at the gate of the Imperial Academy. At this time, classes had not yet started at the academy, and many students had just arrived. They were all excited when they saw the carriages belonging to the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion at the entrance of the academy. "Wow, it's the Duke's carriage. I heard that the second young master advanced to the heavenly martial realm yesterday. The second young master is really amazing. Third and fourth young masters, keep it up. I always said that the men of the Yi family of the Duke's mansion never disappoint, and now it seems that's true." As everyone was talking, a tall, slender figure in blue jumped off the car. A cheer erupted from the crowd. "It's the third young master. Young Master Yi, are you still refining pills lately? I'd like to buy some from you." A woman with a flushed face called out loudly. "Not for sale." Yi Yulan's handsome face wore a faint smile. "I'm giving my pills to my cousin as candy." Eek! The female students in the crowd felt both heartbroken and envious upon hearing this. Soon, Yi Yulan took 2 steps back, and another blue figure leaped down. "Second young master, have you really reached the heavenly martial realm? Are you now the #1 student in our Imperial Capital Academy?" The students were even more excited when they saw Yi Yuxuan. If it were yesterday, Yi Yuxuan would definitely declare with his head held high that he, Yi Yuxuan, is indeed the #1 student at the Imperial Capital Academy. But today, his dashing figure exuded nonchalance, and his captivating eyes swept over the crowd with a half-smile before he spoke. "No. Huh? Second young master, is there someone even more capable than you? You've already reached the heavenly martial realm. Haven't you reached the top of the Azure Cloud ranking yet? There are even stronger people above me." He stretched out his hand, and everyone fell silent, which showed that Yi Yuxuan was very famous in the Imperial Capital Academy. "Who is it? Aren't you the only one at the heavenly martial realm in our academy right now?" Yi Yuxuan smiled slightly, his beautiful peach blossom eyes making many women clutch their chests, almost unable to breathe. Of course, he's my eldest brother. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Thinking of Yi Yuhan, who was once unapproachable, and now a cripple, they ultimately dared not question Yi Yuxuan in front of him. Isn't Yi Yuhan a cripple? At this moment, Yi Yuch, dressed in white, with a beauty as striking as spring dawn and whose gender was indistinguishable, got out of the car. He always appeared pale and sickly, which evoked pity in people, so no one dared to speak too loudly to him. However, whether it was their imagination or not, the fourth young master seemed to be in much better health today. Cousin, wait for us at noon. Your cousin will take you to eat something delicious. After getting out of the carriage, Yi Yuch ignored the people around him and gently said to Yi Ranyan while lifting the carriage curtain. Good. As Yi Ranyan, who was sitting at the very back, answered, she got off the bus. She got out of the car, 3 handsome and distinguished young men surrounded her like stars around the moon. This scene made all the students around them green with envy. A few days ago, after Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan visited the Imperial Capital Academy, almost everyone knew that the Fong family matriarch did not have the bloodline of the Duke's mansion. They also knew that the girl they brought back to the capital from the remote city of Qingyang was the real cousin of the Duke's mansion. She's so beautiful, no wonder she's a member of the Yi family. Wow, I'm so envious. I wish I could be born into the Yi family too. TCH, what's there to envy about her? Haven't you heard? She's a useless person who can't cultivate. But the young masters are really good to her. Even with Fong Yura and Fong Yukin before, they weren't this attentive. These young masters are all heroes and outstanding talents. Protecting the weak is perhaps in their nature. Weak? Who are you talking about? Her? You've really misjudged her. I've heard that this woman is very arrogant. Yes, I heard that too. It said that on her first day at the academy with the eldest young master, she stepped on Ming Fei's face. Hiss. She's the one who stepped on Ming Fei's face. That's not all. You don't know this, do you? Yesterday, thanks to her connections with the Duke's mansion, she was assigned to the top-tier class by the vice dean. But as you know, Instructor Jiao of the top-tier class looks down on her as a good-for-nothing. Yet, she actually went crazy and made a bet with Instructor Jiao. Are you talking about that bet from the monthly exam? Yes. It was her who proposed it. I heard yesterday that a student who wasn't talented enough was rejected by the top-tier class and got so angry that he bet the top-tier class on his monthly exam score. I was wondering who was so bold as to challenge the best class in every grade. I never expected it to be her. Countless gazes fell upon Yi Ranyan. Although everyone was whispering, Yi Ranyan and the others had high cultivation levels, so they could hear all the voices clearly. Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch immediately frowned, about to lash out, when Yi Ranyan called out to them. Second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin. The 3 of them looked at her at the same time. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, it seems that the senior brothers and sisters of the academy are very interested in my bet. The 3 were puzzled. Yi Ranyan continued slowly and deliberately. Then, let's set up a betting pool and let everyone place bets. Yi Yuch was the first to react and said with a smile, okay, leave this to me. Yi Ranyan in disbelief. She remained completely unfazed when others mocked or questioned her. And he even publicly said he would set up a bookmaker to place bets on the bet? It seems this newly returned young lady is truly exceptionally arrogant. Chapter 61. So angry, I almost vomited blood. After the incident at the entrance of Imperial Capital Academy ended, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuxuan parted ways. Yi Ranyan walked towards the direction of the yellow class. At this time, many students had already arrived in the yellow-lettered classroom. The bell for the official start of class had not yet rung, and they were all chatting and playing around. When Yi Ranyan, dressed in red and exuding a cold and stunning beauty, stood at the door, the entire class fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared at Yi Ranyan in amazement. Yi Ranyan glanced at everyone, said nothing, and stepped directly into the classroom. After she found an empty seat in the corner, whispers returned to the classroom. Wow, she's so beautiful. Who is she? Could she be the cousin that the Duke of Huguo's mansion just found? It said that she was turned away by Instructor Jiao of the top class yesterday, and then our instructor Lu picked her up. She's so beautiful. It doesn't matter if she's not very talented. Just looking at her makes me want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. That's not how it works. It's not just that she lacks talent. She's simply incapable of cultivation. It's alright. We're already last place anyway, so even if another one who can't cultivate comes along, it'll be fine. I'm going to go talk to the beauty. Someone was eager to try, walking towards Iranian, just about to speak. Nightstained sound. A cold voice came from the doorway. Now, the Hwangzik class, which had just become lively again, was as if someone had pressed the pause button, and everyone was too afraid to even breathe. Iranian raised her eyes and looked at Xiao Yiren, the vice dean who was standing at the door with an unfriendly expression. She raised an eyebrow, stood up, and asked from a distance, "What brings Vice Dean Xiao to see me?" Xiao Yiren suppressed his anger and stared at Iranian with a sinister look. "You transferred to the yellow class without permission. You need to come with me to the academic affairs office to complete the procedures." Iranian had already thought of this. She smiled slightly and said, "Instructor Liu already took care of this for me yesterday. I'm afraid you'll have to make a wasted trip today, Vice Dean. Come out here." Xiao Yiren's eyes were filled with endless malice. "I have something to say to you." This. Iranian hesitated for a moment, then widened her beautiful eyes and said innocently, "This is probably not appropriate." Xiao Yiren frowned. "What's wrong? Are you disobeying my orders?" Iranian looked startled and said softly, "I don't want to disobey the Vice Dean's orders either, but..." She sighed. "Who told the Vice Dean to run around the college naked yesterday, and to grope any female students he saw?" Xiao Yiren's expression changed drastically. "Shut up." Iranian continued. "My family told me that I'm so good-looking that I need to protect myself. So, Vice Dean, I'm sorry, but I really don't dare to be alone with someone who is a frivolous female student and runs around naked." Iranian kept bringing up the incident of him being naked and harassing female students, which drove Xiao Yiren almost crazy. Meanwhile, the students in the yellow class next to him looked at Xiao Yiren with expressions of shock and gossip. When the incident occurred yesterday, most students were in class, and the college also tried to suppress the news, so many students were unaware of it. But now, thanks to Iranian's publicity, the students in the yellow class all know about it. Moreover, judging from their shocked and gossipy expressions, it won't be long before everyone in the academy knows about this. "You're asking for it." Xiao Yiren exuded an icy aura and unleashed a sharp palm strike towards Iranian. "Vice Dean." Lu Rong saw this scene from afar. Her expression changed drastically, and she immediately struck out with her palm. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Xiao Yiren's, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make Xiao Yiren miss his target. "What, Professor Liu, are you also going to oppose this dean?" Yesterday, Xiao Yiren lost all face and dignity. After sobering up, he suspected that Iranian was behind it. Now he was furious and completely irrational. He only wanted to force Iranian to admit what she did yesterday and clear his name. "Vice Dean, as the head of an academy, even if you are only a Vice Dean, how can you lay a hand on a student? What will outsiders think of our Imperial Capital Academy if they find out? Moreover, many female students are already dissatisfied with what happened yesterday, and the Elders' Council is preparing to discuss this matter with the dean. Are you sure you want to continue harassing a female student at this time?" Seeing that Iranian had already exposed the matter, Lu Rong simply stopped trying to cover for Xiao Yiren. "How dare you? When has this dean ever been so harassing of female students?" Xiao Yiren's face turned red with anger. Iranian said at the right moment, "The Vice Dean keeps calling me out, wanting to talk to me alone, but, Instructor Liu, I'm really scared. After all, I'm just a good-for-nothing, while the Vice Dean is a powerful martial lord. He even dared to take liberties with female students naked in front of others. If he really becomes a beast to me, I won't even be able to protect myself." As Iranian spoke, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a look of fear and worry appeared on her exquisite face. She was already beautiful and charming, and now she was deliberately acting like this, which made the students in the yellow class students and Lu Rong feel sorry for her. Moreover, Iranian's repeated mentions of what Xiao Yiren did yesterday made the students in the yellow class look at Xiao Yiren with complicated feelings, and most of the female students felt ashamed, indignant, and disgusted. Some students even whispered, "I never expected that Vice Dean Xiao, who usually looks so righteous, would be so shameless and secret, doing such things to female students. He's a beast. Calling him a beast is too kind. In my opinion, he's worse than a beast. Vice Dean, Ranine is right. She is no match for you after all. Given your actions yesterday, I cannot allow you to be alone with him." Lu Rong also looked serious and earnest. Xiao Yiren, a dignified first-level martial lord, was so angered by these words that his chest ached, and he almost vomited blood. At that moment, a strong killing intent rose in his heart. He wanted to kill all of these people in front of him, leaving no one alive. As for that little bitch Iranian, he wanted to play with her and then make her wish she were dead. However, After pretending for so many years, he is still quite cunning. I was just so angry that I lost my temper, and I didn't expect Uranian to be so sharp-tongued, which is why I came to her door. But now that he's come to his senses, he knows that he can't expect Uranian to obey him outwardly. He took a few deep breaths, his cheeks twitching as he revealed a twisted and terrifying smile, and said in a sinister tone, "Fine, I only wanted to show concern for the new student today. Since she is unwilling, then so be it." After saying that, he turned and left. Before leaving, his cold gaze shot towards Uranian as if it were poison, ready to devour her. Uranian didn't care at all, only sneered in her heart. "You old lecher, just stop now. If you really dare to put your hands on her, she'll chop them off and feed them to the dogs." Chapter 62. I think she's rotten to the core. After Xiao Yiren left, Lu Rong introduced Uranian to the students in the yellow class. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, as everyone welcomed Uranian. Next, the school bell rang. This morning, they have an outdoor class. All the students are going to the training ground to practice. Lu Rong led the way, with the students following behind. No sooner had everyone left the yellow class than a spirited young girl approached Uranian. "Beautiful Yi, my name is Meng Xiao." Before Uranian could react, she continued, "From now on, I'll protect your face, Yi beauty. Anyone who dares to touch your face will regret it." This guy is actually a fellow person obsessed with looks? Uranian smiled and said with her eyes crinkling, "Okay, from now on, I'll be relying on you at the academy." When she smiled, Meng Xiao couldn't help but blush. When it was time to train at the training ground, Meng Xiao would always sit next to Uranian. At this moment, it wasn't just the yellow class students on the training ground. Coincidentally, students from the heaven class were also there today. However, the two classes did not have a good relationship, so their training positions were clearly separated, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Rong stood at the front and addressed the students. "Today, I will teach you the martial art Lingbo step, a yellow rank movement technique." Uranian, who had just mastered the divine level movement technique, shadowless step, yesterday, yawned listlessly. However, she still had some respect for Lu Rong as her mentor, so even though she wasn't interested in the Lingbo step, she multitasked with it, practicing her own technique while listening to Lu Rong explain the Lingbo step. It must be said that Lu Rong is indeed a very good mentor. When explaining the techniques, she does so in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Uranian learned it after listening to it only once. After explaining the cultivation method to everyone, Lu Rong let them practice on their own while she watched and guided them from the sidelines. However, coincidentally, not far away today, the top-tier class was also learning the Lingbo step, a martial art technique. They all began their own cultivation after their mentor, Jiao Rifan, gave them instructions. After an hour of cultivation, Lu Rong told everyone to rest for a while before continuing. Standing next to Uranian, Meng Xiao let out a long breath, leaned closer to her, and said in an extremely familiar tone, "The Lingbo step we learned today was so difficult. I've only mastered 2 or 3/10 of the technique so far. How about you, Union?" "Me," Uranian said slowly, "I've already learned it." Huh. Meng Xiao thought she had misheard. Meanwhile, a new student joined the top-tier class next door. She is Wen Wonking, who was allowed by Xiao Yiren to be an auditor at the Imperial Academy. She was someone that Feng Yura and Wen Ziju had instructed the students in the top-tier class to take good care of. In addition, she herself was delicate and beautiful, so the students in the top-tier class were very friendly to her. As soon as Jiao Rifan told them to rest, many people gathered around Wen Wonking and said in a friendly manner, "Wonking, how are you? Can you keep up with the pace? If you can't, you can tell us, and we'll help you find the answers." Wen Wonking smiled shyly. "I am naturally no match for my senior brothers. Today, I only know the basics of the Lingbo step." She had never been exposed to movement techniques before, and today she was completely confused and didn't understand anything at all. "It's alright. I've already mastered about 60% of this movement technique. You could say I've learned it. Come on, tell me what you don't understand, and I'll give you some pointers." One student enthusiastically remarked. Wen Wonking maintained her smile, but inside she was extremely anxious. She doesn't understand anything, and doesn't even know how to ask. At that very moment, ha ha ha, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted in the top-tier class, attracting the attention of students from both the top-tier and yellow-tier classes. "Huang Jinhong, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so happily?" Someone couldn't help but shout. Huang Jinhong, who was laughing loudly, tried to suppress his laughter, then pointed in the direction of Class Huang. "Do you guys remember that woman? I just heard her say that she has already learned the Lingbo step. It's hilarious. Everyone looked in the direction Huang Jinhong was pointing, and then they saw Yi Ranyan, who had a slender waist, wore a fiery red dress, and was cold and elegant. After a brief moment of amazement, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Isn't she Yi Ranyan from yesterday? Her comprehension is so good. She mastered the Lingbo step so quickly. Really? I just asked, and even our top student, Brother Qing, has only grasped about 80% of it. Brother Qing, he mentioned, was one of the top 3 figures in the elite class, named Feng Qing. The 2 prodigies ahead of Feng Qing were taken away by Jiao Rifan for special training and were not here. If she has really learned it, then her comprehension is better than Brother Qing's. No wonder she dared to bet with us on her monthly exam results. Someone from the top-tier class said. Wen Wonqing, who was being enthusiastically instructed and was worried about not having a chance to escape, saw the commotion and hurriedly walked over to Yi Ranyan, saying, Miss Yi, you can't even cultivate. How could you possibly learn the Lingbo step? You're joking with everyone, right? She couldn't even understand the Lingbo step. How could Yi Ranyan, who had never been involved in cultivation, possibly learn the Lingbo step? Wen Wonqing didn't believe it. Her words elicited another burst of laughter from the top-tier class. Yeah, I almost forgot. This is a useless person who can't cultivate. What an idiot, telling such an easily exposed lie. I think she's good for nothing except her face. Someone asked Wen Wonqing, Wonqing, I heard you're also from Qingyang City. Do you know a lot about this Yi Ranyan? Wen Wonqing smiled and said, Yes, everyone in Qingyang City knows that she has been unable to cultivate since childhood and has no father, so her mother has been working hard for her. However, it has been 7 years since her mother left last time. Sigh. She grew up all alone. No wonder she turned out like this. She doesn't have a father? How come? So, she didn't have any parents to guide her when she was young? No wonder she talked back to her mentor yesterday and told such a clumsy lie today. I think she's rotten to the core. The students in the top-tier class, Chao Yi Ranyan, exuded endless malice. On the yellow class side, Meng Xiu said to Yi Ranyan with guilt, Yunyan, it's all my fault for being so talkative and letting you be laughed at. After saying that, she strode forward and shouted at Wen Wonqing, Ugly freak, shut up. Upon seeing this, the students from the top-tier class swarmed forward. Meng Xiu, it's Yi Ranyan from your yellow-tier class who has character issues. Why are you yelling at our Wan Qing? Don't think that just because you're a member of the Meng family, you can bully people from our top-tier class. Meng Xiu frowned, about to speak, when Yi Ranyan reached out and stopped her. Then, Yi Ranyan stepped forward, her cold, beautiful eyes casually landing on Wen Wonqing. Wen Wonqing, did I give you permission to talk about my private affairs without my consent? Chapter 63. Do you think everyone is as incompetent as you? Yi Ranyan's dark, beautiful eyes were cold and sharp. Just one glance from her made Wen Wonqing shiver. Then, she came to her senses and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. In the past few days, she has consumed a lot of pills in the capital, and her cultivation has advanced to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, just one step away from the Yuan martial realm. She is already considered a master in Qingyang City, so why would she be afraid of that good-for-nothing Yi Ranyan? You should know that Yi Ranyan's heavenly martial realm servant is not qualified to enter the Imperial Capital Academy at all. Now that it is during class time, the Yi brothers from the Duke of Protectorate's mansion cannot come to help Yi Ranyan. This is a good opportunity for her to deal with Yi Ranyan. She immediately smiled gently and said, Miss Yi, may I ask which of my statements is untrue? If they are all true, then why won't you let me say them? As expected, she's a country bumpkin from a small town, a gossip, always spreading rumors. The other students in the yellow class also realized what was happening and stepped forward to scold Wen Wonqing. Meng Xiu glared at Wen Wonqing with hostility. Ugly freak, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart if you spout any more nonsense? Seeing the defiant expression on Wen Wonqing's face, she sneered again. Don't think you can rest easy just because you were sent in by the Fong family. Others may be afraid of the Fong family, but I'm not. If you dare to gossip again, I can kick you out of the Imperial Capital Academy with just one word from me. Wen Wonqing then came to her senses and realized that this was the Imperial Capital Academy, not Qingyang City, where she had once been able to do whatever she wanted. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. Yi Ranyan slowly stepped forward, using her height advantage to look down at Wen Wonqing. You say it's true that I can't cultivate? And you're telling others that I was joking when I said I could learn the Lingbo step? Are you lying? Yi Ranyan sneered. Then, Wen Wonqing, if I can cultivate, what will you do? Wen Wonqing glanced timidly at Meng Xiu, looking as if she had been intimidated by Yi Ranyan's imposing aura, and took a few steps back. The students in the top-tier class couldn't stand Yi Ranyan's coercion of Wenwonking, so they immediately stood in front of her to protect her. To Yi Ranyan, everyone knows you can't cultivate, so how could it be fake? And the Lingbo step? Huh. Our brother Qing has only mastered 80% of it, and you say you've already learned it? How is that possible? What else is it but bragging? Frogs in a well. Yi Ranyan sneered. Because your own abilities are insufficient, you assume that everyone else is as incompetent as you. Her gaze swept coldly over the person. You. And when walking, if I really learn the Lingbo step, how about you two slap yourselves 100 times in public? The man paused for a moment. Everyone else was stunned as well. After regaining their senses, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Those who can enter the Imperial Capital Academy are naturally the pride of their respective regions, possessing their own pride, and of course, they would not be willing to slap themselves in public. Meng Qiu glanced at Yi Ranyan with concern, but did not speak. Wenwonking sneered inwardly, thinking that Yi Ranyan was trying to force her to apologize in this way, but she would not fall for Yi Ranyan's trick. What if you don't know how? She asked Yi Ranyan in return. Yi Ranyan looked at her with a half-smile. If I can't cultivate and don't learn the Lingbo step, I'll do the same as you and slap myself 100 times. Wenwonking's eyes lit up, and she was about to agree immediately. However, the person who had just spoken up for her backed down and asked Wenwonking, "Are you sure she can't cultivate?" Wenwonking nodded. Of course, everyone in Qingyang City knows. Meng Qiu glanced at Yi Ranyan's calm and composed demeanor, then at the hesitant and timid students of the heavenly class, and couldn't help but raise her voice. What? Are you heavenly class students afraid of our yellow class students? The students in the top-tier class immediately protested. Are you kidding me? Our top-tier class has always been the best class in every grade. So why would we be afraid of your worst-performing class, the yellow-tier class? Huang Jinhong, Wonking, you two quickly agree and let her use it. If she can use the Lingbo step, I'll admit defeat today. Wonking nodded to Huang Jinhong and said to Yi Ranyan, all right, as long as you can cultivate and use the Lingbo step, I will slap myself 100 times. Huang Jinhong gritted his teeth and said, there are two of us, and you are one. If you can't cultivate and can't do what you say, then slap yourself 200 times. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Okay. The next moment, before anyone could react, her figure swayed from side to side in a strange rhythm, like ripples in water, and then, in the blink of an eye, she floated more than 10 feet away. The students from both the yellow class and the heaven class were instantly stunned. Lingbo step. How is that possible? Am I seeing things? Did she really use the Lingbo step? After a brief silence, gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. The exclamations from the students in the top-tier class were filled with disbelief. Among them, Wenwonking and Huang Jinhong's faces turned extremely pale and ugly. She's amazing. She mastered a martial art in such a short time. Most young people admire strength, and after realizing what was happening, many of them looked at Yi Ranyan with a newfound sense of awe and envy. The students in the yellow class were ecstatic. My goodness, I didn't know junior sister Yi was so amazing. Our yellow class actually got such a talented junior sister? Meng Qiu's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. I wonder what Instructor Jiao would think if he knew he had missed out on a student with such terrifying comprehension. Just then, you cheated. Wenwonking shrieked, realizing what was happening. The Lingbo step you used is different from the one the instructor used. Stupid woman, the instructor was just demonstrating casually. Junior sister Yi's demonstration is the most complete and correct Lingbo step, okay? A student from the yellow class retorted. Yi Ranyan also looked coldly at Wenwonking. Heh, the same old trick again. Wenwonking, have you forgotten the time I slapped you in Qingyang City? Yi Ranyan's words caused an uproar in the room. When everyone looked at Wenwonking again, their gazes held a more subtle expression. Realizing he was about to slap himself in public, Huang Jinhong snapped out of it and glared at Wenwonking with a sinister look. You bitch, is this what you meant by her inability to cultivate? Wenwonking's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her heart pounding with fear and apprehension. She didn't know why Yi Ranyan could suddenly cultivate, and why her comprehension was so high. What's even more terrifying is that, aside from the embarrassment she suffered today, the most crucial thing is that the students in the top-tier class will probably never trust her again. They will probably have to take back all the goodwill they just showed her. She regretted it. She really regretted provoking Yi Ranyan. Just then, Wenwonking, now, shouldn't you accept your defeat and slap yourselves in the face? Yi Ranyan's voice rang in her ears like a death knell. Chapter 64. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. When walking and the male student named Huang Jinhong eventually slapped themselves 100 times in front of everyone. The students in the yellow class students thoroughly enjoyed watching it. The students in the top-tier class felt deeply humiliated, as if they had all been slapped in the face. Even if you can cultivate, it's only for the next couple of days. How high can your cultivation level be? No matter how good your comprehension is, you can't possibly surpass us within 2 months. Yi Ranyan, just you wait until the monthly exam. Although our brother Qing can't match your Lingbo step today, our top class still has 2 peerless geniuses who have already mastered it. They just went out with instructor Jiao. Otherwise, what kind of prestige do you think you could show here? The students in the top-tier class spoke up one after another, making bold statements. The students in the yellow class were not to be outdone. A loss is a loss. Are the students in the heaven class such that they can't accept defeat? Monthly exam? That's 2 months from now. If it's 2 months from now, let's talk about it then. You're making such grand promises now. Don't cry when you lose the monthly exam. You can't even beat our junior sister union now, and you still want to expect to win in 2 months? That's just wishful thinking. The two sides engaged in a heated verbal exchange, almost coming to blows. Fortunately, both mentors, Lu Rong and Zhao Rifan, returned, and the two classes managed to calm down and refrain from fighting. However, both mentors also heard about what had happened from the students. When Zhao Rifan heard that Yi Ranyan was not a good-for-nothing as rumored, and that she had mastered the Lingbo step in such a short time, his face turned green instantly. At the same time, a vague sense of unease began to rise in my heart. Even in the top-tier class, only the 2 most outstanding students mastered the Lingbo step so quickly. When Lu Rong heard about it, she was very happy, and even asked Yi Ranyan to help her instruct the other students in practicing the Lingbo step. The other students immediately cheered and surrounded Yi Ranyan, asking her for advice. Yi Ranyan also possesses endless experience from the Imperial princess's inheritance, making it naturally a simple matter for her to guide these students. In fact, her insight was even sharper than that of her mentor, Lu Rong, who pointed out the flaws of the students in the yellow class with pinpoint accuracy, enlightening them and enabling them to make rapid progress. This resulted in the yellow class making slightly faster progress in practicing the Lingbo steps than the heaven class after a morning of outdoor classes. This filled Lu Rong with immense joy, and she exclaimed that sending Yi Ranyan to the yellow class was absolutely the right decision. She had a premonition that, under Yi Ranyan's leadership, Class Yellow was about to reach its peak. Because she was helping her mentor guide the students in the yellow class in their cultivation, by the end of the morning, the students in the yellow class were all very close to Yi Ranyan and treated her very kindly. Some of the bolder, more outgoing students would invite Yi Ranyan to lunch as soon as school was over. However, Yi Ranyan rejected him. Maybe next time, my cousins are taking me out to eat today. Upon hearing that it was the young masters Yi who were going to treat everyone, envious expressions immediately appeared in their eyes. It should be noted that the sons of the Duke of Huguo's mansion are not only exceptionally handsome, but also exceptionally talented. At the Imperial Capital Academy, more than half of the male students admired them, while the other half of the female students adored them. So many people dream of having a meal with them. Unfortunately, while those young masters were gentle with their families, they were as ruthless and cold-blooded as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves when dealing with outsiders. When most of the students from the yellow class had left, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch came to find Yi Ranyan. Yi Yulan couldn't help but laugh first. I heard that some clueless person offended you this morning. Yi Ranyan said calmly. It's all right. She traveled all the way from Qingyang City to the Imperial Capital Academy because she wanted to make a name for herself. Whatever she wants, I will not give her it. After what happened this morning, even the students in the top-tier class have distanced themselves from Wenwonking quite a bit. Her mentor, Zhao Rifan, was even more eager to kick her out of the top-tier class. However, due to the reputation of Wen Ziju, the academy's prodigy, and the Fong family in the capital, they dared not do so. However, when Wenwonking returns today with a face swollen like a pig's head, the Fong family probably won't be very happy. Next time something like this happens, be sure to tell me in advance. I want to witness it firsthand, Yi Yulan said, not one to shy away from making things worse. Yi Yuch glanced at his third brother. Shouldn't you tell your cousin not to move and let us do it? Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. My cousin is too capable. I'm afraid we won't have much of a chance to use our skills. Amidst laughter and conversation, The group left the Imperial Academy and headed towards an elegantly decorated restaurant. On the way, Yi Yuch introduced, "This is Jin Yu Lu, which has delicacies from all over the eastern region. Cousin, you must try them today." That's right, the food at Jin Yu Lu is absolutely superb, and it will definitely not disappoint you, cousin. Oh, by the way, Jin Yu Lu is owned by our fourth brother, so you don't need to be stingy and can eat as much as you want. Jin Yu Lu was considered the premier building in the capital of Donglong, and countless high-ranking officials and nobles entertained their guests there. Therefore, Jin Yu Lu is always a booming business, with a constant stream of customers. Yi Ranyan followed the crowd inside. She couldn't help but sigh. Her fourth cousin truly lived up to his reputation as the most shrewd moneymaker in the entire Duke's mansion. Just looking at this golden jade pavilion, it probably made a fortune every day. At this time, there were still many guests in the lobby without seats, waiting for the waiter to arrange a table. Yi Ranyan and her companions entered the restaurant. They caused quite a stir among the crowd. There's no other reason than that these 3 men and 1 woman are all too outstanding in appearance and temperament. Each of them is a sight to behold when they walk out. And now that the 4 of them are standing together, it's almost dazzling. When the waiter led them upstairs, some of the waiting customers in the restaurant objected. "Waiter, didn't you say there were no private rooms available? Why do we have to wait here while they can go straight upstairs? Did they also book their seats in advance?" The waiter didn't answer, but the accountant next to him smiled and said, "No, that's not it. However, if you are the owner of this restaurant like our young masters, we can reserve a private room for you to use at any time." The man was speechless. Those in the lobby who were unaware of the situation were once again in an uproar. I never expected that the owner of Jin Yu Lu would be so young. Judging from their attire, they should be students of the Imperial Academy. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Yi Ranyan was taken to the private room that Yi Yuch usually frequented. It had a great location with a superb view, and you could see most of the restaurant. After everyone sat down, Yi Yuch took the initiative and asked the waiter to bring up all the shop's signs. Then the 4 of them chatted and drank tea. However, the good mood didn't last long before a familiar voice came from downstairs at the restaurant. Chapter 65, "You guys are really great. No seats? How could there be no seats? Doesn't Jin Yu Lu always have a private room reserved for me?" A sharp female voice came from below. In an instant, many customers in the restaurant turned their attention to that direction. There she was, a young girl dressed in gorgeous clothes, adorned with jewels, and with an arrogant expression. Many people in the Eastern Dragon capital recognized her, and upon seeing her, they couldn't help but whisper, "It's her, the second young lady of the Fong family." The person who came was Fong Yura. With her were Wen Ziju and several other students from the college who were usually close to the 2 of them. At this moment, Fong Yura was glaring angrily at the waiter who was blocking her way and preventing her from going upstairs. She shouted, "Go and call the manager here. I want to see who has the audacity to stop me. If my cousin finds out, he'll be in big trouble." Upstairs, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch all heard these words and were immediately disgusted. "Aren't you going down to take a look?" Yi Ranyan asked Yi Yuch. Yi Yuch, with his red lips and white teeth, and a face as fair as spring dawn, said indifferently, "Why should I go down there myself for such a trivial matter?" Yi Yuxuan nodded in agreement. "Having dinner with you, my cousin, is the most important thing." Then Yi Ranyan glanced at Fong Yura downstairs. "It's all right, someone will handle it soon," Yi Yuch said. "Really? Soon." The restaurant manager came down personally, approached Fong Yura with neither servility nor arrogance, and said with a smile, "Isn't this Miss Fong? Are you here to dine at Jin Yu Lu today? I'm so sorry, Jin Yu Lu is fully booked today. Miss Fong, why don't you come another day?" "How dare you?" Fong Yura's face turned pale with anger. "Where's my private room? Have you been using it without my permission?" A nearby guest whispered, "They even have a private room? Sigh, I'm so envious. This must be the treatment the young master's cousin gets." "Yes. That steward is really clueless, actually stopping his own young lady. If their young master finds out, he'll be in deep trouble. By the way, didn't their young master just arrive? Why didn't he come down and do something about this?" As everyone was talking, the manager laughed and said, "A private room? Miss Fong must be joking." "What did you say?" Fong Yura's face instantly darkened. Undeterred, the manager continued, "In our Jin Yu Lu, only a few young masters and their daughters have private rooms. May I ask, Miss Fong, who are you?" "I'm Yi Yuch's cousin. Didn't you know?" "I'm sorry, Miss Fong. The information we've received is that you have absolutely no connection with our young master." Our young master said that not just any random cat or dog can come to the restaurant to claim kinship. Upon hearing this, the people in the restaurant immediately erupted in an uproar. Fong Yura was also stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, her face first turned pale, and then turned into a purplish-red color of embarrassment and anger. How dare you call me a nobody? A sinister glint flashed in her eyes as she coldly said, Grandma Fong, slap her. Granny Fong is a guest elder of the Fong family. She has the cultivation of the heavenly martial realm. She came up with this idea on a whim after witnessing Yi Ranyan having Yungu beat up Ming Fei. She was afraid that one day she would suffer the same fate as Ming Fei. So when she got home, she kept pestering her father to arrange for a heavenly martial realm expert to protect her. And now, that expert has come in handy. An old woman with a scar on her face flashed out after hearing Fong Yura's order and attacked the steward. Chaos erupted immediately. Fighting! Fighting! Run! My God, heavenly martial realm. When gods fight, mortals suffer. We'd better hide quickly. Upstairs. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch's expressions instantly darkened. Before Yi Ranyan could instruct Yungu to make a move, Yi Yuch leaped down. With his robes fluttering, he landed gracefully in front of the steward, deflecting the old woman's attack. At the same time, his usually clear and harmless eyes were now cold and domineering. Fong Yura, get out of Jinyulu. After the attack was blocked, the old woman's expression changed slightly, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. She is at the heavenly martial realm. Only those at the heavenly martial realm can block her attacks. She reached the heavenly martial realm in her old age, while this young man in front of her is only in his early 20s. Could it be that his cultivation has already reached the heavenly martial realm? While she was still in shock, Yi Yuch casually tossed out a few talismans. The next moment, boom, boom. The talisman exploded with power, sending the old woman flying. Fong Yura's face turned green when she saw Yi Yuch descend from the sky. You've been here the whole time, and you just watch me make a fool of myself without helping me? Yi Yuch sneered. Why should I help you? Fong Yura, do you think I'll still treat you like a cousin after we have nothing to do with each other anymore? Cousin? Upon hearing this address, Fong Yura looked towards the spot where Yi Yuch had just jumped down and immediately spotted Yi Ranyan, Yi Yuxuan, and Yi Yulan. Her face instantly turned even uglier. These people were just upstairs watching her make a fool of herself in public and being called a nobody. Good. Well done. You guys are really good. Yi Yuch. Fong Yura's eyes were red with anger. If you don't treat me as your cousin, don't even think about hearing me call you cousin again. That's great. I don't want to hear it either. You. Fong Yura glared fiercely at Yi Ranyan upstairs, feeling that all of this was because of Yi Ranyan's appearance. That night, Ranyan stole her status as a cousin of the Duke's family, her cousins, and the treatment that was rightfully hers. Yi Yuch, you ignore my talented and outstanding cousin, and insist on doting on that good-for-nothing. I heard that if she can't beat the students in the top class in the monthly exam, she will be expelled from the academy. At that time, your entire Yi family will be disgraced because of her. I'd like to see if you'll regret it when she's expelled from the academy, and you'll be kneeling before me begging me to call you cousin. After saying that, she said to the people around her with a stern face, let's go eat somewhere else. Yi Yuch sneered, what about my cousin is none of your concern. However, don't overthink it. In this lifetime, apart from Yun Yin, we will never recognize another woman as our cousin. Fong Yura paused, feeling both angry and aggrieved. Deep down, she felt as if she had lost something important. When Ziju, who was beside her, remained silent until she was about to leave. He then nodded to Yi Ranyan and the others upstairs before turning around and following Fong Yura away. Who is he? What is he doing, nodding to us? Yi Yuxuan asked as he drank, a jade wine pot appearing in his hand at some point. Chapter 66, Reactions from All Sides. As soon as Yi Yuch went upstairs, he heard Yi Yuxuan's question and couldn't help but laugh. Second brother, how come you're even more oblivious to what's going on outside than me? A talisman fanatic? He is Wen Ziju, ranked 12th on the Qingyun ranking. It is said that he is the most outstanding among the geniuses in cities outside the capital. Yi Yulan added from the side. Moreover, he is also from Qingyang City, and he is Yun Yan's fiancé. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuch and Yi Yuxuan's expressions changed instantly. Fiancé. The two men looked extremely grim. Who arranged this marriage? If he's Yun Yan's fiancé, why is he walking with Fong Yura? Seeing that her two older brothers were about to explode, Yi Yulan quickly added, I misspoke. It's not fiancé, it should be ex-fiancé. Yi Ranyan added from the side. Before my third cousin found me, I had already dissolved the marriage with the Wen family. Yi Yulan nodded. That's right, it was our union who personally resolved it. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch's expressions finally improved. Then Yi Yulan added, however, although our marriage has been dissolved, it is said that his good news with Feng Yura is just around the corner. Heh, birds of a feather. Yi Yuxuan sneered. Luckily they knew better than to break off the engagement, otherwise Yi Yuch also lowered his handsome eyebrows, his eyes filled with hostility. Yi Yulan was out of sorts. He had witnessed the whole thing and was no longer that angry. Instead, he was concerned about something else because of what Feng Yura had said earlier. Cousin, how confident are you about your performance in the monthly exam in 2 months? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch also looked at her with concern. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly and said only 3 words, don't worry. Upon hearing this, all 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Acknowledged Yi Ranyan's abilities. But even knowing that she is not as simple as she seems, they still worry about her and are afraid that she will be harmed in the slightest. All of this, simply because she was their cousin. After the 4 of them enjoyed a sumptuous lunch together, they returned to the Imperial Capital Academy. In the afternoon, while Yi Ranyan and the others were attending class diligently, Yi Yuhan at the Duke's mansion had already distributed all the invitations. The invitations sent out earlier were unimportant. The last few letters that were sent were all carefully written by Yi Yuhan. The last few letters are from the Meng, Ming, Fong, and Qi families, 4 of the 4 major families in the capital, as well as from the Imperial Palace. They represent the top forces in the Eastern Dragon capital and stand at the pinnacle of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The reactions of these families after receiving the invitations varied. Seeing this, the head of the Ming family said to his wife, it seems that the Duke's mansion cares a lot about this cousin who has just returned. Since the invitation has been sent, you should deliver a gift on my behalf that day. Okay. His wife simply smiled gently and agreed. The Ming family in the Eastern Dragon Empire is known for their meticulousness in everything they do. When the Duke of Huguo's mansion hosted a banquet, the head of the Ming family did not attend in person because he did not want people to think that the Ming family was siding with the Duke of Huguo's mansion. However, he sent his wife instead, which was a great honor for the Duke of Huguo's mansion and showed that he had no grudges against the Duke of Huguo's mansion. When the Ming family received the invitation, the first thing they saw was that Yi Yuhan had written it. They couldn't help but sneer. The Duke of Huguo's mansion really has no one left. They actually sent a good-for-nothing to write the invitation. Huh, a wild girl from the countryside has a family reunion banquet, and they expect our Ming family to attend? Are you kidding me? Although they said that, the youngest son of the old Duke of the Protectorate was married to the princess. Although the princess was currently cultivating in the eastern region and not in the Eastern Dragon Empire, no one dared to underestimate the Protectorate. Even if the entire Duke's mansion is now filled with old, disabled, and useless people, with only a few young children still holding on, as long as the Eastern Dragon Emperor values the Duke's mansion, no one will dare to underestimate it. Just have the butler send a gift when the time comes. As for more, that's all. The Fong family reacted the most strongly. What does Yi Yuhan mean by this? It's one thing to acknowledge that country bumpkin as your cousin, but to invite the Fong family here? What for? To humiliate us in front of everyone? I'm not going. Fong family matriarch Yi Xingqian immediately tore up the invitation. The Fong family in the capital has a long-standing feud with the Duke of Huguo's mansion. When she was to marry into the Fong family, the Duke of Huguo's mansion did not approve, and even the dowry they brought for her was reduced considerably, which she has always resented. Although she did not allow her 2 daughters to return to the Duke of Huguo's mansion to ask for favors after her marriage, she herself rarely went back. 3 months ago, the Duke's family came to her seeking medicine but failed. After learning about her background, they broke off all ties with her. Because of that incident, she almost hated the Duke's mansion to death. If the Duke's mansion hadn't insisted on using her blood as a medicinal ingredient, they wouldn't have known she wasn't a daughter of the Duke's family. Although she didn't care about that identity, it has to be said that the benefits it brought her were enormous. After her true identity was exposed, the Fong family almost divorced her. It was only through the intervention of her eldest daughter, Fong Yukin, the future crown prince's wife, that her position as the matriarch of the family was secured. But she also became a clown in the high society of the Eastern Dragon capital. Everyone knows that she is a fake heiress with lowly blood flowing through her veins. Everyone used to envy her and fawn over her, but now, when she talks to those ladies, she always feels that their attitude is more arrogant than before, and the way they look at her is different. This left her feeling like she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. She wished she could devour Yi Ranyan and her mother. So how could she possibly attend the banquet where the other party's identity was revealed? After tearing up the invitation, she acted as if nothing had happened. The Chi family, however, was very happy to receive the invitation. This is the Miss Biao mentioned in Wu Yang's letter. I heard that the Yi family values her highly, so we will also show her respect. When the time comes, we will make a trip in person. I think you should go ahead and see if there's anything we can help with, so we can lend a hand. My husband is right. I'll pack up and go take a look later. The Qi family is the kinship of Qi Wuyang, the city lord of Qingyang City, and has always maintained good relations with the Duke of Huguo's mansion. Aside from the varying performances of the four major families, Yi Yuhan's invitation to the Imperial Palace went directly to Han Shuo, the first commander of the Imperial Guards, whom Yi Ranyan had met at the black market auction. Commander Han dared not inspect it privately and reported it directly to the Emperor. The Emperor's thoughts swept over the invitation, and a faint smile appeared on his majestic face. It just so happens that I haven't seen the old Duke for many days. I'll take the opportunity to visit him. The current Emperor is a generation younger than the old Duke, and has always respected the old Duke. He also knew about the fact that the Duke's daughter had been switched at birth, and recently there had been some vague news about the newly returned cousin from the Imperial Academy. He had intended to summon the person and bestow a reward upon them as a gesture of goodwill, but to his surprise, the Duke's mansion sent the invitation directly to the palace. Since that's the case, he'll go to the Duke's mansion in person and give them a good boost in prestige. Chapter 67, Treatment begins. Yi Ranyan was unaware that Donglong Tsanghuang planned to appear at her welcoming banquet. In the afternoon, the Huang class was still practicing the Lingbo step. After instructing the students for a while, she asked Lu Rong for leave and went home. As soon as she returned, Uncle Lu greeted her in surprise. Young miss, why are you back so early? Did something happen? Yi Ranyan shook her head. It's nothing. Uncle Lu, where is my cousin? The young master is still in his bamboo grove. Yi Ranyan nodded. Okay, then I'll go check on my older cousin. Uncle Lu smiled and agreed, then turned around and had his servants send over some pastries and tea. Yi Ranyan had been to Yi Yuhan's residence before and knew how to get to the bamboo forest. However, along the way, she noticed that many people were renovating the Duke of Huguo's mansion. The Duke of Huguo's mansion was already very large, with beautiful and grand scenery at every turn, but now it has been renovated to be even more exquisite. Yi Ranyan approached. She overheard many servants chatting, saying that the mansion was being renovated in preparation for her welcoming banquet the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Ranyan paused slightly in her steps. In her previous life, she had companions she could rely on, but she had no family. In this life, she suddenly has so many lovely family members, and she seems a little unaccustomed to their kindness towards her. After standing there for a while, Yi Ranyan smiled and shook her head, letting a warm current flow through her heart, and slowly walked into the woods where Yi Yuhan lived. Yi Yuhan was sitting in the courtyard, cultivating with his eyes closed. His spiritual veins were clearly severed, but there was a mysterious aura around him, and there wasn't even a single insect chirping around him. Yi Ranyan stepped into the bamboo forest. She felt a sharp sword intent. The sword intent attacked tentatively, but quickly dissipated. Yi Ranyan's eyes. It was actually sword intent. When she saw that only Yi Yuhan was meditating in the courtyard, a guess came to her mind, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Cousin, you're here. As she approached, Yi Yuhan opened his eyes and spoke to her. Congratulations, cousin. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. Yi Yuhan was stunned for a moment, then stared intently at Yi Ranyan. You felt it? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yi Yuhan rarely showed a smile. Cousin is really amazing. I only just grasped the sword intent, and you already discovered it. Yi Ranyan slowly approached. Cousin is also very powerful. He actually learned sword intent in such a situation. Yi Yuhan shook his head. This time it can be considered a blessing in disguise. If the spiritual vein hadn't been destroyed, I wouldn't be able to sit down and comprehend this so calmly as I am now. Now is the best time. Yi Ranyan smiled and said to Yi Yuhan, it just so happens that my cousin has comprehended the sword intent, and it just so happens that I can also help my cousin reconnect his spiritual veins. Yi Yuhan suddenly stood up. Is it okay now? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, it's fine now, but it might take a while. I wonder if you're mentally prepared, cousin. Yi Yuhan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. When he opened his eyes again, they were firm and sharp. He nodded and said, Come on, cousin, I'm ready. Yi Ranyan took out silver needles and inserted them into Yi Yuhan's meridians. At the same time, her mental energy, like a thread, probed into Yi Yuhan's body. Among the methods passed down by the Empress, there are many ways to treat broken meridians, and she chose the most straightforward and direct one. He used his spiritual power to reactivate the spiritual veins that had not completely disappeared, guiding those powers to flow along his meridians. At the same time, he used silver needles and those powers to heal his broken meridians from the inside out. These things are easier said than done. In particular, Yi Ranyan's cultivation level and spiritual power are not as high as Yi Yuhan's originally. After an afternoon, Yi Ranyan had only managed to repair 1/10 of the spiritual meridians in his body. However, she also mastered many techniques during this restoration process. Next time, invite fourth cousin along. His longevity manual can speed up wound healing and also help your meridians, eldest cousin. Okay. Yi Yuhan saw the fine beads of sweat on Yi Ranyan's fair forehead and felt both heartache and gratitude. Yunyin, take a rest. We're not in a hurry. Yi Ranyan did indeed intend to end today's treatment, because she didn't have much spiritual energy left in her body. After the treatment ended, Yi Ranyan meditated and cultivated for a while to recover a significant amount of the spiritual energy she had consumed. Once the emptiness from the physical exhaustion subsided, she opened her eyes and asked Yi Yuhan, "Big cousin, how are you feeling?" Yi Yuhan smiled, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "I feel much better, cousin. How about you? Are you alright?" "That's good too." Yi Ranyan got up, stretched, and asked him, "Big cousin, I remember you said last time that someone might be targeting our Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. Have you found out who those people are?" "There are suspects," Yi Yuhan said. "I will contact them again on the day of your welcome banquet before I can draw a conclusion." Yi Ranyan nodded. "Yes, since the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, then I think we can also use some methods." "Yunyin, what do you mean?" Yi Ranyan said thoughtfully. "I have an idea, but I'll tell you, cousin, when I have some progress tomorrow." "Good." The two chatted for a while longer, and then Uncle Lu sent someone to call them to have dinner. At the dinner table, the family enjoyed a harmonious and happy time together. After the meal, everyone dispersed, but Yi Ranyan called out to Yi Yulan. Upon seeing this, the Yi brothers all stayed. "Cousin, if there's anything you need, just let us know." "Yes, cousin, we're at the heavenly martial realm, while the third brother is only at the profound martial realm." In order to impress Yi Ranyan, Yi Yuxuan unintentionally belittled his own brother. Only Yi Yuhan remained calm, asking Yi Ranyan, "Want to go to the black market again?" Yi Ranyan nodded. So, that night, the number of people going to the black market increased to 4. Of Yi Ranyan's 4 cousins, the 3 besides Yi Yuhan all joined in the fun. Half an hour later, 4 people, each wearing a different mask, walked through the streets of the black market. The mask that Yi Ranyan wore was still the same fox mask as last time. She said to her 3 cousins with some helplessness, "I'm just here to treat someone's illness. There's no need to make such a fuss." "Don't worry, cousin. We won't interfere with your business. We just haven't been to the black market in a long time and wanted to take a look." Since they had all said so, Yi Ranyan had no choice but to let them follow. The 4 of them walked through the black market streets and headed straight for the black market medicine pavilion. The black market pharmacy is never short of patients, and today there are many patients queuing up, waiting for the doctors inside to summon them for treatment. Yi Ranyan and the others bypassed the group and headed directly into the medicine pavilion. These people really don't know the rules. They actually want to force their way into the black market medicine shop? They'll definitely be stopped. One of the patients in line said. However, the next moment, "Oh, Miss Fox, you've finally arrived. Please come in." The people from the black market medicine pavilion greeted Yi Ranyan and her companions with respect and enthusiasm, welcoming them inside. Chapter 68. Little girl, you're amazing. Fox girl. Yi Ranyan and the others were stunned for a moment. When they saw the fox mask on Yi Ranyan's face, they understood what the other party meant and couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, the enthusiasm of the black market pharmacy left all the patients in line dumbfounded. Isn't the black market pharmacy always arrogant and indifferent to patients? Why are they so enthusiastic today? Are they in a good mood today? But when they saw the next patient, who was rudely and coldly welcomed in, they were stunned again. They don't seem to be in a good mood either. What happened? Why were those people who just wore the fox masks treated so well? Not to mention them. Even Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch, who were visiting the black market medicine pavilion with Yi Ranyan for the first time, were a little surprised. However, Yi Yulan understood the other party's respect. After all, Yi Ranyan was someone who could cure Master Yi. The other party be respectful. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, the other party said ingratiatingly, ever since the young lady left that night, Master Yi has instructed us to keep an eye out and to inform him immediately when the young lady arrives. Yi Ranyan responded lightly. This time was different from the last. This time she was in a great mood and carefully examined many of the spiritual herbs displayed in the medicine cabinets of the black market medicine pavilion. Many of them piqued her interest, and she kept them in mind. Soon, Yi Ranyan was taken to the room she had visited before. Master Yi was already waiting there, and his eyes lit up when he saw Yi Ranyan. Miss, you've come. Yi Ranyan looked him up and down. Well, we can start treatment today. In your case, you'll probably need 3 treatments, 1 every 7 days. Master Yi became excited upon hearing this. So, this means that I will be able to recover to my peak condition within this month. Yi Ranyan nodded. Excellent. Master Yi's eyes gleamed. Young lady, if you can truly cure me within this month, I will bestow upon you a great opportunity. Yi Ranyan didn't refuse and nodded. Okay. Yi Yulan and the others listened with bated breath, wondering what kind of great opportunity Master Yi was talking about. Soon, Yi Ranyan began treating Master Yi. Master Yi, your condition is due to incorrect alchemy techniques. Over the years, pill toxins have accumulated in your body. These toxins have settled in your spiritual meridians, not only blocking and corroding them, but also preventing you from using your cultivation. It's actually erysipelas. Master Yi was startled for a moment. My old friends and I had considered this possibility before, but we couldn't find any evidence. I never expected this. However, since the erysipelas is in my body, how do you plan to help me detoxify? Those poisons are deeply rooted in his spiritual veins and are difficult to eradicate. This girl just said she could cure him within a month. Is she just bragging? It's very simple. Just use acupuncture. Yi Ranyan spoke. She took out her needle case. Acupuncture. Master Yi had never heard of this treatment method before. Yi Ranyan nodded. Okay, go lie down and don't move. Leave the rest to me. Master Yi listened to her instructions with some skepticism and lay down on the bed to the side. Cousins, please help me take off his outer clothes, leaving only his inner clothes. Yi Yuxuan and the others' expressions changed instantly upon hearing this. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Fortunately, she still had her undergarments, and they were there too. Otherwise, it would have really affected her cousin's reputation. Next, Master Yi and Yi Yuxuan and the others enjoyed a visual feast. With silver and gold needles between her fingers, Yi Ranyan moved with lightning speed, inserting them precisely into Master Yi's acupoints. The Lingyu continent, and Master Yi did not know where Yi Ranyan was inserting needles, but every time she inserted the needles, he felt that those locations were somewhat extraordinary. He wanted to ask, but the timing wasn't right, so he had to hold back. Before long, Master Yi's body was covered with gold and silver needles. Even more miraculously, after all the needles were inserted, they all began to vibrate at a very high frequency. Master Yi felt the throbbing pain in his body, but he gritted his teeth and endured it without making a sound. Yi Ranyan's temple, which was covered by her mask. Yi Yuch carefully handed her a handkerchief. Cousin, wipe it off. Does my cousin need to have acupuncture next? Yi Yulan asked. No need. I'll remove the needle once it stops trembling. Then cousin, you should go and rest for a bit. We'll keep an eye on things for you. She was indeed a little tired after performing that set of acupuncture techniques. Yi Ranyan sat down to the side, closed her eyes to rest, and at the same time activated her internal energy to begin her cultivation. The room gradually quieted down. Half an hour later. Cousin, the needle has stopped vibrating. Yi Ranyan opened her eyes, walked to the bedside, and quickly and accurately put away the needles. At this moment, Master Yi's white inner robe was stained with a lot of black blood, and a foul stench emanated from him. Yi Yuxuan and the others silently took a few steps back. Yi Ranyan used fire elemental energy to sterilize the tips of the silver and gold needles before putting them back. Then, without changing his expression, he asked Master Yi, who was lying on the bed and breathing unevenly. Master Yi, how are you? Amazing. Young lady, the acupuncture you described is truly miraculous. I feel much lighter, and all the discomfort I had before has disappeared. You are truly amazing. With 2 more treatments like this, the erysipelas in your body can be completely removed. However, Yi Ranyan's red lips, hidden beneath her mask, curved slightly. Master Yi, the reason you were poisoned by this pill is ultimately because your alchemy method is incorrect. If you don't change your alchemy method, it will probably relapse in the future. Master Yi had already put his clothes back on, and the smell of poisonous blood on his body had been somewhat masked. A trace of helplessness appeared on his aged face, and he sighed and said, "The alchemy technique I use is a method passed down from ancient times, and it is also my signature technique. If I were to change it rashly, my reputation would be ruined." "Master Yi," Yi Ranyan said confidently, "the alchemy technique you described is indeed excellent. The mistake is that you used it incorrectly." "How could this be?" Master Yi frowned and exclaimed in surprise. "That was my practice based on ancient texts. How could it be wrong?" "No, that's not right." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that the ancient book was missing a piece, and the missing piece was something he had deduced himself. Could it be that piece was the one that was wrong? Master Yi's expression changed drastically. Yi Ranyan with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. "Miss, how do you know I was wrong? Could it be that you know the correct method?" Yi Ranyan smiled and nodded. Master Yi's eyes widened suddenly, and his face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. "Tell me, young lady, what will it take for you to tell me the correct technique?" Chapter 69, Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan didn't keep him in suspense any longer and said slowly, "As I walked along, I saw that there were quite a few good spiritual herbs in the medicine pavilion." Master Yi, being an experienced and shrewd man, immediately said, "Miss, in this medicine pavilion, as long as it's a pill of grade 4 or below, feel free to take whatever you like." Yi Ranyan had been waiting for him to say this, and immediately smiled and said, "Then thank you very much, Master Yi." After speaking, he took out a brush, ink, paper and inkstone from the Emperor's space, and with a few quick strokes, drew out the correct alchemy technique. "Master Yi, please take a look." Master Yi took a look and was shocked. It was indeed the same method he had used, and the missing piece was indeed the problem. After reading it, he put away the Xian paper, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. "Miss, how did you know my alchemy techniques?" Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes fell on his hands. "It's very simple. Different alchemy techniques will make your fingers different from others, and your usual movements will also be different. If someone is familiar with this technique, they can tell at a glance." Yi Ranyan spoke lightly, but Master Yi was still deeply shocked. This was the first time he had ever met someone like this. It takes a lot of knowledge to be able to recognize the alchemy technique he used at a glance. Yi Ranyan with curiosity, wondering what her face looked like under the mask. He had lived in the Eastern Dragon capital for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange and powerful young girl. Not only does he know about some strange and unusual acupuncture, but his insight is also so accurate that he is no ordinary person. Yi Ranyan in a very high position in his heart. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your surname, young lady?" "Just call me Miss Ran," Yi Ranyan said. The surname Yi and the character Een would easily reveal one's identity, so using the character Ran would be safer. Master Yi nodded, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "Miss Ran, I have already witnessed your medical skills. I believe that if you say you can cure me within a month, you will definitely be able to cure me. So, previously, I said I wanted to offer Miss Ran a great opportunity. I wonder if Miss Ran would be interested? Tell me about it." Master Yi said, "With your knowledge and insight, Miss Ran should know that although my Eastern Dragon Empire is a second-class empire, it is nothing in the entire Eastern region." Yi Ranyan nodded. The Eastern Dragon Empire is nearby, standing alongside the Sword Dynasty, the 100 Beasts Dynasty, and the Danding Kingdom as one of the 4 great powers, and should not be underestimated. But it's only in this area near the Spirit Beast Forest. To the entire Eastern region, the Eastern Dragon Empire is but a drop in the ocean, insignificant in comparison. Master Yi said, "I wonder if you have heard of the Medicine King Valley, a top-notch alchemy holy land in the Eastern region." Yi Ranyan shook her head. She had never heard of that. Master Yi continued, "In short, all you need to know is that 70% of the pills in the Eastern region come from Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley is the #1 alchemy holy land in the Eastern region, and there are countless alchemy masters there. It is said that there are even legendary 7th-grade alchemists." Oh, although Master Yi spoke with great excitement, to Yi Ranyan, who possessed the inheritance of the Empress, a 7th-grade alchemist was really nothing. After all, the Empress is someone who can refine divine pills. Grade divine-level alchemist, surpassing even the 9th grade. Having inherited the legacy of a god-level alchemist, how could she possibly think that a 7th-grade alchemist was impressive? Yi Ranyan didn't seem to feel anything, but Yi Yulan, who was also an alchemist, asked excitedly, "Really?" Master Yi glanced at Yi Yulan, who was wearing a white wolf mask, and nodded. Of course it's true. Seeing Yi Yulan's interest, Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment before asking Master Yi. "So, Master Yi, the opportunity you mentioned is related to Medicine King Valley?" "Yes," Master Yi nodded. "Tell me about it." Yi Ranyan's voice remained calm and composed, which greatly impressed Master Yi. Few people can remain so calm and composed when they hear the name of Medicine King Valley. You can tell just by looking at the young man next to him wearing a white wolf mask. Ultimately, it's because this young girl is knowledgeable and has a good attitude. He said earnestly, "According to information I obtained from other black markets, Medicine King Valley will soon be recruiting disciples in various parts of the eastern region. The assessment point in our area will be set up in Danding Kingdom. If anyone is fortunate enough to pass the assessment, they can become a disciple of Medicine King Valley." "I see. Thank you very much." Although this news might spread later, knowing it in advance allows for preparation, and Yi Ranyan is grateful for Master Yi's kindness. Although she herself wasn't very interested in Medicine King Valley, it was indeed a good place for Yi Yulan. Of course, in her mind, there were countless Imperial princess inheritances, countless pill formulas, and pill refining techniques that could help Yi Yulan grow into a high-level pill refiner. However, even so, if Yi Yulan wants to truly grow and mature mentally, it is not enough to rely solely on her Imperial princess inheritance, because many things can only truly become his own after he has experienced and understood them himself. Seeing how interested Yi Yulan is in Medicine King Valley, going there to learn and gain experience should make his life even more exciting. Well, the reason I'm telling you all this now is so that if you're interested, you can start preparing as soon as possible. After all, Danding Kingdom is good at alchemy, and with those geniuses from their country, it will be very difficult for us from Donglong to get a spot. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master Yi." Master Yi smiled and didn't say anything, but instead handed Yi Ranyan a black crystal card. "The 5 million top-grade spirit stones I promised you are all stored here." Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes lit up for a moment, and she took it. "Okay, this will solve my urgent problem." Although she had a few spirit stones, it wasn't nearly enough when she really wanted to buy something. She inherited the legacy of the Imperial princess, who was an all-around genius, and she naturally did not want to fall behind. Besides being a beast tamer and an alchemist, she wanted to develop other abilities, but she didn't have the materials. Regardless of whether it's materials for refining weapons, drawing talismans, or setting up formations, many of them are extremely expensive and require a large amount of spirit stones to purchase. So for the past few days, she hadn't thought about doing any of those things. But now, with these 5 million top-grade spirit stones, she can do whatever she wants. Haha, it would be great if I could help Miss Ran. Master Yi was not a stingy person. Spirit stones were easy to earn for alchemists, so he was very generous. He said to Yi Ranyan, "If you want to participate in the Medicine King Valley's assessment, you will need to practice alchemy constantly. Buying spirit herbs to make pills is also a considerable expense. So, from now on, you can take any spirit herbs below the 4th grade." He was very observant. Remembering that the young man wearing the white wolf mask seemed to be interested in Medicine King Valley, he said, "Your friend can also buy spiritual herbs at the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. As long as he says he is your friend, our Medicine Pavilion will give him a 50% discount." After tonight's experience, he placed Yi Ranyan in a very high position in his heart, and at the same time, he made up his mind to win her over. Chapter 70, My All-Powerful Cousin. Yi Ranyan naturally noticed Master Yi's overtures, and she did not refuse. "Thank you." The black market traverses all parts of the Lingmu continent, possessing excellent access to resources and information. There is no harm in befriending them. Next, Master Yi needed to cleanse the poisonous blood from his body, so he couldn't entertain the group. He had someone take Yi Ranyan to select medicinal herbs. Yi Ranyan didn't stand on ceremony and took all the spiritual herbs she had previously set her sights on, but she wasn't greedy. The Black Market Medicine Pavilion had many patients and needed a lot of spiritual herbs. She only takes what she needs at this stage. After listening to Master Yi's previous words, Yi Yulan had a lot of ideas about recruiting students for Medicine King Valley, so he also selected a lot of spiritual herbs. As promised by Master Yi, the Black Market Medicine Pavilion sold them to Yi Yulan at half price. Yi Yulan was just about to lament that his little treasury was about to be emptied. Yi Yuch stepped forward and paid the bill for him. "Third brother, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you can get what you want." Yi Yulan hugged Yi Yuch's arm, moved. You're such a good brother to me. Yi Yuxuan, who was standing to the side, twitched at the corner of his mouth. So he wasn't his biological brother after all. However, he was also poor, so the opportunity to prove himself could only be given to his fourth brother. However, he is skilled in crafting magical artifacts, so he could prepare some spiritual artifacts for his cousin and younger brothers. Of course, mainly for his cousin. His younger brothers would be secondary. After buying the medicinal herbs, it wasn't too late yet, so Yi Yuxuan asked everyone, "Shall we wander around some more, or go home?" Yi Ranyan said, "I'd like to buy some other things too." Yi Yuch immediately said, "Cousin, buy whatever you like, I'll pay for it." Their extravagant wealth is truly enviable. After Yi Yuch finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan and said, "Brothers, it's my treat tonight too." He was genuinely in a good mood. After practicing the longevity technique, his body became no different from that of an ordinary person. The heavy weight that had been pressing on his heart was lifted, and he was overjoyed, seeing everything as bright and beautiful. Yi Ranyan didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. "All right. While Yi Yuch still has money, let's have him treat us to a meal." It won't be long before Yi Yuch realizes that the longevity manual is a bottomless pit, and even with his wealth, it will be very difficult to cultivate it. At that time, he, the richest young master in the Duke's mansion, might even need their financial support. Soon, the group arrived at a place that sold spirit beast fur, blood, and various ores. Yi Ranyan in surprise. "Cousin, why did you buy all this? These are materials needed for refining weapons. You are an alchemist, you don't need them." Yi Ranyan laughed and said, "When did I say I was an alchemist?" Yi Yuxuan asked in surprise, "Isn't my cousin? How could someone who isn't an alchemist give such guidance to the third brother? Are alchemists not interested in recruiting students for Medicine King Valley?" He wasn't an alchemist, yet he was able to cure Master Yi. Yi Ranyan nodded. "I can only say that they are not just alchemists." Yi Yuch, who was standing to the side, also said, "Second brother, my cousin is not only skilled in alchemy and healing, but she also far surpasses me in the art of talismanic arts." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan was truly shocked. Who is Yi Yuch? He is one of only 2 fourth-grade talisman masters in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and now he actually says that Yi Ranyan is more powerful than him in the art of talismanic arts? This is outrageous. Yi Yulan had been by Yi Ranyan's side the longest, and had long been numb to Yi Ranyan's mystery and omnipotence. At this moment, she couldn't help but say, "Not only alchemy, but also talisman making. Judging from the way my cousin bought these materials, I'm afraid she's not bad at weapon crafting either." Yi Yuxuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Is that really true? As Yi Ranyan selected spirit beast blood, she nodded. "It's all right. I'm just very interested." Before Yi Yuhan's accident, Yi Yuxuan didn't cultivate so diligently. His favorite pastime was refining weapons. Now that he knows his little cousin can also refine weapons, he immediately gets excited. "That's great, cousin. Let's have a friendly match sometime." "Okay." Yi Ranyan nodded. Yi Yulan and Yi Yuch both looked at Yi Yuxuan with sympathy. Their second brother is too naive. He actually challenged his cousin to a sparring match? Although they didn't know their cousin's skill level, she said that anything she knew was always good. They were certain that although their second brother was a genius praised by everyone, he could never beat their cousin. Forget it. He'll come to terms with the facts once he loses to his cousin himself, Yi Yulan said, shaking her head. Yi Yuch watched Yi Yuxuan and Yi Ranyan pick out things from behind, a slight smile curving his lips. A gentle smile appeared on his face, hidden behind his mask, as he said to Yi Yulan, "Third brother, it's so good that our family was able to find our cousin." Yi Yulan was overwhelmed with emotion and nodded. "Yes, actually, I've always felt that my cousin is our family's lucky star. Since they found her, their family's situation has improved dramatically. Moreover, compared to the ungrateful mother and daughters of the Fong family, Yi Ranyan's kindness towards her family was all the more precious to them, and they wanted to cherish her even more." Since he was already there, Yi Yuxuan picked out some crafting materials, intending to craft some small items for his family. When it came time to settle the bill, it was another large sum of spirit stones. However, Yi Yuch treated them to a meal, so Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuxuan didn't spend much. Yi Yuch was very observant. Seeing that Yi Ranyan didn't seem to be heading back yet, he asked her, "Cousin, what's next? Let's take another look." A short while later, Yi Ranyan led her 3 brothers to the place where they needed the materials to set up the talisman array. He still picked out things with an air of complete familiarity. "My cousin, she's really all around amazing." The 3 of them had to admire him. Really. After buying the items for setting up the talisman array, Yi Ranyan went to buy items for drawing talismans and things needed for beast taming. That's a bit like an all-powerful psychopath. Eyes lit up when she suddenly remembered what Yi Ranyan had said when they went to the auction together. Cousin, you really are a beast tamer. So, was it true that you said you could give me a spirit beast? Yi Ranyan nodded. Of course. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch were both ecstatic. Swish, swish. Both of them looked at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan saw through their intentions at a glance and couldn't help but laugh. My two cousins naturally have some too. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch instantly became expectant, but neither of them pressed the question. After finishing her shopping, Yi Ranyan finally decided to return home. It was already getting late. As the four walked back, Yi Yuch reminded Yi Ranyan, Yunyan, your versatility is certainly a good thing for us, but it's inevitable that you'll attract jealousy from others. He had barely opened his mouth when Yi Ranyan understood what he meant and nodded. Don't worry, I'm only so unrestrained in front of you. Outside, I naturally won't reveal all my cards. Moreover, besides these, she has other trump cards up her sleeve. That's good. Yi Yuch smiled with relief. Soon, the four returned to the mansion and were about to go their separate ways when Yi Ranyan called out Yi Yulan's name. Third cousin, come with me for a moment. Chapter 71. Feng Jukin's Rampage. A hug is enough. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch paused for a moment, but after exchanging a glance, they both left without lingering. Since my cousin didn't call them, it meant it was none of their business. Yi Yulan ran happily to Yi Ranyan's side. What is it? Is there something you need my help with, cousin? Yi Ranyan glanced at him. Cousin, have you forgotten what I said this morning? Yi Yulan was stunned for a moment. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. You really forgot? Yi Yulan slapped her forehead. Oh, I remember now. You said you wanted me to come here to refine pills, and you would guide me. He saw Yi Yuch advance to the heavenly martial realm in the morning. He was a little envious. Then his cousin said she would guide him in alchemy that night. He had completely forgotten about it for a moment. It's good that you remember. Yi Ranyan turned around and walked into her own courtyard. Listen to me from now on. Yi Yulan knew her cousin was quite capable, so she immediately nodded and said, okay. With continued cultivation, Yi Ranyan's mental strength became extremely powerful. As soon as she arrived at the gate of her courtyard, she keenly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in her room. Yi Ranyan paused, suddenly thinking of someone who came every night to incubate eggs and raise chicks. Cousin, what's wrong? Yi Yulan urged her. Open the door. Yi Ranyan turned around and gave him a somewhat disdainful look. Tisk, I kind of regret calling this guy. We could have come at a different time. But, since we're already here, the man inside will just have to suffer a little longer. Yi Ranyan reached the courtyard. She stopped and sat down at the stone table. With a wave of her hand, a pile of spiritual herbs she had just obtained from the black market medicine pavilion appeared on the stone table. Cousin, refine these medicinal herbs and then combine them into pills. The Yi family members all have a kind of obsession with the things they like. For example, Yi Yuhan is skilled in swordsmanship, Yi Yuxuan in weapon crafting, Yi Yulan in alchemy, and Yi Yuch in talisman drawing. At this moment, Yi Yulan rushed over as soon as she saw the spiritual medicine and said to Yi Ranyan with emotion, I didn't expect that my cousin would choose the spiritual medicine for me tonight. Yi Ranyan's lips twitched slightly. These are the ones I chose for you. The rest are for my own use. Yi Yulan was still very happy. Her cousin was always thinking about her and kept her in her heart. Yi Ranyan glanced at her room, knowing that Feng Jukin was waiting for her inside, and urged Yi Yulan, you can begin. Yi Yulan took out a pill furnace and began refining spiritual herbs. Use the technique I taught you before. Good. Seeing Yi Yulan with the alchemy furnace, Yi Ranyan suddenly realized that she should probably buy one too. However, most people use alchemy furnaces to control the heat. Her physique changed after she swallowed a strange fire to break the first seal on her meridians. When it comes to playing with fire, he's incredibly skilled. Even without a furnace, one can refine pills using the heavens and earth as a furnace. However, I'll still have to buy one sooner or later. After all, when refining high-level pills in the future, those pills will develop sentience and may even run away on their own. Without a pill furnace, it will be difficult to control those creatures. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes were half closed as she pondered in her heart. Once Yi Yulan starts refining pills, she becomes extremely focused. Neither of them noticed that a tall figure stood in front of the window of Yi Ranyan's room. That figure was noble and aloof, pure and otherworldly, like a banished immortal. That was Feng Jukin. However, seeing Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan enjoying each other's company, while he and Yi Ranyan were separated by only a wall but could not meet or speak, caused the unsuppressed madness in his blood to begin to stir. His dark eyes were tinged with crimson, then slowly turned into a terrifying red. Strange patterns spread across his fair skin, his robes fluttered without wind, and his spiritual energy gradually became unstable and violent. Yi Ranyan suddenly opened her eyes. She glanced at Yi Yulan, who had just started refining pills and was concentrating on refining spiritual herbs, then quietly got up and walked towards her room. She didn't give Yi Yulan the pill formula, so she kept a sliver of her spiritual energy focused on Yi Yulan. But the person simply pushed the door open and entered. As soon as she entered, she sensed a strange aura in her room, as well as a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation that was almost suppressed to the extreme. Fongjukan. Yi Ranyan's expression changed slightly as an extremely terrifying aura rushed towards her. Yi Ranyan was startled, fearing that she would disturb the powerful figures of the Duke's mansion and the Eastern Dragon capital. She used space-time techniques to instantly appear beside Fongjukan, took his hand, and with a thought, they arrived in the Emperor's space. Fongjukan stared at her with bloodshot eyes and an expressionless face. Deep in his eyes was a fanatical madness. With a swift turn of his hand, he grasped Yi Ranyan's hand in return. He used tremendous force, squeezing Yi Ranyan's wrist until it ached. But Yi Ranyan only frowned slightly. She could tell that Fongjukan was not in a good state. There were faint signs of him going astray, and the seals around his body were gradually breaking down. At this moment, Yi Ranyan suddenly understood why Fongjukan had said he didn't need her help to break the seal. Because this seal seemed to be his shackles, binding and restraining him. Once broken, it would be like releasing a ferocious beast. He himself seemed unable to control himself. Yi Ranyan's thoughts shifted. Doraemon, trembling with fear, peeked out and said, "Master, can you use the Emperor's soul bell to stabilize his mind?" No. Doraemon shook his head. Fongjukan. Yi Ranyan called Fongjukan's name, staring into his bloodshot eyes, hoping he would wake up. However, more of the seals around him shattered. His hairband came undone. His long, jet-black hair moved without wind. His handsome face was eerie and ghostly. The emotions in his eyes were deep and suppressed. His dark eyes were like a deep pool that could suck people in. The spiritual energy storm surrounding him was even more terrifying. The spiritual energy almost materialized, forming gears that scraped her body painfully, and her fair skin even bled. Master. Ding Dang gritted her teeth and almost subconsciously said, "Ew. You hug him. Just hug him and it will be fine." Yi Ranyan looked confused and puzzled, but her body moved instinctively, and she took a step forward and hugged Fongjukan's back. In an instant, her swirling, dark hair fell down. The raging spiritual energy transformed into a gentle breeze and fine rain, becoming utterly docile. The sealing power increased significantly, and the surging power within him was suppressed. Even the crimson in his eyes faded away, turning back to pitch black. It turns out, does it really work? Yi Ranyan naturally noticed Fongjukan's changes immediately. But a hug, and a person who was on the verge of going berserk and about to go mad returned to normal? How could this be? It's so unbelievable. Yi Ranyan was shocked, but she still took Fongjukan out of the Emperor's space as soon as he recovered. At the same time, she prayed in her heart that Fongjukan, who had just been delirious, would not remember the existence of the Emperor's space. In no time, Fongjukan fully recovered, and his dark eyes regained their liveliness. Yi Ranyan breathed a sigh of relief, then set up a soundproof array and frowned as she asked him, "What just happened?" Chapter 72. Only when I'm close to you can I calm down. Fongjukan stared intently at Yi Ranyan with his dark eyes, his gaze so focused, it was heart-stopping. "It's nothing, just a relapse of an old illness." An old ailment. Yi Ranyan frowned, then felt his pulse. With soft fingertips resting on his wrist, Fongjukan's arm trembled slightly. "You mean the shattered spiritual veins within your body?" Night dies the sound and asks Fongjukan. Fongjukan shook his head. "What is that?" Yi Ranyan pressed. Fongjukan suddenly clenched his fists and remained silent, pursing his lips. "Is it inconvenient to talk about it?" Yi Ranyan like a statue, silent. What secret does this guy have that's so hard to talk about? Yi Ranyan didn't mind that he had secrets, but she was very worried about his health. But now he clearly seems unwilling to speak. Yi Ranyan had a bit of a headache, but she could only say helplessly, "Fine, anyway, no matter what, with me here, I won't let you go back to the way you were before. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer to him, and, before he could react, unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek, pulling away just as quickly. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then you can talk about it when you want to later. Anyway, I'll always be here for you. This guy must have been in a lot of pain when he went berserk, right? Let's not push him too hard now. However, when Feng Jukin heard her say, I've always been here, he stood there in a daze, lost in thought. Yi Ranyan could get a response. She said, wait here for me. I'll go help my third cousin first. As she spoke, she walked outside. However, Union, before she could finish her sentence, the man called out to her in a hoarse voice. Yi Ranyan turned around in surprise, glancing at him sideways. Feng Jukin raised his eyes, his deep gaze fixed on her, as if he had made a great decision, and asked, have you ever heard of the War God clan? Yi Ranyan's eyes. If you ask other people, they might not know the answer to this question. However, Yi Ranyan, who inherited the Empress's legacy, knew this. The War God clan is the most powerful and mysterious clan in the upper 3 heavens of the 9 heavens. It is said that the War God clan is blessed with unique advantages. Not only are they all combat geniuses, but their bloodline also possesses a natural power to control the demons and spirits of the world. However, this clan is very mysterious, and very few of them travel outside. It may take thousands or tens of thousands of years for one person to venture into different realms. And once a member of the War God clan appears in the world, they will surely leave behind countless legends. There are many legends about the War God clan in the inheritance of the Empress, but the former Empress never saw the War God clan. However, in the Empress's memories, the most profound impressions of the War God clan, besides their unique advantages and mysterious power, are their ruthlessness, their ambiguous nature, and their eccentric behavior. In modern terms, every member of the War God clan is like a powerful psychopath or a powerful lunatic. In the vast expanse of memories, after recalling the War God clan, Yi Ranyan's gaze became subtle. She asked Feng Jukin, are you a member of the War God clan? Feng Jukin nodded. Yi Ranyan recalled that when she first met him, he was unconscious and seemed like a god who was devoid of emotions and desires, which was somewhat similar to the legendary god of War clan. And Feng Jukin, who just went berserk for no apparent reason, is also somewhat like the legendary madman. So, Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Your appearance just now, is it related to the fact that you belong to the War God clan? Feng Jukin looked away from her and said, the great Tao is flawed. In the world, there is nothing perfect, no perfect person, and no perfect race. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. The War God clan is blessed with unique advantages. From birth, even breathing becomes cultivation, and their cultivation speed increases at an incredible rate. However, at the same time, the War God clan is born with a deficiency in their emotional connection. The higher their cultivation level, the more obvious the defect in their bloodline becomes. Yi Ranyan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, no matter how extraordinary the opportunity, there is always a price to pay. Then she thought that the Imperial princess inheritance she had obtained was also incredibly powerful. She wondered if she would have to pay some price for it in the future. As she was thinking, she heard Feng Jukin continue. Due to bloodline defects, the higher the cultivation level of the War God clan, the harder it is for them to maintain their rationality, and the more ruthless they become. He paused for a moment, then continued. Almost every member of the War God clan dies by committing suicide in a moment of madness. Yi Ranyan's expression changed slightly. The thought that Feng Jukin was a member of the God of War clan and had such a fate caused her heart to clench for a moment. However, there is always a way out. The War God clan is born with their own destined person. If they can find their destined person, form a bond with them, and complete their emotional connection, they can break free from the shackles of fate and become no different from ordinary people. However, it is extremely difficult for the War God clan to meet their destined one. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one from the War God clan has found their destined one. Feng Jukin's tone remained calm. At this moment, Yi Ranyan recalled the words Feng Jukin had said the day he woke up. He said she was his destined one. If that's really the case, then it's truly difficult for the War God clan to meet their destined one. After all, she traveled through time and space from another world to this world before she met him. I see. Yi Ranyan's mind raced, and she had sorted out almost everything as soon as Feng Jukin finished speaking. So, because your cultivation has reached a state of perfection, it's becoming increasingly difficult for you to maintain your rationality. That's why you shattered your spiritual veins to stop your cultivation from improving further. And that's why you formed a seal on yourself to suppress your cultivation. That's why he wouldn't let her treat him. Even though he was constantly suffering from immense pain due to his shattered spiritual veins and the seals on his body. Thinking about it, Yi Ranyan's heart ached again. The destined one. Since it's a destined one, it must be a two-way street, right? She can mend Feng Juken's love, and Feng Juken can also stir her heart. No wonder, over the years, she has met all sorts of people, and countless outstanding men have pursued and admired her, but none of them have been able to move her heart in the slightest. It turns out that the only person in this world who could move her heart was in this very world. At this point, she wouldn't utter foolish words like, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven." She could only feel that her fate with Feng Juken was so wonderful, and that they were indeed the most suitable people for each other in the world. Yi Ranyan was completely unaware that her current thoughts were completely different from those she had when she first learned that she was Feng Juken's chosen one. It is indeed as you guessed. Feng Juken nodded. Right now, I am unable to maintain my rationality and may lose control at any time. Only, he finally mustered up the courage to look at Yi Ranyan's face again. Only when I am close to you, and the broken roots of love in my blood are soothed and repaired, will I be able to calm down. This also explains why he lost control just now, and why he calmed down after she hugged him. Oh, Yi Ranyan nodded, her red lips slightly upturned. It's really kind of you to say so much all at once. She paused, a sly smile spreading across her face. So, how long did it take for me to keep you calm when I hugged you just now? Chapter 73. Let's see how you perform. The incomparably handsome, heartless, and loveless man is shy again. The evidence is that his ears turned red again. Yi Ranyan found it somewhat amusing, and her previously low mood improved a bit. She asked him with a smile, "Do you want me to hug you a little longer?" Feng Juken's thin lips moved slightly. Although the blush on his ears had spread to his flawless handsome face, he still said, "Yes, I want it." "Hey." Yi Ranyan slightly opened her beautiful eyes. This man seemed to have grown bolder. But, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Ranyan tossed him 2 divine beast eggs. "Let's see how you perform." Then, ignoring the man inside, she casually opened the door and walked out. A hint of confusion appeared in his usually aloof eyes. Let's see how he performs? He looked down at the 2 divine beast eggs in his arms. If these 2 little guys could hatch soon, his performance would be considered good. A glint of light flashed in Feng Juken's eyes, and his powerful spiritual energy instantly swept over the 2 divine beast eggs. The 2 mythical beast eggs happily absorbed the spiritual energy. But soon, the spiritual energy around the 2 divine beast eggs stagnated, and Feng Juken cut off the supply again. If these 2 little beast cubs have hatched, will he have no excuse to come looking for her again? After pausing for a moment, Feng Juken resumed his usual slow and deliberate transmission of spiritual energy. Let's not force growth, nor deprive them of what they need. Let everything proceed gradually and naturally. Outside the door, Yi Ranyan felt everything in the room calm down, and the smile on her lips became more and more obvious. It seems that innocent man was truly comforted by a hug. She no longer needs to worry that he will suddenly go berserk again in a short period of time. Now I can focus on disciplining my 3rd cousin. Inside the courtyard, Yi Yulan was still focused on refining spiritual herbs. Yi Ranyan had given him more than 40 kinds of spiritual herbs, and he had already refined more than 30 of them. Most of them were quite good. Yi Ranyan nodded as she looked at them. Strangely enough, the sons of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion all seemed to possess some talent in the things they enjoy. After observing him for a while, she telepathically pointed out a few minor flaws in Yi Yulan's technique. Then, she used only a wisp of her mental energy to observe him, while focusing her attention elsewhere. She took out her usual writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Spread out the Xian paper and swipe a few times. The 4 characters, Chong Kong Jianzhu, appeared on the Xian paper. Next, in the quiet courtyard, only the sound of Yi Yulan refining spiritual medicine and the rustling sound of Yi Ranyan silently writing sword incantations could be heard. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, stop. When Yi Yulan was refining the second to last medicinal herb, Yi Ranyan's voice suddenly rang out. Her voice was sent directly into Yi Yulan's mind using her mental power. Yi Yulan, who had been focused on refining medicine without any distractions, instantly snapped out of it and looked at Yi Ranyan. Cousin. Yes, the next 2 medicinal herbs will need to be processed using a different method. As Yi Ranyan spoke, she began to teach him how to refine it. Yi Yulan had never heard of this method before. But this did not diminish his trust in Yi Ranyan. He listened attentively to Yi Ranyan's teachings and quickly entered a profound state through her voice. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. He actually had an epiphany. It seems that third cousin's talent is really quite good. I think he should be able to secure admission to Medicine King Valley this year. Of course, although she thought this in her heart, she did not tell Yi Yulan directly, lest he become too proud and underestimate his opponent. Yi Yulan's sudden realization came quickly, and so did the event. He quickly refined the last 2 spiritual herbs in a moment of enlightenment. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sungyu realm. After his recent enlightenment, his realm had loosened, and there was a faint trend of breakthrough. Yi Ranyan found it somewhat amusing. Her original intention today was to help Yi Yulan advance to the heavenly martial realm, but she didn't expect that before she could even make a real move, Yi Yulan herself was about to break through. Next, let's combine the pills, cousin. Alchemy is divided into 2 main steps. The first step is to refine the elixir. The second step is to combine spiritual herbs to make the elixir. Some people may fail in the process of refining spiritual medicine, but most people fail when combining pills. Because a single pill is usually made from multiple spiritual herbs, and different herbs have different properties. Some can be fused together, while others cannot. Even among the medicinal herbs that can be combined, there are many intricacies involved. Therefore, combining spiritual herbs to create a pill is extremely difficult, and is the key to whether or not a pill can be successfully made. Yi Yulan didn't know what kind of pill he was going to refine, nor did he know the formula. When Yi Ranyan started talking about combining pills, he stood there stunned. Cousin, don't overthink it. Just do whatever you want to do. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan was shocked. All alchemists would carefully control the proportions and make sure the ingredients were properly matched when combining pills at the final stage. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone say that one could combine pills however one pleased. If someone else said that to him, he would definitely curse them for being absurd. But what if that person is my cousin? Yi Yulan gritted her teeth and thought, fine, at worst the oven will explode. No one will die, so it's not a big deal. So, following his instincts, he then fused the 40-odd kinds of spiritual herbs together. Yi Ranyan separated her spiritual power and attached it to those spiritual herbs. She had complete control over every change in those elixirs. Whenever Yi Yulan makes a mistake, she uses her mental power and fire elemental spiritual power to help her correct it, to ensure that the alchemy furnace will not explode. To her surprise, Yi Yulan was able to successfully combine pills 60% of the time without knowing the formula, simply by following her instincts. It is clear that Yi Yulan's talent in alchemy far exceeded her expectations. She's a really good prospect. If it weren't for her cousin, she would have taken him on as a disciple right away. Half an hour passed. Yi Ranyan's protection, Yi Yulan finally succeeded in achieving the fusion of the core. With a humming sound, the alchemy furnace began to vibrate. Yi Yulan suddenly opened her eyes and said excitedly to Yi Ranyan, Cousin, I succeeded. I synthesized it. Yi Ranyan nodded with a smile. Cousin is very capable. Open the alchemy furnace and see your masterpiece. Yi Yulan's cheeks flushed with excitement. He couldn't wait to open the alchemy furnace, and instantly, a rich aroma of pills wafted out. He glanced down and saw 5 perfectly round, white pills lying inside the furnace. What shocked him even more was a pill halo. It actually has a pill halo. It said that only pills of grade 4 or higher have a pill halo. How could I, a mere grade 2 alchemist, possibly refine a pill with a pill halo? Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. Some high-purity, high-quality grade 3 pills can also produce a halo effect. A grade 3 pill? Even if it was only grade 3, Yi Yulan was overjoyed. He was only a grade 2 alchemist, and this was the first time he had ever refined a grade 3 pill. Cousin, do you mean this is a grade 3 pill? Chapter 74, Another Heavenly Martial Realm. That's right. Yi Ranyan smiled and nodded. Yi Yulan was even more excited than her. A third-grade pill? I can refine third-grade pills. Then, doesn't that mean I'm already a third-grade alchemist? That's one way to put it. Yi Ranyan interrupted him, and with a flick of her hand, the 5 pills in the furnace rose automatically and floated in front of Yi Yulan. Put them away. Yi Yulan then came to her senses, suppressing her excitement, and put the pill into the jade bottle she carried with her. Eat one, Yi Ranyan said again. Yi Yulan blindly trusted her and swallowed one directly. Imbued with a rich fragrance and a halo of medicinal aroma, melts instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a cool, sweet liquid that slides directly down the throat. Before he could react, the next moment, boom, the spiritual energy within him surged up like boiling water, exploding throughout his body. His already weakened state shattered instantly under the impact of this force. In an instant, Yi Yulan's aura surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards her. Yi Ranyan gracefully landed to the side, looked at the scene, and nodded in satisfaction. The commotion here alerted almost everyone in the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. Yi Yuhan and the others, who had all fallen asleep, woke up and looked in this direction. Heavenly Martial Realm? This aura, it's my third brother. I didn't expect that my third brother would also enter the Heavenly Martial Realm so quickly. Yi Yuch, who is Yi Yulan's twin brother, was also very happy. Now, third brother has also reached the Heavenly Martial Realm. This means that all the young masters of the Duke's mansion have reached the Heavenly Martial Realm. They were also the first among the younger generation of geniuses in the Eastern Dragon capital to reach the Heavenly Martial Realm. The old Duke Yi Kunshin was not completely cured of the poison. He saw the commotion here and couldn't help but shed tears. As people get older, they don't have many expectations for their future. On the contrary, he would be more excited and thrilled if his grandchildren were successful. Su Baiyu, fearing he would get too emotional, patted his hand and said, "Old man, bringing Union back to the Duke's mansion was truly the best decision we ever made." The old Duke nodded vigorously. A long time. The commotion around Yi Yulan finally subsided. He opened his eyes and looked at Yi Ranyan with great excitement. "Cousin, I've reached the Heavenly Martial Realm. I've really reached the Heavenly Martial Realm." In the morning, when his fourth brother Yi Yuch reached the Heavenly Martial Realm, he was very envious. At that time, he never imagined that he would be able to reach the Heavenly Martial Realm by evening. "Thank you, cousin." Yi Ranyan deserved much of the credit for his breakthrough. "This is your own result of years of hard work and dedication. I didn't do anything." Yi Yulan didn't believe it and asked her instead, "Cousin, what kind of pill is this? The spiritual energy it contains is so rich. I feel that my meridians have become stronger and more resilient. Is it thanks to this pill?" "This is the Nourishing Essence pill, which strengthens your foundation. Since your foundation is solid, it provides a lot more spiritual energy to help you break through. Of course, this is also because you were already on the verge of breaking through." Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little afraid that it was a breakthrough pill. It is said that a person can only use the breakthrough pill once in their lifetime, and he did not want to use such a precious pill at such a low level. However, he quickly realized that the breakthrough pill was a 7th grade pill, which was beyond his ability to refine. He was thinking, "All right, go back and rest. I'm going to sleep too." Yi Ranyan started to chase people away. It was already past midnight. Although Yi Yulan was very energetic and wanted to chat with her cousin a little longer, she knew the time was inappropriate, so she could only nod and say, "Well then, cousin, see you tomorrow." Yi Ranyan waved her hand dismissively and turned to go back to her room. Yi Yulan left with great reluctance. Yun Gu, who had been relatively unknown until now, finally appeared and began cleaning the yard. Yi Ranyan pushed open the door and looked into the room. Feng Jukin sat in his usual spot, holding 2 eggs in his hands, but no longer channeled spiritual energy into them. "Next time, if I have something to do, you can go first," Yi Ranyan said. Feng Jukin nodded and handed her the divine beast egg. The 2 eggs rubbed excitedly against Yi Ranyan's palm. Although they hadn't hatched yet, they were already very close to Yi Ranyan because of their contract. Yi Ranyan stroked the 2 eggs, stuffed them back into the Emperor's space, and then raised her beautiful eyes to look at Feng Jukin. "Is there anything else?" Feng Jukin's flawless handsome face remained expressionless, but his gaze was focused on Yi Ranyan. "The Northern Wilderness has agreed to what you mentioned before." Yi Ranyan was taken aback for a moment, then became happy. "You mean the matter of sending demonic beasts into the mortal world to cultivate?" Feng Jukin nodded. "In a couple of days, a great demon from the Northern Wilderness will send 4 lesser demons over. If your cousins can gain the approval of the lesser demons, they will stay." "Thank you." Yi Ranyan knew that the great demons of the Northern Wilderness had agreed because they had Feng Jukin's permission. "It's all right," Feng Jukin said. "The Northern Wilderness has been sealed off for many years, and it's time to make some changes. When they sent the golden-winged rock to you, they had that kind of idea in mind. Now that the Space Beast's eggs and the young master of the Golden-Winged Rock clan are both in the Eastern Dragon capital, they naturally wouldn't mind sending a few more demonic beasts over." As the two were discussing important matters, Yi Ranyan suddenly asked, "Jukin, are you feeling unwell right now?" The power of your bloodline. Is it tormenting you now? Before Feng Jukin could answer, she added, would you like me to hug you? Feng Jukin froze on the spot, his ear tips turning slightly red. But he always acts according to his own conscience. He nodded, yes. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but laugh. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward and hugged him. Before Feng Jukin could even feel the fragrance of her soft body, she stepped back. If this makes you feel better, then it's worth it. Feng Jukin's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Thank you. Yi Ranyan smiled and looked at him. Aren't we destined for each other? Why are you being so polite? Feng Jukin's heart skipped a beat. However, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Yi Ranyan gave him the order to leave while his emotions were churning. His emotions and thoughts froze instantly, and he calmed down. His joys and sorrows seemed to be entirely under her control. Okay. But in the end, he just obediently agreed and left. After he left, Yi Ranyan used a cleansing spell on herself, a faint smile still on her exquisite face. You're so obedient. Is so good-looking, obedient, capable, and faithful? Even she was tempted. However, it wouldn't be fun to agree to his request too easily, so she planned to play along for a while longer before officially making him her boyfriend. I slept well all night. The next day, her biological clock woke her up. Yi Ranyan cultivated in the courtyard for a while before going to the main hall for breakfast. Cousin, Yi Yulan said happily as soon as she saw her. Are you busy later? If not, come out with me. Chapter 75, The Alchemist Guild. Tell me first, what is it? Yi Ranyan did not immediately agree, but instead asked Yi Yulan. Didn't I refine a grade 3 pill last night? I want to go to the Alchemist Guild to get certified as a grade 3 alchemist, Yi Yulan said excitedly. He wanted Yi Ranyan to go with him. Perhaps she could even give him some pointers. Good. Yi Ranyan nodded. I'll tell you the recipe for the Piwin pill on the way. Although Yi Yulan successfully refined the Piwin pill last night, she did not know the formula for it. Thank you, cousin. The others were also very happy to hear that Yi Yulan had actually become a third-grade alchemist. Then I'll go with you today to get certified as a third-grade weapon refiner, Yi Yuxuan said. Everyone was surprised again. You're already a third-grade weapon refiner? Yi Yuch pondered. No wonder my second brother said he wanted to spar with my cousin on weapon crafting techniques. It turns out he's already at the third rank. Yi Yuch is now a fourth-grade talisman master, the strongest talisman master in the Eastern Dragon Empire. To advance further, he needs the right timing, location, and people. Since you've all gone, I'll go with you. Several younger members of the Duke's mansion made plans to go together again. Yi Yuhan looked at his cousin and brothers with some envy, but unfortunately, he was not good at anything other than cultivation. After finishing their meal, before leaving, Yi Ranyan called her brothers over, and they went to Yi Yuhan's courtyard together. I'm going to heal my eldest cousin's meridians. Fourth cousin, in a little while, you'll use the longevity technique to heal my eldest cousin with me. Yi Yuch was somewhat surprised. Me? Yes, your longevity manual has a very strong healing ability. As for how to do it, I will teach you in a moment. Good. This time, Yi Ranyan spent half an hour treating Yi Yuhan. With Yi Yuch's help, she managed to straighten out about 50% of Yi Yuhan's meridians. Yi Yuhan could even feel a faint spiritual energy flowing through his body, which made him clench his fists uncontrollably. Big brother, after 2 more days of treatment, your cultivation should be fully restored. However, you must not cultivate before you are fully restored, otherwise all your previous efforts will be in vain. Okay. Yi Yuhan's sharp eyes softened as he looked at her gently. Cousin, thank you. Yi Ranyan chuckled and shook her head. Big cousin, you've said that many times, you're being too polite. Yi Yuhan smiled, a rare occurrence for him. But right now, besides thank you, I don't know what else to say. The other brothers, rarely seeing Yi Yuhan like this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Ranyan also smiled and said, There's no need to be so formal among family members. The group nodded in agreement. Yi Yuhan then stayed home to rest. Yi Ranyan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch left the Duke's mansion together and headed to the Alchemy Guild. Soon, the 3 of them boarded the Duke's carriage. It seems we forgot to ask our advisor for leave. Yi Ranyan only remembered this after a while. It's all right. I had Uncle Lu go to the academy to ask for leave for you early this morning. As for me, my second brother, my fourth brother, and me, we can actually graduate now. The instructors at the academy don't really supervise us anymore. Yi Ranyan became interested. How is graduation calculated? I thought you had to finish all the years before you could graduate. That's not the case. Those who reach the heavenly martial realm can graduate, or those who are at least at the 3rd rank in alchemy, Weapon crafting, talisman drawing, or array formation can also graduate. My brother didn't graduate when he reached the heavenly martial realm before, but that was only for the future recruitment of the Holy Academy. The rest of us did the same. I see. But, Iranian asked Yewodak, what is the Holy Academy's admissions? Yi Yulan explained to her. The Holy Academy is the strongest force in our eastern region and the place that all cultivators in the eastern region yearn for. They recruit students once every 10 years and only accept outstanding disciples from various academies. Fortunately, we were born in a good era and can catch up with next year's recruitment. Therefore, my brother and I have not left the academy and want to give it a try. Yi Ranyan understood and nodded. By the way, Yunyan, you may not know this, but our uncle and princess were selected by the Holy Academy 10 years ago to enter the Holy Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Ranyan smiled and looked at Yi Yulan. Third cousin, then, between Medicine King Valley and Holy Academy, which one do you prefer? Yi Yulan hesitated for a moment before saying, the Medicine King Valley is recruiting disciples first. If I can't be selected, I can try participating in the Holy Academy. If I'm lucky enough to be chosen by the Medicine King Valley, that would be great too. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxuan burst into laughter. Third brother is quite greedy. Yi Yuch calmly said, third brother's talent in alchemy far surpasses his talent in cultivation. Medicine King Valley should be more suitable than the Holy Academy. Yi Yuxuan suppressed his smile and said, yes, comparatively speaking, elder brother is more suitable for the Holy Academy. He and Yi Yuch were skilled in weapon crafting and talisman drawing, respectively. The Holy Academy was also quite good, but it was said that even the Holy Academy had to rely on Medicine King Valley in alchemy. It seemed that Medicine King Valley was still superior in alchemy. Yi Yulan also said, in my heart, I also want to go to Medicine King Valley more. That's because no alchemist in the eastern region didn't want to go to the Holy Land. Yi Ranyan nodded. If you want to go, then good luck. While the group was talking, the carriage arrived in front of the Alchemist Guild. Yi Yuxuan put his arm around Yi Yulan's shoulder. Let's go, future disciple of Medicine King Valley. Let's go get your third-grade alchemist certification first. Yi Yuch smiled and said, as far as I know, even among the younger generation of Danding Kingdom, there are not many third-grade alchemists. Third brother, you have a great chance. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan was immediately filled with confidence. He straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and walked proudly into the Alchemy Guild. Yi Ranyan and the others also got off the carriage and followed him inside. The Alchemist Guild is one of the iconic buildings in various cities, and it is built to be very magnificent. Several tall, towering stone pillars support the entire hall. As you walk along, you see rows of towering stone pillars, each carved with exquisite patterns. Those patterns, when strung together, represent the experiences of alchemists whose names are etched in history. The towering stone pillars also divide the area into different zones. Some areas are for certified alchemists, some sell pills, some sell spiritual herbs, and some offer alchemist benefits. Yi Ranyan and the others followed Yi Yulan directly to the area for certified alchemists. That place was the most deserted. An old man with his beard tied in a small bun was fast asleep, his hands tucked into his sleeves, snoring loudly. Yi Yulan tapped on the marble countertop. Master Zai. His response was a steady, rhythmic snoring. Yi Yulan was already used to it. He took out a piece of fragrant spirit beast meat from his spatial ring and shouted, dinner's ready. With a whoosh, the old man inside jumped up instantly, his sleepy little eyes scanning his surroundings. What a delicious smell of meat. Where's that smell coming from? He quickly came to his senses and fixed his gaze on Yi Yulan. Chapter 76. QA Wall. Haha, boy, it's you who's here. You're really something, knowing that this old man is craving this. As he spoke, he took the spirit beast meat from Yi Yulan's hand, took a bite without waiting, and squinted his eyes in satisfaction at the lingering aroma. He smacked his lips before asking Yi Yulan, Young Yi, what brings you here this time? It's clear that he and Yi Yulan are quite familiar with each other. Yi Yulan looked at him with a grin. Elder Zai, I'm here to get certified as a third-grade alchemist. Oh, certified as grade 3, great. Come on, come in, let's go inside. Wait. As old Zai spoke, he instantly snapped back to reality, his expression changing drastically, his eyes widening in disbelief. You said you certified what? Yi Yulan smiled and said, a third-grade alchemist. Hiss. Master Zai gasped, his eyes wide as he stared at Yi Yulan. You can actually refine a third-grade pill? Truly, truly a young hero, worthy of being from the Duke's mansion. Yi Yulan proudly puffed out her chest. My twin brother is a 4th grade rune master. So what's so strange about me becoming a 3rd grade alchemist? Indeed. Master Zai came back to his senses, his expression a mixture of complex emotions and envy. I have wasted my whole life and only achieved the 3rd rank. You, lad, are quite the opposite. You have a bright future ahead of you. Come on, let's test you. If you pass the test, I will award you the badge of a 3rd rank alchemist. To be certified as a grade 3 alchemist, Yi Yulan needs to successfully refine a grade 3 pill under the watchful eyes of at least 3 masters from the Alchemist Guild before a badge can be awarded. After the badge is awarded, the Alchemist Guild will also improve his treatment. For example, the monthly spirit stones are doubled, and the quality and quantity of spiritual herbs that can be obtained from the Alchemist Guild are also improved. This is a key reason why Yi Yulan came to get certified as soon as she refined a grade 3 pill. After all, he was the poorest of the brothers. Soon, Master Zai led Yi Yulan to get certified as a 3rd grade alchemist. Yi Ranyan and the others watched from the sidelines. Master Zai knew Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch, so he didn't kick them out. He quickly summoned 2 masters to watch Yi Yulan refine a 3rd grade elixir. Yi Ranyan had already given Yi Yulan the recipe for the 3rd grade pill, Pinguin pill, which Yi Yulan had refined last night, so she wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to refine it successfully today. She herself was more interested in the murals on the walls of the Alchemist Guild. There were occasionally some legendary rare medicinal herbs inside, which she found fascinating. Then, while others watched Yi Yulan refine pills, she kept looking at the murals around her. Soon, the murals have come to an end. Of all the rooms in the Alchemist Guild, only the wall in the very center remains unseen. Yi Ranyan turned around the corner and looked at the last wall. However, there were no murals on this wall. Instead, there were many characters, gleaming with a silvery light, floating above. Yi Ranyan stared intently, and it seemed to be the handwriting of many people. The above contains questions, answers, and discussions about alchemy. Yi Ranyan became interested and started looking at those questions. Not far away, Yi Yulan's alchemy techniques were quite novel to the other 3 masters of the Alchemy Guild, eliciting gasps of amazement from them. Only when Yi Yulan had almost finished refining the spiritual medicine did Master Zai finally exhale and catch his breath. He looked up and wiped the sweat from his forehead, seemingly even more nervous than Yi Yulan. The moment he looked up, he saw Yi Ranyan looking at the murals and couldn't help but ask Yi Yuxuan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Yi, who is that pretty little girl? Yi Yuxuan opened his eyes instantly and smiled. My cousin, my own flesh and blood, my only cousin. Master Zai had also heard the rumors in the capital and nodded. I heard she can't cultivate, but I don't think so. Who said that? Yi Yuxuan quickly replied. My cousin is amazing. Yi Yuch chimed in. My cousin is also getting certified as an alchemist today. Master Zai, you'll see. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Fine. Master Zai said casually, but then his expression changed again. How did she get the Hoguang pen? Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch looked over at the same time, and saw Yi Ranyan holding a pen and writing on the wall. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch were both stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Oh no, this was the wall of the Alchemist Guild. Could it be written on it well? As the two were pondering this, Master Zai shook his head. Never mind, let her play. Yi Yuxuan asked curiously. Master Zai, what is the Hoguang pen? Is there anything special about that wall? Master Zai said. That wall is a wall connecting all the alchemy guilds in our eastern region. It's where the masters of the alchemy guilds in each region usually exchange alchemy experiences. When some alchemists encounter problems, they will write their questions down. If another alchemist knows the answer, he will reply to him. However, the questions on there are quite profound, and only the old guys in our alchemy guild use them. Oh, Yi Yuxuan nodded. Yi Yuch's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Master Zai said he would go play with Yi Ranyan, he felt that Yi Ranyan was just scribbling on it randomly. However, the Yi brothers firmly believed that Yi Ranyan's statement was not unfounded. She's probably. You actually ask questions or answer other people's questions there. The two wanted to go and see, but since they didn't know anything about alchemy, they had to suppress their thoughts. Master Zai was quickly drawn to the fragrance of the pills emanating from Yi Yulan's side and stopped paying attention to Yi Ranyan. The Hoguang brush from the Alchemist Guild, Yi Ranyan wrote with divine skill, quickly answering all the questions. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when there wasn't a single unanswered question. Yes, that's how it looks. She didn't like the previous layout that was missing parts. Answering the questions on the QA wall, Yi Ranyan put down the Hogwang pen with satisfaction and walked towards Yi Yulan. At this moment, Yi Yulan had reached the crucial moment of merging the core, and everyone was watching intently. Master Zai and the other two experienced alchemists could tell from the aroma of the elixir that it was no ordinary product, and they nodded repeatedly in approval. This Yi-san is really something. At such a young age, he actually managed to refine a grade 3 pill, and not only did he succeed on the first try, but the quality was also quite good. Even this time, I noticed that his alchemy techniques have become quite different from before, appearing much more refined. Has he suddenly had an epiphany? Or has he received guidance from a master? They spoke without thinking, but Yi Yuch and Yi Yuxuan, who were listening nearby, took it to heart. The two of them were secretly alarmed. They had thought their cousin was very capable before, but after seeing Master Zai and the others' reaction to Yi Yulan's changes, they realized that they had underestimated her. At that very moment, buzz. After a tremor, the chi-nourishing pill inside the cauldron was successfully combined, and the pill was completed. Master Zai and the other two masters showed satisfied expressions, which also meant that from today onwards, Yi Yulan would become a third-grade alchemist recognized by the Alchemist Guild. In an instant, all three of them congratulated him. Yi Yulan's face was beaming with joy. When Master Zai offered to award him a badge, he refused, saying, Chapter 77, The Pills Refined by Yi Ranyan. Don't rush, Yi Yulan said with a smile, pointing at Yi Ranyan. Help my cousin get certified too, so we can all receive our badges later. Master Zai thought for a moment and nodded. All right. The other two masters beside them, however, were not interested in Yi Ranyan. They were still surrounding Yi Yulan, saying, Young Master Yi, could you let us take a look at the pills you just refined? I think I saw a halo on them. The older Master Zai denied it without hesitation. Impossible. The Dan Yuan, a type of medicinal halo, can only be produced by pills of grade 4 or higher. Yi Yulan said with some pride. Master Zai, you don't know this, do you? High-quality grade 3 pills also have a halo. The P1 pill I just refined does have a halo. Hiss. A series of gasps rang out from the side. Everyone in the Alchemy Guild present looked at Yi Yulan with envy, admiration, and shock. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. The Duke of Protectorate's mansion is too powerful. Don't just talk about me, everyone. In Yi Yulan's opinion, his cousin was the most capable. He couldn't wait to say, Master Zai, please help my cousin get certified as a pill refiner first. All right. Master Zai looked at Yi Ranyan and asked gently, Miss, have you been certified as an alchemist before? What grade of alchemist are you here to be certified for today? Yi Ranyan shook her head. I haven't been certified yet. Let's start with a third-grade certification. Should I start with a first-grade alchemist certification, or go straight to a third-grade certification? Third rank. Third rank. The people from the Alchemy Guild next door were shocked again. In a small place like the Eastern Dragon Empire, third-grade alchemists are extremely rare. The addition of Yi Yulan is already surprising, but unexpectedly, Yi Ranyan also certified as a third-grade expert as soon as she opened her mouth. Moreover, it is rumored that the young lady who was recently brought back to the Duke of Huguo's mansion does not seem to know anything about cultivation. You really want to get certified as a third grade? Several people wondered if they had misheard. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, third grade. Is that not allowed? All right. The alchemists had mixed feelings. Since you insist on this, we will let you be certified as a third-grade alchemist first. If you fail, you can record Tiffy as a second-grade or first-grade alchemist. Good. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yi Yulan shouted from the side. My cousin couldn't possibly have failed the verification. My alchemy techniques, and the pills I just refined, are all. He wanted to say that Yi Ranyan taught him, but he swallowed the words back down. After all, he understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. To cause trouble for Yi Ranyan because of his loose tongue, the other members of the Alchemist Guild were curious about Yi Ranyan and didn't hear what he said clearly. Beside her, Yi Ranyan calmly took out the spiritual medicine she had prepared. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy and began refining the elixir. Her movements were skillful, flowing smoothly and elegant, like painting, making it a visual treat to watch. Anyone who sees him can't help but nod in approval, thinking that he is a diligent alchemist who is obsessed with alchemy and has made countless pills. However, but nobody knew. This was Yi Ranyan's first real attempt at alchemy. On his first attempt at alchemy, he managed to refine a third-grade pill. Moreover, she showed no stage fright whatsoever, making her arguably the first person in history to do so. Of course, it was also because of the memories inherited from the Empress that she had practiced the alchemy process many times. Master Zai and the others watched Yi Ranyan refine pills and couldn't help but nod in approval. She's a promising talent. He looks even more capable than young Master Yi. Their techniques are similar, but this girl seems to be a bit more skilled. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. I think anyone from the Duke of Protectorate's mansion is a prodigy. Her control over flames is terrifying. Wait, why do I feel like I'm sensing the aura of a strange fire from her flames? Is it just my imagination? Wow, so fast. What a bold move. She managed to refine so many kinds of spiritual medicine in one go. It seems her mental strength is really strong. In no time, Yi Ranyan's words shocked the alchemists in the surrounding alchemy guild, who couldn't help but start discussing it amongst themselves. With her mind focused, Yi Ranyan completed the pill combining process in less than a third of Yi Yulan's time. A rich, fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Previous elixir. He obtained the alchemy guild's furnace, lay down beneath it, and saw a round pill with a halo that looked even fuller than Yi Yulan's pill. A grade 3 elixir. It really worked. He seems even more powerful than Yi-san. Great, great. You little guys are really amazing. Master Zai and his companions burst into laughter. Moreover, after observing Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan refining pills today, they also gained a lot of insights and learned a great deal. Little girl, you are truly remarkable. You have exceptional talent and a bright future. No matter what, never give up on the path of alchemy. The master of the Alchemist Guild couldn't help but speak up. Yi Ranyan nodded. I wonder if the Alchemist Guild will accept these pills we refine. Master Zai's eyes lit up. Yes, of course I'll take you. Little girl, do you want to sell? This is a grade 3 elixir with a rosy glow, and those old guys were incredibly envious. They had long wanted to study it, but were too embarrassed to ask. But if Yi Ranyan is willing to sell, they are of course willing to buy. Yi Ranyan nodded. I wonder how much these masters are willing to offer. Master Zai immediately said, a third-grade pill can sell for 3 million high-grade spirit stones on the market. I am willing to offer 4 million high-grade spirit stones for this pill of yours. Before he could finish speaking, another alchemist beside him said, I'll offer 5 million top-grade spirit stones to sell it to me. This is a grade 3 elixir with a rosy glow. How can ordinary elixirs compare? I'll offer 6 million. Yi Ranyan watched with a smile as the three alchemists argued heatedly, their faces flushed. When the time was almost up, she said, let's make it 6 million. I just refined 5 pills, and I can sell 3 of them. You can each have 1. The 3 alchemy masters were somewhat annoyed. If they had known that Yi Ranyan planned to sell only 3 pills, they wouldn't have tried to drive up the price by scrambling for them. However, although 6 million high-grade spirit stones is a bit expensive, twice the price of a regular grade 3 pill, considering the quality of the pill, it's not a bad deal. Yi Yulan stared blankly at the scene before her. My pills can also be sold. He had completely forgotten the value of a third-grade pill. It was incredibly valuable. Your pills are of slightly lower quality than your cousins. We can buy them if you want to sell them, but the price might not be as high. If it weren't for Yi Ranyan's top-grade pills, they would also be willing to fight for Yi Yulan's pills. But now that there's something better, naturally they're unwilling to settle. Yi Yulan was easily satisfied and didn't argue much. In the end, he sold all 4 pills he had refined for 4.5 million high-grade spirit stones each. Chapter 78. The Shock of the Major Alchemist Guilds. Master Zai and the other alchemists hurriedly awarded Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan the third-grade alchemist badges. They couldn't wait to leave and go back to study Yi Ranyan's pills. Yi Yulan was overjoyed to receive her newly acquired rank 3 alchemist badge. He pinned the badge to his chest and laughed. With this, I can walk around with my head held high. Yi Yuxuan stood aside speechlessly. In the Eastern Dragon capital, even without this, you can still walk sideways. Yi Yulan remained silent. Given the strength of the Duke's mansion, this is indeed the case. In the Duke's mansion, although his father was disabled in both legs and could only serve as a military advisor, the old Duke had not yet retired, and most of the military power in Donglong was still in his hands. Although the recent serious injury to the old Duke has stirred up many families in the capital, none have actually dared to make a direct move. At most, they would only dare to test the waters slightly. Next, you should come with me to get certified as a grade 3 weapon refiner. Yi Yuxuan said. The group nodded and headed towards the weapon forging guild. But they didn't know. In the alchemy guild of Danding Kingdom, the guild leader pondered for many days and finally came up with the answer to a question on the QA wall. He then went to the QA wall with great interest to discuss and find someone to help him solve the problem. However, when he arrived at the QA wall, he was completely stunned. Entire wall was covered with answers. The long-standing, perplexing questions were all answered without anyone noticing. How is this possible? The president of the Alchemy Guild of Danding Kingdom is the highest-ranking alchemist in the eastern region of the Eastern Domain. He is currently at the peak of the 4th rank and can occasionally refine 5th-rank pills. Due to instability, the attempt to become a 5th-grade alchemist failed. But in many people's eyes, he is a near 5th-grade alchemist. His rich experience and skillful alchemy techniques allowed him to answer questions from many people on the QA wall, making him a recognized formidable figure in the surrounding alchemy guilds. However, today, he saw on the QA wall that many of the questions he didn't understand had been answered. After a brief moment of shock, he steadied himself. Perhaps someone played a prank and scribbled down the answer randomly. Even if you answer these questions, you might not be able to answer them correctly. After calming his mind, Ding Bei-he, the president of the Alchemy Guild of Danding Kingdom, carefully examined the answers. The first thing he looked at was the difficult problem for which he had just figured out the answer. Upon seeing this, I was shocked once again. The answer is correct. Not only is there no problem, it's absolutely perfect. It was more complete and concise than the answer he had pondered for 3 months, hitting the nail on the head and being incredibly brilliant. Who is it? Who is so powerful? Typically, after writing their answers on the QA wall, they would add their names afterward. But not this time. Who exactly is the big shot behind this? There's no signature. Since the boss is so capable, then the answers to the other questions must not be random either. He examined it carefully. The more I looked, the more astonished and impressed I became. My God, you can even do that. This idea is brilliant. It's a completely new approach. Poisonous herbs can be used to make pills? I'll give it a try. So that's where the pill formula went wrong. That makes sense. Ding Bei-he, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Danding Kingdom, became more and more engrossed in reading. By the end, his admiration for that person had almost reached its peak. This guy is definitely a master of alchemy. With her knowledge, she might not just be a 5th-grade alchemist. She could even be a 6th-grade alchemist. Could it be that the alchemist from Medicine King Valley stepped in and helped us solve our problem? Who is this alchemist? He is truly amazing. He does good deeds without seeking recognition. I must find out who he is. Thinking it over, Ding Bei-he quickly summoned all the alchemy masters in the Alchemy Guild of Danding Kingdom, so that they could look at the contents of the QA wall and discuss and study them together. At the same time, apart from Danding Kingdom, alchemists in the Alchemy Guild headquarters and other cities of the eastern region also gradually noticed the changes to the QA wall. Immediately, countless alchemists, while admiring the expert who answered all their questions on the QA wall, were also curious about who that expert was. Meanwhile, none of the alchemy masters in the Eastern Dragon capital had the time or inclination to look at the QA wall. They heard that 2 young men in the guild had been certified as 3rd-grade alchemists, and had even produced 3rd-grade pills with a halo around their eyes. They were all incredibly excited and began studying the high-quality 3rd-grade pills with the halo around their eyes. They had no time to look at the QA wall. When they finally had time and remembered to check the QA wall, it was already several days later. At this time, Yi Ranyan had no idea that the answer she casually wrote on the Alchemist Guild's QA wall had caused such a huge uproar. Went to the Weapon Refining Guild with Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch. In major cities, major labor unions have iconic buildings. Moreover, almost all the unions were located in the same square, not far apart. Not far from the Alchemist Guild, you'll see the Weapon Forging Guild. Compared to the Alchemy Guild, the Weapon Forging Guild is not as lively. However, Yi Yuxuan, a young 2nd-grade weapon refiner, was a celebrity in the Weapon Refiner Guild, and he was treated to a warm welcome as soon as he entered. When the other party heard that he was a certified 3rd-grade weapon refiner, he was just as shocked and delighted as the alchemists in the Alchemy Guild. The Weapon Refining Guild did not have a QA wall. This time, Yi Ranyan stood aside and watched Yi Yuxuan personally refine a 3rd-grade dagger. During the process, she saw no less than 10 small mistakes made by Yi Yuxuan, but she did not point them out on the spot. Instead, she kept them in mind and planned to tell Yi Yuxuan about them when she had time later. Even so, in the eyes of the Weapon Refining Guild and others, Yi Yuxuan's refining was also perfect. Once the weapon was successfully forged, a chorus of praises erupted from the surrounding area. Of the Refining Guild also came in person to present Yi Yuxuan with a 3rd-grade Refining Master Badge. Like Yi Yulan, Yi Yuxuan stopped the other person and looked at Yi Ranyan. Cousin, do you want to get certified as a weapon refiner? They didn't know when it started, but they began to feel from the bottom of their hearts that their cousin seemed to be omnipotent and capable of anything. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes. Today, she came out with Yi Yulan and the others because she wanted to get all the skills she possessed certified and receive a badge. Only after being certified can she openly refine pills and craft weapons, and use these things to earn spirit stones. You look unfamiliar, young lady. Have you been certified as a weapon refiner elsewhere? The Weapon Refining Guild asked. Yi Ranyan shook her head. No. You're a newcomer, the guild master of the Weapon Refining Association said with a smile. I'll prepare your certification as a first-grade weapon refiner right away. Wait a minute, Yi Ranyan called out to the other person. Chapter 79, the 16-year-old omnipotent master. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Everyone looked at Yi Ranyan with suspicion. Yi Ranyan's exquisite and beautiful face remained calm. Her expression was serene and composed as she slowly said, I want to be certified as a third-grade weapon refiner. Third rank. Everyone was taken aback. Even Yi Yuxuan's eyes widened slightly. Yi Ranyan nodded. That's right, it's rank 3. A third-grade weapon refiner is considered a top-tier weapon refiner in the Eastern Dragon capital. They are impressive, but not overly exaggerated, which is just right. Therefore, she plans to obtain the third-grade certification, just like Yi Yuxuan. Cousin, is your weapon forging really only at the third rank? Yi Yuxuan asked in a low voice. Generally speaking, a person's energy is limited. If Yi Ranyan's alchemy skills are so proficient and superb, how could her weapon crafting skills be so impressive as well? Cousin, why don't you just take a look and see? Yi Ranyan answered with a smile. After their initial shock, the members of the Refining Guild also began preparing the necessary space and materials for Yi Ranyan to obtain her certification as a grade 3 refiner. Yi Ranyan forged was a longsword. A top-tier, third-grade spiritual weapon. It is more perfect and of better quality than the one refined by Yi Yuxuan. It received unanimous praise. Excellent. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. The Weapon Forgers Guild was so excited he could hardly contain himself, staring at Yi Ranyan with shining eyes. Girl, do you have a master? Would you like to become an apprentice of our Weapon Forgers Guild? Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. Yes, I appreciate the president's kindness. Of the Weapon Refining Guild was disappointed, he could understand. After all, how could he be so outstanding without a mentor? Can we sell this sword? The members of the Weapon Refining Guild looked at Yi Ranyan's longsword with longing. Yi Ranyan shook her head. Next time, I'm giving this sword away. The Weapon Refining Guild had no choice but to release the man. After awarding Yi Yuxuan and Yi Ranyan the badges of third-grade weapon refiners, they, like the members of the Alchemist Guild, firmly memorized Yi Ranyan's name. As they stepped out of the Weapon Refining Guild, Yi Yulan couldn't wait to ask Yi Ranyan, Are you planning to give this sword to my elder brother? Of the brothers, only Yi Yuhan practiced swordsmanship. Yi Ranyan nodded. The others were somewhat envious, but said nothing. Now that third brother has been certified as an alchemist and second brother has been certified as a weapon refiner, where do we go next? Yi Yuch asked the crowd. Go to the Rune Guild, Nightfallen said. The group paused for a moment, and Yi Yuch quickly asked, Cousin, do you want to get certified as a rune master? Yi Ranyan nodded. Since we're already here, let's get all the verifications done. Those? All. Cousin, are you planning to get any other certifications? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, besides rune masters, there are also beast tamers, array masters. Let's just certify these for now, and we'll talk about the others when we need them later. The Yi brothers were speechless, staring at her with wide eyes. Cousin, is there anything you can't do? It should be nothing, right? Yi Yuch was even more meticulous. Cousin, was it because we were both only certified as rank 3 before? Actually, you should be able to refine pills and spiritual weapons of a higher rank than rank 3, right? Yi Ranyan glanced at him and did not deny it. For now, rank 3 is enough. Upon hearing this, the group gasped. Yi Yulan went even further, exclaiming, If I hadn't personally gone to Qingyang Town to pick you up, I would have thought that what others said about you not being able to cultivate was a lie. This is simply unbelievable. My cousin, who couldn't even cultivate before, not only suddenly became able to cultivate, but she also knows so many things and is so outstanding in so many fields. This would be unreasonable, extremely unreasonable, if it happened to someone else. However, perhaps influenced by Yi Ranyan's calm and composed demeanor, they actually felt that she was born to be that amazing. Even if reason finds it unbelievable, deep down you believe it. I've only revealed these trump cards to you, my cousins, Iranian said slowly. No one knows about them except our own family. Moreover, these things are nothing to her, and she doesn't need to spend energy to cover them up. The group listened with great enthusiasm, feeling that they were important family members in their cousin's heart. They couldn't help but straighten their backs and nod in agreement. Next, Yi Ranyan and her companions easily obtained badges from the Rune Guild, Beast Taming Guild, and Array Guild. Moreover, they are all third-rank badges. My cousin must be the first in Donglong to collect all 5 guild badges, right? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. Compared to the Alchemy Guild, Weapon Forging Guild, and Rune Guild, the Formation Guild and Beast Taming Guild are less popular. And there are even fewer strong members in their 2 guilds. Yi Ranyan, a third-grade array master and beast tamer, is already the strongest in both guilds. Therefore, when the 2 guilds were certified, both the Formation Guild and the Beast Taming Guild begged Yi Ranyan to become an elder or vice president in their guilds. After being ruthlessly rejected by Yi Ranyan, they used all sorts of means and offered many benefits to persuade Yi Ranyan to agree to become their honorary elder and to give them guidance when she had time. This has already moved the members of both major unions to tears of gratitude. Yi Ranyan and her group completed their round of verifications. Almost immediately after they left, the major guilds sent people to inquire about Yi Ranyan's situation. Within a single day, this young lady from the Duke of Protectorate, who had entered the capital of Donglong without a sound and initially caused no sensation, attracted the attention of many important figures outside of the aristocratic families of Donglong. When the presidents of the major unions learned that the Duke of Huguo's mansion would be hosting a welcome banquet for Yi Ranyan the next day, they all decided without hesitation to attend the ceremony in person. They did find out the age of the woman who had stayed overnight. She was only 16 years old. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist, a 16-year-old third-grade weapon refiner, a 16-year-old third-grade rune master, a 16-year-old third-grade array master, a 16-year-old third-grade beast tamer. Any one of these achievements would be astonishing and unbelievable, let alone the fact that all of them are concentrated in the body of a 16-year-old girl. With such extraordinary talent, it's easy to imagine how limitless her future will be. They naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with her while she was still insignificant. However, in order to prevent others from poaching her, they all planned to secretly try to win over Yi Ranyan, but they didn't expect that they weren't the only ones doing so. Chapter 80. You can do whatever you want without hesitation. On this day, after verifying the identities of various third-grade masters, Yi Ranyan also bought a lot of materials. She has already planned to refine more pills, magical artifacts, and runes to sell, and to buy rare and precious treasures to raise her own spirit beasts. A day passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, without informing her brothers, Yi Ranyan went to the black market alone to receive acupuncture from Master Yi of the black market pharmacy. After the last acupuncture treatment, Master Yi's condition improved considerably, and he held Yi Ranyan in the highest esteem. In Master Yi's view, Yi Ranyan's rank far surpassed his own, and she deserved his respect. That evening, after Yi Ranyan finished acupuncture for him, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Miss Fox, I have a few more patients here with rather tricky symptoms. Even I'm not sure if you would be willing to help them." Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "Of course, as long as you can afford the price, everything is negotiable." Upon hearing this, Master Yi smiled instantly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. "Since you, Miss Fox, don't mind treating people, then I have an idea. I wonder if you would be willing. Tell me about it. Our black market has a fighting arena, and the number of wounded and dead every day is countless. My black market medicine pavilion is the only place in the black market that can treat them. Therefore, many patients are sent here every day. Some less serious illnesses can be treated by other doctors, but I will personally handle the more serious ones. But the more serious ones are beyond my control. Fox girl, I see you come to the black market almost every night. Why don't you register your name as a doctor in our black market medicine pavilion? In the future, you can handle the serious illnesses that I can't deal with. Don't worry, we will select patients in advance. They are all patients with serious conditions who can afford the price." Yi Ranyan understood. Master Yi wanted her to practice medicine at the black market pharmacy. She thought about it for a moment and realized that this was a quick way to earn spirit stones. "I don't necessarily come every day," Yi Ranyan said. Master Yi was extremely excited. It's all right. You can come whenever you have time." After he finished speaking, seeing that Yi Ranyan did not immediately agree, He added, if you are willing, I can also apply to the higher-ups in the black market so that you can practice medicine in any black market pharmacy in the future. This statement carries a rather unusual meaning. It means to bring her into the black market, to cultivate good relationships with the local black market pharmacy wherever she went. In this way, she wouldn't be subject to the constraints of the black market, but she could still receive the protection of the black market medicine pavilion. That's a very good condition. Yi Ranyan didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. All right, in that case, I'll agree. Haha, that's wonderful. By the way, Miss Fox, are you in a hurry to leave tonight? If not, I have a patient here right now. No rush. That night, Yi Ranyan spent most of the night at the black market pharmacy, receiving 3 patients. Although the 3 people were wearing masks, they all seemed to be of high status and were very generous with their money, earning Yi Ranyan a lot of spirit stones. By personally treating patients, she gained a clearer understanding of the differences between her medical skills from her previous life and her physician skills in this life, and she is also trying to find a way to combine the two. This made her medical skills seem even more miraculous and unfathomable to outsiders. When Yi Ranyan returned to the Duke's mansion, after a busy day, she was exhausted and wished she could just go back and collapse into bed. But, incomparably handsome and flawless man waiting inside the house, she realized what she had forgotten. Ah, Yi Ranyan said with some annoyance, come early tomorrow night, and I'll take you to the black market. This way, Feng Jukin won't have to wait for her here every night. Feng Jukin noticed that she was a little tired, so he quickly transferred spiritual energy to the 2 spatial beast eggs and returned them to Yi Ranyan in less than a quarter of an hour. You should get some rest. He gave her instructions. Yi Ranyan suddenly moved closer to him, her beautiful eyes bright and sparkling. Why so fast tonight? Feng Jukin stared at her, his body tense, without saying a word. Yi Ranyan moved closer and closer to him, her sweet breath almost hitting his face, making his ear tips and cheeks turn red. Yi Ranyan found it amusing and couldn't help but poke Feng Jukin's chest with her finger. Tell me the truth. Do you usually dawdle and waste time so you can spend more time with me? Boom. The usually ruthless, loveless, and desireless 9 Heavens Venerable's face almost exploded with a variety of colors. He was as if he had been electrocuted, took a few steps back, and hurriedly turned his head to cover himself. Today I might be in a better state. Is that so? Yi Ranyan teased Feng Jukin, who looked cold and expressionless. The more he acted like that, the more she wanted to tease him. He immediately lowered his voice deliberately. Come here. Feng Jukin thought Yi Ranyan was angry because she saw through his lie, so he pursed his thin lips and walked towards Yi Ranyan again. As soon as he reached Yi Ranyan stretched out her slender white arms, wrapped them around his waist, and buried her face in his broad and powerful chest. Feng Jukin stood there dumbfounded, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Yi Ranyan rubbed her face against his chest and sniffed for a while before lifting her slightly flushed, delicate face and smiling. If you want to stay with me a little longer, just say so. What's there to be shy about? Feng Jukin remained stiff and did not reply. I won't laugh at you, Yi Ranyan continued. Feng Jukin's body gradually relaxed. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, look at me, I wanted to hug you, so I just grabbed you. Feng Jukin's fingers trembled slightly as he tried to raise his hand to touch her. You can do whatever you want. Yi Ranyan finished speaking. She was tightly embraced by the tall and handsome man. Yi Ranyan buried her face in his shoulder, smiling like a cat that had just stolen some fish. It feels good to hold me, doesn't it, my destined one? Feng Jukin finally spoke. Doesn't your headache disappear now? You feel lighter and more refreshed, like you're in heaven. Yi Ranyan teased. Feng Jukin replied in a serious tone. Yi Ranyan was truly exhausted and had had enough fun, so she patted his shoulder and said, I'm tired, so I won't keep you any longer. If you miss me tomorrow night, just come find me. Don't wait around in the room like an idiot. She wasn't worried at all that Feng Jukin wouldn't be able to find her. Good. Feng Jukin obediently responded. Good boy. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but ruffle his hair, and the man's neat and imposing hair instantly became messy. Yi Ranyan laughed loudly and released the person. Feng Jukin looked at her helplessly yet with doting affection. Seeing that her breathing gradually became even, he broke through the space and stepped away. The next day, the Duke's mansion was bustling with activity. Today was the day the Duke's mansion was hosting a welcome banquet for Yi Ranyan. Chapter 81. The Day of the Banquet. On this day, just as dawn was breaking, the entire Duke's mansion sprang into action. Countless maids and servants moved about, carrying out their tasks in an orderly manner under the guidance of Steward Liu. The entire Duke's mansion has changed drastically since Yi Ranyan returned. It has been renovated and now looks exquisite and magnificent. This prompted many visitors to the Duke's mansion to shower it with praise. The first to arrive was Madame Qi, one of the 4 great families. Last night, I spent time with Yi Ranyan's maternal grandmother, Su Baiyu, discussing today's welcoming banquet. They all got up early in the morning to help entertain the guests. Yi Ranyan also gets up early. However, after getting up, she went to Yi Yuhan's courtyard with Yi Yuch. With Yi Yuch's longevity manual, combined with her spiritual power and mental strength, the two worked together to help Yi Yuhan repair his meridians. Not long after, Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yulan also arrived. They also brought food for Yi Ranyan and the other 2. It's quite lively outside now. Quite a few people have already come, but Grandma said we don't need to worry about it. She'll have someone come and call us when the time comes. Yi Ranyan and the others also found themselves with some leisure time. This time, Yi Ranyan helped Yi Yuhan repair his meridians for more than an hour, and by the end, she had repaired about 80 to 90% of them. When it was over, her spiritual energy was exhausted, her face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Cousin, thank you for your hard work. Yi Yuhan felt somewhat guilty. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. It's all right, I'll be fine in a bit. She was in a really good mood. Cousin, your meridians are about 80 or 90% healed. Come again tomorrow, and you'll be fully recovered. Her words excited the people around her. Really? Big brother can cultivate again? Very good. If Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad knew this news, they would be very happy. It's a pity that my elder brother can't fully recover today. Otherwise, it would be good to let the outside world see that my elder brother is still my elder brother. The group chatted and laughed. Just as the atmosphere was getting right, Yi Ranyan stood up and said, Cousins, please continue with your work. I'm going back to change my clothes. Okay, today is an important day for my cousin Union, so she must dress up beautifully. Yi Ranyan shook her head helplessly. It wasn't because of that. She wanted to go back and wash up because she had sweated earlier and she was very clean. However, let them misunderstand. There's no harm in not explaining. While Yi Ranyan was getting ready, many people arrived at the Duke of Huguo's mansion one after another. Su Baiyu listened calmly to the reports from the steward, Uncle Liu, and the servants in the inner room. When she heard that Madame Meng, one of the 4 great families, had arrived, she nodded. She frowned when she heard that the Ming family, one of the 4 great families, had only sent their steward. From other smaller families also arrived one after another, and it seemed that almost everyone had come. Even the lady of the Qi family, one of the 4 great families, came last night. So far, only the Fong family among the 4 great families has not sent anyone. It seems the Fong family isn't planning to send anyone over today. The old Duke Yi Kunshan also mustered his spirits and listened to Liu Bo's report. All those years of friendship have really gone to waste. With my granddaughter returning today, the Emperor will surely give me face. Even the Emperor himself will be present. Yet the Fong family is acting so arrogantly. It seems they don't even respect His Majesty. Let's wait and see. I don't think they'll be so rude. However, another half hour passed, and everyone except Song Huang had arrived, but no one from the Fong family had come. That's enough. Su Baiyu was unwilling to wait any longer. Let's move to the front hall. At the same time, Su Baiyu instructed Liu Bo, go and call someone to bring Yun Yin and the others here. Yes, madam. A group of servants hurriedly went down to find the person. At this moment, the martial arts training ground in the backyard of the Duke of Huguo's mansion was bustling with activity. Today's welcoming banquet is being held in the most spacious area of this mansion. There were a dozen or so stone tables set up, surrounded by people. There was a winding stream with wine cups floating on the water, drifting downstream. Many people of high status were engaged in lively conversation. They might discuss cultivation, alchemy, weapon crafting, or recent anecdotes from the capital, or express their curiosity about the new young lady of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. In short, everyone was relaxed and happy. Just then, Su Baiyu walked slowly towards them. When everyone saw her, they all stood up and bowed, saying, Madam. Besides being the matriarch of the Duke of Huguo's mansion, Su Baiyu was also a powerful martial lord, ranking among the top 10 in the Eastern Dragon capital. Naturally, no one dared to offend her. Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Sit down and enjoy your food and drinks. I have something important to tell you all later. Everyone smiled knowingly, knowing that she was about to introduce her new granddaughter. After everyone sat down, many people asked Su Baiyu, Madam, How has the Duke been feeling lately? Rumors circulate that the old Duke has been in a coma since his last injury, and even the alchemist brought by the Emperor has been unable to help him. The Duke is still the same as always, Subayu said, without giving a direct answer. Everyone assumed that the old Duke had not yet woken up. Madam, it's not a good idea for the Duke to remain unconscious like this. Suddenly, someone said loudly, "Our Silver Dragon Guard is the most powerful army in the capital. After being without a leader for so many days, the guards are in a state of panic, and the brothers can't concentrate on their work. His Majesty has been unwilling to remove the old Duke from his position as commander because of him. Why don't you, madam, take the initiative to resign from your position as commander of the Silver Dragon Guard on behalf of the old Duke?" The room fell silent the moment these words were spoken. The Silver Dragon Guard is the strongest guard force in the Eastern Dragon capital, controlling most of the military power in the Eastern Dragon. In the past, this power was held by the Yi family, making it coveted by many other families and forces. However, the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion was simply too powerful, and each generation was stronger than the last, forcing them to relinquish this lucrative prize to the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. But now that the old Duke and the eldest grandson of the Duke's mansion have been deposed, they naturally have designs on the Silver Dragon Guard. Subayu looked coldly at the person who had spoken. He was the head of a small family who was put into the Silver Dragon Guard 2 years ago, and is now a minor commander within the Silver Dragon Guard. Drag it down. Without offering any explanation or defense, she simply uttered 3 harsh and cold words, at which point a guard with a long, deep breath and considerable cultivation stepped forward and dragged the man away. The man struggled violently and shouted, but his mouth was quickly covered. In the blink of an eye, the man disappeared from the banquet, and no one knew where he was taken. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even without the old Duke and Yi Yuhan, the Duke of Protectorate's mansion was still not to be underestimated. Many people are thinking about all sorts of random things. Suddenly, Chapter 82, all parties arrive. President Ma of the Alchemy Guild has arrived. Chairman Zhang of the Weapon Refining Guild has arrived. Chairman Shin of the Rune Guild has arrived. Guild Master Hai of the Formation Guild has arrived. The Beast Taming Guild President Shi is here. The announcements instantly ignited a frenzy in the room. Oh, what brings those other folks here too? The presidents of the 5 major guilds have gathered? What day is it today? Even for the Duke of Protectorate's mansion, this is quite an honor. Shocked, everyone rose to greet the 5 union presidents. Subayu was also a little surprised, and she got up to go out to greet them. The presidents of the 5 major unions stood side by side, their atmosphere not quite harmonious, but when they saw Subayu, smiles appeared on their faces. The 5 guild leaders quickly exchanged pleasantries with Subayu, and during the conversation, they inevitably talked about the younger generation of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. Upon hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Oh, that's true. I've heard that the second young master of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion has extraordinary talent in weapon crafting, so it makes sense that the president of the Weapon Crafting Guild would come for him. And the third young master's alchemy skills are also quite good. The president of the Alchemy Guild must have come for him. The fourth young master's runes are incredibly powerful. Almost everyone knows about them. I suppose the Rune Guild master came here for him. Putting everything else aside, the younger generation of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion is truly outstanding and enviable. However, if the leaders of the major guilds are truly here for the younger generation of the Duke of Protectorate, then what are the leaders of the Array Formation Guild and the Beast Taming Guild doing here? And for whom are they here? Everyone was puzzled and couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Since the guests were guests, Subayu did not know why the 5 association leaders had come, but she immediately asked someone to add 5 seats in front for the 5 association leaders to sit down. The arrival of the 5 chairpersons caused some people with wavering thoughts to suppress their original intentions. Many people originally wanted to bring up the matter of the Silver Dragon Guard again, but it's not convenient to bring it up now. The 5 presidents took their seats. Uncle Lu arrived with Yi Yuhan and the others. Yi Yuhan had just been treated by Yi Ranyan that morning. During the treatment, he had endured great pain, and at this moment, his resolute and handsome face still showed some haggardness and weakness. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but sigh with regret. The once spirited eldest son of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, some even claimed he could suppress a generation. However, now it is so weak. Accompanying Yi Yuhan were Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch. It must be said that the younger generation of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion are all outstanding individuals. each possessing an enviable appearance. The four of them stood together in a row, just like a painting. Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch's excellence made them forget Yi Yuhan's weakness, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. I wish such an outstanding junior was from their family. Why are there only a few of you? Su Baiyu smiled when she saw her four outstanding grandsons, but her eyes were still scanning the area behind her. Where's Yunyan? Why isn't she with you? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears. Yunyan must be the new granddaughter that Su Baiyu is going to introduce to everyone today. Many people noticed that the Fong family hadn't sent anyone this time, and they couldn't help but exchange glances. It seems that the Fong family, mother and her two children, are determined to sever all ties with the Duke's mansion. My cousin Yunyan has something to take care of. She'll be here in a bit. Child, don't be late for such an important day. At that very moment, outside the door, another loud announcement rang out. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. The Crown Prince has arrived. As the announcement was made, four figures entered the courtyard. The leader was dressed in a purple robe, with a handsome and imposing face and a tall figure. Only 2 strands of white hair hung down at his temples. His eyes were as deep as the sea, full of power and wisdom. Between his brows and eyes, there was an endless aura of dominance, majesty, and tyranny. He is the current overlord of the Eastern Dragon Empire, His Majesty the Eastern Dragon Azure Emperor. Behind him stood a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. The young man wore a light purple robe, a smile playing on his lips, and a respectful expression. He is Nalan Xingyun, the current crown prince of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Beside him stood a woman in a light red gauze dress, with a dignified and elegant face, beautiful and charming. She was the future crown prince's consort and the eldest daughter of the Fong family, Fong Yukin. Donglong Tsangwang, the eldest prince Nalan Xingyun, and Fong Yukin, followed a capable and unfathomable man, Han Shuo, the most trusted commander of the Imperial Guards. Greetings, Your Majesty. Upon seeing the figure of Donglong Tsangwang, everyone immediately knelt down in worship. Most people knelt on the ground, but Su Baiyu did not kneel down. Instead, she bowed slightly to show respect. Rise, all of you, stand up and speak. Donglong Qinghuang's voice was majestic and domineering, yet his tone was also approachable. However, he possessed a unique power that made people believe in him from the bottom of their hearts and dare not have the slightest thought of resistance. Madam, Song Huang said politely to Su Baiyu, I heard you have a grandson. May I ask which child it is? At first glance, he saw Yi Yuhan and his brothers. These brothers are all outstanding, which makes him somewhat envious. At the same time, one can't help but feel a bit of anticipation for the new granddaughter that the Duke of Huguo's mansion has found. Your Majesty, please forgive me, but Yunyan hasn't arrived yet. Oh, something happened that kept you waiting? It's all right. Donglong Tsangwang sat down in the empty main seat and asked Su Baiyu, has the old Duke improved? I have sent someone to invite a master from Danding Kingdom. He will arrive soon, and I will have him examine the old Duke again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes, today is a banquet at the Duke's mansion. I am just a guest here. Please pretend I don't exist and act as if nothing is wrong. Despite his words, no one dared to cause trouble. Song Huang finished speaking. The eldest prince also bowed to Su Baiyu. Fong Yukin, who was standing beside him, said softly, Grandma. Su Baiyu glanced at Fong Yukin indifferently, without saying a word. At that very moment, Grandmother. Another melodious voice came from afar. Am I too late? Yi Ranyan wore a stunning red dress, a faint smile on her exquisite face. Her eyes were like stars, her features like paintings. A mysterious young bird with black feathers and golden eyes perched on her shoulder. She exuded an ethereal aura, like an elf who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, captivating all who looked at her. Everyone was amazed. Even the Yi brothers, who were familiar with her, were stunned for a moment. Su Baiyu, contrary to Fong Yukin's coldness, quickly smiled and said, Yunyan, come here quickly. Look at you, making His Majesty wait for you. At this moment, Donglong Qinghuang's eyes were also fixed on Yi Ranyan. Unlike the amazement of others, his eyes held a hint of shock and an indescribable complexity. Chapter 83. Can she do it? Your name is Yunyan? Donglong Tsanghuang stared intently at Yi Ranyan and couldn't help but ask. Yi Ranyan nodded. This humble woman is Yi Ranyan. Surname Yi. Donglong Tsanghuang's gaze became even more complex. To him, Yi Ranyan's stunningly beautiful face seemed somewhat familiar. Yes. Yi Ranyan was puzzled. Why was Donglong Tsangwang so concerned about her surname? In a flash, she remembered something else. When she went to the Imperial Academy to retrieve her mother's belongings, she inquired about her mother from Dean Su. At first, what did Dean Su say again? If you want to know about your mother, you can ask Donglong Tsonghwang. Therefore, it seems that the mother and the Azure Emperor must have known each other. Her face bears a striking resemblance to her mother's, about 70%. However, her mother's face was more heroic, while she was more delicate and gentle, and because of her age, she still had a touch of youthful naivete. But those who know them well should find it easy to see their similarities. In just a moment, Yi Ranyan thought of many things. Good. Donglong Tsonghwang was unfathomable and hid his emotions very well. Others only saw that he seemed to value the young lady who had been found by the Duke's mansion. This child looks beautiful and intelligent. She looks like a painting when she stands there. No wonder she is a child from the Duke's mansion. As he spoke, he took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Yi Ranyan. This is a token that I have carried with me since I was a child. Seeing this is like seeing me. I am giving it to you as a gift. Your Majesty, Su Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. This is far too precious. The others were even more shocked by how much the Emperor valued Yi Ranyan. The eldest prince, who had been all respectful, after a brief moment of restraint, subtly reminded his father, Father, I've heard that this young lady from the Duke's mansion doesn't seem to be good at cultivation. In other words, a good-for-nothing who doesn't understand cultivation is not worth his father's attention at all. However, call out. The Eastern Dragon Emperor's deep and sharp gaze instantly shot towards the first prince, Nalan Xingyun, his lips slightly pursed. Is it any of your business to interfere with what I do? Nalan Xingyun's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately knelt down. Your son dares not. Donglong Tsonghwang snorted coldly, ignoring him, and then looked at Yi Ranyan. Do you dare to accept it? Yi Ranyan was dressed in a flowing red dress, her long hair styled like a flowing spring, her figure slender and graceful, and the Emperor's soul bells at her ankles jingling. It was a bewitching and charming outfit, but her extraordinary temperament and exquisite and serene face made her beautiful without being seductive and extremely refined. Her red lips curved slightly, her eyes unwavering as she met the gaze of the Eastern Dragon Emperor and said with a gentle smile, If your Majesty dares to offer this, why shouldn't this humble woman accept it? Good boy. Yi Ranyan accepted the jade pendant, and the Eastern Dragon Emperor burst into laughter, his emotions quite evident. He even directly asked her, Yi Ranyan, right? I intend to adopt you as my goddaughter and bestow upon you the title of princess. Are you willing? This time, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He even wondered in his heart if Donglong Tsonghwang was his adoptive father. Otherwise, why would they treat me like this the moment they saw me? Moreover, a monarch's word is law, and if she were to refuse such a statement made in public, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the other party? However, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. To rashly acknowledge a godfather without knowing the emperor's character would be far too hasty. Yi Ranyan was thinking. His Majesty. An aged voice then rang out. That familiar voice shocked almost everyone in the room. The old Duke. The old Duke has actually woken up. Everyone looked up at the entrance to the courtyard. Old Duke Yi Kunshan stood there, supported by his steward, Uncle Lu. Although he looked somewhat haggard and weak, his mind was very clear, and it was evident that he was truly lucid. Several people witnessed this scene and, in their shock, couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. Donglong Tsonghwang looked surprised. Old Duke, you've actually recovered? Ha ha ha. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old minister is still afflicted with a serious illness and has not yet fully recovered. For now, I can only get out of bed. Being able to get out of bed is already a good start. Duke Yi, the president of the Alchemist Guild, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up. Could I examine you again? The old Duke's incident, the president of the Alchemist Guild was invited to come. But he was helpless and powerless. Later, it was rumored that the old Duke had been in a coma for a long time. But now he's actually awake? Who is so powerful? He was very curious to know how the other person had been treated. President Ma's kindness is appreciated, and I certainly don't mind. Donglong Tsonghwang seemed to only then notice the presence of the 5 guild leaders and nodded to them. I didn't expect the 5 masters to be here as well. It seems today is quite lively. The 5 major guilds were jointly established by powerful alchemists, weapon refiners, rune masters, array masters, and beast tamers from the Central Plains. They have branches in each region and, like the black markets in various places, are not under the jurisdiction of the local government. There is also a delicate balance between Donglong Songwang and them. Yi Kunshin's appearance also interrupted Donglong Songwang's idea of taking Yi Ranyan as his adopted daughter. After Yi Kunshin was helped by Uncle Lu to sit down with Su Biu, he smiled at everyone and said, "Our Duke's mansion has never done anything evil for many years, but our own daughter and grandson have been living in exile and have suffered a lot." Yi Kunshin's voice was filled with grief. Fortunately, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life, allowing us to find Yunyan. Yunyan, come here. Yi Ranyan walked towards Yi Kunshin's side. Yi Kunshin solemnly said, "This is Yi Ranyan, the only cousin of our Duke's family. Her mother, Yi Kwei, is also the only daughter of my Yi family." These words immediately caused a stir in the room. Fong Yukin, who was following behind the eldest prince, instantly had tears in her eyes. "Grandpa, are you abandoning me and mother?" However, her tears could not move anyone. Yi Kunshin looked at her with a distant gaze. "Yi Xingchen is not a daughter of the Yi family, and you have no relation to the Yi family either. I hope that Miss Fong will not call me by the wrong name again in the future." With that statement, he completely severed ties with the Fong family mother and daughter. Many people in the room wore thoughtful expressions. Then many people expressed their congratulations to Yi Kunshin for finding Yi Ranyan. Because of Tsang Huang's attitude and Yi Kunshin's protection, most people also began to flatter Yi Ranyan. Upon seeing this, Fong Yukin could no longer suppress the jealousy and anger in her heart. Those emotions clouded her mind, and she couldn't help but say, "But, grandfather, you are now seriously ill, and my eldest cousin has become crippled. The Duke's mansion needs someone to support it. Do you think this Miss Yi, whom you recently found who cannot cultivate, is up to the task?" These words immediately changed the atmosphere in the room. Chapter 84. What a coincidence. Before anyone could react, the Yi brothers were the first to show expressions of anger. "Who are you calling disabled?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes were icy cold. Yi Yulan sneered. "The Duke's mansion has us brothers to uphold its reputation. Even if my elder brother is unwilling, it's not your turn." Yi Yuch, the usually gentle and harmless handsome young man, spoke harshly in public for the first time. "No matter how jealous you are not even as good as your cousin Yunyan. Even if Yunyan cannot cultivate, she is still a member of our Duke's mansion. As for you, you want to uphold the reputation of our Duke's mansion? You are like a toad trying to eat swan meat." Fong Yukin was once the most beautiful woman in the capital of Donglong. She is also the goddess of countless geniuses in the Imperial Capital Academy. Now, she is also the fiancée of the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun. But at this moment, in front of countless prominent figures in the Eastern Dragon capital, Yi Yuch personally called the other party a toad. Not to mention how angry and aggrieved Fong Yukin was at this moment. Even the first Prince Nalan Xingyun's expression changed. After all, Fong Yukin was his fiancée. Their fates were intertwined, one for the other and the other for the same. Fong Yukin was slandered, and he didn't look good either. He glanced at Donglong Songwang. Donglong Songwang's attention was still on Yi Ranyan, and he did not pay attention to the dispute between the Yi brothers and Fong Yukin. Then, Nalan Xingyun snorted coldly, his face showing a haughty expression. "Brothers Yi, although Yukin does not have the blood of the Duke's mansion, she has been a member of the Yi family for so many years. It is too heartless of you to slander her like this." With Donglong Songwang present, he dared not say anything too outrageous and could only put pressure on the Yi brothers from Fong Yukin's perspective. At this time, Yi Kunshin suddenly started coughing violently. It instantly drew everyone's attention. When everyone looked at him, Yi Kunshin stopped coughing and looked calmly at the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun. "That's true." His voice was a little cold. "But this is ultimately a matter for our Duke's mansion. The Fong family has no say in it. Fong Yukin has no say in it. And of course, the eldest prince has no say in it either." "Father." Nalan Xingyun suddenly knelt down before Donglong Songwang. "Your subject has no interest in the affairs of the Duke's mansion. However, the safety of the old Duke is related to the Silver Dragon Guard, and the Silver Dragon Guard is closely related to the safety of our Eastern Dragon. Your subject cannot ignore this. In your subject's opinion, since the old Duke is currently unwell, Father Emperor should hand over the command of the Silver Dragon Guard to someone else." Donglong Songhuang sat on the main seat, looking down at the people below, without answering. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yi Ranyan stood there calmly with a cool expression, but like Yi Kunshin and Song Huang, she took in everyone's expressions. Yuan had previously mentioned that his and his grandfather Yi Kunshin's serious injuries might have been caused by someone behind the scenes. By now, Those people should be almost at their breaking point. Finally, I heard that a junior commander also raised this question before. Donglong Tsonglong said in a calm tone. Although the incident of a junior commander causing the old duke to resign from the Silver Dragon Guard occurred before the arrival of the Eastern Dragon Emperor, it is clear that nothing in the Eastern Dragon Empire can truly escape the discerning eyes of the Eastern Dragon Emperor. At this moment, his deep, wise eyes quietly looked at the people below, making it impossible for anyone to see into his heart. How many of you here also think this way? Feel free to step forward. If it is true that the majority of people think this way, I will grant your request. The thoughts of everyone in the room instantly became agitated. The expressions of Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch changed instantly. But the old duke, Su Baiyu, and Yi Ranyan remained calm. After a brief silence, people began to step forward and kneel down. Your Majesty, the old duke is already advanced in years and is now seriously ill. He is also unable to use his cultivation. He is indeed not suitable to serve as the commander of the Silver Dragon Guard. Your Majesty, I agree. Your Majesty, I agree. Suddenly, a third of the people stood up. Of these one-third, some already had old grudges against the Duke's mansion, while others were originally neutral but suddenly switched sides for unknown reasons. But what concerned Yi Yuhan and Yi Kunshan was that the Ming family had also made a statement. The eldest prince, his maternal family, the Ming family, and the Fong family, related by marriage to the eldest prince. A chill also swept over Yi Kunshan. Donglong Tsonglong suddenly asked, "Where is Commander Han? Your subordinate is here. Drag these people away and give each of them 50 lashes." The faces of the people kneeling on the ground turned deathly pale instantly. The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyuan, also looked up in shock. "Father?" Donglong Tsonglong sneered. "Since when have you all been able to make decisions for me? I'm still alive, and you're already starting to move against my people? Do you think you can just dismiss the Silver Dragon Guard commander, whom I personally appointed?" Donglong Tsonglong's attitude indicates that he is siding with Yi Kunshan. Everyone knows that the Duke's mansion has always had a close relationship with the royal family, that the old Duke's ancestors were sworn brothers with the founding emperor. Now, Yi Kunshan's youngest son, Yi Haiqian, has married Princess Nalan Xian, the only sister of the current emperor. Everyone knows that Donglong Tsonglong favors the Duke's mansion. They had been hoping that the emperor would neglect them after the old Duke could no longer cultivate, but reality slapped them in the face. Those who had initially chosen the eldest prince but were now wavering regretted their decision. But it was too late. At a command from Commander Han, the commander of the Imperial Guards, countless Imperial Guards appeared out of thin air and dragged away all those who were kneeling on the ground. One-third of the seats in the venue were emptied instantly. Only in this way can one feel refreshed and relaxed. Donglong Tsonglong looked at the old Duke with gentle eyes. "Elder Yi, take care of your health. My Silver Dragon Guard still needs your help. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Yi Kunshan smiled and agreed. The masters of the other 5 major guilds watched a good show today, and only after the show ended did they not help but raise their own questions. Just now, Miss Fong said that Miss Ranyan cannot cultivate? That must be a misunderstanding, right? Yes, just yesterday, Miss Ranyan went to our alchemy guild and was certified as a 3rd-grade alchemy master. Does Miss Fong think that a 16-year-old 3rd-grade alchemy master is inferior to you, a 2nd-grade alchemist? The president of the alchemy guild was keen to curry favor with Yi Ranyan. He had no interest in the power struggle within the Silver Dragon Guard of the Duke's mansion, but he wanted to speak up for Yi Ranyan and gain her favor. The other major guilds secretly cursed the alchemy guild leader for being cunning, and none of them wanted to be left behind, so they all spoke up. What a coincidence. Miss Ranyan also went to our refining guild yesterday to get certified as a grade 3 refiner. A grade 3 refiner, I think, can walk around Donglong with impunity, right? Really? What a coincidence. Yesterday, Miss Ranyan came to our rune guild and was certified as a rank 3 rune master. Chapter 85, Shock. The others in the room were stunned by the words of the 5 guild leaders. What? Yi Ranyan was certified as a 3rd-grade alchemist? Not only that, but it also certified 3rd-grade weapon refiners, 3rd-grade rune masters, 3rd-grade array masters, and 3rd-grade beast tamers. Even more incredibly, both the Array Formation Guild and the Beast Taming Guild invited her to serve as an honorary elder of both guilds. Such an ability would amaze and be hard to believe if it were in anyone else, let alone in a girl who has just turned 16. Is it fake? There must be a mistake. How is this possible? She's only 16 years old. Even if she started cultivating from the womb, She couldn't possibly be this powerful, could she? My God, wasn't he supposed to be a useless person who couldn't cultivate? How can he be so powerful? Am I dreaming? Ouch, you can pinch yourself. Why are you pinching me? It's your dream, not mine. After a brief silence, the room erupted in cheers. Various incredulous sounds rang out. Everyone's face was filled with shock, and they all stared wide-eyed at Yi Ranyan, as if she were a rare treasure. This is truly all-around amazing. Not only is he all-around talented, but every single one of his talents is so good that it makes people envious. If she hadn't been standing right in front of them, they would have thought she wasn't a person at all. Even Donglong Kinghuang's eyes showed shock, and his face revealed surprise. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly burst into laughter. Good. This is wonderful. It is a blessing for Donglong to produce such a prodigy. Not to mention Donglong Tsangwang and the others. Even Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu, Yi Ranyan's maternal grandparents, were stunned at this moment. After regaining their senses, unlike Donglong Tsangwang's great joy, both of them couldn't help but show worry on their faces. After all, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. That Yi Ranyan is so outstanding, but being too sharp and outspoken might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In particular, after Yi Kunshan and Yi Yuhan got into trouble, they realized that there were people targeting them. If those people knew how outstanding Yi Ranyan was, they probably wouldn't let her go either. She is truly a fine woman from Donglong. Even the Eastern Dragon Emperor took a while to calm down. In my opinion, Een will definitely have a place in the Holy Academy's admissions next year. I don't know when it started, but he also started calling Yi Ranyan Yunyan, along with Yi Kunshan and the others. After the initial shock, everyone in the room smiled, regardless of their inner thoughts, and congratulated Yi Kunshan on having such an outstanding granddaughter. When Donglong Tsangwang said that Yi Ranyan had a place in the Holy Academy's admissions, they all nodded in agreement. Yesterday, Yi Yuhan and his fellow disciples, who had witnessed Yi Ranyan certify so many rank 3 masters, stood tall with proud smiles on their faces. It seemed that the praise from others for Yi Ranyan made them happier than the praise for themselves. Yi Ranyan remained calm, composed, and unperturbed throughout the entire Duke's mansion. It was as if she didn't care about those shocking things at all. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves in the courtyard, a long cry suddenly pierced the sky. Then, the mysterious golden-eyed bird on Yi Ranyan's shoulder suddenly soared into the sky. The next moment, Chapter 86 was actually for Yi Ranyan. A huge shadow hung down from the sky, blotting out the sky above the capital of Donglong, turning the daytime of Donglong into night in an instant. This extraordinary scene shook the entire capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Countless people were horrified and rushed out of the courtyard to look at the sky, filled with fear and shock. Oh my God! What is that? What happened? What is that? People all over the Eastern Dragon capital stared at the sky in shock. The experts in the capital also sensed a powerful aura and flew into the sky to investigate. At this moment, inside the Duke of Protectorate's mansion, the deep purple figure of Donglong Tsangwang instantly soared into the air. At the same time, a huge phantom appeared on his body, clashing with the power of the sky. The expressions of the others were the same as those of people elsewhere in the capital, panic and helplessness. Yi Ranyan's expression at this moment became extremely strange. Because, after the wind that had been on her shoulder took flight, it used the contract to tell her in her heart that the monsters of the northern wilderness had arrived. Here comes the little monster. This was something Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukan had discussed before. Feng Jukan had said that demonic beasts would come to the northern wilderness in the next couple of days, but he never expected it to happen today, at this time, and in this manner. This is practically announcing their arrival to everyone. Who dares to offend my Eastern Dragon? The Azure Emperor grew larger, and his voice boomed like thunder, striking the colossal object in the void. Your Majesty, the Azure Emperor. Yi Ranyan finally couldn't help but speak. The Azure Emperor, with his profound cultivation, lowered his head to look at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan's face showed a helpless expression. The person who came is my friend, and he means no harm. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Duke's mansion was stunned for a moment. Donglong Kinghuang's eyes grew even deeper. While persuading Donglong Tsangwang to stay, Yi Ranyan also relayed a message to Fenger, telling the northern wilderness monsters to keep a low profile. After the message was relayed to the wind, the shadows in the sky indeed began to shrink. Soon, it became clear that it was a huge bird, and what had previously covered the sky was its wings. At this moment, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but recall a sentence. In the northern darkness, there is a fish, Its name is Kuan. Kuan is so large that no one knows how many thousands of miles it spans. It transforms into a bird. Its name is Peng. Peng's back is so vast that no one knows how many thousands of miles it spans. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. What's in front of me really is a rock. Its wings truly resembled clouds hanging from the sky. After the golden-winged rock shrank, people's panic subsided, but their eyes were filled with even more curiosity and apprehension. It's actually a spirit beast? What a powerful spirit beast. This must be at least at the Beast King level, right? Throughout the entire Donglong region, only a very few people could tell that the golden-winged rock was not a spirit beast, but a demon beast. But the enormous and terrifying rock flew straight towards the Duke's mansion. Anyone in the capital with a bit of status and cultivation knows that today, the Eastern Dragon Emperor is at the Duke's mansion. In everyone's mind, in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, nowadays, perhaps only the Eastern Dragon Azure Emperor is worthy of such a high-level spirit beast coming to pay homage. Only those people in the Duke's mansion know the truth. At this moment, the way people looked at Yi Ranyan changed again. They became extremely curious and shocked. According to rumors, this new young lady brought back from a remote town is a vulgar, low-class, and incapable good-for-nothing. But what is the reality? She's already a third-grade alchemist, weapon refiner, rune master, array master, and beast tamer, and now she even has such a powerful spirit beast coming for her. For most people, having such ability and prestige at the age of 16 is something to be proud of for a lifetime. After the golden-winged rock shrank, the oppressive aura emanating from the Eastern Dragon Emperor also decreased significantly. At the same time, he used the power of the nation's destiny to set up a barrier around the Duke of Protectorate's mansion to prevent others from spying on it. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is also skilled in spatial arts, and they are not afraid of the barrier set up by the Eastern Dragon Emperor. The one who brought the younger generation was the patriarch of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, who was also Fomer's father. He led 4 young demon beasts and rode the rock of his clan, making the rock land precisely in front of Yi Ranyan. Miss Yi, it's been a long time. Feng Ao, the patriarch of the rock clan, was handsome and proud, clearly not an ordinary person. His eyes were golden and very deep. His aura was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean, and even the Eastern Dragon Emperor could not see through him. Donglong Kanghuang's intuition kept reminding him of the danger. He probably could only fight against such a person by using the nation's destiny. Senior. Yi Ranyan nodded at him as well. Feng Ao is extremely arrogant among the demon beasts, but he is also the demon beast who respects Feng Jukin the most. At Feng Jukin's command, he was willing to risk his life. That's why, after learning that Yi Ranyan was Feng Jukin's destined one, he immediately sent his daughter to Yi Ranyan's side. He was usually arrogant among the demon beasts, and even more arrogant towards humans, but when facing Yi Ranyan, he was as gentle as a breeze, with an indescribable humility and respect. And who is this senior? Donglong Tsangwang asked. Feng Ao did not answer. Yi Ranyan said, he is a friend of an old acquaintance. Feng Ao then glanced at Donglong Tsangwang, and after noticing Donglong Tsangwang's cultivation level and aptitude, his eyes flickered slightly as he scrutinized him a few more times. Donglong Tsangwang nodded. Guests are welcome. Since you're here, please sit down and join us for a meal. Feng Ao declined. No need. I'm here today to deliver a beast. I'll be going back after that. At this moment, only Donglong Tsangwang and Yi Ranyan were qualified to speak to Feng Ao. Everyone else dared not even breathe loudly. Although Donglong Tsangwang and Feng Ao did not make a move and spoke to each other in a peaceful manner without any confrontation, they could still sense the presence of swords and shadows. The others could only stand there dumbfounded, becoming mere background figures. It wasn't until Feng Ao said it was a gift of beasts that he came to his senses, his face full of confusion. Yi Ranyan understood. She looked at the 4 brothers, Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch, and smiled at them, saying, eldest cousin, second cousin, third cousin, and fourth cousin, I promised third cousin that I would give you spirit beasts, and today is the day. The 4 Yi brothers never expected that such a powerful person would send them a spirit beast just because of their cousin. This is truly a source of pride. The others were filled with jealousy and envy, wishing they were Yi Ranyan's cousin. Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu were deeply moved and felt incredibly warm at Yi Ranyan's thoughtfulness, but they could only suppress their excitement at this moment. Yi Ranyan shook her head. Cousins, don't thank me yet. I made a promise to someone that if the 4 of you cannot gain the approval of the spirit beasts, You will not be able to become their battle partners." Upon hearing this, the four of them immediately tensed up, none of them wanting to embarrass their cousin. At the same time, they thought to themselves, their cousin had secured this rare opportunity for them, and if they didn't seize it, they would be letting her down. Upon reflection, it was Yi Yuhan, whose cultivation had not yet recovered, who stepped forward first. Chapter 87 Four Little Monsters. "Cousin, I'm willing to give it a try." After hearing Yi Yuhan's words, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch all came to their senses and nodded in agreement. "We are all willing to give it a try." Yi Ranyan looked at Feng Ao. Feng Ao was quite satisfied with these handsome young men, thinking to himself that they were indeed the promising talents he had chosen. He nodded and said, "Then let them try one by one." Donglong Qinghuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he laughed. To witness such a wonderful event today is truly the icing on the cake. Next, everyone returned to their seats. Feng Ao released the four cubs he had brought from the northern wilderness. Feng Jukin had previously learned about Yi Ranyan's four cousins. They knew them very well, so the monsters that Feng Ao brought were all quite compatible with them. The one chosen for Yi Yuhan was a giant ape from the sky-supporting ape clan. It even possesses some rare bloodline of the god of war, with its innate genes imprinted with the instinct for battle, and it will awaken many of the inheritances of the god of war clan as it grows. He excels in combat, not to mention his cultivation, but more importantly, his mental strength is also formidable. With it working together with Yi Yuhan, who possesses a natural spiritual body, cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort, allowing for rapid progress. Moreover, this giant ape has the same golden eyes as the golden-winged rock clan, and even its fur is golden. Yi Yuhan took a liking to the monkey the moment he saw it, and a hint of passion flickered in his usually calm and cold eyes. He really wants to get this little monkey now. It wasn't to avoid disappointing Yi Ranyan, but simply because she felt that this little thing was destined to be with her. Because Yi Yuhan's meridians had not recovered, and Feng Jukin had mentioned his condition before, the little monkey did not fight Yi Yuhan. Instead, when she looked at Yi Yuhan, her golden eyes used the demon beast's spiritual power to pull Yi Yuhan, who was currently unable to cultivate, into an illusion. In the illusion, Yi Yuhan's cultivation level was raised to the same level as its, and as long as it did not intend to harm him, it could not actually harm him. A human and a monkey engage in battle within the illusion. Monsters are naturally powerful, while humans are slightly inferior in martial arts, but have more intelligence. Yi Yuhan may not be able to defeat the ape, but his willpower is terrifying. Even if we lose, we will get back up and keep going. Time and time again. As if they never tire, never give up. This unwavering dedication, coupled with his reserved and restrained sword intent, ultimately allowed him to fight the ape to a draw, and even win. The moment he won, he felt a sense of lightness and returned to reality. The monkey squeaked twice, then nodded at him and stretched out its golden claws toward Yi Yuhan. Yi Yuhan was too exhausted, his face was pale, and he hadn't yet realized what had happened. It seems this young master is indeed outstanding. Congratulations on gaining Xiao Jin's approval. Quickly, perform the blood contract. Yi Yuhan then came to his senses and was instantly overjoyed. He quickly looked at Yi Ranyan. He wasn't a beast tamer, so he wouldn't know anything about contracts. Yi Ranyan transmitted an equal contract to him, and then he solemnly forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and said to the golden ape, "I will never betray your trust and will protect you in the future." The little monkey squeaked twice. The onlookers were all amazed. In their eyes, the little monkey and Yi Yuhan hadn't done anything, yet Yi Yuhan had been inexplicably accepted. Some people secretly disagreed, thinking that Yi Yuhan's meridians were now broken, so even if he had a spirit beast, it would be a waste. Regardless of what others thought, Yi Yuhan had already begun to happily recite the contract language. A golden light shone on the man and the monkey, and a special connection was instantly established between them. At the same time, the remaining 1/10 of the meridians in Yi Yuhan's body were miraculously healed without medicine and were instantly unblocked. Moreover, after signing with the demon beast, the feedback from its power allowed his cultivation to recover while his realm soared rapidly. Yi Yuhan disregarded everything else and quickly sat down to meditate, trying to break through while stabilizing his realm. Meanwhile, the other visitors from the Eastern Dragon capital were all stunned. One after another, gasps of surprise rang out. Recovered? Yi Yuhan, your cultivation has actually recovered? Not only has he recovered, my god, he actually broke through to the heavenly martial realm and reached the martial lord level? This is unbelievable. He must be the youngest martial lord in our Eastern Dragon Kingdom. What kind of magical beast is this? It actually has this kind of ability. My god. Yi Yuhan was already a prodigy who dominated an era in the capital. Now he has obtained such a miraculous spirit pet. His future is bound to be limitless. And all of this is largely thanks to his cousin. Didn't that person just say that he's his cousin's friend? And this spirit beast was also brought by his cousin through her friend. His cousin, wasn't she supposed to be a good-for-nothing from a remote town? How come she's so beautiful, so incredibly talented, and so amazing? Wow, I wish I had a cousin like that too. Countless people looked at Yi Yuhan with envy, jealousy, greed, and fear. In fact, if it weren't for the presence of the Eastern Dragon Azure Emperor and the unfathomable big shot who brought the demon beasts, some of them would have succumbed to greed and tried to steal the demon beasts. Seeing how many benefits Yi Yuhan gained after obtaining the demon beast, everyone's eyes also burned with desire as they looked at the other 3 demon beasts. Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch, who were the parties involved, were extremely excited. All 3 of them took the monsters that were testing them extremely seriously. This time, Feng Ao brought Yi Yuxuan a metal-eating beast, which even Yi Ranyan found a little enviable. You see, a metal-eating beast is like a giant panda to modern people. She never expected that there were giant pandas among the monsters. She was even a little envious of such cute creatures. Is the idea of sending a weapon refiner's iron-eating beast to devour all of my second cousin's magical artifacts? Yi Ranyan's expression became slightly subtle as she thought of this. Yi Yuxuan did not disappoint. Before long, he gained the recognition of the iron-eating beast and, with the help of Yi Ranyan, signed an equal contract with it. After the test for Yi Yulan was a small phoenix bird with a trace of phoenix blood. It could breathe out crimson flames comparable to strange fire, which would be of great help to Yi Yulan in alchemy. Yi Yulan also gained the little phoenix's approval. The final test for Yi Yuch turned out to be a small, blood-red snake. Yi Ranyan was somewhat surprised. Yi Yuch looked like a handsome young man straight out of a comic book, with red lips and white teeth, exuding youthful charm. Among his brothers, he seemed the most well-behaved. Unexpectedly, the spirit beast that Feng Jukan chose for him was the most sinister. However, that little red snake is also quite beautiful. Feng Ao probably noticed Yi Ranyan's surprise and explained to her, red snakes are naturally sensitive to lines and patterns. This clan has a strong ability to draw talismans. Even the iron-eating beast was chosen by the master because it could help your second cousin comprehend weapon crafting. Chapter 88 Silence Order. Yi Ranyan's understanding of demonic beasts was indeed not as extensive as Feng Jukan's. But it must be said that Feng Jukan really put a lot of effort into choosing monsters for his cousins. They treated her cousins so well, which shows they treated her very well too. Yi Ranyan decided that she would reward Feng Jukan properly when they met next time. These demonic beasts not only indirectly increased the combat power of my cousins, but also helped them improve their cultivation levels. This made the onlookers extremely envious. Many people had mixed feelings. Most of them thought that Yi Ranyan was able to get to know such a powerful person and obtain such a powerful beast for her family, because she was a beast tamer. If they become friends with Yi Ranyan later, is it possible that Yi Ranyan might give them spirit beasts? Many people are daydreaming. Donglong Tsungwang, however, had much more to think about. His eyes gleamed, and he immediately looked at Feng Ao. I have observed that these spirit beasts are exceptionally intelligent and outstanding. I wonder if you have any similar spirit beasts? If so, would you be willing to cooperate with my Eastern Dragon? My Eastern Dragon is willing to sign an equal contract with them. Clearly, with his knowledge and experience, he could tell that the 4 Yi brothers had signed equal contracts with the 4 little demon beasts. Song Huang indifferently. I need to go back and discuss this matter with my clansmen. Donglong Tsunghuang nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Afterwards, Feng Ao left with satisfaction for his 4 demonic beasts and 4 human companions. After he and the enormous rock that had made a grand entrance left, the slightly tense atmosphere in the Duke's mansion finally returned to normal. Donglong Tsunghuang did not remove the barrier he had set up around him. Feng Ao left. He looked at Yi Ranyan with his majestic and profound eyes and said, It seems that you have a wide network of connections. I hope you can help remind me of the matter I just discussed with that person in the future. Yi Ranyan nodded. Okay. The northern wilderness has scarce spiritual energy, so it would be a good thing if we could get out. Moreover, the Eastern Dragon Emperor promised an equal contract. Yi Ranyan felt that this matter might actually work out. Seeing Yi Ranyan agree so readily, Donglong Songlong also showed a rare faint smile on his face. Those below couldn't help but feel envious as Yi Ranyan spoke calmly with Donglong Songlong. With such insight and composure, who would dare say she came from a remote border town? In the past, they had actually attended quite a few welcome banquets. However, today's welcoming banquet for Yi Ranyan is undoubtedly the most thrilling. Her welcoming banquet was attended not only by His Majesty the Eastern Dragon, but also by the presidents of the 5 major guilds, who publicly revealed her as an all-around genius. In addition, Donglong Songlong also dealt with the eldest prince and a group of people for the Duke's mansion. Then, a mysterious powerful figure and a powerful spirit beast appeared with a spirit beast cub. Afterwards, Yi Yuhan recovered, and he and his brothers all experienced a significant increase in their cultivation levels. Now, Yi Yuhan is already a martial lord. They can uphold the family's prestige. It can be said that even if the old duke cannot be restored, with the Yi family brothers and Yi Ranyan around, the Duke's mansion's position as the pillar of the Eastern Dragon capital is as stable as Mount Tai. Within the Duke's mansion, there is a mysterious and unpredictable woman named Yi Ranyan, whose true strength is unknown and who seems to have extensive connections. In just one day, the Duke's mansion, which had been looked down upon because of Yi Kunshin and Yi Yuhan's serious injuries, instantly became the strongest family in the Eastern Dragon capital. They are even so strong that they inspire fear. Those who were on good terms with the Duke's mansion were naturally pleased to see it prospering. However, those who had designs on the Silver Dragon Guard and had old grudges against the Duke's mansion naturally felt even more threatened and increasingly felt they had to get rid of them as soon as possible. After all, if they really wanted to take action against the Duke's mansion, now might be the best opportunity. Because, no matter how powerful Yi Yuhan and his brothers are, no matter how amazing Yi Ranyan is, no matter how magical their spirit beasts are, they are ultimately too young. Their future is limitless. However, throughout history, countless geniuses have died young. Only those geniuses who can grow and develop are true geniuses. Countless people are restless and unsettled. Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu knew what was going on, and their worries outweighed their joy. After all, the Duke's mansion is too ostentatious today, and such ostentation is likely to offend people and make them want to rebel. Donglong Songlong was well aware of some people's thoughts, and he also knew the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Today, Yi Yuhan and his brothers, along with Yi Ranyan, are all pillars of Donglong in the future. He naturally had to take extra care of them. Moreover, even if they weren't pillars of the state, he couldn't possibly abandon them because of the relationship between the royal family and the Duke's mansion. Therefore, he coldly observed that everyone's emotions were roughly settled, and suddenly spoke up. Today, several juniors of the Duke's mansion have broken through one after another, which is a joyous occasion. The people around nodded in agreement. The young lady of the Duke's mansion is also a master of 5 different types of skills. It is no exaggeration to call her a prodigy. Everyone nodded again. Next year, the Holy Academy will begin enrolling students. I imagine many will be paying attention to the prodigies of our neighboring countries, but I do not wish to expose the Eastern Dragon's trump card too soon. Do you understand what I mean? Some of the people in the room were confused, while others had a vague idea in their minds, as if they understood what Donglong Songlong meant. Before they could figure it out, Emperor Donglong Songlong said, "I hope that you will not spread any of the things that happened at the Duke's mansion today." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and finally understood Donglong Songlong's intention. He was openly protecting the Duke's mansion, or rather, the younger generation of the Duke's mansion. Upon realizing this, everyone felt a pang of sadness. The Duke's family is truly blessed. It has stood firm for so many years. Just when it seemed that the old Duke and his eldest grandson were seriously injured and about to be in trouble, they recovered in just a few months, and their future even looked brighter than before. His Majesty the Emperor has always favored them. This family seems to be the relatives of a woman of destiny. Some people, after hearing Donglong Songlong's words, felt even more jealous. Deep down, they even secretly harbored the idea of outwardly complying while inwardly resisting. However, next, the domineering and cold voice of the Eastern Dragon Emperor rang out forcefully. Therefore, I ask everyone present not to resist, as I am about to activate the silencing order. Once the gag order is issued, everyone will be silenced regarding today's events. If one has the thought of speaking out, one will suffer. If one actually speaks out, even just a little bit, one will bleed from all 7 orifices and die. The silencing order can only be used by super-level powerhouses. Moreover, it takes a tremendous amount of mental energy to use it on just one person, let alone for so many people like the Eastern Dragon Azure Emperor. Many people in the audience felt like they were going to vomit blood. His Majesty the Emperor was too ruthless. Not only did he not give them any chance, but he was also willing to spend so much money to protect the Duke's mansion. Chapter 89. Your Majesty, you and my mother. Using a silencing order requires immense mental strength, let alone imposing a silencing order on so many people in the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, apart from Yi Kunshin, Yi Ranyan, and others. The mental and physical strength required for this is immense. Even His Majesty the Azure Emperor would find it difficult to accomplish this alone. But he possesses the Imperial seal, which allows him to mobilize the power of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom's destiny. Even so, after issuing a silencing order to all the guests present, including the servants of the Duke's mansion, Donglong Kanghuang's face turned slightly pale. Upon seeing this, Yi Kunshin was filled with immense gratitude. He said to everyone, "I am a little tired, please excuse me. Please make yourselves at home." After speaking, he said to the Eastern Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, please follow this old minister to the inner cabinet." Donglong Sangwang nodded. The crowd immediately rose to their feet and knelt down in unison, saying, "Respectfully seeing off your Majesty." Yi Yuhan and his brothers stayed behind to entertain the guests. Before Donglong Sangwang left, his gaze lingered on Yi Ranyan for a moment. The 5 guild leaders simultaneously moved closer to Yi Ranyan, thus abandoning the idea of inviting her over. Donglong Sangwang left. His powerful aura and oppressive force dissipated considerably, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. It also made things much more lively. Many people gathered around Yi Yuhan and his brothers to say nice things to them. The 5 union presidents gathered around Yi Ranyan, forming a circle that completely surrounded her. "Miss Ranyan, we studied the pills you refined yesterday. They are truly amazing. Not only is the purity 93%, but they also have an aura even at the 3rd grade. They are top-quality pills. If you refine pills like these again in the future, you must sell them to our alchemist guild first. We can discuss the price." 93%. They almost thought the instrument was malfunctioning. This was a legendary value. Yi Ranyan nodded to the other person. "Okay. As long as the price is right, it doesn't matter who you sell to. Miss Ranyan, could we also take a look at the spiritual artifact you crafted yesterday? I have already given it to my older cousin. If you want to study it, you can consult my older cousin." Guild leader of the weapon refiner hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right then. Miss Ranyan, I heard that you have done a lot of rune research for the 4th young master. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it to our rune guild so that we can study it together." "Okay, we'll talk about that later. Rune masters can learn runes at the rune guild. If Yi Ranyan sells some runes to the rune guild to strengthen the Eastern Dragon Rune Guild, it would also indirectly strengthen the Eastern Dragon Empire. The Eastern Dragon Empire is the original owner's homeland, and most of her relatives live there. Her homeland before she transmigrated was also in the east, and the people there were called descendants of the dragon. In addition, the Emperor of Tsang treated the Duke's mansion very well, so she had a good impression of the Eastern Dragon and hoped to increase the national strength of the Eastern Dragon Empire. "Miss Ranyan, I came to your Duke's mansion today and found that the defensive array of the Duke's mansion is extremely ingenious. I wonder if it was made by you?" Yi Ranyan nodded. "My cultivation is limited right now, and I also lack materials, so I have only roughly designed a form. When I have enough materials and sufficient cultivation, I will perfect it." The guild leader's eyes lit up. "I wonder if I could come and observe when Miss Ranyan sets up the array?" Yi Ranyan shook her head. "Sorry, I can't. That was her trump card to protect the Duke's mansion after she left Donglong to gain experience in the future. How could she let others see it so easily?" But before the array guild leader could even express his disappointment, Yi Ranyan added, "I can sell some arrays to guilds, just like the Rune Guild." The guild leader of the Formation Guild cheered again. "That's great. Thank you." He stepped aside contentedly, and it was finally the turn of the Beast Taming Guild president, who had been waiting for a long time. It should be noted that the 5 presidents held extraordinary positions and status. Even when meeting His Majesty the Eastern Dragon Emperor, he was only polite, but when facing Yi Ranyan, he was full of enthusiasm, even with a hint of flattery. "Miss Ranyan, I'd like to talk to you about the spirit beast cub we had today." Before he could even speak, Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "If you want to observe and understand the 4 spirit beast cubs, go talk to our 4 cousins. If you want to cooperate with Senior Feng and the others like His Majesty, then I will pass on your message, but I can't guarantee the outcome." The beast-taming guild leader opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. You really see right through me. This woman was not only stunningly beautiful and possessed an exceptional demeanor and extraordinary talent, but she was also remarkably shrewd and intelligent. She is probably the creator's most meticulous masterpiece, for at first glance, no one could find a single fault with her. Presidents, now that I've gone to your union to verify my identity, I am naturally a member of your union. We'll have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future, so there's no need to rush. The 5 guild leaders nodded in agreement, and their urgency in pursuing and intercepting Yi Ranyan lessened. However, others also wanted to curry favor with Yi Ranyan, and when the 5 guild leaders left, they crowded around her again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yi Ranyan quickly and skillfully slipped away. As soon as she stepped out of the courtyard, a maid was waiting outside. Upon seeing this, Yi Ranyan asked, "Where are my maternal grandfather and his majesty?" The other person looked at her with longing and envy and said, "Master has already gone to rest. This servant is here to wait for Miss, as his majesty wishes to see her." Yi Ranyan nodded. Coincidentally, she also wanted to talk to Donglong Tsonglong about her mother. The old duke was still suffering from toxins and was exhausted, so Su Baiyu accompanied him to rest. At this moment, Donglong Tsonglong was alone in the reception hall, drinking tea and flipping through a book with great familiarity, looking as relaxed and at ease as if he were at home. His Majesty. Yi Ranyan only performed a junior's greeting and did not kneel. Donglong Tsonglong closed the book he had been turning, raised his majestic eyes to look at her. His gaze was still sharp, but not cold. His eyes were fixed on Yi Ranyan's delicate face, with a hint of tenderness and nostalgia in them. His tone was much gentler than before when he spoke outside. Girl, come, sit down." Yi Ranyan didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Donglong Tsonglong liked straightforward people like this, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. "You and your mother are very similar." Before Yi Ranyan could speak, he added, "I'm not just talking about physical resemblance. There are other things too." Clearly, during the time before Yi Ranyan arrived, he had already learned from the old duke that their biological daughter, Yi Ranyan's mother, was Yi Kei. Yi Ranyan had already suspected that Donglong Tsonglong and her mother had something going on. Now that the Eastern Dragon Emperor was speaking in such a familiar tone, she felt more and more that he might really be her father, and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, are you and my mother old acquaintances?" The Eastern Dragon Emperor was no ordinary man. He saw through Yi Ranyan's thoughts at a glance. A half-smile appeared on his majestic face. "What? Do you doubt that I am your father?" Chapter 90. Another set of heavenly rank cultivation techniques. Yi Ranyan hadn't expected to ask so directly, but to her surprise, Donglong Tsonglong actually spoke up like that. She was speechless for a moment, then nodded silently. To be honest, this was the first time she had felt so embarrassed since she transmigrated. Donglong Tsonglong couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Then he sighed and said, "I really wanted to be your father, but alas." His tone couldn't help but become dejected. "I really am not." Yi Ranyan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. After all, although Donglong Tsonglong was a good father, he had concubines in his harem, and she didn't like that kind of father. Emperor Donglong was both amused and exasperated. "What's wrong? Judging from your expression, you really don't want me to be your father?" Before Yi Ranyan could answer, he continued, "It's true that I said I wanted to take you as my goddaughter." Yi Ranyan said, "That's not it." "What is that?" Yi Ranyan said, "I am a woman, and I understand women best. I hope my mother was treated with sincerity, the kind of person who is devoted to one person for life." Emperor Donglong wasn't angry, but rather wistful. "One life, one love? If she's willing, I have no objection. Unfortunately, she won't even give me a chance." Yi Ranyan glanced to the side. Her suspicions were correct. Donglong Tsonglong and her mother had an ambiguous relationship. However, it's one-sided. It was obvious that Donglong Tsonglong was in love with her mother, but whether it was an open or secret love, she didn't know. However, judging from Donglong Kanghuang's current undisguised attitude, it is clear that he is more likely in an open relationship. If those people in Xinjiang City who gossiped behind her back because her mother gave birth out of wedlock knew this, they would never have imagined that their most noble and powerful emperor would admire a woman like her mother, whom they considered immoral. "Your Majesty, do you know where my mother is?" Since Su Qingshan asked her to ask Donglong Tsonglong about her mother, then Donglong Tsonglong and her mother must be quite familiar with each other. Donglong Tsonglong shook his head. "I have already heard from your maternal grandfather that your mother has not returned for 7 years, and I do not know where she is. The last time I saw her was 8 years ago. At that time, she mentioned that she was going to Zhongzhou to see someone. Zhongzhou. Yi Ranyan knew that it was the very center of the Lingyu continent. I've heard that the place is rich and prosperous, teeming with geniuses and countless masters. Any one of them could wipe out a nation. The Eastern Dragon Empire was not a particularly powerful force in the Eastern region, and the Eastern region was merely a remote corner of the central continent. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed her expression. So this is Zhongzhou. It's so far away. No wonder I haven't returned for 7 years. Emperor Donglong, fearing that she would be disappointed if she had too high expectations, said, she only mentioned it, and I am not sure either. Thank you, Your Majesty. For many in the Eastern Dragon Empire, Zhongzhou might be a place they could never reach in their lifetime. Yi Ranyan, who possesses the memories inherited from the Empress, it is just a place that will take some time to reach. There is no sense that it is out of reach. I gave you the jade pendant before. You can use it to freely enter and leave the palace. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Thank you. Yi Ranyan did not refuse. Furthermore, I've heard that you possess remarkable medical skills, and that you were the one who awakened your maternal grandfather? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes. Donglong Tsangwang then asked, can you completely cure your grandfather? Yes, but it will take some time. Donglong Tsangwang nodded thoughtfully. Yi Ranyan asked curiously, is there a patient by His Majesty's side? Emperor Donglong laughed and said, you little rascal, you're really clever. That's right, I do have a patient here, but I'm afraid your current cultivation level is not enough to heal his injuries. Yi Ranyan was curious upon hearing this, but since Donglong Tsangwang did not intend to tell her now, she did not press him for details. Next, Donglong Tsangwang asked her about the 5 major guilds, expressed his optimism about her future, told her to work hard, and then left. Donglong Tsangwang left. The maids and servants serving him all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they all looked at Yi Ranyan with admiration. When facing the esteemed Emperor Tsangwang, they barely dared to breathe, and spoke with trepidation and extreme caution. The young lady they brought back from the border city of Qinyang remained calm and composed even when facing such a powerful emperor. That's absolutely amazing. Everyone was thinking it to themselves. However, considering how outstanding the young lady is, it's no wonder she's so remarkable. After seeing off Empress Donglong Tsang, Yi Ranyan went to Yi Yuhan's courtyard. Not only has Yi Yuhan recovered his cultivation, but he has also advanced to the martial lord level, becoming the youngest martial lord powerhouse of the Eastern Dragon Empire. He is currently very popular and is too busy to attend to the guests who came today. It wasn't until dusk that Yi Yuhan returned to his courtyard. Yi Ranyan sitting at the stone table in his courtyard, cultivating, he was somewhat surprised. Cousin, what are you doing here? Have you been waiting for me for a long time? It's all right. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yuhan, and when she saw the golden-haired monkey sitting cross-legged on Yi Yuhan's head, the corner of her mouth twitched. It took her a while to suppress her laughter before she said, Cousin is working hard for me. Today is her welcome banquet, but she has been hiding for most of the day. Instead, Yi Yuhan and his brothers have been helping her with the socializing. Although it's for my cousin, it's also my duty as the eldest grandson of the Duke's mansion. Yi Yuhan's sharp eyes softened in front of outsiders. He stroked the golden tail that hung from his head to his ear and said to Yi Ranyan, Cousin, I really like little gold. Thank you. To tease the wind with its long tail. Cousin, you're being too polite again. Yi Ranyan shook her head and took out a few sheets of xian paper from her sleeve. Cousin, after you finish reading this, memorize it, and then burn it. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yuhan's expression also became more serious. He took it and looked at it. At the very top were the words, Long Sky Sword Technique. What is this? Yi Yuhan had a slight guess in his heart, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Yi Ranyan said, This is the cultivation technique I'm giving you. It's also a heaven rank technique. If others find out about it, it might cause trouble. Upon hearing that this was a heaven rank cultivation technique, Yi Yuhan's hands couldn't help but tremble. The cultivation manuals on the market have different levels of mysterious and extraordinary powers. If one's cultivation level is not high enough, it is impossible to understand the cultivation manuals. Among them, the appearance of the heavenly rank would cause the heavens and earth to tremble, which was astonishing. The heaven rank cultivation techniques that appeared in Yi Ranyan's hands had all been processed by her spiritual power. At this moment, if Yi Ranyan hadn't said so, probably no one would have guessed that those few ordinary sheets of xian paper contained heaven rank cultivation techniques. Yi Ranyan deliberately processed the heavenly rank cultivation technique, so that even if Yi Yuhan's cultivation was insufficient, he could still remember the entire technique. Chapter 91. Perhaps you could be a little greedier. After giving the Long Sky Sword manual to Yi Yuhan, Yi Ranyan left. The entire Duke of Hyuguo's mansion gradually calmed down. But the hearts of everyone attending the welcome banquet today are far from calm. When they left the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, they seemed like completely different people compared to when they entered. What we saw and heard at the Duke's mansion today shocked almost everyone. They were eager to share and speak out, but the Eastern Dragon Emperor's silencing order hung over their heads like the blade of death. This forced them to keep such news to themselves, such as Yi Yuhan had recovered and advanced to the martial lord level. Yi Yuhan and his 4 brothers had obtained 4 divine spirit beasts, and Yi Ranyan was not a waste, but an all-around genius. They were feeling extremely uncomfortable from holding it in. All they could do was go home and warn the younger generation not to provoke the people of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, especially not to provoke Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan. Many people didn't take it seriously. Before Yi Ranyan's all-around genius identity was exposed and Feng Ao brought the demonic beasts, the people who were punished by Donglong Songhuang did not know what would happen next. Also spread that the Duke of Protectorate had offended the Eastern Dragon Emperor and had been punished with 50 strokes of the cane by him. Everyone assumed that the reason those people warned them not to provoke Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan was because the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion treasured this cripple who couldn't cultivate. It was probably because something happened at the banquet that made those people realize how important Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan were to the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, and they were afraid that they would offend the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, so they warned them. They assumed that the people returning from the banquet had suddenly changed their attitude because they were wary of the former Duke of Protectorate. They could never have imagined that those warnings were due to the immense power of Yi Yuhan and Yi Ranyan themselves. On the day of the welcoming banquet, the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion invited only the most important people in the family, and many younger members were not invited. Therefore, many people in the Imperial Capital Academy had not experienced what happened at the banquet. In their eyes, Yi Ranyan was still a madman who had no strength, but was audacious and dared to challenge the top class. However, no matter what the storms outside, the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion remained warm and peaceful. With her family, Yi Ranyan went straight to the black market. Everyone knew of her abilities, and because they each wanted to get to know their own monster companions, they didn't go together. Wearing a fox mask, Yi Ranyan walked alone on the streets of the black market. Everyone here wears a mask, and even acquaintances might pass each other without knowing each other. Yi Ranyan came to give Master Yi his final acupuncture treatment and also to hold a consultation at the black market pharmacy. However, before she even reached the black market medicine pavilion, she sensed a powerful spiritual force suddenly locking onto her. Yi Ranyan recalled the first time she came to the black market in the capital, when someone ambushed her and Yi Yulan. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she skillfully walked into a well-designed dead end. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy behind her, she immediately became alert. However, before even taking a step, I caught a whiff of a familiar and pleasant scent, like that of cedar trees. Yi Ranyan withdrew her spiritual power, but her hand followed the previous movement, grabbing the other person's collar. She used the momentum to get closer to the other person, looking at the other person's clean and neat jawline, her red lips slightly curved, and a beautiful and bright smile appeared on her face. Why so early tonight? The man lowered his head slightly, his dark hair cascading down to reveal an incomparably handsome face. He was thinking about the techniques the Fox clan had taught him. Without concealing her feelings, she faced Yi Ranyan with her most genuine heart and said the most sincere words, "I miss you." I missed her, so I came early. Yi Ranyan was surprised. She thought that this fool would keep his thoughts to himself, just like the previous times. Unexpectedly, this guy's gotten the hang of playing straight now. That's incredibly fast progress. Thinking of the 4 little demon beasts that Feng Ao had sent today, Yi Ranyan's smile deepened, and her beautiful eyes gazed intently at the handsome face so close to hers. You've been exceptionally honest today, and thank you for choosing the spirit beasts for my cousins. They're all very suitable. The man gazed at her silently. I'm glad you like it. I really like it, so today, I want to reward you. I wonder what kind of reward you would like. The man's dark, deep eyes grew even more unfathomable. His slightly raised throat bobbed, and his voice was low and husky. I want to hug you. Because of the bloodline defect of the War God clan, he had to seal his cultivation and sever his meridians, and he was constantly suffering contact with his destined person and embracing Yi Ranyan was the only way to alleviate his pain and fill the longing in his heart. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, her lovely pupils shimmering with light, exuding extraordinary charm. Perhaps you could be a little more greedy. The man's heart skipped a beat. Even the most ruthless and indifferent man, when he meets a woman he likes, has some instinctive desires ingrained in his bones. He hadn't finished speaking. Yi Ranyan tiptoed, and her soft, sweet lips landed on the man's thin, red lips. Touch and then leave. But that silky smooth feel and sweet fragrance are enough to thrill any man. The man stood frozen in place, his body stiff. Yi Ranyan smiled and let go of him. I'll do it myself. Before the man could answer, she asked again. Jukin, I wonder if you are satisfied with this reward? Feng Jukin swallowed again, his dark eyes fixed on Yi Ranyan's full, soft red lips. He whispered, You're taking advantage of me. Yi Ranyan, who had been trying her best to remain calm, blushed instantly. The next moment, after a dizzying moment, she was pinned tightly against the wall by Feng Jukin, trapped between his chest and the wall in a restraining position. Yi Ranyan opened her rosy lips in shock. Feng Jukin has actually learned how to do a wall slam? She was still in shock. The next moment, the man lowered his head and whispered, So, I'm going to get it back. The last lingering sound disappeared between their touching lips. Unlike Yi Ranyan's quick departure, Feng Jukin came with overwhelming force, domineering and aggressive. However, since it was his first time, he was clueless and reckless, which made him appear impulsive and headstrong. Yi Ranyan's teeth ached from the impact, and her lips were bitten raw. You. But before he could speak, he was silenced. A long time. For a long, long time. It wasn't until a masked man reeking of alcohol stumbled into a dead end that the two were awakened. The two seemed to regain their senses instantly and separated immediately. Yi Ranyan's face flushed slightly from holding her breath. She glared at Feng Jukin with her beautiful, watery eyes, wiped the water from her lips, and said irritably, You've got quite the nerve. Chapter 92. He's the man I've set my sights on. Feng Jukin gazed at her intently with his dark eyes, and after a moment of silence, said, It is impolite not to reciprocate. ? Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes widened even more. Did you learn bad habits from someone? Before Feng Jukin could speak, she asked again, Who have you been spending time with lately? Or what kind of demon? Feng Jukin did not hide anything. The Fox Clan. The Fox Clan. Yi Ranyan was speechless as she thought of the fox spirits throughout history. Perhaps this was a case of one is influenced by one's surroundings. But it's quite exciting when Feng Jukin is a bit domineering and forceful at times. Yi Ranyan pulled out a mask from her spatial storage and handed it to Feng Jukin. When you come to a place like this, you need to bring this. Feng Jukin accepted it. Let's go. Yi Ranyan knew that Feng Jukin's early visit to her tonight was definitely routine. She handed him 2 spatial beast eggs, which Feng Jukin had set up with restrictions so that others could not see them. Then, as he walked with Yi Ranyan, he began to transmit power to the eggs. Yi Ranyan took Feng Jukin to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. Master Yi personally received her once again. Now, everyone in the Black Market Medicine Pavilion knows that this young lady with the fox mask is a distinguished guest whom Master Yi treats as an honored guest. Her alchemy and medical skills seem to be even more impressive than Master Yi's. Last night, in the Black Market Pharmacy, there were several patients who even Master Yi couldn't treat, but this Miss Fox cured them with ease. Her medical skills were truly amazing. Previously, the Black Market Pharmacy and the patients who came here treated this Miss Fox differently because of Master Yi's high regard for her. But since last night, everyone has begun to respect Miss Fox herself. Tonight, as soon as Yi Ranyan appeared, everyone at the Black Market Medicine Pavilion couldn't help but smile and humbly and respectfully let her inside. Beside her stood Feng Jukin, tall and imposing, whose high nose bridge, perfect jawline, and deep black eyes could not be concealed even with a mask on. With his extraordinary temperament and powerful aura, he would immediately capture people's attention no matter when or where he appeared. As soon as they followed Master Yi inside, many people behind them began to whisper and discuss with curiosity. Miss Fox has visited our Black Market Medicine Pavilion several times. Apart from last night, she always seems to be accompanied by several distinguished men. The one she brought today seems even more extraordinary. I really don't know who she is, that she has so many talented young men by her side. Miss Fox's medical skills are so high, she must be no ordinary person. The strange thing is, we don't seem to have such a skilled female alchemist in Dongwon. Judging from Miss Fox's voice, she's quite young. The highest-ranking young alchemist in Donglong seems to be the eldest daughter of the Fong family, who is also the future crown prince's consort. Could Miss Fox be her? Now that you mention it, that's possible. I've heard that although Miss Fong doesn't have any older brothers, she seems to have several cousins who are the pride of heaven. Do you think that if Miss Fox is Miss Fong, the people who came the previous times might have been her cousins, and the one who came today is His Highness the First Prince? No sooner had someone said that than a firm voice rang out. Impossible. Everyone turned to look at that person. The man said, "You guys are all slow to get the news, aren't you? You don't know yet that the Duke of Huguo's mansion has severed ties with the Fong family. It's impossible for those proud sons of the Duke of Huguo's mansion to come out with the eldest daughter of the Fong family. Furthermore, Miss Fong is only a second-grade alchemist, while our master Yi is a third-grade alchemist. How could he possibly be so respectful to a second-grade alchemist?" 2. Everyone nodded, then became confused again. So who exactly is that Miss Fox? Inside the room, Master Yi, who was receiving treatment from Yuranyan, was also curious about Feng Jukin's identity. I pride myself on having seen countless people, yet I have never met one so unfathomable. It seems that you, Miss Fox, are surrounded by truly talented individuals. Yes. Yuranyan nodded affirmatively. He is indeed very outstanding. After all, he is the man I have my eye on. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Yuranyan had brought all the Yi brothers except Yi Yuhan to the site. Master Yi thought this one would be the same as the previous ones, but he never expected that the two of them would have such a relationship. Feng Jukin's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He never expected that Yuranyan would say in front of others that he was the man she had her eye on. Only then did he belatedly recall the kiss he had shared in the dead end. At the time, he thought it was just a passing fancy. It wasn't until she admitted that he was the man she had her eye on that he finally realized what was happening. Nightstain's sound. Does this mean they've acknowledged their destined relationship? Yes. Have they agreed to form a bond with him? An unprecedented feeling of joy welled up in his heart, a wonderful feeling that was hard to describe in words, causing Feng Jukin to unconsciously draw a smile on his lips, a smile that he himself was unaware of. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, he would have wanted to hold her tightly in his arms. But with Master Yi still around, he had no choice but to hold back. Yuranyan was unaware of Feng Jukin's thoughts, but admitting to Feng Jukin that she had taken a liking to him made her cheeks flush slightly. Well then, congratulations to you both. Master Yi's words broke the strange silence in the room. If one day I am fortunate enough to learn the young lady's identity, when you two hold your wedding banquet, please don't forget to invite me to join you for a drink. A wedding banquet? Yuranyan hadn't thought that far ahead. She originally wanted to tease Feng Jukin a bit before falling in love with him, but ever since she learned about his bloodline being imprisoned, she felt that as his destined one, every day she delayed being with him would cause him more pain. So, since she had already taken a liking to this man, she stopped hiding it and openly expressed it. But, to form a contract and get married? It's so far away. After all, she has just turned 16. In her previous life, in the 21st century, she was still a minor and had not yet reached the legal marriage age. About this, Yuranyan didn't answer Master Yi's question in time. Feng Jukin, who was visiting the black market medicine pavilion for the first time, said slowly, "All right. This is the first human, besides the Northern Wilderness Demon clan, to congratulate them." Even the usually ruthless and indifferent Feng Jukin was willing to exchange a few words with him. Time passed by in casual conversation. Ranyan pulled out all the golden needles from Master Yi's body. This last time, there was no more black blood on the gold needle. With a strange fire, Yuranyan put them back in her needle box and smiled at Master Yi, saying, "You must have felt it too. The poison in your body has been completely removed. From now on, as long as you use the correct alchemy method I gave you, there will be no more problems." Yi, who had been suffering from elixir poisoning and almost thought he would never be able to continue alchemy, was moved to tears upon hearing this. Chapter 93. You don't want to take responsibility? Thank you, Miss Fox. After dressing properly, Master Yi solemnly bowed to Yuranyan. Yuranyan said calmly, "There's no need for that. You've given me more than enough. I promise to heal you. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." After all, her treatment wasn't free. Master Yi shook his head. Although he paid a price to receive Yuranyan's treatment, Yuranyan's healing was tantamount to a rebirth, almost changing his fate. Of course, he couldn't take it in stride. Yuranyan ignored him and asked directly, "Where are the patients tonight?" Master Yi quickly asked her to move aside. There are 2 patients who need your help tonight. Yi Ranyan nodded. Let's go. You lead the way. That night, when the moon was high in the sky, Yi Ranyan left the black market with Feng Jukin. Once only the 2 of them remained. Feng Jukin, who was walking beside Yi Ranyan, hesitated for a moment before reaching out and taking Yi Ranyan's soft little hand in his. Yi Ranyan turned her head to look at him in surprise. But it did not break free. Union? Feng Jukin asked her. So, you're willing to form a bond with me? Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Do you think any random man can touch me? Of course not. Then why are you asking such a pointless question? Despite being scolded, Feng Jukin was still happy, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Then, I will go and prepare for our marriage ceremony. Cough. Hearing Feng Jukin say that, Yi Ranyan almost choked on her own saliva. No, that won't do. She waved quickly. Feng Jukin's handsome face instantly fell, and his tone became lower. Why? Don't you want to take responsibility? I didn't do anything, so why am I being asked to take responsibility? Despite saying that, Yi Ranyan still shook their clasped hands. Alright, don't be angry. I'm just still young and haven't found my mother yet. So how can I casually make a lifelong commitment? Of course, her mother was just an excuse. The main reason was that her body was only 16 years old, which was too young. Upon hearing this, Feng Jukin looked at her exquisitely beautiful but still somewhat childish face and nodded. You are indeed still young. I was too hasty. We'll become sworn brothers whenever you want in the future. Of War Clan, finding their destined one is an immense blessing. His destined one is now willing to be with him, which is already an immense blessing. We've waited so many years, of course we don't mind waiting a few more. When I have time later, I'll take you to the War God clan and its subordinate forces to announce your identity to them. Yi Ranyan's brow twitched slightly. There's no rush. She wanted to be stronger before going. That way, some of those people won't think she's not good enough for him. Feng Jukin was unaware of her thoughts, but he still nodded and listened to her. After a slight pause, he asked her again. So, when do you plan to introduce me to your family? Goodness. So that's where she was waiting. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but laugh. Now is not a good time. Let's find a better time later and give Grandpa and Grandma a surprise. The 2 held hands and returned to the Duke of Huguo's mansion. When they arrived at the gate, Yi Ranyan let go of his hand and said, Thank you for keeping me company tonight. You should go back and rest. Feng Jukin's thin lips moved slightly, but he ultimately said nothing, only nodding. Okay, but you go first. I'll watch you go in before I leave. Yi Ranyan didn't bother with him. She waved to him and turned to enter the mansion. Feng Jukin gazed intently at her retreating figure, a hint of reluctance flickering in his dark eyes. Yun-gu, who was protecting Yi Ranyan from the shadows, was stunned by what she saw along the way. Until Yi Ranyan returned to the courtyard and asked Yi Ranyan with a strange expression, Young miss, that young master. As she spoke, her expression became conflicted, as if she didn't know how to continue. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Ranyan smiled and said, He will be your future son-in-law. Yun-gu was filled with mixed feelings. She had practically watched Yi Ranyan grow up. The Yi Ranyan of the past was timid, insecure, and lacked self-confidence. But now she had finally become confident and beautiful, even more outstanding than her mother had been back then. She wanted to see her young mistress shine even brighter, and wondered what kind of person could be worthy of such an outstanding young lady. She envisioned her young lady going to a wider stage in the future, meeting more accomplished people, and then seeking a partner. But unexpectedly, the young lady's life had just begun to shine when she was easily abducted. She was torn between reluctance, blessings, resentment, and regret. Perhaps, the young lady will meet someone even better in the future? She thinks a lot, and her thoughts are complicated. Yi Ranyan never thought of finding someone more outstanding. She only looked for those she liked, and who caught her eye. Moreover, she trusts her own judgment. She only chooses the best. By the way, Aunt Yun. Her fingertip, Yi Ranyan sent a wisp of light into Yun-gu's mind. Yun-gu was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she was utterly horrified. She was at the heavenly martial realm, while Yi Ranyan was 2 realms lower than her, yet she was able to invade her consciousness as if it were empty. Yi Ranyan implanted a set of cultivation techniques into Yun-gu's sea of consciousness. You've been stuck in the heavenly martial realm for many years, haven't you? This set of cultivation techniques can help you break through the shackles and reach a higher level. She only broke through her mental strength tonight while treating patients at the black market pharmacy. With her previous mental strength, She couldn't directly input her thoughts into the minds of people whose souls weren't connected to hers, so she could only hand copy the secret manual for Yi Yuhan and the others. However, after her breakthrough in mental strength today, she will no longer need to copy by hand. Was this given to the young lady by that young master? Is it all right for the young lady to hand it to me like this? It doesn't matter. You don't need to know how it came to be. It's mine now, and I can decide who gets it. Yun Gu's heart, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Thank you, young lady. Yi Ranya nodded. She was always protective of her own and would never mistreat anyone who treated her well. Aunt Yun had always been loyal in protecting her safety, so it was no big deal for her to give her a set of cultivation techniques. Besides, Yun Gu is her protector, and her higher cultivation level will also benefit her. Soon, the two finished their conversation and went their separate ways. I slept well all night. The next day, Yi Ranyan woke up feeling refreshed and full of energy. She decided not to skip class again and prepared to go to the Imperial Academy to study and cultivate. Recently, Master Yi's erysipelas was cured, fourth cousin Yi Yuch's weakness was resolved, and eldest cousin Yi Yuhan's broken pulse was restored. She couldn't cure her grandfather's spiritual power for the time being, so she had to leave it aside. There were no other particularly important or urgent matters, so she planned to focus on her cultivation in the coming days to prepare for the upcoming monthly exam at the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, she even had a bet with the instructor of the top-tier class during that assessment. Chapter 94. Yi Ranyan's Strength? For the next period of time, Yi Ranyan went to the Imperial Capital Academy to cultivate every day. The martial arts techniques taught by the instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy were extremely simple for her. She could learn them with just a glance. Furthermore, she would help other students in the yellow class learn. Over time, she unknowingly became the leader of the yellow class. Although there were rumors outside that Yi Ranyan was a good-for-nothing, the people in the yellow class didn't believe it at all. In their hearts, Yi Ranyan was a unique genius. At the same time, they kept Yi Ranyan's excellence a secret, fearing that during the monthly exam, the top-performing class would become wary of her because of her outstanding abilities. The yellow class, which had always been the worst class in the academy, showed remarkable unity and diligence during this period. With the guidance of Yi Ranyan, even those who weren't particularly talented made rapid progress. After a month or two, each person actually gained more than the students in the top-tier class. The person who was most amazed and fortunate about this was Lu Rong, the instructor of the yellow class. At this moment, she felt very grateful to Jiao Rifan, the tutor of the top-tier class, for not liking Yi Ranyan, and she was also very fortunate that Jiao Rifan had the foresight to take Yi Ranyan into the yellow-tier class. Yi Ranyan seems to possess a kind of magic. Everyone around her is outstanding, and even those who weren't originally outstanding become more outstanding under her influence. Such role models are a blessing to any group, regardless of which group they belong to. And now, it is their yellow class who are enjoying this good fortune. At the same time, Lu Rong also realized that Yi Ranyan was a capable and opinionated person, probably because she came from the Duke of Huguo's mansion. She had originally intended to explain Yi Ranyan's upcoming monthly exam, but now it seemed unnecessary. She believed that Yi Ranyan herself might have done even better than she had been told. Yi Ranyan focused on her cultivation, and her cultivation level steadily improved. Meanwhile, the people in the Alchemy Guild also knew about Yi Ranyan's answer to the questions on the QA wall, and this matter instantly caused a sensation in all the branches of the Alchemy Guild in the entire eastern region. In order to protect Yi Ranyan and prevent her from drawing too much attention, the president of the Donglong Alchemy Guild branch decided to cover up the matter after careful consideration. They didn't tell the other branch alchemists who had answered the questions on the QA wall. After all, not all human cultivators are good people. There are also evil cultivators who practice evil arts and mingle among people, specifically targeting humans and committing all sorts of evil deeds. Rumor has it that even in the Central Plains, there are powerful prodigies who have been assassinated by evil cultivators, let alone their small eastern dragon capital. If a genius like Yi Ranyan were to be discovered by evil cultivators, it would be very difficult to protect her. This was also the reason why Yi Kunshan and Su Bu were worried about Yi Ranyan's sharp edge on the day of the banquet, and it was also the real reason why Donglong Tsangwang issued the silencing order. They were all protecting her. The current president of the Alchemist Guild is also one of them. Yi Ranyan herself didn't know much about these things. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The monthly exam of the Imperial Academy is just around the corner. Nowadays, the entire Imperial Capital Academy is more lively than usual, and even the senior students who went out to do missions have returned to participate in this assessment for students of different grades. As the date drew closer, more and more people in the academy began to frequently mention the bet between Yi Ranyan and Jiao Rifan, the tutor of the top-tier class. Many people think she is likely to lose the bet and have to leave the academy. However, the most outrageous thing is, I heard that the 4 young masters of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion dote on her very much. This time, the 4th young master even personally set up a business at the academy. Not only that, because most people in the academy did not think Yi Ranyan would win, they all bet on Yi Ranyan to lose. In a fit of anger, the 4th young master placed a bet of 5 million high-grade spirit stones by himself. My goodness, 4th young master is too extravagant. Moreover, it's not just the 4th young master who did this. The other 3 young masters did too. Oh, right. There's also Meng Qiu, the tigress from the Meng family, one of the 4 great families, and Qi Weivai from the Qi family. They all bet on Yi Ranyan and won. Are they supporting Yi Ranyan so strongly because they are her relatives and friends, spending money to support her, or do they believe in her abilities? If we believe in her abilities, then she certainly can't be as useless and simple as outsiders say. Who knows? The yellow class and everyone else who had contact with her kept their mouths shut and refused to reveal a single detail. To this day, no one knows her true strength. Really? Isn't it obvious to a high-level cultivator the cultivation level of a low-level cultivator? But he has magical artifacts to conceal his cultivation level. After all, the 2nd young master of the Duke's mansion is a 3rd-grade weapon refiner. After a moment of silence, the crowd couldn't help but swear. Damn, you know what? Those people in the Duke of Protectorate's mansion really know how to be born into the right family. The crowd was unclear about Yi Ranyan's strength. Although most people thought she was a useless piece of trash, some of the followers of the 4 young masters of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion were willing to believe that their cousin was also very capable. Therefore, many people who originally thought Yi Ranyan was bound to lose became curious and interested in the outcome. Amidst this high level of attention and interest, time flew by, and the day of the monthly exam for freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, everyone in the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion got up very early. They all seemed more nervous than Yi Ranyan herself, but they were afraid of affecting Yi Ranyan's condition, so they didn't even dare to speak loudly. Even though everyone in the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion felt that Yi Ranyan would definitely win. Chapter 95. Changing the assessment method leads to targeting. The monthly exams at Imperial Capital Academy are considered a major event for the academy. The college only has 2 assessments a year, a monthly exam and a final exam. The monthly exams are particularly important for freshmen, as poor results may lead to expulsion. The monthly exam format at Imperial Capital Academy is mostly the same every year, consisting of freshmen competing against each other. However, in a few years, there are occasional changes and new assessment methods. Before the assessment day arrived, no one knew exactly what the assessment method would be. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's assessment will likely be a one-on-one battle, just like in previous years. It is said that on this day, the mentors, who rarely gather together, will all appear, but Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, will remain in seclusion in the back mountain and will not show up. The person in charge of the monthly exam for freshmen should be Vice Dean Xiao Yiren. Thinking of this person, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. For the past month and a half, Xiao Yiren hadn't caused her any trouble, but she hadn't let her guard down because of it. On the contrary, she was more wary of him. Besides the elders from the academy, all the students from the 4 classes, Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, were present. Unlike previous years, today, before the monthly exam began, there were quite a few senior students who came to watch the proceedings. Among them, the most sensational were some of the senior brothers and sisters who are now ranked at the top of the Qingyun ranking. Each of them was greeted with cheers from the audience and admiring glances from the freshmen. The appearance of the 4 sons of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion brought the atmosphere to its peak. The eldest young master has come too. I vaguely heard rumors that his cultivation has recovered, but I wonder if it's true or not. After Yi Yuhan's meridians recovered, his cultivation level also advanced to Martial Lord. For him, the Imperial Capital Academy no longer held any significance for him to stay there, so he rarely came to the academy. But every time he comes, he attracts a lot of attention. My God, the 4th young master is still so handsome. The 2nd young master is still as handsome and dashing as ever. Wah, the 3rd young master is still incredibly handsome. These four young masters standing together are like gods descended to earth, and with Yi Ranyan's perfect looks, sob. To be honest, I even want to apply for a maid position at the Duke of Fugio's mansion. Putting everything else aside, just looking at these people's faces makes me feel like I could live many more years. I'm so envious. I really want to join them. I wonder what kind of woman could catch their eye. I heard that Meng Xiao, the tigress of the Meng family, one of the four great families, is getting very close to Yi Ranyan, just so she can become her cousin-in-law. Yi Ranyan, who happened to be passing by, heard this and her lips twitched slightly. She can vouch for Meng Xiao. That girl only has beautiful women in her head, regardless of gender. She's completely clueless. Even if she likes her four cousins, she'll only like them for their looks. Moreover, Meng Xiao's favorite person was her. After all, she was the most beautiful. Yi Yuhan and his brothers were used to the admiration and adoration of others. They were neither vain nor arrogant because of it, nor did they reciprocate. Since they had no interest in it, they would not deliberately provoke others. The group made their way through the crowd. Yi Ranyan saw the direction of the yellow class and said to Yi Yuhan and his brothers, "Cousins, I'm going. Go for it. Yunyan, we're all cheering you on from the audience." Yi Yuhan scanned the arena and saw that there were only the three arenas where everyone usually trained. A hint of emotion flashed across his sharp eyes as he said to Yi Ranyan, "Cousin, I think this year's assessment method may be different from previous years. The top-ranked class may target you together, so be careful." Yi Ranyan's delicate eyebrows curved, and her red lips curled into a confident smile. "Don't worry, I won't lose." Upon seeing this, the four Yi brothers all showed faint smiles. This is a testament to the confidence and dazzling recognition of Yi Ranyan. Their smiles drew gasps of admiration from the audience, causing many female students to have hearts in their eyes. This also made the other male students feel bitter. As for Yi Ranyan, she was beautiful, but they dared not have any wild ideas. Everyone knew how badly the Yi brothers warned a spoiled brat who didn't know Yi Ranyan's identity had been warned by her. Even if a beauty is beautiful, if winning her heart requires overcoming four mountains, then forget it. It's best to just admire it from afar. As time passed, the students from the four classes of heaven, earth, black, and yellow arrived first, followed by the instructors. When the atmosphere was just right, Vice Dean Xiao Yaran finally arrived late. With a faint smile on his face, he said a lot of polite words to everyone before finally speaking. In order to give everyone a surprise, the Academy will not announce the assessment method in advance every year. And this year, after discussions with the dean, we decided to implement a new assessment method. Upon hearing this, the students of Imperial Capital Academy couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Yi Yuhan, sitting in the spectator stands, frowned slightly. As expected, Yi Ranyan, a student in the yellow class, noticed Xiao Yaren's malicious gaze falling on her. She glanced at him indifferently, then looked away, only to see Jiao Rifan, the top-tier homeroom teacher, staring intently at her with a smug, cold smile not far away. Okay, Yi Ranyan understands now. She must have been targeted in this monthly exam. Chapter 96. The assessment begins. However, even when targeted, Yi Ranyan remained completely calm. After all, with so many people watching the freshman's monthly exam, she didn't believe that Xiao Yaran and Jiao Rifan would dare to do anything blatantly under everyone's watchful eyes. Besides, since the instructors couldn't personally participate in the assessment, Yi Ranyan wasn't afraid of the other freshmen like her. Therefore, no matter how obvious Xiao Yaren's malice was, or how smug Jiao Rifan was, the expression on her face didn't even change in the slightest. Finally, Xiao Yijin began to announce the new assessment rules. The assessment will take place at our academy's trial grounds. Before the assessment begins, all students will be given identity tokens, which will record points. Each time a spirit beast is killed, the points on the identity token will accumulate. In addition to killing spirit beasts, teammates can also plunder each other's points. Losing an identity token is equivalent to elimination. The trial grounds is a small, secret cultivation area within the Imperial Capital Academy. The secret realm contains many spirit beasts, mostly low-level ones, making it a good place for students to hone their combat skills. Many people couldn't help but nod after hearing the rules. This assessment was innovative, but not outrageous, which piqued everyone's interest. After Xiao Yaran finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and identity tokens appeared in front of all the freshmen in the four classes of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The freshmen grabbed their ID tags and pinned them to their collars. They had a row of zeros on them. All right, I will now escort you in. Remember, The assessment will last for 6 hours. When the time is up, all new students will be ejected. Also, if you lose your identity token before the end of the assessment, you will also be ejected. As soon as Xiao Yiren finished speaking, a blinding white light shone down from the sky, enveloping the new students of the academy. Then, one by one, the new students turned into streaks of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. After the last freshman disappeared, Xiao Yiren directly activated the projection stones that the academy had placed in the trial grounds. Those projection stones projected a large screen of light in front of the audience seats. The screen displayed the figures of most of the students. However, due to the large number of students and the limited number of screens, not all students could be projected onto the screen at the same time. However, the projected image can be controlled and changed randomly, giving all students a chance to appear on screen. Each student can also steal points from each other. In the audience, Yi Yuch repeated the rule Xiao Yiren had mentioned, his brow furrowing slightly. This means that in addition to hunting spirit beasts to earn points, they can also steal from other students. This rule is undoubtedly the best for the students in the top-tier class. Everyone knows that the students in the top-tier class are all very strong. The students in the 4 classes, Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, are of varying strengths. Now that they are placed in the same place, they can also steal each other's points. If a student from the Heaven class is willing, they could even eliminate all the students from the Earth, Mystery, and Yellow classes. In previous years, every student had the opportunity to perform, but this year it will probably become the opportunity for the top students to perform. There's a bet between Union and the top-tier class, and the current rules are very favorable to the top-tier class. The 4 Yi brothers spoke one after another, their moods slightly heavy. The only thing to be thankful for is that the trial grounds are quite large, and those from the top-tier class may not be able to encounter Union. Yi Ranyan was unaware of the worries the Yi brothers had for her. After a dizzying sensation, she found herself in a space where the spiritual energy was several times denser than outside. As expected of a secret realm, the spiritual energy here is much richer than outside. Yi Ranyan was not in a hurry at all. Instead, she took this opportunity to begin meditating and cultivating. There was a light screen outside, projecting the scene on Yi Ranyan's side as it moved, leaving the people outside speechless with amazement. Who is that woman? Why is she so calm? Everyone else is rushing to find spirit beasts. Why is she still cultivating? Isn't that Yi Ranyan? Yi Ranyan? Is that the Yi Ranyan who made the bet with the top-tier class teacher? Why isn't she moving? Can't she even kill the lowest-level spirit beast? Or does she naively believe that as long as she doesn't move, the students in the top-tier class won't be able to find her? With this new rule, students can steal each other's points. I think Yi Ranyan will be eliminated very soon. Inside the trial grounds, cultivating for a while, Yi Ranyan's spiritual power reached its peak, and she began to move. She hadn't set off yet. Instead, she remained where she was, planting her battle flags. Is this setting up an array? She actually knows such an obscure skill as formations? Is this just an act? Then, in the room, the students learning formations, as well as the instructors who specialize in teaching formations, were all staring at Yi Ranyan on the projection screen with shining eyes. What a clever idea. I've never seen this formation before, but it feels very intriguing. She's a promising talent for learning formations. Otherwise, after the monthly exam, I'll plead for her to stay at the Imperial Capital Academy, and I'll take her as my disciple. As everyone was discussing, they suddenly realized that Yi Ranyan had disappeared from the screen. Huh? What's going on? Could that formation just now have concealed one's presence? A formation capable of concealing one's aura and whereabouts must be at least rank 3. How could someone whom everyone considers a good-for-nothing possibly set one up? Everyone was completely baffled. Zhao Rifan, from the top-tier class, looked extremely unpleasant. This Yi Ranyan seems to be more troublesome than he imagined. However, that's not all. After setting up the formation, Yi Ranyan sat down again, seemingly fearless. This time, thanks to the protective invisibility array, she was able to confidently unleash her powerful mental energy. Because she cultivates a mental power technique, her mental power is incredibly strong. With just her mental power, she can crush others with absolute dominance. Her mental power spread outwards like a tide, and the situation within a radius of 1 mile, 10 miles, or even 100 miles instantly appeared in her mind, forming a 3-dimensional image. At this moment, she could clearly sense not only the spirit beasts within 100 miles, but also the students within 100 miles. Yes, it's time to hunt. It's time to make our move. After seeing the map of the surrounding area, Yi Ranyan got up, stretched her limbs, and then nimbly flew to a tree, grabbed a vine, and swung away into the distance. The moment she appeared, the audience gasped in surprise once again. She's out. I thought she was afraid of the top students and wanted to hide until the end of the assessment. Yi Ranyan started moving. Those people were even more surprised. She's very agile. That's incredibly fast. Is that some kind of movement technique? The way it's used is amazing. I've heard that only those with a cultivation level of martial lord or higher can fly. Her speed is practically the same as flying. Huh? She's so unlucky. She actually ran into a second-tier spirit beast. Chapter 97. Yi Ranyan is doomed. A second-tier spirit beast. It would take someone at least at the 5th level of the Yuanyu realm to defeat that, right? I heard that Yi Ranyan has only just learned to cultivate, and she's probably only at the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit martial realm. If she encounters a second-tier spirit beast, she'll only have death on her hands. Yes, even if the Duke of Protectorate's mansion gave her spiritual artifacts and talismans, with her level, killing a 1st-tier spiritual beast would be quite an achievement. Most people who didn't know Yi Ranyan were talking about it. Knew Yi Ranyan remained calm, and even harbored a secret expectation. They should let those who looked down on her see for themselves just how amazing their union was. And a very small number of people who had attended the welcoming banquet were speechless. Yi Ranyan revealed her identity as an all-around rank 3 master that day. Being able to become a 3rd-grade master means that the spiritual power in her body can support her to refine 3rd-grade items. It also means that her cultivation level is at least at the Sunyu realm, far exceeding that of most people in the Imperial Capital Academy. What a bunch of idiots. What a pity, His Majesty has issued a silencing order, so I don't dare to say a single word. I'm about to burst with pent-up frustration. Hopefully, she can shine in front of everyone this time. That way, even disregarding the content of the gag order, we can still say she's amazing. Yi Ranyan was unaware of the discussions among the people outside. She had paid attention when she heard the rules before. A 1st-tier low-grade spirit beast costs 10 points. A mid-grade tier 1 spirit beast costs 30 points. A 1st-tier superior spirit beast costs 50 points. This way of accumulating points is too slow. A 2nd-tier low-grade spirit beast is worth 100 points. The medium grade is worth 150 points. High-quality items directly earn 200 points. Even a low-grade 3rd-tier spirit beast can directly earn 500 points. Medium grade, 750 points. Excellent quality, 1000 points. As for 4th-tier spirit beasts, it's simply impossible for it to appear in this testing ground for the students. Even 3rd-grade spirit beasts are extremely rare. Yi Ranyan had just covered a radius of 100 miles with her spiritual power and only found 2 2nd-tier high-grade spirit beasts and 1 2nd-tier mid-grade spirit beast. These 3 spirit beasts together account for 550 points. Is higher than all the 1st-tier spirit beasts within 100 miles combined. Therefore, she didn't even glance at the 1st-tier spirit beasts and went straight for the 2nd-tier spirit beasts. The first thing to arrive is right in front of us. Previously, during Yi Ranyan's mental scan, there were even a group of academy students traveling together not far from this 2nd-tier spirit beast. She planned to deal with the spirit beast before the students arrived. Therefore, she even used spatial power and the shadowless step, so to others, she almost appeared to be flying. At this moment, she stood before her first goal. It was a blood-red vine that looked ominous. The vine was thick and spread extremely far. Some of its roots were even hidden under the grass and withered leaves on the ground, like a trap that was hard to detect. It is probably this hunting instinct that causes many creatures to fall prey to its death. Therefore, within a kilometer radius of it, there was no other spirit beast besides it. But Yi Ranyan didn't sense any danger at all. She thought to herself, even if a 2nd-tier spirit beast is of superior quality, it is still too low a rank to pose any threat to her. Meanwhile, the audience outside the projection stone and in front of the light screen were unaware of the truth. When they saw Yi Ranyan stop, they assumed she was tired. Yi Ranyan took a step forward, until, the next moment, it was as if some monster had been awakened. With a whoosh, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees came to life. At the same time, thick, blood-red branches shot into the sky, like snakes, attacking with lightning speed, day and night. This sudden scene startled the students who hadn't seen the blood vines on the screen and were completely unprepared, causing them to cry out in fright. A 2nd-tier spirit beast. Yi Ranyan actually encountered a 2nd-tier spirit beast. Oh my god, that was so sudden, so scary, I was startled. It's over, it's over. Yi Ranyan has only just started cultivating. If she encounters a second-tier spirit beast like this, isn't death the only outcome? She's so unlucky. How could she have ended up in the territory of the blood vine? This blood vine has thick branches and looks like it's close to being a third-tier spirit beast. Even if it's not third tier now, it's at the peak of second tier. Yi Ranyan is really doomed. With such low cultivation, she became prey for the blood vines. Alas, it's such a pity that she was so beautiful. It would be such a waste for her to die like this. Is that so? Hearing the surrounding discussions, the Yi brothers couldn't help but smile faintly. Who is whose prey is still uncertain. Indeed, seeing that several branches of the blood vine were wrapped around Yi Ranyan, everyone thought that Yi Ranyan was the blood vine's prey. The blood vine seemed to have gone a long time without a feast and was starving. Seeing Yi Ranyan walk right into its trap, it desperately wrapped its vines around her and tried to burrow into her flesh to suck her blood. However, Yi Ranyan activated the defensive technique Jade Emperor Scripture. A layer of soft white light flowed over her skin, making it appear as if it could be broken with a flick of the finger. However, the nearly third-tier blood vines could not break through its barrier no matter how hard they tried. If a spirit beast with intelligence saw this scene, it would know it had kicked a hornet's nest and would run away in a panic. However, the blood vine is only a low-level plant-type spirit beast and does not possess such intelligence. Seeing that the vines could not break through Yi Ranyan's defenses, all the vines exerted their strength together, sending Yi Ranyan to its strongest and weakest root mouthparts. Its mouthparts can chew up all its prey. It instinctively feeds its prey, flesh and blood, into its mouthparts, prey that the vines cannot suck up. She's really going to die? Wah, it's so tragic. I knew she was too weak. When she encountered the blood vine, she didn't even have the slightest ability to protect herself. I can only let them pester me like this and feed me food. It's such a pity that such a beautiful woman is about to be chewed into mincemeat. No, I really can't bear to watch such a horrific scene. As the man spoke, he even closed his eyes in a pretentious manner. However, oh my god, wow, what is that? That was a counterattack. Absolutely amazing. Who said Yi Ranyan is a piece of trash? A piece of trash like that can instantly kill a second-tier spirit beast. The audience erupted in cheers. All the mentors, as well as Xiao Yiren, wore expressions of shock. The person who had been pretending to close their eyes quickly opened them and saw a blazing, towering fire in the light screen belonging to Yi Ranyan. What happened? How did it catch fire? She had only closed her eyes for a moment, and the scene before her eyes had changed so much. Let me tell you, this Yi Ranyan looks dull, reckless, and useless, but she's actually very clever. She didn't struggle before because she used herself as bait. When the blood vine brought her to its most vulnerable spot, the mouth, she burned the blood vine to death. What? How is this possible? What kind of fire is so powerful? It can burn a peak second-tier spirit beast so easily. Chapter 98. Instant Kill. Initially shocked and amazed by Yi Ranyan's counterattack against the blood vine, were momentarily stunned by the question. Yeah, what kind of fire is that? It's so powerful that it burned a peak second-tier spirit beast to death so easily. At this moment, Xiao Yiren's cold and gloomy voice rang out. It's a strange fire. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Different kind of fire. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing that cannot be ignited by strange fire. No wonder it could burn a second-tier spirit beast to death, let alone a second-tier one. It could probably even burn a fourth-tier one to death. Yi Ranyan actually possesses a strange fire? I knew it. How could a good-for-nothing like her possibly defeat the blood vine? Turns out she was relying on external help. I don't think she's as clever as everyone says, deliberately using herself as bait. I think she was initially terrified, and only realized there was a strange fire when she was almost dead, which is why we're seeing this scene. The people listening had very mixed feelings. Speaking of which, strange fire is rare even in the entire eastern region. I never expected that our eastern dragon would have strange fire. That's right. If you ask me, it must be that the Duke of Huguo's mansion went to great lengths to find him in order to protect the only good-for-nothing in their household. The Duke of Huguo's mansion is so generous and so kind to Yi Ranyan. Almost dug her beautifully manicured nails into her palm when she heard these words. She hated those stubborn old men in the Duke of Huguo's mansion. They had such a wonderful thing as a strange fire, but instead of giving it to her and her sister, they gave it to that bitch Yi Ranyan. Sitting beside her were Wenziju and Wenwonking. Because Wenwonking was an auditor, she didn't even have the opportunity to take the monthly exam. When Ziju's handsome face was calm, but his eyes were fixed on the flames projected on the screen and Yi Ranyan's face, which looked even more beautiful and delicate in the flames. She seems to have changed. When Ziju thought to himself. Before, she never dared to lift her head and was always cautious in everything she did. They were engaged at the time, and he wanted to communicate with her, but she was shy and timid and didn't dare to say a word to him. He eventually lost interest in contacting her. Later, he came to the Imperial Academy and saved Fong Yura by accident. Fong Yura fell in love with him from then on, but he told her that he had a fiancée and rejected her. For some reason, Fong Yura actually contacted the Wen family in Qinyang City. The Wen family desperately wanted to stand out and craved the favor of a young lady from the capital like Fong Yura. Therefore, the patriarch of the family agreed to Fong Yura's marriage proposal without hesitation. And him? He had no feelings for Yi Ranyan before, and he has no feelings for Fong Yura now. Anyway, he is focused on the Tao and has no one to belong to. What difference does it make who his fiancée is? Therefore, he agreed to the family's arrangement. Thus, Yi Ranyan became a stranger, and Fong Yura became his fiancée. He treated Fong Yura with the same attitude he had shown towards Yi Ranyan. Back then, Yi Ranyan was timid and shy, and dared not respond. Now, Fong Yura is taking advantage of her. He was actually getting a little tired of Fong Yura's pestering. He also somewhat regretted marrying into the Fong family. But, seeing that Yi Ranyan was able to single-handedly kill a peak second-tier spirit beast, he felt very gratified. After all, she was the girl I genuinely hoped would become my fiancée when I was a child. She seems so outstanding and free now. She's not a good fit for the Yi family in Qinyang City, nor for the Wen family who are eager to climb the social ladder. Perhaps, returning to the Duke of Huguo's mansion is the best outcome for her now. As when Ziju looked at the screen, his gaze revealed appreciation and a gentle blessing. The trial grounds. Yi Ranyan effortlessly defeated the Bloodvine at the peak of the second tier. Her ID card immediately gained 200 points. Also, before the 200 points, there is a number, 67. Night Died Sound guesses this is the ranking. It hasn't been long, and 200 points only puts them at 67th? It seems the disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy are indeed extraordinary. Despite saying that, Yi Ranyan kept walking. She once again used her shadowless step and spatial power to rush down to the dwelling place of the second-tier spirit beasts. In her previous mental scan, there were 2 second-tier spirit beasts in this area that she could farm points with. Soon, she arrived in front of the second mid-grade second-tier spirit beast. It was a huge gray wolf. When the audience saw the gray wolf through the projection screen, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wind wolf. It's said to be one of the fastest spirit beasts below the 5th rank. Yi Ranyan actually ran into it. This time, the strange fire shouldn't be able to burn the wind wolf, right? And the wind wolf is so fast, Yi Ranyan probably won't be able to react in time and will be killed by the wind wolf, right? What a pity, such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that the young masters of the Yi family spent so much money betting on her to win. If she dies directly, the young masters of the Yi family will probably have to pay out a lot of money, right? If she were smart enough, she would turn around and leave now. Yes, if I were her, I would also choose to escape as quickly as possible so that there would still be a chance of survival. However, on the projection screen, Yi Ranyan stood motionless, watching helplessly as the wind wolf lunged at her menacingly. Hiss! Is she crazy? At such close range, there's no way she could have dodged it. Is it possible that she was just too scared of the wind wolf to run? Then, is there another possibility that she is not afraid of the wind wolves at all? At that very moment, clang! A clear, crisp sword cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Then, the dazzling silver light flashed, almost blinding people. Upon seeing this, everyone watching the projection screen couldn't help but subconsciously close their eyes for a moment, and when they opened them again, they were all dumbfounded. Wow, what a graceful sword move. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Yi Ranyan's hand. Her exquisite and beautiful face was as cold as ice, and her red robe fluttered in the wind, making her even more stunning and beautiful. The moment she drew her sword, a clanging sound echoed through the heavens and earth. Countless currents surged, and the spiritual energy in the air momentarily froze. This is the first move of the Empress sword, the sword-drawing stance, which Yi Ranyan has practiced. The sword-drawing technique had barely been activated, and the sword hadn't even been drawn from its sheath yet. Only a sliver of bright sword light drifted out from the gap, yet it shattered the wind wolf that was pouncing on it. Second tier, mid-grade spirit beast. Even a Suanyu realm expert would have to fight for a while before being able to kill it. And the night dies the sound. She was someone who had only recently begun cultivating, and with just a sliver of sword light, she cleaved the wind wolf, which was almost within reach, into the instant she drew her sword. It's an absolute steal. Even until the moment of its death, the wind wolf didn't have time to howl. The body, severed in two, even fell forward due to inertia. The blood in the wounds cut by the white light of the sword intent seemed to have congealed until the wind wolf's severed limbs hit the ground, at which point fresh blood spurted out. The audience seats, which had been paused, came alive again. Chapter 99. Cheating? Favoritism? My God, what is that light? That's amazing. This can actually kill a mid-grade second-tier spirit beast instantly? This strength is too strong. I'm afraid none of the new students in the entire trial grounds are as strong as her. No, I just want to know, who said Uranian was a waste? And who said Uranian had only just learned to cultivate? Have you ever seen a piece of trash who can instantly kill a mid-grade second-tier spirit beast? What kind of trash can cultivate sword intent at the age of 16? To be able to cultivate sword intent at the age of 16, could she be born with a sword physique? Or a sword heart? In any case, she is a promising sword cultivator. Such a genius is said to be extremely outstanding even in places like the Eastern region or the Central State. I'm so envious of her. Sob sob. I also want to be born with a sword body or a sword heart. I'm going crazy. What kind of trash is this? He's clearly a prodigy. I was just about to say that if your mental strength and physical power aren't strong enough, even if a strange fire were placed in front of you, you might not be able to tame and absorb it. That's right. I was just about to say that Uranian is not as simple as she seems, but everyone insists that she relies on external things and that she is useless, so I dare not say more. No wonder my elders warned me not to mess with Uranian. I thought it was because of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. Now it seems that Uranian herself might be someone I can't afford to offend. Many students in the audience were stunned by Uranian's amazing sword strike, and many even changed their tune instantly. Even the four Yi brothers were shocked. They spend all their time with Uranian, so they are probably the people who know her best. Even so, they never expected that Uranian, at such a young age, would be able to comprehend sword intent. I've discovered, my cousin is always more amazing than we imagined. That's right. I always thought highly of my cousin, but I never expected that she would always surprise me. No matter what, this is a good thing. My cousin is so outstanding. We should also work hard to be like her. As the four brothers spoke, they gradually calmed down, and when they heard others praising Uranian, faint smiles appeared on their faces. In any case, in their hearts, their cousin was the best and deserved the respect and envy of the world. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Xiao Yiren and top-class instructor Jiao Rifan had very ugly expressions. They really didn't expect that Uranian, a good-for-nothing, not only had a strange fire, but also comprehended sword intent. That's sword intent. This is something that an ordinary practitioner may never be able to comprehend in their entire life. Even the strongest can only comprehend this after they become stronger. Even Yi Yuhan, with his extraordinary talent and innate spiritual body, only managed to comprehend the sword intent after his meridians were severed and he lost all his cultivation at the heavenly martial realm, thanks to a chance encounter after calming his mind. And what about the Sound of Night? She's only 16 years old and has been cultivating for less than 3 months. He actually has already grasped the essence of swordsmanship. As Xiao Yiren looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in red on the projection screen, his eyes burned with intense passion. He became even more interested in this woman, but she was just too alluring. He was determined to have her, to taste her, and then to kill her. He knew that this woman was very strong and stubborn. If he didn't kill her, given her temperament, she would definitely turn against him if she had even the slightest chance of turning the tables. Unlike Xiao Yiren, who was blinded by lust, Jiao Rifan, who always looked up to outstanding students and looked down on useless students, felt a slight pain in his heart at this moment. He regretted it. I really regret it. If he had known that Uranian was a peerless prodigy who could comprehend sword intent at the age of 16, he would have begged her to stay in the top class. But now, it's too late, it's all too late. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment towards Feng Yura, who had proclaimed Uranian to be a good-for-nothing. However, at this point, there is no room for maneuver. Uranian must not be allowed to win this new student assessment. If she wins, he will have to leave the Imperial Academy. Being a tutor at the Imperial Academy was a leisurely, high-paying, and enviable job, and he didn't want to lose it no matter what. Therefore, it couldn't be him who left the Imperial Capital Academy. It could only be Yi Ranyan. Thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and considered a solution. Besides Xiao Yiren and Zhao Rifan, Fang Yura and Wen Wonqing in the audience were also stunned. Wen Wonqing was filled with fear and disbelief. After the initial shock, Fang Yura felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, especially when she subconsciously turned her head and saw Wen Ziju looking at Yi Ranyan with admiration. Her jealousy reached its peak at that moment. At the same time, a chilling killing intent rose from the depths of her heart. Regardless of the commotion in the audience outside, inside the trial grounds, Yi Ranyan used her somewhat clumsy methods to collect the refining materials from the Wind Wolf. At the same time, I sighed inwardly. The Empress sword is a divine-level sword technique, and using it here as just a sword-drawing move would be a huge waste. However, using the sword-drawing stance is also a good way to avoid revealing her true strength. After dealing with the Wind Wolves, Yi Ranyan glanced at her identity card again. The previous 200 points have now become 350 points. Meanwhile, the ranking number had jumped to 11th place in an instant. Yi Ranyan looked at it. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. 11th. It seems there are still 10 people ahead of us. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all be from the top-tier class. I can't let the top-tier class have it too easy. Although they can't beat me, I want more than that. Yi Ranyan thought to herself, secretly planning that after killing the next peak second-tier spirit beast, she would go find those students in the top-tier class and try to steal some points for fun. Time waits for no one. Yi Ranyan's thoughts flashed. She used the shadowless step and simultaneously activated the power of space and time. Like an arrow released from a bow, she instantly transformed into a phantom and flew towards a certain place. She's so fast. It seems that, in addition to the strange fire and the superb swordsmanship, she should also have an extremely powerful movement technique. I don't think any of the brothers in the Duke of Huguo's mansion have such mysterious skills. How does she, a little girl from the border, have so many good things? How strange. When Yi Ranyan reached the third peak second-tier spirit beast she had targeted, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. How does she always find second-tier spirit beasts with such precision? Does she have some method to know the location of second-tier spirit beasts in advance? Or rather, someone helped her cheat? The word cheating was heard by Xiao Yiren, the vice dean sitting on the platform. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered Su Qingshan, who was cultivating in the back mountain. Su Qingshan is the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. What outsiders don't know is that he is also the master of Yi Yuhan, the eldest son of the Duke of Protectorate. More importantly, Yi Yuhan had taken Yi Ranyan to meet Su Qingshan. Yi Ranyan was unable to cultivate before meeting Su Qingshan. However, when she reappeared, she was already able to cultivate and had attained a certain level of cultivation. Could it be that Su Qingshan really did favor Yi Ranyan out of personal interest? Chapter 100. We've met, so they're ours. Xiao Yiren couldn't help but sneer when he thought that Su Qingshan might be showing favoritism to Yi Ranyan. Since Su Qingshan has already taken action, then don't blame him for doing something similar in return. Inside the trial grounds, Yi Ranyan arrived at the third spirit beast she had targeted. It was a two-headed python, with each of its two heads specializing in different spiritual elements. One is skilled with fire, the other with wind. The wind can fuel the fire, and the combined elemental power of the two heads is far greater than 1 + 1 = 2, making them incredibly powerful. This makes it stronger than a typical peaked second-tier spirit beast, allowing it to roam freely throughout the entire trial grounds. Yi Ranyan didn't intend to reveal too many of her trump cards. She planned to use her movement techniques and swordsmanship to play around with this two-headed python and, incidentally, test her cultivation level during this period. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the two-headed python, her gaze gleaming. With the countless memories and combat experience she had inherited from the Empress, she saw the two-headed python as full of flaws. Alas, to verify my cultivation level, I'll probably need a stronger opponent. Yi Ranyan thought about it. She moved and arrived in front of the two-headed python. Hiss! The two-headed python's enormous body began to move nimbly, while its two heads channeled spiritual energy to seal off Yi Ranyan's whereabouts. Will this work? With the aid of the wind element, the flames burned even hotter and more violently. However, Yi Ranyan did not shy away at all. Just as the fire elements were about to reach her, bursts of flame erupted from Yi Ranyan's body. That's a strange fire. There is a strange fire in the world that can burn everything. Even other flames, upon encountering it, would only meet the fate of being burned and refined. As the strange fire clashed with the flames of the two-headed python, the python's body coiled fiercely around Uranian, beginning its strangulation. Everyone knows that pythons are not venomous, but their most terrifying ability is constriction. Its strength is incredibly great. Even cultivators of the same level are powerless against it. Only those who are at least 2 levels higher than it might have a chance to escape its annihilation. Uranian didn't want to bully the beast. To prove her power, she controlled the strange fire, preventing it from directly burning the two-headed python, and instead channeled her own power into it. Pure power, devoid of any elemental elements, engages in hand-to-hand combat with the two-headed python. The audience members outside the projection screen were all dumbfounded. What is she doing? The strange fire is so powerful. If she had a chance to get close to the two-headed python, burning it would be incredibly easy. Why did she put away the strange fire? Is she courting death? Is it possible that the amount of strange fire she can use is limited? Is it possible that she can no longer use the strange fire to incinerate the two-headed python? Oh my god, isn't she in danger? It's alright, she still has a sword. Her swordsmanship is quite good. She can even generate sword intent. But she was almost twisted into a pretzel by the two-headed python. How could she possibly have a chance to draw her sword? No way. I finally saw a Peerless genius, and this is it? He just showed a bit of swordsmanship talent, and he's going to be eaten by a snake? The crowd found it hard to accept. Some instructors couldn't help but plead with Vice Dean Xiao for Yiranyan's sake. Dean Xiao, our Imperial Capital Academy has finally produced a promising talent who can condense sword intent at the age of 16. We can't let her die young like this. Otherwise, let's stop this assessment. Yes, compared to a genius who can comprehend sword intent at the age of 16, the freshman assessment is nothing to mention. Xiao Yiran's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Do you think that the rules and reputation of our Imperial Capital Academy are all fake? And is this fair to the other students? This dean would never disregard the assessment of all the freshmen in the college because of one person. The other instructors were furious. It's just a monthly exam, so even if it stopped, it won't have a big impact. At worst, there's always a makeup exam later. However, Xiao Yiran refused to budge an inch. I've heard that Yiranyan once offended Xiao Yiran. They all thought it was a rumor, but now it seems that it is probably not entirely a rumor. However, they did not expect that Xiao Yiran, as a vice dean, would be so selfish. Just as several mentors were secretly passing around messages, planning to break the academy rules to help Yiranyan. OMG! Exclamations erupted from the audience. How did she do that? That's incredibly strong. On the projection screen, Yiranyan suddenly broke free of the giant python that was coiling around her. That's not all. She forcefully grabbed the two heads of the two-headed python with both hands and slammed its massive, several-meter-long body against a nearby tree trunk, snapping the giant tree in half. What incredible power! A violent beauty. Wow, she looks like a pretty, delicate little girl, but I never expected her to be so strong. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yiran, who harbored inappropriate thoughts about her, twitched his eye. Strange fire, sword intent, great strength. What other abilities does she have that she hasn't yet shown? The sheer number of these things concentrated in one person is enough to send chills down your spine. What a troublesome little girl. On the projection screen, the giant python was so dizzy from Yiranyan's blows that its entire body stretched and straightened out a bit. Yiranyan had probably tested her strength, and with a flick of her wrists, she sent the two-headed python hurtling into the distance. My power seems to far exceed what my cultivation level should provide. Is it because I cultivate divine-level martial arts techniques? Yiranyan thought to herself, while also filled with anticipation for the future. She enjoys the feeling of becoming stronger, and she also enjoys the carefree days when she is fearless and can live a life of unbridled joy because of that strength. Bang! With a loud bang, the two-headed python was slammed to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and raising a cloud of dust. This shows just how heavy this giant python is. What is that? Just then, several students wearing the uniforms of the top-ranked class walked over. Before they could react, they were startled by the giant python that fell from the sky. Seeing that the giant python remained motionless on the ground, they breathed a sigh of relief. We just sensed strong spiritual energy fluctuations here, which meant someone was fighting this spirit beast. Now it seems the spirit beast has lost. A two-headed python. And it's a two-headed python with both wind and fire elements. And its spiritual power has even reached the peak of the second tier. Even if all of us from the top class came, It would take at least 6 or 7 of us to restrain it. Who on earth managed to beat it up like this? They are probably students from the Earth level class or the mysterious level class. I wonder how many of them there are. This two-headed python is worth 200 points. Even if several of them split it, they'll still get a lot of points. As they spoke, the students from the top-tier classes exchanged glances. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose and a slightly gloomy face. After exchanging glances with the others, he sneered, "No matter how many people there are, this two-headed python is ours now that we've found it." In the monthly exams at this trial ground, students can even compete for points, let alone a mere spirit beast. Chapter 101. You guys are really useless. After making the decision, the students from the 5 top-tier classes all made their moves against the two-headed python. The two-headed python was, after all, a peak second-tier spirit beast. Even though it was dazed from being violently thrown by Uranyan earlier, it was still not to be underestimated. Even with all 5 students from the top-tier class working together, they only managed to gain a slight advantage. Meanwhile, Uranyan was lazily sitting on a tree trunk not far away, leisurely watching the 5 top-ranked students fight the two-headed python. Many people saw this scene on the projection outside the screen. I couldn't help but feel a little angry. This is Uranyan's prey. How did they get snatched by the top-tier class? Immediately, someone refuted this. Wake up. In this assessment, even points can be stolen from each other, let alone spirit beasts. It's a bit of a pity. With Uranyan's abilities, taking down this two-headed python wouldn't have been difficult, but now that she's facing students from the top-tier class, she has no choice but to withdraw. She is all alone after all, so quitting at this time is the best option. That's right, but I don't understand why she's wasting time standing there in a daze. If I were her, I would have gone straight to find the next spirit beast. Don't you find it strange? When Uranyan faced the two-headed python, she had an absolute advantage, while those students from the top class, what about them? They were barely able to deal with the two-headed python. So it seems that Uranyan should be much stronger than them. Why are they afraid to step forward and compete for it? As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. They had previously assumed that the students in the top-tier class were more capable, and that there were more people in the top-tier class, so Uranyan should avoid them. But thinking about it carefully, Uranyan should indeed be more powerful than these people. If that's the case, why would she just stand by and watch someone else steal her prey? Besides, the monthly exams have only been going on for a short time. Before, they all thought Uranyan was useless, but now they all assume she's an expert. Just wait and see. People's eyes immediately turned to the screen. At this moment, there were countless projections on the light and shadow screen, but the one that attracted the most attention was Uranyan's light and shadow screen. Everyone was curious. Would Uranyan really give up the spirit beast so easily? At the same time, people also remembered that there was a bet between Uranyan and the top-ranked class. This is the first time Uranyan has faced off against the students of the top-tier class since the monthly exam began. Everyone is eager to know whether she will back down or launch a strong attack against the top-tier class. Soon, what happened on the screen provided the answer. All I could see was, boom. The 5 members of the top-tier team, panting heavily, finally slew the two-headed python with their swords. As expected of a peak second-tier spirit beast, it's really difficult to deal with. I wonder who fought against it before. It's strange that those people haven't been found yet after so long. Perhaps they ran away because they realized they couldn't beat the two-headed python. Haha. Anyway, with 200 points, the 5 of us can split 40 points each, so it's not like we worked for nothing. Quickly, let's gather everything usable from the two-headed python and go find the next spirit beast. As they talked, they began to skin, remove tendons, and extract blood from the two-headed python's corpse. These materials were excellent for alchemy, weapon crafting, array formation, and talisman drawing. However, after they had been busy for half a day, they finally finished dealing with everything that was usable. Thank you for your hard work. A pleasant, slightly languid voice suddenly rang out, startling the 5 people. Who? The 5 students from the top-ranked class had drastic changes in expression and quickly looked around. Uranyan's lips curled slightly as she leaped down from the tree trunk, her fiery red dress fluttering with her movements. Her hair was jet black, she wore a fiery red dress, her skin was fair, her features were delicate, and she had an ethereal air about her. Her appearance caused the 5 top-tier students in front of her, as well as the crowd watching the light and shadow screen outside, to momentarily hold their breath. To be honest, Uranyan is really beautiful. Yes, compared to her, Fong Yukin, the #1 beauty in the capital, is utterly bland. A prodigy who comprehended sword intent at the age of 16, with such grace and beauty, this woman is no ordinary person. She was probably born extraordinary. The crowd remained silent, but nodded in agreement in their hearts. In their limited understanding, Yi Ranyan's current behavior already showed her to be a favored child of heaven. Nightstane sound. Inside the trial grounds, the 5 students from the top-tier class also recognized Yi Ranyan's identity. Instead of being surprised, they laughed, but their laughter was somewhat sinister and malicious. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, and you insist on forcing your way into hell. We haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already run right into the line of fire. Hey, Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Although it was hard for you to help me kill the 2-headed python, and it was also hard to dispose of its corpse, but if you go too far, I will still hit you. Question mark. What do you mean by helping you kill the 2-headed python? Who helped you? Is this our 2-headed python? Huh. A feigned surprise appeared in Yi Ranyan's bright, beautiful eyes. I was halfway through dealing with this 2-headed python when you suddenly jumped out to kill it. I thought you were helping me out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to be trying to steal the spirit beast. So what if we rob them? Humph, you piece of trash. How dare you boast about dealing with a 2-headed python? Yi Ranyan, you dared to challenge and make a bet with our top class and our instructors. You should pay the price for your arrogance. We will personally eliminate you and have you expelled from the academy by the dean. Oh, Yi Ranyan nodded. Since you're here to steal spirit beasts, then don't blame me for being impolite. She seems to be just looking for an excuse to take action. After speaking, she moved swiftly, transforming into a phantom and disappearing from the scene. Where is she? A cunning woman. Of the 5 people in the top-tier class, only one remained calm. Be careful. That woman said she just dealt with the 2-headed python all by herself, which means she might be much more powerful than we thought. Hey, she's just talking nonsense. Who knows if it's true or not? The 5 people were talking. Boom. A sword sheath fell from the sky and smashed directly into a person. The man cried out in pain instantly. The instructors of the top-tier class are really no good. The 5 of you standing there are full of flaws. Sigh. I was originally planning to use you as practice subjects, but now it seems you are really useless. In that case, let's move on to the next one. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Ranyan didn't even draw her sword from its sheath. She simply held the sheathed sword, and, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, she took down 5 students from the top-tier class in the blink of an eye. This was the first battle between Yi Ranyan and the students of the top-tier class. It was a battle where Yi Ranyan completely crushed Yi Ranyan. It ended almost as soon as it began. Chapter 102. The number 1 person in the top class. The 5 students from the top-performing class who had fallen to the ground were stunned. The audience watching the projection screen were also bewildered. Has Yi Ranyan become this strong? Or is it, just like Yi Ranyan said, that the students in the top-tier class are too useless? They're practically defenseless. Is there really such a huge difference in strength between them? Many people in the audience recalled what Yi Ranyan had just said. The instructors of the top-tier class are indeed incompetent. Then, everyone involuntarily looked towards Jiao Rifan, the tutor of the top-tier class. At this moment, Jiao Rifan's face was extremely ugly, turning pale and then flushed, and the light in his eyes was full of resentment. Faced with the strange looks from the crowd, he forced a smile and said, "Those 5 children just fought a fierce battle with the 2-headed python, and their cultivation was greatly depleted. They haven't recovered yet, so naturally they can't compare to Yi Ranyan, who has been resting for a long time." However, his explanation elicited only polite nods of understanding from the crowd, though none of them truly believed it. The 5 of them struggled to defeat the 2-headed python was completely different from how Yi Ranyan had easily overwhelmed it before. It was obvious that even without the 2-headed python consuming their strength, they would not be a match for Yi Ranyan. Some people who had already placed bets started to panic. Oh no, I bet on the top class to win, but it looks like Yi Ranyan is going to win. Wah, I should have bet with those young masters from the Yi family. Someone else tried to remain calm. Stay calm, don't panic. Don't forget, there are still so many students in the top class. Yi Ranyan once said that if even one person in the top class could beat her, she would lose. Perhaps the other members of the top-tier class are stronger and can beat her. That's right. Those around him echoed his sentiments. Most of them bet on the top-tier class to win. After all, Yi Ranyan was just a good-for-nothing who had been rejected by the top-tier class and was barely able to cultivate. Who would have thought that she could fight on equal terms with the geniuses from various counties after only a short period of cultivation? While everyone was concerned about their spirit stones, Yi Ranyan, who was still participating in the assessment, was also concerned about her points. Crushing the 5 members of the top-tier class, she swiftly and gracefully swept away all their points. Pity. These 5 penniless guys don't even have as many points as she does alone. However, with a total of 310 points, plus her original points, she now has 660 points. This made Yi Ranyan nod in agreement. That's right. It seems that you can get points faster by snatching people than by killing spirit beasts. At the same time, she thought of the top-tier class, and there were still many people in the trial grounds. A bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, when she had 350 points, her ranking on her ID card was 11th. But now, even after gaining 310 points, her ranking has only climbed 1 place. It's now number 10. It seems the top 10 all have quite a few points. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the top 10 students should have the most students from the elite class. I'm really looking forward to meeting them. Yi Ranyan turned pale with anger. Before being eliminated, they fiercely declared to Yi Ranyan, "Our classmates will avenge us. Yes, they will definitely help us get the points back. Yi Ranyan, I want to be outside, on the screen, watching you lose with my own eyes. We're waiting for the day you get kicked out of the academy." Each of them only had time to utter a single bold statement before they were transformed into a beam of white light and teleported out of the trial grounds. This is proof of their elimination. Yi Ranyan watched them leave, her smile growing even more arrogant. You want to watch me lose on the screen? Well, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. It's not that she's arrogant. Indeed, this trial ground assessment made her realize her own strength. It was stronger than she had imagined. According to her calculations, the chances of someone from the top-tier class beating her are 0. However, some people just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. If they can't see her win fair and square, I'm afraid the people in the top class won't be willing to admit defeat. At the same time, in another part of the trial grounds, a group of about 20 people walked together in a grand procession. They were all from the top-tier class. They were not originally in the same place, but after they met while hunting spirit beasts, they formed a large team and never separated again. Their leader was also the strongest and most convincing person in their elite class. His name is Mo Shang. To ensure that Mo Shang holds the absolute number 1 position, their team of over 20 people shared most of the points earned from hunting spirit beasts with Mo Shang. Along the way, when they encounter students from other classes who are alone, they will steal their points. This resulted in a very impressive score for their entire team. Among them, Mo Shang has always been ranked first. Within an hour of the start of the assessment, the score had already reached over 3,000. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of their team who received the lion's share also had scores of over 2,000. Of the top 10 in this freshman monthly exam rankings, 7 are from these 20 students. This shows how wealthy this group of people are. Suddenly, one of the people in the group had a slight change in expression. What happened? The person next to me asked. Chi Hong and his group have run into Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan? That little girl who made a bet with our top-tier class? How's it going? Have Chi Hong and the others already eliminated her? The person who spoke first shook his head, looking quite displeased. No, they were eliminated. How many of them were there? How could that good-for-nothing have eliminated them? The group of more than 20 people all wore expressions of shock, and their complexions were not good either. 5 people. What? How is this possible? We, the 5 members of the elite class, can't handle a piece of trash. Is that Yi Ranyan really that powerful? The students in the top-tier class were buzzing with excitement, hardly believing the news they were hearing. All right. Just as everyone was making a ruckus, Mo Shang, who was at the head of the group, suddenly spoke up loudly. The room fell silent instantly. He was the number 1 student in the top-tier class, and his prestige within the class was unmatched. I have never underestimated Yi Ranyan. Everyone looked at Mo Shang in surprise. Mo Shang's eyes were sharp, but his expression was calm. He said indifferently, I've also taken a few classes with the yellow class. Haven't you noticed that not only is that woman's comprehension terrifying, but she is also very steady in her actions, knowing when to advance and retreat, and has never done anything without certainty? This was the first time the other students in the top-tier class had heard Mo Shang express his opinion on Yi Ranyan. They never dreamed of it. Mo Shang, who shared their hatred and disdain for Yi Ranyan, would think so highly of her, or even admire her. Chapter 103, Searching for Yi Ranyan. A person who never does anything without a certainty dares to make such a bet with our elite class. Emoshang paused for a moment. The other dozen or so people in the top-tier class around them also fell silent. Emoshang continued. Do you think she was just acting out of momentary anger? The other students in the top-tier class felt somewhat ashamed. They not only thought Yi Ranyan's actions were driven by pride, but also that she was incredibly stupid. But thinking about it carefully, in the few classes they had together, Yi Ranyan's comprehension was indeed terrifying. In fact, many people in the yellow class even asked her for advice. However, they were too proud of being in the top class and were arrogant, thinking that their class was the strongest among the freshmen, so they never paid attention to others. Yi Ranyan even more because she was rejected by their mentor from joining the class. Emoshang looked around and, seeing that they had regained some of their senses, said, Now, she has eliminated 5 of our people all by herself, which only confirms my suspicions that she is indeed not simple. The fact that she could eliminate 5 top-tier students by herself means that she must have some incredible trump cards up her sleeve. The others nodded in agreement. Now that you know she is extraordinary, I hope that if you meet her in the future, you will not underestimate her, nor will you let your guard down. Yes. The other dozen or so students responded loudly in agreement. Emoshang nodded expressionlessly. Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Emoshang, since you knew she was extraordinary all along, why didn't you warn us sooner? If you had warned us earlier, we would have been prepared, and those 5 people might not have been eliminated by that Yi Ranyan. Emoshang revealed a slightly mocking smile in his eyes. Should I have warned you earlier? Would you, so arrogant and conceited, have listened? Everyone was speechless. Emoshang continued. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 of you were eliminated by Yi Ranyan, would you believe what I'm saying? You are the top student in our elite class, so of course we will listen to you. They will listen, but they will listen indifferently and outwardly. When they actually meet her, they will still look down on her, right? Now, the other students in the top-tier class were truly speechless. Because everything Emoshang said was right. Because deep down they looked down on Yi Ranyan for being from a remote town, and also for someone like Yi Ranyan who wasn't even accepted by the top-tier classes. So even if Emoshang reminds them, they won't take it seriously. Let's go. If they weren't classmates, Emoshang wouldn't bother reminding them too much. Now that he has said what he needed to say, if these people continue to act foolishly, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. We need to continue hunting spirit beasts. Also, use the communication stone to contact the other classmates who haven't been eliminated, and tell them to keep an eye on Yi Ranyan's whereabouts. If they encounter her, they should report immediately. We need to deal with her as soon as possible. After all, having such a mysterious and unpredictable adversary lurking in the shadows is hardly reassuring. Good. Because Emoshang had just reprimanded them. Even though they felt it was a bit of an overreaction, they still agreed. Soon, the students in the top-tier class at the trial grounds all received the message to either find Yi Ranyan or form a team to snipe her. The students in the top-tier class who weren't around Emoshang didn't take this to heart. In their eyes, Yi Ranyan was just a nobody who could be easily eliminated in the early stages, and not worth their deliberate search. However, after eliminating the first 5 students from the top-tier class, Yi Ranyan stopped dealing with spirit beasts. She began her real hunt in this assessment. The targets of the hunt are the students in the top-tier class. She had also encountered students from the other 3 classes, Earth, Black, and Yellow, but she hadn't taken any action against them, because there's absolutely no need for it. The points earned by a top-tier class, overflowing with wealth, were enough for her to stand out from the crowd. It's quite a coincidence. The top-tier students she encountered were either in small groups of 3 or 5, or alone. This made it particularly easy for her to win. Another hour passed. She has accumulated over 3,000 points by plundering students from the top-tier class, and her ranking on her identity card is 4th. Tisk, after 2 hours and more than 3,000 points, he's only in 4th place. How many points does the first place have now? Yi Ranyan thought to herself, her red lips curving into a smile. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place will definitely be someone from the top-tier class. Let him kill more spirit beasts and accumulate more points, so that when I eliminate him later and take over his points, I won't have to keep trying. This is roughly equivalent to raising a goo poison. Let them fight and grab points first, and then she'll come and take the strongest one. With this in mind, she stopped trying to hunt down other top-tier students. But, after an hour of her hunting, many students from the top-tier class have been eliminated, and they are complaining and spreading the news to other students in the top-tier class. This made those students hate Yi Ranyan with a passion. Damn it, she's deliberately targeting us. That's right. I heard that she let the students from the other 3 classes, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, pass through without any problems, but she only targeted the students from our Heaven class. She has already eliminated more than a dozen of us. We can't continue to be passive like this. We need to take the initiative. That's right. The group was united in their hatred of the enemy, and at this moment, there were already more than 40 students from the top-tier class gathered around Mo Shang. Mo Shang nodded and said, in the past, people were eliminated before they could report Yi Ranyan's location. So, everyone be careful. If you encounter her, don't alert her. Instead, notify us immediately. We will definitely be able to eliminate her if we go there. Right. In addition, we will contact the students of the Earth, Mystic, and Yellow classes, promise not to steal their points, and ask them to help us find Yi Ranyan's location. If they find it, we will also give them a certain number of points as a reward. That's a good idea. As soon as Mo Shang finished speaking, a student agreed. Yi Ranyan is wary of the students in our top class. She will almost immediately attack us if she encounters us, but she won't be in other classes. If students from other classes can help us find her whereabouts, it should be much faster. However, the Yellow class. I'm afraid they won't cooperate, right? After all, Yi Ranyan is also from the Yellow class. Well, then let's ignore the Yellow class. The Earth class and the Mysterious class are enough to help us. Soon, the Earth and Mysterious classes all receive this instruction from the Heaven class. Wow, I never expected that a good-for-nothing from the Yellow class would be valued so much by the Heaven class. However, it's a good thing that the top-tier class is willing to refrain from poaching our students. Let's just keep that promise. After all, it's not necessarily us who will run into Yi Ranyan. Yes, and for them, eliminating Yi Ranyan is an extremely simple matter. Even if we help them, it would only be icing on the cake. In the Earth and Mysterious classes chose to help the Heaven class. Before long, some students from the Yellow class, who were of distinguished status, also received the news. Those people from the Heavenly class are too shameless. They were already using numbers to bully Ranyan, and now they've even mobilized the other 2 classes. No, we can't let Ranyan fight alone. We must help her. Although we are not strong enough to deal with the Heaven class, we can at least interfere with the Earth class and the Profound class. By the way, can't Miss Ming contact Ranyan directly? Tell her to be careful of the students in the other 2 classes as well. Thus, within the trial grounds, a vigorous campaign to find Yi Ranyan and protect Yi Ranyan, sparked by Yi Ranyan, began. Almost all the students in the entire trial grounds began searching for Yi Ranyan. Chapter 104 time is almost up. While almost everyone in the trial grounds was searching for Yi Ranyan, the audience outside the projection screen was dumbfounded. No way. Is this really a monthly exam for freshmen? I think we should just change it to find the Night Stain Sound Assessment. I never imagined that one day, the students in the top-tier class would be so wary of a student from the yellow-tier class. That's right. Before this assessment began, who could have imagined that someone considered a good-for-nothing by everyone would cause such a huge uproar? The top-tier students who were eliminated from the trial grounds also had mixed feelings. Arrogance and disdain upon first meeting Yi Ranyan, followed by feelings of regret, frustration, and resentment after being eliminated by her. Then, upon seeing on the screen that Yi Ranyan had won through genuine skill and was truly formidable, they felt powerless and defeated. These experiences and changes have left them unsure how to view Yi Ranyan now. Sigh. In this freshman assessment, no matter who comes in first place, the one who will stand out the most and attract the most attention will undoubtedly be Yi Ranyan. Now that things have come to this, I'm willing to admit that she's one of the top 3 students among the freshmen in the college. As expected of descendants of the Duke of Protectorate, they are truly remarkable. I heard that she only got into the Imperial Academy because of the Duke of Protectorate's family. Now it seems that the Imperial Academy has actually hit the jackpot, just as everyone was discussing it. No. Yi Yuhan's sharp and icy voice rang out. My cousin didn't get into the Imperial Academy because of the Duke of Huguo's influence. There was a moment of silence in the room, and then everyone looked at Yi Yuhan. Yi Yuhan said, "It was Dean Su who valued my cousin's talent and personally invited her to the academy." These words immediately caused an uproar in the room. Yi Ranyan was actually someone whom Dean Su valued and personally invited to come in? Dean Su, who has not shown his face for a long time and hardly cares about the affairs of the college, actually pays attention to a freshman? Could Yi Ranyan be even more talented than they imagined? Vice Dean Xiao, is this true? Someone asked Xiao Yiren for confirmation. Xiao Yiren's face was gloomy and cold, but he still nodded. Yes. However, he had previously thought that Su Qingshan had admitted Yi Ranyan to the hospital to give face to Yi Yuhan and the Duke of Huguo's mansion, and he never expected that it would be because of Yi Ranyan's extraordinary talent. When Xiao Yiren admitted it, everyone was in an uproar. So it was someone that Dean Su valued. That's alright then. Even if it's that powerful, it's only to be expected. I'm really looking forward to her growth more and more. You know, she's only 16 years old now. She's the youngest student in our Imperial Capital Academy, but she's managed to make the entire top-tier class take notice of her all by herself. While everyone was discussing, Xiao Yiren had his own plans. At this moment, he was thinking about more than just Yi Ranyan's beauty. He wanted to kill her. Otherwise, once she grows up, she probably won't let him off the hook. After a slight flicker in his eyes, he took out his communication stone and sent a command to someone who was currently in the trial grounds. Inside the trial grounds, Yi Ranyan naturally also received messages from Meng Qiu and Qi Yuvai, two people she was quite familiar with. She already knew that the heavenly class had joined forces with the earthly class and the mysterious class to deal with her. Her brow lifted slightly for a moment. "Hi, you want to catch me? Then come on." Although even if all those people came, they might not be her match, she still didn't want the assessment to end so soon. After all, she was still hoping those people would earn more points so she could use them to reap the rewards. Wouldn't it be no fun if they found out so quickly? Yi Ranyan found a safe spot and set up the magic circle that had previously made her invisible. Her figure disappeared from the light and shadow screen again. This time, Yi Ranyan did not cultivate within the invisibility array. Inside the Emperor's space, she took out the talisman drawing materials she had previously purchased. With a few quick strokes, he drew several invisibility talismans. Invisibility talismans, 4th grade spirit talismans, are extremely rare in the entire Eastern Dragon Imperial capital. At this moment, Yi Ranyan casually drew 7 or 8 pictures. Her cultivation level is only at the Sungyu realm. After drawing 7 or 8 talismans, her spiritual power was completely drained. She wasn't in a hurry, so she stayed in the formation for another half an hour to replenish her spiritual energy. Then she discovered that her cultivation had advanced to a new minor realm. Isn't it about time? Yi Ranyan checked her identity card. She currently had 3,800 points and ranked 21st. It seems that while she was drawing talismans and cultivating, the new students who were taking the assessment were not idle either, and they hunted down quite a few spirit beasts. Go and see how things are outside. Yi Ranyan used an invisibility talisman, then dispelled the formation and began to wander around openly. Because of the invisibility talisman, not only could the students participating in the assessment in the trial grounds not see her, but she also disappeared from the light and shadow screen. Everyone was curious and anxious, but could only watch helplessly. As time went by, the people in the yellow class were the most anxious because they still couldn't find Yi Ranyan. They were afraid that Yi Ranyan would be discovered by students from the other 3 classes and would be eliminated by being surrounded by them. Meanwhile, the students in the top-tier class were searching for Yi Ranyan while hunting spirit beasts to accumulate points. It is said that they will receive an extra reward if they break the record in points, so they are working very hard this time. The Earth and Profound classes, having received a promise from the Heavenly class not to plunder them, were not very attentive in their search for Yi Ranyan, focusing mainly on hunting spirit beasts. Why is it still so long, and we still haven't heard from Yi Ranyan? Now, apart from the yellow class, everyone else in the entire trial grounds is at our disposal. How can we still not find anyone? Did the students in the Earth and Mystic classes not try their best? Give the order. If there is still no news from Yi Ranyan within half an hour, we will begin to plunder the points of the Earth and Profound classes. If we don't take things tough, those people won't take our orders seriously. With such a deterrent in place, I believe the students in the Earth and Mystic classes will be much more dedicated. After this news spread, the students in the Earth and Profound classes were very angry, and their resentment towards the Heaven class reached its peak. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. They couldn't beat the other side, and they didn't want the other side to plunder them, so they could only hurry up and find Yi Ranyan. Some people even made foolish moves. They arrested the people from the yellow class, hoping to force Yi Ranyan to show herself. Yi Ranyan had just used the invisibility rune and walked forward for a short while when she witnessed this scene. Chapter 105, Could it be Yi Ranyan? Yi Ranyan used an invisibility talisman, which allowed her to remain invisible for half an hour. She wasn't afraid of being discovered, so she walked down the street without any attempt to conceal herself. Several groups of students from the Earth and Profound classes passed by her, but none of them knew that they had met her before. At this time, Yi Ranyan arrived at another hilly area. There stood 7 or 8 men from the Earth Division, their menacing expressions as they escorted 2 men from the Yellow Division. Quickly send a message to Yi Ranyan. Ask her to come and save you. We don't want to do this either, but if we don't, the top-tier class will steal our points. If you have to blame someone, blame Yi Ranyan. Huh. The 2 men from the Yellow class who had been caught sneered. You chose to bow down to the Heaven class yourselves, yet you blame others. You're just bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong. Another person said, we don't know Yi Ranyan well, and we don't have her contact information. She won't come to save us, so just give up on that idea. I advise you to quickly eliminate us, and then go to the top class of dogs. That way, you'll still have a chance to find Yi Ranyan. These 2 are liars. Students in Yi Ranyan and Huang Zihao class can communicate with each other through telepathy. However, she was usually very insightful and unfathomable, and she always guided the students in the Yellow class in their cultivation. Therefore, from the beginning, no one intended to hold her back. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ranyan felt a slight surge of anger within her. She didn't mind the people from the Heaven, Earth, and Mysterious classes targeting her, but she didn't want the people from the Yellow class to be implicated because of her. People from the Earth class? Yi Ranyan sneered. If you dare to touch anyone from our Yellow class, be prepared to face my wrath. Clang. The Empress's sword, the drawing stance. 8 barely perceptible sword lights struck the chests of the 8 Earth class students before them. Yi Ranyan controlled her spiritual power. The sword intent did not kill them, but instead severely injured them. Then, for no apparent reason, the 8 students from Class 8 were suddenly coughing up blood and flying backwards. The moment they crashed to the ground, it felt as if their internal organs had shifted. What happened? Who? There's a ghost. The 2 students from the Yellow class who were arrested were also stunned. Yi Ranyan released the restrictions on them from a distance. Initially stunned, suddenly seemed to understand something, and their faces instantly lit up with surprise. Ranyan, is that you? It's you, isn't it? It must be you. Only you would help us, and only you are so capable. Yi Ranyan sighed silently. Then he transmitted his voice to the 2 of them and said, you 2 divide their points equally, then find a safe place and wait for the assessment to end. The students from the 8 classes must have accumulated quite a few points, and those 2 shared them. After the points are divided among 8 people, even if they stop killing spirit beasts to earn points, their ranking will be much better than they could have originally hoped for. Rather than continuing to go out and be targeted, it's better to find a good place to hide. Upon hearing this, the 2 students from the Yellow class students quickly nodded and said, okay. Then they looked around, but they couldn't find Yi Ranyan anywhere. Ranyan, what about you? They're all looking for you, and I heard that a large group of people have gathered at the top-tier class. You need to be careful. Yi Ranyan smiled and replied, don't worry, if I don't want to, no one can find me. Seeing this, the 2 didn't ask any more questions. They quickly divided up the points of the seriously injured students from Class 1, and then, as Yi Ranyan had told them, they found a relatively safe place to hide. Yi Ranyan remained hidden and escorted them to safety before turning away to another location. Meanwhile, the 8 eliminated students from the Earth-level class were also teleported out. As soon as they went outside, doctors and alchemists were waiting to treat them. What just happened? The projection screen only showed images, not sound, leaving those watching the light and shadow screen completely bewildered. For some reason, the students from the Earth class, who were initially in the lead, suddenly became seriously injured and had all their points stolen by the 2 students from the Yellow class. A sneak attack. Someone is launching a sneak attack from the shadows. Who launched the sneak attack? We didn't see it on the screen. The 8 students from Class 8 looked grim. We didn't see anything either, but there must have been someone. When I was injured, I felt a tremendous force slam into my chest. Yes, me too. The 8 students from the Earth class felt very wronged. Intermittently, he gasped in pain as he spoke. The alchemist and physician who treated them also looked slightly grave. Their injuries are quite serious. They'll probably need a month or 2 to recover. These words left the room speechless. They looked at each other blankly. Who exactly was it, and what was it, that could injure 8 Sunyu Realm students in an instant? Could it be Yi Ranyan? No way. Even if it's her, she shouldn't be that powerful. But now, she is the only one who is unseen. Let's take another look. Yi Ranyan's figure hasn't appeared on the screen for a long time. 8 students from the Earth class were carried off the stage, and the audience members turned their attention back to the screen. Because Yi Ranyan wasn't on the screen, the Yi brothers weren't paying much attention. Yi Yulan even whispered to her other brothers in the Yi family. That must have been Yunyan just now. Yi Yuhan put it more accurately. I think I just saw 8 sword lights, but they were not bright, and they flashed by in an instant, making them difficult for others to detect. Only those who have also comprehended the sword intent can sense them. Wow, that's solid proof that my cousin is right. So, how did she manage to keep herself invisible to others? Yi Yuch looked at the students of class yellow who were fighting for Yi Ranyan on the screen, and his clear eyes revealed a wise light. Invisibility talisman. Huh? Yi Yuxuan asked in surprise. Yi Yulan almost exclaimed in surprise. That's a 4th grade rune. Isn't Yunyan a 3rd grade rune master? How can she draw a 4th grade rune? Yi Yuhan glanced helplessly at his silly 3rd brother. Yunyan's strength is definitely not just that of a 3rd grade rune master. She is only 3rd grade because she doesn't stand out. I think it is her cultivation level that limits her performance. If her cultivation level were higher and she had more spiritual power, she could probably draw 7th grade or 8th grade runes. Hiss! The Yi brothers all gasped in shock. Even the most intelligent Yi Yuch showed a hint of doubt on his face. Isn't Big Brother exaggerating a bit? Even if my cousin is really talented and amazing, it's impossible for her to be able to draw a 7th or 8th grade painting at the age of 16, right? Although he also thought his cousin was amazing, he still couldn't imagine that his 16-year-old cousin could be so extraordinary. Chapter 106, Seeing How Outstanding Yi Ranyan Is. Do you regret it? Yi Yuhan shook his head, suddenly feeling that his younger brothers were all a bit silly. My cousin can casually pull out a heaven rank martial skill. Most importantly, the heaven rank martial arts techniques that my cousin gave us were all processed by her, and they can be seen by all cultivation levels. This shows how powerful her mental strength is. For cultivators, the most difficult thing to cultivate is spiritual power. Once spiritual power is strong, it is very easy to advance in physical body and cultivation level. The group nodded thoughtfully. Yi Yulan, with her simple mind, immediately laughed and said, "Who cares? Anyway, it's a good thing that my cousin is capable. The more capable she is, the less likely anyone will dare to bully her." Inside the trial grounds, using an invisibility talisman, Yi Ranyan encountered several more groups of people from the earth and mysterious classes. This time, she showed no mercy. Since these people have decided to deal with her, they are now on an opposing side. Yi Ranyan showed no mercy in eliminating them. At the same time, she also earned a lot of points. Just then, after eliminating 3 students from the Xian level class, she sensed a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from ahead. Moreover, those spiritual energy fluctuations all belong to human cultivators, not to spirit beasts. This means that 2 groups of people have started fighting ahead. Worried that the students in the yellow class were being bullied, Yi Ranyan immediately used the shadowless step, supplemented by spatial power, and rushed over there at high speed. There stood the spirited and beautiful Meng Qiu, the defiant and smiling Qi Wuyuwei, and a group of students from the yellow class. Meng Qiu is the only daughter of the Meng family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. Qi Wuyuwei is the young master of the Qi family and the younger brother of Qi Wuyang, the former city lord of Qingyang City. Qi Wuyuwei was originally in the top-tier class, but after learning about Yi Ranyan from his brother, he became very curious about her and kept going to the yellow-tier class to ask her about Qingyang City. After a while, he simply asked his family to change his class to the yellow-letter class. Of course, this was also related to the instructions from the elders of the Qi family to befriend Yi Ranyan. This incident made Jiao Rifan quite angry. However, although Qi Wuyuwei looks like a very intelligent young man, he is actually single-minded and only likes to cultivate his body. He only wants to become a strong and manly man and doesn't care about other cultivation methods. Therefore, he is at the bottom of the top class. This was the only thing that brought Jiao Rifan some comfort. However, Meng Qiu was never one to be afraid of trouble, and now that he was with Qi Wuyuwei, he became even more lawless. Moreover, both of them are very intelligent. After learning that all the students in the trial grounds except their class were planning to deal with Yi Ranyan, they tried to gather all the students from the yellow class together, while also looking for people from the mysterious class and the earth class, causing all sorts of trouble and distracting them from their search. They couldn't beat the students from the top-tier class, but after 2 months of guidance from Yi Ranyan, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and they were now able to fight to a draw with the students from the bottom-tier and profound-tier classes. Their methods were quite effective, and they did manage to entangle many students from the earth and mystic classes, making it difficult for them to break free. A conflict broke out between several people from the yellow class and the black class. The yellow class had more people, and after deliberately provoking them, Meng Qiu skillfully fanned the flames. We won't bully you because of numbers. How about this? We'll pick a few people to fight you one-on-one. Whoever wins gets points, and whoever loses is eliminated. How about that? This tactic always works. The Xian and D classes felt an inexplicable sense of superiority over people from the Huang class. They felt that dealing with the yellow class would be a piece of cake for them. They never expected that, because of Yi Ranyan's arrival, the yellow class was no longer the yellow class it used to be. After the Suanzi class students were completely defeated in the actual fight, did they truly realize the capabilities of the Huangzi class? The students in the yellow class have become this strong? Not a single loss. Really. Ever since Yi Ranyan went to that yellow class, the entire yellow class has been acting all mysterious. Could it be that they've become so strong because of Yi Ranyan? That can't be, right? I've seen it with my own eyes. Yi Ranyan has extraordinary comprehension. Every time she comprehends a martial art, she gives pointers to the yellow class. In the audience outside the projection screen, everyone was enthusiastically discussing the changes in the yellow class and were amazed by their progress. Meanwhile, many mentors also congratulated Lu Rong. Instructor Lu, you are truly a master teacher. I think your yellow class is about to turn things around. Lu Rong's usually serious face showed a faint smile. Yes, this is all thanks to Instructor Jiao for letting me have Yi Ranyan. If it weren't for her helping me guide those students, they probably wouldn't have made such great progress. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Jiao Rifan with strange eyes. They had all heard about how Yi Ranyan was assigned to the top-tier class and then rejected by Jiao Rifan. People used to think nothing of it, but now it seems that Jiao Rifan is incredibly short-sighted and looks down on others. Those strange gazes felt like needles pricking Jiao Rifan, making him extremely uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself down. It didn't matter. As long as one student from the top-tier class could beat Yi Ranyan would be expelled from the Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Ranyan left the Imperial Capital Academy. As time went by, people naturally forgot about it. Although the top-tier class hasn't gained any advantage over Yi Ranyan yet, he still believes in Mo Shang. That was the #1 student in their top-tier class, a genius whom the entire top-tier class had poured all their efforts into nurturing. Moreover, Mo Shang's current points are already over 17,000. Ahead of Yi Ranyan, far beyond Yi Ranyan's reach. It was simply too difficult for Yi Ranyan to beat Mo Shang. Professor Jiao, now that you see how outstanding Yi Ranyan is, do you feel any regret? One of the mentors was very straightforward and didn't know how to be tactful. At that moment, he actually asked Jiao Rifan this question in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Jiao Rifan with curiosity. Believe it or not, although they were too embarrassed to ask, they were all quite interested in this question. Jiao Rifan's lips twitched, barely suppressing the urge to beat that person to death, and he sneered. There are countless geniuses in the world, but only those who can grow up are true geniuses. Although Yi Ranyan is very outstanding, I don't regret it. After all, I can't make all the geniuses in the world my disciples. Moreover, Mo Shang from our top class is an excellent student. Yi Ranyan may be very capable, but it's impossible for her to surpass him in the assessment. Everyone could tell he was just being stubborn, and they all just said, oh. Lu Rong's expression turned grim. You mean, Yi Ranyan can't grow up? Jiao Rifan gave her a smug look. You said that. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Rong gritted her teeth in anger. At the same time, as time passed, only 1 hour remained until the assessment. Yuruan finally decided to begin the final hunt. Chapter 107. I suggest canceling this assessment. Inside the trial grounds. Seeing that the students in Class Huang had not suffered any losses under the care of Meng Qiu and Qi Weivai, Yi Ranyan felt very gratified. Judging by the time, the monthly exam has been going on for more than 5 hours. The assessment lasted only 6 hours. With less than an hour to go, this monthly exam for new students will be over. It was almost time, and Yi Ranyan planned to go and collect the points from the students in the top-tier class. With the help of the invisibility talisman, she silently left the group of students in the yellow class. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered another group of students from the Earth class and the mysterious class. They were discussing in strange tones. You guys received the news about the top-tier class, right? Received it. It seems that Class 1 has sent out distress signals to both of our classes. Yi Ranyan was about to attack them and plunder their points. She heard this, and her expression changed slightly. She then withdrew her spiritual power. Taking advantage of his ability to become invisible, he silently followed beside them, openly listening to their conversation. A fourth-tier spirit beast has actually appeared in the trial grounds. Wasn't it said that the highest grade spirit beast here is only third tier? The lowest grade of a fourth-tier spirit beast requires a heavenly martial realm expert to deal with, right? Even Senior Ming Fei, who is third on the Academy's Azure Cloud ranking, hasn't reached the heavenly martial realm yet, let alone us. Danger. Too dangerous. This place is too dangerous. I even want to eliminate myself and leave this place. Fortune favors the bold. The meaning of the heavenly class is that if we all come together, we should be able to fight that fourth-tier spirit beast. If we succeed, not only will we receive an incredibly high number of points, but we will also become the most outstanding group of freshmen in the history of Imperial Capital Academy. The people's minds were stirred by what was said. They are all young people, full of vigor and ambition, who would be willing to retreat without a fight. Then, let's go take a look. With so many students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes, if everyone works together, we might indeed be able to put up a fight. The yellow class shouldn't have received the news, right? No, the top-tier students definitely won't notify them. Yi Ranyan followed them and roughly understood what had happened. Before this trial grounds were used for the new student assessment, the Academy's instructors had specially come in to clean it up, and any spirit beasts of the third rank or higher that threatened the students' safety were all swept out. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any spirit beasts of the third rank or higher here. Fourth-tier spirit beast has suddenly been discovered within the trial grounds. Just as those people said before, fourth-tier spirit beasts can only be killed by experts at the heavenly martial realm or above. However, after discovering the spirit beast, the top-ranked class did not hide from it. Instead, they planned to kill the fourth-tier spirit beast to earn points. Interesting. Yi Ranyan flew off in the direction they indicated. Putting everything else aside, the appearance of the fourth-tier spirit beast brought all the students in the top-tier class together in one place. This saves her the trouble of searching everywhere for people from the top-tier class. Just cook it all at once. At this time, outside the projection screen, people in the audience also started a heated discussion. My God, why are there fourth-tier spirit beasts? They're just a group of freshmen. How could they possibly be a match for fourth-tier spirit beasts? I suggest we cancel this assessment. Even Zhao Rifan, the top-tier tutor, had a change in expression at this moment. Although he was arrogant, he understood that it was impossible for the students in the top-tier class to defeat a fourth-tier spirit beast. However, Xiao Yiren, who held the highest position and had the most say in the arena, said calmly, "There is less than half an hour left before this assessment ends. In my opinion, they may not be able to truly face off against a fourth-tier spirit beast." Furthermore, he paused, these children themselves are willing to try, and we cannot let their courage go to waste. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned rather unpleasant. They vaguely sensed that something was amiss with Xiao Yiren's words. He seemed to be taking the lives of the students at the Imperial Capital Academy far too lightly. However, they were reluctant to point it out to his face. Xiao Yiren's fingers tapped the armrest of the chair at a steady frequency. Of course, he couldn't possibly stop the assessment. This fourth-tier spirit beast unattended, just in case. They simply used some methods to hide it in a certain place. However, now that Yi Ranyan is performing more and more brilliantly in the monthly exams, he no longer wants her to live. That's why we released this spirit beast to deal with Yi Ranyan. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The people from the Duke of Huguo's mansion were unable to enter the trial grounds at this time, and could not save Yi Ranyan. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Ranyan died. As for why he was so certain that the fourth-tier spirit beast would definitely deal with Yi Ranyan, this is quite simple, because he had already tampered with Yi Ranyan's identity card beforehand. As long as Yi Ranyan carries her identity token, she will definitely be attacked by a fourth-tier spirit beast that follows her aura. At the mouth of a canyon, almost everyone from the Heaven class, and many from the Earth class and the Mysterious Child class, had gathered. Not far ahead of them, a giant black wolf with glazed, unfocused eyes and a deafening roar struggled within a golden web. The giant wolf with a mixture of curiosity and fear. This is a fourth-tier spirit beast. If Yin Wu hadn't used her magic weapon to trap it, we would all be in trouble. At this moment, Yin Wu, who was maintaining the magic artifact and trapping the black giant wolf, was pale. She said to Mo Shang, "I can't hold on much longer. In half an hour at most, this magic artifact will lose its effect, and this fourth-order spirit beast will break out." Xiao Yiren, watching from outside the screen, turned green with rage. He never expected that the spirit beast he had specially prepared for Yi Ranyan would be stopped by the members of the heavenly class, who were on the opposite side of Yi Ranyan. If it weren't for these people getting in the way, that black wolf would have already gone to find Yi Ranyan and fight her. However, no one, inside or outside the trial grounds, knew Xiao Yiren's plans. Shang, the most outstanding student in the top class, was teaching everyone in the room a formation that could mobilize the power of everyone at the same time. It is also a phalanx used by the army in battle. Because of time constraints, he could only teach the simple things. Hang in there a little longer. Our current formation can only form 3.5 squares. We're still short a few people. Once we have a few more people, we can start once we have 4 squares. As they were talking, more people from the Earth and Mystery classes arrived one after another. Upon their arrival, Mo Shang instructed them to immediately join the formation. The 4 formations were almost complete. The giant black wolf, trapped inside the magical artifact, suddenly went berserk, charging at the artifact with several times more ferocious force than before. What's going on? Why has it suddenly gone berserk? Chapter 108. Mo Shang's strength is unmatched among the new students. The sudden outburst of the giant black wolf startled everyone. Everyone looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on with the giant wolf. Inside and outside the trial grounds, only Xiao Yiren guessed that Yi Ranyan had arrived, and the giant wolf had smelled the scent emanating from her identity token, causing it to become restless. But Xiao Yiren was puzzled. What methods did Yi Ranyan use to completely hide herself away? Almost all the people taking the monthly exam are here with the 4th-tier spirit beasts, and the scene displayed on the light and shadow screen is also the situation in this area. However, strangely, Yi Ranyan was not among those people. One knew why the 4th-tier spirit beast had gone berserk, and they were all very worried about the students taking the exam. Facing the 4th-tier spirit beast wore expressions of vigilance and fear, retreating repeatedly. Yin Wu, who maintains the binding artifact, can most directly feel the power of the 4th-tier spirit beast, the black wolf. Her face was deathly pale, and she said anxiously to Mo Shang, "I can't hold on much longer, Mo Shang." Mo Shang's expression was solemn. "We're still short 2 people. 2 more people will do." The square formation between the 2 sides was missing only 2 people. They were extremely anxious. At this moment, Yi Ranyan used an invisibility talisman to conceal her figure, and before anyone knew, she had already leaped onto a tree trunk. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Her gaze first fell on the giant black wolf, not far away. Sensing the giant wolf's powerful and violent strength, as well as a trace of oppressive aura, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected of a 4th-tier spirit beast, it even made her feel somewhat troubled. But it's just a tricky situation. After all, she had experienced the oppressive power of divine beasts and spatial beasts in the spirit beast forest. Compared to the oppressive aura of the spatial beast, the oppressive aura of this 4th-tier spirit beast was simply insignificant and had no effect on her. However, her cultivation level was only at the Sunyu realm, which was a level above her own when facing a 4th-tier spirit beast. To defeat it, she would have to expend a lot of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes were eyeing her covetously. Therefore, the best strategy was to remain still and wait until the students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes had captured the 4th-tier spirit beast before launching a surprise attack. However, this was not the situation she had imagined, where they would completely crush the top-tier class. Instead, it seemed like they were taking advantage of her vulnerability, which made Yi Ranyan feel uneasy. Tier spirit beast, the black wolf, below became increasingly restless. Cracks appeared on the magical artifact that Yamyu used to bind it. The situation suddenly became precarious. Fine. Before the magical artifact completely shattered, many students from the Earth class and the Profound class rushed over and naturally completed the formation that was missing 2 people. Everyone present, including Yi Ranyan, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although she had a bet with Jiao Rifin from the top class. But that only applied to Jiao Rifin, and it didn't even reach the level of life and death. Although the students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes in front of her were targeting her, it was only for the sake of winning. They were, after all, students from the same academy. The other side did not intend to kill her, and she did not intend to kill those students either. Below, not long after the 4 formations were assembled, the spiritual artifact that Yin Wu used to bind the 4th-order spirit beast completely shattered. Shang, the top student in the heavenly class, quickly stepped forward to take command. Under his command, The people in the four formations instantly formed a huge spiritual tiger. The tiger pounced straight at the black wolf, its movements so agile that it was in no way inferior to a real mythical beast. For a time, it was able to fight the fourth-tier spirit beast to a standstill. I never expected the Eastern Dragon Empire to have such a formation. Yi Ranyan's eyes. From her perspective, which was influenced by the memories of the Empress, this formation was indeed too immature and not worth mentioning. However, it was extremely rare for the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. And just Yi Ranyan who was surprised. At this moment, outside the trial grounds, the many instructors and students watching the light and shadow screen were also surprised. Shang, the most outstanding freshman in the top-tier class. This formation looks impressive, but unfortunately the time was too short and the students' coordination wasn't smooth enough. Otherwise, taking down this fourth-tier spirit beast wouldn't have been a problem. Speaking of which, who is Mo Shang? If his formation were given to a cultivator with a higher level of cultivation, its power would definitely double. Even Yi Yuhan and his companions were wondering how much their combat power would be enhanced if the Silver Dragon Guards under the Yi family had such a formation. I know this Mo Shang. He comes from a low-profile small family. Although it's called a small family, some members of his family have actually been to places like Zhongzhou for training. Zhongzhou? He's actually been to Zhongzhou. Since there's someone in the clan who's been there, it's normal that he knows these things. Zhao Rifan stood up even more at this moment. If he had a tail, it would probably be sticking up to the sky. I said long ago that Mo Shang is so strong that no one among the new generation can rival him. Even Yi Ranyan is no match for him. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yi Ranyan had previously demonstrated strong abilities, but she hasn't appeared on screen for a long time. Instead, Mo Shang has shone brightly during the period when Yi Ranyan was absent. As everyone spoke, on the light and shadow screen, the berserk giant wolf was incredibly powerful. After fighting with the spiritual tiger for a while, it lost patience and used its overwhelming strength to charge around. With several violent impacts, it actually cracked the light tiger. Hiss! No, that won't work. Although this formation is not weak, the students in Class 3 have too low cultivation levels, and they have not had enough time to practice and coordinate. I'm afraid they will soon be unable to hold on. Vice Dean. In this assessment, besides someone as outstanding as Yi Ranyan, there are also talented students like Mo Shang. We can't just stand by and watch them lose their lives, can we? Xiao Yaren's eyes were bloodshot, but he never said anything about stopping the assessment. Because he knew that Yi Ranyan was there too. As long as she is there, her scent will definitely attract fourth-tier spirit beasts to attack her. Once Yi Ranyan falls, he will naturally end this assessment. Inside the trial grounds, the students in the four formations fought bravely against the Black Wolf, but they were outmatched and gradually lost ground. The other students who arrived, but did not join the formation trembled at the sight. Some hid nearby, some simply ran away, and others destroyed their own identity cards, eliminating themselves from the competition. Yi Ranyan kept observing the fourth-tier spirit beast. She felt that this spirit beast was a bit strange, as if it had no intelligence. A fourth-tier spirit beast has not yet developed intelligence. It is still more intelligent than ordinary spirit beasts. However, this spirit beast's eyes are cloudy, without a trace of clarity, only blood and slaughter. This appearance seems like it's being controlled by some kind of drug. Chapter 109. She's so strong. Just as Yi Ranyan was deep in thought, the four square formations of spiritual tigers could no longer stop the Black Wolf and showed signs of dissipating and collapsing. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, but in the end, she secretly helped the students of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Academy below, restoring the almost dissipated array. Mo Shang. The other students in the top-tier class, including Yin Wu, who had previously used a magical artifact to restrain the giant wolf, spoke with a pale face. This fourth-tier spirit beast is even more powerful than we imagined. If we continue fighting, our lives may be in danger. Why don't we leave first? In this form, leaving here shouldn't be difficult. That's right. Other students chimed in. There's not much time left before the assessment ends. Let's avoid this fourth-tier spirit beast and wait until the assessment is over. Mo Shang's face was pale, and he had also exhausted himself. He realized his misjudgment. This fourth-tier spirit beast was not to be trifled with. He was about to agree when he was distracted, just as the Black Wolf launched its attack. The formation was crushed in an instant. Mo Shang, who was at the very front, was the first to be hit. He felt a sudden pain in his chest, and a spurt of blood gushed out. It's over. As the formation crumbled, A deathly palpable look gradually appeared in Emo Shang's eyes. Previously, thanks to the radiant tiger form created by their formation, they still had the strength to escape. But now, the formation was broken, and all the students who formed the formation were affected and injured. In addition, the giant wolf seemed to be irrational, so they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. A trace of regret surfaced in Emo Shang's heart. He regretted it. He regretted it. He shouldn't have sent so many people to their deaths. If these people are really dead, then it was all his fault. Oh my god. Not good. Vice Dean, it's come to this. Are you still not planning to suspend the assessment? Outside the trial grounds, everyone watching the light and shadow screens couldn't sit still any longer. Several instructors even got up, intending to forcibly open the trial grounds and go in to rescue people. Even if you go now, it might not be in time. Xiao Yiren said, his face pale. The students of the heaven, earth, and profound classes were too close to an out-of-control fourth-tier spirit beast. If we hadn't been there in person, there wouldn't have been time to save them. He initially only wanted to kill Yi Ranyan. He never imagined things would develop to this point. Those students probably wouldn't be alive today. Among those people were many prodigies from other states and counties, some even backed by an entire family. One family might not mean much. But with so many people and so many families, what if they all start causing trouble together later? Even he probably couldn't handle it. Inside the trial grounds. It's over. I'm going to die. Wah. I should have known better than to be greedy for this fourth-tier spirit beast. Mother, I will never see you again. The spirit tiger was shattered. The hundreds of freshmen from the heaven, earth, and profound classes faced the attack of a fourth-tier spirit beast. The overwhelming pressure and powerful aura filled them all with despair. The shadow of death loomed over them. They never imagined that simply participating in a monthly exam at the academy would cost them their lives. Just when everyone was in despair, helplessly waiting to die. Why? A faint sigh suddenly rang out. Yi Ranyan burned the invisibility talisman, and her slender, graceful figure, as beautiful as a flame, emerged from the tree trunk. The next moment, boom, with a loud bang, the body and spiritual energy attack of the fourth-tier spirit beast, the black giant wolf, crashed into a wall, producing a tremendous roar. The attacks that were originally meant to fall on the students of the heaven, earth, and profound classes were blocked by an invisible wall. In an instant, the students in the trial grounds were stunned. The mentors and students watching from outside the screen were also thrilled. Oh my god, what happened? Huh? Someone actually blocked the attack of a fourth-tier spirit beast. No way. Could there be someone at the heavenly martial realm among the new students? Who is it? So powerful. Look at the tree. It's Yi Ranyan. It's actually Yi Ranyan. She's so strong. Wasn't she the one who blocked the attack from the fourth-tier spirit beast just now? When did she arrive? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were dreaming. Wasn't it said that Emo Shang, the number one student in the top class, was so strong that no one among the freshmen could rival him? But in my opinion, Emo Shang doesn't even seem to be as good as Yi Ranyan. Not even a single finger? A freshman in the academy, and one whom everyone thought was a waste, actually blocked the attack of a fourth-tier spirit beast? Alas, it seems my bet is going to go down the drain. However, although I wrongly bet on the top class and lost a lot of money, this time, I truly accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Countless people nodded in agreement. Because Yi Ranyan deserves it, and because now they all hope that Yi Ranyan can win. After all, if Yi Ranyan could win, it would mean that she might be able to save the students of the heaven, earth, and profound classes. At this moment, the most excited people were naturally the students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes at the trial site. The complex emotions surging in their hearts were simply indescribable. There was the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster, the bewilderment of not knowing what had happened, and then the shock and disbelief upon seeing Yi Ranyan. It's her. Nightstain sound. How did she get here? When did she arrive? No, that's not right. Why would she save us? We're all clearly targeting her, aren't we? In an instant, after realizing what had happened, everyone present felt not only gratitude but also guilt and remorse towards Yi Ranyan. Clearly, everyone in the entire trial grounds knew that they were all working together against her. But at the crucial moment, she disregarded her own safety and saved them. Everyone stepped back, blocking the fatal blow from the fourth-tier spirit beast Black Wolf. Yi Ranyan said in a cold voice. That attack just now consumed a lot of her strength. After all, she has a lot of people to protect. If it were her alone, she wouldn't need to expend so much spiritual energy. Nightstain sound. Emo Shang snapped out of his daze, and instead of backing down, stepped forward. I'll help you. No need. Yi Ranyan refused. With a thought, she took out her long sword, and a loud clang rang out as the sword was drawn from its sheath. The powerful sound of the sword made everyone who heard it tremble slightly. Sword drawing stance. A bright, snow-white light appeared, and then, half of a beautifully carved long sword slowly emerged. At the same time, countless sharp sword energies shot out from the sword in all directions. This is the sword that Yi Ranyan found in the Emperor's space. It's a divine artifact. Ordinary CU realm cultivators are simply unable to use divine artifacts. But this sword seemed to possess a spirit, and Yi Ranyan was also connected to it, so it was barely usable. They couldn't even pull out the complete sword. However, even with only half a sword, it would be enough to deal with this situation. Chapter 1:10 Queuing to send Night Senate sound points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless beams of white sword light, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, struck directly at the fourth-tier spirit beast, the black giant wolf. Sensing the aura of Yi Ranyan's identity token, the giant wolf's eyes turned a ferocious red, and the beast became increasingly frenzied, lunging at Yi Ranyan without regard for anything else. Only, at the moment of leaping into the air, whoosh whoosh, the dazzling white sword light pierced through its body. Everything happened in an instant. When everyone reacted, what they saw was the giant wolf's body suddenly shattering, cut into pieces of flesh and blood by the white sword light, which fell from the void like rain of blood. This was clearly a very bloody scene, and it must have been quite terrifying. However, the girl standing on the branch was cold and beautiful, unforgettable. Glug. Someone swallowed hard, regaining their senses, their voice still a little unsteady. This is it? His voice broke the silence in the room. The others gradually came to their senses. Well done, Yi Ranyan. Emo Shang stepped forward, his eyes shining as he looked up at Yi Ranyan on the branch. I admit, you are indeed stronger than me, much stronger than me. These words caused an uproar in the room. Although everyone in the room knew that what Emo Shang said was true. However, the fact that he, hailed as the strongest freshman, personally admitted that Yi Ranyan was very strong, even stronger than him, still sent shivers down one's spine. This means, Yi Ranyan, who has only been in the Imperial Capital Academy for a short time and is rumored to be a useless person who has just been able to cultivate, is actually the strongest freshman in the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, the people outside the screen were also experiencing mixed feelings. Xiao Yijin showed signs of losing his composure for the first time. He never expected that Yi Ranyan could instantly kill a fourth-tier spirit beast. While part of the reason is that Emo Shang's S4 formations had already depleted a significant amount of the spirit beast's power, it was still difficult to accept. Could it be that I used too much medicine? The fourth-tier spirit beast from unleashing its full potential. The other mentors, on the other hand, were all excited and congratulated Lu Rong. Professor Lu, you've really taken on a great student. How did you teach her? Yi Ranyan is just too amazing. As expected, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Those from the Duke of Protectorate are indeed extraordinary. At this point, no one paid any attention to Jiao Rifan. Jiao Rifan's face was pale, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. The students who were eliminated from the top-tier class all had complex expressions on their faces. They were first eliminated by Yi Ranyan. They almost hated her to death. They stayed in front of the projection screen to watch Yi Ranyan lose and be beaten to a pulp by her classmates. But unexpectedly, Yi Ranyan ended up saving their classmate. They were clearly targeting her, yet she saved them. Not a single student in the entire top-tier class could muster even a trace of resentment towards Yi Ranyan. Unlike them, the Yi brothers were full of pride and self-satisfaction, as if Yi Ranyan's ability to steal the spotlight made them happier than if they themselves were in the limelight. At the same time, inside the trial grounds. Can I ask you a question? Ink, Stain Knight asks. What is the sound of ink? Yi Ranyan lightly touched the ground with her toes and stood in front of Emo Shang, who had drifted down from the branch. She said calmly, ask away. That sword drawing move just now looked simple, but it was actually quite elegant and consumed 70% of her cultivation. Why did you save us? Emo Shang looked puzzled. You should know that we are all looking for you, targeting you, and trying to steal your points to eliminate you. Oh, I know. Yi Ranyan sheathed her sword. However, I don't take you seriously yet. Emo Shang, it feels like I'm being looked down upon. However, damn it, he seemed completely unable to refute her words. Yi Ranyan continued, as for saving you, we're from the same academy. Besides, I have no blood feud with you. You want to eliminate me, and I want to eliminate you too, but I never intended for you to die. I trust you, and I don't think you ever intended to take my life, right? Mo Shang nodded in agreement. Indeed. They wanted to win, but they never wanted Yi Ranyan dead. This is a test, and the most capable will win. Yi Ranyan, we have all witnessed your abilities. We are willing to accept defeat in this bet. As he spoke, he took out his ID card. All the points are in here, you can take it. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on her face. She affixed her identity card, and Mo Shang's points were 99% gone. Yi Ranyan, who originally planned to eliminate the top-ranked class, did not go all out this time, but left him a little bit, so that he could remain in the state of not being eliminated. Upon seeing this, the other students from the Heaven, Earth, and Profound classes exchanged glances and then walked towards Yi Ranyan. Senior Sister Ranyan, you can take our points too. And mine too. Thus, a strange scene unfolded within the trial grounds. Had previously been clamoring to find Yi Ranyan and steal her points were now lined up neatly, taking turns to give Yi Ranyan points so that she could steal their points. Yi Ranyan was not polite either. She didn't want them dead, but she still needed the points. Just as she was racking up points, the students from the yellow class, who had just heard from elsewhere that there were fourth-tier spirit beasts here, arrived late. They thought that when they arrived, they would see the students of the Imperial Academy fighting fiercely against the fourth-tier spirit beasts. Unexpectedly, what they saw was a scene where all the freshmen in the entire academy, except for their class, lined up to give Yi Ranyan points. They were confused. They don't understand. However, after a brief moment of thought, Meng Xiu asked everyone to stand at the back of the line as well. Took Yi Ranyan about half a cup of tea to collect all the points from the students in the Heaven, Earth, and Profound classes. When it was the turn of the yellow class students, she saw Meng Xiu and Chi Yuvai at the head and helplessly put away her identity token. What are you doing here? Meng Xiu smiled and said, I didn't mean to make you number one. I've been number one for a long time, so I don't need your points. Yi Ranyan leaned closer to Meng Xiu and whispered, I took their points so that our yellow class would get first place in the assessment. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiu and the other students from the yellow class couldn't help but show expressions of emotion. You should know that among the myriad elements of heaven and earth, the yellow class has always been the worst and most looked down upon. They have never been given any of the school's cultivation resources or opportunities to go out for training and competitions. The yellow class has always kept a low profile among the four classes. However, this time, Yi Ranyan put them in first place. Union, thank you. Thank you to her for letting their yellow class finally have a chance to hold their heads high. Yi Ranyan smiled at everyone. Talent is important, but I think a person's mind and effort are more important than talent. The most terrifying thing would be if students in the yellow class resigned themselves to being inferior to students in other classes simply because they were in the yellow class, or because they were not talented enough. Hopefully, this time, she can help the students in the yellow class regain their confidence and stop giving up on themselves. Chapter 111. It was all just a child's game. Outside the screen, those watching the monthly exam were speechless when they saw each class standing in a row, handing out their nighttime music points. After a long pause, someone finally said, such a thing is unprecedented in the Academy's assessments, isn't it? Yi Ranyan is truly remarkable. It's not just her strength, but also her personal charm. Right now, her influence among the freshmen is probably unparalleled. She's a really strange person. She seems to be a lone wolf, but she also has a natural leadership quality, unlike ordinary people. People in the room who had been silenced by Donglong, Songhuang rolled their eyes as they listened. A genius recognized by the presidents of the 5 major unions. Could he be an ordinary person? However, it's good to see these young people like this. Older, more experienced people might not be so easily moved. It's precisely because they are young, because their minds are pure, that they can be influenced by each other. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the trial grounds suddenly trembled. Then, beams of white light shone down, enveloping all the disciples participating in the monthly exam within the trial grounds. The assessment is over. Huh? It's already been 6 hours? It feels like it hasn't been that long. Fortunately, Yi Ranyan was in this assessment, which made it much more exciting. Otherwise, it might have been boring. But the assessment results are out, right? Yi Ranyan should be the undisputed number 1, right? Sure enough, the moment the new students were teleported out of the trial grounds, the points on their identity cards were detected. Then, the image on the projection screen disappeared, and a long leaderboard appeared. The top spot, without a doubt, is at the very top. That night, the sound was tinged with color. Even though everyone was somewhat prepared, it was still unbelievable to see this girl, who had only been in the academy for less than 3 months and was supposedly only able to cultivate, take the top spot. Not to mention, Yi Ranyan has over 70,000 points. This data shocked everyone. Were all the spirit beasts in the trial grounds killed by them? These points are terrifying. In the past, the highest I could get in the monthly exams was 10 or 20,000 points. This time, Yi Ranyan actually has more than 70,000 points. That's incredible. She broke the record and made history. But it was only her. Because, by the time you get to second place, you only have a pitiful 4,000 points left, and you're a student in the yellow class program. The students from the heaven, earth, and profound classes who were not eliminated after Yi Ranyan racked up points only had 500 points each. I can't bear to look. I really can't bear to look. The earth and profound classes exchanged a glance, shook their heads with wry smiles. Their students were dragged into this mess and suffered an undeserved disaster. It was originally a feud between Yi Ranyan and the top-tier class, but they insisted on getting involved, and it ended up like this. On the bright side, at least our grades are about the same as the top-performing class. The Xian class comforted the tutor of the D class. The class teacher nodded and gave Jiao Rifan a cool glare. It all started because of him. If he hadn't been so arrogant and condescending, none of this would have happened. Such a person is not fit to be a teacher. Expelling him from the academy is a good thing. Nightstain's sound. As soon as they returned to the academy, Emo Shang said loudly to her, "I know you are stronger than me, and I also know that you just fought a 4th-tier spirit beast and expended a lot of energy. I'll wait for you to recover. After you recover, how about we have a spar?" He knew that Yi Ranyan might be very weak after dealing with the 4th-tier spirit beasts. He didn't know that even if Yi Ranyan didn't have much spiritual power in her body, it would still be easy for her to subdue them. However, he chose to offer up his points voluntarily in the trial grounds instead of taking action. Shang, the former top freshman, seems to be a decent person, unlike Jiao Rifan, the mentor of the top-tier class. Yi Ranyan nodded at him. Okay. During the break, Xiao Yiren began to announce the results of the monthly exam with a stiff expression. Yi Ranyan was mentioned as the top of the list. Her voice was extremely cold. His expression turned even uglier when he said that the top class was the yellow-labeled class. At this moment, Jiao Rifan, the instructor of the top-tier class, was deathly pale. When he agreed to the bet with Yi Ranyan, he never thought he would lose to a young girl from a small border town who had just begun cultivating. He never dreamed that a 4th-tier spirit beast would interfere in today's assessment, nor did he expect that Yi Ranyan would choose to save the students of the top-tier class. What he least expected was that the students of the top-tier class would completely disregard his fate as their instructor and directly give their points to Yi Ranyan, then admit defeat. While Jiao Rifan was in a daze, everyone present offered their congratulations to Yi Ranyan and the yellow class. Xiao Yiren reluctantly told Yi Ranyan to go and collect the top spot reward when she had time. Once the process is complete, this monthly assessment will be fully over. Etc. Yi Ranyan suddenly spoke, her clear and beautiful eyes looking directly in Jiao Rifan's direction. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Ranyan finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to her. Professor Jiao, do you remember the bet we made that day? Jiao Rifan's face turned pale and then red. He gritted his teeth. His lips were tightly closed, and he didn't say a word. After all, being a tutor at the Imperial Academy meant a high monthly salary and a high level of respect, and he really didn't want to lose that job. Yi Ranyan frowned. What? As a teacher, Instructor Jiao wouldn't be planning to break his promise, would he? Nightstain's sound. Xiao Yiren looked at her coldly. Your so-called bet is just a child's play. How can you, a student, just drive away our instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy? Xiao Yiren's attitude was quite clear. He actually intended to help Jiao Rifan stay. The room erupted in uproar, with everyone discussing it. Yi Ranyan and Jiao Rifan had caused quite a stir throughout the Imperial Capital Academy, and everyone knew about it. But now, not only is Jiao Rifan silent, but Xiao Yiren is actually planning to cancel the bet with just one sentence. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly as she looked at Xiao Yiren. Xiao Yiren sneered. What? You want to talk back to your teachers? If you're not satisfied, you can leave on your own. My Imperial Capital Academy doesn't welcome students like you who are unconventional. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Oh my god, has Vice Dean Xiao gone mad? A genius like Yi Ranyan. Instead of currying favor with her and keeping her in the academy, he actually drove her away for someone like Jiao Rifan? This is so unfair. How exactly did Yi Ranyan offend Vice Dean Xiao? This is terrible. Now Dean Su doesn't care about the college's affairs. Vice Dean Xiao makes all the decisions, big and small. Since he said that, he's definitely going to help Jiao Rifan. I'm not saying this out loud, but if Vice Dean Xiao really lets Yi Ranyan go today, then he's a fool. Chapter 112. You have disappointed me greatly. Vice Dean Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Yaren's words, the Yi brothers were immediately enraged and stepped forward one by one. Yunyan was personally invited into the academy by Dean Su. I'm afraid even you don't have the authority to let Yunyan leave. If this vast Imperial Capital Academy truly cannot accommodate Yunyan, then the rest of us will not stay any longer. As soon as they spoke, everyone in the room couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in their hearts. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Not only Xiao Yaren has gone mad, but the young masters of the Duke of Huguo's mansion have also gone mad. They actually said they wanted to leave Imperial Capital Academy with Yi Ranyan. The 4 sons of the Duke of Huguo's mansion are all prodigies, each ranking among the top on the Imperial Capital Academy's King Yun ranking. It can be said that they are the backbone of the students of Imperial Capital Academy and the representatives of Imperial Capital Academy's reputation. But now, for Yi Ranyan's sake, they're saying they want to leave the academy? You see, without the academy, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate when the Holy Academy comes to recruit students next year. Young master, you must not act rashly. Second young master, third young master, fourth young master, sit down and we can discuss this. Girl Yi is so outstanding. How could we possibly let her leave? Many mentors offered their advice, feeling frustrated. The academy had many mentors, but prodigies like Yi Ranyan and the young masters of the Yi family were rare. Isn't it a win-win situation to exchange Jiao Rifan for their willingness to stay at the Imperial Capital Academy? Vice Dean Xiao targeting Yi Ranyan? Even if there is a personal grudge, what he did was completely disregarding the interests of the academy. Xiao Yaren behaved strangely today regarding the monthly exam. He rejected many tutors' requests to suspend the exams several times, and now he is making such unreasonable demands, which has caused dissatisfaction among many tutors. Meanwhile, the mentors were also wondering to themselves whether the combined weight of their group was greater than that of Xiao Yaren alone. Yi Ranyan's current mentor in the yellow class stepped forward directly. Yi Ranyan is my student. If she is wrong, it is my dereliction of duty as her mentor. If Vice Dean Xiao insists on this, then I can only leave with her. The other mentors, upon seeing this, were moved. The academy is supposed to be a place for teaching and nurturing people, but even Vice Dean Xiao is turning away such outstanding talents. I don't know why, but there is really no point in staying in such an academy. There is no benefit for me to stay. Me too. Me too. Many instructors spoke up, implying that if Xiao Yaren allowed Yi Ranyan to leave the Imperial Capital Academy, then not only would the 4 young masters of the Yi family leave the academy, but they themselves would also have to leave and cease being instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy. Of course, among these mentors who spoke up, only a portion truly cherished talent and were reluctant to let Yi Ranyan leave. The majority, however, saw that the 4 young masters of the Duke of Huguo's mansion and Yi Ranyan were extraordinary and feared that they might hold a grudge about what happened today if they achieved great things in the future. Therefore, they made a special statement. Regardless of their motives, the fact that these mentors stepped forward at this moment was already quite awe-inspiring. Black and yellow stood in a row to give Yi Ranyan points in the trial grounds. At that time, all the students willingly gave their points to Yi Ranyan to help her become the top student. Now, all the mentors have stood up again and spoken up for her. Yi Ranyan, she really is a magical and remarkable woman. In the entire Imperial Capital Academy, she is the first person in history to have so many people stand on her side and speak up for her. Even Lian Yi Ranyan herself was somewhat surprised by the scene before her. Xiao Yaren's shamelessness was something she hadn't expected. The reactions of the mentors were something she hadn't expected. She hadn't actually been at the Imperial Academy for very long, less than 3 months. Moreover, she usually only sparred with students from the yellow class, but she never expected that so many people would be willing to stand up for her at this time. Yi Ranyan watched silently at first, surprised and puzzled by their actions, but after the mentors expressed their opinions, she knew that she should also say something. Vice Dean Xiao. However, before she could even open her mouth, an old voice rang out. Xiao Yaren. He actually called Xiao Yaren by his given name. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. As everyone in the room was wondering what was going on, they suddenly heard a loud boom, as if a mountain gate had been opened somewhere. Then, a slender figure stepped through the void, approaching from afar. The man had white hair and an aged face, but his eyes, unlike those of an old man, were clear and bright. He possessed an ethereal and otherworldly air about him, so graceful and otherworldly that many students, for a moment, thought they had met an immortal. Dean. Among the professors who had been with the academy for a long time, someone quickly recognized him and exclaimed in shock, "It's Dean Su." Dean Su has been out of the public eye for many years, but he has actually come out of seclusion this time. This is Dean Su. I've been a patient here for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever met the dean. The speakers were some students from Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Ranyan recognized the person as Su Qingshan, whom she had met once before. The last time she saw him, he was fishing, sitting down, and she couldn't tell he had such a commanding presence and imposing aura. At this moment, he truly resembled an unfathomable master. Ever felt this sense of grandeur with the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire since arriving in the Eastern Dragon capital? Of course, this kind of pressure is far inferior to that of Feng Jukin and the Space Beast, but it is still one of the top existences in the Eastern Dragon capital. Xiao Yiren. Su Qingshan stood in the void, looking down at Xiao Yiren below, his tone indifferent, his eyes cold. I entrusted the academy to you, and this is how you handle affairs. Xiao Yiren's lips trembled slightly, and his body swayed precariously under the pressure of Su Qingshan's aura. When you were on the verge of death, I saved your life. You said you were willing to repay me as a slave. I never regarded you as a servant, but rather as a disciple, and taught you with care. Because of this connection, I felt at ease in trusting the affairs of the academy to you. But you have disappointed me too much. Xiao Yiren's expression changed drastically, and he immediately knelt down. Dean. Honor once said that I personally invited Yi Ranyan to the academy. Now, you, a person with corrupt professional ethics, want to harm her. Su Qingshan stretched out one of his hands from behind his back and waved it. Since you can't manage this academy, you shouldn't manage it anymore. Also, go to the Hall of Punishments to reflect on your mistakes, and come out when you've thought things through. Su Qingshan was decisive and efficient, making decisions without leaving anyone room to interfere. Chapter 113, Taking Charge of the Academy. Su Qingshan's decisive actions left everyone else speechless. Before they could even react to what had happened, Su Qingshan had already punished Xiao Yiren. The other mentors snapped out of their daze, their faces showing a mixture of joy and awe. Only Jiao Rifan was deathly pale, and his body was even trembling slightly. Jiao Rifan. The next moment, Su Qingshan's gaze fell on him again. Are you willing to accept the consequences of your bet? Su Qingshan didn't want to say anything more to someone like Jiao Rifan. Jiao Rifan dared not refute, nor dared not answer. He hadn't seen how respectful Xiao Yiren was to the dean, let alone him. He immediately knelt down, swallowing the bitterness and resentment in his mouth, and replied, Jiao, I accept my defeat. Su Qingshan didn't even give him a second glance, only saying in a calm tone, then you may leave on your own. Jiao Rifan got up, not daring to linger, and staggered away from the academy. Everyone who saw this sighed with emotion. They had previously heard that Dean Su had personally taken a liking to Yi Ranyan and invited her to join the academy, and they thought it was an exaggeration. Upon meeting her today, I feel that Dean Su has a higher opinion of Yi Ranyan than the rumors suggest. The moment they appeared, without even needing to ask why, they immediately sided with Yi Ranyan. This is practically the same treatment they would give their own daughter. From now on, I, the dean, will find suitable people to manage the affairs of the academy. Now that the monthly exams are over, everyone may go their separate ways. After Su Qingshan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yuhan and his brothers, and said in the direction of Yi Ranyan, Honor, bring your cousin and brothers to the back mountain to find me. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Yi Yuhan. Hana, what kind of address is that? Does anyone actually call the eldest young master that? Even with elders, the intimacy seems a bit excessive. The next moment, they heard Yi Yuhan's steady voice reply, Yes, master. Master. Master Shishi? The eldest young master is actually Dean Su's disciple. My God, how come I'm only finding out now? Another uproar erupted in the audience. So that's how it is. No wonder Yi Ranyan was able to meet the dean who was in seclusion in the back mountain and was valued by him. I heard that the eldest young master is in much better health and has not only been able to cultivate, but his cultivation level has even reached a higher level than before. Wow, isn't the heavens really favoring the Duke of Hyuguo's family too much? Sigh. I don't know whether to envy them for being born into the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion, or to envy the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion for having juniors like them. The most watched in today's monthly exam are undoubtedly Yi Ranyan and the young masters of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. Yi Ranyan, Yi Yuhan, and the others left amidst the murmurs of the crowd, heading towards the back mountain. On the road, the Yi brothers all praised Yi Ranyan with smiles on their faces for everything she had done in the trial grounds. Your swordsmanship is truly excellent. Your sword intent is even more powerful than mine. I took a shortcut, but you're amazing too, cousin. Yi Yuhan said it sincerely. Cousin, you can actually draw an invisibility talisman. Yi Yuch was also a little excited. I'm still lacking in drawing 4th grade runes. Cousin, could you give me some pointers later? Okay, no problem. Cousin, you look amazing today. I think all the students and professors in our college are completely impressed by you. Yi Yulan said happily. Yi Yuxuan watched them with a smile, thinking how wonderful this moment was, and he wished it could last forever. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the group arrived at the back of the academy. Yi Yuhan took out his identity token, and the restrictions on the back mountain automatically retreated, allowing the group to enter without hindrance. This was Yi Ranyan's second visit, and she was very familiar with the route. Not long after, they saw Su Qingshan fishing by the river. His appearance was exactly like how Yi Ranyan looked when she first met him. You've arrived. Hearing footsteps, Su Qingshan looked up at them and said, Not bad. The little ones have grown quite a bit in such a short time. Finally, Su Qingshan's gaze fell on Yi Ranyan, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. This cultivation speed, as expected of Yi Kwei's daughter. No, I should say, you are even more amazing than your mother. Yi Ranyan looked at him curiously while taking out some spirit wine from her spatial storage. Old man, this is what I promised you before. Su Qingshan's eyes lit up. You're the only girl with a conscience. Yi Ranyan didn't stand on ceremony with him. Thank you for your help earlier too. There's nothing to thank me for. They were the ones who were in the wrong. So, old man, why did you call my cousins and me here? Oh, this is nothing really. It's just that Xiao Yiren is no longer in power, so there's no one to handle things in our academy. I'd like to hear your opinions. Yi Ranyan shrugged. I've only been here for 3 months, and I haven't even met all the mentors yet, so I really can't recommend anyone for you. Yi Yuhan and his brothers did recommend a few people. Su Qingshan listened without expressing his opinion. After the 4 brothers finished giving their opinions, he said, Honor, Master intends to put you in charge of the academy's affairs. What do you think? Yi Yuhan was stunned. Master, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. I am just a student, and I will definitely have to leave Donglong for the Holy Academy's assessment next year. Yes, I know. So, I hope you will take charge of the academy from now on until you leave Donglong. Yi Yuhan frowned. Master, I don't understand. Just consider this a training experience. Your cultivation has advanced too quickly. Although your realm is stable, your mental state may not be able to keep up. Why not put your cultivation aside for now and do something else? Yi Yuhan seemed to be deep in thought. Su Qingshan added, Besides, you are the eldest son of the Duke of Protectorate, and in the future you will be in charge of the entire Duke of Protectorate, or even a greater force than the Duke of Protectorate. Consider this Imperial Capital Academy as a place for you to practice. Yi Yuhan seemed to understand, but he didn't refuse anymore and immediately knelt down. Yes, master. Su Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Yi Ranyan didn't speak or interfere. Becoming stronger is indeed a wonderful and fascinating thing, but if life consists only of cultivation, it would be quite boring. Yi Yuhan is a naturally born spiritual body, so his cultivation speed is already faster than others. It would be a good thing for him to experience and understand different aspects of life. The group stayed with Su Qingshan for a while longer before leaving the academy and returning to the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion. Yi Ranyan had topped the list and the monthly exam had already spread. The entire Duke of Hyuguo's mansion was filled with joy and happiness. Su Baiyu even gave red envelopes to all the servants. That evening, the family held a grand banquet, just for their own family. At the banquet, the whole family praised Yi Ranyan repeatedly, making her blush a little. But little did I know that this was not the end of it. Just after she finished her dinner and returned to her room, she ran into Feng Juken again, who greeted her with congratulations as soon as they met. Chapter 114 Feng Juken's Gift. Yi Ranyan stopped in front of the door, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, and she looked at Feng Juken with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. You even know that I got the top score in the monthly exam? And Feng Juken not in the Eastern Dragon capital during the day? How do you know everything? Yes, but I have informants. Feng Juken looked at her gently, took a step forward, took her soft little hand, and pulled her into the house. Yi Ranyan lowered her eyes to look at the two clasped hands. This guy was getting better and better at these things. Before, my ears would turn red so easily, and I'd have to ask her permission before even holding hands or hugging her. Now, Yi Ranyan shook her head. The informants you're talking about, are they Fenger and the others? Ever since the four young masters of the Duke of Huguo's mansion all acquired their own demonic beasts, Fenger has become even more unruly. Even during today's monthly exam, several little monsters were itching to try their luck. However, in order to keep some trump cards, Yi Ranyan and her brothers decided not to let the little monsters show up after discussing it. Feng Jukin did not deny it, so it seems that Fenger and the others did indeed send a message to the northern wilderness. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. Given our relationship, it's fine for Fenger to pass on some news about me. However, my four cousins probably don't want their every move to be known by the northern wilderness. Don't worry. Feng Jukin smoothed her hair that had been blown by the wind. The demon beast wouldn't reveal its master's information without permission. The wind told me the results of the assessment because I had told it to beforehand. Yi Ranyan's red lips curled slightly. So you care about me that much? Then why didn't you just come to see my assessment? Feng Jukin's dark, deep eyes involuntarily lit up for a moment. Have you agreed to introduce me to your family? Yi Ranyan sighed, almost forgetting that this guy had always wanted to find a legitimate way out. Let's wait a little longer, she said. Today, after she got first place in the monthly exam, her family was still discussing what kind of outstanding man in the world could be worthy of her. But she didn't say a word, and they felt that no man was good enough for her. Finally, they concluded that she was too young now, and it wouldn't be too late to talk about men later. Then he told her to be very careful and not to be deceived by other men. Under these circumstances, how could Yi Ranyan dare to bring Feng Jukin to see her family? Yi Ranyan, Feng Jukin's expression visibly lowered. Yi Ranyan felt a pang of pity, so she stepped closer, raised her chin, and touched his thin lips with her red lips briefly before pulling away. Okay, I'll definitely introduce you to them when I have the chance. A faint light emanated from Feng Jukin's eyes, like countless stars twinkling in the sky. Yi Ranyan felt that he didn't seem unhappy. This change in mood seems a bit too fast, doesn't it? Was he just pretending to be disappointed to fool her? Yi Ranyan looked at him suspiciously. Feng Jukin seemed to sense something and quickly changed the subject. To congratulate Union on winning first place, I have a gift for Union. Huh? Really? What gift? She's naturally happy when her boyfriend gives her gifts to please her. At the same time, it dispelled previous doubts. Feng Jukin is a pure and simple man. How could he possibly pretend to be pitiful on purpose? Seeing that Yi Ranyan's attention had been diverted, Feng Jukin silently breathed a sigh of relief. Then, in a flash of inspiration, a delicate little cauldron, carved with magnificent animal patterns and exuding an ancient and profound aura, appeared in his hand. What a beautiful alchemical cauldron! Yi Ranyan took it and examined it. Before Feng Jukin could speak, she channeled her spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the small cauldron trembled slightly, and then suddenly grew larger, becoming the size that Yi Ranyan had imagined. This cauldron seems to possess a spirit? Can it understand my thoughts? Yi Ranyan became interested. Feng Jukin said, well, it's a divine artifact, but it doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you give it a name? How could a divine artifact not have a name? Yi Ranyan paused, then looked at Feng Jukin in surprise. This cauldron, you didn't make it, did you? Feng Jukin nodded. Yes, I noticed that you usually use other people's alchemy cauldrons at the black market medicine pavilion when you refine pills. I thought that if you had your own alchemy cauldron, it would be more convenient for you to refine pills in the future. Thank you. Although she was refining pills at the black market medicine pavilion just because it was a side job, she felt Feng Jukin's sincerity and was willing to reciprocate. Only, Jukin, your meridians haven't fully recovered, and you can't use most of your spiritual power. In this situation, you're still forcibly refining a divine artifact. Can your body handle it? She couldn't control what he did in the past, but he's her boyfriend now, and she'll cherish him. It's a pity she's too young to form a contract. Otherwise, she really wanted to form a contract immediately to end the pain he inherited from his bloodline. It's all right. Feng Jukin gave an unusual smile. It won't hurt. He had grown accustomed to that pain. The joy and satisfaction of giving gifts to Yi Ranyan far outweighed any pain. Yi Ranyan paused for a moment, then stopped asking and smiled, saying, I really like this cauldron. It suits my taste perfectly. How about we call it the Ri Cauldron? Feng Jukin nodded. A good name. Yi Ranyan shrank the Ri Cauldron again, twirling and playing with it on her fingertips, while smiling at Feng Jukin. Tonight, I will use the Ri cauldron to refine pills. Okay, shall we go? Yi Ranyan practices medicine at the black market pharmacy and goes to the black market every night. Let me change my clothes, Yi Ranyan said. Good. Feng Jukin turned away, not daring to look at her. Half an hour later, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin arrived at the black market medicine pavilion. Both of them wore masks and entered the medicine pavilion with ease. The servants of the medicine pavilion bowed respectfully to them. That girl with the fox mask was truly amazing. Since this young woman started practicing medicine at the black market pharmacy, there hasn't been a patient she couldn't cure. She can even solve some difficult and complicated diseases that even Master E cannot solve. Therefore, in just over 2 months, the name of this fox girl became known throughout the black market. Both inside and outside the black market, many people are willing to pay a fortune to have this fox-like girl help them. On one occasion in the past, a martial arts master even tried to force his way into the black market medicine pavilion to compel the fox girl to take action. Before the guards and thugs of the black market medicine pavilion could even make a move, the martial arts master was instantly killed by the man beside the fox girl. That's right, it's a 24-second sellout. Among the top 10 in the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital, the man beside the fox girl was able to kill his opponent in one move. How powerful must he be to do that? From that day on, the black market medicine pavilion, and indeed everyone in the entire black market, treated the fox girl and the man beside her with utmost respect, daring not to act disrespectfully in the slightest. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin were already used to this kind of respect and didn't take it to heart. The two walked and talked, and now they were talking about the space beast egg. It is estimated that the 2 little ones will be hatching soon. Chapter 115. My favorite will always be you. Space beasts are divine beasts, born with great power and extremely tenacious vitality. Not to mention Yi Ranyan and the other 2, who absorb the spiritual power of the lotus pond in the Emperor's space, as well as the power of Feng Jukin. They should have hatched 2 weeks ago, but they just haven't come out yet. Yi Ranyan didn't know much about divine beasts, so she quickly asked Feng Jukin to examine them carefully. Even Feng Jukin was surprised after reading it. The reason the 2 little ones hadn't hatched was that they were cultivating and advancing inside their shells. Yi Ranyan exclaimed, "Wow!" However, the eggshells can only withstand so much force, and according to Feng Jukin's estimate, the 2 eggs will hatch soon. When they hatch, there will be extraordinary phenomena in the world. Be careful at that time. If I am alright, I will come to keep you company. It doesn't matter. Yi Ranyan didn't care. She planned to let the space beasts hatch inside the Emperor's space, so that even if they caused a huge commotion, people outside the space wouldn't know. As the 2 were talking, hurried footsteps came from ahead. "Oh, Fox Girl, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The visitor turned out to be Master E. Yi Ranyan glanced at him in surprise. In her memory, Master E was a very calm and composed person with the demeanor of a master. Why was he so impatient today? "Master E, what is it? Please speak slowly." Master E now treats Yi Ranyan with great respect, as if she were his own master. "Miss Fox, a special patient has come to our medicine pavilion today and would like you to take a look at him." Her special patient? The black market medicine pavilion is backed by the black market, one of the most powerful forces on the Lingyu continent. Master E, backed by the black market, usually remains calm and composed when encountering patients. Why is he so out of control today? Yi Ranyan became somewhat interested in the patient she was about to meet. "Yes, Miss Fox, please try your best to cure her if you can. If you can't, please be tactful in your words." Yi Ranyan nodded. "Okay, I understand." As he spoke, Master E led Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin into the innermost, most secluded room of the black market medicine pavilion. Even Master E rarely opens this room on ordinary days. Yi Ranyan's first time stepping inside. Here is different from other parts of the black market pharmacy. Everything here is elegant and luxurious, and its exquisite and noble appearance is out of place with the rest of the black market pharmacy. However, Yi Ranyan inherited the Imperial princess's legacy and had seen places even more magnificent than this. She walked in calmly and without changing her expression. Feng Jukin stood beside her, just as calm and composed as she was. Master E, on the other hand, subconsciously bent over slightly as soon as he entered, hunching his body and appearing somewhat humble. This was the first time Master E, who was so arrogant and high-spirited in the black market, had ever been so humble. Yi Ranyan noticed this and became increasingly curious about this patient. She looked up and saw a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a white feather mask sitting at a table, calmly sipping his tea. His posture was very elegant, with a high nose bridge, thin cherry-red lips, and a clean and neat jawline that was smooth and beautiful. He appears to be a very handsome man. Hearing the door open, he slowly raised his eyes. Through the white feather mask, his eyes, long and beautiful, were a pair of very attractive phoenix eyes. Yi Ranyan was somewhat of a looks-obsessed person, and based on her years of experience looking at beautiful men, this should be an extremely handsome man. Moreover, the other party should also be quite young. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes paused when they landed on Yi Ranyan. So you are the ghost hand divine doctor, the fox girl? The ghostly healer? Yi Ranyan exclaimed in surprise. This is the nickname given to you by a patient who came to the black market medicine pavilion. Master, Yi whispered a reminder from the side. Oh, Yi Ranyan nodded. Then I guess I am. Thank you for coming all this way, please. The man pointed to the person opposite him, and Yi Ranyan didn't stand on ceremony and went over to sit down. Feng Jukin followed leisurely behind him. Only then did the man notice his presence. However, when his gaze fell upon Feng Jukin's body, the man paused slightly, a hint of inquiry and curiosity appearing in his eyes. Having been ill for a long time, he became an expert and could tell at a glance that Feng Jukin's spiritual meridians were broken and there was a seal in his body. But, according to the information he had, this man could kill a martial lord expert in an instant. But how could someone with a seal inside their body and shattered spiritual veins possibly kill a martial lord instantly? Because the materials he was looking at also included a portrait, he was certain that he had not mistaken the person for someone else. All I can say is that this miracle doctor with the ghostly hand and the people around her are too mysterious. So mysterious that even he couldn't find out much about it. Yi Ranyan sat down, took a sip of tea, and then said, Tell me, what illness do you want me to cure? The man wearing the white feather mask smiled slightly. Since you are a doctor, why don't you take a look at what ailment I have? Yi Ranyan put down her teacup and sighed. If you took off your mask, I might still be able to tell. But now that you're so well covered up, I can't see anything even if I wanted to. The man was stunned for a moment. Yi Ranyan rested her chin on her hand. However, if you insist on testing me, you may as well give it a try. Yi Ranyan began to look the man up and down. The man's aura was deep and steady, indicating that his cultivation was not low and that there had been no problems with his cultivation. But if it were a simple illness, there would be no need to contact Master Yi to seek her treatment. She looked at it more carefully. She noticed that his skin exposed outside the mask was extremely white, almost bloodless. In fact, whether it was her imagination or not, she felt a faint chill emanating from him. Yi Ranyan became interested and couldn't help but sit up straight, saying to the man, Move forward a bit and stretch out your hands. Few people would dare to speak to a man like that normally, but at this moment, he obediently did so. Although he felt that Yi Ranyan might not be able to help him, such a young and capable doctor was still worthy of respect. After all, even if the other party may not be able to cure him now, there is still a possibility that they can cure him in the future. As the man was thinking, Yi Ranyan grasped his hand. The man was stunned for a moment, his thoughts momentarily disrupted. Upon seeing this, Feng Jukin, who was standing behind Yi Ranyan, instantly turned cold, and a powerful and icy pressure spread out. Yi Ranyan sensed something, let go of the other person's hand, turned to Feng Jukin and said, I'm just here to see a doctor. Don't be nervous, you will always be my favorite. The aura surrounding Feng Jukin instantly became as gentle as a spring breeze. Master Yi, who was listening nearby, was sweating profusely and wished he could disappear into the ground. The man wearing the white feather mask couldn't help but twitch his lips, and a strange sense of resentment even rose in his heart. Spoke to Yi Ranyan with a hint of arrogance. Is that so? But as far as I know, no woman in the world who has seen my face has been able to refuse me. Chapter 116 Ninth Young Master, Yi Ziyi. Impossible. Yi Ranyan denied him without hesitation. I would never be unable to refuse you, and you are definitely not more handsome than my Jiu-Chun. Yi Ranyan's words left both the man and Feng Jukin speechless. Feng Jukin never imagined that one day he would be competing with others in beauty. The man, too, was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. I was joking. Please don't be angry, young lady. Let's talk about my illness first. He hadn't spoken so recklessly in years. He was calm and collected, yet he acted like a young boy, taking things too seriously. I can cure your illness. You can cure it? The man's breath caught in his throat for a moment, his voice filled with shock. You said, you can cure it? That's right, I can cure it. Yi Ranyan nodded, her beautiful eyebrows curving into a bright smile. However, both the man and Master Yi became nervous. Yi Ranyan pointed her slender white finger at the man. I want you to take off your mask so I can see what you really look like and how you dared to say such boastful things. Feng Jukin's face also darkened for a moment. The cold atmosphere inside caused Master Yi to break out in another cold sweat. The man had long sensed that Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin had an unusual relationship, and seeing Feng Jukin like this, he felt somewhat helpless. This fox girl is really bold. Her beloved is right in front of her, yet she still tries to tease other men. No wonder the other party was angry. However, the other party's angry aura wasn't directed at the fox girl, but rather at him, making it hard for him to breathe. He could only use his spiritual power to barely hold on. He was completely wronged. However, this person's aura alone is so powerful, it's no exaggeration to say that he could instantly kill a martial lord. How is it? Yi Ranyan asked, seemingly oblivious to the power struggle between them. Feng Jukin glanced coldly at the man before releasing his oppressive aura. The man took a deep breath, reached behind his ear, and soon removed the white feather mask. A stunningly handsome face suddenly appeared, brightening the room. With sword-like eyebrows that reach his temples, phoenix eyes that are dreamy, a high and straight nose, and a face as beautiful as a spring day, he is indeed a handsome man with a face as beautiful as spring and a face as elegant as an orchid tree. Like his fourth cousin Yi Yuch, he is a handsome man, but he lacks Yi Yuch's innocence and has more of a heroic air about him. Thinking to herself that this beauty deserved a 9 out of 10, Yi Ranyan still shook her head and said, "That's it? She's nowhere near as good as my Jiu-chan." The man raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes, you are right. Mississippi Yizuyi will remember this." Yizuyi is clearly his name. He even shared the same surname as her. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but glance at him again. Behind her, Feng Jukin's hand silently landed on Yi Ranyan's shoulder. Yi Ranyan came to her senses and coughed lightly. She really didn't look at him because he was good-looking. She didn't know if Feng Jukin believed her. "Fox girl, I've shown you my face. Now, shouldn't we talk about healing?" Yizuyi didn't really believe that the girl in the fox mask could cure him. After all, he had seen many doctors for his illness in the past, and even doctors and alchemists of the 8th and 9th ranks could not cure him. Besides, she's just a young girl. However, since he was already there, and besides, this woman gave him a strange feeling. From the moment he first saw her, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. The feeling was faint, but it still affected his thoughts to some extent. "Your illness must have been present in your mother's womb, right?" Yi Ranyan's single sentence disrupted all of Yizuyi's thoughts. His eyes darkened for a moment. "Continue." Yi Ranyan continued. "Since childhood, have you often felt cold and damp, and even, in severe cases, have frost formed on your body?" Yizuyi's heart was instantly filled with shock, but he forced himself to remain calm and nodded. "Yes," Yi Ranyan said. "Your mother must have been poisoned before you were born. The residual poison caused you to be born with a deficiency. Fortunately, your family background must be very good. They used many rare and precious treasures to help nourish your body. In addition, the cultivation method you practice is also very good. Therefore, you are able to be no different from ordinary people on a daily basis. However, it is better to guide than to block. Although your symptoms have improved a lot on a daily basis, if they recur, they will be 1,000 times or 100 times more painful than before." "Girl." Yizuyi suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully in Yi Ranyan's direction. "Please help me." Although he didn't believe that such a young woman could cure him, the facts were undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe it. "Many people must have seen your illness, right?" Yi Ranyan said. "There are probably very few who can cure you. You are the first one." Yizuyi did not hide anything. "Therefore, please do take action, young lady. As long as you are willing to take action, I will agree to whatever conditions you propose." The night was tinged with a deep, murmuring sound. She guessed that ordinary 8th or 9th grade alchemists and physicians would be helpless against this poison, because she knew from the memories inherited from the Empress that this poison only existed in the 9 heavens. Now, it has actually appeared in the lower 3 heavens. It's understandable that people from the lower 3 heavens can't solve this. "I can help you detoxify," Yi Ranyan said. "However, treating your illness requires many rare medicinal herbs, which you will have to find yourself." "Okay." Yizuyi's face showed obvious joy. Yi Ranyan said no more, asked Master Yi to bring Xian paper, and then wrote down a long list of medicine names. Each of those medicinal herbs is extremely rare and precious. Master Yi was dumbfounded. There were even some rare herbs on it that Master Yi didn't recognize. Seeing that Master Yi's expression was unusual, Yi raised an eyebrow. May I have a look? Of course, it's your duty to find these medicines. Yi took the clothes, glanced at them, and was somewhat shocked. But he quickly regained his composure and handed the prescription to Master. Take my token and get the entire black market moving. These medicines are hard to find, but they should be worth a try for us. Yes. Master Yi respectfully accepted the prescription and left. Are you from the black market? Perhaps he was even a high-ranking member of the black market, which was why Master Yi was so humble and respectful. Yes, the black market is one of my family's businesses. If you don't mind, you can call me Ninth Young Master. He's actually the young master of the black market. We can't call ourselves the young master. Our Yi family hasn't decided on a successor yet. Yi said this to Yi Ranyan for some reason. However, the Eastern Dragon Empire was such a small place, too far from his hometown. Even if he told these things to this woman, she would never encounter the Yi family. In fact, if he hadn't been there to patrol the black market and help his third uncle find someone, he would never have come to such a remote and impoverished place in his entire life. However, speaking of which, why would a prodigy like his third uncle get involved with the women here? It's a pity, otherwise his third uncle would have become the new head of the Yi family long ago. Chapter 117 My heart is like yours. A short while later, Master Yi returned and said to Yi, Ninth Young Master, the matter has been handled as you instructed. It is estimated that it will take at least a month to gather all the medicinal herbs. Yi looked at Yi Ranyan. I wonder if the young lady would be willing to wait another month. Yi Ranyan didn't care about that. Okay, but the Medicine King Valley of Danding Kingdom is about to recruit students. I might not be in Donglong at that time. If I'm not there, it will be you who will have to wait for a while. It's alright. I just happen to be traveling around your Donglong territory anyway. Then it's settled. I will return once the Medicine King Valley recruitment is over. Master Yi asked curiously. Isn't the fox girl planning to go to Medicine King Valley? Yi Ranyan's red lips curled into a smile for a moment. My ambitions lie elsewhere than Medicine King Valley. The place she wanted to go was Zhongzhou. It is in Zhongzhou where her mother might be. After finishing their business, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin went with Master Yi to treat other injured patients. However, Yi Ranyan was slightly distracted, and she kept thinking about Yi. I felt inexplicably bothered by their shared surname. However, her surname is the same as her mother's surname from the Yi family in Qingyang town. Others may share her surname, but they may not necessarily be related to her. Now that she has been brought back to the Duke's mansion, Su Baiyu subtly reminded her that she could change her surname back. She fooled me. She didn't want to change her surname, not because of the Yi family of Qingyang City. It's because in her previous life she was called Yi Ranyan, and was also known as the Goddess of Night. Therefore, she wanted to continue using the surname Yi. She didn't want to abandon her surname from her previous life, or forget her friends, brothers, in the past. Although Yi Ranyan was a little distracted, thankfully she didn't mess up the treatment. However, Feng Jukin saw through it. After finishing their consultations at the black market pharmacy, the two returned to the Duke of Huguo's mansion together. Union, do you really like Yi Zuyi's appearance? Suddenly, Feng Jukin, who had been silent for a while, spoke up, breaking the silence. Yi Ranyan was lost in thought and hadn't noticed the awkward atmosphere until Feng Jukin asked her that question. She snapped out of her daze and chuckled, reaching out to grasp Feng Jukin's hand, and asked with a smile, Is Jukin jealous? Feng Jukin did not answer, but stopped and looked down at her from his height advantage, saying in a very serious tone, The War God clan recognizes only one partner in their lifetime. Yi Ranyan wanted to tease him a bit, but seeing how serious he was, she stopped laughing. She looked up, and her gaze met Feng Jukin's. Her eyes were firm as she said softly, I know, Jukin. My heart is the same as yours. What I have always wanted is to be with one person for life. Flowed into Feng Jukin's limbs and bones, following Yi Ranyan's words. His heart, which had been tormented all night, finally returned to a place where it could find peace. Yes. He nodded. I'll wait for you to grow up. His tone was gentle, and Yi Ranyan's cheeks inexplicably flushed for a moment as she listened. She's not usually someone who gets shy easily. Yi Ranyan turned her face away and continued walking forward. Can you rest easy now? I'll only feel at ease if Yunyan doesn't keep thinking about other men. Feng Jukin even learned how to bargain. Yi Ranyan glanced at him sideways. I'm just a little interested in his surname. Feng Jukin said, If you want to know his background, I can help you investigate. Yi Ranyan thought of the group of demonic beasts in the northern wilderness. Moreover, Judging from Feng Jukin's appearance, he likely has more than just those demonic beast subordinates. But she still shook her head. Forget it. I'm just one of many patients. Moreover, this person also carries poison from the 9 heavens, suggesting that he has deep connections and comes from a troublesome family. Why should an outsider like her meddle in other people's troubles? Yi Ranyan completely forgot about Yi Zuyi's existence. Feng Jukin escorted Yi Ranyan to the door, then restrained himself and stopped. Because he would bring Yi Ranyan back every night, the guards and other people in the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion vaguely knew of his existence. However, since Yi Ranyan did not tell them what they meant, the elders of the Duke of Hyuguo's mansion did not ask any further questions. Jukin, come in with me. Tonight, Feng Jukin gave Yi Ranyan a cauldron that he had personally crafted, but he didn't know that she had also prepared a gift for him. Feng Jukin's heart skipped a beat. Can I really do it? Yi Ranyan chuckled. I didn't know who was coming and going freely in my room every day before. Feng Jukin didn't speak, but silently followed behind Yi Ranyan. Since it was already past midnight and everyone in the household was asleep, the two of them didn't encounter anyone on the way. Soon, they arrived at Yi Ranyan's courtyard. Yi Ranyan told Feng Jukin to wait for her in the courtyard, then turned and went into her room. Not long after, she took out an exquisite jade bottle and handed it to Feng Jukin. For you. Before he could even see what it was, a feeling of joy and happiness had already spread through Feng Jukin's body. Without him even realizing it, a smile crept onto his lips. His current appearance is completely different from his former heartless, cold-blooded, and ruthless self. If someone who knows him saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their head in shock. However, Feng Jukin was unaware of his own changes. He happily accepted the jade bottle, opened it, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Pills. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, this is a pain reliever that can nourish the body. It won't repair your meridians or break the seal on your body, but it can relieve you from the pain. 1 pill will last for half a month. Take these first, and I'll refine more for you after you finish them. She developed this elixir herself. She used many rare medicinal herbs, which she bought with spirit stones earned from practicing medicine at the black market pharmacy and selling the spiritual artifacts and runes she crafted. She had earned spirit stones to raise spirit beasts, but she never expected that she would spend them on Feng Jukin first. Although Feng Jukin had become accustomed to enduring those pains, the feeling of being cared for and remembered by Yi Ranyan was wonderful. He obediently swallowed 1 pill, carefully put away the rest, and nodded. Okay, thank you. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly and said, all right, that's all. You should go back and rest early. They met every night, so she didn't feel any reluctance to part with him. After saying that, she turned to go inside. Union. Feng Jukin grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms before she could react. Thank you. Yi Ranyan's heart could calm down. She heard him say again, Union, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? Chapter 118 The Abnormality of the Spirit Beast. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, grabbed Feng Jukin's hand, and kissed the back of his hand. Is this okay? Feng Jukin's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. It was I who kissed you. Isn't it all the same? Yi Ranyan sighed, raised her hand in his arms, and said quite generously, let's kiss. Feng Jukin was helpless. Did he want to kiss her hand? But if she drags it out any longer, she might lose patience. So, let's just do it, it's better than nothing. Moreover, her fingers were slender and delicate, with long and beautiful finger bones, and her skin was smooth and radiant. Even her unpainted nails had a faint pink hue, making her very beautiful and appetizing. Feng Jukin took a bite without any hesitation. Hiss. Yi Ranyan's fingers trembled slightly. Why? Why did you bite me? Didn't you say you wanted to kiss me? Feel sorry. Feng Jukin released his beautiful fingertips, his voice hoarse. Your hands are so beautiful. I couldn't help myself. Yi Ranyan, nestled in his arms, immediately noticed his physical condition. He seemed to be reacting. Something stood up under her robes and bumped against her. Yi Ranyan abruptly withdrew her hand, jumped out of his arms, and turned around to glare at him. Is this guy a pervert? It was just a kiss on his hand. That's all for today, you should go now. She was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would become inhuman and do something that would be utterly outrageous to her. Feng Jukin possessed an incredibly strong will. He closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the restlessness in his body. The desire of the war god clan for their destined one is ingrained in their very bones. But Union is still too young. He should wait a little longer. The next day, after having breakfast early in the morning, Yi Ranyan went to the Imperial Academy with her 4 cousins. On the road, Yi Yuch took out 4 crystal cards and handed them to them. Yi Yulan's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the envelope. Fourth brother, it's not even the new year yet, and you're already giving us red envelopes? He spoke of it without any burden and was not ashamed at all of spending his brother's money. Yi Yuhan didn't intend to take his younger brother's spirit stones, so he said, if it's a red envelope, just give it to Yunyan, I don't need to. Yi Yuxuan also said, fourth brother, the longevity technique you cultivate requires a lot of spirit stones, so you can keep these for yourself. Yi Yuch shook his head and smiled. Brothers, you've misunderstood. These aren't my spirit stones, nor are they a red envelope. They are your own spirit stones. The group of people were stunned for a moment. Yi Ranyan snapped out of her daze, thoughtfully took the crystal card, and smiled. Did we win it from the bet during the monthly exam? Yi Yuch nodded. That's right. The settlement was completed so quickly. Yi Yuhan and the others were somewhat surprised. Of course, they remembered the bet, but the betting had only ended yesterday, and they were able to exchange the spirit stones today. This efficiency was too high. Most people bet on the top-tier students to win, and fewer people bet on my cousin to win, so it's not complicated to settle the accounts. These are spirit stones that we earn through our own abilities, so we will accept them. This wasn't earned by our own abilities, it was clearly earned by my cousin's abilities. It's alright, we can use these spirit stones to buy some gifts for our cousin later. After accepting the crystal cards, the group couldn't help but use their spiritual power to check the amounts on them. After seeing the amount clearly, even the usually composed individuals couldn't help but show a hint of shock on their faces. So much. At the same time, they all turned to look at Yi Ranyan, their eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Yunyan, why don't you participate in a few more assessments? We'll all bet on you to win. Yi Ranyan sighed. Wake up, cousins. Even if I were to participate in some kind of assessment now, I feel like we'd all bet on my chances of winning. That's right. Now everyone in the Imperial Capital Academy knows how outstanding Cousin Yunyan is. Sigh, this is the only way we can fool outsiders. Forget it. This way of getting rich is not the right way after all. It's already quite an achievement to have earned so much this time. After a few moments of reflection, the group moved on from the topic. Yi Ranyan had something else on her mind. Ever since the assessment ended, she had wanted to ask Yi Yuhan, but she hadn't had the chance. Only now did she speak up. Cousins, you must have seen the battle between the 4th-tier spirit beasts and us students in the audience yesterday, right? I saw it. Mo Shang's formation is quite good. Someone from our Silver Dragon Guard has already contacted him, wanting to purchase this kind of formation. Yi Yuhan said. Ah, cousin. Yi Ranyan said. I have a better formation than his. I'll draw it for you later. Let's forget about Mo Shang's formation. Yi Yuhan's eyes lit up for a moment. Okay. Yi Yuxuan said. Your sword strike yesterday was very powerful. Your heroic appearance is unforgettable for many people, and many people in the academy were impressed by your sword intent. Yi Yulan and Yi Yuch nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. Anything else? The brothers exchanged glances. Did Yunyan want them to praise her? And my cousin, you're brave, careful, and kind-hearted. Stop. Yi Ranyan quickly interrupted Yi Yulan's incessant chatter and said, I mean, apart from that, haven't you noticed anything wrong with that 4th-tier spirit beast? The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. Yi Yuhan said, that 4th-order spirit beast was exceptionally ferocious, more insane than ordinary 4th-order spirit beasts. It seemed to have little rationality, which was a bit strange. Generally speaking, 4th-order spirit beasts already have a trace of intelligence, or at least have an instinctive sense of danger. But that one yesterday only knew how to charge recklessly. Yi Ranyan nodded. That's right, that's it. She pondered. I tested my affinity with spirit beasts at the Beast Taming Guild before. My affinity with spirit beasts is exceptionally high, so most spirit beasts don't have a strong aggression when they see me. However, yesterday in the trial grounds, I killed a total of 3 spirit beasts, including a 4th-tier spirit beast. Those spirit beasts were all very eager to kill me when they saw me, as if they couldn't sense my affinity at all. Especially the last 4th-tier spirit beast, I felt that it seemed to be in a berserk state the whole time. Yi Ranyan said that. The others realized that something was wrong. Especially Yi Yulan. When he went to Qingyang City to pick up Yi Ranyan, at the spirit beast station, all the spirit beasts were like they were in heat, frantically trying to get close to Yi Ranyan and wanting her to touch them. Yi Ranyan encountered in yesterday's monthly exam and trial grounds. They were indeed quite different. At this moment, Yi Yuhan spoke up. Speaking of which, the spirit beasts that my grandfather and I encountered when we were fighting against the beast tide, and were injured were very similar to the fourth-tier spirit beast we met yesterday. The other two looked like ordinary spirit beasts reacting to humans. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with them, but it's a bit strange that this happened to my cousin who has an incredible affinity with spirit beasts. Chapter 119 Recruitment begins at Medicine King Valley. Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, Yi Yuch, and the others all had a slight change in expression when they heard Yi Yuhan say that. What do you mean, brother? Yi Yuhan didn't answer, but instead looked at Yi Ranyan. Yunyan, what's your opinion? Yi Ranyan said, a fourth-tier spirit beast shouldn't have appeared in the trial grounds yesterday. I suspect someone did it on purpose. If the existence of a fourth-tier spirit beast was intentional, then it's very likely that someone tampered with it. The spirit beast, has it been tampered with? Yi Yulan exclaimed in surprise, finding it somewhat unbelievable. There are only two possibilities when humans and spirit beasts encounter each other. Either the spirit beast is tamed, imprisoned, and sold, or the spirit beast and humans fight to the death. That spirit beast yesterday didn't seem to be tamed. Even if someone wanted to tamper with it, it wouldn't be easy, Yi Yuch said, frowning. Yi Yulan's mind became clearer than ever before. No, there's another possibility. He was an alchemist, so his thinking was naturally that of an alchemist. If medicine is used, there's no need to tame the spirit beast to drive it mad and make it lose its mind. Yi Yuhan also said, if you are affected by drugs, your spirit beasts may not be able to control themselves, and your spirit beast affinity will naturally be useless. Yi Ranyan nodded. That's what I think too. She looked at Yi Yuhan with her beautiful eyes. Back then, you and your grandfather encountered such irrational spirit beasts during the beast tide. So, is the person behind the scenes who wanted to deal with you and your grandfather the same person who tampered with the fourth-tier spirit beast yesterday? Even if not, there should be some connection between the two. Cousin, why don't you follow this clue and investigate? Yes, I'm now in charge of the Academy's affairs, and I've ordered someone to carefully examine the corpse of that fourth-tier spirit beast from yesterday. Yi Ranyan nodded. It's a pity I didn't bring Fenger yesterday, otherwise Fenger should have been able to sense something. Many spirit beasts and spirit plants in the trial grounds. She assumed that any unusual smells she caught were from the trial grounds. If someone really did tamper with everything yesterday, then it's most likely Xiao Yiren or our mentor. I'll investigate them secretly. Cousin, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Yi Yuhan originally had a rather indifferent attitude towards taking charge of the Academy's affairs. But now, I feel pretty good. At the very least, his control over the Academy would be beneficial for investigating this matter. Also, cousin, someone is already targeting you. You need to be careful at the Academy in the future, lest you be plotted against. Yi Yuch also reminded Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan smiled slightly. I know, don't worry. To be honest, with her current abilities, she wouldn't be afraid of anything, not just the Imperial Academy, but even if the big shots in the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital personally took action. Of course, no one else would know this. She even secretly hoped that the person behind it would continue to attack her, so that they would reveal more flaws, and she would have a greater chance of exposing them. Only by bringing them to justice can the Duke's mansion and her family be safe. As they were talking, the carriage arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon seeing this, the group stopped talking abruptly. They all tacitly agreed to stop discussing the previous topic. After getting off the car, the group exchanged glances and then went to their respective classes. On her way back to the yellow class, Yi Ranyan was observed by many students, some with admiration and others with sorrow. One can imagine that those with mournful eyes were people who bet on her losing and then lost a large sum of spirit stones. When Yi Ranyan returned to class Huang, she received a warm welcome from her classmates. Everyone was grateful to her for helping the yellow class achieve the top score in the monthly exam. Moreover, her guidance over the past 3 months has greatly benefited them. The yellow class caused a ruckus for a long time before calming down again. The students attended classes as usual. By the time classes ended in the morning, a piece of news had spread throughout the entire Imperial Capital Academy. I've heard that Medicine King Valley, the sacred alchemy ground in the eastern region, has opened its doors to recruit disciples. And our recruitment center is located in the neighboring Danding Kingdom. My God, that's Medicine King Valley. The dream destination of all alchemists. I'm afraid many students in the academy who practice alchemy will be eager to try it out, right? Yi Ranyan had learned from Master Yi 2 months ago has finally spread throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. Yi Yulan, who learned of the news 2 months in advance, had been preparing for it for more than 2 months. Is Medicine King Valley finally here? However, Many disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy felt regretful, thinking it would have been better if the Medicine King Valley's recruitment point were located within the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, it is understandable that Danding Kingdom, which was founded on alchemy, and whose people practiced alchemy and revered alchemy, was favored by Medicine King Valley. That day, Yi Ranyan and the others returned home. Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu then asked Yi Yulan, the grandson who loved alchemy the most, Xiaolan, Medicine King Valley is about to recruit disciples in Danding Kingdom. What do you think? Do you want to go? Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan had discussed this point when they first learned of it. Yi Yulan said, Grandma, I plan to have Union come with me to take a look. Su Baiyu, remembering that Yi Ranyan was also a third-grade alchemist, nodded. It seems you've all made up your plans. Then we'll listen to you. However, you must bring plenty of guards. Danding Kingdom is not like our Donglong Kingdom, where you can just walk around like that. Hearing this, Yi Yuhan, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but smile. Grandma, don't worry, leave this to me. Swish, swish, swish. The whole family's eyes fell on Yi Yuhan. Yi Yuhan said, I discussed it with my master after I learned of this news. His master was, of course, Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. There are quite a few promising students in our Imperial Capital Academy who are skilled in alchemy, and they are all very interested in the Medicine King Valley's recruitment this time. Therefore, the Academy plans to organize some students to set off together. By the way, after discussing with my master, we also plan to have my third brother lead the way. After all, Yi Yulan is already at the Heavenly Martial Realm. He is also the student with the highest cultivation level among those who practice alchemy at the Imperial Capital Academy. That's not bad. They can train together on their way to Danding Kingdom. However, if a group of young people encounter danger, I'm afraid. Just as Grandma said, the Academy also intends to train them, so mentors and Academy elders will escort them in secret. However, Master still needs to consider which elders and mentors will be chosen. With Dean Su personally taking care of this matter, I can rest assured. Yi Yulan, who was standing to the side, became somewhat excited after her initial shock. Let me be the team leader? Lead the students of the Academy to Danding Kingdom to participate in the Medicine King Valley assessment? I think it's a good idea. Chapter 120 Secret Talks Before Departure. The Imperial Capital Academy intends to organize all students who want to participate in the Medicine King Valley assessment to go to the Danding Kingdom together. Moreover, the leader was Yi Yulan, the third young master of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. After the news spread, many students were eager to participate. However, the college does not require everyone to join the college delegation. However, due to the immense popularity of the four Yi brothers at the Imperial Capital Academy, quite a few people were willing to join the Academy's delegation. After 2 days of integration, the group consisted of more than 30 people. This number was much higher than Yi Yuhan and Yi Yulan had expected. After all, although there are many students in the Academy who practice alchemy, few have the courage to participate in the Medicine King Valley assessment. Medicine King Valley is a sacred place for alchemy in the eastern region. The requirements for recruiting disciples must be very high. People with ordinary talent would not dare to recommend themselves. However, after 2 days of integration, the list of students who will be heading to Danding Kingdom has been finalized. Of all these people, the only one that Yi Ranyan didn't like was Fang Yura. She and her sister Fang Yukin were both alchemists. Fang Yukin was initially tempted by Medicine King Valley's recruitment of disciples, but considering that the Holy Academy would also be recruiting students next year, and that she planned to try to enter the Holy Academy with the first prince, she gave up on Medicine King Valley's recruitment this time. Therefore, the Fang family only sent Fang Yura to Danding Kingdom. However, the Fang family was one of the 4 great families in the capital, and Fang Yura was the second young lady of the Fang family. Therefore, the Fang family sent 2 guest elders to secretly accompany her and protect her safety. Although I don't want her to come with us either, if we only refuse her, the other students might think that Big Brother is being unfair. Yi Yulan comforted Yi Ranyan. Just treat her like she's not there when the time comes. Yi Ranyan laughed and said, Don't worry, as long as she behaves herself, I won't hold it against her. Yi Yulan was finally relieved. Normally, he wouldn't be worried about Yi Ranyan suffering a loss, but this time the Fang family sent 2 guest elders at the peak of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Even he couldn't handle someone at the peak of the Heavenly Martial Realm. He was afraid that Yi Ranyan would suffer a loss, so he gave her some instructions in advance. The Imperial Academy had gathered its members. Everyone was told to go home and pack their bags. Tomorrow, they would set off together for Danding Kingdom to participate in the recruitment of Medicine King Valley. After all the students had left, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan also planned to leave. Cousin. Yi Yuhan appeared out of nowhere and said, "Stay here for a moment." Good. Yi Yulan asked curiously, "Big brother, what is it? Can I hear about it too?" Yi Yuhan looked at him with sharp eyes and said in a calm tone, "Third brother, starting tomorrow, you will be the leader of our Imperial Capital Academy team. You will be responsible for the students on this trip, so have you prepared everything you need?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan felt even more pressured and quickly replied, I understand, I'll go back and prepare right away." This was the first time in his life that he had shouldered such a heavy responsibility. "I was quite interested before, but now I feel a bit guilty and flustered. What if something unexpected happens on the way? If he can't protect those students, wouldn't he be letting many people down? Tui. The thought had barely crossed Yi Yulan's mind when he suppressed it. He is the third young master of the Duke of Protectorate. He is just going to a neighboring country. He is being escorted by his tutor and academy elders in secret. How could anything happen to him? Yi Yulan also hurriedly went back to prepare. Yi Ranyan walked calmly to Yi Yuhan's side. "Cousin, is there something you need to tell me?" Yi Yuhan led her into his lounge, and after setting up a soundproof barrier, he said, "I heard that Fong Yura will also be there." Yi Ranyan chuckled helplessly. "Does my cousin think I care about her that much?" Seeing this, Yi Yuhan said no more. "Well, it's good that you don't mind. If you really mind, I can let the Fong family take her there themselves." Yi Ranyan shook her head. Yi Yuhan also disliked the Fong family, so there was no need to force him to deal with them. "I called you here mainly to tell you two things." Yi Yuhan had only mentioned Fong Yura's matter casually before, but what he was about to say was the more important matter. Yi Yuhan's serious expression, Yi Ranyan also became serious and nodded, saying, "Big cousin, what do you want to say?" Yi Yuhan said, "I had someone carefully examine the corpse of the fourth-tier spirit beast that died in the trial grounds." Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes lit up for a moment. Yi Yuhan stared intently at her, his expression very serious. "Your and third brother's guess is correct. There are drug residues in that spirit beast's body, but the drug is very rare. None of the elders in the academy have ever seen it. As for who put the drug in, we have no clue at the moment." Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Cousin, could you please let me take a look at the medicine?" Yi Yuhan shook his head. Yi Ranyan was somewhat surprised that Yi Yuhan had actually refused her request. Yi Yuhan explained helplessly, "That spirit beast, along with the medicine, was destroyed last night." Yi Ranyan's delicate and beautiful face darkened slightly. "There is a traitor within the academy. That's for sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to tamper with the monthly exam right under our noses. We don't know what their purpose is. Anyway, it's good that you were there for the monthly exam. Otherwise, this year's freshmen might have been wiped out." As Yi Yuhan spoke, his voice gradually turned cold. "However, no matter who it is or what their purpose is, I will investigate thoroughly. I told my cousin about this so that she would know that there are indeed people with ill intentions in the shadows. Regardless of whether the target is you or not, you must be careful in everything you do." Yi Ranyan nodded. Actually, she had a vague premonition that the other party was targeting her. However, Yi Yuhan's statement that even the academy elders had never seen the medicine made her a little concerned. This reminded her of the first time she encountered a space beast, when there were spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest that had been drugged. It also reminded her of the time when Yi Yuhan and her grandfather Yi Kunshin were targeted during the beast tide. At that moment, an almost absurd idea rose from the depths of her mind. Beast tides have historically been frequent in the Eastern Dragon capital. If someone really can control spirit beasts with drugs, then could the beast tides that the capital city experiences each time also be manipulated by humans? This conjecture is a bit too far-fetched. Yi Ranyan decided to suppress this conjecture for the time being. He asked Yi Yuhan, "Big cousin, what was the second thing you mentioned?" When the second matter was mentioned, Yi Yuhan's expression softened, and he said in a slow voice, "It's about the third brother." "Third cousin." Yi Yuhan said, "Although he is at the heavenly martial realm, and you are only at the profound martial realm, in my opinion, you are much stronger than him." Yi Ranyan deeply agreed and couldn't help but nod. However, if Yi Yulan himself were present and heard his older brother say that, he would probably cry. "So," Yi Ranyan asked curiously. Chapter 121, A Second Visit to the Northern Wilderness. "Therefore, Master and I made our third brother the leader only to gain the respect of the group. The leader we truly wanted was you." Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes widened. However, he quickly understood what Yi Yuhan meant. She was, after all, a freshman who had only been in the college for less than 3 months. Even if he got first place in the monthly exam, he could only impress the new students. Her current apparent cultivation level is only at the Sunyu realm, and due to the Donglong Tsonglong Emperor's silencing order, not many people in the academy know that she is also a third-grade alchemist. If Yi Yuhan were in this situation and directly announced that she would be the team leader, probably no one would be willing to acknowledge her position. On the other hand, Yi Yulan is one of the top-ranked students on the Imperial Capital Academy's Qingyun ranking. He is one of the few students who can cultivate to the heavenly martial realm and is also an enviable third-grade alchemist. In addition, he has accumulated a lot of popularity in the academy over the years, making him the most suitable person to lead the team. This is the dean's order. Yi Yuhan handed a token to Yi Ranyan. Seeing this token is like seeing the dean. No disciple of the academy may disobey the dean's orders. In critical moments, it is not unacceptable to expel a disciple from the academy. It's incredibly valuable. Yi Ranyan understood Yi Yuhan's meaning. She accepted the dean's order and sighed. I know what to do. A hint of guilt appeared on Yi Yuhan's handsome face. Then I'll have to trouble my cousin to take care of the trip to Danding Kingdom. His cousin is still young, and he hopes she can be happy and carefree every day. However, he is currently in charge of the academy and has to investigate the matter of the 4th-tier spirit beast, so he can't leave for the time being and can only trouble his cousin. It's all right. Yi Ranyan's red lips curved slightly, revealing a carefree and unrestrained smile. The capable should do more, right? I'm so capable, and the fact that my cousin and the dean shows that you have really good taste. Yi Yuhan looked at her smile and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, you have to protect yourself. If anyone makes you unhappy, just fight back. Your older cousin will cover for you. Good. After discussing the important matters, Yi Ranyan also left. On her way out, she was still thinking about her absurd conjecture. Unfortunately, that conjecture is hard to verify. Even if another beast tide were to occur in the Eastern Dragon capital, she might not be able to find out the truth. If only someone knew what was happening in the spirit beast forest. Thinking of this, Yi Ranyan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems there is indeed a suitable candidate who can tell me more information. That night, Yi Ranyan went to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion as usual. Yi Zi, the 9th young master of the Black Market whom I met a few days ago, was not there, but Master Yi was. Yi Ranyan told Master Yi that she would be leaving for a while. Master Yi guessed that she was going to Danding Kingdom to participate in the recruitment of Medicine King Valley. After indicating that he understood, he subtly reminded her to remember to come back, as the 9th young master would always be here waiting for her to heal him. That night, Yi Ranyan didn't stay long at the Black Market Medicine Pavilion before leaving. Why so fast tonight? Feng Jukin, who was standing next to her, was somewhat surprised. Yi Ranyan looked at Feng Jukin. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. A hint of emotion appeared on Feng Jukin's exceptionally handsome face. He reached out and enveloped Yi Ranyan's soft little hand with his long, slender one. Why be so polite when you're talking to me? Yi Ranyan smiled and her eyes narrowed. All right, I wanted to ask about the space beast. Is he all right? How is his recovery going? It's recovering well and is living quite comfortably in the northern wilderness now. What? Do you want to see it? There are some things I want to ask it. The space beast came to the human world to nurture its fetus and stayed in the spirit beast forest for hundreds of years. It probably knows more about the spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest than anyone else. Shall I bring it back? Feng Jukin said, his eyes flickering slightly. Or, I can take you to the northern wilderness to find it. Although the Eastern Dragon capital is tens of millions of miles away from the northern wilderness, it is not a problem at all for Feng Jukin, who can tear through the void. Then, let's go to the northern wilderness. As Feng Jukin spoke, sharp golden lines shot out from his dark eyes, and then a door appeared out of thin air in front of them. Feng Jukin took Yi Ranyan's hand and walked through the door. Let's go. Emerging from the tower through that gate, Yi Ranyan arrived at the somewhat familiar demon god palace. Does using spatial power like this put a strain on your body? It's alright. This is the power of our bloodline, an ability we are born with. It doesn't require much spiritual energy to be mobilized, so the consumption is minimal. Yi Ranyan nodded. She didn't know whether to pity or envy this amazing race of war gods. The war god clan is born extremely powerful, and their cultivation is as easy as drinking water. However, they also suffer from the backlash of their bloodline power and are bound by the shackles of destiny. If they cannot find their destined partner, they will die young and insane. Thinking of this, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but hold Feng Jukin's hand again. Fortunately, Feng Jukin met her. Hopefully, the rest of the War God clan will be just as lucky. As Feng Jukin and Yi Ranyan appeared in the Demon God Palace, they alerted some of the demon beasts. The demonic beasts couldn't help but stir when they sensed the presence of the two. It's that Lord who has returned. The Lord also brought back his destined one. It's that Miss Yi. Many demonic beasts have a good impression of Yi Ranyan. Because of her, the demon beasts of the northern wilderness have established a friendly relationship with the Eastern Dragon Empire. After sending the 4 Yi brothers' little spirit beasts, the northern wilderness made some transactions with the Eastern Dragon Emperor and sent more than a dozen little demon beasts over. However, as far as Yi Ranyan knew, all the little demon beasts had signed equal contracts. This meant that the little monsters didn't have to work hard to cultivate in the spiritually barren northern wilderness, which made many monsters grateful. May I ask what brings Miss Yi here? The demons were eager to visit, but without Feng Jukin's summons, they dared not make decisions on their own. Feng Jukin and Yi Ranyan did not stay in the Demon God Palace for too long. With a flick of his sleeve, Feng Jukin conjured a spirit boat out of thin air. He put his arm around Yi Ranyan's waist, leaped onto the spirit boat, and said to Yi Ranyan, "The space beast is over in the mountains to the southwest. I'll take you there." Yi Ranyan didn't ask him why he didn't set the landing point of the space directly at the space beast's location. She just nodded. Okay. Feng Jukin's spirit boat magic artifact is quite exquisite inside, with tables and chairs full of spiritual energy. Sitting on it, even the speed of the flow of spiritual energy in one's body increases. At the same time, Feng Jukin brought out some pretty-looking pastries and drinks from somewhere and placed them on the table. Let's eat something first. Yi Ranyan admired beautiful women and loved delicious food. She picked up a pastry and took a bite. It was a little sweet, but the texture was excellent. It was definitely one of those delicious treats. She narrowed her eyes and asked Feng Jukin, "Why do you carry these things with you?" She had never seen anything like it in Feng Jukin before. Chapter 122. It seems that the reincarnation of an ancient great figure has appeared. This was prepared for you. Prepared for me? Yi Ranyan became increasingly curious. How did you know I would come to the northern wilderness tonight and board your spirit boat? I don't know, but I'm always ready. If you want to eat it, I'll have it. As he spoke, Feng Jukin laid out some other snacks, including dried spirit meat, walnut shortbread, sweet fruits, peach blossom wine, and so on. Yi Ranyan was slightly taken aback by his actions. He said he was always ready for her. However, in the 3 months since they met, she has rarely actually eaten, because she didn't know beforehand that he had prepared these things. Who taught you these things? From the storybook, Feng Jukin's ears, hidden beneath his dark hair, turned slightly red. Do you like it? Yi Ranyan thought to herself. Could it be that the way to win a woman's heart is through her stomach? She nodded to Feng Jukin and said, I like it. Feng Jukin's aura visibly brightened with pleasure. If you like it, that's good. Yi Ranyan picked up a piece of pastry and held it to Feng Jukin's thin lips. You eat some too. Feng Jukin took a bite out of her hand, and his wet tongue accidentally touched Yi Ranyan's fingers, reminding her of the last time this person bit her hand. Her slender white fingers instinctively wanted to pull back. However, after pausing for a moment, she continued feeding Feng Jukin without withdrawing her fingers. After finishing his pastries, Feng Jukin picked up a piece of dried spirit meat and fed it to Yi Ranyan. You eat some too. Yi Ranyan found this to be quite interesting, so she began to eat with relish. The two of them, feeding each other in the spirit boat, arrived at the mountain that Feng Jukin had mentioned. The space beast had sensed their arrival long ago and was already waiting there. However, it had changed from the giant beast it had appeared in when they first met, and now it had transformed into a tall, beautiful woman with bright features. My lord, Miss Yi, you have arrived. Well, space beast, I've come here because I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Yi, please ask away. I, the beast, will answer all your questions to the best of my ability. The space beast wore a bright smile and looked at Yi Ranyan with great affection. Yi Ranyan took out 2 space beast eggs that were about to hatch. They've arrived just in time, so let me introduce you to your children. The space beast's eyes were filled with gratitude as it tenderly stroked the 2 vibrant eggs, thanking Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan waved her hand, then asked, You spent many years nurturing your fetus in the spirit beast forest? Yes, it has been several hundred years. Then do you know what's happening in the spirit beast forest? The spatial beast asked, Miss Knight, what do you mean? Do you know why the Eastern Dragon capital experiences several beast tides every year? The space beast suddenly realized, I know that. It explained. Actually, there are quite a few large forests in the human world suitable for spirit beasts to live in. I also thought about going to other forests. However, there are some people in the human world who like to use drugs to deal with spirit beasts. At that time, I was pregnant with my cubs and didn't want to have a direct confrontation with them. So I kept changing places and eventually moved to the spirit beast forest next to the Eastern Dragon capital. Yi Ranyan's expression hardened. Using drugs to deal with spirit beasts? Are there any people like that in the spirit beast forest? Yes, there are some, but Donglong is relatively remote, and many human cultivators there are of low cultivation level, so they were easily driven away by me. The beast tide in Donglong was probably caused by higher-level spirit beasts from other places. As for whether anyone used medicine, I'm not sure. I can only say that there are indeed people in the Four Kingdoms who have medicine that can easily deal with spirit beasts. Then, do you know what kind of medicine that is? All I know is that I've never seen it before. Because the two babies weren't born at the time, I was afraid the medicine would also affect me, so I didn't study it carefully. Yi Ranyan nodded. The space beast added. However, Miss Yi, that medicine is rarely seen and seems to be extremely precious. In hundreds of years, they have used it less than 5 times. Otherwise, I wouldn't be staying in the spirit beast forest. I understand, thank you. The space beast waved its hand. You've been helping me raise my cubs for nothing, and I'm just answering a few questions. There's no need to be so polite. After clarifying the matter, Yi Ranyan asked Feng Jukin to take her back. The two boarded the spirit boat again and flew towards the demon god palace. On the way, Feng Jukin asked Yi Ranyan, "Do you suspect that the beast tide was man-made?" Yi Ranyan recounted what happened during her monthly exam, as well as the fact that Yi Yuhan and her maternal grandfather Yi Kunshan might have been injured in a scheme. Feng Jukin nodded. There must be someone targeting the Duke of Protectorate's mansion behind this. Do you need my help? I can manage for now, but you can help me when I can't handle it myself. Feng Jukin did not insist any further. He knew that Yi Ranyan was not a boastful person, and he also knew that she was working hard to cultivate and become stronger. If he helped her, she could do nothing and have no worries, but she would also find it difficult to grow stronger. That's not what Yi Ranyan wanted. He only wanted to give Yi Ranyan what she wanted. The 9 heavens have been quite unsettled lately, and I may have to take a long trip in a while, Feng Jukin said. Yi Ranyan became somewhat interested. She possesses the inheritance of an imperial princess, and the world she knows from her memories is far larger than it is now. Even if Feng Jukin talks about the 9 heavens, she won't be completely clueless. It seems that the reincarnation of some ancient great figure has appeared. Many forces are eager to make a move, breaking the rules, and coming to the middle 3 heavens and lower 3 heavens from the 9th heaven. I plan to go and meet them. Yi Ranyan nodded, but was very curious. If there is an afterlife, can the powerful beings above the 9 heavens be found again? Yes, after cultivating to the transcendent realm, even without a physical body, the soul can remain immortal. Once one reaches the heavenly venerable level, one will be reincarnated and will regain memories under certain conditions. Even after reincarnation, a celestial venerable might regain their memories. Yi Ranyan suddenly remembered that the Empress was once a heavenly venerable expert. Could it be that the reincarnation of the Imperial princess has been discovered? This absurd idea flashed through her mind. Then she couldn't help but shake her head and dismiss the idea. She only knew of the Empress, so it wasn't surprising that she would think of the Empress. However, the princess must be dead beyond any doubt, right? Otherwise, why wouldn't she leave her legacy to her reincarnation instead of to an outsider like her? As if sensing her thoughts, the Emperor's soul bell hanging on her ankle was blown by the wind, emitting a clear and melodious tinkling sound. Feng Jukin's gaze followed the clear sound of the bells and landed on the string of small red bells. He could sense that this was an extraordinary artifact, one that only powerful beings in the 9th heaven could possess. It was quite strange that it appeared in a place like the lower 3 heavens. But since even he is here, what's wrong with having a super artifact? However, even super artifacts are rare in the 9 heavens, and coincidentally, this super artifact looks quite familiar. It seems. According to legend, the Emperor clan, the lineage of emperors, possesses a super artifact specifically used to find the reincarnation of their kings, which is a string of bells called the Emperor's Soul Bell. But the Emperor's Soul Bell hanging above the Imperial Palace in the 9th heaven, radiating a terrifying aura, and suppressed his thoughts. This should not be that super artifact. Chapter 123 Arrival in Danding Kingdom. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Yi Ranyan's biological clock woke her up. most of the northern wilderness with Feng Jukin the night before. She carefully checked her belongings. The spatial beast egg and Fenger are inside the Emperor's space. She kept the pills, magical artifacts, and runes she had refined and drawn recently close to her body. Seeing that there was nothing to tidy up, Yi Ranyan pushed open the door and went out. Yungu followed behind her. On this trip to Danding Kingdom, Yungu will also accompany her to protect her. However, it is worth mentioning that after Yi Ranyan gave Yungu a martial arts cultivation manual, Yungu's cultivation level broke through from the heavenly martial realm to the martial lord realm. She was like an invisible person in the courtyard on ordinary days, and Yi Ranyan only protected her in secret when she went out. So no one noticed that her cultivation level had become so terrifying without anyone noticing. Yi Ranyan had breakfast with her family. At the dinner table, the Duke of Huguo's mansion did not adhere to the rule of not speaking while eating. The elders all reminded Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan to be careful and pay attention to safety on their journey. Of course, most people were talking to Yi Ranyan, while Yi Yulan was just mentioned incidentally. Meanwhile, the Yi brothers also showered Yi Ranyan with gifts as if they were free. As they were about to leave home, Su Baiyu and Yi Yuch both slipped Yi Ranyan a crystal card. When Yunyan is out and about, if she sees something she wants, she can just buy it. Cousin, don't neglect yourself. No matter what, your safety and that of your third brother are the most important. Yi Ranyan accepted Su Baiyu's crystal card, but not Yi Yuch's. She smiled at Yi Yuch. Fourth cousin, your longevity technique is a bottomless pit. You should save your spirit stones. I can use Grandma's spirit stones. Yi Yuch sighed and nodded. All right, but cousin, you don't need to worry about me. Earning spirit stones is a piece of cake for me. He seems to have been born with a knack for business, making a fortune at a young age. However, he was more engrossed in talisman techniques before, and seeing that he had enough spirit stones to spend, he didn't put much effort into business. But things are different now. The longevity technique he cultivates requires countless rare and precious treasures, which is incredibly expensive. Even his cousin is starting to worry that she can't support herself anymore. Yi Yuch pondered to himself. It seems I need to carefully plan how to conduct business in the future. How about we open Jin Yulu stores all over the entire Lingyu continent first? Yi Ranyan was unaware of Yi Yuch's lofty ambitions. After saying goodbye to her family, she went to Imperial Capital Academy with Yi Yuhan and Yi Yulan. Inside the academy, the 30-odd students who had previously registered were already waiting neatly in the academy's training ground. Yi Yuhan, representing the current leaders of the academy, delivered a speech in front of everyone. The central idea is to encourage everyone to do their best, not to push themselves, to pay attention to safety, and to follow the leader's orders. He was undoubtedly the #1 student at the Imperial Capital Academy, and everyone was willing to listen to him and nodded in agreement. Finally, as the sun rose, Yi Yuhan gave an order, and together with the teachers and students of the academy, they watched Yi Ranyan, Yi Yulan, and their group leave. To travel from the Eastern Dragon capital to the Danding Kingdom, one must pass through the Spirit Beast Forest. The Spirit Beast Forest is vast, connecting the 4 kingdoms of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the 100 Beasts Dynasty, the Sword Dynasty, and the Pill Cauldron Kingdom. The Eastern Dragon Empire is located in the northeast of the Spirit Beast Forest. The Kingdom of Danding is located in the southwest of the Spirit Beast Forest. The two countries are separated by a forest of spirit beasts, forming a diagonal shape. Along the way, they would also have to pass through the central area of the Spirit Beast Forest, where the king beast of the forest was located, which was extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, the Imperial Academy's plan is to have the spirit beasts lead them to the Spirit Beast Forest, and then find the powerful figures at the Eastern Dragon's outpost in the Spirit Beast Forest to escort them to the southwestern end of the Spirit Beast Forest. That place borders the Kingdom of Danding. Yi Yulan, Yi Ranyan, and their group rode flying spirit beasts, vultures, in the Academy's martial arts arena. In just 2 or 3 days, as planned, they arrived at the Spirit Beast Forest post station. The person guarding the post station was Guan Yungxiao, a peak martial lord from the Silver Dragon Guard. The last time Yi Ranyan came to the Eastern Dragon capital from Qingyang Town, she had a brief encounter with him when she passed through the Spirit Beast Forest. Upon meeting again, the other party was still warm and hospitable. You want me to send someone to escort you through the Spirit Beast Forest to the Danding Kingdom? Yes, Uncle Guan, Yi Yulan said with a smile. Guan Yungxiao readily agreed. Of course, no problem. I'll send someone to escort you there right away. Guan Yungxiao found 2 teams of guards, including 2 martial lords and several heavenly martial realm experts, and led them through the more difficult central area of the forest. Along the way, they encountered some spirit beasts, but the guards dealt with them all. After 5 days of treacherous journey, the guards finally escorted them to the post station on the Danding Kingdom's side. Generally, the inns of various countries stationed in the Spirit Beast Forest are located on the outer perimeter. The outer perimeter of the Spirit Beast Forest is not very dangerous, and the cultivation level of the students of the Imperial Capital Academy is sufficient to handle it. Therefore, the 2 teams of guards also bid them farewell. General Guan said that we will pick you up here on the 3rd day after the recruitment of new members from Medicine King Valley ends. Please make sure to arrive on time. Okay, thank you everyone. It is our duty. Please take care, gentlemen and ladies. We will take our leave now. After the guards left, only Yi Yulan, Yi Ranyan, and more than 30 other students from the Imperial Academy remained on the outskirts of the Spirit Beast Forest in Danding Kingdom. We are here to participate in the recruitment of new members in Medicine King Valley on behalf of ourselves, so we cannot trouble the general of Danding Kingdom's post station to make things convenient for us. We have no choice but to go to the forest post station in Danding Kingdom ourselves, hire a spirit beast, and fly us to the capital of Danding. Yi Yulan announced the next steps, and no one objected. Yi Yulan was well prepared. Before leaving, she brought a map of the Spirit Beast Forest, on which the location of the Danding Kingdom's post station was clearly marked. The group then headed towards the Danding Kingdom post station. They weren't wearing the Imperial Academy uniforms this time. They were all dressed in casual clothes, looking like a group of spirited young people on an adventure, attracting curious stares from many people along the way. After walking for an hour, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer. I'm so tired, let's rest for a bit before we go. A familiar yet slightly spoiled voice rang out. Yi Ranyan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Fong Yura, who had been frowning the whole way and giving her unfriendly looks from time to time. As soon as Fong Yura spoke, many of those who usually fawned over her and were close to her couldn't help but echo her. Third young master, we're all tired. Let's all rest. Yes, we are already within the territory of Danding Kingdom. The Medicine King Valley's enrollment has not started yet, and there is no rush to travel. It won't hurt to rest for a while. Chapter 124 The Pill Tower of the Pill Kingdom. Yi Yulan opened the map and looked at it. It was less than the distance of an incense stick from here to the Spirit Beast Station. Gentlemen, we will soon arrive at the post station. Please hang in there a little longer. I will give you half a day to rest afterward. Yi Yulan, are you deliberately targeting me? I'm tired of talking. Are you still leaving? Fong Yura glared angrily at Yi Yulan. Ever since the Yi family broke ties with the Fong family, Yi Yulan was no longer the doting cousin who used to spoil her. Along the way, she saw Yi Yulan showing concern for Yi Ranyan, which made her furious. She kept thinking about how to embarrass Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan's handsome face was devoid of any smile as he coldly looked at Fong Yura. This is the Spirit Beast Forest, where spirit beasts can appear at any time. Even on the outskirts, we cannot be careless. As the leader, I am responsible for everyone's safety. All decisions are made with everyone's safety in mind. If Miss Fong has any objections, she may leave with her 2 guest elders. Many fans at the Imperial Capital Academy, especially those who came with him this time. They are all alchemists, and they have even more awe and admiration for Yi Yulan, a 3rd-grade alchemist. Hearing Yi Yulan say this, the fans chimed in. Yes, Miss Fong, this isn't a good place to rest. Although the outer area is relatively safe, if something were to happen, it wouldn't be good for any of us. Miss Fong, that's not fair. How could someone as upright and honest as the 3rd young master target you? It's not just you who's tired, everyone is tired. The 3rd young master isn't letting everyone rest simply because this place isn't suitable. Tisk, as expected of a young lady from a wealthy family, so delicate. That's right, Ranyan is still a freshman. She doesn't complain about being tired, but she is. Let's hurry up and go. It's only a short distance. The journey will be over soon. We can rest properly afterward, won't we? Most people agree with Yi Yulan's approach. Fong Yura's face turned pale and then red as she spoke, her chest heaving with anger. You. She glared hatefully at the crowd, memorizing the faces of those who opposed her and spoke ill of her. A murderous intent filled her heart. If she had the chance, she would make these people pay the price. The group did not stop to rest and traveled for another incense stick's time to reach the Spirit Beast Station. As Yi Yulan had said before, he let everyone rest for half a day before renting spirit beasts and flying to the capital of Danding. I've heard that the capital of the Danding Kingdom has a Dan Tower. It is said that the recruitment of new members for Medicine King Valley is held in the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower is located in the central square of the capital of the Danding Kingdom. It is said to have been built by the royal family. The entire Dan Tower is magnificent and beautiful, and it is also one of the most bustling places in the Danding Kingdom. Yi Yulan and the others rode flying spirit beasts and spent another 6 days traveling from the border of Danding Kingdom to the capital of Danding Kingdom. Wow! The Pill Tower of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation. Even the Spirit Beast Station is built on the Pill Tower. The spirit beasts that everyone rode landed directly on the 5th floor of the Pill Tower. The towering, magnificent, and bustling Pill Tower drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. Even the Eastern Dragon Emperor doesn't have a place like this. Most of the capital city of Danding was built on the Dan Tower. Coming to Danding Kingdom, everyone had done their homework in advance. Yi Yulan introduced to everyone. I heard that the Pill Tower has 9 floors. The 1st to 4th floors sell pill cauldrons, pill refining flames, pills, spiritual herbs, and other items. The 5th floor is the one we are on now. This floor has a spirit beast inn and other shops selling food, clothing, and lodging. The 6th floor has various restaurants and inns. We will stay on the 6th floor later. And the 7th floor is where the major guilds in Danding Kingdom are located, including the Alchemy Guild, the Weapon Forging Guild, the Array Guild, the Rune Guild, and the Beast Taming Guild. I heard that Medicine King Valley is recruiting new members on the 7th floor. As for the 8th and 9th floors, I heard that only high-ranking officials and nobles can ascend to the 8th floor. Only princes and nobles can set foot on it. The 8th floor contains various high-end goods and entertainment venues, and it is a place where nobles of Danding Kingdom often gather. The 9th floor, the very top floor, is said to contain extraordinary treasures, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. On the way out of the Spirit Beast Station, Yi Yulan carefully explained these facts to everyone. Many students had seen this information in the materials, but when Yi Yulan mentioned it now, they listened attentively while admiring the towering Dan Tower in front of them. Alchemy is the national treasure of Danding Kingdom, so the Danding Emperor has an alchemy tower, and the tower is filled with a pleasant aroma of medicine and elixir. It really is a country that practices alchemy. With a sigh, the group climbed the spiraling stairs of the giant Pill Tower and reached the 6th floor. The entire tower, except for the top which is sealed off all day, is bustling with activity. Recently, due to the upcoming recruitment of new members for Medicine King Valley on the 7th floor, alchemists from nearby countries have flocked to Danding Kingdom. The 6th floor, which has many restaurants and inns, is extremely lively, with almost every inn fully booked. Yi Yulan and her group were quite large. They visited 5 different inns, all of which were full of guests. Everyone gasped in astonishment. No way. If you count the days, there are still 3 days until Medicine King Valley's recruitment starts, and already there are no rooms available? It shouldn't be that bad. You all wait here for me. When Yi Yulan was in the Duke of Huguo's mansion, he seemed to be the most unreliable of the 4 brothers. But nowadays, when he goes out, he is seen as very reliable by outsiders. Throughout this journey, he has performed his role as team leader very well. Unable to rent an inn, he took out some spirit stones and found a local beggar while everyone was wondering what was going on. Do you know which inn on this Pill Tower can accommodate more than 30 people? Yi Yulan handed several sparkling, extremely beautiful spirit stones to the other party and asked. The little beggar was filthy, but he didn't have any strange smell. His eyes were fixed longingly on the spirit stones. He licked his lips and said, "The 100 Herbs Pavilion is the most expensive inn on the Pill Tower. Few people can afford spirit stones. There are still many vacant rooms." 100 Herbs Pavilion? What a strange name. Dear guests from afar, you may not know that alchemy and medicine identification are customs of our Danding Kingdom. The 100 Herbs Pavilion researches the use of spiritual herbs in food and has created medicinal cuisine that is unique to them. The 100 Herbs Pavilion is very expensive, but it is well worth the price and is one of the characteristics of our Danding Kingdom. Everyone heard what the little beggar said. Yi Yulan didn't make a decision on her own, but looked at the people around her and asked, "What do you all think?" Before anyone could answer, the little beggar continued, "Of course, if you gentlemen think the 100 Medicines Pavilion is too expensive, I can also recommend some private residences. Some of these residences can accommodate quite a few people and are quite cheap. The only downside is that they don't offer short-term rentals. They only offer long-term rentals." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. They were only participating in the Medicine King Valley recruitment and would be returning in a few days, so there was no need for a long-term lease. After a brief discussion, everyone made a decision. Let's go with Bielo. Chapter 125, All Nations Gather. The Bielo Inn was indeed more luxurious than other inns, but not ostentatious. It had a refined and elegant style. Moreover, once you enter the 100 Medicines Pavilion, you can tell that the guests inside are all dressed quite elegantly and have a rather refined air about them. It seems that those who can afford to stay at the 100 Medicines Pavilion are not ordinary people. The group booked an entire floor of Bielo, each with their own room. After a short rest, they went downstairs and asked for a large private room, planning to have a good meal before going to rest. They were a large group, and they were very generous. The waiters at Bielo were very hospitable to them. The special features of Bielo to them. Everyone looked at the menu with curiosity. The dishes were all special medicinal dishes from Danding Kingdom, which made them very curious, and they couldn't help but start discussing them. Yulan was chatting with the waiter. Have many people come to Danding Imperial capital recently? That's for sure. Ever since the news of Medicine King Valley recruiting new members spread in my Danding Kingdom, countless groups of people from nearby countries and forces of all sizes have come, all hoping to make a name for themselves at the recruitment meeting and be selected into Medicine King Valley. Oh, Yulan looked very interested. Then do you know which of these people who have arrived are the most powerful and most likely to gain the favor of the Medicine King Valley Master? These are of course the most outstanding talents of my Danding Kingdom, the waiter replied matter-of-factly. However, I heard that the Princess of the Sword Dynasty and the young Prince of the 100 Beast Dynasty have also come. Their talents are also excellent, and their chances of being selected for Medicine King Valley are very high. Yi Ranyan, who had only been casually listening, couldn't help but blink when she heard this, and asked, are there any people outside setting up gambling dens to recruit new members for Medicine King Valley? Of course, every casino in our Dan Tower has set up betting tables for the Medicine King Valley's recruitment drive. Are you all from out of town? You probably don't know that our casinos in Dan Tower are located on the first basement floor. If you have some free time, you can go and take a look. Thank you for letting me know. The waiter had almost finished pouring tea for everyone and replied with a smile. This is nothing. I don't deserve your thanks. But judging from your accents, you seem to be from the Eastern Dragon Empire. I've heard that your Eastern Dragon Empire also has a genius alchemist who has reached the 3rd rank at a young age, and it's rumored that he has a high chance of being selected for the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that the person rumored to be of the 3rd rank was Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan hadn't expected his reputation to reach the Danding Kingdom. Being young and impetuous, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Do the Princess of the Sword Dynasty and the young Prince of the 100 Beasts Dynasty also live in the 100 Medicines Pavilion? Someone asked curiously. Even Fong Yura, who is usually difficult to please, was quiet at this moment, looking at this side with curiosity. When she came to Danding Kingdom to participate in the recruitment of Medicine King Valley, Wen Ziju did not come with her. In addition, Wen Ziju has been very cold to her lately, and the Wen family is constantly trying to gain benefits from the Fong family. Her mother has already expressed her idea of making her cut off her relationship with Wen Ziju. She hesitated, wondering if she should take this opportunity to get to know the young prince of the 100 Beasts Dynasty, or perhaps the prince of the Danding Kingdom. Given her status as a young lady from the Fong family, one of the 4 great families of Donglong, marrying a prince of Danding Kingdom wouldn't be considered a mismatch. The waiter nodded with a smile, puffing out his chest with pride. Of course, only my 100 Medicines Pavilion is qualified to entertain them on the entire 6th floor of the Pill Tower. Abielo was also very attentive. They didn't keep everyone waiting for long, and the dishes were served one after another shortly after they ordered. Bielo is famous for its medicinal cuisine, which is rare in the Eastern Dragon Empire. The group of people, filled with curiosity, tasted the delicious food that perfectly blended medicinal herbs with food, and each of them ate to their heart's content. After finishing their meal, Yi Yulan said, there are still 3 days before Medicine King Valley starts recruiting new members. We have 3 days of our own time. He paused for a moment, then said, there are nearly 30 of us in total. I can't possibly keep an eye on every single one of you every second. But I am your leader, and I am responsible for your safety. Therefore, I hope that everyone will follow my instructions. Upon hearing this, Fong Yura pursed her red lips, her face showing an indifferent expression. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yulan with a smile in her eyes, feeling that he had really impressed her this time. This team leader was becoming more and more like the right person. The others who admired Yi Yulan looked at him intently, waiting for his next instructions. Therefore, I hope that everyone who wants to go out will bring at least 2 companions. Whenever you go out, you must go in groups of 3 to look after each other. In case of any incident, someone can come back to report. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement with his statement. In addition, everyone must gather at the 100 Medicines Pavilion every night at 9 p.m. to ensure everyone's safety. We all come from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Now, on the land of Dan Ding Kingdom, every word and action represents the image of the Eastern Dragon. I hope that everyone will pay attention to their image when they are out and about. We do not provoke trouble, but if someone crosses us, we will never be cowardly or afraid of trouble. Only in this way can we preserve the reputation of Donglong. It should be noted that there are 4 countries surrounding this spirit beast forest. But the most powerful was undoubtedly the Eastern Dragon Empire. These young people from the Eastern Dragon Empire were certainly not timid or afraid of trouble when they were out in the world. Yi Yulan earnestly explained her plans and regulations to everyone. Most people listened very attentively. Did everyone remember what I just said? I've got it. Everyone responded. Yi Yulan nodded. Then, let's disband here. Those who want to rest can go back and rest, and those who want to go out for a walk can find 2 companions to go out with. Just remember that we will reunite here at Hai Shi, 9 to 11 p.m. tonight. At his command, everyone sprang into action and left the room one after another. Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan stayed until the end. Yunyan, do you want to rest, or do you want to go out for a walk? Yi Ranyan said. Let's go rest first and recharge our energy. We can go sightseeing again tonight. All right. I've heard that the Dan Tower is lit up all night, and the night market is very lively. The underground floor is equivalent to our Donglong's black market, and it's only open at night. We can explore the entire Dan Tower then. After agreeing to go out that evening, the 2 went their separate ways. Yi Ranyan returned to her room and released the wind she had been holding back all the way. Feng'er usually goes out to play by herself, and once she was released, she went to find Yi Yulan's little phoenix, as if she knew the way well. Yi Ranyan sat on the bed, closed her eyes and rested, which was both a form of cultivation and a way to relax. Chapter 126 Battle of Core Formations. A battle to the death. Time passed slowly. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the gatehouse. Yi Ranyan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she instantly regained her senses. They lived on the 3rd floor of the 100 Medicines Pavilion. Because there were so many people, they had booked the entire floor. This meant that, apart from the 100 Medicines Pavilion staff, the only people running around on this floor were these students from the Eastern Dragon capital. Yi Ranyan frowned and opened her eyes. The next moment, bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, Yi Yulan's slightly anxious voice asked, Cousin Yunyan, are you resting? Yi Ranyan straightened her clothes before getting out of bed, walking to the door and opening it. Seeing that she was dressed neatly, Yi Yulan breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's good that you haven't rested. Something happened to Zhu Yi and the others. Let's go and see. Yi Ranyan remembered Zhu Yi, a male student among their group who had spent 3 years at the Imperial Capital Academy. He was now a mid-level 2nd-grade alchemist, usually cheerful and lively, and could chat with anyone. Yi Ranyan closed the door and walked forward with Yi Yulan. Accompanying them were several other companions who had not gone out. There were 8 people in the group. One of them was a companion who went out with Zhu Yi. That companion's name was Baiyu. Baiyu's face showed indignation as he walked along the road, explaining the current situation to Yi Yulan, Yi Ranyan, and the others. I made an appointment with Zhu Yi, Wu Yong and I to go out and explore the Pill Tower together. Zhu Yi said he wanted to see how the people of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom refine pills, so we went to the 2nd floor where they sell pill cauldrons and rare treasures. We were greeted by a very pretty young girl. She was very patient and attentive to us. But just then, another group of guests arrived. It was a female guest who specifically asked for the young girl who had greeted us. Then she deliberately made things difficult for us, insisting that the girl had dirted her dress. Without any politeness, she whipped the pretty young girl several times. Zhu Yi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to stand up for the other party, so he stepped in to stop the female customer. The female guest, however, said without any politeness, We are willing to step forward and play the hero to save the beauty, but we must follow the rules. The rule of the Pill Tower is that when in doubt, one should rely on pill competing. Baiyu explained the situation from the side. Yi Yulan also explained to Yi Ranyan in a low voice. The pill refining contest is a competition between 2 people to refine pills. The one who refines a pill with higher grade and purity wins. Yi Ranyan had done her homework before leaving the Eastern Dragon capital. And then, someone asked Baiyu. Baiyu said angrily, There are 3 kinds of alchemy battles. One is just a casual contest to determine who is better, which is a peaceful battle. Another is a battle where you might accidentally hurt the other, which is a battle of injury. And the third kind is a life or death battle, which is a battle of life and death. Zhu Yi agreed to the female guest's request for a pill refining contest. The female guest said that she could tell we were not from Danding Kingdom. She wondered which remote corner of the country we came from, and how we dared to fight her on Danding Kingdom's territory. Then she set the rule of a life or death duel. We didn't know the other party's strength, so naturally we wouldn't agree. But the female guest said that if we didn't agree to a life or death duel, we shouldn't interfere in her affairs, and she would directly beat the waitress who served us to death. This is outrageous. That's too much. How can this female guest from Danding Kingdom be so arrogant? The group of people present were all young and impetuous. Hearing such an injustice, especially since it concerned their companions, they were all naturally filled with anger. Yes, you know, Zhu Yi is the kind of guy who can't stand this kind of thing. We can't just stand by and watch that girl die in front of us, so Zhu Yi agreed. Although everyone in the room was angry, they all calmed down upon hearing this. Nonsense, Yi Yulan scolded in a low voice. After all, that was a life or death battle. If you lose your life. As the team leader, how could Yi Yulan bear to see the students she brought die here? You only mentioned the rules? You haven't said who will be participating yet. Yi Ranyan asked. If she can catch up when she makes a move, even on the pill tower, no one should be able to defeat her. I don't know. When I saw Zhu Yi agree, I felt that the situation was not good, so I quickly came back to inform the third young master. However, when I left, Wu Yong was still there. I asked Wu Yong to persuade Zhu Yi not to agree to anything easily. They should be able to stall until we arrive. Yi Yulan nodded. That's good. Yi Ranyan nodded as well. Bai Yu is a clever one. Moreover, it must be said that Yi Yulan's rule that the 3 of them could only go out together was really good. Otherwise, even if something happened to Zhu Yi outside, they wouldn't know. As they talked, they arrived at the shop where Zhu Yi and the others had their conflict. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered inside and outside the shop to watch the spectacle. Yi Ranyan could even get close. She heard a spoiled voice rang out. We agreed on a fight to the death, but neither of you dares to make a move. What? Are you playing me for a fool? The Dando competition hasn't started yet. Realizing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yulan raised her voice and declared, in this life or death battle, I'll do it, Yi Ranyan said before Yi Yulan could finish speaking. Cousin, Miss Ranyan. Yi Ranyan in shock. Yi Ranyan nodded to Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan knew Yi Ranyan's alchemy skills. It was safe to say that if even Yi Ranyan couldn't win this life or death battle among so many people, then none of them could win. He felt a little more at ease and nodded. Then, cousin, be careful. The others, however, refused to agree. Third young master, how could you let Miss Ranyan go to a life or death battle? Yes, I heard she's only been cultivating for a few months. What does she know about alchemy? Even if she does, how skilled can she be? Putting her in a life or death battle is just sending her to her death, isn't it? Apart from those who attended the welcoming banquet at the Duke of Huguo's mansion, few outsiders knew that Yi Ranyan was an all-around master. The other students at the Imperial Capital Academy were completely unaware that Yi Ranyan could refine pills. They all thought that Yi Ranyan had come to Danding Kingdom to join in the fun with Yi Yulan. Normally, they would treat her as a vulnerable junior who needed protection. But I never expected it. They thought that the seemingly frail junior girl who needed their protection had actually stood up for them without hesitation in the life or death battle of pill making. Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan's words also attracted a lot of attention. With a whoosh, many people turned to look at them. After realizing that they were in cahoots with Zhu Yi, the crowd receded to the sides like a tide, making way for them. Ahead, Zhu Yi's face was flushed red with resentment, while Wu Yong held him tightly. In the middle lay a girl covered in blood, her clothes torn and tattered from being whipped. Opposite Zhu Yi and Wu Yong, there was a group of 3 people. The leader was a haughty woman dressed in gorgeous clothes and holding a long whip. Behind her were an ordinary-looking maid and a fair-skinned, beardless man with regular features. Chapter 127, Fulfilling Your Wish. Wow! What a handsome young man, what a beautiful young lady. Everyone noticed Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan. They couldn't help but show their amazement. Yi Yulan was dressed in a blue robe, holding a folding fan. He had a handsome face and a dignified bearing. Coupled with his extraordinary temperament, he was clearly no ordinary person. Yi Ranyan, dressed in a fiery red dress, with fair skin, exquisite features, and a small golden bird perched on her shoulder, was even more stunningly beautiful. Besides the two of them, the other students from the Imperial Capital Academy were also better looking than average, and most of them had a refined and cultured demeanor, making them instantly likable. This group of people looks unfamiliar. I wonder which powerful force they are representatives of. Judging from their appearance, they all look quite handsome. Such a beautiful woman. She probably can't even compare to Princess Daning, the legendary #1 beauty in our Danding kingdom, right? With such beauty, how could she remain unknown? The crowd continued to discuss the matter. Upon realizing that Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan had arrived, Zhu Yi and Wu Yong couldn't help but feel guilty, lowering their heads with flickering eyes. Third young master. They called out to Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan stepped forward without ceremony and couldn't help but tap Zhu Yi on the head with her folding fan. You little brat, showing off outside. Now look what you've done. Third young master. Zhu Yi gritted his teeth. I will take full responsibility for my actions, this life or death struggle. All right. Yi Yulan interrupted him, both annoyed and helpless. Who told you to be someone I brought here? No matter what happens, I'll cover for you. Besides, this isn't your fault. As he spoke, he looked at the person opposite him with a cold and sharp gaze. The haughty woman opposite him seemed to have her gaze glued to Yi Yulan the moment she saw him. Young master is indeed very handsome. Her arrogance remained, but a gentle smile graced her face, and her voice softened slightly. Are those fools your accomplices, young master? Before Yi Yulan could answer, she continued. If you, young master, are willing to have a drink with me, then this matter can be dropped. Not only will I not pursue the matter of that lowly servant soiling my skirt, but the alchemy contest can also be considered as non-existent. What do you say? As she spoke, she looked at Yi Yulan with seductive eyes. Yi Yulan was born with a dignified and extraordinary appearance. She attracts attention on the street, and at Imperial Academy, she has countless female admirers. So it's not surprising that he was noticed by a woman as soon as he appeared. Faced with this situation, his companions were unsure whether to envy him or pity him. Yi Yulan's face darkened immediately. Previously, because of his relationship with Fang Yura and her sister, he had kept his distance from girls. But after Yi Ranyan came, he realized that young girls could be quite cute. But today, this woman reminded him of the time when he was bossed around by Fang Yura, making him extremely uncomfortable. Yi Yulan's expression, Yi Ranyan stepped forward and said indifferently, no need for a drink. I'll handle the life or death duel. She didn't want Yi Yulan to do things she didn't want to do. However, a battle of alchemy was a piece of cake for her. Yi Yulan snapped out of her daze and followed Yi Ranyan's words, coldly saying to the woman, that's right, you're too ugly. I don't drink with ugly women. If I'm going to drink, I have to drink with a beautiful woman like her. As Yi Yulan spoke, she pointed at Yi Ranyan. To be fair, the proud woman's appearance was also extremely outstanding. While not quite stunningly beautiful, she was certainly charming, especially with a touch of nobility in her arrogance, which was very attractive. However, compared to Yi Ranyan, whom Yi Yulan was pointing to, the people around couldn't help but shake their heads. It's not that you don't know the goods, it's that you're afraid of comparing them. Even a beautiful woman would be utterly humiliated standing before Yi Ranyan, whose features are exquisitely beautiful and whose temperament is ethereal and aloof. Many people felt that it was normal for the handsome man to find other women ugly when he was with such a beautiful young woman by his side. Presumptuous. But the proud woman's beautiful eyes instantly turned bloodshot, her face contorted with rage, and her voice trembled with anger. Are you courting death? She was proud of her beauty and could not stand anyone being more beautiful than herself. Therefore, all the maids around him had ordinary appearances. The reason she whipped that maid earlier was because the maid was too beautiful and it bothered her. And now, that man actually says she's ugly? No matter how handsome he is, she will never let him off the hook. And that woman who looked like a vixen made her want to scratch her face immediately. You just said you'd represent them in the alchemy competition, right? The woman suppressed her anger, staring at Yi Ranyan with venomous eyes and speaking in an icy tone. Yi Ranyan showed no fear. That's right, it's me. Good. The woman sneered repeatedly. I'll grant your wish. Su Feng, you go up and teach these country bumpkins what alchemy is. She glanced at the ordinary-looking maid behind her. Yes. The maid stepped forward and said to Yi Ranyan, Miss, please. Yi Ranyan glanced indifferently at the haughty woman. I thought you'd dare to come in person. The woman sneered, coming in person? Are you even worthy? Yi Ranyan was about to say something. Young lady, This woman is Princess Dan Ing of the Danding Kingdom. If she personally intervenes, even if you win, you might not lose her life. However, if she dies, the entire Danding Kingdom will not let you off the hook, and you will find it difficult to participate in the Medicine King Valley recruitment again. A faint sound reached Yi Ranyan's ears. It is a spiritual transmission. The voice sounded unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Who was secretly reminding her? Yi Ranyan looked around but found nothing amiss, so she turned her gaze away and asked the maid participating in the alchemy competition, "How do you want to compete?" The maid looked at the proud woman, who was Princess Dan Ing. Princess Dan Ing sneered. "Do you know how to make a third-grade elixir, the rejuvenation pill? How about we compare the purity of the rejuvenation pill?" These words immediately caused an uproar in the room. Third rank. That woman looks quite ordinary, yet she's a third-grade alchemist? That's truly remarkable. There aren't many third-grade alchemists in our Danding Kingdom, so how come I've never heard of such a person? Our Danding Kingdom is a country of alchemy, so what's so strange about it that there are hidden masters among the common people? Now I'm a little worried that the little beauty from outside won't dare to fight. But no sooner had they finished speaking than, "Okay." Yi Ranyan nodded in agreement. Everyone was shocked. She actually agreed? Isn't that just suicide? With Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan all had drastic changes in expression. Ranin. No. Someone else anxiously urged Yi Yulan. Third young master, say something. What does Miss Ranyan know about third-grade pills? This is going to kill her. Chapter 128. In this battle of alchemy, that little girl is bound to lose. No need to say more. Looked at Princess Dan Ing with cold eyes and comforted her anxious companion, saying, "I believe in Ranyan." The others regained consciousness. Yes, they had all witnessed firsthand how much Yi Yulan cared for and doted on Yi Ranyan. Among them, the one who least wanted Yi Ranyan to get into trouble and was most reluctant to part with her was probably Yi Yulan. What does the third young master mean? The group hesitated. Is Miss Ranyan very skilled at alchemy? But how could that be? Ranin is only just old enough to start cultivating. Moreover, when she got first place in the freshman monthly exam, many people speculated that Yi Ranyan might have spent all her time cultivating. In that case, how would she have time to refine pills? Furthermore, Yi Yulan, who is in his early 20s, is already the youngest and only third-grade alchemist in the entire Donglong and the entire Imperial Capital Academy. How old is Yi Ranyan now? 16 years old. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist? They would never believe it. Because this speculation was so absurd, no one could convince themselves, and they were all so anxious that they scratched their heads and cheeks. But Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan, the two cousins, remained very calm, which was truly incomprehensible to them. The others in the room, disregarding the concerns of the students from Donglong, were all excited about the upcoming battle of alchemists between two third-grade alchemists. They all made way for Yi Ranyan and the maid to refine pills. The maid and Yi Ranyan both took out their alchemy furnaces and placed them in front of them. The shop owners skillfully stepped forward to sell the rare and precious ingredients used to refine the rejuvenation pill. However, he was rejected. This surprised everyone. These two actually have materials for refining the rejuvenation pill? Could it be that they can really refine a grade 3 pill? That maid is one thing. She's from our Danding Kingdom, and she doesn't look young, so it's understandable that she could refine the rejuvenation pill. But that girl from out of town, her face hasn't fully developed yet. She looks no more than 17 or 18 years old. How could she possibly refine a grade 3 pill? The crowd whispered among themselves. Yi Ranyan and the maid laid out the materials for refining the rejuvenation pill one by one. Just as they were about to take action, etc., Yi Ranyan suddenly spoke. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes immediately fell on her. The plain-looking maid looked puzzled. Princess Dan Ing gave a cold laugh and said arrogantly, "What? Scared? Want to beg for mercy? But it's too late." She hadn't finished speaking. "It's not that I regret it." Yi Ranyan calmly said, "I don't quite understand the rules of your Danding Kingdom. I just wanted to ask if I could add some rules to the Danding competition." "Sure." Before Princess Dan Ing could speak, someone in the crowd answered Yi Ranyan. "In our Danding Kingdom, both sides can make demands according to the rules of alchemy competition. If there are no objections, they must be jointly observed. If there are objections, they should be negotiated before the competition begins." Yi Ranyan nodded. "All right, I'd like to add a rule." Those nearby couldn't help but showed disappointment upon hearing this. This girl might not be up to the task. I think she's deliberately stalling for time. What naive outsiders. In our Danding Kingdom, the alchemy competition is not something you can avoid by stalling for time. "Speak," Princess Dan Ing said. looking at Iranian as if she were already dead, completely unconcerned about the conditions Iranian was about to propose. You must know, how could an alchemist who could serve by the side of a princess be an ordinary person? Su Feng is a fourth-grade alchemy master. Now, competing with others in alchemy and refining third-grade pills is a piece of cake for her. She kept Su Feng by her side so that she could fight with those she disliked at any time. Within Danding Kingdom, most people are no match for Su Feng, let alone this young, unripe girl from out of town. While fiddling with the medicinal herbs in her hands, Iranian said, I just arrived in Danding Kingdom today, and I'm very tired. I need to get back to rest as soon as possible. So, I hope that this alchemy competition can be kept to within half an hour. What? Half an hour? Is she crazy? Iranian finished speaking. Gasps of surprise rang out from the audience. It's important to know that alchemy is a delicate art, and the higher the grade of the elixir, the more materials are required. There are at least dozens of ingredients needed to refine a third-grade elixir. Refining dozens of rare and precious treasures into a pill is an extremely complicated process, not to mention that even the slightest distraction could lead to failure and an explosion of the furnace. For an average person, even a first-grade pill wouldn't be refined properly in half an hour. Now, Iranian actually proposed to refine a third-grade pill within half an hour during the pill refining competition. Isn't this asking the impossible? Could it be that she can't refine a third-grade pill herself, so she deliberately stated this rule so that the other party can't refine it either? She's really from out of town. Does she think that a draw would save her life? Little girl, you probably don't know that in our Danding Kingdom, the life or death battles and alchemy competitions require swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao. Even if it's a draw, both of them lose and both of them have to die. Even Princess Danning was surprised that Yi Ran-in would make such a request. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. Did the other party want to drag her maid down with them? She couldn't help but look at her maid, Su Feng. In regular alchemy competitions, no one has ever dared to establish such a rule, and she doesn't know if the other party can fulfill it. Su Feng nodded to Princess Danning. Regardless, she is a fourth-grade alchemist and possesses some alchemy secrets unknown to others. It's not impossible for her to refine a rejuvenation pill within half an hour, but the quality of the pill might be somewhat inferior. But she was certain that the girl from out of town was just bluffing and couldn't possibly refine the rejuvenation pill within an hour. Therefore, even if the quality of her pills was worse, she could still win. All right, then so be it. Someone start the time. Princess Danning readily agreed when she saw Su Feng nod. Now, not to mention the others from the Imperial Academy in the Eastern Dragon capital, even Yi Yulan broke out in a cold sweat, her face showing worry. Although he was very confident in Iranian, it was still too difficult to refine a grade 3 pill within half an hour and compete with others in terms of purity. He himself didn't even dare to think about it. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. We can only grit our teeth and keep going. He could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that his cousin could create another miracle. The other people in the arena rarely saw such a high-level and exciting alchemy battle, and they couldn't help but stare at Iranian and Su Feng with burning eyes. After the timer funnel was set up, the two made a heavenly oath to compete in alchemy, stating that the loser would be struck by lightning and die. Then they both got to work and began refining pills. Su Feng is a fourth-grade alchemist and is very skilled in the alchemy process. When she refines pills, her movements are smooth and fluid, making people nod in approval. Judging from her technique, she is undoubtedly a master. That little girl will definitely lose this alchemy competition. Chapter 129. What a beautiful young girl. What a pity. People didn't have a high opinion of Iranian to begin with. After seeing Iranian's alchemy techniques clearly, many people's faces showed deep doubt. Is this young girl really refining pills? All that could be seen was an open space ahead. Opening the cauldron, Iranian directly picked up all the materials for refining the rejuvenation pill and put them all into the cauldron. Is she just throwing caution to the wind and recklessly starting to refine things? What a waste. What a waste. So many rare and precious medicinal herbs, and she just squandered them like that. With that attitude, she thinks she can win the pill refining competition? She must be dreaming. Completely devoid of aesthetics and technical skill, it's truly heartbreaking. How dare such a person even participate in the Medicine King Valley recruitment? It's utterly delusional. Hey, I agree with everything else, but I disagree with the lack of aesthetic appeal. This girl looks like a fairy who stepped out of a painting. Even if her alchemy is completely haphazard, she's still prettier than that woman over there who has a skillful alchemy technique. A good-for-nothing, all he knows is beauty. He has no real talent or ability. What good is his beauty if he's not good looking? Moreover, once this alchemy competition is over, she will pass away, and this physical body will turn into nothing but bones. The crowd was quite annoyed by Yi Ranyan's seemingly perfunctory attitude, so they simply stopped looking at her and instead began to observe Su Feng's alchemy. And they all watched with beaming smiles, nodding in amazement from time to time. They seemed quite impressed by the other party's skills. Third young master. The group from the Eastern Dragon capital saw Yi Ranyan throw the heavenly spirit treasure into the pot, cover it up, and then close her eyes to rest. They couldn't help but become anxious. Does Miss Ranyan really know how to refine pills? This doesn't look like alchemy at all. Yes, you know, Miss Ranyan herself set the rule that the rejuvenation pill must be refined within half an hour. She only has half an hour. Why hasn't she started refining it yet? In fact, Yi Ranyan had already begun refining. She didn't want to reveal too much of her hand. Therefore, he chose the alchemy method that made it the hardest for others to see through his abilities. The moment she closed the lid of the alchemy cauldron, she released a wisp of strange fire inside. Then, he closed his eyes and focused all his attention on directing his spiritual power into the cauldron, refining the heavenly treasures within. Of course, no one else could possibly do that. Firstly, others don't have a different kind of fire. Secondly, others don't have the abnormal mental strength of Yi Ranyan. Others would be extremely cautious even when refining a single elixir. Even for a genius, being able to refine 3 to 5 kinds of medicinal herbs at the same time is already an incredible feat. And the night dies the sound. She divided her spiritual power into dozens of parts and simultaneously refined dozens of heavenly and earthly treasures. Such a horrifying thing is something that no one could even dream of. But she did it. Seeing Yi Ranyan's appearance, Princess Dan revealed an uncontrollable, sinister smile. If you had known this would happen, wouldn't it have been better to just give up? It would have been better than making a futile struggle now. Others couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful young girl. What a pity. Time passed slowly. Seeing that Su Feng had already refined half of the heavenly spirit treasure, Yi Ranyan was still pretending to be asleep, without making any move. It was a one-sided victory without any suspense. I originally thought that a battle between third-grade alchemists was something special, but it turned out to be just a gimmick. It's boring. People from out of town are truly fearless. Do they think they can renege on their debts after losing the alchemy contest? Huh. They just swore an oath to the heavenly Tao that if they lose, they will be struck by lightning and die on the spot. Miss Ranyan, hurry up and do it. Those who had come with Yi Ranyan from the Eastern Dragon capital couldn't help but whisper her name, urging her to hurry up and refine the pills. Hey you guys, are you trying to help her cheat? To others, however, it appears as them plotting something crooked or evil. The faces of the group flushed instantly, but they were speechless and could only look at Yi Ranyan with worried eyes. A little while later, more time passed. Su Feng has already refined 2/3 of the spiritual medicine. Why hasn't Miss Ran Ying made any progress yet? Oh no, is Ran Yingong really giving up and not wanting to work hard anymore? However, at that very moment, a faint medicinal fragrance filled the room. Some people caught a whiff of this unusual scent and couldn't help but show a strange expression. I smell the scent of the rejuvenation pill. Could it be an illusion? After all, Miss Su Feng hasn't finished refining it yet. How could there be the smell of the rejuvenation pill here? But I've always had an extremely keen sense of smell since I was a child, and I've never had a mistake. Then smell it carefully and see where the fragrance is coming from. The man refused to accept this, closed his eyes, twitched his nose, and tried hard to find the medicinal fragrance of the rejuvenating pill amidst the chaotic smells of the street. After finding it, they tried hard to pinpoint the source of the medicinal fragrance. Quite a while. Brush. The man suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at the source of the medicinal fragrance, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? His companion asked him curiously. He raised his hand and pointed in Yi Ranyan's direction. The medicinal fragrance I smelled was coming from there? His companion followed his gaze and immediately laughed. Are you kidding me? That little girl at most just put the elixir in. She didn't even move it. How could there possibly be a rejuvenation pill in the cauldron? But I really smelled it. Just then, it's about to form its core. A commotion erupted from the crowd. It turned out that at the very moment when time was about to run out, Princess Dan Ying's maid, Su Feng, was finally preparing to form her golden core. This Miss Su Feng has a beautiful and skillful alchemy technique. She is calm and composed when refining third-grade pills. She should be more than a third-grade alchemist. I would conservatively estimate that she is probably a fourth-grade alchemist. Even in our Danding kingdom, fourth-grade alchemists are extremely rare, let alone female fourth-grade alchemists. This reminds me of something from the past. A few years ago, there was a fourth-rank female alchemist who used flesh and blood to refine pills, harming innocent people. She was arrested by the eldest son of the Danrong Emperor and imprisoned. Don't talk nonsense. This Miss Su Feng is so respectful to her master. How could she be such a villain? Besides, how could someone as benevolent, kind, and gentle as Crown Prince Danrong release a villain? Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Su Feng suddenly took out a porcelain bottle and dripped a drop of bright red liquid from it. Before anyone could see what it was, the liquid merged into the pill, and the heavenly treasures that Su Feng had refined also began to fuse instantly, condensing into a pill that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The rejuvenation pill. It's the rejuvenation pill. She succeeded. She really refined a grade 3 rejuvenation pill. At that very moment, the sand in the hourglass had run out, half an hour had passed, and the battle of alchemy was about to end. Chapter 130 is truly unbelievable. Cull. It's over. Miss Su Feng actually managed to refine the rejuvenation pill in half an hour. That's amazing. Yes, that's amazing. It seems that Su Feng is the one who will win today's alchemy competition. Only then did someone think of Yi Ranyan and look in her direction. They saw that she had stood up at some point and was calmly looking in Su Feng's direction. Everyone. This girl is so brave. She's facing death and she's still so calm. The proud Princess Dan Ying was overjoyed at this moment. With a beaming smile, she stepped forward from the crowd, took the pill from Su Feng's hand, and showed it to everyone. At the same time, she asked Yi Ranyan, a third-grade pill, the rejuvenation pill, which our Su Feng refined in half an hour. Do you have any objections? Yi Ranyan nodded. There are indeed some minor objections. The audience erupted in uproar. Princess Dan Ying's smile vanished, and she looked at her coldly. Do you have any objections? Yi Ranyan stared intently at the pill in Princess Dan Ying's hand and pondered. Ordinary rejuvenation pills are green. I'm curious, why is yours dark red? Could this not be a rejuvenation pill, but some kind of random pill? You're talking nonsense. Princess Dan Ying retorted angrily. This was made by Su Feng using the materials for refining the rejuvenation pill. How could it not be the rejuvenation pill? Moreover, the fragrance of this pill is the same as that of the rejuvenation pill. Oh, right. I overlooked that you're a country bumpkin from a small place. You probably haven't seen a grade 3 pill before and don't know what the rejuvenation pill tastes like. It's only natural that you have doubts. The others chimed in. Yes, that's exactly what the rejuvenation pill tastes like. You wouldn't be questioning someone else's rejuvenation pill just because you can't refine it yourself, would you? It's strange, really. They were competing in alchemy, and now one of them has successfully refined the pill while the other hasn't. The outcome should have been decided long ago, and that woman should have been struck dead by lightning. Why is she still standing here talking so eloquently? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Yi Ranyan with questioning eyes. I've never seen a grade 3 pill before. I don't know what the rejuvenation pill tastes like. Yi Ranyan's red lips curved slightly, and a bright smile instantly appeared on her lively and pretty face. She was already blessed with beautiful features and stunning looks, and now her smile instantly captivated many people in the room. Yi Ranyan reached out, and her elaborate and beautiful sleeves fell down. With a slight movement of her fingers, her cauldron opened directly, and a fragrance of pills several times stronger than before wafted out instantly. What a rich fragrance of cinnamon. The rejuvenation pill. It's the rejuvenation pill again. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 7 shimmering green rejuvenation pills lying inside the cauldron, their faces blank, not knowing what had happened. Yi Ranyan then kindly explained to everyone. Do you know why heaven didn't judge me as a failure in the alchemy competition? Because I also refined the rejuvenation pill. What? How is this possible? Is it fake? The crowd, having regained their senses, instantly erupted in excitement. She just put the ingredients in and did nothing else. So how did she manage to refine the rejuvenation pill? Could it be that she cheated? But it was the other party who suggested refining the rejuvenation pill, not her. How could she have known that the other party wanted to compete with her in refining the rejuvenation pill? More importantly, cheating is not allowed in the pill refining competition. Any act of cheating will not escape the watchful eyes of heaven. Therefore, did she really refine this rejuvenation pill? She looks so young. She doesn't seem like someone who knows alchemy at all, yet she actually managed to refine a rejuvenation pill? And in just half an hour. My God, this is unbelievable. What kind of refining method is this? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. That someone could refine a grade 3 pill without doing anything at all. Or perhaps, her alchemy cauldron is special? With a whoosh, everyone's attention turned to Yi Ranyan's alchemy cauldron. Crafted by Feng Jukin for Yi Ranyan. It's a divine artifact, so it's naturally quite extraordinary. Princess Daning and Su Feng both showed expressions of shock and anger that were almost distorted when they realized that Yi Ranyan had also refined the rejuvenation pill. Yi Ranyan looked at the two of them calmly, and when they looked at her again, she said, "Now that we have both refined the rejuvenation pill within half an hour, the real difference lies in the purity of the pill." Su Feng's expression was rather unpleasant. Princess Daning snorted coldly. Of course. She felt that the woman opposite her must have used some despicable means to barely manage to refine the rejuvenation pill, and the quality of the rejuvenation pill must be very low. At this moment, the shop owner came out with a graduated crystal tube. "I have crystal tubes here to test purity. Feel free to use them." Everyone stared at the crystal tube with shining eyes, eager to see whether the rejuvenation pill refined by Yi Ranyan or Su Feng had higher purity. Everyone tacitly agreed to let the shop owner do the testing. The shop owner went to both of them to collect the pills, but while collecting them, he couldn't help but be surprised. Young lady Su Feng, whose cultivation techniques were skilled and experienced, not only produced a strangely colored rejuvenation pill, but also managed to refine only one pill from so many materials. On the other hand, the young girl from out of town had 7 rejuvenation pills neatly arranged in her alchemy cauldron. When he reached the alchemy cauldron, he hesitated, unsure which pill to use to test its purity. Or, test all 7 and then choose the one with the highest purity? At this moment, everyone realized that there were actually 7 rejuvenation pills in Yi Ranyan's alchemy cauldron. 7 grade 3 pills were refined in one go. My God, such a success rate is something that only exists in legends. This young girl is truly hiding her true abilities. In my opinion, she's the real expert. I originally thought this would be an ordinary and uneventful alchemy battle, but I never expected such a big reversal in the end. These two seem to be geniuses in alchemy, yet they chose to fight to the death. In this way, no matter who wins or loses, one of them will surely die. It's a real pity. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Yi Ranyan could also see the shop owner's predicament. She said calmly and confidently, "Just pick one." The shop owner, seemingly infected by her confidence, immediately nodded. Okay. He chose one of the 7 rejuvenation pills. Seeing that he had finished selecting the pills, Yi Ranyan waved her sleeve and put away the cauldron and the other 6 rejuvenation pills. The shop owner picked up the crystal tube and began testing the purity of the pill. Because everyone had high hopes for Su Feng, he first tested the purity of Su Feng's rejuvenation pill. The crystal light emanated a soft white glow from the pill, and then, black markings began to rise within the crystal light. It initially climbs rapidly, then slows down after reaching a certain value, until it finally stops moving altogether. The value at which it finally stops is the purity value of that rejuvenation pill. Chapter 131 Purity 34%, Evil Pill. Everyone craned their necks, eager to get close to the graduated crystal tube to check the purity of the pill. The shop owner also picked up the graduated crystal tube, put his face close to it, and examined it carefully. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone became even more eager. How pure is it? Tell me quickly, what is the purity? The shop owner snapped out of his daze and said, Miss Su Feng's pills are 34% pure. 34%. Everyone was speechless. That seems a bit low. No wonder the color is so strange. It turns out the purity of this pill is so low. The normal purity of elixirs is generally around 50%. 34% is really low. The whispers of the crowd reached Princess Dan Ying's ears. Princess Dan Ying's expression changed several times in an instant. She had never seen Su Feng refine such a low-quality grade 3 elixir. You should know that Su Feng is a 4th-grade alchemist. Normally, when she refines 3rd-grade pills, the purity of her pills can reach 60%, and occasionally even 70%. Princess Dan Ying was so confident in Su Feng's alchemy skills that she dared to let her fight to the death with others. But now, Princess Dan Ying, her face grim and barely containing her anger, asked Su Feng. Su Feng, what's going on? Su Feng's face was gloomy, her eyes fixed on the graduated crystal tube. The time was too rushed. It was my oversight. Refining a grade 3 pill in half an hour is really too rushed. Even if she were a 4th grade alchemist, she wouldn't have enough time to refine all the spiritual herbs. Therefore, when refining the medicinal herbs, she took a shortcut. She only refined the surface of 1/3 of the herbs, without refining them to the level required for the pills. Such a tempering method will prevent the formation of the core, and may even cause the furnace to explode. In order to neutralize the pills that were not properly refined, she used a secret formula that she hadn't used in a long time to barely stabilize the medicinal properties and allow the rejuvenation pill to take shape. However, because the medicinal materials were not properly refined, the purity of the rejuvenating pill was still affected. She originally thought that since the other party couldn't refine the rejuvenation pill at all, it wouldn't matter if the rejuvenation pill she refined was of lower purity. But unexpectedly, the other party had actually refined a rejuvenation pill as well, and its color looked so pure. In fact, they had even made 7 pills. A hint of resentment crept into her heart. Some even harbored resentment towards Princess Dan. Today's battle of elixirs is a life-or-death struggle. It is clearly Princess Dan who is fighting, and it is she who is bearing the oath and making the life-or-death pact. If she loses, she will die, while Princess Dan will lose nothing. At this moment, Su Feng was filled with rage, and her eyes were sinister and cold as she looked at Princess Dan. She didn't hate the little girl who competed with her in alchemy, but she hated Dan, who had used her as a tool in alchemy battles countless times, disregarding her life and death. Truly fails in the alchemy competition today, then. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. All of this, though seemingly complicated, is actually just a matter of a moment. Of Su Feng's pills, the shop owner went to check the purity of the rejuvenation pill refined by Yi Ranyan, just as he was about to place the crystal tube on it. Wait a minute. Yi Ranyan interrupted him. Upon seeing this, the shop owner and others all looked at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan raised her hand, holding a pure white flower. This is the blood spirit flower. It is said that it can collect essence blood in any form. Upon seeing this, Su Feng's expression changed drastically. Yi Ranyan handed the snow-white blood spirit flower to the shop owner. I suspect that Su Feng used a forbidden secret method when refining pills, turning the rejuvenation pill into an evil pill. Please have it tested, boss. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They also thought the pills Su Feng refined had a strange color, but they never expected them to be evil pills. Su Feng reacted immediately, moving to snatch the pills and blood spirit flower from the shop owner's hands. But Yi Ranyan was prepared. She could manipulate the power of space and time, and also had the shadowless step. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Su Feng and blocked her way. The crowd erupted in uproar. No need for the result. Just by looking at Su Feng's guilty reaction, you can tell that she really did use some forbidden technique. The shop owner reacted quickly. With trembling hands, he placed the red rejuvenation pill on the blood spirit flower. A cloud of blood red mist detached from the pill and entered the blood spirit flower. At the same time, the originally intact pill instantly disintegrated into a cloud of dust, emitting a putrid smell. An evil pill. It really is an evil pill. My God, she actually used human blood to refine pills? Could she really be that female demon who killed people to refine pills many years ago? Wasn't she supposed to be imprisoned in the dungeon by Crown Prince Danrong? How could she be out here harming people again? Princess Dan Ying's face was so pale it looked like it could drip water. She had gone to great lengths to obtain Su Feng from her elder brother, even promising him that she would never reveal Su Feng's identity. But now, you're asking for it. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she attacked Yi Ranyan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other students in the Eastern Dragon capital were not to be trifled with either, and they quickly stepped forward to block Yi Ranyan's way. Meanwhile, some bystanders in the crowd who disapproved of the female demon's past actions also attacked Su Feng. The effeminate man following behind Princess Dan asked her in a low voice, "Princess, what do we do now?" Princess Dan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Let's wait and see. If Su Feng wins the pill fighting contest, we'll take her away. If she loses. She didn't speak again, but the effeminate man understood that if Su Feng lost the alchemy contest, she would only face death. Yes, he answered softly. On the other side, alchemists generally focus on alchemy and don't pay much attention to their own cultivation. Su Feng was the same. Seeing so many people surrounding her, and with Princess Dan showing no intention of saving her, she immediately scattered 4th grade poison pills as a fog bomb, and then fled quickly away from the crowd. When everyone saw the poison pill flying towards them, they quickly dodged. By the time they came to their senses, Su Feng had already fled far away. Everyone was furious and annoyed, and was about to give chase. There's no need to chase after them. Yi Ranyan calmly called out to the crowd. Some people disagreed. Young lady, you don't know this. She's a female demon who kills people and refines pills. If we let her go like this, who knows how many more people will fall victim to her poison in the future? Yi Ranyan said calmly. The boss hasn't tested the purity of my pills yet, has he? Everyone was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, he quickly said, yes, they just made a heavenly oath during their pill refining contest. If this young girl's pills are of higher purity than that female demon's, then that female demon will naturally be struck by lightning and die. That's right. But, can this little girl's pills really surpass the purity of that female demon's? Why don't we just take a test and find out? Urged on by the crowd, the shop owner hurriedly placed the graduated crystal tube next to the rejuvenation pill refined by Yi Ranyan. The black markings inside the graduated crystal tube surged rapidly upon contact with the green pill. Chapter 132, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. Everyone stared at the graduated crystal tube in the shop owner's hand. With so many people staring at him, the shop owner's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He subconsciously held his breath, his eyes fixed on the graduated crystal tube. The black scale line kept climbing, and finally, after reaching a certain value, it slowly stabilized. The shop owner stared at the graduated crystal tube in his hand, as if he had seen some monster, his eyes bulging and his face full of disbelief. What is the purity level? Boss, tell me quickly. We're still waiting to see the results. Urged on by the crowd for a while, the shop owner finally came to his senses, took a deep breath, raised his face, first gave Yi Ranyan a deep look, and then exhaled heavily, saying, This Miss Ranyan, the purity of the grade 3 rejuvenation pill you refined is 96%. What? How many? Everyone thought they had misheard. Generally, a purity of 50% is considered normal for pills, 60% is considered good quality, and 70% is considered a high-quality pill. Elixirs with 80% purity are extremely rare and hard to find. Purity of over 90%? Haha, that only exists in legends. And now, and indeed, it appeared right in front of them. Purity, 96%, the shop owner repeated loudly. That's impossible. Is your equipment broken? How could anyone possibly refine a pill with 96% purity? That's right, and within half an hour, 7 pills were formed. That's simply impossible. The crowd instinctively refuted this, simply not believing such a thing could happen. Just then, boom, from the pill tower, in broad daylight, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, carrying an irresistible force, heading straight for a certain spot on the pill tower. This is, boom, 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 boom. Following the first clap of thunder, for more followed. Those lightning bolts, like giant pythons slithering down from the sky, with earth-shattering and all-encompassing power, fiercely struck the pill tower. However, it only struck one spot and did not harm the innocent. Heavenly punishment. This is divine punishment. This is the outcome of losing a life-or-death battle of alchemy. That female demon really lost. This means that the little girl truly refined 96% of the pills. It's unbelievable. In other parts of the pill tower, people also witnessed the shocking scene of the 5 lightning bolts striking, and they exclaimed in alarm. Someone was struck dead by lightning. Someone was struck dead by lightning. Was this one killed after failing in a pill refining contest? She failed in the alchemy competition. So why didn't she go to the alchemy competition venue? Why did she come here alone? That's strange. I saw this woman on the 8th floor of the pill tower. She often challenged people to pill refining duels there, usually against third-grade alchemists, and she never lost. Who is it that is so skilled as to defeat her? The 8th level of the pill tower is a highly important area, accessible only to a select few nobles of the pill cauldron kingdom. It is difficult for ordinary people to ascend. Princess Danning often took Su Feng to the 8th floor of the pill tower. Therefore, people who had been to the 8th floor of the pill tower recognized Su Feng at a glance. However, most people who had not been to the 8th floor of the pill tower did not recognize Su Feng. After the 5 bolts of lightning struck, the entire pill tower, and even the pill cauldron kingdom, knew that someone had failed in the pill-making competition that day and had been struck dead by the 5 bolts of lightning. Not long after, the story of what happened at that shop spread throughout Danta. Everyone listened as if they were hearing a foreign language. A very young and beautiful girl. In half an hour, under the watchful eyes of everyone, secretly, and without anyone noticing, refined a grade 3 pill with a purity of 96%. And the person who lost was a female demon who once killed people to refine pills. This looks exactly like a story from a storyteller's tale. Where would you find someone so powerful? This isn't Zhongzhou. However, in any case, it's a good thing that the little girl was able to kill the female demon. Yes, that female demon never learned her lesson and committed countless bloody crimes over the years. Her death has saved many people from her clutches. But wasn't the female demon imprisoned by Crown Prince Danrong? How did she end up here? And who is the woman who commands her? I don't know. It said that the female demon's master slipped away quietly while everyone was distracted by the thunder. Oh, this is so undignified. They actually ran away in a panic. However, the fact that they can use that female demon suggests that her master is no good either. That's not entirely true. Perhaps the female demon's master was deceived by her. Let's not talk about the female demon anymore. Let's talk about that little girl. Do you know what her background is? How come she's so powerful that she can refine pills with 96% purity? If I were from Medicine King Valley, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just recruit her into the valley. I know that. I was there at the time. I heard her friends call her Yiranyan. After they left, many people followed them to Bielo and learned from Bielo that their group came from the Eastern Dragon Empire. The Eastern Dragon Empire? It's said that a very powerful third young master has come from the Eastern Dragon Empire this time. Could this woman have some connection with him? If she's this amazing, then will the third young master be even more amazing? On their very first day in Danta, Yiranyan and her group attracted the attention of many people. Meanwhile, Yiranyan, who was the subject of much discussion among everyone in the Pill Tower, was hosting a banquet for her friends at the 100 Herbs Pavilion. They weren't really friends, just people I'd met twice. Those two people were the ones Yiranyan and Yi Yulan encountered in the Spirit Beast Forest when they were traveling from Qingyang City to the Eastern Dragon capital and were caught in the rampage of a space beast. The first time was when Yiranyan was questioned by Feng Yura because of the spatial bubble, and a young man dressed in flashy, colorful clothes spoke up for Yiranyan. The second time was after Yiranyan was sent into the Spirit Beast Forest by the spatial bubble. She encountered Feng Yura's guards. Feng Yura's guards wanted to kill her, but a flashy young man and his companions appeared and wanted to help her. Although he ultimately couldn't help her, he still managed to exchange names with Yiranyan. One of the two was named Jian Shaoshang, and he came from the Sword Dynasty. One of them was named Shun Songlang, and he came from the 100 Beasts Dynasty. Before Yiranyan and Su Feng fought over pills, it was Shun Songlang who reminded her of Princess Dan Ying's identity via telepathy. He and Jian Shaoshang watched the entire process of Yiranyan's alchemy duel. After the duel ended and Princess Dan Ying and her guards took advantage of the chaos to leave, he brazenly approached Yiranyan to become her friend. At this moment, Yiranyan, Yi Yulan and their group sat on one side, while Jian Shaoshang and Shun Songlang sat on the other side. Shun Songlang dressed as flamboyantly as ever, his whole body shimmering with iridescent colors, making him dazzling to behold. However, because he was good-looking, no matter what he wore, he never looked ugly. Yiranyan with shining eyes. Yiranyan, I only thought you were good at swordsmanship when I saw you kill people cleanly and efficiently. I didn't expect you to be so good at alchemy as well. Stunned everyone present, except for Jian Shaoshang, who had come with Shun Songlang. Kill. Yiranyan commit murder? And the move was clean and swift? When did this happen? Chapter 133 Dinner Invitation. Yi Yulan was the first to react and scolded Shun Songlang. Stop talking nonsense and ruining my cousin's reputation. When did my cousin kill anyone? The other students from the Imperial Capital Academy also looked at Shun Songlang with suspicion. Although Yiranyan's repeated miracles surprised them, and although they found Yiranyan mysterious and unfathomable, they also believed that Yiranyan was not someone who indiscriminately killed innocent people. Cousin, what he said is true. There's no need to get angry. Yiranyan killed someone when someone tried to rob him and Yiranyan in the black market. That does seem to be something his cousin could do. However, his cousin usually appeared too beautiful and harmless in front of them, and rarely showed any hostility, which made him forget that his cousin also had that side. Someone wanted to kill me that day, so naturally I couldn't just stand there and wait to die, so I had to fight back. Yiranyan spoke casually, omitting the fact that those people were acting under Feng Yura's orders. She said to Shun Songlang, "Thank you for reminding me of Princess Dan Ying's identity earlier." She was not afraid of Princess Dan Ying. This was, after all, the Dan Ding Kingdom. If she really forced Princess Dan Ing to compete with her in alchemy, then after Princess Dan Ing died, they would not be able to participate in the Medicine King Valley recruitment in peace. It was only because of Shun Kanglang's reminder that she reluctantly chose to fight Su Feng in the pill refining contest, instead of having Princess La Dan Ing personally participate. Hey, it's not a big deal. But, did you come to Dan Ding Kingdom to participate in the Medicine King Valley's recruitment? Before Yi Ranyan could answer, he continued, Don't do that. I feel you're a swordsmanship prodigy. Wouldn't it be a waste of your talent to go to Medicine King Valley? The Holy Academy will be recruiting in our 4 kingdoms next year. Wouldn't it be better to go to the Holy Academy together then? Jian Shaoshang did not speak. He nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan glanced at the two of them. Both of them were outstanding in appearance and temperament. When talking about the Holy Academy, they were very confident and not worried at all about not being able to enter the Holy Academy. Clearly, he was a chosen one of heaven. Moreover, they had clear eyes and upright features, and all 3 times they met, they showed her goodwill. She did not resist befriending them, which is why she invited them to the 100 Medicines Pavilion after they met. At this moment, after hearing Shin Kanglang's words, she curled her red lips and smiled slightly, asking instead of answering. You two, one from the Sword Dynasty and the other from the 100 Beast Dynasty, have traveled thousands of miles to Dan Ding Kingdom. Aren't you also here to recruit new members for Medicine King Valley? Jian Shaoshang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. No. His voice, clear and cool like jade, was also very pleasant to hear. He slowly said, It's my younger sister. She came to participate in the recruitment of new members at Medicine King Valley. I was worried about her, so I secretly escorted her here. Shun Tsongling nodded. Wherever there's excitement, there I am. I'm just here to join in the fun. The two were quite frank, and Yi Ranyan laughed and said, What a coincidence. I also have no interest in Medicine King Valley. I just came with my cousin to broaden my horizons. Really? Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Shun Tsongling burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yi Yulan already knew Yi Ranyan's plan, so she wasn't surprised to hear Yi Ranyan say this, and her expression remained very calm. But the other students from Imperial Capital Academy were shocked. Miss Ranyan is only 16 years old, yet she can refine a grade 3 pill with such heaven-defying purity in half an hour. It is evident how extraordinary her talent for alchemy is. It would be a great pity if she did not go to Medicine King Valley with such talent. Puff. 16 years old? Shin Songlang was drinking tea, and had just taken a sip when he heard what someone said, so he couldn't help but spit out the tea. You're only 16 years old. He was a little incredulous. Seeing Yi Ranyan's extensive knowledge and swift killing skills, and witnessing her remarkable alchemy skills today, the Spirit Beast Forest figured that although she still looked somewhat young, she was probably at least 20 years old. I didn't expect her to be only 16. My God, only 16 years old. How can anyone live like this? I thought I was a genius, but I never expected this. Shin Tsonglang wailed. A strange light also appeared in Jian Shaoshang's eyes, and then he asked Yi Ranyan, Next year, if we both pass the Holy Academy's assessment, how about we go to the Holy Academy together? Yi Ranyan smiled and said, Let's talk about next year's matters next year. Shin Tsonglang was still immersed in the blow, constantly muttering to himself about being 16 years old. At that very moment, knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door of the private room. The conversation among the group stopped. Come in. Yi Yulan spoke in a deep voice. The door was opened, and standing outside was the manager of Bielo. Yi Ranyan and the others had met this shopkeeper once before. He was fair-skinned and plump, and looked very kind. Gentlemen and ladies, excuse me for disturbing you. An official has something to discuss with you. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow and looked down at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper stepped aside, revealing a middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face and effeminate features. The middle-aged man nodded to the crowd, then straightened his back and said, I am Steward Lee from the Crown Prince's residence. Tonight, the Crown Prince will be hosting a banquet on the 8th floor of the Pill Tower to entertain all the alchemists who have come to participate in the Medicine King Valley's recruitment. I hope that you from the Eastern Dragon Academy will do me the honor of attending. He paused for a moment, then continued, Especially young Master Yi and Miss Yi Ranyan. The Crown Prince is very much looking forward to and welcoming your arrival. Previously, Yi Yulan had only revealed that they came from Donglong. However, the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom now knows that they come from the Imperial Academy of Donglong, and has clearly pointed out the identities of Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan. It seems that the Crown Prince had thoroughly investigated their background before arriving. Yi Ranyan did not speak, nor did the other students of Donglong Imperial Academy. Yi Yulan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. However, may I ask stewardly, besides us, who else has Your Highness invited?" Manager Li glanced at Yi Yulan and said, "Besides Donglong, the princess of the Sword Dynasty, the young prince of the 100 Beasts Dynasty, and some other renowned alchemists are also present. More importantly, even the masters from Medicine King Valley will be attending tonight's banquet." After carefully answering Yi Yulan's questions, he added, "That master intends to meet you all before the official recruitment. If you have time, it would be best if you came to the banquet to see him. It would be a good thing to show your face in front of the master. Moreover, not just anyone can go up to the 8th level of my pill tower. It is not easy for you to have this opportunity. It would be a real pity not to go and see him." Yi Yulan nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly and said, "We have noted it down. Thank you, stewardly." After Manager Li left and the door closed again, Yi Yulan looked at everyone and asked, "What do you all think? Should we attend this banquet?" He asked the extra question earlier because they had a conflict with Princess Danning earlier that day, and he was afraid that the Crown Prince wanted to see them about the Danning contest. But now it seems that's clearly not the case. The Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom probably hosted this banquet to assess the skill level of alchemists from various countries before Medicine King Valley officially began recruiting new members. Chapter 134, Truly Enviable. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened, and it was approaching evening. Yi Yulan had everyone who had come with them brought back. After washing up and changing their clothes, they all looked dashing and handsome. It is worth mentioning that Jian Shaoshang of the Sword Dynasty and Shun Tsanglang of the 100 Beasts Dynasty also requested to attend the banquet with them. In Shun Kanglang's words, he was just there to join in the fun. Jian Shaoshang said that he escorted his sister to Danding Kingdom to participate in the recruitment of new members of Medicine King Valley in secret. He did not tell his sister, so he did not want to expose himself and wanted to blend in with them. After they assured Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan that they would not cause any trouble and would not damage the reputation of the Eastern Dragon Empire, they agreed to let Jian Shaoshang and Shun Tsanglang mingle among them. "It's about time, let's go." Yi Ranyan also changed into a long dress, which she casually picked up from the Emperor's space. It was a white gauze dress that shimmered with light, making her look like a fairy under the moon, pure and beautiful. Once the wind arrived here, it was less willing to stay in the Emperor's space, so it obediently transformed into a little bird and perched on Yi Ranyan's shoulder. Also released his Azure Phoenix. However, Qingluan was not as well behaved as Fonger. Qingluan squatted directly on Yi Yulan's head, messing up his hair and making him both angry and amused. In the end, he had no choice but to put Qingluan away first, and after he had washed up again, the group went to the 8th floor of the pill tower. They lived on the 6th floor, climbing the spiral stone staircase floor by floor to the 7th and 8th floors. The 7th floor of the tower, each floor looks like a bustling street, with many shops lined up one after another. But the 7th floor is much more spacious. There is only a large central square, and around the square stand 5 major guilds: alchemy, weapon forging, rune inscription, array formation, and beast taming. 5 union buildings were built around the square, and they were all very magnificent. Those who can reach the 7th floor are all members of the 5 major guilds. Ordinary people are not qualified to reach the 7th floor. Therefore, there were far fewer people on the 7th floor, and it didn't look as lively as the lower floors. The group only glanced at the square briefly. After all, it was the place where Medicine King Valley would recruit new members in 3 days. After that, I went up the spiral staircase to the 8th floor. There are even fewer people on the 8th floor. Moreover, there were armored men guarding the entrance to the staircase. It's probably to prevent people from accidentally entering the 8th floor. Upon seeing Yi Ranyan and the others, the guards at the entrance bowed to them in the manner of the Danding Kingdom and said respectfully, "Welcome, distinguished guests from Donglong. Please come in." Clearly, Crown Prince Danrong of Danding Kingdom is meticulous in his work and may have already shown the guards portraits of Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan. Yi Yulan and the others nodded to the guards and entered the 8th floor without any hindrance. The 8th floor is a unified structure, appearing even more solemn and magnificent. Only on both sides are there huge open-air gardens. Walking through the main gate, a magnificent hall comes into view. There are many counters in the hall, each displaying different products. Those are rare materials, pills, and spiritual artifacts that you won't find on the 1st to 5th floors of the pill tower. Walking further inside from the counter, you'll find other different areas: an alchemy area, a weapon crafting area, a rune area, a pill refining area, a rest area, and so on. Rumor has it that the 8th floor of the Pill Tower is a place for the powerful and wealthy to indulge in pleasure, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. It seems that as long as one comes to the 8th floor of the Pill Tower, whatever one's needs can be easily met by the facilities here. Yi Yulan, Yi Ranyan, and the others entered the hall. A beautiful maid came up to lead the way and introduced the situation of the 8th floor. She also thoughtfully asked which area they wanted to go to. They were all young students who hadn't yet graduated from college. It was their first time in such a place, so they were naturally a little restless and eager to explore. However, Yi Yulan always kept in mind his role as the leader. He did not state his needs, but instead asked the maid, "Has any alchemist arrived before us?" "Yes," the maid replied. "They are currently enjoying themselves in various places, and some have already arrived at the banquet, waiting for the dinner to begin." Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan exchanged a glance. Then Yi Yulan said, "We also want to go to the banquet. Why don't you take us there directly?" "Yes." The banquet was to be held in the open-air garden next to the hall. Along the way, many precious flowers and plants were planted, and the garden was even more lush and colorful. I wonder how Dan Ding Kingdom built it. They even created artificial mountains and ponds in the open-air garden, and the water in them was still running water, flowing down to a certain place on the 8th floor. As soon as everyone arrived at the banquet venue, they were greeted by a fragrant aroma and heard bursts of laughter and conversation coming from ahead. After passing the artificial hill, the view suddenly opened up. Rows of tables and chairs were set up there, and about a third of the seats were already occupied. "Ladies and gentlemen, your seats are here, please." The Eastern Dragon Empire is arguably the strongest of the 4 kingdoms. Although their group did not include princes or princesses, Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan, being from the Duke of Protectorate, were not to be underestimated. The Dan Ding Kingdom placed them in an excellent position. Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan sat at the front, with the other entourage sitting behind them, forming a square formation belonging to their Eastern Dragon. Anyone could tell at a glance that this group was from the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital. Beside them were 2 smaller formations. At the head of a small group was a gentle, blue-clad woman. Her face was veiled as she sat gracefully in her seat, with a sapphire blue long sword on the table in front of her. Yi Yulan leaned closer to Yi Ranyan and whispered, "I've heard that the people of the Sword Dynasty never part with their swords. She might be the princess of the Sword Dynasty." Yi Ranyan was soothing Fenger on her shoulder. For some reason, Fenger had been restless since they reached the 8th floor, and Yi Ranyan had to calm her down to keep her from causing trouble. After hearing Yi Yulan's words, she glanced at the woman in blue and noticed that the head seat in the group of people closest to the woman in blue was empty, while many people were already seated behind her. The blue-clad woman represents the Sword Dynasty, so the formation next to her must represent the 100 Beasts Dynasty. After calming the wind, Yi Ranyan finally had the mind to observe her surroundings. At the banquet, the people who were originally talking in hushed tones turned to look at them with curiosity when they saw them. After they took their seats in Donglong's place, their gazes became more complicated. It wasn't until Yi Ranyan and the others were seated that quiet murmurs began to rise again in the room. "What a beautiful woman! What a handsome young man!" Judging from their seating positions, they must be the 3rd young master of Donglong and Miss Yi Ranyan, who were the talk of the town on the Pill Tower today. "Yes. Wow. I heard that Miss Yi is only 16 years old. It's unbelievable. How can someone be so beautiful and have such heaven-defying talent in alchemy? How enviable. I heard that a big shot from Medicine King Valley will be attending the banquet hosted by the Crown Prince tonight. If that big shot knows about the pill refining competition during the day, he will definitely look at Yi Ranyan differently. Perhaps he will even recruit her directly into Medicine King Valley." Chapter 135. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. It is said that the Crown Prince's banquet today not only invited powerful alchemists from various countries to participate in the recruitment, but also several genius alchemists from Dan Ding Kingdom itself. The most popular candidates right now, besides the few prodigies of Dan Ding Kingdom, are Yi Ranyan of Donglong Empire, the 3rd young master Yi Yulan, Princess Jin Bailing of Jin Dynasty, and the young Prince Shin Zinhai of Baishou Dynasty. Now, Yi Ranyan has been seen, Yi Yulan has been seen, and Princess Bailing is here too. Only the young prince has not yet arrived. It is said that the young prince's maternal family has kinship ties with the Dan Ding Kingdom. Perhaps the young prince has already made contact with the Crown Prince. I wonder if the Crown Prince will ask us to refine pills later? It would be great if we could show off a bit in front of the important figures coming from Medicine King Valley. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion, mostly about the banquet that evening. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan sat side by side at a desk. Yi Yulan didn't think as much as others. He looked at the open-air garden and couldn't help but say to Yi Ranyan, "The breeze here is cool, and the flowers are fragrant. There is also a barrier that isolates us from the noise and chaos below the pill tower. We can admire the brilliant stars in the sky and overlook the bustling world. It's really a wonderful place." Yes, that's why only the powerful and wealthy of Danding Kingdom can reach this 8th level. The group was talking. A guard came to report. The Crown Prince has arrived, and Princess Danying has arrived. As soon as these words were spoken, all the murmurs stopped, and the room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the artificial hill at the entrance to the banquet. 4 people appeared from the corner of the artificial hill, 2 in front and 2 behind. Leading the group were 2 young gentlemen. One man had handsome features and bright eyes. He wore a long golden robe and exuded the noble aura of someone in a high position. He was the Crown Prince of Danrong, renowned for his benevolence, proficient in both literature and martial arts, and possessing both virtue and talent. The other person was dressed in green, with his black hair tied up with a white jade crown. He had refined features and an otherworldly air. His green robe was decorated with a pattern of alchemical cauldrons belonging to Medicine King Valley, so he must be an important figure from Medicine King Valley. Behind them followed a man and a woman. The boy had a youthful face, looking only 13 or 14 years old. He wore a brocade purple robe and had bright, lively eyes. As soon as he arrived, his eyes darted around. The woman beside him was also dressed in a golden gauze dress, with a golden transparent veil covering her face. She exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. According to the previous announcement, she should be the most beautiful woman in Danding Kingdom, Princess Danying. That is, the master of Su Feng, who fought Yi Ranyan before, Princess Danying. I wonder who was walking alongside Princess Danying. Upon seeing Crown Prince Danrong and his entourage enter, everyone present stood up and greeted the Crown Prince. Danrong smiled and said, "Everyone is a guest, so please don't stand on ceremony and have a seat." Everyone took their seats. The young master in purple, whose identity was previously unknown, bypassed everyone and sat at the head of the formation belonging to the 100 Beasts dynasty. It seems that he is Shun Xinhai, the famous young prince of the 100 Beasts dynasty. It is truly an honor for our Danding Kingdom that you have traveled so far to visit us. In particular, young Master Yi, Miss Ranin, Princess Bai Ling, and Prince Shun, your presence has added much glory to our Danding Kingdom. Today, I, Dan Rome, would like to offer you all a toast. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone finished their drink. Crown Prince Danrong then smiled and said, "Today, in addition to the people I mentioned earlier, there is another special master present. I think you have already guessed it? That's right, it is the one beside me." As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to the young man in blue sitting beside him. Danrong introduced to everyone. This is Master King Ai, the personal disciple of Master Mo1, who is representing Medicine King Valley to recruit new members in Danding Kingdom. Master King Ai is only 23 years old this year, but he is already a 5th grade alchemist. He is truly a role model for us. 5th rank, only 23 years old. He truly is a genius. As expected of a disciple from Medicine King Valley, so amazing. Crown Prince Danrong's words stirred excitement among the crowd, who murmured in amazement. King Ai seemed to be used to such praise. He remained calm and looked at everyone with a clear gaze. My talent is just average in Medicine King Valley. If you all have the opportunity to enter Medicine King Valley in the future, you will understand that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Yi Ranyan, who was sitting at the table, couldn't help but nod. This prodigy from Medicine King Valley seemed to have no arrogance whatsoever and was very approachable. It was clear that Medicine King Valley had a very good upbringing. After Crown Prince Danrong finished introducing King Ai, someone couldn't contain himself and asked King Ai, "Young Master King Ai, if we have any questions about alchemy, may we ask you for guidance?" The woman in green nodded. All right. Even so, a few people were eager to ask questions. Upon seeing this, Crown Prince Danrong smiled and said, "Tonight's banquet is meant for everyone to exchange ideas on alchemy. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We can discuss them together. If you still don't understand, you can ask the young master in green." After all, King Ai came from Medicine King Valley, and countless people in the room held him in awe and wanted to ask him questions. If everyone were allowed to ask freely, King Ai would probably only be answering questions throughout the entire banquet. Crown Prince Danrong's words brought everyone back to their senses, and they all nodded with smiles. We should think about it ourselves first, and only ask the young master in blue if we can't solve it ourselves. Just then, young master in blue, can you refine a grade 3 pill within half an hour? Someone shouted it out. Upon hearing this, the previously lively scene instantly fell silent again. All eyes turned to King Ai and Yi Ranyan. Following everyone's gaze, King Ai saw Yi Ranyan, and then a hint of undisguised amazement flashed in her eyes. The girl had a simple flying bun hairstyle, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, fair skin, and exquisite features. She wore a white dress that seemed to be draped in moonlight, making her appear to glow in the night. She was like a fairy under the moon, ethereal, beautiful, mysterious, and noble. Just sitting there quietly, doing nothing, is enough to make people unable to look away. What a beautiful and intelligent woman. King Ai came to her senses and couldn't help but feel a little doubt in her heart. Such a woman was rarely matched, even by the most outstanding women in Zhongzhou. However, he quickly composed himself and a smile appeared on his lips. Half an hour is enough to refine a grade 3 pill. Refining a certain grade of pill within a certain time is a compulsory course in Medicine King Valley. However, as he said this, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. A grade 3 pill with a purity of 96% is something that even my master, let alone me, cannot refine. In fact, no one in the entire Medicine King Valley could refine it. To avoid causing a sensation, King Ai didn't say the last sentence. Chapter 136, it seems it went to the 9th floor. Even Medicine King Valley can't refine pills with a purity of 96%. But Yi Ranyan, at the age of 16, managed to refine it. Yi Ranyan's talent is truly monstrous. Everyone was amazed. So, even if Master King Ai is a 5th grade alchemist, he's still inferior to Yi Ranyan when it comes to refining 3rd grade pills. This is too incredible. Even a 5th grade alchemist can't compare to her. With her talent, she could probably reach the legendary 9th or 10th rank in the future. Yi Ranyan, Crown Prince Danrong smiled and looked at Yi Ranyan, saying, Miss Yi, your alchemy competition at the Pill Tower today was truly spectacular. It's a pity we didn't get to witness it. Now everyone is very curious about your alchemy skills. Would you be willing to demonstrate some to us? He spoke with a smile, appearing very friendly, just as the rumors suggested, kind and benevolent, approachable to everyone. However, Princess Danying, who was sitting next to Crown Prince Danrong and wearing a veil, couldn't help but look at Yi Ranyan with cold and sinister eyes. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Eastern Dragon Empire's formation, Fang Yura was also extremely jealous of Yi Ranyan, who had stolen the spotlight today. Yi Ranyan could answer, Yi Yulan, on behalf of Donglong, asked Crown Prince Danrong, how does your highness want my cousin to demonstrate her abilities? Danrong said, naturally, it's about alchemy competition. Our Danding Kingdom was founded on alchemy, and the whole country loves alchemy competitions. Upon hearing this, everyone on Donglong's side recalled the previous life or death battle, and their expressions turned grim. In their view, fighting for alchemy meant death. Crown Prince Danrong further explained, of course, everyone is here tonight to eat, drink, and have fun. The alchemy competition is just a prize. We certainly won't have a life or death struggle. If anyone does compete in alchemy tonight, it will be a peaceful one. A peaceful fight means that regardless of winning or losing, neither side needs to pay any price. The expressions on everyone's faces finally improved. Crown Prince Danrong then looked at everyone and said, in addition, apart from Miss Yi, anyone else who wants to demonstrate their abilities in front of Master King Ai is welcome to come up on stage and compete in alchemy. Yi Ranyan expectantly. He came tonight for Yi Ranyan. Ever since he heard about the pill refining competition today, he had wanted to see how Yi Ranyan actually refined pills. Miss Yi, how about it? Are you willing to lend a hand? Crown Prince Danrong asked Yi Ran the question again. Everyone looked at Yi Ranyan. No one thought she would refuse. After all, this was a good opportunity to show herself in front of the blue-robed master from Medicine King Valley. Moreover, if she were to refuse in public, it would also offend Crown Prince Danrong. However, feel sorry. Yi Ranyan refused in a calm tone. On her exquisitely beautiful face, her expression was calm and composed. She showed neither the elation of being praised and amazed, nor the fear of being valued by Crown Prince Danrong. Insolence. Before Danrong could speak, Princess Danying, her face veiled in gold, frowned and snapped. How dare you refuse my imperial brother? Danying. Before anyone could react, Crown Prince Danrong immediately rebuked Danying. Guests are guests, and if Miss Yi is unwilling, we naturally cannot force her. Yi Ranyan felt that Danrong didn't need to prove herself to anyone, But if Dan Roan really wanted a reason, she casually replied, "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't. I'm sorry, I can only refine one batch of pills per day. If you want to see me refine pills, let's do it another time." Everyone was surprised for a moment upon hearing this. Only one batch can be refined per day? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. However, the purity of the pills refined by Miss Yi is 96%, so it's not hard to understand why she would have such a strange rule. Yi Ranyan was just making up an excuse, but everyone believed her and forgave her for not wanting to compete in the alchemy contest. Even Crown Prince Danron's smile seemed more genuine. On the contrary, Princess Danying was portrayed as a villain, and people said she was a bit too domineering. Everyone accepted this fact, except for King Ai, whose face showed a hint of disappointment. Yi Ranyan didn't want to compete in alchemy, but there were countless people in the arena who wanted to impress King Ai. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting lively, a clever person suggested that they perform a pill fighting contest, and Crown Prince Danrong readily agreed. As a result, everyone's attention shifted from Yi Ranyan to the battle of core cultivation. Tonight's guests are all alchemists, and everyone is very enthusiastic about alchemy. The contest of pills attracted the attention of most people from the very beginning, and people were still not satisfied after 4 or 5 rounds. "Cousin, why don't you go up and give it a try too?" Yi Ranyan asked Yi Yulan. She had no intention of entering Medicine King Valley, so she didn't need to show off in front of King Ai. But Yi Yulan wanted to enter Medicine King Valley, so it would be good if King Ai could remember him. Yi Yulan raised her chin slightly, looking meaningfully at the man in green. "No need. Your cousin's identity alone is enough to make that master in green remember me." Yi Ranyan couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this. At this moment, the alchemy competition on the stage was still in full swing. While enjoying the scenery, Yi Ranyan ate fine wine and delicacies, occasionally feeding the wind on her shoulders some food. Suddenly, "Are you Sister Yi Ranyan?" A childish voice came from the side. Yi Ranyan turned her head and discovered that Shun Xinhai, the young prince of the 100 Beasts dynasty who was only 13 or 14 years old, had switched places with someone and was now next to her. "Prince Shinzai-jun." Yi Ranyan nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Shun Xinhai's eyes were round cat eyes, and now they were wide open, his eyes fixed on Fenger on Yi Ranyan's shoulder. The affection in his eyes was obvious. "Sister Yi." Upon their first meeting, Shun Xinhai sweetly called her sister, staring at Fenger as if she were a favorite toy. "Is this just a spirit beast? Are you a beast tamer? I can sense it's very powerful. Can you sell her to me?" Yi Ranyan didn't answer the first 2 questions, only the last one. "No, she's my friend, my partner. I would never sell her." The wind whistled softly and nuzzled Yi Ranyan's shoulder with its fluffy little head. Yi Ranyan stroked it soothingly. She could sense that Fenger's condition hadn't been very good since it went up to the 8th floor of the pill tower tonight. "That," Shun Xinhai pleaded. "Sister Yi, could you let her play with me for a little while?" He came from the 100 Beasts dynasty, and his love for spirit beasts was as ingrained in his bones as the people of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom loved alchemy. Whenever he saw a powerful spirit beast, he couldn't help but want to get close to it. "Maybe next time. It's not feeling well today." Yi Ranyan still refused. "Okay." Disappointment showed on Shun Xinhai's face. But he was young, and his emotions came and went quickly. He soon became happy again and asked Yi Ranyan, "Sister Yi, do you also like spirit beasts?" I also have my own contracted spirit beast." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, and then the space around him rippled, and a beautiful eagle appeared out of thin air, swooping down into the sky from behind him. Shun Xinhai pointed at the eagle and said happily to Yi Ranyan, "That's my contracted beast, called Little Feather. It's a white feathered eagle. It's very powerful. It has some of the bloodline of the rock. Although it's not as good at spatial arts as the rock, it's extremely fast, and almost no barrier can stop it. Look, it broke through the 8th layer of barrier. It seems to have gone to the 9th layer." Chapter 137 Master King Ai, are you trying to have a pill refining contest with me? Shun Xinhai's contracted beast was indeed very fast, like a white lightning bolt. Apart from Shun Xinhai and Yi Ranyan, who were paying attention to it, everyone else was attracted by the battle of pills and did not see the falcon. As Shun Xinhai said, it penetrated the barrier of the 8th level of the pill tower. Once outside the barrier, Yi Ranyan could no longer clearly see its shape. Just as I was about to look away, I heard Shun Xinhai say that it had gone to the 9th floor of the pill tower. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but cover her eyes with spiritual power, and sure enough, she saw a falcon with white spots on its black feathers flying towards the 9th level of the pill tower without hesitation after breaking through the 8th layer of the barrier. On the 9th level of the Pill Tower is a forbidden area that outsiders cannot enter. The barrier there was clearly more powerful. The white-feathered eagle didn't break through immediately, but it went crazy, frantically ramming the barrier. Fortunately, it was talented, and after 3 or 4 attempts, it finally succeeded in entering the 9th level. I told you my little feather was amazing. I couldn't even get to the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, but it did. It's very impressive. Yi Ranyan withdrew her gaze, but a strange thought vaguely arose in her mind. The white-feathered eagle frantically crashed into the barrier just now made it seem as if something inside the barrier was strongly attracting it. And Yi Ranyan stroked the wind's feathers. She remembered that when she was on the 5th or 6th floor of the Dan Tower, or even lower, the wind was always at ease. But ever since she reached the 8th level, Fenger has become restless, and her ferocity as a demon beast was almost uncontrollable. She had to constantly soothe her, which was one of the reasons why she didn't want to go up to compete in the pill refining contest. Is the wind being disturbed by something? That thing might be on the 8th or 9th floor of the Pill Tower. Then, Yi Ranyan remembered what the Space Beast had said about the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Forest that had been drugged, and the spirit beasts in the Eastern Dragon Empire that had been tampered with drugs. The kingdom of Dan Ding was founded on alchemy, and they loved to study all kinds of elixirs. Could they possibly know of a medicine that can control or stimulate spirit beasts? The thought flashed through Yi Ranyan's mind for a moment, but she quickly suppressed it. After all, she was unfamiliar with Dan Ding Kingdom and had no acquaintances to ask about this matter. At that very moment, bang, boom, a loud bang came from above the Pill Tower, and then the entire Pill Tower shook violently. What was that sound? It seems to have come from above. Above? Aren't we only on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower above? The previously cheerful and composed Crown Prince Danrong, upon sensing the commotion on the 9th floor, instantly vanished from his smile, his eyes turning cold and sinister. He coldly asked the guards standing beside him, "What's going on?" The guards' faces also turned pale. "We'll go investigate right away." Crown Prince Danrong stood up and said to everyone, "I have some business to attend to and must leave first. Please make yourselves at home." Then he instructed Princess Danying to treat everyone well. Everyone could see that something seemed to have happened on the 9th floor of the Dan Tower, and that Crown Prince Danrong must have been dealing with the matter. He didn't even bother with the blue-robed master from Medicine King Valley, and hurriedly left with his guards. Seeing Crown Prince Danrong's hurried figure, the crowd couldn't help but start discussing again. That was such a loud noise, something must have happened on the 9th floor, right? It is said that the 9th level of the Pill Tower was once a forbidden area, containing the precious treasures of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom. Could it be that some thieves have gone there to steal things? Even the Crown Prince, who is usually so composed in the face of danger, has lost his composure like this. This shows how important the 9th level is to the Dan Ding Kingdom. It's a pity we're not qualified, otherwise, I really would like to go up to the 9th floor and see for myself. Meanwhile, Shun Xinhai, the young prince of the 100 Beast dynasty, seemed to be terrified. Asked Yi Ranyan anxiously, "Sister Yi, did Little Feather cause trouble? Will Brother Danrong hurt it?" Yi Ranyan shook her head. "The matter should be related to your Little Feather. As for whether the Little Feather will be alright, I don't know." Shun Xinhai felt a tightness in his chest as he listened. "No." He suddenly stood up. "I'm going to check on my Little Feather. If it has done something wrong, I'll apologize on its behalf, but no one else can hurt it." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, he got up and ran outside. He was a minor prince of the 100 Beast dynasty and also had some kinship ties with the royal family of the Dan Ding Kingdom, so naturally no one stopped him. Yi Ranyan watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. After a brief moment of curiosity about the 9th level, the people at the banquet resumed their alchemy battle. The atmosphere in the room only cooled down after Master King Ai got up to take his leave after only 2 rounds. "How was it?" Yi Ranyan asked Yi Yulan. "After watching so many alchemy battles tonight, have you gained any insights?" Yi Yulan smiled and said, "I feel that everyone is doing well. It's a pity that the truly famous ones didn't participate. However, I'm confident that I'm better than everyone who's competing in alchemy tonight." Yi Ranyan nodded. "I think so too." With Master King Ai gone, the place became much quieter, with only alchemists from various factions remaining. Soon, Yi Ranyan and the others saw Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty take her leave with the people of the Sword Dynasty. The young prince of the 100 Beast dynasty was also absent at this time. "Why don't we go too? While we still have time, we can go down to the basement and see the black market of Dan Ding Kingdom." "Good." So, Yi Ranyan and the others also got up and left. Once you exit the 8th level, with no barrier to block the view, the lively hustle and bustle from below the pill tower reaches your ears. Yi Yulan sighed. This is how the world should be. The 8th floor always gives me a rather uncomfortable feeling. Yi Ranyan squeezed Feng'er's little paws. After leaving the 8th floor, Feng'er perked up. That's a good thing. Next, the group went to the first basement level of the pill tower and saw the pill tower's black market, which was very similar to that of the Eastern Dragon Empire. While everyone was still at the black market, betting that Yi Yulan would enter Medicine King Valley, they played until late at night. After buying a lot of spiritual herbs and materials that could not be found in Donglong, they went their separate ways. As night deepened and the Tower of Pills fell silent, not a single message came down from the 8th or 9th floor, and no one knew what had happened on the 9th floor. The next day, I just had breakfast this morning. Yi Ranyan was in the room instructing Yi Yulan on alchemy. From Bielo knocked on her door. Miss Yi, someone is looking for you outside. He says his name is King Ai, and he is an alchemist. He hopes you can see him. If anyone who attended the banquet last night were here, they would immediately recognize that it was Master King Ai visiting. However, Xiao Er was not someone who could reach the 8th floor. At this moment, he only thought that King Ai was an ordinary alchemist. Master in blue? What brings him here? Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. You don't mean you want to compete with me in pill refining, do you? Chapter 138 Miss Yi is indeed very powerful. I thought so too. So, cousin, are you planning to meet him? Yi Yulan asked. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, but let's go to your room to receive him. After all, she was an alchemist from Medicine King Valley. Although she didn't care, Yi Yulan might enter Medicine King Valley to cultivate in the future, and being able to befriend her would be a good thing for Yi Yulan. Soon, from Bielo led a man in a blue robe, with his black hair tied up high with a white jade crown, and with delicate features and an ethereal air, to Yi Yulan's room. Miss Yi, third young master, I hope you will not mind our unannounced visit. It's all right, Yi Ranyan said. But, may I ask what brings you here, young master in blue? The man in green, his gaze as clear as water, fell upon her. To be honest, Miss Yi, I went to the banquet last night for you. However, I was disappointed that I couldn't see you refining pills last night, so today. You want to watch me refine pills? The woman in green nodded somewhat shyly. He was able to become a 5th-grade alchemist in his early 20s, which shows he was somewhat obsessed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an alchemy fanatic. I know that Miss Yi can only refine 1 batch of pills a day. It is very inappropriate for me to ask Miss Yi to refine pills so rashly. However, I am willing to pay for it. As long as Miss Yi asks, I will do it if I can do it. That's fake. Huh. King Ai was taken aback. Yi Ranyan's exquisite and beautiful face. I said that refining 1 batch of pills a day is a lie. I just didn't want to go on stage last night. For a moment, King Ai was at a loss for words. Yi Yulan poured more tea and gestured to King Ai. Young Master King Ai, please have a seat. The woman in green sat down. Yi Ranyan took out the Ri cauldron. It just so happens that I need to guide my cousin in alchemy. If you want to watch, then watch. As for the reward, forget about it. Thank you. A smile appeared on the handsome face of the man in blue. Next, while demonstrating alchemy, Yi Ranyan taught Yi Yulan, saying she was instructing him. However, King Ai, who was listening nearby, was also greatly inspired and deeply felt that Yi Ranyan was knowledgeable and had extensive knowledge of alchemy. After Yi Ranyan finished refining a batch of pills, King Ai reluctantly asked to have the purity of the pills tested. The test results showed a purity of 94%. The man in green looked shocked. Such high purity again? He hesitated for a moment, then asked Yi Ranyan, Miss Yi, could you tell me how you refined such a high purity pill? You were watching me refine pills just now. My pill refining techniques and processes are not much different from others. As for the high purity, it's probably because when I'm refining pills, I refine each kind of spiritual herb to just the right degree before forming the pill. The main reason why other people's pills have low purity is that the spiritual herbs were not properly refined. That's right. King Ai also thought of this. So, the reason why Miss Yi's pills are so pure is because Miss Yi's mental strength is very strong and her control over mental strength is extremely terrifying. Only in this way can she refine the pills just right. Yes. Witnessing Yi Ranyan refine a pill, King Ai became even more certain that Yi Ranyan was no ordinary person. This time, Yi Ranyan was refining a 3rd-grade pill, but her technique was extremely skillful and her attitude was very casual, as if refining a 3rd-grade pill was as simple as eating and drinking for her. King Ai had a feeling. Yi Ranyan was definitely not just a third-grade alchemist. Her grade might be even higher. Miss Yi, what grade of alchemist are you? Yi Ranyan was not surprised that King Ai had such discerning eyes. She smiled and said, an officially recognized third-grade alchemist. No deception, genuine and authentic. Of course, even the officials don't know exactly how good she is. King Ai sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Next, Yi Ranyan put away the alchemy cauldron and began watching Yi Yulan refine pills, occasionally offering him guidance. The woman in green watched from the side, nodding in approval. Speaking of alchemy techniques alone, Yi Yulan is even more fluent than Yi Ranyan. Yi Yulan is very focused when refining pills, and has the air of a master. Moreover, the purity of the pills she refines is not low. King Ai could tell that Yi Yulan was an alchemist whose talent was no less than her own. The reason why her current alchemy level was lower than hers was simply because the alchemy conditions in the Eastern Dragon capital were limited. With the third young master's talent, entering Medicine King Valley will certainly not be a problem. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan's face lit up with surprise. Really? The woman in green nodded. Yi Yulan was secretly pleased. I'll try making another batch. Good. Yi Yulan focused on alchemy and didn't encounter many problems this time, so Yi Ranyan didn't offer any further guidance. The room immediately fell silent. Only the sound of Yi Yulan refining pills could be heard. After a while, King Ai tentatively asked about some of her doubts about alchemy. Yi Ranyan answered fluently, without hesitation. King Ai's eyes widened in shock. He was just trying it out. After all, he had asked the same question to his master, Master Mo1, before, but Master Mo1's answer was unconvincing, which is why he had always had doubts. But this doubt vanished completely in Yi Ranyan's reply. Yi Ranyan's answer was flawless. That girl is really amazing. He concealed his utter shock and asked Yi Ranyan several more difficult questions about alchemy. Yi Ranyan handled everything with ease, answering fluently and naturally. Yi Ranyan didn't know that these were real problems for King Ai. She just thought King Ai was testing her. Moreover, although King Ai came from Medicine King Valley, she never acted arrogantly or presumptuously. Chatting with her made people feel very comfortable, so she didn't mind saying a few more words. However, the more she answered, the more incredulous King Ai became. In the end, King Ai was completely convinced by Yi Ranyan. Now, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it firsthand, King Ai would never have believed that there could be such a powerful alchemist in such a small place as the Eastern Dragon Empire. Her cultivation and understanding of alchemy have even surpassed that of some elders in Medicine King Valley. This is truly incredible. After all the problems were solved, King Ai was filled with excitement and could not calm down for a long time. A long pause, he said. With Miss Yi's abilities, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for her to become an elder in my Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan said, unfortunately, I have no affinity with Medicine King Valley. The woman in green looked surprised, and her voice was somewhat anxious. Miss Yi, aren't you planning to come to my Medicine King Valley? He was just imagining how he would talk to Yi Ranyan about alchemy every day after she joined Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan shook her head. I have other things to do, so I won't be going to Medicine King Valley for the time being. However, my cousin will still be going. I see. The woman in green could not hide her disappointment. After a while, his eyes lit up again. You are a master of alchemy. My Medicine King Valley is a holy land of alchemy in the eastern region. We, as a holy land of alchemy, are unwilling to give up any alchemy genius. If you don't have time to go to Medicine King Valley, you can choose to become a guest elder of our Medicine King Valley. However, I cannot make a decision on this matter. Let me go back and ask my master, and then I will inform you, okay? Chapter 139, So It Was You, Little Girl. What? Yi Yulan had just finished refining a batch of pills when she heard King Ai say such unbelievable things. Guest elder? My cousin. That's Medicine King Valley, the sacred land of alchemy in the eastern region, a place that countless alchemists dream of visiting. Now, as soon as Medicine King Valley announces that it will recruit new disciples, countless alchemists from all over the country rush to Danding Kingdom to participate in the recruitment. It's clear that everyone is really scrambling to get into Medicine King Valley. For many, just being able to enter Medicine King Valley as a minor disciple would be enough. And what about the Sound of Night? A 16-year-old girl who has only been cultivating for 3 months. He was actually invited to be a guest elder? It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Fortunately, Yi Ranyan was none other than his cousin. Otherwise, even he might have felt jealous. But if it were Yi Ranyan, Yi Yulan would only be shocked and happy for her. I just think this is a good thing for Medicine King Valley and for Miss Yi. However, this matter is of great importance, and even I cannot make the decision. I need to go back and ask my master first. Yi Ranyan was also somewhat surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. What does it take to be a guest elder of Medicine King Valley? You don't need to do anything. Just answer the questions of the Medicine King Valley disciples in your spare time, like you just did. That's simple. Yes, at the same time, guest elders are equivalent to elders and enjoy all the benefits that belong to elders in Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan became interested. For example, you can receive a number of heavenly spirit treasures below grade 6 for free every month, and you can also directly use pills below grade 3. For pills above grade 3, you can get a 50% discount when you buy them, and you also receive a certain amount of high-grade spirit stones as a monthly allowance. The woman in green explained in detail. By the way, as a guest elder, you also need to lend a helping hand to Medicine King Valley when it is in a life-or-death situation. Of course, Medicine King Valley will also protect the interests of elders on ordinary days. If you have enemies outside or your life is in danger, you can seek the protection of Medicine King Valley. These conditions are undeniably favorable for a truly native citizen of the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, for Yi Ranyan, who inherited the legacy of the Imperial daughter, it was nothing special. However, upon closer reflection, Medicine King Valley is a sacred place of alchemy, with friends all over the world. So it holds a prestigious position in the eastern region, and there is almost no possibility of a life-or-death situation. By joining them, one can obtain a considerable amount of spirit stones, pills, and rare and precious treasures simply by speaking. It seems like it might not be a bad idea. That sounds pretty good. Yi Ranyan pondered. If she could really become a guest elder of Medicine King Valley, she could also take care of Yi Yulan who had joined Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan thought about it more and more and felt that it was very good. So she couldn't help but nod. Seeing that Yi Ranyan was somewhat interested, King Ai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had said so much because he was afraid that Yi Ranyan would look down on Medicine King Valley. If this got out, no one would believe it, let alone that Medicine King Valley would ever be afraid of others not joining them. Then I will go back and contact my master to discuss this matter of the guest elder. Good. After King Ai left, Yi Yulan excitedly asked Yi Ranyan, "Cousin, have you really decided to become a guest elder of Medicine King Valley?" "It's hard to say right now. I'm too young, and Medicine King Valley might not agree." Yi Yulan said, "If they don't agree, then they are blind. However, it would be great if you really became a guest elder of Medicine King Valley. That way, I would have someone to protect me." First met Yi Ranyan. He thought about taking care of her every day. But now, after spending a long time with Yi Ranyan and witnessing her abilities, he has gotten used to lying down. Yi Ranyan looked at him with a half-smile. "I'll try my best." Yi Ranyan thought that King Ai would tell his master that it would take a long time to get results. But who knew? Before long, the woman in green returned with a boisterous old man. The old man had a head of white hair, a stubble beard, and an unkempt appearance. He looked like an ordinary old man on the street, without any of the air of a master alchemist. His appearance was different from what others imagine the sages of Medicine King Valley to be. "Master, this is Miss Yi." The woman in green proudly introduced Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan. "Miss Yi, this is my master. He is a 7th grade alchemist. Master Mo1. Yi Ranyan bowed to the other party with the courtesy due to a junior. Yi Ranyan with his old eyes shining brightly. "I heard him explain all the difficult questions you answered before." He chuckled twice. "There are 2 difficult questions among them that I have seen on the Alchemist Guild's QA wall before. Your answers are exactly the same as someone else's answers before." Before Yi Ranyan could answer, he continued, "A while ago, about 2 months ago, didn't you answer some difficult questions on the Alchemist Guild's QA wall?" Yi Ranyan recalled that when she went to the Alchemist Guild to get certified as an alchemist, she had indeed casually answered all the difficult questions on a wall in the Alchemist Guild that were filled with questions about difficult and complicated diseases. "Yes, Master Mo, how did you know?" Master Mo's eyes widened instantly. "It really is you, little girl. We've been looking for you everywhere." Someone once answered all the questions on the QA wall in a single day. This shocked the alchemists of all the branches of the Alchemy Guild. Even Medicine King Valley was alarmed, but they still had no idea who was so powerful and knowledgeable. Today, I finally found the answer. It turned out to be her. Little kid who was only 16 years old. This result shocked Master Mo1, and he found it somewhat difficult to accept. A 16-year-old alchemist had completely fooled them. "Master, What is she? What happened to her? To Danding Kingdom with Mo1, King Ai was in seclusion and did not know about the answer wall. Mo1 explained in an annoyed tone. This girl answered all the questions that many old guys in the Alchemist Guild couldn't answer, and it has been verified that she answered them all correctly. Upon hearing this, King Ai couldn't help but gasp. He thought he had thought highly of Yi Ranyan, but he never expected that Yi Ranyan would be even more amazing than he had imagined. Since it's you, little girl, then there's no problem. Master Mo1 directly pulled out a token from his pocket. Here, this is the token of an elder of Medicine King Valley. Take it. He believed that Medicine King Valley would never refuse an alchemist who could answer all the questions on the QA wall. Master this. King Ai thought to herself, isn't this his master's token? Why was it given directly to Yi Ranyan? Master Mo1 quickly sent him a telepathic message. Shut up, brat. I don't have any guest elder token right now. This girl is so powerful. If we don't win her over quickly, what if she runs off to another sect? Chapter 140 My little cousin Ranin is about to be taken away by a wild man. Yi Ranyan did not immediately accept the token. Let me make this clear first. I may not be in Medicine King Valley often, and I may not be able to help Medicine King Valley in any way. It doesn't matter. Master Mo smiled and took out another red crystal. This is a message stone, made of the same material as the QA wall. You can use it to observe the questions on the QA wall at any time. Just answer the questions on it whenever you have free time. Okay then. Yi Ranyan then accepted the token. With the Empress's alchemy experience in her mind, wouldn't it be an easy task for her to guide those people in Medicine King Valley? Master Mo was overjoyed to see Yi Ranyan accept the token and stayed at the 100 Herbs Pavilion to discuss alchemy with her for a while. Only, as he continued his discussion, he was shocked to discover that even he, a 7th grade alchemist, could not fathom the depth of Yi Ranyan's abilities. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking that even if Yi Ranyan had been learning alchemy since she was in her mother's womb, she shouldn't have such knowledge and ability. Besides, she came from that remote corner of Donglong. How could she possibly have had the opportunity to come into contact with such profound alchemy techniques? After some subtle questioning, he finally learned that Yi Ranyan had a mysterious and powerful master behind her. I see, that makes more sense. It's not impossible that some great alchemist might have taken Yi Ranyan as his disciple and nurtured her with great care. The more Master Mo discussed alchemy with Yi Ranyan, the more he couldn't stop. Even King Ai, a 5th grade alchemist, sometimes couldn't understand what they were saying in front of the two of them. Master Mo didn't stop until it was time for lunch, still feeling unsatisfied. However, while they were having dinner together, he waved his hand and directly instructed King Ai to book 2 rooms at BLO. In order to discuss alchemy with Yi Ranyan, he decided to stay at the 100 Herbs Pavilion instead of returning to the residence arranged for him by Crown Prince Danrong. Yi Ranyan didn't care. When she discussed alchemy with Master Mo1, she was able to deepen her understanding of alchemy from her memories. Yi Yulan, who was serving her, could also learn something. Besides, her purpose in coming to Danding Kingdom was to recruit new members from Medicine King Valley. Spending more time to appease the master and apprentice would also benefit Yi Yulan. However, things don't look good on Crown Prince Danrong's side. Crown Prince Danrong also wanted to enter Medicine King Valley. As soon as Master Mo1 and King Ai arrived in Danding Kingdom, he warmly received them, intending to take advantage of their proximity. However, before they could make much progress, they were snatched away. Upon receiving the news, the Crown Prince, renowned throughout Danding Kingdom for his benevolence, instantly darkened his face, losing the approachable affability he displayed in front of others. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I should have listened to my sister and sent someone to kill her immediately. He regretted hosting the banquet. That banquet not only caused an accident on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, allowing Master King Ai to see Yi Ranyan, but also led to the current situation. However, his composure was beyond that of ordinary people, and he quickly regained his composure. It's alright. With my abilities, entering Medicine King Valley is a piece of cake. That night, Ranin killed Su Feng, causing everyone to doubt my character. I will not forgive her. Humph. When Medicine King Valley officially recruits new members, I will make her regret everything she did before. Previously, his attempts to get close to Master Mo1 and his apprentice had some effect. At least he now knew the recruitment process for Medicine King Valley and had made preparations accordingly. Before they knew it, it was time for Medicine King Valley to recruit new members. Early in the morning, Master Mo1 and King Ai invited Yi Ranyan to join them for the recruitment assessment. Now that you are an elder of our Medicine King Valley, It is only right that you join us in offering your opinions and suggestions, and in selecting new disciples. Master Emo chuckled twice and then added meaningfully, of course, if you meet someone you like, you can take them as your disciple. The elders of Medicine King Valley are all qualified to take on disciples. Yi Ranyan nodded indifferently. She has no interest in taking on apprentices for the time being. However, she would accompany Yi Yulan to the recruitment assessment no matter what. Let's go. Yi Ranyan went out first. At the same time, behind her stood a cold and aloof man dressed in luxurious black robes, exuding a mysterious and enigmatic aura. The man wore an exquisite mask that covered the upper half of his face, revealing only his high nose, light-colored thin lips, and beautifully curved jawline. But even just the lower half of his face is enough to reveal his breathtakingly perfect features. He exuded an aura of domineering nobility that kept people at a distance, making them inexplicably afraid to act rashly when they were near him. Even Master Mo felt a sudden jolt of fear upon seeing this man, a sense of great danger rising within him. Who is this? Yi Ranyan was in a good mood. She took the other person's hand and introduced them with a smile. My friend. This is naturally Feng Jukin. Previously, she had traveled with students from the Imperial Capital Academy all the way from Donglong to Danding Kingdom. So Feng Jukin couldn't appear, and the two hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Even today, Feng Jukin counted down the days, and on the day of Medicine King Valley's recruitment, he finally appeared to accompany Yi Ranyan. This was the first time Yi Ranyan had been separated from Feng Jukin for so long since they met, so she wasn't happy just to see him again. Ah, your friend. Master Mo stared at the two holding hands, a knowing smile on his face, and said with a laugh, remember to treat me to a drink later. What he actually meant was to attend a wedding banquet. But those who know. Yi Ranyan naturally understood, and she nodded. No problem. They then went to meet up with the others from the Imperial Capital Academy. The others also looked extremely shocked, and couldn't hide their curiosity when they saw Feng Jukin. Especially those students who had feelings for Yi Ranyan were inwardly groaning. What a disastrous start. I got dumped before I even began pursuing someone. Yi Yulan had the strongest reaction. He saw Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin walking over hand in hand. He almost exploded. Who are you? Let go of my cousin. Damn it. In his heart, his cousin was still a little girl who hadn't even grown up yet, and some wild man dared to covet her? Did he want to die? Yi Yulan felt suffocated at the thought of her beautiful and well-behaved little cousin being taken away by some random man. Cousin. Yi Ranyan helplessly raised her hand, which was clasped with Feng Jukin's, for Yi Yulan to see. Look carefully who is holding whose hand. Even if we're going to let go, it should be me letting go of him. That night, Ran Yin held Feng Jukin's hand. Yi Yulan's expression became even more grief-stricken. His cousin was so good. How could this scoundrel not take the initiative? He stared intently at Feng Jukin, ignoring even Feng Jukin's mysterious and dangerous aura, wanting only to block him out and make his cousin forget about this scoundrel who had seduced her. Chapter 141 The Medicine King Valley Assessment begins. Who is he? Cousin, you're still young. There are many bad people out there who like to deceive young girls. You have to be careful, Yi Yulan said through gritted teeth. Yi Ranyan raised her hand to her forehead. She had only wanted to get close to Feng Jukin and hold his hand, because she hadn't seen him for a long time and was in the mood, but she forgot to consider Yi Yulan's feelings. She released her grip and chose to be honest with Yi Yulan. Cousin, don't worry, he won't lie to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask your little Qing Wan. Yi Yulan's little blue phoenix is his little demon beast, the blue phoenix bird. Yi Yulan immediately summoned his contracted beast, the azure phoenix. He was connected to the azure phoenix and quickly sensed the information it was conveying. This lord is a good man, and an extremely noble one. It is willing to give everything for him. Sensing the azure phoenix's emotions, Yi Yulan was stunned. Does the little blue phoenix recognize him too? He couldn't help but ask Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, in fact, the little demons, spirit beasts of you and your other cousins were all personally selected and given to you by Jiao Chun. Although it was her suggestion to send the demon beasts, it was indeed Feng Jukin who helped his cousins choose the demon beasts. Yi Yulan's bad mood instantly froze, neither rising nor falling. He couldn't stand the other person abducting his cousin, but the other person gave him a spirit beast in return. Yi Ranyan simply added, he is the same person I told you about before, the savior, the master. After her reminder, Yi Yulan suddenly realized that the things Yi Ranyan had mentioned before were taught and bestowed upon her by a master behind her. So it was him. Yi Yulan's attitude softened considerably, but she still insisted. But, cousin, even if it is him, you two are not officially recognized as a couple yet, so you can't just walk hand in hand like this. If you like him, wait until you've met Grandpa and Grandma, and he has a proper status before doing this. Good. Yi Ranyan, who came from the modern world, holding hands was no big deal. However, in order not to affect Yi Yulan's state of mind during the assessment, she decided to go along with Yi Yulan. However, just as she had calmed Yi Yulan down, Feng Jukin's aura turned visibly cold again. Yi Ranyan had no choice but to send him a telepathic message. My third cousin has to take an exam today. I'll coax him first, and then I'll kiss you later, okay? Feng Jukin's aura remained very low. Yi Ranyan transmitted her voice again. Alright. When we return to Donglong, I will take you to see your maternal grandparents and give you a proper status so that you can hold my hand openly. Is that alright now? Feng Jukin's aura finally eased considerably. He looked at Yi Ranyan, nodded, and said in a pleasant voice, okay. What's so good about it? Yi Yulan looked at the two suspiciously and immediately guessed what was going on. What did you say to him telepathically? Yi Ranyan sighed helplessly. She had never seen Yi Yulan so clever before, but now she was so perceptive. It's nothing. I just said that when we go back to Donglong this time, I will take him to see his maternal grandparents. Yi Yulan accepted this statement and nodded. That's right. When you encounter a man from outside the family, it's best to have your family help you vet him. Alright, cousin, let's hurry up and go. The Medicine King Valley assessment is about to begin. Yi Yulan responded verbally, but forcefully stepped between Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, deliberately separating the two. Feng Jukin pressed his thin lips together and looked at Yi Yulan with icy eyes. Yi Yulan was startled by the look in her eyes, but his concern for his cousin still made him walk between Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin despite the pressure. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Let's go. Other students from the Eastern Dragon capital also followed behind. The group, including Master Mo1 and King II, numbered over 30, and marched in a grand procession toward the 7th floor of the Pill Tower. Everyone in Danding knows that today, a big shot from Medicine King Valley will be conducting a recruitment assessment on the 7th floor of the Pill Tower. So, early in the morning, countless people flocked here, wanting to witness this assessment. The 7th floor of the Pill Tower is now open to the general public, making the entire 7th floor incredibly lively. Yi Ranyan and the others arrived. A large crowd had already gathered in the square. Yi Ranyan glanced around and spotted a few people who stood out in the crowd. Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty, Prince Shun Xinhai of the 100 Beasts Dynasty, Crown Prince Danrong of the Danding Kingdom, and Princess Danying. All of them are included. Shun Xinhai, the young prince of the 100 Beasts Dynasty, saw Yi Ranyan. He waved to her and said, Sister Yi. This sound instantly drew everyone's attention to Yi Ranyan. Feng Jukin, standing beside Yi Ranyan, used his spiritual power to deliberately obscure his presence, making people subconsciously ignore him. Otherwise, he would have been the most eye-catching person in the room. Is she the alchemist who refined a grade 3 pill with 96% purity? So it was her who defeated that murderous alchemist. I heard that she has the best chance of being selected this time when Medicine King Valley is recruiting new members. In the black market, countless people have already bet on her being selected for Medicine King Valley. Many people had heard about the battle of elixirs between Ran Een and Dan a few nights ago, and for a moment, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The alchemists who had attended the banquet hosted by Crown Prince Danrong that night couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock and look puzzled when they saw King II traveling with Yi Ranyan and the others. Crown Prince Danrong immediately recognized Master Maoan. His face twitched slightly, and after a long while, he managed not to lose his composure in public. He then put on a faint smile again and respectfully approached Master Mo1. Master Mo1, you have arrived. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room realized that the unshaven, seemingly ordinary old man was actually a master from Medicine King Valley. Everyone immediately turned to look at Master Mo1. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Why did Master Mo1 come with Yi Ranyan and the others? Master Mo1 nodded, walked to the center of the square, and said to the crowd, alchemists participating in the assessment, please step forward. Swish, swish, swish. 300 or 400 people emerged from the crowd. The sheer number of alchemists surprised many. Good. Master Mo1 said directly, today's Medicine King Valley assessment is divided into 2 parts. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, and with a whoosh, a workbench appeared in front of each alchemist. upon which lay 10 kinds of spiritual herbs neatly arranged. The first part is to identify the spiritual herbs in front of you, and then use these herbs to combine 3 pill formulas that you think are likely to succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a stick of incense appeared out of thin air, suspended in the air by spiritual power. The time limit is 1 incense stick's time. Those who make a mistake or are unable to write down the prescription will be eliminated. Everyone listened intently, hoping to hear Master Amo say a few more words, but he announced directly, "Now, the assessment begins." Everyone was stunned. Master Amo really didn't waste any words and started so quickly. Meanwhile, some people noticed that there was no alchemy machine or spiritual medicine needed for the assessment in front of Iranian. With such amazing talent in alchemy, and so many people betting on her to enter the Medicine King Valley, could it be that she herself does not intend to participate in this assessment? Chapter 142, A Genius No Matter Where He Is. Because the first part of the assessment only lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the alchemists participating in the Medicine King Valley assessment were all on edge, trying their best to identify the spiritual herbs in front of them. They were too preoccupied with their own affairs to notice that Iranian had not participated in the assessment. But the other onlookers didn't even have time to pay attention to the alchemists taking the test. They were all staring in Iranian's direction. What happened? She's really not going to participate in the assessment, is she? No way. I've staked a lot of top-grade spirit stones on her. This shouldn't be the case. With her amazing talent in alchemy, how could she possibly miss the opportunity to enter Medicine King Valley? The crowd was puzzled and discussed the matter. At that very moment, Night Girl, Iranian from a short distance away, inviting her to come over. King Ai had already taken out the necessary items from her storage space and set up tables, chairs, and teacups in the center of the empty square. Sitting was indeed more comfortable than standing, so Iranian went over with Feng Jukin. Feng Jukin had previously used his spiritual power to deliberately obscure his own existence, so that when people saw him in a crowd, they would subconsciously ignore him. But now, everyone else in the room remained still, except for him and Iranian. Therefore, even though he used his spiritual power to obscure his presence, he was still noticed by everyone. Those who noticed Feng Jukin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What a terrifying man. That aura was so oppressive that it instilled fear in one's very soul. Even with a mask on, his stunning beauty cannot be hidden. Who is he? He looks so mysterious, so aloof, and so powerful. He's walking with Iranian, so he must be from the Eastern Dragon Empire. But when did the Eastern Dragon Empire produce such a person? We've never heard of him before. What's strange is that someone with such outstanding temperament and appearance, and unfathomable cultivation, should have been noticed at a glance. How come I only noticed him now? Everyone was amazed by Feng Jukin, and their attention was focused on him until Iranian and Master Amo sat down at the table together. Only then did they come back to their senses and realize that something was wrong. Did Iranian really not participate in the Valley entrance assessment? She's actually on equal footing with Master Mo1 from Medicine King Valley? Oh my god, my spirit stones, all gone to waste. It might not all be for nothing. Iranian's talent for alchemy is beyond doubt. Is it possible that Master Mo1 specially recruited her? Could she already be a disciple of Medicine King Valley? Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Could it be that she really is already a disciple of Medicine King Valley? Even if she is already a disciple of Medicine King Valley, what makes her think she can be on equal footing with Master Mo1? And the man next to her also sat down. You should know that even Master King II, Master Mo1's personal disciple, did not sit down. The onlookers felt they couldn't take it all in today, watching the lively scene of the alchemists taking the exam, and then watching the lively scene of Iranian, Feng Jukin, and Master Mo1. Discussions echoing across the square were like the buzzing of mosquitoes, making many of the alchemists participating in the assessment restless and agitated. But Master Mo1 did nothing. Instead, he leisurely sipped his tea and said to Iranian, "They can be affected by such trivial noises from the outside world. It seems that these people have poor mental fortitude." Iranian nodded in agreement. Aside everything else, take her third cousin Yi Yulan, for example. When he's refining pills, there's nothing else on his mind but pill refining. So, have you found someone you like? Do not ask the master, but ask Iranian. Iranian's gaze swept over the more than 400 alchemists participating in the assessment. There are some with good character, but the most outstanding are still those who are the most popular among the crowd. After all, he is what everyone calls a prodigy, Master Mo said in a light tone. However, They probably don't know that this so-called prodigy in their eyes is nothing in Medicine King Valley, in Central State, or even in the Eastern region. Yi Ranyan glanced sideways at her. Master Mo laughed and said, "Of course, you are an exception. With your abnormal knowledge and the purity of your pills, you would be a genius no matter where you are." The two were talking. Someone actually stood up, picked up the Xian paper they had written on, walked up to Master Mo and said respectfully, "Master Mo, I've finished writing." The first to finish the assessment was Crown Prince Danrong of Danding Kingdom. Master Mo took it and examined it carefully. This caused a series of gasps of surprise to rise from the crowd. As expected of our Crown Prince. That's really impressive. They identified the medicinal herbs so quickly and even wrote out the prescriptions. Many onlookers wore expressions of pride and camaraderie. It was only at this moment that Crown Prince Danrong noticed Yi Ranyan sitting next to Master Mo, who had not participated in the assessment. A look of shock appeared in his eyes, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly for a moment. Soon, Master Mo finished reading Danrong's answer sheet and handed it to Yi Ranyan. "Take a look." Yi Ranyan glanced at it. Crown Prince Danrong truly lives up to his title as the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom. His ability to identify spiritual herbs is first-rate, and he has not made a single mistake. Even the 3 self-created elixir formulas seem to have a traceable basis, with a certain logic and theory in them. It's clear that his knowledge of Daoist alchemy is indeed very solid. Yi Ranyan nodded. "Not bad." Master Mo smiled and said, "I think so too." "All right, Crown Prince Danrong, you have passed the first part of the test. Go and wait for a while. After the first part of the test, you can take the second part of the test with the others." "Yes." While they were talking, a second person finished their assessment. She is Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty. Princess Bailing wore a light blue gauze dress, her face covered with a blue veil, and carried a long sword on her back. She was both delicate and resilient. Master Mo and Yi Ranyan nodded in approval after reading her answer sheet. Princess Bailing also passed the test. Like a switch being turned on, Danrong and Princess Bailing led many others to submit their answers. Yi Yulan was the 5th. His answer sheet was also perfect. He even wrote down his thought process. It received high praise from Master Mo. Of course, besides those who passed the first part of the assessment, there were also many who misidentified the medicinal herbs or wrote nonsensical pill formulas and were directly eliminated. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the incense that had been suspended in the void by spiritual energy had burned out. The first part of the assessment has ended. "All right, those who haven't completed the first part of the assessment can leave now," Master Mo said, standing up without any hesitation. Chapter 143, An Extraordinary of an Explosion. A chorus of wails erupted in the arena. Many alchemists who had not yet identified the medicinal herbs or written down the pill formulas wore gloomy and miserable expressions. Some people even cried out in grief. "I sold almost all my possessions to scrape together the money to come to Danding Kingdom to participate in the assessment, but I never expected this." Sob, sob, sob. Sigh, Medicine King Valley truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred place of alchemy in the Eastern region. This first hurdle of the assessment has eliminated so many people. Yes, the elixirs that Master Mo brought out were all tricky and rare. Those whose knowledge of Daoist alchemy is not even slightly solid will not be able to recognize it, or will mistake it for something else. In the first part of the assessment alone, the original 400 people were reduced to less than 100. This demonstrates just how difficult it is. The audience was amazed. At this rate, this assessment should be over soon, right? Many people travel thousands of miles, trekking through mountains and rivers, and enduring several days to participate in the assessment in order to enter Medicine King Valley. In the end, the actual assessment is over in no time. This made everyone sigh with regret. The alchemists who just passed the assessment. Master Mo spoke calmly and casually, his words carrying a hint of nonchalance. The second part of the assessment is very simple. It involves refining pills. With a whoosh, the alchemist's gazes all fell intently on Master Mo. As expected, Master Mo said, "I have no grade requirements for the pills you refine. As long as you refine the pills you are best at refining, you can let me take a look. If they pass my evaluation, you can join our Medicine King Valley. By the way, all of you only have one chance to refine pills. If you fail or the furnace explodes, you will be eliminated immediately." These words caused an uproar in the room. A small cheer even broke out among the alchemists. After all, those who can pass the first part of the test have solid alchemy skills, so the second part of the test is a piece of cake for them. Of course, you'll need to bring your own elixirs for alchemy. Alright, you can start refining now, Master Imoen added. After saying that, he sat down again, even closing his eyes slightly to rest. Yi Ranyan propped her chin on her hand, just like those proctors in modern times, watching the alchemist taking the exam with utter boredom. Since there was no time limit for the second part of the alchemy assessment, they were all much more relaxed this time. Now, everyone is displaying the spiritual herbs they need. They've also brought out all sorts of alchemical cauldrons. Yi Ranyan's gaze fell on Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan chose to refine the third-grade pill, the Qi-nourishing pill. This is the pill formula that Yi Ranyan gave him, and it's also the pill that he has practiced the most and is most familiar with refining over the past 2 months. However, he did not rush to make a move, but instead, like Master Mo1, closed his eyes to rest. Based on Yi Ranyan's understanding of him, she could guess that he was adjusting his mental state. After all, Yi Ranyan's method of refining pills always requires a high level of mental strength. Soon, the alchemists participating in the assessment began to unleash their spiritual fire and start refining pills. Countless flames leaped across the field, and at the same time, the strange smell of refined medicinal herbs wafted through the square. In the kingdom of Dan Ding, alchemy is a very solemn matter. The onlookers, who had been making a lot of noise and chatter, quieted down and watched intently as dozens of people refined pills together in the square. Because Crown Prince Danrong, Princess Danying, Princess Bailing, and Shin Zhenhai all performed very well in the first part of the assessment, Yi Ranyan and King Ai paid special attention to these people. Their alchemy techniques were also very steady. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, and when they were refining pills it was as if they were painting, exuding a calm and composed aura. Other alchemists were also quite skilled at alchemy, but they lacked the confidence that these alchemists possessed. Yi Ranyan watched. She couldn't help but think to herself, it seems that some of the rumors do have some truth to them. Those few prodigies who are frequently discussed are indeed very outstanding. However, upon closer examination, she found that those people's alchemy skills and methods were full of flaws. After watching for a while, Yi Ranyan got bored, so she closed her eyes, pretended to sleep, and tried to cultivate. Feng Jukin sat beside her, his large hand enveloping hers without her noticing. Distracted, she forgot about her cultivation and began to play with Feng Jukin's hand. Fortunately, Yi Yulan is currently focused on adjusting his state to prepare for alchemy. Otherwise, if he saw this scene, he would probably explode with rage. Time passed slowly. Just as Yi Ranyan was engrossed in writing and drawing in Feng Jukin's palm. Boom. A loud bang suddenly exploded. This startled everyone present. The oven exploded. Someone's oven exploded. A commotion arose from the crowd. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, but did not open her eyes. It's quite normal for the furnace to explode if the alchemy fails. However, then, a series of booming sounds came from below. Several more alchemists failed in their attempts to refine pills, and their furnaces exploded. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, and slowly opened her eyes. Something's not right. Master Mo1, who had opened his eyes at some point, frowned and said, these alchemists who are qualified to participate in the second part of the assessment shouldn't be this bad. I already said that there would be no restriction on the grade of alchemy, and let them refine what they are best at. How come so many people are still causing their furnaces to explode? At this moment, there was a continuous murmur of discussion among the crowd. Was it because you were too nervous during the assessment that the furnace exploded? This is terrible. I finally passed the first part of the test, and then the furnace exploded in the second part. Yi Ranyan heard everyone's voices, but she didn't speak. She just focused her gaze on Yi Yulan. The explosions in the furnace did not affect Yi Yulan. He had already begun refining the spiritual herbs. In the short time that Yi Ranyan was observing Yi Yulan refining pills, 3 more pill furnaces exploded. In such a short time, more than 20 alchemists in the arena had their furnaces explode. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes narrowed for a moment, and she thought to herself, the frequency of these explosions is indeed a bit too high. It seems rather unusual. Soon, she then distributed her spiritual power, creating a vast net that silently enveloped all the alchemists participating in the assessment. At the same time, the actions of those alchemists were also imprinted in her mind. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. At the same time, those exploding ovens seem a bit strange, Master Imoen concluded. Yi Ranyan withdrew her spiritual power, smiled slightly at Master Imoen, and said, seemingly unrelated to the question, haven't you and King Ai always wanted to see me refine pills? With a flick of her sleeve, the Ri Ding appeared out of thin air. Today, I will demonstrate it to you. Chapter 144 Comparing people will only make you miserable. You want to refine pills? Upon hearing that Uranian intended to refine pills, Master Mo1 and King I's eyes lit up, their faces revealing undisguised excitement and anticipation. But soon, Master Mo1 seemed to realize something and frowned again. Could it be that you know the reason why those alchemists' furnaces exploded? Uranian nodded. I guess so. Sound of the furnace erupted below. Uranian glanced in Yi Yulan's direction. Fortunately, Yi Yulan acted late and was still refining the spiritual herbs, not yet starting to refine the pills. She should be able to resolve this matter before Yi Yulan forms his core. Uranian thought about it. A familiar figure slowly walked towards her from a distance. I failed, Sister Yi. It turned out to be one of the most talked-about prodigies, Shun Xinhai, the young prince of the 100 Beasts dynasty. He was the first among that group to be eliminated. It's okay, you're young, you can come again next time. Yi Ranyan could say. Shun Xinhai's frustration was only momentary, and he quickly cheered up and said, Actually, I also have a good talent for beast taming. I've been hesitating between beast taming and alchemy. Now that I can't count on Medicine King Valley, I'll just focus on learning beast taming. Beast taming? Yi Ranyan's heart stirred. After sending a telepathic message to King Ai, asking him to buy her some spiritual herbs, she asked Shun Xinhai. Speaking of beast taming, how is your little feather? This isn't good, Shun Xinhai frowned. What? Was it accidentally injured when it went up to the 9th floor of the pill tower that day? As Yi Ranyan spoke, she had already silently set up a mental barrier around them to prevent others from eavesdropping. It wasn't an accident, it was its own fault. Sister Yi, do you know? Shun Xinhai leaned closer to her and whispered, The 9th floor of the pill tower contains many precious pills. That day, Little Feather knocked over a treasure cabinet, spilling quite a few pills. He sighed as he spoke. Fortunately, the pills were unharmed, which is why Crown Prince Danrong was willing to spare Little Feather's life. However, he forbade Little Feather and me from stepping into the 9th level again. I'm afraid it will go up again, so I don't dare to let it out now. Is its condition bad because it can't come out? No, not exactly. Speaking of this, Shun Xinhai still felt lingering fear. That 9th floor is a bit strange. I don't know why, but Little Feather up there didn't listen to my commands and was running around like crazy. I was afraid it would anger Crown Prince Danrong, so I forcibly restrained it with a contract. As a result, after it came back, it has been listless ever since. I dare not let it out, and I don't know how it is now. Upon reaching the 9th level of the pill tower, it became out of control and beyond its master's control. Hearing Shun Xinhai say these things, Yi Ranyan inevitably thought of the restless wind on the 8th floor of the pill tower. Feng'er is a demon beast that can transform into a human and possesses intelligence no less than that of a human. She can be affected even on the 8th floor of the pill tower, let alone the 9th floor. It seems that the pills on the 9th floor of the pill tower are quite extraordinary. It has a particularly large impact on spirit beasts and demon beasts. Or, the spirit beast that attacked her during her monthly exam, and the pills used by her maternal grandfather and cousin in the conspiracy to target her during the beast tide, came from the kingdom of Danding. This conjecture only vaguely surfaced in Yi Ranyan's mind. She wasn't sure, but she would definitely verify it if she had the chance in the future. After 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, Yi Ranyan comforted Shun Xinhai. It's all right. I think your little feathers will return to normal after you leave Danding Kingdom. I hope so, Shun Xinhai said, then noticed the alchemy furnace in front of Yi Ranyan, and his eyes lit up immediately. Sister Yi, are you planning to refine pills? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, but the spiritual herbs are not all available, so I asked King Ai to buy them for me. Making Master King Ai run errands for you? Sister Yi, why don't you participate in the Medicine King Valley entrance exam? And you even have Master King Ai at your beck and call. Master Mo1 had been quietly listening to the two's conversation, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but interject. That's because your sister Yi is already a member of our Medicine King Valley. Ah, Shun Xinhai exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Is it really that shocking? This girl has such a talent for alchemy. Now that I've encountered her, how can I let this opportunity slip by? That's true. Shun Xinhai's face showed an envious expression, but his attention was soon drawn to the Ri Ding in front of Yi Ranyan. In fact, it wasn't just Shun Xinhai. From the moment Yi Ranyan took out the Ri cauldron, Master Mo1 sensed that this was no ordinary medicine cauldron. However, Shun Xinhai, that little brat, kept chattering away as soon as he arrived, giving him no chance to ask any questions. But, Sister Yi, Your alchemy cauldron is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Shun Xinhai directly steered the conversation to the alchemy cauldron. Speaking of the alchemy cauldron, Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She glanced at Feng Jukin, who was deliberately blurring his presence with spiritual power, and then smiled slightly at Shun Xinhai, saying, "This won't do. This alchemy cauldron of mine was a gift from someone else. It is unique in the world." Shun Xinhai's face showed an expression of envy again. Master Mo one could no longer hold back. What grade of spiritual artifact is your alchemy cauldron? It looks even more powerful than my 7th grade alchemy cauldron. Of course, Yi Ranyan wouldn't reveal that this was a divine artifact specially crafted by Feng Jukin for her to refine pills. A sly look appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Guess. At that very moment, "Miss Yi, the elixir you requested has been purchased." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hurried back with the elixirs. He had run the entire way, disregarding his appearance, all in order to see Yi Ranyan refine the pills as soon as possible. "Thanks a lot." Yi Ranyan took the elixir, examined it, and found it was indeed what she wanted. "It's not hard work. In our Medicine King Valley, it is an honor for us disciples to serve the elders." "Elder?" Shun Xinhai exclaimed, instantly attracting many gazes. Yi Ranyan in shock and disbelief. He called you elder?" Yi Ranyan nodded calmly. Coco. He thought that Yi Ranyan had joined Medicine King Valley as just an ordinary disciple. Unexpectedly, while they were all fighting tooth and nail for a spot to join Medicine King Valley, Yi Ranyan had already become an elder of Medicine King Valley. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Even the usually easygoing Shun Xinhai couldn't help but feel a surge of grief and indignation at this moment. This brat is so ignorant. He's just an elder. What's there to make such a fuss about? Master Mo once said to Shun Xinhai, "This girl is going to refine pills, so be quiet and don't disturb her." Shun Xinhai had also heard about Yi Ranyan's alchemy competition and was looking forward to seeing her refine pills. Upon hearing this, he quickly took 2 steps back, covered his mouth with his hand, and indicated that he would not speak to Yi Ranyan anymore. Chapter 145, Who Dares to Touch Her? Yi Ranyan also calmed her mind and began refining pills. This time, she opened the cauldron directly without closing it. Instead, under the eager gazes of the crowd, he directly put all the spiritual herbs inside. The technique was surprisingly crude. Master Mo was somewhat surprised. What kind of alchemy technique is this? Meanwhile, the other people who had been watching the alchemist's assessment had just been drawn over by Shun Xinhai's exclamation, and now, seeing Yi Ranyan refining pills, they couldn't help but get excited. Wow, Yi Ranyan is actually refining pills. I heard that during her alchemy competition last time, no one knew how she refined the pills. If it weren't for the oath to heaven that prohibits cheating, everyone would have suspected her of cheating. She's a genius alchemist who can refine pills with 96% purity. This time I must see for myself how such a genius refines pills. As a result, no one paid attention to the alchemists participating in the assessment anymore. Instead, everyone turned to watch Yi Ranyan. They saw Yi Ranyan throw all the spiritual herbs into the cauldron at once. When Yi Ranyan summoned the strange fire, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Strange fire?" Master Mo exclaimed in surprise. "You actually possess a strange fire, girl? You should know that if you have a different kind of fire, alchemy can be twice as effective." Even he didn't have a different kind of fire. In fact, in the entire Medicine King Valley, only a very small number of people, 4 or 5, possessed a different kind of fire. At this moment, Yi Ranyan clearly understood how precious the spiritual herbs her mother had searched for to break the first layer of the seal on her meridian-locking body were. At least for ordinary people, it's really too difficult. Although she was answering Master Mo's question, Yi Ranyan's hands kept moving. Her immense spiritual power enveloped the spiritual herbs, and she controlled the strange fire to simultaneously refine them. My God, she actually refined so many spiritual herbs at the same time. What terrifying mental power this is. No wonder she can refine pills so quickly. Her spiritual power is so extraordinary. Master Mo Wen's face also showed a look of shock. He used to think Yi Ranyan's technique was rough, but now he thinks Yi Ranyan is really amazing. She dared to refine the elixir in this way precisely because she had absolute confidence in herself. Moreover, the pills she refined were of extremely high purity, which meant that she had tempered each spiritual herb to the perfect degree. At the same time, refining so many spiritual herbs, and still managing to refine each one to its best. What kind of freak is this? Master Mo couldn't help but gasp in amazement, even feeling a bit indignant. He was so old, a dignified 7th-grade alchemist, and had cultivated his spiritual power his whole life. Yet he had been outdone by a little girl. After all, he had never dared to be so bold as to refine so many spiritual herbs at the same time. A unique alchemy technique of Yi Ranyan, whose mental strength is abnormally powerful. Night Sound was extremely fast. She quickly refined the pill, but she failed to form a core. However, the crowd was still exclaiming in amazement. That's way too fast. It feels like she treats alchemy like child's play. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people like us? Soon, everyone discovered that Yi Ranyan had not formed a core after refining the spiritual medicine, and they all showed puzzled expressions. Yi Ranyan let the refined spiritual herbs float inside the cauldron, her beautiful eyes coldly looking in one direction. Then, with a slight curve of her red lips, she said to everyone, "I'm going to show you a fun alchemy method that doesn't require you to form your own core." After saying that, she began to form hand seals, and then everyone smelled a rich fragrance of elixir. But the fragrance of the elixir did not emanate from Yi Ranyan's cauldron. Everyone was puzzled. Then, with a flick of her slender white hand, wisps of smoke carrying medicinal power and spiritual energy drifted toward her. The medicinal aura, like a delicate ribbon, connected Yi Ranyan to the alchemist's cauldron in the arena. It's the alchemy cauldron of Crown Prince Danrong. What does Yi Ranyan want to do? Upon realizing that her alchemy cauldron had been activated, Danrong's expression changed drastically in an instant, turning pale and revealing a look of shock and anger. "Yi Ranyan," he said coldly, "what do you want to do?" Upon seeing this, Shun Xinhai exclaimed, "Sister Yi, Crown Prince Danrong is taking an exam. Isn't it wrong for you to disrupt his exam like this?" Master Mo and King Ai both looked thoughtfully in the direction of Crown Prince Danrong, without saying a word. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "What am I doing? I'm just doing the same thing as you." Yi Ranyan finished speaking. Everyone saw that the ethereal spiritual energy connecting the two cauldrons became even denser. At the same time, the medicinal power and strength within Crown Prince Danrong's alchemy cauldron drifted toward Yi Ranyan's cauldron at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Ranyan's cauldron, nourished by those powers, began to automatically condense into pill form without Yi Ranyan needing to form a pill herself. What happened? The pills refined by Yi Ranyan are actually absorbing the power of Crown Prince Danrong's pills. What is Yi Ranyan trying to do? Does she want to ruin our Crown Prince's chances of joining Medicine King Valley? Yi Ranyan, stop right now. Damn it. Do they think my Danding Kingdom has no one to rely on? The crowd watching the scene erupted in fury. After all, Yi Ranyan was sabotaging their Crown Prince's important plans. How could they tolerate a foreign alchemist humiliating their Crown Prince on their own territory? Besides the onlookers, even the guards of the Danding Kingdom on the 7th floor of the Dan Tower all gathered around Chao Yi Ranyan. The atmosphere froze instantly. The situation was tense and could erupt at any moment. The other alchemists were all trembling with fear, trying their best not to let their minds be affected. Yi Ranyan, stop right now, or don't blame us for being impolite. The crowd was furious and about to attack. However, a cool breeze suddenly blew by, and an inexplicable pressure and intimidating force spread from Yi Ranyan's side. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and then they saw a tall figure standing quietly in front of Yi Ranyan. He was dressed in a long black robe, tall and slender, with handsome features that made him seem like a god. He was expressionless, with a look of detachment from love and affection, and the icy coldness in his eyes could almost freeze a person's heart. His long hair moved without wind, and a chilling, killing intent gradually rose around him. His beautifully curved thin lips moved slightly, and dangerous words came out. Who dares to touch her? This time, he withdrew the spiritual power that had been deliberately obscuring his existence, and everyone saw his unparalleled face and his cold, intimidating aura. Just one glance from him was enough to send shivers down people's spines and instill fear in them. Chapter 146, Absolutely Fearless. Swish, swish, swish. Under the intimidating aura of Feng Jukin, everyone who wanted to surround and attack Yi Ranyan retreated in fear. Who is he? So strong. What a terrifying man. Why am I only finding out now that there are such terrifying people in the square? This man, standing alone, exudes an aura of unparalleled strength, like a lone warrior holding off 10,000. Truly heroic. This cultivation level, it's at least martial lord, right? Or It's even more terrifying than Martial Lord, Martial King. I even think it's possible that he is the legendary Martial Emperor. The expressions on everyone's faces changed rapidly, but without exception, not one dared to step forward and provoke them further. The two sides are currently in a standoff. Boom. With a loud bang, the alchemy furnace in front of Crown Prince Danrong suddenly exploded. At the same time, the pills inside the cauldron in front of Yi Ranyan also formed on their own, and a rich fragrance of pills wafted out. Those who dared not act out of fear of Feng Jukin nearly lost their minds upon seeing this. How dare you use evil alchemy techniques to deliberately cause someone else's furnace to explode? Damn it. We actually let someone bully the Crown Prince on our own turf. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will fight to the death to help the Crown Prince regain his dignity. Someone shouted and rushed forward. However, boom. Before he even reached Feng Jukin, he was thrown back as if he had hit a giant object, coughing up blood. At this time, Yi Ranyan straightened her clothes, stood up, and walked towards the crowd. Once she reached a position standing shoulder to shoulder with Feng Jukin, she raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a wanton and arrogant expression on her exquisite and beautiful face. I, Yi Ranyan, will not provoke trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble either. If anyone provokes me, don't blame me for retaliating 100-fold. She wore a fiery red dress, both alluring and glamorous, like a burning flame, flamboyant and arrogant. However, her composed demeanor and stunning beauty made it impossible for anyone to feel any aversion towards her. Yi Ranyan, why are you targeting me? At this moment, Crown Prince Danrong exerted a great deal of effort to suppress his anger and avoid embarrassing himself in public. Instead, he silently questioned the prince while bearing the humiliation. Why? Yi Ranyan chuckled lightly. Crown Prince Danrong, do you perhaps think that you are the only one in the world who knows about the existence of the spirit-seizing pill? Danrong's face suddenly turned pale, and her hands clenched tightly together. He ignored Yi Ranyan and looked at Master Mo1 instead. Master Mo1, today is an important day for your Medicine King Valley to recruit new disciples. Are you sure you want to let an insignificant person disrupt the examination order like this? Upon hearing this, Master Mo1 gave an ambiguous snort, ignoring him, and instead asked Yi Ranyan, what is the spirit-seizing pill? Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. The spirit-seizing pill, as the name suggests, is used to seize the spirit of other pills to create one's own pill. Master Mo frowned. How come I've never heard of such an elixir? This is an evil pill, a forbidden pill formula. Of course you wouldn't know that. An evil pill? Master Mo1's eyes were solemn. The people around couldn't help but whisper among themselves. It really is an evil pill. I knew it. How could Yi Ranyan, at such a young age, possibly refine pills of such high purity? Humph. So she's been using crooked methods and refining evil pills. Pa, what genius. She's just the same kind of trash as that female demon from before. King Ai asked Yi Ranyan curiously, what makes this evil pill evil? Yi Ranyan said, the evil thing is that it can absorb the medicinal power of other people's pills to help its own pills. As a result, other people's furnaces will explode due to the imbalance of medicinal power, while it can refine a more perfect pill after absorbing enough medicinal power. This, King Ai and Master Maoan immediately recalled the repeated explosions of the furnace earlier on stage. The onlookers realized what was happening and their expressions changed drastically. You've got to say everything based on your words. Crown Prince Danrong sensed the situation was turning against him and said with a forced smile, then produce some evidence. Evidence? Yi Ranyan sneered. Isn't the evidence in our pill cauldrons? Crown Prince Danrong was stunned. Yi Ranyan said, I'm refining the spirit-seizing pill, and you're refining the spirit-seizing pill too. The spiritual herbs we use to refine the pills are exactly the same. If we just have someone check the ingredients of the spiritual herbs we used, wouldn't we know the result? Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Danrong remained silent for a moment, then suddenly flicked his sleeve and put away the cauldron. A faint hint of mockery flickered in Yi Ranyan's eyes. Crown Prince Danrong's move made almost everyone in the room realize that he had indeed refined a spirit-seizing pill. He also refined evil pills, and those evil pills caused many alchemists in the Medicine King Valley's recruitment assessment to inexplicably explode their furnaces. So, the reason everyone was arguing in the furnace was because Crown Prince Danrong had refined this evil pill. How could this be? Crown Prince Danrong is known throughout Danding for his kindness and benevolence. How could he possibly do such a despicable thing? I don't believe it. It can't be true. My God. I even considered Crown Prince Danrong as my role model, but I never imagined he would. He would. All around him were incredulous accusations, each one like a needle piercing the depths of Crown Prince Danrong's heart. His cheek twitched uncontrollably, and his usually noble and domineering eyes turned icy cold as he looked at Yi Ranyan as if she were already dead. The Medicine King Valley assessment asked us to refine the pills we were best at. We each relied on our own abilities. What does it have to do with me if they couldn't protect the medicinal power of their pills and the furnace exploded? I'm refining pills based on my own strength. Yes, you refine evil pills based on your own strength. Yi Ranyan repeated his words. But what's the difference between what you're doing and cheating? So what? As long as I refine the most perfect and strongest pill and gain Master Mo's approval, that's enough. Yi Ranyan paused for a moment, then looked at Master Mo. Does the Medicine King Valley assessment only consider alchemy talent and nothing else? How could that be? Master Mo quickly replied. Just do whatever you want to do. Yi Ranyan nodded, her gaze calm and icy as she looked at Crown Prince Danrong. Her mental strength was so powerful and perceptive that she sensed the moment Crown Prince Danrong harbored murderous intent towards her. Do you want her dead? Yi Ranyan's lips. She'd have to see if he had the ability. Meanwhile, everyone present, though curious about Master Mo's attitude towards Yi Ranyan, couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting to see how Yi Ranyan planned to deal with the matter of Crown Prince Danrong refining the evil pill. At this moment, Yi Ranyan was the absolute focus of attention, with countless eyes fixed on her. She remained calm and composed, and with the slightest movement of her red lips, she decided the future fate of Crown Prince Danrong. Crown Prince Danrong deliberately caused other alchemists to explode their furnaces. His intentions are wicked and his conduct is bad. Medicine King Valley will never recruit him again. Chapter 147. What do you have to complain about? What right do you have? Crown Prince Danrong could no longer maintain his dignity as the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom. His face was almost distorted as he hissed in a low voice. You are just the granddaughter of a mere duke's mansion in the Eastern Dragon Empire. What right do you have to decide whether I, the Crown Prince, can enter Medicine King Valley? On what grounds? Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Master Mo, standing to the side, said with a stern face, because she is an elder of our Medicine King Valley. These words shocked everyone present. What? Elder? Nightstain sound. Wasn't she said to be only 16 years old and from the Eastern Dragon Empire? How did she become an elder of Medicine King Valley? Crown Prince Danrong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he said decisively, Impossible. Why is it impossible? Master Mo was also a little displeased by the questioning. Crown Prince Danrong said, I once sent people to Donglong to investigate her. She is the granddaughter of the Duke of Huguo who was switched at birth many years ago. She was only able to cultivate more than 3 months ago. In the past 10 years or so, she was a useless person who could not cultivate at all. How could Medicine King Valley let a useless person become an elder? Master Mo was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't expected Yi Ranyan's past to be like that. The others present were also shocked by Crown Prince Danrong's words. What? One can only begin cultivating 3 months ago? My goodness! Does that mean her alchemy skills have reached this level in just 3 months? How is this possible? I refuse to believe it, even if you beat me to death. This Yi Ranyan is too monstrous. Could it be that some old monster possessed this young girl's body? Otherwise, how could she be so powerful at such a young age, after only 3 months of cultivation? That's right. It might be an elder from Medicine King Valley who took advantage of Yi Ranyan's visit to Danding Kingdom, saw how beautiful she was, and possessed her. People guessed, the more outrageous it became, leaving Master Mo speechless. Alchemists possess powerful spiritual energy and keen perception. Although Yi Ranyan's spiritual energy was stronger than his, he could still see that Yi Ranyan's body and soul were perfectly compatible, and there was no question of possession. Master Mo, how could you let such a young girl decide my fate? And you even lied and said she was an elder? I refuse to accept this. Crown Prince Danrong knew in his heart that he might really not be able to enter Medicine King Valley. But he was not convinced. He was unwilling to accept that he would be defeated by Yi Ranyan, someone he had previously taken lightly. I disagree. At this moment, another sharp female voice came from the crowd, echoing Crown Prince Danrong. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all turned their gazes over. She was a young and beautiful girl with a hint of arrogance and willfulness in her eyes. Yi Ranyan with anger and hatred. Since you knew all along that the Crown Prince was refining evil pills, why didn't you stop him sooner? Why did you have to wait until we exploded before you stopped him? The person who spoke was Fong Yura, who had been having a blast at the pill tower lately and hadn't been around Uranian much. At this moment, she didn't care whether Crown Prince Danrong could enter Medicine King Valley. But she was concerned that Uranian hadn't stopped Crown Prince Danrong sooner. If Uranian had stopped him earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have exploded the furnace and would have been able to enter Medicine King Valley. What do you have to complain about? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out, and then a handsome young man dressed in colorful robes and flamboyant attire stepped forward. I saw it myself. You caused the furnace to explode before Crown Prince Danrong was even refining pills. I reckon that Crown Prince Danrong's pill refining didn't affect you, did it? Little Imperial uncle. Upon seeing the young man, Shun Zinhai from the 100 Beast Dynasty's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached him. Yi Ranyan glanced to the side and discovered that the person was actually Shen Songlang. Not far away, there was a cool and aloof young man leaning on his sword, none other than Jin Shaoshang. These two were truly omnipresent. But Shen Songlang was actually a member of the royal family of the 100 Beasts dynasty? This was beyond her expectations. Fong Yura's face turned pale and then red after Shun Kanglang's words. Her expression was extremely ugly. She just glared at Yi Ranyan and snorted coldly without saying a word. Crown Prince Danrong witnessed this scene, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. And there's also Crown Prince Danrong. Shen Songlang looked at Danrong with a casual expression. Is the information you gathered a bit outdated? Although Yi Ranyan has only been able to cultivate for a few months, she is a recognized genius of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Didn't you find out that before coming here? She had just topped the freshman list of the Imperial Capital Academy, the highest institution of learning in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Shen Songlang learned this from other students from the Eastern Dragon Empire a few days ago, while he was mixed in with the Eastern Dragon team. That's right, you're ignorant. Don't try to smear me and Elder Yi. Master Mo when deliberately addressed Yi Ranyan as Elder Yi. He snorted. No one says that people who can't cultivate can't learn alchemy theory, right? Even if you're out of touch, you should have heard from your Danding Kingdom's alchemy guild about the QA wall, shouldn't you? The QA walls of alchemists associations in different countries are interconnected. When Yi Ranyan finished answering the questions on the QA wall that night, the various alchemy guilds were shocked. Although Elder Yi has only been able to cultivate for 3 months, she has a famous master behind her and has already been exposed to the Tao of alchemy. You probably don't know, but 2 months ago, the person who answered all the questions on the Alchemy Guild's QA wall was Elder Yi. What? These words were met with gasps of surprise from the audience. If this were said elsewhere, many people who don't practice alchemy might not understand what it means. But this is the kingdom of Danding. The Danding Kingdom is a nation founded on alchemy. Almost everyone there practices alchemy, and of course, almost everyone knows about the Alchemy Guild's QA wall. The QA wall displays difficult problems that even the most renowned alchemists couldn't solve. All members of the Alchemist Guild would discuss those questions together, and only after finding the answers would they carefully and solemnly provide 1 or 2 responses. Before Yi Ranyan, no one had ever answered all the questions on the QA wall. But Yi Ranyan did it. I also heard about the QA wall 2 months ago. So it was her. My God, Yi Ranyan is too amazing. It seems that Yi Ranyan's skill in alchemy is truly profound. Such a person is worthy of being an elder of Medicine King Valley. Just then, Master Mo when coldly questioned, well, Crown Prince Danrong, do you still think Elder Yi isn't qualified to be an elder of our Medicine King Valley? Crown Prince Danrong was pale, his heart consumed by overwhelming anger and regret. If he had known that Yi Ranyan would interfere, and if he had known that Yi Ranyan also knew about the spirit-seizing pill, he wouldn't have refined it in order to stand out. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, he didn't know sooner. The other students, also from the Eastern Dragon Empire, were stunned by the news revealed by Master Mo1. Yi Ranyan was just there to broaden her horizons and make up the numbers, but somehow she became an elder of Medicine King Valley and could even decide the fate of a prodigy like Crown Prince Danrong. Moreover, she had caused such a sensation on the Alchemist Guild's QA wall. Yi Ranyan they remember as weak and harmless, someone who needs their protection. Chapter 148, Who Doesn't Have a Few Secrets? All the disputes, barely begun, vanished without a trace. Being able to answer all the questions on the QA wall, and being an elder of Medicine King Valley, means that no one dares to underestimate Yi Ranyan anymore. She was already stunningly beautiful, and now with all those talents, she seemed to shine in the crowd. She was dazzlingly beautiful. Feng Jukan stood side by side with her. The man was so handsome that he seemed like a celestial being, and his temperament was so unfathomable that it made people tremble with fear. But Yi Ranyan, who stood next to him, was not overshadowed in the slightest. The two complemented each other perfectly, creating a harmonious atmosphere that others could only look up to, unable to get a foot in. Feng Jukin quietly watched Yi Ranyan, observing her fearless and composed confrontation with the crown prince of Danrong until she emerged victorious, leaving everyone in awe. He saw everything about her. As the matter was about to end, a fleeting, faint smile appeared on his perfect face for her. This made many people momentarily lose their focus. Among them, the one who was most jealous and angry was Feng Yura. She never expected that Yi Ranyan, this country bumpkin from the remote Qinyang city, would be so capable. She had previously thought that Yi Ranyan's good luck was the reason she topped the monthly exam list for freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy. Unexpectedly, Yi Ranyan was also very skilled in alchemy, and she had unknowingly become an elder of Medicine King Valley. This drove her to the brink of madness with jealousy. Now, seeing Feng Jukin, his jealousy had almost reached its peak. Such a powerful and perfect man should belong to her. He should be hers. It's all because of Yi Ranyan, who came from the countryside, who stole everything that belonged to her. She even suspected that Yi Ranyan's extraordinary talent was due to something good given to her by the Duke's mansion, which made her so powerful. If Yi Ranyan hadn't appeared, then she would have been the one to get the good stuff, and now she's the one who's attracting attention and admiration, standing next to that handsome man. Thinking about it, a strong killing intent welled up in Feng Yura's heart. But behind that murderous intent was a deep sense of helplessness and frustration, because she no longer had the ability to kill Yi Ranyan. Crown Prince Danrong, do you now accept Elder Yi's verdict? The Crown Prince Danrong, dressed in bright yellow, trembled all over, enduring the humiliation, and lowered his noble head in front of everyone. I submit. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone knew that from this moment on, Yi Ranyan's existence truly surpassed that of Crown Prince Danrong. However, the elders of Medicine King Valley are far superior to the mere princes of Danding Kingdom. After accepting the humiliation of the day, Crown Prince Danrong waved his hand, dismissing all the guards from Danding Kingdom who had arrived earlier. The surrounding people also retreated silently. Their anger stemmed from their resentment towards Crown Prince Danrong, and now that he has admitted his mistake, there is no need for them to do anything more. At this time, most of the alchemists who participated in the Medicine King Valley recruitment assessment failed in their alchemy attempts. However, a very small number of 3 or 4 people were so engrossed in alchemy that they were not disturbed by the previous commotion. Looking at those people, Master Mo showed a satisfied expression. Just by looking at their character, those people are truly remarkable. He decided that as long as the pills these people refined were passable, he would send them to Medicine King Valley to learn. Time passed slowly. Finally, someone successfully refined the first elixir. Master Mo observed carefully, even testing the scale with instruments, and finally couldn't help but nod. Not bad. The first person to successfully refine the elixir was a woman carrying a long sword, wearing a light blue dress, and with her face covered by a blue veil. She is Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty. You've been recruited. You can choose to come back to Medicine King Valley with us, or you can choose to set off on your own and reach Medicine King Valley within 6 months. Princess Bailing listened quietly, then said, I choose to set off with the master. Okay, then go wait over there. Because later, other people refine the pills. After Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty bowed to Master Mo1, she walked towards Yi Ranyan. Elder Yi, thank you. Princess Bailing spoke softly and pleasantly, her beautiful eyes peeking out from behind her veil as she looked tenderly at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan liked beautiful women, and even though Princess Bailing was wearing a veil, she could not hide her exquisite and beautiful aura. She must be a stunning beauty. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, we look to be about the same age, so you can just call me Ranyan. Yi Ranyan is always easy to talk to when she finds a beautiful woman pleasing to the eye. Coloring sound. Princess Bailing's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. You can also call me Bailing. Yes, Nightingale. Ranyan, thank you for exposing Crown Prince Danrong. Otherwise, I might have been affected and the furnace might have exploded. It was just something I did on the spur of the moment, Yi Ranyan said honestly. Actually, I just didn't want my cousin to be affected. Are you referring to the third young master? As they spoke, their gazes both fell on Yi Yulan, the only one in the room still focused on refining pills. While they were talking, the other two also finished refining the pills, and now only Yi Yulan was still refining pills. Yi Yulan has a handsome face and a dashing appearance. His alchemy skills are superb, and he treats alchemy with utmost care. His serious demeanor is even more captivating. Princess Bailing looked at him, her long eyelashes fluttering. Under these circumstances, you can still concentrate so much on alchemy. Third young master, your composure is truly remarkable. Haha, he's a well-known pill-obsessed guy in our family. Once he starts refining pills, he doesn't care about anything else. Believe it or not, he has no idea what just happened. Princess Bailing exclaimed in surprise. Really? We'll find out soon enough by asking. Okay. Princess Bailing nodded. Not far away, Shin Songling came up and said, Sister Bailing, I just spoke up for Yi Ranyan, which means I helped you too. Why don't you thank me? Princess Bailing looked at him with her beautiful, sparkling eyes. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Then, she saw Shin Kanglang's figure coming with her, and her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, her voice rising a few decibels. Brother. Brother? Yi Ranyan followed her gaze and saw Jian Shaoshang. That's exactly what I expected. Previously, Jian Shaoshang said that he was secretly escorting his younger sister to participate in the assessment. It turns out that this younger sister is Princess Bailing. However, since they are both in the royal family, they do not address each other as elder brother, but directly call each other brother, suggesting that the siblings have a very good relationship. So, Shaoshang is the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty. In recent years, the Sword Dynasty has produced a genius, the Sword Prince, who makes the entire nation proud. When others talk about him, they always refer to him as Prince Jian, but no one mentions that Prince Jian's real name is Jian Shaoshang. I'm sorry, I concealed my identity from you. A faint hint of apology appeared on Jian Shaoshang's cool and handsome face. It's nothing, Yi Ranyan said nonchalantly. Everyone has their little secrets in life, right? Chapter 149. The dust settles temporarily. Yi Ranyan, Jian Shaoshang's gaze fell on Feng Juken. A hint of sword intent flickered in his eyes, and a strong fighting spirit rose in his heart. Young master, Jian Shaoshang's sword trembled with excitement. Would you be willing to spar with me? The people of Danding Kingdom are obsessed with alchemy. The people of the Sword Dynasty are obsessed with swordsmanship and battle. From the moment Jian Shaoshang saw Feng Juken appear, he felt an urge to spar with him. Feng Juken was flawless, his sharply defined face devoid of any expression. He glanced indifferently at Jian Shaoshang and said in a flat tone, You are no match for me. Jian Shaoshang nodded. I know, but I just want to try and see how strong you are. Yi Ranyan watched the two of them with great interest. Feng Juken caught a glimpse of the interest in her eyes, and with a slight lift of his fingertip, a wisp of pure white light appeared out of thin air. The white light instantly melted away Jian Shaoshang's scabbard, but the blade of his sword remained intact. Jian Shaoshang stood there, stunned. Sword intent. Sword intent can be compressed to such a pure degree. Moreover, you can control the sword intent to only damage the scabbard, not the sword itself. I understand. Jian Shaoshang was not deterred. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. I understand why you don't fight me anymore. The difference between you and me is like the moon and a candle flame. However, I will not give up. One day, I will also stand at the pinnacle of strength. Jian Shaoshang's words made Feng Juken give him a serious look. Then he nodded. Yi Ranyan stroked her chin and smiled at Jian Shaoshang. Then good luck. Feng Juken's attack on Jian Shaoshang was absolutely a case of being outmatched. But Jian Shaoshang's confidence was not shattered. Instead, he became even more hopeful and eager for the future, because he had seen what the peak looked like, so the peak in his mind became clearer. During their conversation, Yi Yulan finally finished refining the pill. Indeed, the qi-nourishing pill that Yi Ranyan had guessed. Master Mo measured it with a graduated crystal tube and found that the purity was as high as 91%. Good. This made Master Mo excited. What a promising talent. Within the entire Medicine King Valley, there are very few people who can refine pills with a purity of over 90%, and Yi Yulan is still so young. Although he may not be as good as Yi Ranyan, he is definitely a highly talented alchemist. Yi Yulan smiled and asked, Master Mo, did I pass the test? Of course it passed. Yi Yulan was overjoyed. He could finally go to the sacred site of alchemy in the eastern region to learn alchemy. The recruitment assessment for Medicine King Valley has concluded. This time, during their recruitment drive, they only managed to recruit 4 alchemists. 2 of them were Princess Bailing of the Sword Dynasty and the 3rd prince of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The other two were alchemists from small forces surrounding the Four Kingdoms. In contrast, not a single person from Danding Kingdom or Hundred Beast Dynasty was selected. In particular, the Kingdom of Danding was founded on alchemy, and there are countless people in the country with great talent in alchemy, but none of them have been selected so far. What's even more ridiculous is that the reason why those geniuses of Danding Kingdom were eliminated was because of the furnace exploding. In other words, they all missed out on this recruitment because their medicinal power was absorbed by Crown Prince Danrong's evil pill. In addition, the female demon who had been imprisoned by Crown Prince Danrong suddenly appeared outside, and Crown Prince Danrong committed such a disgraceful act during the recruitment assessment of Medicine King Valley. No more than half an hour had passed, and within the Danding Kingdom, many people had already voiced their opinions against Crown Prince Danrong. Meanwhile, people in the 4 neighboring countries had vaguely heard the rumors. In this recruitment drive for Medicine King Valley are not the exceptional alchemists who participated in the assessment and successfully joined the valley. Yi Ranyan, who was previously unknown but is now famous throughout the 4 kingdoms, and a mysterious and powerful man by her side. Almost everyone knows that Yi Ranyan of the Eastern Dragon Empire is a genius alchemist. At only 16 years old, he was already an elder of Medicine King Valley. Anyone who hears this can't help but marvel. Currently, almost everyone in the 4 kingdoms is discussing the recruitment event that Medicine King Valley just concluded. Yi Ranyan and the others, however, acted as if nothing had happened and returned to Bielo as usual. Master Mo and his group were already planning to leave. Little girl, if you have the chance in the future, you must come to Medicine King Valley. Also, don't forget to read the message stone. Yes. Yi Ranyan nodded. I will. Princess Bailing and the other 2 chose to go directly to Medicine King Valley with Master Mo1 and King II. However, Yi Yulan chose to return to the Eastern Dragon Empire first, and then go to Medicine King Valley within half a year. Because he was the leader of the Donglong team, he didn't want to leave the others behind. The holiday with his family before leaving. Princess Bailing left with Master Mo1 and the others. Shin Tsanglang left with Shin Zhenhai. Jian Shaoshang, of course, would not stay. Before Shin Tsanglang and Jian Shaoshang left, they repeatedly told Yi Ranyan that they hoped they would both pass the Holy Academy's admissions next year and then go to the Holy Academy together. Yi Ranyan had come to regard the 2 as friends by this time, so she readily agreed. Feng Jukin also left, making a promise with Yi Ranyan that once she returned to Donglong, he would go with her to see her family. As everyone left, the once bustling 100 Medicines Pavilion was suddenly half empty, leaving only Yi Ranyan and her group from the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, they do not intend to leave immediately. Many people have placed bets on this recruitment assessment on the black market. We'll go to the black market tonight to exchange those bets, and then leave tomorrow. Yi Yulan still solemnly instructed everyone. We are about to leave, so don't let your guard down. If you go out, it's best to go in groups of 3. If anything happens, notify everyone as soon as possible. Remember to come back to the meeting point at 9 p.m. tonight. Everyone nodded in agreement. One among them who has passed the test, and Yi Ranyan has become an elder of Medicine King Valley. Therefore, everyone has great faith in the 2 of them. They obeyed everything Yi Yulan said. Only a very few individuals, such as Feng Yura, continued to do as they pleased and refused to be disciplined. However, with the guest elders sent by the Feng family to protect her, Yi Yulan was not too worried about her safety. After Yi Ranyan became the center of attention and Yi Yulan passed the Medicine King Valley assessment, Feng Yura felt very uncomfortable. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan like stars around the moon, flattering them with nice words. She felt even angrier and more jealous. She was so angry that she turned and left. However, no one cared about her departure. Feng Yura, accompanied by her guards, walked dejectedly down the street on the 5th floor of the Pill Tower, intending to find a restaurant to eat something delicious and soothe her mood. However, just as she was choosing a restaurant, a man dressed in ordinary clothes and with an ordinary appearance approached her. Miss Feng, my master invites you. Feng Yura raised her arrogant eyebrows and sneered contemptuously. What is your master anyway? Get out of here. The man wasn't angry. Instead, he showed a jade pendant. Miss Feng might be able to guess my master's identity. Are you really not going to meet him? Upon seeing the jade pendant, Feng Yura's gaze sharpened. She actually recognized this jade pendant. Chapter 150, I want to cooperate with you. That was the personal jade pendant of Crown Prince Danrong. On the very night they arrived in Danding Kingdom, Crown Prince Danrong invited them to a banquet on the 8th floor of the Dan Tower. That night, Crown Prince Danrong wore this jade pendant around his waist. Because the jade pendant was milky white, but had a tripod-shaped black center, Fong Yura remembered it after only one glance. The arrogance on her face faded slightly, and she looked suspiciously at the seemingly ordinary man. Your master is Crown Prince Danrong? This man looks like the kind of person you wouldn't recognize if you threw him into a crowd. How could Crown Prince Danrong have such an inconspicuous subordinate? You are wise, young lady. You are indeed His Highness. Fong Yura glanced at the two elders who were protecting her closely. They were both at the late stage of the heavenly martial realm. Even if the other party had some kind of conspiracy, as long as these two elders were there, she would not be afraid. Fong Yura nodded and said, "All right, lead the way." The two guest elders of the Fong family exchanged a glance, a strange light flashing in their eyes. An ordinary-looking man led Fong Yura to a restaurant, and the two went directly to a private room. A handsome young man in bright yellow sat there, his face dark and gloomy, exuding an air of nobility and dominance. He had lost the friendly and approachable demeanor he displayed in front of strangers. His aura was now somber and unsettling. It really is you, Crown Prince Danrong. A gloating smile appeared on Fong Yura's delicate face. This Crown Prince Danrong's status and alchemy skills are far superior to hers. But so what? He was still eliminated by Medicine King Valley, just like her. Thinking this, Fong Yura's attitude was no longer as respectful as before. She sat down directly opposite Crown Prince Danrong and said with a light laugh, "I wonder what business your highness has summoned me here." Crown Prince Danrong looked at her with a deep gaze. Fong Yura, the second young lady of the Fong family, originally a cousin of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. Do you really want to return to Donglong in such a sorry state? Watching Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan steal the limelight, and have others say that the bloodline of the Duke's mansion is indeed more powerful, while you, Fong Yura, are unable to even enter the Medicine King Valley precisely because you do not have the bloodline of the Duke's mansion. Shut up. Crown Prince Danrong struck at Fong Yura's most vulnerable spot. Her chest heaved with anger, and her beautiful eyes turned venomous. If you call me here just to humiliate me, then I'm afraid I won't play along. With that, she got up to leave. Miss Fong seems to have a somewhat volatile temper. Crown Prince Danrong, however, returned to his usual amiable self, as if he were not the one who had just been aggressive and said infuriating things. What exactly do you want to do? Crown Prince Danrong took a leisurely sip of tea and said, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Cooperate. Fong Yura looked at him suspiciously. Crown Prince Danrong nodded. That's right, Miss Fong, please sit down, have some tea to calm down, and we can talk slowly. Fong Yura still found it a little hard to bear that a handsome and noble man was speaking to her in such a soft voice. She sat down with a suspicious look on her face. She didn't realize that when she made the gesture of leaving, her two elders showed no intention of leaving, as if they were certain that she would stay. After a while, and after drinking 2 cups of tea, Fong Yura became a little impatient again. Just tell me what you want to cooperate with me on. Instead of answering, Crown Prince Danrong asked, among the people from Donglong who came this time, Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan are the leaders, right? Upon hearing this, Fong Yura felt bitter and reluctantly said, how could Yi Ranyan be worthy? The leader is Yi Yulan. Crown Prince Danrong nodded. If anything happens to your entourage, wouldn't it be Yi Yulan's responsibility as the leader? He failed to protect everyone and caused injuries. Wouldn't the families behind those alchemists hold Yi Yulan accountable for this, and even blame the Duke of Protectorate's mansion? Fong Yura was stunned. The 2 guest elders behind her had a glint in their eyes as they realized the true purpose of their trip to Danding Kingdom, and their gazes toward Crown Prince Danrong became even more profound. Fong Yura quickly regained her senses and asked nervously, what do you want to do? Crown Prince Danrong smiled and said, I'm not going to do anything, so don't be nervous. I have no intention of attacking you. Besides, you've brought those 2 experts at the heavenly martial realm with you. Fong Yura felt slightly relieved, but a look of suspicion returned to her eyes. What you just said was, cooperation. That's right. Crown Prince Danrong's sleeves fluttered slightly, and 2 beautiful porcelain vases appeared out of thin air on the table. The porcelain bottle had some patterns on it, which looked like runes or arrays. Staring at it for a while made me feel dizzy. Fong Yura could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary thing. Heavenly martial realm experts behind her seemed to be facing a formidable enemy when they stared at the porcelain bottle. What is this? Fong Yura asked anxiously. It's poison. Crown Prince Danrong pushed the porcelain bottle towards Fong Yura. 2 bottles, the one inside the blue pattern, colorless and odorless, as long as it touches. Will I die? Fong Yura asked, her eyes wide. Crown Prince Danrong paused for a moment, then lied to her, saying, "You won't die, but you will lose your cultivation." Fong Yura's eyes lit up. If you use this on someone from the same industry, then Yi Yulan will be punished by everyone. Of course, if you use it on Yi Yulan and he becomes a cripple, I estimate that Medicine King Valley will no longer want him. Fong Yura's eyes shone even brighter, burning with a hint of madness. You really dislike Yi Ranyan, don't you? Crown Prince Danrong suddenly asked. Fong Yura frowned. What's it to you? The poison in this red pattern bottle is even more potent. If you blow this poison into her room, she will die suddenly. Upon hearing this, Fong Yura's delicate body trembled for a moment. Is this really true? Of course, she wanted Yi Ranyan dead. Everyone else can live, but Yi Ranyan must die. That's natural. But Yi Ranyan is highly skilled in alchemy. Could she detect this medicine? Or perhaps she has the ability to cure this poison. My poison is so potent that anyone who touches it will die instantly. She has no chance of getting an antidote. You know, this is a rare poison that we keep on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. Crown Prince Danrong said meaningfully. The 9th floor. Fong Yura's heart stirred. It was said that there were great treasures on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, which ordinary people could not easily approach. Anything that can be placed there must be of the highest quality. Good. She tucked the 2 porcelain vases into her sleeve. I agree, but what's in it for me? Crown Prince Danrong narrowed his eyes, a hint of disgust flashing in them. Isn't helping you get rid of your thorn in the side a benefit to you? Fong Yura snorted coldly. I also have to take a lot of risks, so of course it's not enough. Crown Prince Danrong didn't waste any time and took out 10 more porcelain bottles. This time, however, he shot the 10 bottles directly at the 2 guest elders behind Fong Yura. Then he said, I know what your Fong family wants. These 10 bottles of pills are a gift from me. They should be enough to offset the price you paid for this transaction. Fong Yura was stunned and hadn't understood what was going on when the 2 guest elders behind her bowed to Crown Prince Danrong. Thank you, Crown Prince Danrong. But this sigh. Fong Yura wanted to get something in return for herself. But how did it turn out like this? Moreover, when did her family get involved with Crown Prince Danrong? Chapter 151 Yi Ranyan's Angry. Second Miss. Before Fong Yura could say anything, one of the guest elders interrupted her. This is the main reason why the patriarch sent the 2 of us to Danding Kingdom. These pills are very important, so please consider the overall situation. What did you say? My father sent you here not to protect me, but for these pills. Fong Yura's first reaction was that the guest elders were joking. But seeing the serious and earnest expressions of the 2 elders, she became uncertain again. Crown Prince Danrong watched this scene with great interest, and then kindly reminded her. Miss Fong may not know, but the cooperation between our Danding Kingdom and your father began a long time ago. Fong Yura stared in shock, her mouth agape. Crown Prince Danrong added, Now it's up to Miss Fong. I hope she won't let us down. Over the past few days, his reputation in Danding Kingdom has plummeted, and more people are starting to have opinions about him. He needs to produce some results to show the people of Danding Kingdom his abilities. The Eastern Dragon Empire suddenly produced such a monstrous talent as Yi Ranyan. If she is allowed to grow, the Danding Kingdom will be trampled underfoot by the Eastern Dragon sooner or later. That's something none of the citizens of Danding Kingdom want to see. Therefore, he planned to use Yi Ranyan's life to tell the people of Danding Kingdom that he was the most suitable future monarch for Danding Kingdom. As for Yi Yulan, the fact that he could enter the Medicine King Valley, which even Yi Yulan couldn't enter, naturally made him very disgusted with her. So he lied to Fong Yura, saying that the medicine in the blue porcelain bottle would only cause people to lose their cultivation. Actually, that's not the case. Both the blue and red porcelain bottles contained poison. However, Yi Ranyan was too enchanting. So to be on the safe side, he used an even more potent poison from the red porcelain bottle. Others don't deserve such good medicine. The medicine in the blue porcelain bottle is enough. Now, he can just wait for the results. When Fong Yura left the restaurant and returned to Bielo, she was still in a daze. She was completely unaware that several tails were following them. The 2 guest elders protecting her did notice the tail, but they knew it was someone sent by Crown Prince Danrong to monitor their progress, so they ignored it. Entering the 100 Medicines Pavilion, one of the guest elders said to Fong Yura and another guest elder, The pills given by Crown Prince Danrong today are extraordinary. My mission in Danding Kingdom is for this. To prevent any accidents, I plan to send these pills back to Donglong first. I will leave the rest to you. Fong Yura was a little reluctant. She would have preferred the other party to stay and protect her. However, since another guest elder agreed, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. That night, Because almost everyone in Yi Yulan's group had placed bets on the first basement floor of the pill tower, they all went to the black market. After they left, they parted ways. Some returned early, and some returned late. Everyone trusted Yi Yulan. So even on the last night, everyone, regardless of how early or late they returned, followed the daily agreement and gathered once at 9 p.m. to count heads and ensure everyone's safety. Yi Ranyan didn't go out to join the fun tonight. She cultivated in her room. Suddenly, Leet, in Yi Ranyan's arms, suddenly let out a scream. Yi Ranyan, who was immersed in cultivation and whose soul was connected to Fenger, instantly woke up. Master, it's poisoned. The wind first transformed into the form of a little girl in a black dress, but before she could utter a single sentence, black blood spilled from the corner of her lips, and she lost consciousness. Then, she transformed into a dying little black bird. Wind. Yi Ranyan quickly used a wind talisman to blow away some of the poisonous gas that was attacking her. Then, with a thought, she took Fenger into the Emperor's space. At the same time, she released strange fire from outside the space. The strange fire is the most peculiar flame in the world, capable of burning anything. Even poisonous gas will be burned away. However, Yi Ranyan learned from the feedback of the strange fire that the toxins outside were extremely potent, and even the strange fire would need to burn for at least half an hour to burn them off. Hateful. Yi Ranyan felt a rare surge of anger, and a cold, killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes, but saving Fenger was the priority right now, and she couldn't care about anything else. When Ding Dang, who had been taking care of the two divine beast eggs in the Emperor's space, saw Fenger like this, he quickly said, Master, hurry, put Fenger in the lotus pond. The lotus pond not only has rich life force, but it can also purify all kinds of toxins. Yi Ranyan quickly placed Fenger into the lotus pond. As soon as Fenger entered the spirit pool, black mist emanated from her body, turning the entire pool of spirit water black. But soon, the lotus flowers in the pond emitted a bright green light. That green light quickly covered the black mist. The black mist resisted for a moment, but then collapsed and disappeared without a trace, purified by the green light. The spiritual water in the lotus pond has also returned to its clear state. Although Yi Ranyan is the master of the Emperor's space, she only knew that the lotus in the spirit pool had a very strong life force, and that the lotus seeds contained powerful vitality, but she did not know that it also had such a miraculous effect on poison. I wonder what this lotus pond is. It's truly magical. It wasn't that she was ignorant. In fact, even the former Imperial princess didn't know what lotus flowers were. However, the Imperial princess knew the extraordinary nature of lotus flowers, so when she was forging the super artifact, the Emperor's Soul Bell, she directly transplanted these lotus flowers into it. Alright, Master, now we just need to wait for Fenger to wake up on her own. Seeing that Yi Ranyan's complexion was not good, Xiao Ding Dang, with his cute boyish face, couldn't help but move closer to Yi Ranyan, pinching Yi Ranyan's sleeve with his fair fingers and shaking it, comforting Yi Ranyan. Master, don't worry, Fenger will be fine. Yi Ranyan nodded. With her powerful mental strength, she could sense that Fenger's breathing had indeed stabilized, and she was out of danger. Only now did she have the time and mind to reflect on this matter. Someone attacked her, and even used such a potent poison. She was engrossed in her cultivation at the time, and if it weren't for Fenger's warning, she might have actually fallen into the other party's trap. But who would do this? In an instant, countless faces flashed through Yi Ranyan's mind as she recalled everyone she knew. Finally, her memory was fixed on the face of Crown Prince Danrong. It must be him. If anyone hates her the most, it must be Crown Prince Danrong, who was publicly humiliated because of her and was even barred from entering Medicine King Valley. Crown Prince Danrong had the motive, and more importantly, the ability. There aren't many people who could produce such a potent poison. Crown Prince Danrong, since you dared to take action, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Yi Ranyan drew the spiritual liquid from the lotus pond to her side, forming a shallow barrier. Relying on this barrier, she was unafraid of the poisonous fog outside and left the Emperor's space directly. After all, if Crown Prince Danrong would target her, he might also target Yi Yulan. She was worried about Yi Yulan and the others, and had to go and see for herself before she could feel at ease. Chapter 152 Who is so cruel to us? At the same time, as it approached the appointed time of Hai Shur, 9 to 11 p.m., for the nightly head count, people began arriving one after another at the private room in Bielo, where students from the Eastern Dragon Empire often gathered. Those who arrived were somewhat surprised to see the table laden with abundant food and drinks. Who left a midnight snack here in the middle of the night? I don't know. It was already there when I arrived. Me too. Me too. I guess it's because we're leaving tomorrow. So the third young master specially invited everyone here to eat and drink to their heart's content. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed wholeheartedly and nodded in agreement, then began to eat and drink without any hesitation. Speaking of which, why haven't we seen the third young master tonight? He's always the first one here, the first one in the day. I wonder where he went tonight. Yi Yulan was called away by Fong Yura, who said she had something to tell him. What is it? Yi Yulan asked impatiently. Fong Yura's eyes darted around, and she thought of the excuse she had prepared beforehand. One of my guest advisors has gone missing. Could you do something to help me find him? Yi Yulan was taken aback. When did you disappear? Fong Yura said, it happened tonight. I went out to buy things during the day, and after I came back, I rested for a while. When I came out after resting, I couldn't find anyone. Where is the other guest elder? That person is still here. Did he say anything? Fong Yura paused for a moment. He said the other party had something to take care of and was leaving temporarily, but I'm worried. Fong Yura, Yi Yulan frowned. Didn't we just explain our whereabouts? Are you just looking for trouble? But I'm just worried about him. Yi Yulan frowned coldly. Your guest elder is a heavenly martial realm expert. If something happens to him, we can't save him. Besides, how long has he been gone? Let's wait until tomorrow. If he's still missing by tomorrow morning, we'll ask the Danding Kingdom to send people to help search for him. Fong Yura nodded. All right then, that's the only way. She deliberately invited Yi Yulan out so that the guest elders could use this time to send up the prepared meals. Of course, the poison that Crown Prince Danrong had instructed them to use was also applied to the tableware. She didn't intend to kill them all. She only applied the poison to some parts. Those who used the poisoned instruments couldn't blame her. They were just unlucky. All right, Fong Yura, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Wait a minute. Fong Yura tried to stall for time as much as possible and deliberately acted pitiful, saying, ever since Yi Ranyan was found and brought back to the Duke of Huguo, you have been particularly impatient with me. Yi Yulan, have you always hated me? Yes. Yi Yulan answered without hesitation. This answer left Fong Yura speechless and made her face turn ugly for a moment. Just then, cousin, Yi Ranyan had already followed Yi Yulan's scent and found her way here. Seeing Yi Yulan standing there unharmed, Yi Ranyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at Fong Yura with some surprise. Yi Yulan dislikes Fong Yura, so why would she meet with her alone? Fong Yura stared at Yi Ranyan with an expression of utter disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. You, how come you didn't? How come he's not dead? She clearly hired someone to do it. So why wasn't Yi Ranyan poisoned to death? Hateful. Could it be that the poison given by Crown Prince Danrong was defective? Fong Yura's face twisted for a moment. Brush. Yi Ranyan looked at Fong Yura with a cold and sharp gaze, which frightened Fong Yura so much that she immediately shut her mouth and dared not continue. Upon seeing Yi Ranyan, Yi Yulan's expression softened instantly. Union, you've come down too. Yi Ranyan noticed Fong Yura's unusual expression and a strange glint flashed in her eyes. She asked Yi Yulan, cousin, aren't you usually in a private room at this time? Why are you out today? Upon hearing this, Fong Yura's heart skipped a beat. She always felt that Yi Ranyan's gaze was too sharp, as if he could see right through her. She was both frightened and angry, and couldn't help but curse the Crown Prince Danrong in her heart for being such a useless thing. Even the poison he gave her was so ineffective. She said that Yi Ranyan's alchemy skills were so high. How could she be easily poisoned? Fong Yura, as a guest elder, has to go out on business, and I'm a little worried. Yi Yulan explained the current situation. Oh, Yi Ranyan nodded. What about the others? Yi Yulan estimated the time. It's almost 11 p.m. Everyone else should already be waiting for us in the private room. Let's go quickly then. Once we've counted the number of people and everything is in order, everyone can go and rest. We'll be heading back tomorrow. Good. Seeing this, Fong Yura knew that she could no longer delay Yi Yulan, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the two of them to the private room. However, just as they approached the private room, they heard exclamations coming from inside. Bai Yu, what's wrong? Zhui, my God, Zhui, why are you spitting blood? Wu Yong, wake up. Don't faint. Poison, this food is poisoned. Brush. Upon hearing such an exclamation, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan instantly used their movement techniques to fly into the private room. Yi Ranyan's shadowless step was extremely fast. Her body almost turned into a blur, and she arrived in the private room in the next instant. At this moment, The private room was a mess of cups and plates, and more than a dozen people were either lying down or vomiting blood. Their faces were all pale and purple, and they looked like they could lose their lives at any moment. How could the food be poisonous? Why are we fine, but they got sick? Damn it. I can't figure out what kind of poison this is at all. How do I get an antidote? Oh no. Oh no, are they going to die? Quickly, go find junior sister Ranyan. Her alchemy skills are so high, she can definitely save everyone. Zhui. Wah. Zhui is dead, he's not breathing, wah. Seeing that everyone's bluish-purple faces were rapidly turning black, Ranyan didn't have time to carefully discern the medicinal properties. With a flick of her sleeve, she used her spiritual power to bring out more than 30 drops of water from the lotus spirit pool within the Emperor's space, which floated in the air. Each of you take one drop and swallow it quickly. Ranyan controlled the water from the spirit pool to their mouths. Trusting Ranyan, everyone instinctively opened their mouths and swallowed the water from the spirit pool. Ranyan's original intention was to suppress the poison in their bodies first, and then by time to detoxify them. But to her surprise, the toxicity of those poisons was nothing compared to the poisonous fog she had seen before. A single drop of spiritual pool water was enough to neutralize all the toxins. However, she arrived too late. Zhu, who had already stopped breathing, was beyond saving. Although the survivors were no longer in mortal danger after swallowing the water from the antidote pool, none of them felt happy. Looking at their classmate Zhu Yi's lifeless, cold body, they felt grief and anger. Who on earth would do such a cruel thing to us? Chapter 153. I know who the murderer is. Yi Yulan rushed into the room and saw Zhu Yi's body, and was also overcome with grief. He was the most furious and remorseful of all. Because he was the leader, and now that someone has died, he is undoubtedly responsible. Everyone watched in silence as Yi Yulan knelt beside Zhu Yi, none of them daring to say anything. Only Yi Ranyan was observing the food and tableware on the table. Feng Yura entered at this moment. Her calm indifference was completely different from the anger and grief of the others, making her stand out in the crowd. Yi Ranyan finished checking the items on the table. Her beautiful eyes darkened for a moment. Almost instantly, she remembered Feng Yura's guilty conscience and strange behavior earlier. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked Yi Yulan, "Cousin, did you have these dishes prepared?" "No." Yi Yulan forced herself to stay calm. "When I left, these dishes weren't here yet." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the room immediately said, "But when we arrived, there was already this food here." "Yes, we all thought it was you, third young master, who prepared this for everyone to eat." "Miss Ranyan, is there something wrong with these dishes?" Yi Ranyan replied irrelevantly. "Don't you all know where this food came from?" The group looked at each other and shook their heads. Yi Ranyan nodded, her clear, beautiful eyes suddenly shooting towards Feng Yura. "Miss Feng, do you know?" Feng Yura took 2 steps back, feeling a little guilty. I don't know. How could I know?" Seeing her like this, everyone's eyes showed a hint of doubt. At that very moment, "I've already brought the food delivery person up." An aged voice rang out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they saw an old man supporting a waiter as he walked over. "This is elderly from the academy. What is he doing here?" Yi Yulan and Yi Ranyan understood that before leaving Donglong, the academy had said that it would send an elder and a mentor to protect them in secret. The elder sent might be elderly. The waiter, who was being held by elderly, said tremblingly, "It has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. They told me to prepare the food, so we prepared the food. I really didn't put the poison in it." News of the poisoning in this private room has spread, and it's said that someone even died. The waiter is terrified. Elderly threw him to the ground, somewhat ashamed, and said, "The food in the 100 Herbs Pavilion is all medicinal cuisine, with a strong aroma of spiritual herbs, so we didn't notice that it had been poisoned." His gaze fell on Zhu Yi's corpse, and he couldn't help but sigh. "I also bear some responsibility for this." "Waiter, do you remember who ordered you to prepare the meal?" Yi Ranyan asked the waiter. Feng Yura's heart tightened. The waiter shook his head. "I don't know. The other party was wearing a veil to cover their face." Yi Ranyan nodded. "I understand, but it's all right. I already have a way to find out who poisoned me." Brush. Everyone immediately looked towards Yi Ranyan. Feng Yura was so nervous that she held her breath. "Yi Ranyan, have you figured it out?" Elderly asked impatiently. Yi Ranyan said, "Yes, we roughly know how and where the poison was administered, but it will take some time to find the culprit." Then, Yi Ranyan sent a telepathic message to Elderly, asking him to help her by something. Upon hearing about that thing, Elder Li's expression shifted slightly for a moment, then he nodded. You just wait. Yi Ranyan sent Elder Li because Elder Li had the highest cultivation level and the fastest speed. After Elder Li left, Yi Ranyan's cold, beautiful eyes swept over everyone. From this moment forward, no one is allowed to leave this room. I suspect the poisoner is among us. Yi Ranyan said this. The room erupted in an uproar. Among us? How is that possible? These innocent, young, and passionate alchemy students knew each other well and were all friends. They couldn't imagine that one of them would turn against their own. Yi Yulan thought about how Fong Yura had inexplicably called her out. Thinking of the food that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his eyes instantly became bloodshot, and he stared at Fong Yura with a terrifying look. It's you? Fong Yura was startled and quickly took a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't wrong an innocent person. Yi Yulan stared intently at her. Ever since our two families lost contact, you have been dismissive of me. During your trip to Danding Kingdom, you rarely obeyed my commands. But tonight, you suddenly changed your ways and came to see me. What's even more coincidental is that right after you called me away, someone brought me poisoned food. Can you really say that things are just that coincidental? Yura couldn't stand his persistent questioning any longer, so she immediately turned around and said, Anyway, it wasn't me. Stop framing me. I can't stand talking to a bunch of people like you. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Etc. Yi Ranyan suddenly spoke up, saying, I said that no one is allowed to leave before the murderer is found, including you, Miss Fong. Yi Ranyan, don't push your luck. Don't think that just because you're an elder of Medicine King Valley, you can do whatever you want. Fong Yura screamed angrily. Yi Ranyan watched her performance with cold eyes, ignoring her completely. Yi Ranyan's attitude. The others around also looked at Fong Yura with veiled suspicion and hatred. This group of people. Fong Yura was so angry she was almost going crazy. Fortunately, Elder Li returned soon after. When I returned, I was carrying a glass bottle with a swarm of tiny blue butterflies inside. Elder Li handed the items to Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan looked around and said, I just checked, and there is no poison in everyone's food. No poison. There's no poison? Everyone was shocked, puzzled, and incredulous. The tableware was actually poisoned, and only a portion of it was poisoned. Everyone suddenly realized. Yi Ranyan added, Unfortunately, I recognize this poison. Everyone looked at her expectantly. Yi Ranyan said, This poison is especially favored by the netherworld butterfly. The netherworld butterfly will follow the scent and perch near the poison. As Yi Ranyan spoke, she opened the glass bottle. Blue butterflies flew out and landed on the tableware. More than half of the tableware on the table had butterflies on it, while the remaining half was clean and not a single butterfly had landed on it. The tableware from the netherworld butterfly fall is the tableware that was poisoned, Yi Ranyan said. The others realized what was happening too. Yes, among those tableware that the butterflies landed on were Zhu Yi's. They were indeed the tableware used by those students who were just poisoned. Yi Ranyan manipulated her spiritual power to retrieve the netherworld butterfly, and then summoned a strange fire to burn the poisoned tableware. All right. She looked at everyone and said, The poison on the tableware has been burned by me. Those of you who were just poisoned have also been cured and no longer have that aura. So now, only those who have been in close contact with the poison will attract the netherworld butterfly. As she spoke, she released the butterflies again. Let's see who has been in contact with that poison. Chapter 154 A Life for a Life. It's only right and proper. A deep blue butterfly fluttered in the air, emitting a soft blue glow, which was very beautiful. After being released from the glass bottle, they flew and hovered around the room like headless flies. It seems none of us poisoned it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as a student from Donglong University spoke. However, the next moment, splash, splash, splash. As if they had smelled blood, the butterflies fluttered their wings and flew off in one direction. In an instant, the dancing blue butterflies all swarmed around the arrogant and beautiful girl, some even landing on her shoulder. This should have been a beautiful scene, but in the eyes of everyone present, it sent chills down their spines. It's you, Fong Yura. It really is you. Yi Yulan's eyes were bloodshot as she glared angrily at Fong Yura. The faces of everyone present were extremely grim, and they looked at Fong Yura with such hatred that they wished she were dead. Fong Yura, how dare you? Elder Li, standing in the room, was so angry that his beard trembled. When we return to the Eastern Dragon capital, I will make sure your Fong family gives me an explanation. Back to Donglong. Yi Ranyan glanced at Elder Li, then asked Fong Yura with a cold face, Who gave you the poison? You're framing me. Fong Yura shouted loudly. Yi Ranyan, you must have tampered with those butterflies to make them land on me. You're framing me. I didn't poison them at all. Is that Crown Prince Danrong? Yi Ranyan guessed. The toxic fog she encountered in the room was something that ordinary people couldn't possibly access. Although the poison in the others was different from that in her room, the events occurred within the same time period, suggesting that the people behind the scenes were likely the same group. What nonsense are you talking about? Fong Yura's eyes flickered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Crown Prince Danrong concocted poison pills before, preventing me from entering Medicine King Valley. I hate him so much. How could I possibly cooperate with him? So you two were working together. Yi Ranyan deliberately tricked her. Don't try to deny it. You were seen meeting Crown Prince Danrong today. Impossible, Fong Yura retorted instinctively. I checked, and there was no one there. However, after she finished speaking, she realized what she had said, and her face turned deathly pale. Fong Yura, it turns out that you conspired with Crown Prince Danrong. How cruel you are. Zhu, he was also our classmate, and you just killed him like that. Fong Yura panicked instantly. I didn't. Crown Prince Danrong said that the poison would only cause you to lose your cultivation and become cripples, not that it would kill you. So, you actually want to cripple our cultivation? How ruthless, the crowd angrily accused her. You're really stupid and vicious. You don't even know you're being used as a pawn. Yi Ranyan's voice grew colder and colder. The poisonous fog in my room. You put it there too, didn't you? Don't try to deny it. Only Crown Prince Danrong could take out that level of poisonous fog. Perhaps it's a treasure kept on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. What? Yi Yulan's expression changed drastically. What poisonous fog? She attacked you too. He laughed in anger. Fong Yura's actions had crossed his bottom line, and he immediately reached out to attack her. Fong Yura screamed in fright and ran outside, crying out, Elder, save me. Call out. An elder at the peak of the heavenly martial realm flew out from the shadows. Yi Yulan is also at the heavenly martial realm. He won't suffer any losses if he faces Fong Yura, but he will also find it difficult to get close to her. The guest elder stood in front of Fong Yura, his expression arrogant. My young lady has met with Crown Prince Danrong, but the poisoning matter has nothing to do with us. Anyway, no one caught them, and Crown Prince Danrong was unlikely to testify. They insisted that they didn't do it, and given the Fong family's status in the Eastern Dragon Empire, this matter would eventually just fade away. Thinking about this, he was still a little angry. This second young lady is truly more trouble than she's worth. She was easily tricked by that Yi Ranyan. Yes, it wasn't us. Show us your evidence if you dare. Aren't those netherworld butterflies enough evidence? Everyone was furious. Yi Yulan even wanted to rush towards Fong Yura. Fong Yura's guest elder said again, Young Master Yi, you should think this through. The relationship between the Fong family and the Duke's mansion is already tense. If you insist on taking action now, can you bear the consequences if the Fong family holds you accountable? This is none of your business. Zhu Yi's death had already enraged Yi Yulan, not to mention that Fong Yura dared to lay a hand on Yi Ranyan. This was something he simply could not tolerate. Yi Yulan. The elders of the Imperial Capital Academy said with grim faces, let it go. We'll keep this matter in mind for now and hand it over to the Dean when we return to Donglong. I believe the Dean will give the deceased an explanation. The Fong family is one of the 4 major families in the Eastern Dragon capital, and the eldest daughter of the Fong family is the future Crown Prince's consort. It is said that the Eastern Dragon Emperor intends to pass the throne to his eldest son. If he insists on taking action against Fong Yura now, it may provoke a crazy retaliation from the Fong family. Elderly, as the captain of this expedition, I must give an explanation to the deceased Zhu Yi. Please help me stop this old man. I will make Fong Yura pay with her life. I will take responsibility for my actions. If the Fong family blames me, I will bear the consequences. You won't do it. Elderly was a little anxious. He was thinking of Yi Yulan. But how could Yi Yulan be so stubborn? At that very moment, Elderly, Yi Ranyan slowly stepped forward. Her exquisite and beautiful face was calm and composed. Her demeanor was so imposing that no one dared to underestimate her. Almost as soon as she moved, she attracted the attention of everyone in the room, and everyone couldn't help but look at her. Yi Ranyan said calmly, a life for a life, that's only right and proper. Fong Yura had tried to kill her more than once, and this time she had even caused Zhu Yi's death. In any case, she would not allow Fong Yura to continue living today. Cousin, Yi Ranyan said to Yi Yulan, stop that old guy. She meant for Yi Yulan to stop the guest elder. Then, she moved, and the bright red bell tied to her ankle made a pleasant, clear sound. Ring ring. Hearing the bell, Fong Yura was momentarily distracted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ranyan was in front of Fong Yura. She conjured a sword with her fingers, and a crimson and white sword intent emerged from her fingertips, slashing towards Fong Yura's neck. Second miss. The guest elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to stop her, but Yi Yulan held him tightly, and he was unable to break free. However, no. Elderly from the Imperial Capital Academy flew over. He was a martial lord, 2 major realms higher than Yi Ranyan. His powerful aura caused Yi Ranyan to pause for a moment. In that instant, Fong Yura regained her senses. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly fled backward, hiding behind Elderly. Yi Ranyan frowned, a hint of fierceness creeping into her eyes. Elderly, what do you mean by this? Chapter 155. Of course I'm going to settle accounts with Danrong. Yi Ranyan, Fong Yura is, after all, the second young lady of the Fong family. Elderly advised Yi Ranyan. Moreover, you are both students of the Imperial Capital Academy. You have no right to take her life, and of course, neither does Yi Yulan. Elderly also disliked Fong Yura at this time, but he had more to consider and stopped Yi Ranyan for the sake of the bigger picture. However, Feng Er's poisoning, Zhu Yi's death, and Fong Yura's actions against them have crossed Yi Ranyan's bottom line. Yi Ranyan's heart was filled with murderous intent, and no one could stop her. Her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with a chilling expression. Her snow-white skin was accentuated by her fiery red dress, making her breathtakingly beautiful. No power. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, took out a token from her bosom, and showed it to Elderly. What if I had this? Elderly stared at the token in her hand, stunned and frozen in place. How do you have this? Yi Ranyan answered irrelevantly. Now, do I have the right to kill her? Elderly looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar token and silently stepped aside. What is this? Yi Ranyan, don't even think about it. You dare kill me, you. Without Elderly's protection, Fong Yura was so frightened that she turned pale and ran away without caring about her reputation. Yi Ranyan didn't chase after her either. Both of them were Sunyu realm experts, and Yi Ranyan had an absolute advantage over her. Call out. Her fingertip, Yi Ranyan unleashed a powerful sword intent imbued with the power of space and time, which shot towards Fong Yura. Well, the sword intent, radiating a terrifying aura, pierced directly through Fong Yura's heart as she fled in panic from behind. Bright red blood spurted out. Fong Yura's face showed utter horror, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. She looked down helplessly at the bloody hole in her chest, trembling as she tried to cover it with her hands, but it was too late. Final. Bang. With a loud bang, Fong Yura's body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the room fell silent. Fong Yura is dead. Yi Ranyan really killed her. The other students from the Eastern Dragon Empire were all stunned by this scene. Suddenly, they remembered that Shun Songlang, the young prince of the 100 Beast dynasty, had once commented that Yi Ranyan was a girl who was clean and efficient at killing. At the time, Yi Yulan also said that the other party had ruined his cousin's reputation. They all thought Shin Songling was talking nonsense. But it wasn't until this moment, when everyone witnessed Yi Ranyan killing Fong Yura, that they realized that Shin Songling hadn't exaggerated. Everything he said was true. Yi Ranyan was quite efficient at killing people. Yi Ranyan, you're asking for death. Upon seeing this, the Fong family's guest elder roared fiercely but was actually weak inside, and then dared not linger in the fight, fleeing immediately. Yi Ranyan's Suimu realm cultivation. She couldn't hold back a mere Timu realm cultivator. However, Yi Ranyan guessed that if the Fong family were to investigate the murder of Fong Yura in front of that person, the guest elder would also bear responsibility for failing to protect her properly. If the other party was smart enough, he should have fled far away and never returned to the Fong family. Only, Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. She had noticed a problem before. Fong Yura clearly had 2 guardian elders. Why just that one tonight? What about the other one? She was somewhat concerned about the whereabouts of the other guest elder, but now, there was no way to find out. Let's tidy this up. After a brief silence, Elderly from the Imperial Academy broke the silence and instructed everyone to quickly collect the bodies of Zhu Yi and Fong Yura. What do you plan to do next? Elderly asked Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan asked him. I remember that the people the Academy sent to protect everyone included an elder and a mentor. Elderly nodded, then called out another instructor who was hiding in the shadows. The other students remained silent as they watched this scene unfold. However, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They were all students at the Imperial Capital Academy, just like Yi Ranyan, But look at how successful Yi Ranyan was, and look at them. It's a world of difference. No wonder everyone says that Yi Ranyan is someone personally valued by Dean Su-Qingshan. Now it seems that Yi Ranyan is indeed highly valued by the Academy. Moreover, she also knows many things that they don't. After the room was almost tidied up, Yi Ranyan invited everyone to sit down before speaking. I believe that after what happened before, everyone knows that it was not Feng Yura's idea to attack us. She could not possibly produce those poisons on her own. She was just being used. The real mastermind behind it all is probably Crown Prince Danrong of Danding Kingdom. Everyone nodded in agreement. This could be inferred from Feng Yura's previous attitude. Yi Ranyan continued. The news of Feng Yura's failure may soon reach Crown Prince Danrong. In order to prevent Crown Prince Danrong from taking further action, I suggest that everyone go back and pack their bags and prepare to leave. Yi Yulan was the team leader, but he listened silently to what Yi Ranyan was saying. Elder Li and the other mentor had no objections. The three people who were most qualified to object did not object, and the other students had no objections either. All right, we'll do it your way. Elder Li gave his approval to Yi Ranyan's decision. Elder Li, I hope that you and this mentor will protect everyone along the way. Elder Li found her words a bit odd. What did she mean by protecting everyone? What about you? Aren't you coming with us? As soon as Elder Li said this, Yi Yulan suddenly looked up at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan's red lips curled slightly, and a dangerous smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Me? Of course I'm going to settle accounts with Danrong. He will eventually pay the price for using Feng Yura to attack us. But, no. The crowd instantly became excited, for this was the territory of the Danding Kingdom. Crown Prince Danrong is the future ruler of Danding Kingdom. Not to mention how many experts he has around him. It seems that their Danding Kingdom also has a lot of poison. Yi Ranyan, a young girl at the Sumyu realm, do all by herself? That's right. Yi Yulan also said, Cousin Ranyan, if you really want to do something, we can do it with you, but no matter what, I will not let you take risks alone. I can move around better on my own. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yulan with a fixed gaze. Cousin, I have Fenger. I can tell you the truth. Fenger has the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock and possesses the spatial power unique to the Golden Winged Rock clan. It can help me go anywhere I want to go. However, if you are with me, even Fenger cannot come and go freely. She was actually lying. The Golden Winged Rock clan is indeed skilled in spatial power, but Fenger is only a fledgling and cannot tear through the void or teleport instantly. Chapter 156, Is Yi Ranyan dead? However, apart from Yi Ranyan herself, no one knows Fenger's abilities. Even if Yi Ranyan is lying, no one will know. No, we can't abandon the Academy's disciples, Elder Li insisted. Besides, you are such a prodigy. Your existence is important to both the Imperial Academy and the Eastern Dragon Empire. I cannot allow you to suffer any mishap. Elder Li wanted to reason with them and appeal to their emotions. Yi Yulan also said, Yes, cousin, think about it. If something were to happen to you, I would have to atone with my death. How heartbroken would my family members in the Duke's mansion be then? Yi Ranyan possesses the Emperor's Soul Bell, which can create illusions, and the Emperor's Space, which she can hide in when in danger. In addition, she has rich experience from her previous life as a mercenary. It can be said that no one in Danding Kingdom could kill her. However, she cannot easily reveal or tell others about the Emperor's Soul Bell, the Emperor's Space, or her experiences from her previous life. So, having no other choice, Yi Ranyan had to resort to the old method. She took out the token that she had previously used to persuade Elder Li not to interfere in Feng Yura's affairs. You, Elder Li said helplessly. If the dean knew that you were using his token like this, he would definitely regret giving it to you. What's this? Actually, Yi Yulan and the other students from Donglong had wanted to ask this question earlier. What exactly is this token? Why did it intimidate Elder Li as soon as it was brought out? Yi Ranyan glanced at Yi Yulan and said, This is the dean's order. A dean's order? Everyone was bewildered. Elder Li sighed and explained to everyone. The dean's order is as good as the dean's personal presence. Within the Imperial Capital Academy, no one may disobey the dean's order. Everyone knows that Imperial Capital Academy was founded by Dean Su-Qingshan, and Su-Qingshan's status in Imperial Capital Academy is self-evident. But now, Yi Ranyan actually has the dean's order in her hands, as if the dean himself were here. So, with the dean's order in hand, her words were as if they were the dean's command. No wonder Elder Li had no choice but to obey her orders. How do you have something like a dean's order? Yi Yulan found it somewhat unbelievable and hard to understand. This was given to me by the dean before I left, just in case. Yi Ranyan had no choice but to say, "Why didn't you take it out sooner?" "Third cousin." Yi Ranyan looked at him reassuringly. "Because you have always done a good job as the team leader, so I don't need to bring out the dean's order. However, the matter between Feng Yura and Crown Prince Danrong is of great importance, so I have no choice but to take this measure." Elder Li and his accompanying mentor were both somewhat helpless. "Since you have presented the dean's order, we naturally cannot say a word against it. We believe the dean trusts your abilities, which is why he gave you the order. In that case, we will leave as agreed. However, we will wait for you in the Spirit Beast Forest. Remember, come find us after you have finished your business." Elder Li had already agreed. Although Yi Yulan was very worried about Yi Ranyan, he knew that Yi Ranyan was right. With his abilities, going there would only be a hindrance to Yi Ranyan. He patted Yi Ranyan's shoulder hard and said, "Cousin, I'm waiting for you. You must come back safely." In Yi Ranyan's heart, and she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't make you atone with your death." Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan couldn't help but smile. Next, everyone quickly packed their things, and, before Crown Prince Danrong could react, rushed to the Spirit Beast Station on the 5th floor of the Dan Tower to rent Spirit Beasts overnight and head to the Spirit Beast Forest. Yi Ranyan watched everyone leave. He leisurely tidied up his belongings, then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. As dawn approached, she consumed a disguise pill she had concocted herself, transforming into another person and patiently taking on a new identity to live in the 100 Herbs Pavilion. She counted the days, knowing that the journey from Dan Tower to the Spirit Beast Forest would take 6 days. She planned to wait until Yi Yulan and the others were safe in the Spirit Beast Forest before making her move. Donglong's group left. "Where's Feng Yura?" "Don't know? How could we not know? How did you keep watch on us?" Crown Prince Danrong was furious upon learning of the departure of the Donglong group. "Where is Yi Ranyan? Go investigate immediately." 2 days later, Crown Prince Danrong received a report from his scouts. The group of students from the Eastern Dragon capital did indeed leave, but Feng Yura was not there, nor was Yi Ranyan. In addition, a person named Zhu Yi was also missing. Crown Prince Danrong pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "Excellent, truly excellent." He guessed that Feng Yura must have succeeded in killing Yi Ranyan, which is why she was ostracized by the others from Donglong and had to leave with the guest elder. The other missing student can also be easily explained. Feng Yura poisoned him with another drug. However, he was a little disappointed that Feng Yura, that coward, only poisoned one person. He thought that at least half of the group would die. "Withdraw everyone. Those Donglong people don't need to follow anymore." "Yes." Crown Prince Danrong pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait, go and spread the word that Elder Yi Ranyan, the genius alchemist of the Eastern Dragon Empire, from Medicine King Valley, is dead. Let everyone rest assured." Crown Prince Danrong's voice carried an undisguised smile. The servants quickly relayed the message. Soon, rumors spread throughout Danding Kingdom that Yi Ranyan was dead. A few days later, Yi Ranyan calculated that Yi Yulan and the others had arrived at the Spirit Beast Forest and left the Danding Kingdom's territory. She then changed back into her original appearance, wearing a long black dress that made her skin appear even whiter, and she looked almost eerily beautiful. A dark and windy night is the perfect time to commit murder. On the tower, even the night market was becoming increasingly deserted, and the guards on the 8th and 9th floors were even fewer. A slender, black figure, like a phantom, flew towards the 8th floor with extremely strange movements. "Huh? Who?" The guard on the 8th floor only had time to utter a question. Uft. Warm blood splattered onto their faces, and then, with their eyes wide open in shock, they fell straight down. Then, that figure, like a demon of the night, a vengeful ghost, moved like lightning among the tower guards. Every time she made a move, she never missed, and every action took a life. Soon, a strong smell of blood filled the air, but the stunningly beautiful woman in the long black dress, with her bewitching beauty, was not stained with a single drop of blood. Enemy attack. Someone has broken into the tower. Finally, more guards reacted, screaming and firing signal flares. Seeing this, Yi Ranyan, dressed in a black dress, slightly curled her red lips, and finally revealed the first smile of the evening on her delicate and flawless face. Chapter 157. Emptying the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. These idiots finally learned to call for help. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes and brows revealed a hint of fierceness and arrogant confidence. She possesses the Emperor's Soul Bell, which can create illusions for these people, allowing them to arrive and leave silently, but she chooses not to. She created all this commotion in order to lure Crown Prince Danrong here. Otherwise, although Crown Prince Danrong could be killed in the Danding Kingdom's palace, it would still be more troublesome. Now that the guards have already launched the signal flares, they are no longer of any use. Yi Ranyan's eyes turned cold, and her whole body was filled with murderous intent. She showed no mercy and, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, reaped the lives of the remaining guards. In her previous life, to become the #1 mercenary, night goddess, she was never a soft-hearted or kind person. Her kindness was limited to the principle of, I will not offend others unless they offend me. Her soft heart only extends to her relatives and friends. As for others, she could kill without mercy, like slaughtering a chicken. If these people really want to blame someone, they should blame themselves for being born in the Danding Kingdom and for being subordinates of Crown Prince Danrong. Yi Ranyan didn't hesitate to flash away and leap towards the 9th floor. How could killing just a few guards possibly appease her anger? The fact that Crown Prince Danrong would target her suggests that it wasn't just his idea. The Danding Kingdom and the Eastern Dragon Empire are neighboring countries, and both countries maintain a delicate balance with the Sword Dynasty and the 100 Beasts Dynasty. Now, however, a prodigious talent named Yi Ranyan has suddenly emerged in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Her arrival disrupted this balance. If they were more tolerant, it would be fine, but for a country like Danding Kingdom, her presence would probably make them restless and unable to eat or sleep. Previously, Crown Prince Danrong had lost face in front of the people of Danding Kingdom, and afterwards, some people in Danding Kingdom became dissatisfied with Crown Prince Danrong. Yi Ranyan guessed that Crown Prince Danrong might have targeted her to take her head as a pledge of allegiance to those who were dissatisfied with him. A few days ago, after news of Crown Prince Danrong's death spread, no one in the entire Danding Kingdom spoke ill of Crown Prince Danrong. There are rumors circulating in private that Crown Prince Danrong killed Yi Ranyan. As her thoughts raced, Yi Ranyan had already reached the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. She was going to wait for Crown Prince Danrong here. Before Crown Prince Danrong arrived? Sorry, she took all the treasures from the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. Consider it interest. The Danding Kingdom will always pay the price for its actions against her. The 9th floor has a powerful barrier, making it difficult for ordinary people to even get an inch inside. On the night of the banquet hosted by Crown Prince Danrong, Shun Xinhai, the young prince of the 100 Beasts Dynasty, flew in with his white feather eagle, which was the white feather eagle's innate ability. If Yi Ranyan wants to enter, she can only do so by breaking the barrier. Yi Ranyan tried, but the person who set up the barrier was too powerful, and she couldn't forcibly break it now, so she had to think of another way. Soon, Yi Ranyan then mobilized her spiritual power to cover the barrier. The barrier is not without its flaws. In certain places, it is particularly weak, and that is the barrier's weakness. After finding the weakness, Yi Ranyan took out a long sword from the Emperor's space. In an instant, he unleashed the full power of his sword intent to its peak. The first form of the Empress's sword drawing stance. Clang. A resounding clang echoed through the heavens and earth, followed by a gleaming silver sword light that shot out from the opening of the scabbard, aiming directly at the weakest point of the 9th level barrier of the Pill Tower. The next moment, sizzle. Weakest point of the barrier was destroyed as easily as paper when it encountered the divine level martial skill Empress's sword. At the same time, the entire Pill Tower trembled for a moment, startling many people on it. Everyone held their breath and carefully observed their surroundings. Only after finding nothing amiss did they return to their own tasks. At this moment, they were completely unaware that the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, which they cherished as a treasure, had already been invaded. The barrier set up by the martial emperor on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower is nothing more than this. Yi Ranyan sheathed her sword and, amidst the fluttering black dress, stepped into the 9th level of the Pill Tower. The 9th floor of the Pill Tower, which is treasured by the Danding Kingdom, truly lives up to its reputation. Within its vast space, there are many treasure cabinets. Each compartment of the multi-compartment displays treasures. It contains materials for various alchemy, weapon crafting, array formations, and talisman drawing, as well as alchemy cauldrons, spiritual artifacts, runes, array diagrams, and the like. Among them, the most numerous were, of course, porcelain bottles containing elixirs and pills. The porcelain bottles were sealed, and Yi Ranyan couldn't smell the scent of the pills. However, just by looking at the runes on the bottles, she knew that what was inside was definitely not simple. Very good, not bad. Yi Ranyan didn't look closely. She glanced at them, and then used her spiritual power to sweep those treasures into the Emperor's space. None of them are low-quality items. so let's take them all. The Emperor's space is extremely vast. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is boundless. However, Xiao Dingdang was still startled when Yi Ranyan suddenly brought such a thing in. Master, these things are barely acceptable. Where did you get them? No matter where they came from, they are all ours now. You should sort and organize them. Okay. Dingdang got busy in the Emperor's space. The 9th floor of the Dan Tower was not small. Yi Ranyan was able to move things much faster. Before long, she had emptied the entire 9th floor of the Pill Tower. At this time, Crown Prince Danrong had not yet arrived. Yi Ranyan was not in a hurry. She leaped out of the 9th floor and stepped onto the top of the Dan Tower. On the roof, she sat down leisurely, one hand on her knee and the other holding her sword. She waited for the arrival of Crown Prince Danrong with a relaxed posture and a leisurely attitude. On the other side, Crown Prince Danrong had already gone to sleep. From Danta, a bodyguard immediately rushed into the house to report, "Your Highness, Danta is under attack." Brush. The Crown Prince Danrong, who was fast asleep just moments before, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze completely devoid of any sleepiness. Has someone launched a sneak attack on the Dan Tower? Yes, the commander of the 8th floor has already sent out a signal flare. Perhaps the 8th floor has already fallen. Crown Prince Danrong hurriedly dressed. Let's go, take the Danway with us, and charge towards Dan Tower together. He is the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom. Although he does not have the same level of authority as a monarch, he has full control over the affairs of the Dan Tower. If something happens to Danta, he will be held responsible. However, he was not in a hurry. Others might not know, but he, as the person in charge of the Pill Tower, knew very well that the barrier on the 9th floor was set up by a martial emperor. The martial emperor is a legendary figure throughout the entire eastern region. There are no martial emperor-level experts in the 4 surrounding countries. In other words, no one in these countries can break through the barrier of the 9th level. Of course, that little beast from the 100 Beast dynasty was an exception a few days ago. But the white-feathered eagle could only cross the barrier on its own. It couldn't bring anyone else through it, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. However, no matter who tries to break into the tower tonight, he will make sure they never return. Chapter 158. What a pity for such a beauty. From the 8th floor of the Dan Tower, King Lai Dan of the Danding Kingdom also noticed it in the royal palace of the Danding Kingdom. A subordinate asked for instructions on how to handle this matter. His dignified face remained calm as he said, "With Dan Rong here, he will handle the matter of the Dan Tower properly." After all, Crown Prince Danrong was his most outstanding child. Yi Ranyan sat idly at the top of the Dan Tower, waiting. Her black dress meandered across the rubble atop the Tower of Danta. Because she was so bored while waiting, she closed her beautiful eyes slightly, pretending to doze off, and tapped her knees rhythmically with her fingers. A gentle night breeze blew by, lifting her black skirt and her long, dark hair, and carrying with it a faint smell of blood. That smell was coming from the 8th floor. In her previous life, Yi Ranyan was very familiar with this smell. In this life, perhaps because she had used it less often, she found it somewhat unfamiliar. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed that the skill of killing could deteriorate if one neglected to practice. As she was thinking, a chilling atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Yi Ranyan raised her long eyebrows slightly and suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, which were shimmering and sparkling. They've arrived. She slowly stood up, her black dress and black hair fluttering in the night wind. The blackness, along with the darkness of the night, made her snow-white skin appear like a radiant jade beauty, breathtakingly beautiful. When Crown Prince Danrong first went up the tower, he wasn't very nervous. When he reached the 8th floor and saw the scene of blood flowing like a river, his expression instantly turned serious. He's a master. Meanwhile, on the way here, he kept thinking about who exactly launched the sneak attack on Dan Tower. After much thought, all he could think of were his brothers who had opposed his rise to power. Danta guards lying on the ground, he changed his mind. If it were his brother, then the other party wouldn't dare to go on such a killing spree in the Dan Tower. So who exactly is it? Crown Prince Danrong walked with a steady gait and a solemn expression, proceeding step by step from the 8th to the 9th floor. However, all his calm and composure crumbled after he saw the barrier on the 9th level destroyed. His handsome face contorted slightly, revealing a shocked and incredulous expression. The barrier on the 9th floor has actually been broken. A barrier set up by a martial emperor at a great cost by his ancestors. In theory, no one in the 4 countries should have the ability to break this barrier. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The guards who came with Dan Rong all looked warily into the 9th floor. Be careful, the thief might be inside. Crown Prince Danrong looked at the now useless barrier and knew that the treasures on the 9th floor were definitely lost. But at this moment, he felt no anger at the intrusion and destruction of the 9th floor. Instead, he felt a slight chill. A sense of unease, so intense it made one's soul tremble with fear, welled up inside. Almost instinctively, he took a step back. Then, he turned around and tried to escape from the 9th floor. The opponent is a master who can even break through the barrier of a martial emperor. How could he possibly deal with him? If he goes in now, isn't that just courting death? At that moment, Danrong felt a fear of death he had never experienced before. He moved with lightning speed, about to leave. At that very moment, trying to leave, a melodious and somewhat familiar voice suddenly drifted down from above. The sound froze Crown Prince Danrong in place, unable to move. That sound. Crown Prince Danrong's expression changed drastically. He looked up abruptly and saw a slender, graceful, and incomparably beautiful figure standing atop the Dan Tower, bathed in moonlight. Her skin was as white as snow, her hair black and her dress black. She exuded a chilling and eerie aura, with a strong killing intent, like a bewitching enchantress who could easily steal people's minds and lives. Crown Prince Danrong was momentarily stunned by the beauty. After regaining his composure, he steadied himself. Staring intently at that flawless, radiant face, he exclaimed, "You are, Yi Ranyan? How is that possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Do you think I'm a human or a ghost?" Crown Prince Danrong had read Yi Ranyan's information and knew that she was only at the Sunyu realm. He, however, was a heavenly martial realm cultivator, a whole realm higher than the profound martial realm. "Are you alone here? Did you break the barrier on the 9th floor? Who else do you want?" Yi Ranyan stood at the top of the tower. The night wind blew, and the crimson bells on her ankles jingled. Her expression was cold and leisurely. Although she was full of killing intent, she was not impatient at all. He even had the mood to chat with Crown Prince Danrong. "I'm all alone here. Besides me, who else could break your barrier? Is it really you?" A hint of shock flashed across Crown Prince Danrong's eyes. Then he frowned and pondered in his heart. With Yi Ranyan's cultivation level, it would be impossible for her to break through the barrier of the 9th layer of the Pill Tower. She must have used some unorthodox methods to break through the barrier, or borrow other magical treasures or artifacts. Thinking this, a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. If Yi Ranyan is killed, then wouldn't all the spiritual treasures and artifacts on Yi Ranyan's body be his? Whether you are human or ghost, if you dare to offend my Pill Tower today, you will surely die. Hearing his harsh words, Yi Ranyan showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, a slight smile appeared on her fair and delicate face. She raised an eyebrow and retorted to Crown Prince Danrong. "Did you give Feng Yura the poison? And you taught her the wicked scheme to poison her classmate, didn't you?" As she spoke, her clothes fluttered, and she leaped down. The black dress stood out flamboyantly in the deep night. Although it was breathtakingly beautiful, Crown Prince Danrong felt a sense of foreboding. He knew that since Yi Ranyan had come to his door, something must have happened to Feng Yura. Therefore, he disdained to continue lying and raised his chin, saying arrogantly, "That's right, it's me." "Very good." Yi Ranyan's earlier question was merely to confirm her suspicions. Now that it's certain he's the culprit, there's no need to be polite anymore. "Crown Prince Danrong, when you used Feng Yura to attack us, did you ever consider what the price would be if you failed?" As she spoke, she swept her slender wrist across the ground, and a long sword appeared in her hand, with a faint spiritual energy and sword intent swirling around its blade. Crown Prince Danrong raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing this. "You can actually use a sword?" Perhaps it was the righteousness of the sword that influenced her temperament, making her appear somewhat heroic and dashing at this moment. At this moment, even Crown Prince Danrong had to admit that Yi Ranyan was indeed an outstanding woman. Not only was she stunningly beautiful and unparalleled in alchemy, but she was also skilled in swordsmanship. If she were not from the Eastern Dragon Empire, perhaps he would have been willing to marry her as his crown princess. But fate is cruel. It's a pity such a beauty. He hardened his heart and said coldly, "However, it's a pity. Even if you are a sword cultivator, it's useless." Chapter 159. You're talking too much nonsense. Crown Prince Danrong believed that with his heavenly martial realm cultivation, he could absolutely crush Yi Ranyan. His brows radiated a strong sense of confidence and superiority as he spoke slowly and condescendingly to Yi Ranyan. "I have seen your file. You, a mere Sunyu realm cultivator, dare to run wild in my Danding kingdom. I think you are the one who should pay the price for your recklessness." "Is that so?" Yi Ranyan's hand, which was holding the sword, moved slowly. With a clang, the divine sword was drawn. After the sword, drawing stance, Yi Ranyan used the first move of the Empress sword for the first time, the heaven-shaking strike. Everything happened incredibly fast. The gleaming sword intent, like bursts of light, instantly formed a stunning, illusory giant sword. With a casual slash, Yi Ranyan unleashed the terrifying, illusory giant sword, which slashed down from above, directly striking the Pill Tower. The indestructible Pill Tower, known as the supreme treasure of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom, was destroyed by such a powerful sword strike. With a crack, it split open like a sandcastle that had been overturned, and then collapsed in all directions. In an instant, the entire Dan Tower, countless people felt the threat of death, screaming in terror as they desperately fled the tower after realizing what was happening. Some people were even asleep when they were awakened by the deafening noise and fled, without even having time to put on their clothes. You talk too much nonsense. Yi Ranyan's sword strike not only slashed the Pill Tower, but also crowned Prince Danrong. This sword strike is a divine-level sword technique. Even Yi Ranyan would have to use all her spiritual power to unleash it. Using all his strength, he unleashed this sword strike. It was so fast, so stunning, that even time itself seemed unable to catch up with it. Therefore, Crown Prince Danrong only saw Yi Ranyan move, and then his body was cut in two from the very middle. Strands of bright red blood spread across his bright yellow robes, from his brow, to the bridge of his nose, to his lips, to his neck, and all over his body. By the time he felt the pain and realized what had happened, all he had left was to reveal utter despair and terror in his two eyes, which had been severed in two. Then, bright red blood spurted out. His body was split in two, like two lumps of dead flesh, and slammed heavily onto the ground. Crown Prince Danrong never understood why until his death. Why would a powerful expert at the heavenly martial realm be instantly killed by someone at the profound martial realm? Yi Ranyan gazed indifferently at the corpse of Crown Prince Danrong. Lots of boasting, but unfortunately, too weak. She didn't even use the Emperor's Soul Bell, nor did she use any of her other movement techniques or defensive skills. With just one move, the first strike of the Empress' sword instantly killed him. However, divine-level swordsmanship is indeed powerful. Yi Ranyan was quite satisfied with the result of the sword test. She plans to look back and see if there are any suitable divine-level martial arts techniques available, and then arrange them for her family members as well, so that they can have more self-defense capabilities. Yi Ranyan sheathed her long sword without hesitation and leaped down from the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. As she fell into the air, a bird's cry pierced the sky. Fenger, who had recovered and whose cultivation had even improved, transformed into a golden-winged roc and flew over. Although she was still a child and did not have the towering physique of her people, she was still extremely large and awe-inspiring. She swooped down and caught Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan stepped onto Fenger's back, her long, dark hair and black dress fluttering in the wind. She pointed freely in the direction of the Spirit Beast Forest and gave Fenger the order. Fenger, go to the Spirit Beast Forest Inn and catch up with everyone. Fenger was Yi Ranyan's contracted beast and was in perfect harmony with her. Almost instantly, it understood her meaning, let out a long cry, flapped its wings, and carried Yi Ranyan on its back, shooting off into the distance like an arrow released from a bow. Behind them, the entire Pill Tower was still in turmoil because of Yi Ranyan's previous sword strike, and even a riot broke out. At Dan Tower alarmed the entire Danding Kingdom. Almost the instant the Pill Tower cracked, countless powerful figures noticed and quickly flew towards it, eager to see what had happened. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Danding Kingdom, a eunuch, his face pale and trembling, reported to King Danley of Danding Kingdom, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Crown Prince's life tablet is broken." In some large cultivation families, or among royal families, some elders will make life tablets for the promising younger members of the clan. The life tablet is connected to the spirit. The life tablet is cracked, indicating serious injury to the person. If the life tablet is broken, the person dies. Crown Prince Danrong is also the most outstanding genius in Danding Kingdom. He is the most valued son of King Danley. King Danley, and even the entire Danding Kingdom, have high expectations for this crown prince. Although he made a fool of himself during the recruitment assessment at Medicine King Valley, King Danley didn't care. He preferred Crown Prince Danrong to go to the Holy Land rather than Medicine King Valley. He placed high hopes on Crown Prince Danjung. However, now, before the Holy Land's enrollment even began, Crown Prince Danrong, on whom King Danley had placed high hopes, had already perished. Outrageous. Who is it? Who dares to be so bold as to kill the crown prince in my Danding kingdom? He knew, of course, that this was related to the Danta affair. It must have been the person who broke into the Dan Tower at night who murdered Crown Prince Danrong. Now that Danrong is dead, what about the treasures inside the Pill Tower? King Danley could finish his thought. Another person crawled up in a panic, saying, Your Majesty, the Dan Tower has collapsed. The Pill Tower has fallen. The Pill Tower was actually a spiritual artifact that had stood in the Pill Cauldron Kingdom for many years, almost a symbol of the kingdom. King Danley had even relied on it to gather spiritual energy for cultivation, but now, the Pill Tower had collapsed. This means that the magical artifact has been damaged. The entire Pill Tower is in this state, not to mention the treasures on the 9th floor, which are definitely gone. In an instant, King Danley could no longer maintain his kingly demeanor. He trembled with rage. The loss of the 9th level treasure and the destruction of the Dan Tower dealt him a greater blow than the death of Crown Prince Danrong. Old Grey, Old Dark, he roared furiously, go. Mobilize all the blood pill guards. You must bring that man back to me. Anyone who dares to touch my things, I will skin him alive, tear him apart, and grind his bones to dust. Yes. In the shadows, a pool of black liquid and a gray shadow wriggled away from the main hall of the Danding King's palace. Fenger is a member of the Golden-Winged Rock clan and possesses the talent to travel through space. Even though it is currently limited by its age and cultivation level, its flight speed is still much faster than other spirit beasts. In just one day and one night, it had already covered a distance that other spirit beasts could only travel in 6 days and 6 nights. By evening, they had reached the edge of the spirit beast forest and were about to catch up with Yi Yulan and the others. At night, Yi Ranyan replenished all the spiritual energy she had previously consumed. Moreover, due to her use of the divine level sword technique, her spiritual energy and cultivation level had both reached a new level. Chapter 160, Truly a Prodigy. The evening breeze rustled the leaves in the spirit beast forest. Yi Ranyan made the golden-winged rock's wind smaller and began to travel by herself using her movement techniques. This time, Yi Yulan also brought her Azure Phoenix with her. The wind and the Azure Phoenix have their own way of communicating. With the Azure Phoenix, Fenger roughly knew the location of Yi Yulan and the others. She hovered in midair, flapping her shrunken wings to guide Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan was still wearing the same black gauze dress as before. Her skin was as white as snow, and her face was stunningly beautiful. Like a forest elf, she moved through the forest. In the Spirit Beast Forest, at the branch of the Spirit Beast Station of the Danding Kingdom, Yi Yulan and the others arrived only one day earlier than Yi Ranyan. From the moment they left Danta, they had been worried about Yi Ranyan. After arriving, they waited for a day and a night, but still hadn't seen Yi Ranyan, so they couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi Ranyan would make her move immediately after they left, and would catch up with them to leave together. Unexpectedly, even after 7 days apart, Yi Ranyan still hasn't caught up. This led everyone to wonder if something had happened to her. Everyone was getting restless. Yi Yulan, in particular, was anxious and wished she could rush back to help Yi Ranyan. Elderly also deeply regretted his decision to let Yi Ranyan act alone in Danding Kingdom. Yi Ranyan's talent in cultivation, swordsmanship, alchemy, any one of them is top-notch. Anyone with just one of these talents would be a renowned prodigy. Moreover, she possesses all those talents at the same time. What a monster this is. If it grows up, it will be a tremendous boon to the Eastern Dragon Empire. But if something were to happen to Yi Ranyan this time, she would lose everything. He could never forgive himself. The other students from Donglong were also worried, and in their hearts, their hatred for Feng Yura intensified. If she hadn't betrayed us and collaborated with outsiders, harming our own people, why would Miss Ranyan have to go through all this? Oh, I hope nothing bad happens to Miss Yi Ranyan. Along the way, they also kept an eye out for news coming from Danta. Unfortunately, this is only the border of the Danding Kingdom, and news from the capital cannot reach here in time. Just when everyone was sighing and filled with worry. Huh? Why aren't you eating dinner? Are you waiting for me? Suddenly, a melodious and familiar voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Yulan's eyes lit up instantly. Cousin, everyone realized what was happening, and their faces lit up with joy as they looked towards the window of their room. There they saw a beautiful and elegant young woman, dressed in a long black gauze dress, with skin as white as snow, and an exquisitely beautiful face, leaning against the window and watching them with a smile. It was the first time everyone had seen Yi Ranyan in a black dress, and they couldn't help but be stunned and stood there in amazement. At that moment, many people heard their hearts pounding. At the same time, the word monster involuntarily popped into my mind. He's a monster. She was already beautiful enough on a normal day, but this black dress made her skin look even more radiant and translucent, making her look like a glowing jade beauty, even more stunning and incomparably gorgeous. While everyone was amazed, they couldn't help but wonder to themselves how someone could have such a naturally blessed appearance. Most women can only pull off one style of clothing that suits them. But Yi Ranyan is different. She can handle all styles. Everyone had seen her in white clothes and a white skirt. She was simply ethereal and graceful. I have seen her graceful figure in blue, like a rare orchid in a secluded valley. And then there's the red dress she wears most often, both alluring and glamorous. Now, dressed in a black dress, she exudes a different kind of charm, as if she has gained an indescribable allure. Yi Yulan was the first to react. Yi Ranyan up and down with concern. Yunyan, are you all right? Yi Ranyan jumped down from the window and laughed. What could possibly be wrong with me? Seeing that everyone was still staring at her with concern, she felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. All right, you all saw it. I'm perfectly fine, not even a scratch. I swear, I didn't even lose a single hair. After all, that Crown Prince Danrong was too weak. He didn't even touch the hem of my skirt before he was gone. Really? Upon hearing this, the other students of Donglong Imperial Academy couldn't help but show expressions of admiration, envy, and curiosity. Yi Ranyan glanced at them and sat down at the table. Of course it's true. You don't know, I not only beheaded Crown Prince Danrong, but I also cleaved the Dan Tower in two. Really? What happened? Tell us about it. Yi Ranyan laughed and said, Go order another set of chopsticks and bowls. Let's eat and talk. Okay, let's talk while we eat. With Yi Ranyan's return, everyone relaxed and became incredibly at ease, with relaxed smiles on their faces. At this moment, they all felt as if they had found their pillar of support, and the atmosphere in the room was no longer tense, but relaxed and joyful. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very much. Yi Ranyan briefly recounted how she had spent 6 days lying in wait in the Pill Tower, then single-handedly stormed the 9th floor, and finally lured out and killed the Crown Prince of Danrong. She then shared some of her experiences on the way back and some combat insights. For a moment, everyone was chatting enthusiastically, and the whole room was filled with lively conversation. The crowd dispersed late at night. Before dispersing, Elderly said to everyone, Get a good rest tonight, and continue your journey tomorrow, striving to return to Donglong as soon as possible. After all, this place still belongs to the Danding Kingdom. Being on someone else's territory is never as comfortable as being on your own. Everyone readily agreed. Yi Ranyan and Yi Yulan stayed behind and didn't leave. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement. After all, Yi Yulan was their nominal leader, and Yi Ranyan was someone who possessed the Dean's order. Only they are qualified to have a private conversation with Elderly. After the young students had all left, Elderly turned to Yi Ranyan and asked, Are you hiding something from us? Yi Ranyan shook her head. No, but there is something I really want to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan immediately tensed up. He is now very afraid of Yi Ranyan's independent actions, which makes him very worried that something might happen to her. What's up? He asked with a tense expression. Yi Ranyan sighed silently and said, You can all leave together tomorrow. I won't go with you. What? Yi Yulan was shocked, and then immediately shouted, I object. Elderly nodded in agreement. I support Yi Yulan's decision. We regretted leaving you alone to deal with Crown Prince Danrong before. No matter what you want to do this time, we will not let you act alone again. Chapter 161. Growth. Everything comes from the heart. Their strong reaction, Yi Ranyan quickly reassured them. Don't worry, I didn't intend to do anything by myself. She explained, I just want to walk separately from you, with you in front and me behind, with you in the light and me in the shadows. Wouldn't it be better to go together? If we go together, we can protect you. Why do you have to do this? Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes as she slowly said, Think about it. I shattered their Pill Tower and killed their crown prince in the Danding Kingdom. They even emptied someone else's treasure trove, but Yi Ranyan didn't say that out loud. How could they not come after me? She countered by asking Yi Yulan and Elderly questions. The two quickly shook their heads, saying that it was absolutely impossible. If it were them, they would definitely want to tear the culprit to pieces. That's right. They will definitely come looking for me. Although I've handled it very cleanly and no one should know it was me. Just in case, what if they do find me? If they do, me being with you will only be a burden to each other. Dragging each other down? That's right. If I were alone, I could deal with anyone without fear of death. But with you all here, I'm more likely to have an accident while trying to protect you. At the same time, if I go with you, when they find me, they will find you too, and they will definitely think that you are my accomplices, which will implicate you. We were your accomplices all along, Yi Yulan said angrily. All right, cousin, don't worry. I don't really want to be separated from you. I'll still stay near you, but I'll hide in the shadows and wait for the right opportunity. Elderly, what do you think? Yi Ranyan asked Elderly. Elderly's feelings were very complicated at this moment. He had always thought that Yi Ranyan's talent was extraordinary and remarkable, but now he realized that Yi Ranyan's mental strength was in no way inferior to her talent. She was just a 16-year-old girl, but she was meticulous and thought things through in every aspect. When she confronted Crown Prince Danrong, it seemed like youthful exuberance, but in reality, she had her own considerations. Even now, she starts planning ahead even before things happen. Such a person, let alone being God's favorite, would be someone even he himself would want to pamper if he saw them. It's just a pity that such an outstanding person couldn't have been born into their family. Your considerations are all correct, and I can't refute you. Let's do it your way. Elderly, Yi Yulan stared in disbelief at the person who had previously vowed never to let Yi Ranyan act alone. She thought that this elder was too tasteless. How could an elder go back on his word in the blink of an eye? Third cousin, the minority should obey the majority, so you should listen to us. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yulan with a smile and said. Feeling isolated and helpless, Yi Yulan was both angry and frustrated, lamenting that her cultivation level was too low and she was too weak. If he were stronger, not to mention stronger than his cousin Yunyin, but just as strong, he would dare to say that he would stand with her through thick and thin. But he is not. He was far inferior to his cousin Yunyin, so he could only suppress his worry and resentment and watch helplessly as his cousin Yunyin took the risk herself. At this moment, Yi Yulan, who was always carefree, only loved alchemy, and was used to being protected by his older brother and being a lazy bum, suddenly felt a surge of impulse and longing deep in his heart towards Yi Yulan, who only practiced cultivation sporadically. It was an intense, frantic urge and desire to become stronger. He fell silent, and the boyish naivete slowly faded from his handsome face, replaced by a resolute look. It was as if he had grown up in an instant. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his eyes bloodshot, and said to Yi Ranyan, Yunyin, I agree to your suggestion, but you must also promise me that no matter what, you must take care of yourself. Nothing is more important than your safety. Yi Ranyan noticed his change. She was a little surprised and a little conflicted. Her third cousin, whom she wanted to protect, had finally grown up. He spoke so earnestly. She replied earnestly, Okay, I promise you. Third cousin, I will definitely go with you to return to the Eastern Dragon capital safely. A smile finally appeared on Yi Yulan's face. Elderly, who was standing to the side, took in all the changes and attitudes of the two men. After they reached an agreement, he couldn't help but show a smile of appreciation on his face. Indeed, Yi Ranyan is exceptionally talented and dazzling, almost overshadowing everyone else. But Yi Yulan, he truly deserves to be called a chosen one of heaven, born into the Duke of Protectorate. He is also a very outstanding junior. At this moment, he really envied the Duke of Huguo's mansion. It truly was a family full of heroes. The next day, when they set off, the other Donglong students noticed that Yi Ranyan was not there and couldn't help but ask her about it. Yi Yulan managed to fool him with some excuse. Others speculated that Yi Ranyan's disappearance was probably related to her secret conversation with Yi Yulan and Elderly last night. That's all. After renting a new spirit beast, the group headed towards the Eastern Dragon Empire. The flying spirit beast that Yi Yulan and the others rode on was a white crane. Yi Ranyan, having consumed the disguise pill, sat on Fenrir's back and followed the group at a leisurely pace. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. On this day, Yi Ranyan followed behind the group, just like the previous 2 days. Suddenly, 2 sinister and eerie auras suddenly locked onto her. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly, her mental energy surging intensely in her sea of consciousness. Then, the immense mental energy spread outwards like a tidal wave. However, all that could be seen where the spiritual power passed was the silhouette of trees in the spirit beast forest and strange, thick black liquid in small pits on the ground. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. Yi Ranyan has always trusted her intuition. Since she felt uncomfortable, something must be watching her. However, this thing seems a bit strange. Moreover, it is highly likely that they were sent by the royal family of Danding Kingdom. She had thought before that the royal family of Danding Kingdom, being so large, would not allow her to do as she pleased, but she wasn't afraid. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Her way is to do as she pleases, and to do everything according to her heart, no matter when or where. If a mere Danding Kingdom could frighten her and make her hesitate, then what kind of genius would she be, and why would she bother cultivating these spiritual powers? Becoming stronger is about doing what you want to do and refusing to do what you don't want to do, isn't it? Yi Ranyan perked up. She and Fenger were of one mind, and at the same time, she used her mental powers to tell Fenger to be careful of someone sneaking up on her from all around. At that very moment. Chapter 162. The baby beast eggs are making a move. A breeze blows, and the shadows of the trees sway gently. Yi Ranyan used her mental energy to lock onto the somewhat strange silhouettes of the trees in the spirit beast forest below. Just then, wah! A mournful sound of a flute echoed from the dense forest. A sharp pain came from Yi Ranyan's sea of consciousness. She quickly withdrew her mental energy, and a faint surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was a psychological attack? In the memories inherited from the Empress, she naturally knew what mental attacks were, but this was the first time she had actually encountered one. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes. This enemy is probably the most formidable opponent she has encountered since arriving in this world. It seems she needs to make some plans in advance. Really? As the mournful sound of the flute filled the air, Fenger's body began to sway precariously. She cried out in pain. Master, my head hurts so much, and my wings are so heavy. I can't fly anymore. Fenger, go down. Yi Ranyan commanded Fenger. After Fenger wobbled down into the spirit beast forest, she lightly touched the ground with her toes and landed on an ancient tree. At the same time, she sent Fenger back to the Emperor's space. Soon, all the spirit beasts flying in the sky over this area were affected by the strange flute music and were unable to fly, forced to fall one by one. Seeing this, Yi Ranyan suddenly realized, so, it's the Forbidden Flight song. This piece of music is specifically designed for flying spirit beasts. Under its melody, all spirit beasts are unable to fly in the air, hence the name, No Flying Song. Yi Ranyan was thinking, two sinister and mysterious auras suddenly locked onto her. So it was you, Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan's disguise pill has expired, and what she is showing to the public now is her true appearance. I never expected you to survive, and even commit such heinous acts. I truly don't know how someone as mere Sunyu realm cultivator could have done all that. They suspected that Yi Ranyan had accomplices, but based on the aura of Danta that they tracked down, only Yi Ranyan fit the criteria. Yi Ranyan deliberately stalled for time. How did you find me? A strange, long, narrow shadow blocked her way. Although you did it cleanly, some things in this world will leave a trace once they are done. Yi Ranyan, just come back with us. Yi Ranyan glanced at him, her expression growing increasingly serious. The opponent is a martial lord level expert. At the same time, another person shrouded in a strange black robe appeared behind Yi Ranyan and said in a hoarse voice, why waste so much time talking? Just grab her and take her back. This is also a martial ruler. Two martial lords are really giving her too much credit for dealing with a mere profound martial realm cultivator. There is a difference of two major realms between the martial lord and the profound martial realm. If an ordinary profound martial realm cultivator were here, they would probably have no chance of survival. But the one here is none other than Yi Ranyan. Is that so? Being intercepted by two martial lords, Yi Ranyan's exquisite and beautiful face showed a slight solemnity, but not much panic. She merely raised an eyebrow and said calmly, if you want to take me away, we'll have to see if you have the ability. As she spoke, she quickly retreated. The two men scoffed, you think you can escape? As he spoke, he was about to chase after them. However, just as they were about to give chase, they discovered. Damn it, you brat, what have you done? Why can't we move? Yi Ranyan stood on the branches of a tall tree in the distance, looking down at the two people. Her red lips curled slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Do you think I would tell you my trump card? She waved to the two of them. You two can enjoy your sunbathing here. I'll be going now. After saying that, she lightly touched the ground with her feet, and her slender figure, like a forest sprite, leaped forward. Hateful. That cunning, treacherous, and shameless brat. Yi Ranyan ignored those sounds. As soon as she realized that someone had targeted her, she quietly took some array flags from the Emperor's space. Taking advantage of the descending wind, He used his mental power to manipulate the array flags and plant them in the appropriate positions in advance. After that, she chose that place as her base in order to lure the snake out of its hole. Sure enough, after she landed, the two people who were chasing her also revealed their figures and positions, and were just trapped in the formation she had set up in advance. After she used the momentum to retreat, she immediately activated the formation, trapping the two of them inside. She set up a Shin-level formation, which would normally be more than enough to trap a martial lord. But in her haste today, she only set up the basic formation, which is just the outline of the formation. The details have not been filled in, and it has trapped two martial lords. She estimates that it won't be long before those two catch up with her. Wu Jun, he's really a bit of a nuisance. Moreover, the previous anti-flying melody affected the flying spirit beasts in the entire area, and it is estimated that Yi Yulan and others flying spirit beasts were among them. She wasn't afraid to face a martial arts master, even though their strengths were vastly different. What she feared was that those people might harm innocent people. If only I could just send my cousin and the others away. Then she would have no worries. Unfortunately, she would never reveal her Emperor's space unless absolutely necessary, so she couldn't bring them into it. Yi Ranyan was a little worried. Should she leave the spirit beast forest herself and lure the pursuers to another place? That won't work either. My cousin and I agreed that he would check on me every half hour. If they found that I was missing after half an hour, they would definitely come back to look for me. Owner, Yi Ranyan was worrying. Feng'er, who had been connected to her by mind when they returned to the Emperor's space, suddenly transmitted a message to her in her spiritual sea. The baby beast eggs seemed to be making a move. Yi Ranyan came to her senses and realized that two strands of mental energy in her sea of consciousness, which had been quiet until now, were starting to stir. Those two clumps of spirit were the two divine beast eggs she had initially contracted. It's been so long. Could it be that those two space beasts are finally about to hatch? Yi Ranyan disregarded everything else and entered the Emperor's space with a thought. Within the Emperor's space, rich spiritual energy flowed, and a faint lotus fragrance permeated the air. With a fair and delicate face, the exquisitely carved Ding-Dang transformed into a boy, while Feng'er became a cute little girl in a black dress. The two squatted together by the lotus pond, staring intently at the two beast eggs that were as big as two footballs. The lotus pond, which was usually crystal clear, was now emitting gurgling sounds near the space beast eggs. Yi Ranyan noticed that the two space beast eggs seemed to have absorbed a lot of the lotus pond's power. Speaking of which, these two little ones not only absorbed the power of the mysterious lotus pond, but also the power of her and Feng Juken. They are truly blessed by heaven. I wonder what they will look like after they hatch. Chapter 163. It can talk as soon as it hatches. Yi Ranyan gazed at the two spatial beast eggs swaying in the lotus pond, a faint look of anticipation appearing in her beautiful eyes. The two beast eggs seemed to sense Yi Ranyan's arrival and floated unsteadily in the spirit pool toward her. Yi Ranyan's heart stirred, and she stretched out her slender, white fingers to soothe the divine beast egg. The mythical beast egg sensed her presence and rubbed against her palm affectionately. At the same time, the little mythical beasts inside the eggshell tried even harder to break through the shell. Yi Ranyan, meanwhile, was stroking the divine beast egg while keeping an eye on the two clumps of spirit within her spiritual sea. Suddenly, the spiritual mass within the sea of consciousness stirred first. Suddenly, the previously quiet little ball of spirit began to contract violently, expand, and slowly grow larger. Yi Ranyan keenly noticed that as the two spiritual spheres grew larger, their spiritual power also increased rapidly. Gradually, it almost caught up with her mental strength. These two little rascals. Yi Ranyan quickly set up a mental defense in her mental sea of consciousness. This was her mental sea of consciousness, and also her brain. If anything went wrong, she would become an idiot. That's why I was thinking that. Boom, boom. With two loud bangs, two extremely active spiritual spheres exploded in Yi Ranyan's spiritual sea of consciousness. Yi Ranyan felt her mind go blank for a moment, as if her soul had wandered away from the heavens. Time seemed to pass in an instant, yet also like an eternity. Her thoughts finally began to run again. Yi Ranyan came to her senses. Her first thought was, thank goodness, she hadn't been stunned by those two little beast eggs. Her second reaction was seeing that her spiritual sea had expanded considerably, and even her spiritual power had become much more solid. Just now, the two divine beast eggs had casually exploded, yet her spiritual power had increased 4 or 5 times. Yi Ranyan was stunned. She even wanted to find those two little guys to blast them again. Exploding it will increase your mental strength 4 or 5 times. A surefire way to make a profit. Her mental strength was already very strong. Although her cultivation level was only at the Sunyu realm, her mental strength could crush the Tianyu realm and even contend with the martial lord. Now, with her mental strength increased 4 or 5 times, Yi Ranyan conservatively estimates that she could even contend with a martial emperor, let alone a martial lord or martial king. That's really perverted. Yi Ranyan herself couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Imagine this. A normal person would not take an opponent 3 or 4 major realms lower than themselves seriously. However, when they become careless, that opponent, who is 3 or 4 major realms lower than them, suddenly unleashes a mental force that is even stronger than their own. Who can withstand this? Moreover, Yi Ranyan's mental strength was already very powerful, and her control over mental strength was even more superb. Now that her strength has increased dramatically and her mental power has grown so much, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wants in the 4 kingdoms of the eastern region? At this moment, Yi Ranyan also thought of the 2 martial lords who had pursued her before. Now that she possesses mental strength comparable to a martial emperor, dealing with 2 martial lords would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Yi Ranyan was thinking. Boom, boom. Before him, the spiritual energy within the emperor's space surged violently, forming 2 enormous vortexes of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy near the vortexes was so thick that it could almost turn into liquid. Meanwhile, the water in the lotus pond was also swept up by the spiritual energy gusts, splashing Yi Ranyan, Xiao Dingdang, and Fenger all over. Little Dingdang was so angry that she cried loudly, saying that her 2 younger brothers were naughty. Yi Ranyan quickly erected a barrier around herself to block the surging spiritual energy and the water from the spirit pool. Afterwards, he breathed a sigh of relief and used a cleansing spell on himself. These 2 little things made quite a commotion when they hatched. If it's like this in the Emperor's space, then outside there would probably be thunder and lightning, strong winds, and even strange natural phenomena that would attract almost everyone. Now that we're inside the Emperor's space, it's better this way. Only Yi Ranyan and her contracted beast can see this commotion, so others won't covet the space beast. Suddenly, click. A crisp sound of an eggshell breaking rang out, and Yi Ranyan, Dingdang, and Fenger couldn't help but look over. Then I saw a small, white, fluffy head with round, fluffy ears, a pink nose, and a tender little mouth. It was so cute and cuddly. At that moment, the little head was trying its best to push its way out of the eggshell. At the same time, with a crack, another beast egg next to it was not to be outdone, and another furry head popped out of it. Before, this is a black, fluffy head. Except for the color, the 2 look exactly the same. They struggled to crawl out with their long, furry bodies, revealing their pink claws. Their eyes, round and watery like obsidian, were filled with longing as they looked towards the direction of the night's sound. They also made tender, humi sounds. The 2 little ones were both soft and cute, and their voices were incredibly tender. Yi Ranyan's heart almost melted when she heard them, but she hardened her heart and deliberately ignored them, because she knew that they could only become stronger by crawling out of their shells on their own. The night-stained sounds seemed to be conveyed to their consciousness through the spiritual power connected to them. The 2 little ones chirped softly again, and then began to struggle and climb out of the animal shell on their own. Dingdang and Fenger, who were standing to the side, watched with great tension. Dingdang even shouted encouragement to them. However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 little ones climbed out in just a few breaths without much effort. They stood up straight and chirped, cheep cheep cheep, at Yi Ranyan as if asking for her praise. Yi Ranyan stared at them speechlessly. So these 2 little rascals were just pretending to be pitiful? However, oh well, considering how much mental energy they contributed to her, she might as well play the victim. After the 2 little ones crawled out, they both huddled around Yi Ranyan, trying to nudge her legs, but Yi Ranyan grabbed the fur around their necks and threw them next to the eggshell. Eat them. Master, you're so fierce. Wah. The white one stopped chirping and actually spoke in human language. Wow. Fenger was stunned. As expected of a divine beast, it is born with a spirit. It has already developed intelligence and can even talk after just hatching. Yi Ranyan was also a little surprised, but considering that they were divine beasts, it was only natural that they were more powerful than ordinary demonic beasts. Although the 2 little ones could be cunning and act pitiful, they had only just hatched, and their scheming was limited. They were generally obedient, and soon ate their respective eggshells. After eating the eggshells, both of them grew larger, and their fur became even shinier. After finishing their meal, the two burped, shook their fur, and then waddled over to Yi Ranyan with their short legs, pleading in their soft voices, "Master, hug me." Yi Ranyan did not refuse and hugged the two little ones. Little Ding Dang and Fenger, standing to the side, both showed envy in their eyes. "Master." The little black fluffy ball nuzzled close to Yi Ranyan affectionately. "My brother and I are very capable, you know. We can help you solve your problems." Solve the problem. Chapter 164. Is this perhaps Heaven's favorite daughter? Yes, when Master was in the pill tower, my brother and I could sense what was happening outside. The two little animals said one after the other. "We know that there are two bad guys chasing our master, and our master is also very worried about his cousin's safety. We can help our master." Yi Ranyan became interested. "Oh, how can you help me?" The black fluffy ball said. "We can help our owner fight off the bad guys." The white fluffy ball said. "We can help our owner instantly teleport his cousin's home." Yi Ranyan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then asked in shock. "You can help my third cousin and the others move back home? How?" "Spatial teleportation." The white fluffy ball puffed out its little chest. "We're spatial beasts, and very powerful ones at that. We can teleport people through space without any problem." Fenger, who also had spatial talent but could only fly faster and couldn't even travel through space, silently walked to the side and became depressed. The little black fluffy ball said, "Our master is so powerful, so of course we are no less so." Yi Ranyan didn't know what other space beasts were like, but after listening to the two small space beasts, she subconsciously checked their cultivation levels. Then they discovered, even though they were limited by their master's cultivation level, the two little furballs still possessed the abilities of fifth-tier spirit beasts. It is roughly equivalent to the cultivation level of a human martial arts master. Being this strong from birth made Yi Ranyan extremely envious. It truly lives up to its reputation as a mythical beast. That's impressive. They were born with a head start in life. However, Yi Ranyan didn't know that if they hadn't formed a contract, the space beast cubs would have had higher cultivation levels when they were first born, but higher cultivation levels didn't necessarily mean they could awaken their innate abilities as quickly as they do now. Moreover, Yi Ranyan's extraordinary talent has greatly benefited the two children, opening up endless possibilities for their future and allowing them to go further than ordinary space beasts. Now is not the time to think about these things. Yi Ranyan quickly suppressed her myriad thoughts and said to the two children, "I am indeed a little worried about my cousin and the others. Even though I can now deal with those two people, I am not sure if anyone else will come after I deal with them. You could help me take my cousin and the others back first." As for her, she naturally had to deal with the two tails following behind her before she could go back. Knowing that time was of the essence, Yi Ranyan did not linger in the Emperor's space. With a quick thought, she took the two little ones and came out. The two newborns were curious about everything. As soon as they came out, they jumped out of Yi Ranyan's arms and squatted on her shoulders, one on each side, like her guardians. The spot where Fenger usually stayed was occupied by the two little ones, so she could only fly miserably in midair, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, the two little ones were divine beasts, and they had a bloodline suppression effect on her. "Fenger, where are my cousins?" The wind can contact the Azure Phoenix at any time, and Yi Ranyan can use this to ensure the safety of Yi Yulan and the others. "Master, they are not far away. We can get there in about 15 minutes. All right, speed up and get going." Before the two tails caught up, Yi Ranyan planned to have the space beast send her cousin and the others back to the Eastern Dragon capital. Master. Two little creatures, one black and one white, perched on Yi Ranyan's shoulders like two mischievous little devils. They were a little jealous when they saw Yi Ranyan talking to Fenger, and tried to get Yi Ranyan's attention back. "My brother and I don't have names yet. We also want Master to give us names." "Yes, I need a name." Yi Ranyan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the two little ones had just been born and didn't have names yet. Since she didn't know when she would have time to see their mother, she might as well help them get it. "Soon. I've got it." Yi Ranyan looked at the white ball on her left shoulder. "From now on, you'll be called Cotton Candy." He glanced at the dark ball on his right shoulder and said, "Your name is Chocolate?" Question mark. Yi Ranyan with confused eyes. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "It's settled then. Protests are invalid." She traveled to this world and never had the chance to see her friends from Earth again, nor to taste Earth's delicacies. Giving the two little ones such names is a way of remembering Earth. In this way, no matter what level of cultivation she reaches in the future, no matter how long her lifespan is, As long as these two little divine beasts are there, she will always remember cotton candy and chocolate. We will never forget Earth. While Yi Ranyan was talking to the two little ones, she had already caught up with Yi Yulan and the others. Upon seeing Yi Yulan and his group from afar, Yi Ranyan called out, "Third cousin, elderly, please wait." Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at her in surprise. Nightstain sound. "Cousin Union, you've decided to come with us." Yi Yulan's eyes lit up for a moment. Yi Ranyan nodded. "Yes, but now I have helpers. They have spatial power and can instantly teleport us back to the Eastern Dragon capital. Shall we go back together?" She wasn't exactly lying to everyone. Although she still had to stay behind to deal with those two people, with her current Martial Emperor level mental strength, killing them would be an easy task. She'll go back after dealing with those two people. It'll be just around the corner from Yi Yulan and the others, so there won't be much difference between going back together and going back together. Spatial power? Instant teleportation? Really? That's amazing. Yes, that can save a lot of trouble and avoid a lot of danger. Who is it? Who's so powerful? As they spoke, they noticed the two small creatures on Yi Ranyan's shoulders and couldn't help but ask, "Cousin Union, what are they?" Yi Ranyan said generously, "My contracted spirit beast." "But didn't you have a breeze? You can also make a pact with the wind." Everyone around was stunned. To form a contract with a spirit beast, in addition to affinity with the spirit beast, you also need a high degree of compatibility with it, and you also need to have sufficiently strong mental power. For an average person, having enough mental strength to contract one animal is already quite good, and contracting two animals is something only a genius could do. But for someone like Yi Ranyan, who is only 16 years old, to be able to contract 3 animals is truly unheard of and unseen. That's absolutely incredible. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, I also realized something. It turns out that in addition to her extraordinary talent in cultivation, swordsmanship, and alchemy, Yi Ranyan's ability to control beasts is also so powerful that it inspires envy. This is probably Heaven's favorite daughter. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Let's not talk about them for now. Everyone, stand still. I'll set up a formation first to prevent you from getting injured while you're traveling through space. Of course, the reason Yi Ranyan set up the formation was not only to protect everyone from harm during spatial transfer, but also to hide the strength of cotton candy and chocolate. After all, if everyone saw with their own eyes that it was 2 little divine beasts that teleported them, they would definitely doubt the divine beast identity of the space beast. Before growing up alongside them, Yi Ranyan didn't want to easily expose them, much less bring them any danger. Chapter 165. Seriously, too weak. Although some people still had doubts about the possibility of spatial transfer, they listened to Yi Ranyan's words and did not make any rash moves because they trusted her. After all, Yi Ranyan is someone who has created many miracles. Teleport everyone back to the Eastern Dragon capital? Next, Yi Ranyan quickly took out the necessary materials from the Emperor's space and set up an array around everyone. The formation isolated everyone's voice and sight. However, the formation will disappear after the spatial teleportation ends. After setting everything up, Yi Ranyan said to Cotton Candy and Chocolate, "All right, now it's up to you two." "Master," Cotton Candy blinked her big, watery eyes. "We can only teleport them to places we've already been." Chocolate nodded. Yes, it's where we used to stay. It's where Master lives." Good heavens, this message is going to get straight to her bedroom. However, it's fine as it is. At least it's within the Duke's mansion's territory, and I believe Yi Yulan will handle it properly. It's okay, you can pass it on. Yes, Master. After the 2 little ones finished speaking, they flew up from Yi Ranyan's shoulder together. Then, they quickly transformed into 2 beams of light. A white light and a black light emanated from the 2 lights, radiating an extremely terrifying power that made Yi Ranyan feel deeply threatened. Next, 2 beams of light, one black and one white, quickly intertwined and spun together. Then, the space in front of them was suddenly opened up by the spinning black and white light. A powerful suction force came from the open space, instantly sucking all the people in the formation into the vortex. Yi Ranyan watched this scene nervously. Only now did she hesitate slightly. What if something went wrong and everyone got hurt? But she suppressed the thought as soon as it surfaced. No, those 2 little ones are mythical beasts. They're willing to help her, and she's willing to give them her absolute trust. Yi Ranyan's eyes gradually hardened. Quite a while. The vortex gradually disappeared, and the 2 beams of light, one black and one white, dimmed. The next moment, the 2 little fluffy balls suddenly separated, jumped down from the air, and landed on Yi Ranyan's shoulders again, one on the left and one on the right. However, their fur color has faded to a noticeable degree. Yi Ranyan felt a pang of sympathy. Are you tired? The two little furballs nestled close to her neck and rubbed against her, humming and saying, when we grow up, we'll be even stronger. Yi Ranyan gently patted the two little ones. You two are already very capable. Then, with a thought, she placed the two little ones into the lotus pond in the Emperor's space. You two rest well first, and then it's up to your master. The two little ones must have been quite exhausted, but they obediently said, then we'll wait for our master here. Good. These two little ones, who may have hatched here, seem to be even more clingy than Doraemon and the wind. However, she didn't show favoritism and pinched Ding Dang's cheek again. Take good care of your younger brothers, and they'll play with you when they recover. Okay then. Little Ding Dang lay down beside the lotus pond and looked at the two little ones. I'm your boss. You have to call me brother. Also, Fenger is the second oldest, so you should all call her elder sister. You two are the youngest, so you must listen to us. If any other beast had dared to say that, the two little ones would have already lost their temper. However, if it was little Ding Dang and Fenger who had been watching over them for a long time before they hatched, they would feel very close to them and obediently nod. Okay, but if there are other beasts after us, they must be placed after us. That must be it. Doraemon said, first come, first served. Once there are more people behind you, you'll all be older brothers. The two little eyes lit up, instantly anticipating Yi Ranyan taking in a beast. Yi Ranyan left the Emperor's space with peace of mind. At the same time, Yi Yulan and the others were also teleported to Yi Ranyan's room. Looked for Yi Ranyan in the crowd, only to find that there was no one there at all. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. That wretched cousin, she lied to me again. But let's get these people out of the room first. As for my cousin's score, we'll settle it when she gets back. Yi Ranyan, who was still in the spirit beast forest, sneezed. Who is talking badly about me behind my back? She raised an eyebrow. Don't let me catch you. Then, she chose a tree, sat on a branch, and began to doze off, quietly waiting for the pursuers behind her. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a familiar, chilling feeling rose in my heart. Yi Ranyan's lips curled up slightly. They've arrived. She waited for the pursuers for quite a while. The two men had been taken advantage of by her before, so they were smarter this time. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, they suspected a trap and dared not make a move. But they didn't expect it. This time it wasn't a scam. Yi Ranyan was openly waiting for them. Unlike their last encounter, Yi Ranyan's mental strength was much stronger this time. As the feeling of discomfort welled up in her heart, she instantly unleashed her immense mental power. This time, she quickly discovered where the two men were hiding. Tisk, one hiding in the shadow of the tree trunk, and the other hiding under the puddle. They really do look like two rats in the gutter. Yi Ranyan pondered this. She slowly lifted her long, thick eyelashes and opened her beautiful, sparkling eyes, as bright as stars. She stood up, her black dress and long, dark hair moving without wind, while the crimson bells at her ankles fluttered in the breeze. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The sound of the Emperor's soul bell was like a soul-reaping sound from the depths of hell. The two people only heard a melodious bell sound, as if it came from the sky, and they were in a daze and entered a dreamlike state. At the same time, the night was filled with sound. With a light touch of her toes, her slender body transformed into a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the person hiding in the shadow of the tree trunk. Uft! The sharp dagger sliced through the man's throat in an instant. One-hit kill. The person was still in the illusion, immersed in memories of the past, and before they could react, they suddenly died. The next moment, Yi Ranyan's figure, like a ghost, drifted towards another person. Sizzle. The powerful sword light pierced through the puddle in an instant. Gradually, the dirty water in the puddle became even more turbid, stained by the red liquid. Yi Ranyan clearly sensed that the last breath had also disappeared. Really too weak. As the former world's #1 mercenary, she is swift, ruthless, and precise. Once she sets her mind to killing, no one can escape. However, now, with her Suyu realm cultivation, she silently and effortlessly killed 2 martial lord experts in just a few breaths. If Yi Ranyan hadn't been the person involved, she probably wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. The combination of spiritual power and the Emperor's soul bell is really effective. She couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 166 Feng Jukan escorts Yi Ranyan home. After dealing with the 2 assassins who had pursued her from Danding Kingdom, Yi Ranyan began to worry about how to return to Donglong. Flying by the wind would take too long. The two little ones could use spatial teleportation, but the problem was that the last spatial teleportation had already exhausted them greatly, and she was reluctant to use them again. After all, they are still considered child laborers. Yi Ranyan was worrying. A violent fluctuation appeared in the space in front of her. Then, a spatial gate appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a powerful figure exuding a cool and noble aura stepped out of the space. Jukin. When Yi Ranyan saw the person who had arrived, her eyes lit up. It was perfect timing. Now she could go home smoothly. Since Yi Ranyan was alone, Feng Jukin did not wear a mask. His perfect face, sculpted like a god's, came straight at her, making Yi Ranyan's heart skip a beat. It has to be said that Feng Jukin is incredibly handsome and stunning. No matter how many times she looks at him, she is always amazed. In particular, his unapproachable, icy, and aloof demeanor, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, and his cold and powerful aura, which added even more charm to him. Are you alright? Feng Jukin stared intently at her with his long, narrow phoenix eyes, as if she were the only person in his eyes. Perhaps because I supplied too much power to the space beast eggs, a subtle connection has formed between me and them. Just now I sensed that they seemed to be making some unusual movements, so I followed your aura to come and see. Feng Jukin explained. Yi Ranyan wasn't surprised at all. She was used to Feng Jukin finding her way around no matter where she was. Unfortunately, after the two chicks hatch, Feng Jukin will no longer need to incubate the eggs, so the chances of him visiting her may be greatly reduced. But who knows? After all, they're a couple now. Even without the excuse of hatching eggs, it was perfectly natural for Feng Jukin to come and see her. Thinking this, Yi Ranyan leaned into Feng Jukin's arms and said, "You sensed it correctly. The two little ones have hatched, and they even awakened their innate abilities as soon as they hatched. They were tired from helping me with chores before, so I'll introduce you to them later." Okay. Feng Jukin nodded, then extended an invitation to her. "Would you like to go to the northern wilderness for a visit? I'll take you back later." Yi Ranyan was a little tempted. Every time she visited Feng Jukin, he would give her some small surprises. However, after thinking about it, she still refused. "Next time. I told my cousin that I would go back with them, but I broke my promise. If I am late again, I don't know how I will coax him back home." Feng Jukin also reached out and put his arm around Yi Ranyan's slender waist. "I'll take you back." As they spoke, the space in front of them silently opened up, revealing a white light portal. This wasn't the first time Yi Ranyan had witnessed Feng Jukin traversing space like this, but every time she saw it, she couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly powerful Feng Jukin truly was. Even space and time seemed to obey his commands. Others might struggle to break through space even with all their might, but he did it with ease, which was truly enviable. Feng Jukin was taking Yi Ranyan back to Donglong. Inside the royal palace of Danding Kingdom, King Damli also received news that the life tablets of Elder Grey and Elder Dark, who were pursuing the murderer, had been shattered. This gradually calmed him down from his extreme rage. At the same time, a strange fear and lingering dread arose in his heart. Danding Kingdom had the most trump cards and was the strongest, so he was fearless. But this time, the mysterious man shattered their Dan Tower and killed Crown Prince Danrong, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Not only did he lose two capable and powerful subordinates, but to this day, he still doesn't know who the other party is. King Damli's expression flickered and changed. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let it be. Who knows how terrifying that being is? It can even kill Elder N and Elder Hui. If we continue to entangle it and anger it, the entire Danding Kingdom will probably suffer." Thinking of the lost treasures of Danta, the death of Danrong, and the deaths of Elder Hui and Eldarin, King Damli's heart ached so much it was almost bleeding. But reason prevented him from investigating any further, so he could only suppress his humiliation and swallow his resentment. However, this upheaval has set back the development of their Danding Kingdom by at least 10 years. From now on, he will have to keep a low profile and develop in a low-key manner. However, just because King Damli does not intend to pursue the matter does not mean that Donglong will not. Because at this time, due to the few bottles of pills that Crown Prince Danrong had traded with Feng Yura, the situation within the Eastern Dragon Empire, especially in the Eastern Dragon capital, had undergone tremendous changes. The first group to return, led by Yi Yulan, left Yi Ranyan's courtyard. Walked through the Duke's mansion, she sensed that the atmosphere inside was rather unsettling. The mansion was eerily quiet. The maids and servants who usually roamed the mansion were nowhere to be found, and there wasn't even anyone to serve them. Yi Yulan had no choice but to lead everyone to the reception room. To everyone's surprise, even the reception room was empty. This is not right. Yi Yulan summoned the Azure Phoenix, which flew into the air and cried out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone still in the Duke of Huguo's mansion. In Yi Kunshin's side room, the old Duke Yi Kunshin, the Duchess Su Beiyu, and the steward Lu Bo all saw the spirited blue phoenix, and their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Xiaolon is back. If Xiaolon is back, Yin must be back too. However, how did Xiaolon and the others get back? Why didn't they make a sound? Didn't they notice what happened in the spirit beast forest? Su Baiyu hurriedly got up and said to Uncle Lu, "You take care of the Duke. I'm going to find Xiaolon and Yin to ask what happened." Butler Lu and several maids and servants were all waiting in the courtyard. Upon hearing Su Baiyu's instructions, he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, madam." Su Baiyu is also a martial lord. Yi Kunshin's previous injuries have not yet recovered, so she is the one currently in charge of the Duke's mansion. With her martial arts prowess unleashed, she quickly sensed the presence of Yi Yulan and her group and promptly flashed over to Yi Yulan's side. "Grandmother." Seeing Su Baiyu, Yi Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're still at home. But where is the rest of the family? Where are my eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, and Uncle Lu?" Seeing that they were all unharmed, Su Baiyu relaxed a bit, but then quickly noticed that Yi Ranyan was not among them and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yunyan?" Yi Yulan sighed helplessly, knowing that her grandmother would ask this question. "My cousin is behind me. She'll be back soon." Su Baiyu's expression turned serious. "When did you return? Where did you come from? Did you not pass through the spirit beast forest on your way back?" Chapter 167. The situation is grim. Yi Yulan keenly sensed something and her expression changed slightly. "We definitely didn't pass through the spirit beast forest. Grandma, has something happened in the spirit beast forest?" When they used spatial teleportation, they were still in the spirit beast forest of the Danding Kingdom, not yet in the territory of the Eastern Dragon Empire, so they were unaware of what had happened there. A few days ago, the spirit beasts rioted, and another beast tide broke out in the Eastern Dragon capital. This beast tide was more ferocious than the previous ones and was extremely difficult to deal with. Our Silver Dragon Guard and most of the capital's forces were mobilized for this. Su Baiyu said in a helpless voice. "What?" Yi Yulan's expression changed drastically. "Then, my older brother and the others." Su Baiyu nodded. "Your eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, and even your father are all on the front lines fighting the beast tide with the Silver Dragon Guards. Now, only your grandfather and I are guarding the manor." "No, I want to go too." "And me too." "Yes, we'll go too." The friends who came back with Yi Yulan all spoke up. Most of them were from the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital, and they were all young people, in the prime of their lives, so they were naturally willing to fight for Eastern Dragon and for the Imperial capital. Elder Li and the other mentor were more rational. "What about the Imperial Capital Academy? Haven't they sent any reinforcements for the Silver Dragon Guards?" Su Baiyu said, "The Academy has summoned all students above the Sunyu realm to jointly resist the beast tide. Even Dean Su Qingshan has personally come out of seclusion." Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply shocked. Dean Su, who had been out of the public eye for a long time, has surprisingly come out of retirement this time. Moreover, the Academy has actually summoned back all students at the Sunyu realm and above this time. This has never happened before. It is evident that the beast tide situation in the Eastern Dragon capital is very serious, and may even be the most severe beast tide that has ever occurred in the Eastern Dragon capital in all these years. This news shocked the young people in the group and brought them back to reality from their fervor. Su Baiyu looked at them with loving eyes. "Don't worry, we Donglong have experienced so many beast tides. We will not be easily defeated." She paused for a moment, then continued. "As for you too, how did you get back? Why didn't you pass through the spirit beast forest? But given the current state of the spirit beast forest, it's fortunate you didn't go through it. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. You don't know how worried your grandfather was about you and Union encountering the beast tide. He couldn't sleep at all. We were transferred back from Danding Kingdom by Yin-Yin-'s friends using a spatial teleportation technique." A method of spatial transfer? How powerful must one be to do that? Yin-Yin-'s friends are all extraordinary. Yi Ranyan would occasionally bring out something that would shock everyone. The powerful man who had sent the little demon beast was also very mysterious, and even the Eastern Dragon Emperor treated him with courtesy. Now, they had another friend who could use the technique of spatial teleportation. It seems she has quite a few friends, and they're all very capable. So you just got back? Then get some rest. Don't rush to the front lines yet. It's not too late to go after you've rested up. No, Yi Yulan couldn't wait. I'm not tired, and I'm an alchemist. I can go and save people. I don't want to wait a moment longer. I'll go now. Su Baiyu knew she couldn't stop Yi Yulan, so she sighed and said, then go ahead. Remember to take care of yourself. Also, before you go to the storeroom and take all the spiritual herbs you can. There might not be enough spiritual herbs at the front line. Okay, Grandma, if Cousin Union comes back, don't tell her about the beast tide. She's been through a lot in Danding Kingdom. She needs to rest. Leave the beast tide frontline matters to us. Su Baiyu nodded. Okay, Xiaolon, remember to take care of yourselves along with your brothers. After watching Yi Yulan and the others leave, Su Baiyu returned to Yi Kunshin's room to recuperate, filled with worry. However, as soon as she entered the courtyard, her expression changed slightly. Inside the courtyard, a group of maids and servants lay collapsed. Su Baiyu was struck dumb. Old man. She quickly leaped into the house. All I could see was Butler Lu Bo lay dying in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Duke Yi Kunshin, the protector of the nation, lay on the bed with a bluish-purple face, his fate unknown. Su Baiyu's body trembled as she spoke, and she hurriedly checked Yi Kunshin's breathing. Thankfully, it's still breathing. She forced herself to calm down, first feeding the steward, Uncle Lu, a healing pill, and then channeling her spiritual energy into Yi Kunshin's body. Butler Lu's expression softened slightly. Then he said with a grim face, Madam, it was Chunmi. She was poisoned and attacked us with poison. She even tried to harm the Duke. It was this old servant's fault. This old servant failed to protect the Duke. Chunmi. Su Baiyu's eyes reddened. She had just seen Chunmi lying dead in the courtyard. He must have committed suicide. Who on earth hates the Duke's mansion so much? Chunmi is an old servant who has worked in the Duke's mansion for more than 10 years. A spy planted for so many years, with such profound and far-reaching plans, is impossible to guard against. It's my fault. I had heard from the old man in Honor that someone was targeting them. I stayed behind to protect the old man, but I lost my composure because of Xiaolon's return. It's my fault. Because Su Baiyu was constantly channeling her spiritual energy into Yi Kunshin's body, her face was extremely pale. After the steward, Uncle Lu, felt a little better, he struggled to sit up and said, Madam, I will fetch the family physician right away. Go quickly. Soon, the most skilled physician in the household, Physician Hu, arrived. He disregarded everything else and immediately began to examine Yi Kunshin. But the more I looked at him, the paler his face became. It's poison, a very potent poison, enough to kill instantly. If the Duke hadn't been a martial lord with a strong foundation, he might already be. Finally, he shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't help you. This poison was far beyond his comprehension. It was beyond his ability to cure. No. Su Baiyu could not accept it. At that very moment, the space inside the Duke of Huguo's mansion rippled slightly, and then two perfectly matched figures appeared inside the mansion. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. Home is always the most comfortable place. As they were talking, her expression changed slightly as she caught a faint smell of blood in the air. Why is there a bloody smell? Is someone in your family injured? Her expression changed slightly, and she flew away following the scent of blood. Feng Jukan followed behind him and said slowly, I can sense that the situation in the Spirit Beast Forest and the Imperial capital is not good. The Spirit Beasts seem to be very restless. The Spirit Beasts are restless. Could it be a beast tide? When it comes to the beast tide, the first thing Ranin thinks of is the deal between Feng Yura and Crown Prince Danrong. Her second thought was that Yi Yuhan had once told her that he and her grandfather were targeted when they were injured during the beast tide. The last thought was that Donglong was now facing another beast tide, and many of his family members were likely fighting off the beast tide and in danger. Chapter 168 No matter what happens, I'll be with you. Don't be nervous. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. Feng Jukan's handsome and aloof face, with its flawless features, conveyed absolute confidence and composure as he reassured Yi Ranyan. Yes, I know. She wasn't afraid of anything else happening, but she was afraid that something might happen to her family members. Yi Ranyan pursed her pink cherry lips, her exquisite face as cold as ice, and a chilling, killing intent overflowed from her bright eyes. No matter who it is, if they dare to harm a single hair on her family's head, she will make them wish they were dead. Using her spatial and temporal powers in conjunction with her shadowless step, She quickly arrived at the courtyard where Yi Kunshin was recuperating. Seeing the people and corpses lying all over the courtyard, her expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, she slipped into Yi Kunshin's room. Inside the room, the physician, pale-faced, prepared elixirs. Although he couldn't cure Yi Kunshin's poison, he wanted to do his best to make Yi Kunshin feel better. Butler Liu was pale-faced, and didn't even care about his bleeding wounds as he secretly wiped away tears. Su Baiyu held Yi Kunshin's hand and was laboriously channeling spiritual energy into Yi Kunshin's body in an attempt to prolong his life. However, due to excessive exertion, her face was as pale as paper, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was not young, and had been injured when she was young. Even though Yi Ranyan had given her a prescription to nourish her body, she was still struggling to cope with the excessive transfer of spiritual energy. Yi Ranyan entered. She saw Su Baiyu swaying precariously as she channeled spiritual energy into Yi Kunshin, whose face was pale and purplish. Her expression changed slightly, and she quickly stepped forward, calling out, "Grandpa? Grandma? Union." Su Baiyu, Uncle Liu, and the physician finally noticed Yi Ranyan. The physician in charge of the household was the same physician who had treated Yi Yuch before. He was amazed by Yi Ranyan's method of treating Yi Yuch with the longevity formula, and knew that this young lady's medical skills were far superior to his own. Perhaps she can cure the poison that he cannot. Su Baiyu's face was pale, and her eyes could not hide her pain, but when she looked at Yi Ranyan, her gaze was still tender and warm. "You're back. Grandma, you've exhausted yourself. Stop. Give me the rest." She possessed the inherited memories of the Imperial princess and was very knowledgeable. She could tell at a glance that Su Baiyu had overexerted herself and that Yi Kunshin was poisoned. Sure enough, someone targeted her family. Expression, Yi Ranyan took out a lotus seed from the Emperor's space and handed it to Su Baiyu. "Grandma, eat this." These lotus seeds are from the lotus flowers in the spiritual pool of the Emperor's space. Each one contains endless vitality and spiritual power. She had given it to Yi Yuch to help him cultivate the longevity technique. The reason she didn't give it to other family members was that the power in the lotus seeds was too potent, and ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. However, Su Baiyu is currently exhausted and her mind has been damaged. She is showing signs of exhaustion and is about to die. Using lotus seeds is the most appropriate thing for her. Su Baiyu didn't stand on ceremony and ate the lotus seeds that exuded a rich lotus fragrance. The moment the lotus seed entered my mouth, it transformed into a cool, spiritual liquid that slid down my throat, instantly soothing the hidden injuries within my body and the aching tendons caused by the depletion of spiritual energy. Su Baiyu felt refreshed, and all her previous discomfort disappeared. She couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. I never imagined that such an unremarkable lotus seed could be so magical. Yi Ranyan expectantly. "Yunyan, can your grandfather's poison be cured?" Yi Ranyan took Yi Kunshin's pulse with a solemn expression. He was secretly astonished. What a potent poison. Such a potent poison could probably kill even King Wu. Yi Ranyan, who possesses the inheritance of the Empress, curing this poison is not difficult. It just takes a little time. However, this poison can even kill a martial king. Yi Kunshin is only a martial lord and is still injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for that long after she finds the antidote and refines the pill. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly and asked Su Baiyu, "Grandma, what happened? Who poisoned Grandpa?" Su Baiyu dared not hide anything and quickly told everyone about the recent events in the Eastern Dragon capital and how Chunmi had been planted in the Duke's mansion for many years. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and a flash of inspiration swept through her mind. She asked Su Baiyu, "Grandma, when did the beast tide start?" 5 days ago. The situation was already very serious from the start because there was a 6th Order King beast and 5 5th Order Spirit beasts. What's even more terrifying is that we heard that the 6th Order King beast seems to have intelligence and can control the beasts. Therefore, this beast tide is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment, then asked, "With such a major event happening in the capital, the Silver Dragon Guard alone might be insufficient." "Grandmother, what did the Emperor say?" "Azure Emperor." That Sangwang Emperor was mentioned, Su Baiyu's expression changed again, and then she gestured for Uncle Liu and physician Hu to leave. Only after Su Baiyu and Yi Ranyan were left in the room did Su Baiyu lower her voice and say, "For days ago, for some unknown reason, that Song Emperor suddenly announced that he was going into seclusion. Now, in our Eastern Dragon Imperial capital, the first prince is overseeing the country. He claimed that the military was not strong enough and only transferred some veterans to the front line of the spirit beast forest for support. The first prince is overseeing the country? The first prince, isn't he Fong Yura's future brother-in-law? What a coincidence, he's overseeing the country just in time for such a massive beast tide to arrive. Yi Ranyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a cold light flashing in them, making Su Baiyu unable to hide her shock. Union, do you know something? Yi Ranyan sneered. Grandma doesn't know. We encountered a little accident when we were in Danding Kingdom. Fong Yura cooperated with the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom and helped him to attack us. Su Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. But it's all over now. Fong Yura used poison back then. I was wondering why Fong Yura would help Crown Prince Danrong. It must be because Crown Prince Danrong promised her some benefits. Also, there were 2 elders who went to Danding Kingdom to protect her. Why was there only 1 elder after the incident? What happened to the other elder? At the time, I was a little concerned about the whereabouts of the other elder, but I didn't think much of it. But now, I finally understand. She suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Baiyu as she analyzed. Crown Prince Danrong must have bribed Fong Yura with a potent poison, and the elder who disappeared from Fong Yura's side must have returned with the poison beforehand. That elder was at the peak of the heavenly martial realm. If he wanted to travel quickly, he could return to Donglong in about 3 days. After returning to Donglong, they used poison. Danding Kingdom has a poison that affects spirit beasts, which may be the reason for the spirit beast outbreak. I'm not sure if it was them who poisoned my grandfather, but I'm pretty sure it was them. Furthermore, Yi Ranyan's voice deepened. The fact that the Tsang Emperor suddenly announced his seclusion and appointed the first prince to oversee the country is also highly suspicious. After all, the Fong family and the first prince have a close relationship. If the Fong family obtains the poison, it is equivalent to the first prince obtaining the poison. Chapter 169, Taking Zhou Chun to meet his maternal grandmother. Yi Ranyan's words made Su Baiyu gasp. You mean, the first prince poisoned the Azure Emperor? This is truly appalling. Why would he do that? How dare he do that? Su Baiyu felt like she was dreaming. She kept shaking her head, unable to accept Yi Ranyan's shocking speculations. Yi Ranyan said calmly and composedly. It's very simple, because he had no choice. Have no choice. Su Baiyu shook her head again, unable to think of any reason why the eldest prince had no other option. They must have discovered that Fong Yura's life tablet was broken, and that we had found out about Fong Yura's cooperation with Crown Prince Danrong. They knew that the Fong family would be implicated, and even the eldest prince would be dragged down. They were afraid that we would follow these clues and find out what they had done over the years, so they resorted to desperate measures. Most of this was deduced by Yi Ranyan based on the information she already had, but Yi Ranyan had a hunch that her guesses were true. But soon, she snapped out of her thoughts and said to Su Baiyu, moreover, there is another way to confirm my guess. Su Baiyu looked at her. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Kunshan, who was still unconscious with a bluish-purple face, and said, if the poison that Grandpa was poisoned by was indeed from Danding Kingdom, then the Fong family and the first prince were most likely responsible for creating this series of events and poisoning Grandpa. Su Baiyu's face darkened for a moment. With your grandfather in this state, who knows what will happen to him? Who knows if the poison he was given is from Danding Kingdom? Grandma, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Grandpa. She has a spatial elixir that can purify all kinds of toxins. However, Yi Kunshan's body is currently unable to withstand the power of the spatial spiritual liquid, so she did not use it. But if it really comes to the worst, she will help her grandfather digest those spatial liquids. Yi Kunshan's health is very poor right now, and Yi Ranyan personally prefers to treat the symptoms. She took out her frequently used gold needles, pierced Yi Kunshan's fingertip, and let black blood flow out. Then, several more acupuncture needles were inserted to slow down the spread of the toxin in Yi Kunshan's body before the decomposition of the toxicity and medicinal properties in the venom began. Seeing that she was busy, Su Bai didn't dare to disturb her and just watched her and Yi Kunshan with concern. Soon, Yi Ranyan roughly understood the nature of this toxin. She closed her eyes and used her mind to connect with Xiao Dingdang in the Emperor's space, instructing him to search for poison among the things she had swept from the pill tower. Little Dingdang is the spirit of the Emperor's soul bell. He can find what he wants in the Emperor's space with just a thought. Soon, following Yi Ranyan's description, he found the medicine that met the requirements. Master, there really is the poison you mentioned. It seems that the poison inflicted on her maternal grandfather, Yi Kunshan, was indeed from the kingdom of Danding. Fortunately, She emptied the treasure trove of the Dan Ding kingdom. They brought back both the poison and the antidote. Yi Ranyan enveloped her internal organs with the spiritual spring liquid, then smelled each of the pills, gaining a general understanding of all the poisons and the properties of the spiritual herbs. Soon, she picked up one of the blue porcelain bottles and handed it to Su Bu. "Grandma, this is the antidote." Su Baiyu was shocked. "How did you know? Where did you come from?" "I secretly took it from Dan Ding Kingdom when they weren't looking." "Grandma, please give it to Grandpa quickly." "Okay." Su Baiyu had absolute trust in Yi Ranyan and quickly gave the old duke the antidote. It was quite miraculous that the medicine worked immediately. Almost the instant Yi Kunshin took the antidote, his purplish-blue complexion returned to normal. Yi Ranyan took his pulse again to make sure he was out of danger before she breathed a sigh of relief. "All right." Su Baiyu became excited instantly. "Is it really okay? Union, I'm so glad you're here." "Grandpa, I'm so glad you're here." Grandma really doesn't know what to say. Looking at Su Baiyu's kind face, which was exactly the same as her grandmother's in her previous life, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but step forward and hug the old woman, saying, "This is what I should do, Grandma. You take good care of Grandpa. Leave the rest to me." "But there are 6th-tier royal beasts and so many 5th-tier spirit beasts outside, and the Fong family and the first prince are secretly plotting against you, all alone. Aren't there still my cousins?" Yi Ranyan smiled and took out a jade-white porcelain bottle. "Grandma, after Grandpa wakes up, feed him the medicine in this bottle. It's the antidote to his mental toxins." "What? You even have this antidote?" "Yes, I just discovered that among the medicines I brought back from Dan Ding Kingdom, there happens to be an antidote." Yi Kunshin was poisoned with the mental toxin before Yi Ranyan arrived at the Duke's mansion. He was unconscious when Yi Ranyan arrived, but she eventually revived him using the soul-nourishing jade and her own mental power. However, because Yi Ranyan's mental strength was insufficient, she was never able to completely remove the toxins from his body. With the birth of the 2 little space beasts, Yi Ranyan's mental power surged. She had originally planned to return and use her mental power to detoxify Yi Kunshin. Unexpectedly, while analyzing the properties of the poisons and elixirs she had retrieved from the Dan Tower, she discovered the antidote for that mental toxin. "It is clear that the mastermind behind the last attack on my grandfather and cousin was the Fong family and the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun." Thinking this, a murderous aura surged within Yi Ranyan. The Fong family and Nalan Xingyun are doomed for daring to lay a hand on the people of the Duke's mansion. Su Baiyu also understood the meaning behind Yi Ranyan's words. She slammed her fist on the bedboard. "The Fong family. Back then we hadn't severed ties with Yi Xingchen yet. The Fong family and our Duke's mansion were still related by marriage. I never expected that they would have such a wolfish ambition to harm the old man back then. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll make them pay." "But you." Su Baiyu was still very worried about Yi Ranyan. She was just a 16-year-old girl. Even if she had great abilities, her opponents were behemoths like the first prince and the Fong family. "I'm not alone." Yi Ranyan suddenly smiled brightly. "I brought someone with me this time. I specially brought him to meet you. I originally wanted to find a better occasion to introduce him, but unfortunately, at this time, I can only let him meet his grandmother first." Yi Ranyan spoke. She looked towards the door and called out, "Jukin, come in." Inside the courtyard, when Butler Liu and physician who went out earlier, they saw a powerful man standing in the courtyard, wearing a black robe and a silver-patterned mask, exuding a cold and noble aura. They wanted to strike up a conversation, but the man's powerful aura and unapproachable demeanor prevented them from acting rashly. Only after Yi Ranyan spoke did the man's icy aura gradually melt away. Chapter 170 Union. "Not bad. You have good taste. Bring someone back to see us?" Su Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Then her heart skipped a beat. Could it be what she was thinking? Could it be that some random man outside has lured their Union away? Union is only 16 years old. She wants to stay a few more years. Thinking about it, Su Baiyu's heart sank and her brows furrowed. She had already made up her mind. If it really was a man who came in later, she would make sure to carefully vet Union and not let her be easily deceived by men outside. As Su Baiyu was thinking, she saw a figure in dark robes step into the house. The man was tall and slender, wearing a black robe embroidered with delicate gold patterns. He exuded a noble and domineering aura, as well as a cool and elegant demeanor, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary person. Su Baiyu's eyes lit up. Putting everything else aside, his aura and imposing presence, unique to those in positions of power, far surpassed those of countless men in the world. Su Baiyu nodded. looking at that face again. He was wearing a mask, but the eyebrows that were visible were thick and arched, slanting towards his temples. His jawline was beautifully curved, and his lips were thin and red. Even without seeing his whole face, one could guess that he must be an exceptionally handsome man. Then Su Baiyu heard her granddaughter say, "Jukin, Grandma is not an outsider. You can take off your mask." "Okay." The man replied with a single word, his voice clear and magnetic. Just listening to his voice was a pleasure. And after he took off his mask, Su Baiyu was momentarily speechless. She instantly understood what her granddaughter saw in him. She was definitely attracted to his face. That flawless, unbelievably handsome face, so completely without imperfections, coupled with his charisma and powerful aura. Let alone Yi Ranyan. Even if she were decades younger, she would still look good. "Yunyan, not bad. You have a good eye? You have the style of your grandma back in the day." Su Baiyu patted Yi Ranyan's shoulder with a big smile, her original intention to make him look bad vanishing instantly. They even happily announced, "Once this matter is settled, we will finalize your arrangements." Yi Ranyan was taken aback, stunned for a moment. This seems too fast. His cousin knew of Jiao Chen's existence. He treated Feng Jiao Chun with extreme caution, as if he were guarding against a thief. Why is Grandma already settling things up with Feng Jukin after only meeting him once? "Thank you, Grandma." To Yi Ranyan's surprise, Feng Jukin actually bowed to Su Baiyu as a junior and addressed her as Grandma. "Oh, all right. Your name is Jiao Chun, right? Our Een is still young, so you'll have to take good care of her." Su Baiyu was increasingly pleased with Feng Jiao Chun. That's right. She planned to keep Yi Ranyan for a few more years, and was afraid that Yi Ranyan would be deceived by some random man outside. That's because, in her opinion, her daughter Yunyan is too outstanding, and there is no man in the world who is worthy of her. But after seeing Feng Jukin, she suddenly stopped worrying. If there is anyone in this world who is worthy of her Yunyan, it should be this man in front of her. Su Baiyu wasn't stupid. Although her granddaughter was young, she naturally wouldn't stop her if she met the right person. "Grandma, don't worry. I will take good care of Yunyan." Feng Jukin nodded solemnly to Su Baiyu. Su Baiyu smiled broadly. If it weren't for the timing, she really wanted to have a good talk with Feng Jukin. Between the two, Yi Ranyan raised her eyebrows, her red lips curved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Although she was surprised by Su Baiyu's attitude towards Feng Jukin, it was good news for her. After all, who wouldn't want their love to be approved by their elders? However, time was of the essence, so she had to interrupt her grandmother and Feng Jukin's pleasantries. "Grandma, you take care of Grandpa at home first. I plan to go to the front line of the beast tide with Jiao Chun." Su Baiyu calmed down and nodded. "Okay, you and Jiao Chun must take good care of yourselves." "Don't worry, Grandma, we will." Yi Ranyan spoke. She waved to Su Baiyu. "We're leaving now. We'll be back after we've taken care of things." Watching the two figures about to step out the door, Su Baiyu felt as if she had forgotten something. Just as the two figures were about to disappear, she finally remembered, slapped her forehead, and hurriedly shouted, Yunyan, wait a minute, come back first." Yi Ranyan had sharp hearing and eyesight, and her mental strength was also very strong, so she naturally heard Su Baiyu's voice immediately. She paused, then turned back. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Su Baiyu quickly disassembled her usual dragon head cane, took out a silver token, and handed it to Yi Ranyan. "This is the Silver Dragon Token, the token of the Silver Dragon Guard leaders of all generations. I originally planned to give it to Ziohan later, but I think it's better to give it to you now." "This?" Yi Ranyan hesitated. Su Baiyu smiled and said, "There are countless Silver Dragon Guards fighting on the front lines of the Beast Tide. With the Silver Dragon Token, you can give them orders when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Yi Ranyan accepted the Silver Dragon Token. "Then I'll accept it for now and give it to my cousin later." "You can keep it yourself, child." Yi Ranyan shook her head, then bid farewell to Su Baiyu again and left. This time, Su Baiyu didn't call out to her again. She just silently watched her back and wished her and Yi Yuhan would be safe and sound and resolve this trouble successfully. After leaving the courtyard where Yi Kunshin was recuperating, Feng Jukin looked at Yi Ranyan and said, "It will take us quite a while to get there. Why don't I use my spatial power to take you there directly?" "Good." Yi Ranyan nodded in agreement. Feng Jukin immediately embraced her slender waist, letting her soft, fragrant body lean against him, before tearing open the space in front of him and carrying Yi Ranyan inside. At the same time, the Eastern Dragon Imperial capital, countless spirit beasts, the shouts of humans, and the stench of blood permeated the area around the imperial capital. Perhaps because a sixth-tier king beast led and commanded this beast tide, the tide came from all directions of the eastern dragon capital. Almost every city gate required a large number of guards to stop the spirit beasts from entering the capital and killing people. At this time, the west gate faces the spirit beast forest, where the battle is most intense and brutal. Because besides the sixth-tier king beast, there were also two fifth-tier spirit beasts present. Standing guard in front of the west gate was Dean Su Qingshan of the Imperial Capital Academy, who was facing the sixth-tier king beast. In addition, there are the heads of the four major families in the capital, the Qi family and the Meng family, each fighting against a fifth-tier spirit beast. Aside from the three people, the rest of the group consisted of silver dragon guards and students from the Imperial Capital Academy, who were trying to stop and kill other spirit beasts. Feng Jukin, carrying Yi Ranyan, first chose the western city gate front line where the spirit beast aura was strongest. Chapter 171 Amazing and Shocking. At the front line of the west gate, Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, is engaged in a fierce battle with a sixth-tier king beast. With his cultivation level, dealing with a sixth-order king beast would be a 50-50th match, if not a complete crushing defeat. However, the king beast in front of him possessed a very rare spiritual power talent. It always harassed Su Qingshan with its mental power at crucial moments, preventing Su Qingshan from concentrating on the battle. Not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, but he also showed signs of defeat. No, if this continues, the west gate might not be able to be defended. If the west gate cannot be defended, the people in the capital will suffer. We're fighting against the fifth-tier spirit beasts nearby. We're in a similar situation. All three of them were somewhat overwhelmed and unable to help each other. At that very moment, they suddenly felt an indescribable, powerful force descend upon this space. When they came to their senses, they saw a spatial gate open before them, and at the same time, a mysterious and noble man wearing a mask stepped out of the spatial gate carrying a girl. The appearance of these two people shocked everyone present for a moment. Such immense power. Someone can actually use a spatial portal? My God, how powerful must one be to do that? It's a human. Do we humans actually have such a powerful individual? Who are those two people? Are they here to help us? As everyone was getting excited, they recognized the girl being held in the man's arms. That is Nightstained Sound. Dean Su Qingshan, with the highest cultivation level, spotted Yi Ranyan at a glance and couldn't help but be shocked. Did she actually know such a powerful person? Dean. Yi Ranyan also saw Dean Su. She patted Feng Jukin's arm, signaling him to put her down, and then flew towards Dean Su's direction. She raised her hand and slashed at the sixth-tier king beast in front of Su Qingshan. It's no use, you're only at the Sunyu realm, you can't hurt it at all. Before Su Qingshan could finish speaking, he saw the beast king, which was fighting him fiercely, suddenly let out a painful roar. What did you say? Yi Ranyan asked Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan glanced at the sword in her hand, then at the beast king who was clearly enraged by his injury, and swallowed his words. It's nothing. Good timing. Yi Ranyan nodded, then raised her cool and beautiful eyebrows and said to the crowd around her in the void, Everyone step back. Leave this to me. Everyone stopped what they were doing, their faces showing hesitation, unsure whether they should back down. Su Qingshan's aged beard twitched, and he subconsciously worried about Yi Ranyan's safety. However, when he saw the mysterious man in black robes standing in mid-air with his eyes practically glued to Yi Ranyan, he suppressed his worries and ordered everyone, listen to her, and retreat into the city gate. Splash. Soon, the people fighting the spirit beasts quickly retreated. Those spirit beasts were incredibly ferocious and wanted to give chase. And at this very moment, boom, standing in the void, Feng Jukin casually pointed his finger, and an invisible chasm appeared between the crowd and the spirit beasts. The roaring spirit beasts seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Everyone who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked. My God, is this really something a human could do? Who exactly is he? This power is just too heaven-defying. I used to be very confused and didn't know which way to go. Now I know. From now on, he will be my role model and my goal. Just as everyone was excited and happy about Feng Jukin's casual strike, Yi Ranyan also made her move. Her powerful mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The crimson bells on her ankles also jingled under the manipulation of spiritual power. An invisible illusion instantly enveloped the sixth-tier king beast and the nearby spirit beasts. If it were the previous Yi Ranyan, she might not have been able to shake the king-level spirit beasts due to her weak mental strength, nor would she have been able to weave an illusion for so many spirit beasts. Yi Ranyan, whose mental strength has greatly increased due to the hatching of the two little ones, can easily crush everyone with her mental power. Even the king beast is no exception. By the Emperor's soul bell, the sixth-tier king beast instantly fell into a state of confusion where reality and illusion were indistinguishable. It couldn't even find its own opponent, so it began to roar madly and harm itself, and even started to attack the spirit beasts around it indiscriminately. Even sixth-tier king beasts were thrown into chaos, let alone other spirit beasts of lower tiers. In an instant, at the west gate, a sixth-tier king beast was locked in a fierce battle with other spirit beasts. A girl in a long black dress, with dark hair, fair skin, and an exquisitely beautiful face, floated in the air, letting the wind blow her skirt and hair. She was ethereal and otherworldly, breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes revealing a deep sense of amazement. When they came to their senses and saw the spirit beasts fighting each other, they were all horrified and gasped in shock. It was only then that they realized why Yi Ranyan had told them to step back. One can imagine that if they were still outside, they would also be caught up in this inexplicable fighting. Is it an illusion? How is that possible? She can actually influence so many spirit beasts. Who is she? So strong and so beautiful. Is she from Donglong? How come I didn't know Donglong had these two people? I know her. She is Yi Ranyan, the cousin of the Duke of Huguo's family. This is what my dream goddess should look like. How can that so-called number one beauty of Donglong, Fong Yukin, be compared to her? The bloodshed and beauty on the scene were so stimulating that everyone was somewhat carried away, and they dared to discuss anything. Su Qingshan, standing atop the city wall, was also amazed and astonished by this scene. This little girl is even more monstrous than her mother. She's only 16, yet she's so powerful. She can even crush my opponents. Her future is truly limitless. Feng Jukin stood quietly to the side, as if he had shut out all the chaos and people around him. His dark, deep eyes were fixed on Yi Ranyan, as if she was the only person in the world he could see. Quite a while. Once the riotous spirit beasts were completely engrossed in the illusion, Yi Ranyan moved gracefully and landed in front of Su Qingshan. Dean Su, why are there only a few of you? Where are my cousin and the others? Su Qingshan came to his senses and smiled at her. These beasts came on strong, attacking all 4 of our city gates at the same time. Your cousin and the others are at other city gates, but don't worry. Most of those spirit beasts are under the command of 6th-tier king beasts. Now that the 6th-tier king beast is trapped in the illusion by you, the other spirit beasts will probably be in chaos. After saying that, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You girl, you're really too amazing. At this rate of growth, others probably can't even catch up with you." Chapter 172, Yi Ranyan is really amazing. Yi Ranyan didn't pay attention to Su Qingshan's praise. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Is it at another city gate?" Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she scanned the surroundings. After these spirit beasts have exhausted each other, Dean, you can lead everyone to clean up the battlefield. Su Qingshan nodded. Yes, the fur and flesh of high-level spirit beasts are excellent materials for alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman drawing, so we naturally won't let them go. Yi Ranyan sheathed her longsword. The west gate should be safe for now. In that case, I'll go check on my cousin and the others. Okay, go ahead. Su Qingshan had already realized that although Yi Ranyan appeared to be only at the Suyu realm, she was actually capable of crushing even a 6th-tier king beast. Someone who had to take a serious look at a 4th-tier spirit beast during the freshman assessment just 2 months ago would be able to handle a 6th-tier spirit beast just 2 months later? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Qingshan wouldn't have believed that there could be someone with such an incredible speed of cultivation. He sighed inwardly. Now, even the king beasts were trapped in the illusion by Yi Ranyan and were at the mercy of others, let alone the low-level spirit beasts in other places. In short, with Yi Ranyan around, they should have survived this beast tide. However, Su Qingshan looked at the scene and felt somewhat regretful. He never expected that this beast tide, which had been quite troublesome for everyone, would be ended by Yi Ranyan, a freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Ranyan and the man beside her are unbelievably powerful. These two people, who seemed born into nobility, were quite out of place in the Eastern Dragon capital. It's clear that in the future, they will definitely go to a wider world. Donglong is too small a place, It's destined that they won't be able to stay. Then I'll go first. Yi Ranyan took her leave directly. Had been fighting the 5th-tier spirit beasts here, came over to express their gratitude. Of the two, the head of the Qi family was injured, while the head of the Meng family. Yi Ranyan's gaze swept over him. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Then she said, "You too, after I've been to the other city gates, you can come and find me. Maybe I can help you." After saying that, she softly called out to the void, "Wind." Then, everyone saw a small gray bird with golden eyes flying in from a distance. The little bird flew to Yi Ranyan's side, and its body suddenly grew larger, covering the sky and almost obscuring the sky above the west gate. What a huge flying spirit beast. This aura. Wow, it even faintly contains the aura of a 5th-tier spirit beast. Yi Ranyan is really amazing. She actually possesses such a powerful spirit beast. It seems that her talent for beast taming must also be very impressive. I heard that she once used sword intent during the freshman assessment at the Imperial Capital Academy, and it is said that she also displayed heaven-defying talent in alchemy in the Danding Kingdom. Now, she is even so good at beast taming. She is truly an all-around genius. Previously, the Duke's mansion held a welcome banquet to announce her identity. I heard that the presidents of the 5 major guilds were all present at the banquet. At the time, I thought the presidents of the 5 major guilds were just giving face to the Duke's mansion. Now it seems that things are probably not that simple. Respectful chatter of the crowd. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin stood on Fenger's back and flew into the distance. At the same time, at the south gate, the strongest creature here is a 5th-tier spirit beast. The 5th-tier spirit beasts, following the command of the 6th-tier beast king, led other lower-tier beasts in a joint attack on the Eastern Dragon capital. Guarding the south gate were Yi Yuhan, the young master of the Duke's mansion, and an elder from the Feng family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. A 5th-tier spirit beast's cultivation level is equivalent to a martial lord, and this one is even a peak 5th-tier spirit beast, vaguely comparable to a martial king among humans. The Feng family sect is a peak heavenly martial realm expert. The original plan was for Yi Yuhan, who had the cultivation of a martial lord, to fight the 5th-order spirit beast together with the elder at the peak of the heavenly martial realm. However, unexpectedly, the elder of the Feng family was seriously injured and coughed up blood shortly after he had just fought against the 5th-order spirit beast. Not long after the battle began, he lay on the ground groaning, saying that he was seriously injured, his spiritual energy was stagnant, and he was unable to fight. Therefore, Yi Yuhan, who was at the martial lord level, had no choice but to deal with the 5th-tier spirit beast, which was equivalent to the martial king level, all by himself. The silver dragon guards who were guarding the south gate with Yi Yuhan were furious, but the Feng family elder was determined to play dead, so there was nothing they could do. Then, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin arrived at the south gate. What they saw was Yi Yuhan challenging a 5th-tier spirit beast alone. Yi Yuhan was dressed in white, which was stained with blood and looked badly injured, but his sharp eyes were very bright. He exuded an aura of indomitable spirit, as if he were a one-man army that could hold off 10,000. Peak sword radiating a dazzling, cold light. That 5th-tier spirit beast was extremely powerful, almost as strong as a human martial king. Yi Yuhan's cultivation level was a whole major realm higher than that of a martial lord, not to mention that it also possessed the innate talent of a spirit beast. Yi Yuhan should have been at a disadvantage against it in every way. However, around the 5th-tier spirit beast, there was a terrifying sword intent that transformed into sharp edges, blocking all of the spirit beast's movements. Yi Yuhan continued his sword techniques, and the sound of swords echoed in the void. He actually used his sword as a formation to completely trap the spirit beast, preventing it from disturbing anyone else. With Yi Yuhan holding back the 5th-tier spirit beast, the other well-trained silver dragon guards found it much easier to deal with the other spirit beasts. Overall, the battlefield at the south gate was much better than the one at the west gate. Fenger brought Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin. The flying spirit beasts that blotted out the sky naturally attracted the attention of many people. They initially thought it was an enemy attack, believing that flying spirit beasts had been sent from the spirit beast forest. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there were people on the spirit beasts. They are friendly. The distinguished-looking man looked unfamiliar, but the woman looked familiar. Because Yi Ranyan rarely wore black dresses, no one recognized her at first. It wasn't until they were right in front of her that someone recognized her. Yi Ranyan. It's Yi Ranyan. Didn't she go to Danding Kingdom to participate in the Medicine King Valley assessment? The students of the Imperial Capital Academy exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon guards frowned inwardly. Why is Miss Biao here? What is she doing here, a delicate young lady? This is a crucial moment in the young master's battle against the 5th-tier spirit beast. If Miss Biao distracts the young master. They were all unsure of Yi Ranyan's strength and were afraid that she might disturb Yi Yuhan. However, Yi Yuhan was born with a spiritual body and loved fighting. He was very focused when he fought. He knew that Feng'er was coming, but in his eyes, there was still only that 5th-order spirit beast. Chapter 173 Magnificent and Grand. Yi Ranyan did not help Yi Yuhan. After she made the wind fall, she drew her longsword. Then, the resounding clang of swords echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The sword-drawing technique of the princess's sword suddenly appears. In an instant, countless sword lights, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, slayed all the spirit beasts that the silver dragon guards were facing. The silvery sword lights scattered down, cutting several spirit beasts into pieces of flesh and blood, and countless drops of blood splattered up. The crimson blood rain splattering upwards intertwined with the silvery sword light sloping downwards, creating a magnificent and beautiful scene. The scene was so magnificent and breathtaking that it stunned everyone present, except for Yi Yuhan, who was engrossed in the battle. Who had previously looked down on Yi Ranyan for being a delicate and useless young lady, now felt a burning pain on their cheeks. Honestly, they never expected that their cousin from the Duke's mansion would be so strong. Incredibly strong. In fact, he even seemed stronger than their young master. That's incredibly powerful. Yi Ranyan's attack consumed a lot of her spiritual power. But she wasn't flustered at all. She took out a handful of pills from the Emperor's space and ate them like candy. Everyone's eyes twitched involuntarily at the sight. What a waste. It's the first time they've ever seen anyone consume pills like this. It's such a waste. For an average person, this is simply too much to afford. However, when everyone thought that Yi Ranyan was a cousin of the Duke's family, they could accept it. After all, the Duke's mansion was not something that ordinary families could compare to. Everyone was stunned by Yi Ranyan's beauty and couldn't recover for a long time. Of the spirit beasts that had fought against them were also driven back after Yi Ranyan's attack. Because the 6th-tier king beast was trapped in the illusion at the west gate, the low-tier spirit beasts lost their command and were like headless flies. Now, after being shocked by Yi Ranyan's attack, they instinctively sensed the danger. Some spirit beasts, even after a brief moment of deliberation, slowly fled in an attempt to avoid harm and seek advantage. The pressure on the battle at the south gate was thus greatly relieved. The Silver Dragon guards, who was fighting here, hesitated briefly before stepping forward and bowing to her, saying, "Miss Yi Ranyan." Yi Ranyan noticed that the other person was wearing silver-white armor and asked, "Are you a Silver Dragon guard?" "This humble general is Han Yu, a member of the Silver Dragon Guard." Yi Ranyan nodded, sizing up the other person's tall stature and resolute face, and said, "Not bad. It has a military feel to it." "Miss Cousin." Han Yu hesitated before speaking. "Speak your mind." Watching Yi Yuhan fight the 5th-tier spirit beast, Yi Ranyan spoke to him indifferently. Han Yu felt as if Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes could see right through him. He felt slightly ashamed, but after hesitating, he still said, "I see that your cultivation is very powerful. Why don't you go and help the young master?" Yi Ranyan paused for a moment, then chuckled, her gaze falling lightly on the man. "So you were stammering because you wanted me to save my cousin?" The other person nodded vigorously. Yi Ranyan can see that Yi Yuhan's reputation within the Silver Dragon Guard is quite good. She couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and said, "It's not that I don't want to help him, but rather, he doesn't need my help." As she spoke, she looked back at Yi Yuhan with admiration in her eyes. Moreover, this 5th-tier spirit beast is his best whetstone. If I help him, it will only cause him to miss a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, Han Yu looked bewildered, completely unaware of what Yi Ranyan meant. However, Yi Ranyan didn't seem inclined to say more, so he didn't press further. Not long after, suddenly, boom, a powerful gust of air exploded from Yi Yuhan and the 5th-tier spirit beast. In an instant, a cloud of dust rose up around them, and a deep mark was left on the opposite side by the powerful attack. Amidst the rising dust, the crowd momentarily couldn't clearly see the battle between Yi Yuhan and the 5th-tier spirit beast. The next moment, a magnificent sword light, accompanied by multiple afterimages, slashed out horizontally. The 5th-order spirit beast that had been fighting Yi Yuhan for a long time was also cut in half by this sword light. "Oh my god, The students from the Imperial Academy and the Silver Dragon Guards nearby were all stunned by what they saw. How is this possible? I saw the young master fighting that spirit beast before, and his sword intent could only scratch its surface. How come suddenly he was able to cut the spirit beast in half? This is absolutely incredible. The spirit beast, cut in two at the waist, seemed unaware of what had happened. Its enormous beastly eyes were filled with confusion and resentment. Unfortunately, it no longer has a chance. Life force rapidly drained from its body, and soon, with a loud bang, its body slammed heavily onto the ground. Dressed in white but covered in blood, Yi Yuhan finally snapped out of his battle. The sword he held, which he had supported with his spiritual power, began to break inch by inch. A hint of heartache flashed across Yi Yuhan's eyes. This sword was personally forged for him by the second brother. He reached up and wiped the blood splattered on his face. His handsome face, with its sharp brows and eyes, still carried a strong sense of killing intent and fighting spirit. However, that battle just now was truly exhilarating for him. Yi Yuhan was still savoring the afterglow of the battle when a melodious voice came from beside him. Congratulations, cousin, on mastering your martial arts. You can even kill a 5th-tier peak spirit beast. Everyone suddenly realized what Yuranyan meant. So it's a breakthrough. The eldest young master's martial arts skills have broken through during the battle. No wonder he suddenly became so powerful. Yi Yuhan was also stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up and saw Yuranyan. His eyes lit up suddenly, then a hint of worry appeared. Cousin Yunyan, what brings you here? Wait, when did you get back? Yuranyan smiled and handed over a bottle of pills. Big cousin, take this first. Then she briefly explained that they had just returned today, and that she had already been to the West Gate, and also described the situation there. Yi Yuhan listened silently to Yuranyan finish speaking, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. The West Gate was able to deal with the spirit beast so quickly. It must be because my cousin took action, right? As he spoke, he shook his head and said, just now I was proud of myself for having mastered the first level of the long sky sword technique to perfection. I even thought that when you returned from Danding Kingdom, I would challenge you to a duel. But I didn't expect. Sigh. I'd better not humiliate myself. Yuranyan raised an eyebrow. You can spar with me, but want to catch up with my progress? Cousin, that's impossible in this lifetime. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan's sharp gaze became even more intimidating. If a person doesn't give up on themselves, heaven won't abandon them. Cousin, I will never utter the word give up. Chapter 174, Are the Two Little Ones just for show? People don't give up on themselves, heaven won't abandon them either. This older cousin has once again impressed Yuranyan. He was crippled before, but he didn't give up on himself and comprehended the sword intent. Now, his temperament is still so resilient and calm. He was born with a spiritual body and has such a temperament. Big cousin, I believe your future will be amazing, Yuranyan said with certainty. Yi Yuhan smiled, a look of high spirits on his face. I think so too. At this moment, he also noticed Feng Jukin standing to the side, exuding a powerful aura, wearing a silver mask, and radiating an air of nobility and unapproachability. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Who is he? Yuranyan smiled and said, she's a friend of mine. I'll formally introduce you to her after this matter is settled. Okay, fine. Yi Yuhan could tell that there seemed to be something more between Yuranyan and Feng Jukin, but he didn't say anything more. Unlike Yi Yulan, he wasn't blindly only thinking about what was best for Yuranyan. He respected Yuranyan even more and believed in her abilities and judgment. He was willing to support any decision Yuranyan made. Alright, the spirit beasts at the South Gate have been mostly dealt with. Cousin, you guys clean up the battlefield first. I'll go check on the East Gate. Okay, cousin, be careful and take good care of yourself. Yuranyan nodded, and together with Feng Jukin, they stood back on Fenger's back and flew towards the East Gate. Meanwhile, everyone at the South Gate watched with amazement and admiration as Yuranyan and her companion disappeared into the distance. Yuranyan's previous sword strike was too magnificent and too shocking. That scene will be etched in their memories for a lifetime. At the same time, Yuranyan will undoubtedly become one of the most outstanding geniuses in the Eastern Dragon Empire from this day forward. Before this, Yi Yuhan, the eldest son of the Duke's mansion, was the undisputed #1 prodigy in the Eastern Dragon capital. He was only in his early 20s, but he was already a martial lord. Many people said that he suppressed an era. But just now, in front of everyone, Yi Yuhan admitted that he was not as good as Yuranyan. This shows just how powerful and abnormal Yi Ranyan is. How fortunate we Donglong are to have figures like Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuhan. Not only them, the entire Duke's mansion is practically full of geniuses. At this time, at the East Gate, Yi Yuxuan, the second son of the Duke's mansion, led the defense against the Beast Tide. The head of the Fong family is a martial lord. Yi Yuxuan is at the heavenly martial realm cultivation level. Their opponent was also a 5th-tier spirit beast. The head of the Fong family dared not do anything to Yi Yuxuan openly in front of everyone, and behaved relatively well. In addition, the 5th-tier spirit beast they were dealing with had the lowest cultivation level among all 5th-tier spirit beasts. Therefore, it was relatively easy for the two of them to work together. Meanwhile, the other Silver Dragon guards, the Fong family members, and the people from the Imperial Capital Academy all had a very smooth time dealing with the low-level spirit beasts. Yi Ranyan realized that the battlefield here was easier than the one at the South Gate. Of course, it could also be because this city gate is the furthest from the spirit beast forest. Second cousin, I'm here to help you. Yi Ranyan arrived. She leaped down and threw out several runes, which smashed the spirit beasts below, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Nightstain sound. Why is she here? The Imperial Academy and the Silver Dragon Guards were somewhat surprised to see Yi Ranyan, and then they were shocked by Yi Ranyan's extravagant use of runes. That's so extravagant. That's all money. As expected of a young lady, she didn't even blink when smashing a 3rd-tier spirit talisman. Everyone else was simply amazed, but the Fong family patriarch's heart jumped the moment he saw Yi Ranyan. The moment he discovered that Fong Yura's life tablet was shattered, he knew that Fong Yura had been exposed. Information Fong Yura revealed before her death, but the fact that the Fong family had connections with Crown Prince Danrong of Danding Kingdom had already been exposed. If this investigation continues, it will be very detrimental to both the other family and the eldest prince. So they went all in and immediately began planning their current actions. Mingming, everything was planned perfectly. But at this moment, when he saw Yi Ranyan, the head of the Fong family still had a sense of foreboding. After all, the atmosphere of the entire Duke's mansion has changed ever since Yi Ranyan appeared. The Duke's mansion, which had almost collapsed, suddenly became prosperous again. Yi Yuhan not only didn't become a cripple, but he became even stronger than before. Even Yi Yuch, that sickly fellow, is becoming healthier and healthier. Even the old Duke, who had been in a coma, suddenly woke up and was able to take charge of the situation. This woman seems to have the ability to change outcomes and create miracles. All of that made him pay attention to her presence. He was a little worried that she would also break this game today. While the Fong family patriarch was distracted, Yi Ranyan and Yi Yuxuan had already joined forces to kill the 5th-tier spirit beast. Below, there are many low-level spirit beasts. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly. These spirit beasts, in a way, were affected by the drugs and controlled by 6th-tier king beasts. It's a bit of a pity that they died like this. After all, spirit beasts can also be contracted by humans. If there were a way to drive them away without killing them, that would be great. Yi Ranyan had just thought that. Owner. Inside the Emperor's space, the black and white dumpling, which had almost finished recuperating in the Lotus Spirit Pool, hurriedly contacted Yi Ranyan in its spiritual sea to assert its presence. We can help our owner chase them away, said Black Chocolate. Master, we want to go out and play. We don't want to stay in the space, said the white dumpling, Cotton Candy. Yi Ranyan thought for a moment and nodded. All right. On a whim, she released the two little ones, instructing them. You two better be careful and don't reveal your identities. As soon as the two little ones came out, they excitedly jumped onto Yi Ranyan's left and right shoulders. Yi Yuxuan saw it and was surprised. Cousin, what's this? He knew that Yi Ranyan had made a contract with Feng. Yi Ranyan's shoulder, which usually belongs to Fenger, is now occupied by the two little ones. My contracted beast. Yi Ranyan's casual remark caused quite a stir in the room. Many people stared at her in shock. Yi Ranyan, how old is she? 16 years old, right? She's only 16, yet she can already contract 2 spirit beasts. This is truly heaven-defying. So, her beast-taming talent is also terrifying? Just as everyone was in shock. Marshmallow, Chocolate, go and drive away those spirit beasts. Upon receiving the order, the two little ones immediately flew into the air. Their fluffy, adorable bodies suddenly grew larger, but after a long time, the two little ones only grew to the size of a normal tiger. This caused many people who witnessed the scene to burst into laughter. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's so cute. They look quite cute and cuddly, but it's just a pretty face. No wonder Yi Ranyan could contract 2 spirit beasts. Turns out they're just pets that can only be used as companions and can't fight. Chapter 175, Could They Be Legendary Mythical Beasts? A look of schadenfreude crossed everyone's eyes. I thought Iranian was really amazing. It turns out that in order to show off that she had 2 spirit beasts, she casually made contracts with 2 pet beasts. That's such a pity. It's important to know that contracting a spirit beast consumes a portion of one's spiritual energy, so the number of spirit beasts an average person can contract is limited. Iranian, despite her obvious talent, gave up 2 precious contract beast positions to 2 pet beasts. Isn't that self-destruction? Everyone sighed in dismay. Although the marshmallows and chocolates have only recently hatched, they are very clever and have a particularly strong ability to understand. They were divine beasts with excellent hearing. The disdainful and slightly mocking words of the crowd reached their ears and quickly enraged them. Roar! Chocolate roared, its beastly howl echoing throughout the entire East Dragon City. It terrified the spirit beasts in front of the East City Gate, causing them to immediately prostrate themselves on all fours in submission. Don't you dare talk about my master like that. Cotton Candy growled. We're not pets. Roar, roar. An overwhelming pressure instantly emanated from the chocolate and marshmallow, spreading outwards like a tidal wave. The pressure from the divine beast bloodline nearly shattered the bones of some low-level spirit beasts, and blood was even uncontrollably seeping from the fur and skin of some of them. They lay prone on the ground, terrified, each one uttering a desperate roar of pleading for mercy. Roll! After Cotton Candy roared, all the spirit beasts turned and ran away in a panic, as if they would be killed if they stayed for even a second longer. The 2 little ones' oppressive aura not only prevented the spirit beasts from raising their heads, but even many humans around them found it difficult to breathe under that powerful pressure. Everyone was stunned to see the 2 little ones so majestic and powerful, roaring and defeating all the spirit beasts with just a few shouts. So strong. My God, what kind of spirit beast is this? It's incredibly powerful. Who said this is a pet? Who said that? You son of a bitch, step forward. What kind of pet is this ferocious? No. Didn't you all notice that those 2 spirit beasts, they spoke? Yes, they spoke, and they were speaking our human language. Oh my God. Upon realizing this, the once bustling and noisy East Gate instantly fell silent. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to the 2 little ones in disbelief. Everyone seemed to have lost their ability to think, their eyes blankly following the 2 little ones, and as they moved, their gazes fell on Iranian. A stunningly beautiful girl with snow-white skin and an alluring black dress has a cool and aloof expression. On her left and right shoulders sit 2 adorable little beasts. However, after the 2 little ones' display of power, no one dares to underestimate them in the slightest. After a long while, everyone finally found their voices. A beast that can speak human language must be at least an 8th-tier sacred beast, but they look so small, they don't seem like 8th-tier sacred beasts at all. If they're not 8th-tier sacred beasts, how can they speak human language at such a young age? Heavens! Could they be legendary divine beasts? Divine beasts? Iranian actually contracted divine beasts? And more than one? How is that possible? Even in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't dare to dream of something this beautiful. It's just too unbelievable. How could she possibly have such strong mental power to contract a divine beast? This must be fake. Everyone was almost going crazy. Iranian sighed and flicked her forehead with her finger, giving each of the 2 little ones a light tap on the forehead as a small punishment. I told you not to reveal your identities, and look what happened. The marshmallows and chocolates immediately rubbed against Iranian's neck obediently and pitifully, desperately trying to get close to their owner. We didn't want this either. Those people went too far. It's okay if you underestimate us. But we can't tolerate them speaking ill of their master. The 2 little ones spoke one after the other, each arguing their point with conviction. Upon hearing this, everyone felt both envy and intense jealousy towards Iranian. Wah, they also want divine beasts. They also want to be protected by divine beasts like that. After the 2 little ones caused a ruckus, the East Gate quickly returned to calm, and now not a single spirit beast can be seen here. Cotton Candy proudly said to Iranian, Master, with our aura here, those spirit beasts will not dare to invade again for a short time. Is that so? Iranian lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, she suddenly looked up, and a sharp glint shot out from her bright, beautiful eyes. The next moment, before anyone could react, she moved with lightning speed and appeared in front of Fong Moaning, the head of the Fong family. The head of the Fong family felt a moment of disorientation, and when he came to his senses, a pill was stuffed into his mouth. He opened his mouth to spit out the pill, but it melted instantly upon entering his mouth, sliding down his throat and disappearing without a trace. His face changed drastically, his expression turning ferocious as he stared at Yi Ranyan with venomous eyes. "You little bitch! What have you done?" Snap! Yi Ranyan slapped him without hesitation. "Who are you calling a little bitch?" Yi Ranyan's actions were so sudden that before anyone could react, she slapped the Fong family head. The crisp sound of the slap made everyone gasp. Everyone looked at Yi Ranyan with disbelief. That's the head of the Fong family, one of the 4 great families, with the cultivation of a martial lord. How dare Yi Ranyan slap him? Yi Ranyan gone mad. Instant, the Fong family members surrounded the two of them, each glaring angrily at Yi Ranyan. The head of the Fong family had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He was furious and stepped forward to make a move, but suddenly found himself powerless. Even the spiritual power in his body had disappeared without a trace. His anger froze on his face, a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. What did you do to me? Why have I lost all my cultivation? Yi Ranyan, this is a critical time to resist the beast tide. The capital needs fighting power. What are your intentions in treating me like this? I'll handle the beast tide. As for you? With your fighting strength, you're better off without me. Yi Ranyan with a puzzled expression. Yi Ranyan said, the beast tide is inextricably linked to him. Since there's no need to guard the east gate anymore, you should keep an eye on all the Fong family members. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and simply did not believe what Yi Ranyan said. How could the Fong family be related to the beast tide? The head of the Fong family sneered. You little brat. Who do you think you are, trying to condemn me with your bare hands? No way. I am the head of the Fong family, one of the 4 great families, and my daughter is the future crown prince's consort. Let's see who dares to touch me. Chapter 176. It turns out he wasn't the only one who hadn't seen the world. The head of the Fong family was fearless and had nothing to fear. As his arrogant words fell, the Fong family members standing to the side all stepped forward, their attitudes making their intentions clear. However, at the same time, Yi Yuxuan and the Silver Dragon Guards also stood beside Yi Ranyan to support her. Of the Imperial Academy hesitated for a moment, then sent out a representative. The representative looked at Yi Ranyan and said, Miss Yi, this is a critical moment. Why don't we release Patriarch Fong first? If he really has a problem, we can hand him over to His Majesty the Emperor later. Yi Ranyan glanced coldly at the other party, then flicked her wrist and produced a token. She held the token high, pointing it towards the students of the Imperial Capital Academy. The Dean's order is here. Seeing the Dean's order is like seeing the Dean himself. Now, I order the students of the Imperial Capital Academy to assist the Silver Dragon Guard in guarding the Fong family. The students of the Imperial Capital Academy paused for a moment upon seeing this, then bowed respectfully and answered in unison, yes. The Silver Dragon Guards, on the other hand, were stunned. Soon, a leader of the Silver Dragon Guard hesitated before stepping forward and saying to Yi Ranyan, Miss, we know there are some conflicts between the Duke's mansion and the Fong family, but the Silver Dragon Guard is a national asset and cannot be used for your private purposes. Yi Ranyan sighed helplessly. Why were all these people so rigid? Without any hesitation, she flipped her wrist again, putting the Dean's token back and replacing it with a silver token. She presented the silver token to the Silver Dragon Guard leader. Have you seen it clearly? Now, do you have any further objections? Silver Dragon Token? Splash. Upon seeing this token, the Silver Dragon Guards acted even more dramatically than the students of the Imperial Capital Academy. In an instant, they all knelt down on the ground. Yes, sir. A group of people shouted towards Yi Ranyan. At the same time, all the Silver Dragon Guards were somewhat shocked. The old Duke actually handed the Silver Dragon token to Miss Biao? Could it be that the old Duke plans to have Miss Biao lead them in the future? If it were before, they would definitely have been dissatisfied if they had known that the Silver Dragon Guards were in Yi Ranyan's hands. However, after learning that the 2 little ones were divine beasts, and seeing Yi Ranyan subdue the Fong family head, who had the cultivation of a martial lord, in one move, they also developed a sense of admiration for Yi Ranyan and were very willing to have her as their leader. It would have been better to do this earlier. Yi Ranyan put away the token. Then I'll leave this place to you. I still need to go to the North Gate. Yi Yuxuan was also in high spirits at this moment, and quickly said, Cousin, I'll go with you. Yi Ranyan glanced at the East Gate and saw that the students of the Imperial Academy and the Silver Dragon Guards had overwhelmingly defeated the Fong family and tied them all up. She then nodded and said, Good. Anyway, there's no need to keep anyone here anymore. She carried Yi Yuxuan onto Feng'er's back. Before Feng'er took off, Yi Ranyan instructed the silver dragon guards below. Remember to send 2 more people to the west gate and the south gate, and have everyone come to the Duke's mansion to discuss matters after they have dealt with the beast tide. Just now, the moment the other party took action, Yi Ranyan had already decided to handle the matter personally. The emperor is currently in seclusion, and the crown prince is overseeing the country. If she doesn't act before the crown prince reacts, she'll likely find herself in a passive position. It's better to strike first. Silver Dragon Guards immediately accepted the order and headed towards the west gate and south gate. All right, Feng'er, let's go, head to the north gate. Yi Yuxuan had been observing the 2 little ones on Yi Ranyan's shoulder until Feng'er took off, at which point he realized Feng Juken's presence. Of course, this was also largely due to Feng Juken deliberately using spiritual power to obscure his own existence. Yi Yuxuan was startled and quickly asked Yi Ranyan, "Who is he? What's he doing here?" Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "He is my friend, cousin. Your iron-eating beast was personally chosen for you by Jiao Chun." "Ah, it's you." Yi Yuxuan adored his iron-eating giant panda. He was naturally carefree, and since Feng Juken had deliberately concealed his aura, he immediately patted Feng Juken's shoulder without any regard for seniority. "Good brother, thank you so much. You picked the perfect iron-eating beast. Since I got it, my understanding of weapon crafting has improved dramatically, and now I even have a use for the materials I waste when crafting." Being carefree by nature, he was completely unaware of the relationship between this man and his cousin. For the rest of the time, he kept pulling Feng Juken along, talking incessantly about his panda iron-eating beast. Feng Juken listened expressionlessly. Seeing Yi Ranyan smirking beside him, his deep eyes could only look at her with a hint of helplessness and tenderness. Fortunately, the wind soon reached the north gate. Upon seeing the scene at the north gate, Yi Yuxuan immediately stopped talking, thus freeing Feng Juken from his predicament. Looking at the scene below, Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but marvel. 3rd and 4th brothers are quite formidable. Below, Yi Yulan was constantly refining pills to replenish Yi Yuch's spiritual power, while Yi Yuch was continuously drawing runes and using them to attack the 5th-tier spirit beasts at the north gate. The 5th-tier spirit beast, too, was tormented to the brink of death by the combined efforts of the 2. As soon as the wind subsided, Yi Yuxuan eagerly approached the 2, praising them. "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat a 5th-tier spirit beast. However, I remember that the patriarch of the Ming family, one of the 4 great families, should have been with you. Why is he not here?" Yi Yuch's face was slightly pale. He had consumed too much spiritual energy. If it weren't for the ever-regenerating longevity technique within his body and the pills given to him by Yi Yulan, he would have been unable to continue. Hearing Yi Yuxuan's words, he said weakly, "Patriarch Ming's old illness relapsed not long after he arrived, and he is unable to fight. He is currently recuperating in the back." Has the old illness relapsed? The Ming family patriarch's behavior was no different from the Feng family elders at the south gate, who deliberately injured themselves to avoid battle. Yi Ranyan's eyes. Whether he is truly unable to fight or pretending, we will know once we go and see for ourselves. "Cousin." Forcing himself to stay awake, Yi Yuch finally noticed Yi Ranyan. A gentle smile instantly appeared on her youthful, handsome face. "You're back too." Yi Yulan had just finished refining the last batch of pills when she saw Yi Ranyan, and said helplessly, "I told Grandma not to tell you about this place, but I didn't expect you to come anyway." Yi Ranyan glanced at him. "Luckily, Grandma told me. I can be of great help to you here." As she spoke, she instructed the 2 little ones perched on her shoulders, one on each side. "Cotton candy, chocolate, go and chase these spirit beasts away." "Roar." "Yes, master." The 2 little ones did the same thing as before at the east gate, flying into the air and roaring twice. The pressure of divine beasts instantly scared away all the low-level spirit beasts. Yi Yuch and Yi Yulan, however, were seeing this scene for the first time and were instantly stunned by the 2 little ones speaking human language and being so majestic. Seeing his 2 younger brothers' dumbfounded expressions, Yi Yuxuan felt instantly pleased. It turned out he wasn't the only one who had never seen anything like it. Chapter 177 Cousin, you're really something else. They. Yi Yulan, who had seen the 2 little ones in the spirit beast forest not long ago, pointed at them with trembling fingers, so shocked that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "That's right, they are mythical beasts." Yi Ranyan was helpless, but the 2 little ones had already been exposed by speaking human language at the east gate. so she had no choice but to confess. Yi Yulan's face flushed with excitement, and after a long pause, she finally said, "Cousin, you're amazing." Yi Ranyan just smiled and didn't say anything. The people around were also extremely shocked. After regaining their senses, they looked at Yi Ranyan with complicated expressions. However, by this time, the two little ones had driven away all the spirit beasts at the north gate, and peace had returned. The people who had fought bloody battles with the spirit beasts could finally rest. However, just as everyone was preparing to take a rest, Yi Ranyan then called to Yi Yuch and Yi Yulan. "Let's go see that Ming family head." "Huh? Why are you looking at him?" Yi Yulan's face showed a hint of disgust. "Are you going to treat his injuries?" Yi Yuch instinctively retorted, "Impossible." In his memory, his cousin was not the kind of person who would repay evil with kindness. As attack on the Fong family head, Yi Yuxuan immediately revealed a mysterious smile. "You'll see when we get there." Yi Yulan immediately became interested and leaned closer to Yi Yuxuan. "Second brother? It seems you knew. You should have told me in advance." Yi Yuxuan pulled him down. "If I tell you now, there will be no surprise." Yi Yulan frowned. "You're such a cheapskate." However, as he looked away, he suddenly noticed Feng Jukin standing next to Yi Yuxuan and Yi Ranyan. His expression immediately changed, and he nervously stepped forward, shielding Yi Ranyan behind him. He asked Feng Jukin in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "What are you doing here?" Feng Jukin glanced at him indifferently, then looked away. It was as if he didn't take Yi Yulan seriously at all. Seeing that Yi Yulan was about to explode, Yi Ranyan quickly said, "Jukin is someone I invited to help. With him around, I feel more at ease no matter what I do." Yi Yulan was about to say something. Yi Ranyan said, "Moreover, Grandma has already met Jiu Chun, and she is very satisfied with him." Upon hearing this, Yi Yulan had no choice but to reluctantly back away. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Feng Jukin, but he was just unwilling to accept that his cousin was so young and had been taken away by this man. Seeing this, Yi Yuch, who was standing to the side, had a thoughtful expression on his face. Yi Yuxuan was still out of it. "What? You've met Grandma? Why would Grandma be satisfied with him?" Yi Yuch had no choice but to pat his second brother on the shoulder, since he had no sense of romance. "Second brother, talk less, observe more, and learn from him." Yi Yuxuan looked completely bewildered. While the group was talking, they arrived at the temporary tent set up at the back. Outside the tent, everyone was fighting against the spirit beasts, while inside, the Ming family patriarch was enjoying himself immensely, with a beautiful woman feeding him wine in his arms. It wasn't until Yi Yuxuan used his sword to pry open his tent that his ugly appearance was exposed to everyone's eyes. Having just finished fighting, the group, still covered in blood and wounds, couldn't help but frown and show disgust at the extravagant scene inside the tent. Who dares to lift my tent?" The Ming family patriarch was stunned for a moment before he reacted and shouted angrily. "It's me." Yi Yuxuan stood in front, looking at the Ming family head with disdain. "You let us juniors with low cultivation fight outside, while you're here being all lovey-dovey with that little vixen. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Second brother, this kind of person definitely doesn't have a sense of shame. How could he possibly feel ashamed?" Yi Yulan said from the side. Yi Ranyan stepped forward slowly and said softly, "I see that Ming Jia's breathing is steady and his complexion is rosy. He doesn't seem to be suffering from a relapse of his old injury. You lot, what's it to you? Who do you think you are, you bunch of brats? How dare you interfere with me?" Yi Ranyan sneered. "You deliberately slacked off, putting my third and fourth cousins in danger. Tell me, is it my fault or not?" Yi Yuxuan chimed in. "Cousin, why waste so much breath on him? Just do what you did before and—" Before Yi Yuxuan could finish speaking, the Ming family patriarch opened his mouth again and cursed. "You brat, you." However, at the very moment he opened his mouth, "Call out." Yi Ranyan shot out a pill with perfect accuracy, directly into his mouth. Ugh. By the time the Ming family head realized what was happening and tried to spit out the pill, it was already too late. The pill has already been swallowed. His expression changed drastically. Just like the previous Fong family head, he was both shocked and furious. He wanted to force Yi Ranyan to reveal what kind of medicine it was, but then he found himself powerless and his spiritual power had vanished without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Having lost his spiritual power and becoming utterly powerless, the Ming family patriarch immediately became just like the Fong family patriarch before him, utterly defenseless. Soon, he and the Ming family members were also taken into custody by the Silver Dragon Guards and the Imperial Academy. because many of the people in this group from the Imperial Capital Academy had previously gone to the Danding Kingdom together. Therefore, they had great faith in Yi Ranyan. Knowing that Yi Ranyan is now not only an elder of Medicine King Valley, but also the Dean's Dean, they obey her every word. The other Silver Dragon guards, seeing that the three young masters of the Duke's mansion had no objection to Yi Ranyan's words, did not hesitate and immediately obeyed her orders. I thought I would have to show my token again to get them under my control. Yi Ranyan let out a breath. This beast tide is closely related to the Fong family and the eldest prince. The Ming family is the maternal clan of the eldest prince's mother, so she doesn't believe them at all that they are innocent. However, she didn't have any evidence to prove that the Ming family had anything to offer, so these people could wait until later and let the Eastern Dragon Emperor deal with them personally. The beast tides at all 4 city gates. Yi Ranyan was a little tired. She looked at everyone and said, "Let's go back to the Duke's mansion. I have arranged to meet with other people there." Good. Everyone agreed. After leaving some people to clean up the battlefield, most people went home to rest, while others followed Yi Ranyan's orders to escort the Ming family head to the Duke's mansion. However, those people set off on their own, and Yi Yuxuan and his brothers followed them to avoid any mishaps on the way. Yi Ranyan then rode alone with Feng Jukin onto Fenger's body and rode the spirit beast home. After passing through 4 city gates, only the 2 of them remained on Fenger's back. Yi Ranyan sent the 2 little ones back to the Emperor's space as well. Feng Jukin stepped forward, took Yi Ranyan's hand, and helped her move her fingers. "Are you tired?" Yi Ranyan sighed, leaned against Feng Jukin, and snuggled into his arms, a little. Feng Jukin's eyes showed a hint of heartache. "Actually, I can help you." Chapter 178 Reaching Your Peak Step by Step. "I know," Yi Ranyan said, raising her head to gently kiss Feng Jukin's beautifully shaped, smooth jawline. Feng Jukin gradually turned to stone. "But I want to grow on my own. Jiu Chun, just watch over me. I will take it one step at a time and reach the peak you are at." A myriad of emotions surged within Feng Jukin's heart, and he couldn't help but reach out and embrace Yi Ranyan, his arms gradually tightening around her. At that moment, he even had an urge to meld her into his very bones. But he restrained himself. But he only managed to restrain a little bit. There were still many emotions that needed to be released. Yi Ranyan's lips with a domineering and irresistible gesture. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes widened for a moment. Her long eyelashes trembled. Then she closed her eyes again, opened her lips and teeth, and let him ravage her. A long time. For a long, long time. Only when Yi Ranyan's face turned bright red and she could barely breathe did she raise her hand and push against Feng Jukin's chest, her voice tinged with reproach. "Are you trying to bully me?" Feng Jukin's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse as he held Yi Ranyan tightly in his arms. "Not yet." He closed his eyes, suppressing the anger rising within him. "You're still too young." Quite a while. After suppressing his agitation, he stepped back slightly, reached out and brushed the strands of hair that had been blown onto Yi Ranyan's forehead by the wind, and said gently, "Yunyan, grow up quickly. When you grow up, we'll get sworn brotherhood and be together forever." His tone was unusually gentle, a stark contrast to his usual cold and ruthless demeanor, which instantly softened Yi Ranyan's heart. She gave him a reassuring smile. "Okay, I'll grow up as soon as possible." Feng Jukin pulled her back into his arms and said nothing more. The wind flies very fast. Before long, they arrived above the Duke's mansion. Yi Ranyan gestured for Feng Jukin to release her before letting Fenger descend. At this moment, everyone was still on their way to the Duke's mansion, with Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin being the first to arrive. Yi Ranyan went directly to the courtyard where Yi Kunshin was resting. Butler Lu was having people clean up the mess in the courtyard when he saw Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin return so quickly. He looked surprised and asked, "Young miss, you're back so soon? Has the beast tide been resolved?" Yi Ranyan nodded. "Yes, it's been resolved." Uncle Lu was shocked. "Really? So fast?" Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "I have 2 capable helpers, so it didn't take too long. By the way, Uncle Lu, has my grandfather woken up yet?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu subconsciously glanced at Feng Jukin, assuming that it was Feng Jukin who was helping Yi Ranyan. However, he didn't know that because Feng Jukin had a seal inside his body and his meridians were still broken and disordered, using spiritual power would make his body uncomfortable. Therefore, Yi Ranyan was very concerned and did not let Feng Jukin make any moves. "Not yet, but the old lady said his breathing is stable and his condition has improved a lot. Okay, I'll go in and see Grandpa." As Yi Ranyan spoke, She took out a bottle of pills from her bosom and gave it to Uncle Lou. I saw that Uncle Lou was also injured before. These pills can heal your injuries. Thank you, young lady. A look of gratitude appeared on Uncle Lou's face. It's nothing. Also, Uncle Lou, a lot of people will probably come to the Duke's mansion later. Please give the order so we can go to the martial arts arena to entertain them. Because, in the entire Duke's mansion, only the martial arts training ground could accommodate so many people. Good. Uncle Lou hurriedly went down to give instructions. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin entered Yi Kunshin's room, where he was recuperating. Union. Su Baiyu's eyes lit up when she saw her. Has the matter been resolved? She asked the question. Su Baiyu still felt a little incredulous. This beast tide came suddenly and fiercely, and they haven't been able to deal with it for several days. As a result, Yi Ranyan resolved the matter in less than an hour after returning. The efficiency was too fast and unbelievable. Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, it's resolved. How did you solve it? Can you tell your grandma? Next, Yi Ranyan briefly explained the situation. Su Baiyu's expression changed constantly, sometimes surprised, sometimes angry, sometimes excited, sometimes happy. Finally, her face showed pride and honor. Union, you are truly the pride of our Duke's mansion. Outsiders say that our Duke's family is full of geniuses, but I think that your other 4 cousins combined are not as good as you. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. My cousins are quite impressive too. Humph, do you think I don't know those brats? Although Su Baiyu said this, her smile deepened. In fact, what makes her most proud in the Duke's mansion is not how outstanding the children are, but that they get along very well. No matter how outstanding or capable each other is, there will be no jealousy. Instead, we will always help and support each other. This is what she really wants to see. Unlike before, when Yi Ranyan hadn't come to the Duke's mansion yet, when the 2 daughters of the Fong family, Fong Yura and Fong Yukin, were still the Duke's mansion's cousins, they wanted to excel in everything, but their abilities were lacking, and they were also jealous of their cousins. To Yi Ranyan, the 2 sisters are now increasingly repulsive. Su Baiyu was overjoyed countless times. Thankfully, they discovered the truth in time and learned that Yi Ranyan was their granddaughter. Yi Ranyan and Su Baiyu chatted for a while about the beast tide. Su Baiyu asked Yi Ranyan, according to you, the Fong family head and the Ming family head have both been subdued. Not only did you have them escorted to our Duke's mansion, but you also had Dean Su of the Imperial Academy and the heads of the other 2 major families come to our Duke's mansion for a meeting. What are your plans for gathering so many people here? Yi Ranyan nodded. Of course there is, and I also plan to go to the palace to check on the situation of the Azure Emperor later. I want to solve everything at once. Union, the royal family is far more complex than you imagine. If something really happens to the emperor, it's not something we can get involved in. Yi Ranyan looked at Su Baiyu disapprovingly. Grandma, given our family's relationship with Song Huang, if Grandpa were awake, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yi Ranyan finished speaking. That's right. An aged voice came from the bed. Su Baiyu and Yi Ranyan turned around in surprise and saw that the old Duke Yi Kunshin had opened his eyes and woken up at some point. After regaining consciousness, Yi Kunshin felt much better and immediately gave Yi Ranyan a kind smile. Union, I've troubled you again. No, the antidote is readily available. After saying that, Yi Ranyan reminded Su Baiyu. Grandma, quickly give him the pill to neutralize Grandpa's mental poison. As long as he takes the pill that can neutralize the mental toxins, Yi Kunshin can completely restore his cultivation and return to his former self, the Duke Protector of the nation, known to everyone in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Chapter 179 Feng Jukin, Swear by My Inner Demons. Su Baiyu fed the pill to Yi Kunshin as instructed. The elixir melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed down Yi Kunshin's throat. Yi Kunshin groaned, feeling a dull pain in his head for a moment, followed by an indescribable feeling of comfort. At that moment, he clearly felt that some of the constraints on him had disappeared. His cultivation, which had been firmly suppressed by the toxins, suddenly burst forth in an instant. In an instant, the entire Duke's mansion shook, and even the houses collapsed due to the spiritual energy emanating from Yi Kunshin. Su Baiyu and Yi Ranyan, who were closest to him, were the first to be impacted by this force. However, Feng Jukin reacted even faster. Yi Ranyan and Su Baiyu with an invisible force. The 2 felt as if a spring breeze was blowing across their faces, and the restless spiritual energy and dust were kept out. Upon seeing this, Yi Kunshin quickly regained his composure and restrained his cultivation. Ha! It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarating. I lost my composure a bit. Please don't take offense, Union. Su Baiyu glared at him, then smiled and looked at Feng Jukin. Jukin is so perceptive. He knows how to protect us. Yi Kunshin also looked at Feng Jukin. When he looked at Feng Jukin, the smile on his face gradually faded, and a faint look of solemnity appeared between his brows. Your name is Jiuqin? Feng Jukin paused for a moment, then said, My name is Feng Jukin. Feng Jukin. Yi Kunshin narrowed his eyes, which were gleaming with a sharp light. Although I am a martial lord and a figure of some importance in the Eastern Dragon Empire, I cannot see through you at all. You must be much, much stronger than us. Yes. Feng Jukin nodded in agreement, neither humble nor arrogant. Yi Kunshin said, Although you are very strong, if you dare to treat Union badly, I will risk my old life to make you pay the price. The icy aura surrounding Feng Jukin melted slightly. To show his respect, he removed his mask. That handsome, flawless face was gentler than ever before. His eyes, as dark as a frozen pool, were fixed on Yi Kunshin as he solemnly declared, I, Feng Jukin, swear by my inner demons that I will spare her from worry, suffering, wandering, and being left without a home. I will cherish her, pamper her, protect her, and love her. From this moment on, anyone who wants to harm her will have to step over my dead body first. Feng Jukin's seriousness surprised everyone. He swore an oath by his inner demons, which surprised the others. But what touched their hearts most were his vows. Especially the last sentence. Anyone who wants to harm Yi Ranyan must step over his dead body. The short oath deeply moved both the old duke and Su Baiyu. Even Yi Kunshin, in his youth, might not have dared to make such a vow to Su Baiyu. Feng Jukin, an incredibly mysterious, seemingly powerful, noble, and elegant man unlike any ordinary person, was actually willing to make such a promise to Yi Ranyan, who was only 16 years old. It's clear that he truly loves her. Or perhaps, he truly only has eyes for her in this lifetime. Even Yi Ranyan's heart pounded uncontrollably upon hearing Feng Jukin's vows, and the surging emotions within her almost overwhelmed her. In her previous life, she didn't understand love and thought she didn't need it and didn't care about it at all. In this life, after meeting Feng Jukin, she realized that the sweetness of love is truly enough to make one willing to die for it. She sensed and received Feng Jukin's feelings. She will keep it safe and will not let him down. Then, in front of Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu, Yi Ranyan also pointed to the sky and swore, Feng Jukin, I also swear by my inner demons, my heart is the same. Upon seeing this scene, Feng Jukin's obsidian-like eyes instantly shone with dazzling light. He couldn't help but step forward and grasp Yi Ranyan's soft little hand. The vows of these two children were so weighty that Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu felt a little heavy-hearted listening to them. However, seeing how much they loved each other and how they had no regrets, they couldn't bring themselves to say anything to stop them. Moreover, overall, both of them were extremely satisfied with Feng Jukin. So, all I can do is offer my blessings. Just then, Uncle Lu, who had been drawn by the noise of the roof being blasted open by spiritual energy, rushed over. Upon noticing his arrival, Feng Jukin immediately put his mask back on. When Uncle Lu rushed into the room and saw Yi Kunshin standing there in high spirits, his old eyes were instantly blurred with tears. Master, you're finally all right. That's wonderful. He felt extremely guilty after Yi Kunshin was poisoned. Only at this moment did the heavy weight that had been pressing on my heart finally come to an end. Haha. Lao Lu, don't worry. I can still hold up the sky over the Duke's mansion. Just then, a servant came to report. The Duke, the old madam, the young miss, the head of the Qi family, and the head of the Ming family have arrived. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. You've arrived so quickly, just in time. After saying that, she looked at Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu. Grandpa, Grandma, why don't you go and take a look too? Good. The group then headed towards the martial arts training ground of the Duke of Huguo's mansion. The last time the Duke of Huguo's mansion used the martial arts training ground was when they held a welcome banquet for Yi Ranyan. That time, a great demon from the northern wilderness came to deliver a young demon beast. The presidents of the 5 major guilds came to support Yi Ranyan, and even the Eastern Dragon Emperor issued a silencing order for Yi Ranyan. Now, the martial arts arena has reopened, also because of Yi Ranyan. What kind of storm will Yi Ranyan stir up this time? Soon, Yi Ranyan, Feng Jukin, Yi Kunshin, Su Baiyu, and Uncle Lu arrived at the training ground. It must be said that Uncle Lu is quite sensible in his work. When Yi Ranyan returned, she casually gave an order, and he had already had the place set up as a place for people to rest and talk. The heads of the Meng and Qi families, led by servants from the Duke's mansion, had already taken their seats and rested at the training ground. Set off immediately after receiving the message from the Silver Dragon Guards. Because they were worried that Yi Ranyan might have something urgent to attend to, they used their spiritual power to travel so quickly. Both of them had been fighting on the front lines and were still covered in blood. Sitting down now was a good opportunity for them to catch their breath, have some tea, and rest. The two rested and chatted, trying to figure out why Yi Ranyan had asked them to come. As they were discussing this, they saw Yi Ranyan and her group walking towards them from a distance. The heads of the Qi and Meng families instinctively stood up. Upon seeing Yi Kunshan and sensing the surging spiritual energy around him, the two were even more shocked. Long heard that the old duke was seriously injured, and that even the fourth-grade alchemist invited by His Majesty the Emperor could not cure him. Unexpectedly, he has now recovered. Even his cultivation has been restored. This duke's mansion is truly unfathomable. Thinking this, the two became even more respectful. Chapter 180 Striving to Fawn. After exchanging pleasantries, the group took their seats. Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu, as the hosts, sat in the most central position. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukan sat on the lower right, while the Meng family head and the Qi family head sat side by side on the lower left. The two sat facing Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukan. When they saw Feng Jukan, their eyes held a hint of inquiry. Earlier at the West Gate, this man had simply pointed his finger and isolated all the spirit beasts, demonstrating his astonishing strength. Thinking this way, they felt even more that the already extraordinary Duke's mansion seemed to have become even more mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable after the arrival of this new cousin. In the capital of Donglong, the eldest prince was originally at the height of his power, which also boosted the status of the Feng and Ming families. The Duke's mansion was looked down upon because of the old Duke's serious injury and Yi Yuhan's previous demotion. People outside believe that the Feng family may become the strongest family in the capital in the future. But now, in the eyes of the Qi and Ming families, the Duke's mansion is more likely to become the #1 family. At this moment, the head of the Qi family was very grateful that his family and the Duke's mansion had always maintained a good relationship. The Ming family was also a little scared. They had remained neutral and had not gotten involved in the feud between the Duke's mansion and the Feng family. After everyone was seated, the head of the Qi family smiled and looked at Yi Ranyan. "Miss Yi, may I ask why you have kept me waiting?" Yi Ranyan's gaze fell on him. "Patriarch Qi is still injured. Why don't we treat your injuries first? As for the rest, we can wait until the others arrive." Patriarch Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are the others?" They were the same people who guarded the 4 city gates before. "Oh," Patriarch Ming nodded. Yi Ranyan then said to the Ming family head, "Do you remember what I said before, that you could come to me when you had time, and that I might be able to help you?" Remember, both the Ming and Qi family heads were puzzled. Although Yi Ranyan was very strong, their families did not need military assistance at the moment, and they really couldn't think of any way Yi Ranyan could help them. "Patriarch Qi, you have a hidden injury that has not healed for many years. How about I help you heal it later?" The Qi family and the Duke's mansion have always been on good terms. When she was in Qinyang City, the city lord Qi Weivai treated her quite well, and she was willing to repay that favor. The head of the Qi family was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then instantly became excited. "Really? You can really cure my old ailment." His old ailment was contracted when he went out to train in his youth. He later consulted many doctors and took many pills, but unfortunately, none of them could cure him. It was because of this old ailment that he, who originally had a good talent for cultivation, could only stop progressing. This was a source of great anxiety for him. Yi Ranyan nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, the head of the Ming family couldn't help but look puzzled. The head of the Qi family has a chronic illness, but he doesn't. Surely Yi Ranyan can't help him treat his illness too? "Master Ming." He had barely thought about it when Yi Ranyan called his name. "The cultivation technique you're practicing is incomplete, which is why your cultivation level can't progress at all. How about it? Would you like me to help you perfect the technique?" The head of the Ming family was greatly surprised upon hearing this. "How did you know?" The Ming family possesses a family heirloom, a low-level cultivation technique. In a place like the Eastern Dragon Empire, earth-rank cultivation techniques are extremely rare. Therefore, even knowing that the technique has flaws, the Ming family still resolutely chose to cultivate it. However, Yi Ranyan was right. Due to its incompleteness, this technique could only be used to the extent of a Xian-level technique in their hands. How did Yi Ranyan know that? Me? Of course I could tell. Yi Ranyan said slowly. Including Patriarch Qi, I only need to look at you once to know your situation. The heads of the two families were instantly stunned. Can you spot their problems with just one glance? Yi Ranyan is just too enchanting. The arrival of this monstrous figure aroused their wariness. Now that they have no conflict of interest, they are fine. But if they were to clash with the Duke's mansion in the future, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? Yi Ranyan saw through their thoughts, but didn't care. After returning from Danding Kingdom, she deliberately showed off her talents to intimidate the various families. After all, the Holy Land's enrollment will begin next year. Regardless of whether she is selected or not, she will inevitably leave Donglong and go to Zhongzhou to find her mother. She is about to leave Donglong. So before leaving, she unreservedly displayed her abilities to intimidate everyone, making them fear her, be afraid of her, or owe her favors. Thus, even after she left, few dared to touch the Duke's mansion. Her spiritual power is now at the level of a martial emperor. Among the four kingdoms, she can protect not only the Duke's mansion, but also Donglong. You two may not have received the news yet. Yi Ranyan looked at the Qi family head and the Meng family head slowly and said, Not long ago, I was in Danding Kingdom. Because of my outstanding talent in alchemy, I was hired as an elder by the Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley? Elder. Hiss. Not to mention the Meng family head and the Qi family head. Even Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, their faces full of disbelief. What kind of place is Medicine King Valley? It is a sacred place of alchemy in the eastern region. To them, it was a place as distant as a heavenly palace. None of them were qualified to enter. Meanwhile, the girl sitting next to them had already become an elder of Medicine King Valley. If the Meng family head and the Qi family head were still wary of Yi Ranyan before, fearing that they would be unable to resist her in the event of a future conflict. Now that they know Yi Ranyan is an elder of Medicine King Valley, their wariness and fear have disappeared, replaced only by envy and admiration. After all, Yi Ranyan has become an elder of Medicine King Valley. If she really wanted to make a move against them, she could crush them in no time. It's not something that can be solved by their vigilance or fear. Since that's the case, it's better to befriend the Duke's mansion and Yi Ranyan, and cling to their powerful backer. Even if we can't expect to rise to the same heights as the Duke's mansion, we'll still benefit. At least, one can share in the joy. Thinking this, both the Meng family head and the Qi family head smiled. The head of the Qi family said, Young friend Yi, then I'll leave my old ailment to you. The head of the Meng family also said, Young friend Yi, as long as you can perfect our family's cultivation technique, my Meng family will owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it is not against benevolence and morality, you can ask for it. The two of them changed how they addressed each other without prior arrangement. In their eyes, Yi Ranyan was just a junior. But now, in their eyes, Yi Ranyan is someone they can be on equal footing with. Upon hearing what the Meng family head said, the Qi family head couldn't help but curse the man inwardly for being so cunning. How could he not have thought of such a way to win Yi Ranyan's favor? He quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, My Qi family also owes you a favor if young friend Yi can cure my old ailment. Chapter 181, even more powerful than they imagined. Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu were stunned as they watched the heads of the Meng and Qi families vying to curry favor with Yi Ranyan. Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu were considered people of status and position in the Eastern Dragon capital. But, however, neither the Meng family head nor the Qi family head had ever tried to please them like this. After regaining their senses, the two found themselves in a state of bewilderment, both laughing and crying. However, they were happy that their granddaughter was valued so much. As the one being flattered, Yi Ranyan's beautiful face remained expressionless, as if being flattered by the two patriarchs of the four great families was nothing out of the ordinary. This composure earned the admiration of everyone present. However, what they didn't know was that in her previous life, Yi Ranyan was the #1 mercenary, night goddess. Countless people wanted to befriend her. Being fawned over by what others considered big shots was as commonplace to her as eating and drinking. Next, Yi Ranyan administered acupuncture to the head of the Qi family. When they saw the golden needles, everyone was very curious. There was no acupuncture in the world, and this was the first time they had ever seen such a strange thing. They could hardly believe that such a small thing could actually cure their illness. As it turns out, it is possible. Under Yi Ranyan's acupuncture treatment, the Qi family head's long-standing injuries began to heat up and become hot. The wound that had already healed reopened, from which thick, black blood with a foul odor flowed out. Even the head of the Qi family felt a bit nauseous looking at it. All right, Yi Ranyan put away the golden needles and used a strange fire to sterilize them. Next, you just need to rest well and wait for the wound to heal before you make a full recovery. As a martial lord, the head of the Chi family was well aware of the changes in his body. He immediately became excited. Thank you, young friend Yi. We really owe you a lot this time. It was nothing, Yi Ranyan said politely. The head of the Chi family shook his head. Because of his old injuries, his cultivation had stagnated at the mid-stage of martial lord for a long time. But now, after Yi Ranyan inserted a few needles, he actually felt that his cultivation level had loosened up a bit, as if he could break through to the peak of martial lord at any time if he wanted to. However, considering the inappropriate occasion, he suppressed the urge to break through. Yi Ranyan noticed it, but didn't say anything. She turned her attention to the head of the Meng family. Use your martial arts techniques once. Young friend Yi, don't you know what martial art I'm using? Yi Ranyan shook her head. Patriarch Meng was surprised. Then how did you know that my martial arts skills were incomplete or problematic? Yi Ranyan smiled and said, the marks on your body are from your improper use of martial arts, so I know there's something wrong with your martial arts, but we'll need to examine the specifics. So, Yi Ranyan had no idea what martial arts technique he used, nor what the problem was. The head of the Meng family found it somewhat unbelievable and was also very curious. Then how can you be so sure that you can help me solve the problem? Yi Ranyan looked at him with a half-smile. Of course I trust my judgment. It's just a low-level martial skill. It wouldn't be difficult for me to create one on the spot, let alone just take a break. Not to mention the heads of the Meng and Qi families. Even Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan were frightened by Yi Ranyan's tone. It's just a low-level martial skill? Union. Yi Kunshan couldn't help but say, do you know that there might not even be 2 low-level martial skills in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire? Yes, Su Baiyu said. There are some things we should just do our best for and not force ourselves to do them. I won't force you, Yi Ranyan said, while secretly thinking to herself that Donglong was really too backward and she needed to find a way to improve Donglong's overall strength. This way, Donglong and the Duke's mansion won't run into problems when she's not around in the future. The head of the Meng family looked at Yi Ranyan with suspicion. If Yi Ranyan hadn't said that she was now an elder of Medicine King Valley, he would have suspected that Yi Ranyan was just bragging. But things had already come to this point, and no matter what, he had to let Yi Ranyan give it a try. So he had no choice but to get up and go to the center of the training ground. I'll demonstrate the martial arts of our Meng family for you. Watch carefully. Next, the head of the Meng family began to demonstrate his martial arts skills. He truly lived up to his reputation as using a low-level martial skill. Even with imperfections, the power unleashed by a martial skill far surpasses that of a typical Xian rank martial skill. Patriarch Qi, Yi Kunshan, and Su Baiyu all nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan, however, was deep in thought, rubbing her chin with her fingers and occasionally turning her head to exchange a few words with Feng Jukan beside her. Feng Jukan nodded to her. With his approval, Yi Ranyan felt reassured. After Patriarch Meng finished his demonstration, Yi Ranyan said, I already know where your problem lies. She told him about the flaws and weaknesses that the Meng family head had shown when he used his martial arts skills. Although I don't know what the missing parts are, I believe that as long as these loopholes and flaws are filled in, it will become a martial arts technique of no less than the original level. Yi Ranyan mentioned, 2 were quite insignificant. The head of the Meng family was skeptical. Are you sure this change will work? You'll know once you try it. Filled with doubt, the Meng family head returned to the training ground and began to use his martial arts techniques according to the modifications Yi Ranyan had suggested. Then, he clearly noticed that his movements were much smoother, and even the flow of spiritual energy within his body was smoother than before. No way. When he finally finished practicing, with a loud bang, the power of his martial arts technique shattered the ground of the training ground. Patriarch Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. The power has increased by so much. This obvious progress made the head of the Meng family's heart pound. He knew that Yi Ranyan was right. Yi Ranyan helped him change was also correct. With Yi Ranyan's guidance today, from now on, the Meng family will no longer be bound by the incompleteness of their cultivation techniques. Thinking of this, the head of the Meng family could not suppress his excitement and couldn't help but let out a long roar to vent his emotions. Quite a while. He steadied himself, jumped off the training platform, and bowed to Yi Ranyan with great seriousness and solemnity. Young friend Yi, thank you so much. Our Meng family will never forget your great kindness. My Qi family is also one. The head of the Qi family is a martial lord, so he can naturally see the difference between the 2 times the head of the Ming family used martial arts. It has to be said that Yi Ranyan is really amazing, more amazing than they imagined. Even after he sat down again, the head of the Ming family was still very excited. Just as he was about to ask Yi Ranyan how she came up with this change, a servant from the Duke's mansion came to report. Chapter 182. Still can't compare to your cousin. Lord Duke, Madam, Miss, the eldest young master is back. Hee. The servant's hesitant stammering aroused everyone's curiosity. Yi Kunshan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with him? He was also accompanied by the Silver Dragon Guards, escorting the Fong family patriarch and the Fong family elders. Upon hearing this, Yi Kunshan, Su Baiyu, and Yi Ranyan all remained calm. Yi Kunshan nodded. Understood. Go and invite the young master over. The Meng family head and the Qi family head were dumbfounded. Escorting the Fong family patriarch and elders? What's going on? Yi Ranyan said from the side. This is the main reason why I asked everyone to come today. Please don't worry, everyone. I will give you a satisfactory answer after everyone has arrived. The heads of the Meng and Qi families nodded with expressions of surprise and uncertainty. While they were speaking, Yi Yuhan was then led to the martial arts arena by the servants. Seeing Yi Kunshan looking refreshed and his spiritual energy restored, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Grandpa? What happened to you? Ha, it's Yunyan. Yunyan brought back the antidote and cured me. Yi Yuhan's heart stirred, and he nodded to Yi Ranyan. Cousin, thank you for your trouble. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. That's not just your grandfather. He's also my maternal grandfather. It's only right that I save my maternal grandfather. The two looked at each other and smiled. Su Baiyu couldn't wait to ask Yi Yuhan. Ziohan, I heard Yunyan say that the Fong family is at the east gate, while you are at the south gate. Why did you bring them back? That's right. When the Silver Dragon Guards notified me to come back for a meeting, I asked them what Yunyan had done at the east gate. So I directly tied up the Fong family elder as well, and took him to the east gate, bringing him back along with the Fong family head. Although he didn't know why Yi Ranyan was attacking the Fong family, he knew that Yi Ranyan never spoke without a reason. He chose to believe Yi Ranyan, and even helped her kidnap the Fong family elders and bring them back together. They tied them all up tightly, and even gagged them. Seeing everyone staring at the gag in Fong's mouth, Yi Yuhan explained, they kept shouting and cursing on the way, and I thought it was an eyesore, so I just gagged them. Good riddance. Yi Kunshan laughed loudly from the side. Yi Yuhan, with a faint smile in his sharp, youthful eyes, looked at Yi Ranyan and said, Cousin, I'm handing them over to you. Do whatever you want with them. Yi Ranyan did nothing but leave the Fong family patriarch and elders, who were bound hand and foot, standing in the center of the martial arts arena. The Fong family patriarch and elders were furious, their faces contorted with rage as they glared at Yi Ranyan with venomous eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Ranyan paid them no heed. Not long after, Su Qingshan, the dean of Imperial Capital Academy, also came. Seeing the appearance of the Fong family head and elders, he coughed lightly, then sat down next to the Meng and Qi family heads, glancing at Yi Ranyan with a smile in his eyes. I heard that you had the Academy's disciples take action as well. Yi Ranyan took out the dean's order and tossed it to him. There are too many members of the Fong and Ming families. I was afraid that the Silver Dragon Guards would not have enough manpower, so I borrowed some students from the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Qingshan returned the dean's order to her. Take it for now. When you leave Donglong someday and no longer need it, return it to me. Yi Ranyan thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Yi Yuhan respectfully bowed to Su Qingshan. Master. Su Qingshan looked him up and down. You advanced again? It's just a small step forward. It's already quite good. At your age, it's already very rare to have reached the great perfection of the martial lord realm. Of course, she still can't compare to your cousin, that little vixen. After Su Qingshan finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere was lively when another servant came to report. They said the other young masters had also returned. Moreover, they were escorting the head of the Ming family. Now, everyone is finally here. After arriving at the training ground, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch greeted Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu one after the other, and then sat down next to Yi Yuhan. At the same time, the Ming family head was also thrown onto the martial arts stage, standing in a row with the Fong family head and elders. Now that almost everyone has arrived, young friend Yi, what exactly do you want to announce? Just say it. Yi Ranyan nodded. Okay. She stood up, about to speak. Lord Duke, the Crown Prince has come to visit, a servant shouted as he stumbled over. Not far behind that servant, the eldest prince of the Eastern Dragon, Nalan Xingyun, dressed in a bright yellow robe and whose brows and eyes no longer held the humility of the past, followed behind with a group of guards carrying swords. At the same time, following Nalan Xingyun on either side were two other people, Fang Yukin, the eldest daughter of the Fang family, and Ming Fei, the eldest son of the Ming family. Previously, Yi Yuhan and his brothers, along with the heads of the Fang and Ming families, had been too ostentatious on their way back, attracting the attention of many and drawing the interest of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, soon learned of Yi Ranyan's return, the control of the beast tide, and the kidnapping of the Fang and Ming family heads, among other things. Therefore, he immediately led his men to the Duke of Huguo's mansion. He even mobilized many armed guards. He wanted to see what Yi Ranyan was really up to. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Yi Kunshan greeted him with a forced smile. Yi Ranyan noticed that there was a member of the Fang family behind Fang Yukin. He was the same elder who had accompanied Fang Yura to Danding Kingdom before. It was also her guess that the elder had returned with poison. Yi Ranyan glanced at the elder with her beautiful eyes. His appearance confirmed her previous suspicions once again. "Miss Yi, I've heard that you've already become an elder of Medicine King Valley at such a young age. You're truly a hidden talent." Nalan Xingyun was almost driven mad with jealousy when she talked about this. This is one of the reasons why he brought his guards with him today. Yi Ranyan is too monstrous. Not only has she become an elder of Medicine King Valley, but he also heard today that she actually has a divine beast. This gave him a strong sense of crisis, and he didn't want her to continue growing up. He felt that if she continued to grow stronger, he would have no chance to ascend the throne with the Fang family. He didn't particularly like Fang Yukin. However, he is the eldest prince of the Eastern Dragon capital and the most popular candidate for future crown prince. However, from childhood to adulthood, the only ones with a good reputation in the Eastern Dragon capital were the sons of the Duke of Protectorate. Yi Yuhan and his group were too dazzling, so dazzling that they completely overshadowed the brilliance of the eldest prince. But it shouldn't be like this. He's the future crown prince of Donglong. How can he let others always outshine him? He used every means at his disposal to suppress the Duke of Huguo's mansion, yet they still managed to pull through. However, Nalan Xingyun believed that this time, the Duke's mansion would not be so lucky, because he has an absolute trump card. Chapter 183. How is that possible? Thinking that he had a trump card in hand, the eldest Prince Nalan Xingyun's eyes flashed, and he questioned Yi Kunshan and Su Bei. "However, I don't know why the old Duke treated the Fang family head and the Ming family head in this way today. Such hospitality is far too impolite." Yi Kunshan snorted coldly. "That only applies to guests. What are you saying, old Duke? Is there some misunderstanding between you and the Fang and Ming family heads? Why don't you release them for my sake first, and we can talk about it later?" "No need." Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes were cold and clear as she glanced at Nalan Xingyun. "There's no need to wait until later to talk about it. I'm going to talk about their matter now. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the crown prince can judge for himself at that time." Nalan Xingyun's eyes darkened for a moment after being so humiliated. His sinister appearance made Su Baiyu's heart skip a beat. She immediately smiled and said, "Your Highness, your timing is perfect. Since you're here, let's sit down and have a look." Nalan Xingyun said with a forced smile, "Then I, the king, will sit down and take a look." However, after he finished speaking, neither Yi Kunshan nor Su Bei, who were in the main seats, showed any intention of giving up their seats for him. Even the heads of the Meng and Qi families, after a moment of hesitation, remained seated as steady as Mount Tai. Upon seeing this, Nalan Xingyun's fingers clenched so tightly under his sleeves that they cracked. It's always like this. These people underestimated and ignored him so much. He will make them all regret it. In the end, Nalan Xingyun could only sit behind Su Qingshan with a dark expression. It is also at the very end of the left side of the table. Fang Yukin gently called out to Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu, "Grandpa" and "Grandma." But neither of them paid any attention to her. She stood behind Nalan Xingyun with a wronged expression. Then, everyone in the room looked at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan stood up and said, "You must all be wondering why I called you all here. The reason I called you here is very simple. It's because you are all people who have shed blood and contributed your efforts in this beast tide. I think you are qualified to know who is the culprit behind this beast tide." Upon hearing this, the Fang family members, along with the eldest Prince Nalan Xingyun and others, felt a jolt in their hearts. Does Yi Ranyan really know something? But, didn't she just return from Danding Kingdom? No, she couldn't possibly know. they reassured themselves. The beast tide was naturally started by spirit beasts, so how could there be a culprit? Yes, you mean that this beast tide in Donglong was orchestrated by someone? How could that be? How could human beings influence spirit beasts? Of course it is. Yi Ranyan spoke. She raised her voice and said, "You may not know this, but in recent years, there have actually been quite a few cases of spirit beasts being affected by pills in our Donglong. For example, when I was taking the freshman assessment at the Imperial Capital Academy, that fourth-order spirit beast that even the dean didn't expect appeared there. It was clearly out of control." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan nodded in agreement. "That's right. My cousin mentioned this to me before, so I asked some mentors to investigate it. The mentors did indeed extract medicine from the spirit beast's body." Yi Ranyan nodded approvingly at him. When Yi Yuhan took over the Imperial Capital Academy, she had mentioned it to him once. Yi Yuhan was very efficient and found out the result directly. "This matter has been verified by the instructors of the Imperial Capital Academy," Yi Yuhan said. Dean Su of the Imperial Capital Academy was still sitting there, and everyone naturally nodded in agreement, indicating that they believed what he said. Yi Ranyan said, "Cousin, we can also hand over the corpse of that sixth-order king beast to the instructors later. I believe they should be able to find the same medicinal ingredients inside the king beast." Upon seeing this, the eldest Prince Nalan Xingyun and Fong Yukin, who was standing behind him, changed their expressions drastically. If it really is medicine, then who could it be? Our Donglong has been harassed by beast tides for many years. Every year, many cultivators are injured or even lose their lives because of the beast tides. If there is really a mastermind behind this, then this person is too wicked. Nalan Xingyun's cheek twitched involuntarily. Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes swept over him and Fong Yukin, a cold smile appearing on her face. When the Meng and Qi family heads saw Fong Yukin following her gaze, they immediately thought of the Fong and Ming family heads who were currently tied up and thrown onto the martial arts stage, and their expressions changed drastically. "Wait, young friend Yi, are you saying that the mastermind behind this is the Fong family head and the Ming family head? How is that possible? You're spouting nonsense." Ming Fei couldn't help but shout angrily at Yi Ranyan. "Miss Yi, even if the Duke's mansion has a grudge against our Fong family, you can't frame us like this," Fong Yukin said softly, her beautiful eyes reddening. "I didn't say it was the head of the Ming family. Ming Fei, don't take it personally." Then, Yi Ranyan looked at Fong Yukin and said, "Whether it's a frame-up or not, let's let the facts speak for themselves." The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, could no longer sit still and couldn't help but ask in a cold voice, "What evidence do you have to prove this?" "Of course there is. He is the evidence." Yi Ranyan pointed to an old man in the crowd. That was the Fong family elder who accompanied Fong Yura to Danding Kingdom that day. Yi Yulan was shocked when she saw the man. What is he doing here? Everyone turned to look at the elder. The elder's face showed a hint of panic, and he couldn't help but move to the back of the crowd to avoid being seen. "I'm talking to you. Where do you think you're going to hide?" Yi Kunshin grabbed at the crowd with his large hand, and a spiritual energy palm appeared out of thin air, grabbing the person's collar and pulling them out. The giant palm that Yi Kunshin conjured with his spiritual power radiated dazzling golden light and overflowed with abundant spiritual power. It crushed the elder with absolute power, leaving the elder with no chance to fight back. Nalan Xingyun and the others were utterly shocked by what they saw. They all knew that Yi Kunshin was seriously injured and unable to use his cultivation. How could he suddenly recover, and even seem to be more powerful than before? "You may not know this, but I killed Fong Yura, the second young lady of the Fong family, with a single sword strike in Danding Kingdom." These words immediately caused an uproar in the room. Even Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, couldn't help but frown. Upon seeing this, Yi Yulan quickly explained for Yi Ranyan, "No, there was a reason why my cousin killed Fong Yura. Fong Yura attacked us first, and even killed one of our students from the Imperial Capital Academy." Everyone was shocked. What? Miss Fong actually attacked students from the Imperial Academy in Danding Kingdom? How could she be so heartless? Shouldn't we all be more united when we're out here? However, Miss Yi, what does your killing of Fong Yura have to do with this elder? And what does it have to do with the beast tide? The Qi family head couldn't help but ask loudly. Chapter 184 Then, the only option is to die. Of course they are related. Yi Ranyan replied to the Qi family head. Danding Kingdom is founded on elixirs. In their capital, there is a elixir tower. On the 9th floor of the elixir tower, there are countless treasures, among which elixirs are the most numerous. And among the elixirs placed on the 9th floor of the elixir tower, There are elixirs that can affect spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone had a vague idea in their minds. Fong Yura collaborated with Crown Prince Danrong, using the threat of poisoning us as leverage to obtain a considerable amount of poison from him. Yi Ranyan said there was a lot because, in addition to the spirit beasts being affected and a beast tide appearing in the Eastern Dragon capital, even the Azure Emperor inexplicably announced his seclusion, and someone even poisoned Yi Kunshin. All indications suggest that Fong Yura and her group obtained more than one type of poison from Crown Prince Danrong. Fong Yura used some of the poison to attack me and my companions, while the other part of the poison, she paused, looking at the elder who was being pressed down in the center of the martial arts stage by Yi Kunshin's powerful spiritual hand, was brought back by that elder and given to the Fong family. The Fong family used that batch of poison to interfere with and affect the spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest, causing them to riot and then triggering a beast tide. Yi Ranyan's words instantly caused a huge uproar in the room. Oh my god, really? It really is the Fong family, but why would they do this? Yi Ranyan smiled coldly. Because they want to do something during the beast tide. For example, poisoning my maternal grandfather. The crowd erupted in another uproar. Yi Kunshin nodded. That's right. Before, an old servant who had worked in our mansion for decades suddenly attacked me and poisoned me. Fortunately, my granddaughter came back in time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to save my old life. But to go to such lengths just to deal with the Duke, isn't that a waste of resources? Idiot. It must be because they found out about Fong Yura's death. They're afraid their dealings with Danding Kingdom will be exposed, so they've decided to take advantage of the chaos of the beast tide to erase these people and their information. That way, many truths from the past won't be discovered. Someone in the crowd realized what was happening and explained to their companion. His companion suddenly realized. My god, it seems the Fong family is really ruthless. Huh, have you forgotten who the Fong family has been working for all these years? Could the Fong family alone make such a decision? Just as everyone was discussing it. Enough. The first Prince Nalan Xingyun listened to the surrounding discussions, his face ashen. He looked at Yi Ranyan with cold eyes. What you're saying is all speculation. Where's the evidence? The elder who was panting on the martial arts stage also craned his neck and said, That's right, the evidence. Want evidence? I'll grant your wish. Yi Ranyan spoke. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a transparent bead shot out. What is that? Photograph bead. The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, instinctively wanted to grab it. However, boom. With a flick of his sleeve, Feng Jukin had already set up an unbreakable spatial barrier around the image recording bead. At this moment, without his permission, no one can touch the memory bead. Because Feng Jukin deliberately used his spiritual power to obscure his presence, it wasn't until this moment, until he made his move, that the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, noticed his existence. Who are you? Nalan Xingyun's face turned ugly, and he asked in a cold voice. Feng Jukin didn't even glance at him. The others, however, stared intently at the image recording bead floating in the void. Information that has occurred. On the night Yi Ranyan broke into the 9th floor of the Danding Kingdom's Dan Tower, she took out her recording bead to record their confrontation with Crown Prince Danrong. Under everyone's gaze, the recording bead in the void emitted a dazzling light. Then, accompanied by gentle and brilliant light, a scene appeared in the void. Then I saw a bewitching enchantress in the night. Everyone recognized that it was Yi Ranyan, and immediately, a look of amazement appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, even the eldest Prince Nalan Xingyun and Fong Yukin had to admit that Yi Ranyan was beautiful, exceptionally beautiful, and uniquely beautiful. The beauty she possessed was one that no one could imitate. Standing on the steps opposite her was a tall, handsome man in a yellow robe. Someone in the crowd recognized him and couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, it's him, the most outstanding and virtuous Crown Prince Danrong of Danding Kingdom. However, the next moment, in the image reflected by the image recording bead, the Crown Prince, who was said to be the most outstanding and virtuous, spoke coldly to Yi Ranyan. Whether you are human or ghost, if you dare to offend my pill tower today, you will surely die. Offending Danta? Everyone was startled and couldn't help but wonder what Yi Ranyan had done in Danding Kingdom before. In the image reflected by the image recording bead, Yi Ranyan was not angry at Crown Prince Danrong's harsh words. Instead, she smiled slightly, and then raised an eyebrow to ask Crown Prince Danrong. You gave Fong Yura the poison, didn't you? And you taught her the wicked scheme to poison her classmate, didn't you? As she spoke, she gracefully descended, her robes fluttering, like a breathtakingly beautiful black butterfly, exuding both noble elegance and an air of foreboding. That's right, it's me. At the end of the photo album, Crown Prince Danrong's answer was resounding. The crowd gasped, wanting to watch more, but the image inside the recording bead had already dimmed. The Crown Prince Danrong himself admitted to trading with Fong Yura and giving her poison. This is the evidence. But, this only proves that my sister has a connection with Crown Prince Danrong. It doesn't prove that we used those poisons to do these things. Fong Yukin said weakly. However, the people in the room were not fools, and their gazes toward her became very subtle. Yi Ranyan snorted coldly. If you hadn't come today, I might have wronged you, but you came here with a guilty conscience, and you know very well why. As she spoke, she moved swiftly and flew onto the martial arts stage. I have called everyone here today to explain these circumstances, simply because I don't want you to be kept in the dark. Whether you believe me or not is not my business, but I will never let those who have attacked our Duke's mansion get away with it. As she spoke, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from her palm, instantly pulling the Fong family head in front of her. She grabbed his throat with her hand and said, I'm usually very easy to talk to. But if you be foolish enough to offend my family and friends, then you'll have no choice but to die. As she spoke, she tightened her grip, about to strangle the Fong family head in front of everyone. Chapter 185 Fong Jukin dares not touch us. Everyone present was startled by Yi Ranyan. No one expected that Yi Ranyan would act so decisively, taking action without warning. However, just as Yi Ranyan was about to snap the Fong family head's neck, etc. Stop! 2 loud shouts rang out, one after the other, stopping her. The one who said wait was her maternal grandfather, Yi Kunshan. It was the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, who told them to stop. What made Yi Ranyan stop was, of course, Yi Kunshan. Seeing Yi Ranyan stop, many people breathed a sigh of relief, as if they themselves had also walked through the gates of hell. Nalan Xingyun questioned Yi Ranyan with an unhappy expression. Patriarch Fong is the head of one of the 4 great families in the capital. How dare you, a mere little girl, lay a hand on him? You are showing far too little respect for me and my father. Fong Yukin, still shaken, said, Miss Yi, even if my father were convicted, it's not your place to interfere. What you're doing is going too far. Yi Ranyan was dressed in a black gauze dress, her skin as white as snow, her face exquisitely beautiful. After hearing the 2's words, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and even revealed a faint hint of evil in her beautiful eyes. This is the Duke's mansion. Do I need you to tell me what to do here? Then, she snorted coldly, making no attempt to hide the arrogance in her eyes. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you. In my Yi Ranyan's eyes, there is no such thing as what should or shouldn't be done, or what one dares or dares not do. Only what one wants or doesn't want to do. I cultivate the path of freedom and spontaneity. If you ever think of targeting me or the Duke's mansion again, you'd better think carefully before making a move. Can you withstand my retaliation? Everyone was speechless after hearing her words. They never knew before that Yi Ranyan was such a tough nut to crack. Look at what she said. When doing something, don't consider whether it's right or wrong, or whether you dare to do it. Just consider whether you want to do it. Isn't this just that no matter who comes along or does something she doesn't like, she dares to confront them? Yi Ranyan will not abide by the laws of Donglong, nor by the unspoken rules agreed upon by some scheming people. She will only follow her heart. To others, her behavior was nothing short of that of a little madwoman. Unbound by rules, etiquette, or national laws, one can do whatever one pleases. Isn't this just being reckless and disregarding everything? You might have many concerns and feel constrained when dealing with someone like that, but they're willing to risk everything. Most people can't afford to mess with them. However, such a person is fine if he has high moral character and a strong sense of morality, but if he is a person of low character, he will definitely be a cruel tyrant. Fortunately, Yi Ranyan is the former. Generally speaking, as long as others don't provoke her or the Duke of Huguo's mansion, she won't lay a hand on anyone else. However, today's incident has also shown everyone Yi Ranyan's true colors. This seemingly delicate, beautiful, harmless, and easygoing girl may possess a heart harder than steel. At least, that's how she would treat her enemies. What kind of behavior is this? Nalan Xingyun was speechless for a long time before he finally managed to utter this sentence. Ming Fei sneered. No wonder she's a wild girl raised in a small border town. She has no manners at all. He had barely finished speaking. Brush. Fong Jukin's slender fingers twitched slightly, and a beam of white light, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, directly engulfed Ming Fei's mouth. Mingfei could react. A sharp pain shot through the back of his tongue, and then his tongue was severed from his mouth. He wanted to scream, but because he had lost his tongue, he could only make panicked ah sounds. The people next to him looked at him and saw him spit out a mouthful of blood and half a tongue, and they were shocked and stood there in shock. This. Outrageous. Nalan Xingyun was furious. The people in the Duke's mansion are truly outrageous. One minute they want to kill Fong Yukin's father, and the next they're trying to cut out Mingfei's tongue. They really don't respect him, the eldest prince, at all. Do you want to be like him? Nalan Xingyun's angry shout fell. Fong Yukin, who had been using his spiritual power to obscure his existence and appear to be almost invisible, spoke indifferently and in a cold voice. Nalan Xingyun's words came to an abrupt halt, because he sensed a fear and trembling emanating from that man that resonated deep within his soul. He felt that this man was terrifying, even more terrifying than his father, the Song Emperor, the #1 figure in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Does anyone else have any objections? Fong Yukin, cold and indifferent, with eyes that seemed devoid of emotion, swept over the crowd. If any of you still have grievances against Yunyan, you are welcome to come at me. There was a moment of silence after he said that. Everyone vaguely sensed the relationship between Fong Yukin and Yi Ranyan. Only after realizing what was happening did Yi Yuxuan, the second young master of the Duke's mansion, stare dumbfounded at Yi Yulan and Yi Yuch beside him. He. Yi Yulan's expression wasn't good, but she nodded. That's right. It's that scumbag who seduced our cousin. Yi Yuch glanced at Yi Yulan. Watch your words. Mingfei is a prime example. Yi Yulan was fearless. What's there to be afraid of? He wouldn't dare to touch us. If he did, my cousin would definitely teach him a lesson. Not far away, Fong Yukin glanced indifferently at Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan is right. He really didn't dare to touch them, because they are Yi Ranyan's family. However, once Fong Yukin spoke, the first prince and his entourage dared not make any more noise. Meanwhile, the other family heads who saw Yi Ranyan's excellence and were tempted to have their own juniors pursue her all fell silent. At the same time, I felt a pang of regret. How could such a smart, beautiful, and strong girl settle down so quickly? It's truly a pity. However, the person she found seems to be very capable, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. The eldest prince and his entourage stopped shouting, and Yi Ranyan then looked at Yi Kunshan. Grandpa? What do you mean? The reason she stopped and didn't immediately kill the head of the Fong family was because of her maternal grandfather's intervention. Yi Kunshan laughed heartily as he flew onto the martial arts stage. His aura as a martial lord was powerful and majestic, and anyone could see that he had truly returned to his peak condition. The alchemist that Donglong Tsonglong found couldn't cure him. In just 6 months, thanks to Yi Ranyan's arrival, he recovered to his peak condition. That's really good luck. Many people are secretly envious and jealous. Union. Yi Kunshan patted Yi Ranyan's shoulder. You've done enough. Let your grandfather do the rest. Chapter 186. I'll make you so angry you'll die. Although most people might not care, Yi Kunshan did not want the Fong family head's dirty blood to taint Yi Ranyan's hands. Moreover, the eldest prince is right. After all, the head of the Fong family is the head of one of the 4 great families. Killing him rashly would incur some responsibility. If someone really needs to step up and do this, then Yi Kunshan feels that he should be the one to do it, rather than pushing everything onto his frail granddaughter. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Ranyan is, in his eyes as an elder, she is just a delicate and weak little girl who hasn't grown up yet. Grandpa? Yi Ranyan couldn't quite see through Yi Kunshan's thoughts. In her view, it was just killing someone. In her previous life, when she was a mercenary, her hands were stained with countless drops of blood. Haha, the Fong family has been at odds with our Duke's mansion for most of their lives. I've long disliked this kid. You should give this opportunity to your grandfather. That's right. Ener, let's give him to your grandfather. The one who spoke was Yi Zhuwei, who had arrived in the room in a wheelchair at some point. He is the father of Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch. He has difficulty walking and was injured in his early years. Now he serves as a strategist in the Silver Dragon Guard and had been commanding from the rear until the beast tide ended when he rushed back. At this moment, his gaze towards the head of the Fong family was also icy cold. He could never forget that when the old duke was poisoned and fell into a coma, the Duke's mansion followed the alchemist's advice and wanted Fong Yukin or Fong Yura to bleed Yi Kunshan to save him. They had promised to give each other many elixirs to make up for it, but the other party was unwilling to give even a single drop of ordinary blood. What they want isn't essence or blood, It's just ordinary blood. In the end, he knelt in front of the Fong family's door. The Fong family had just extorted a lot from the Duke's mansion, and with an arrogant and condescending attitude, they gave away a drop of blood. It was that drop of blood that made them realize that Fong Yura and her daughter were not blood relatives of their Duke's family. Uncle. Yi Ranyan glanced at Yi Zihui. She had also heard about Yi Zihui kneeling before Fong Yura and her daughter. She sighed and stepped back, saying, "Then, I'll leave it to Grandpa." She moved swiftly, stepped off the martial arts stage, and sat back down next to Feng Jukin. On the martial arts stage, Yi Kunshin frowned and looked fiercely at the Fong family head. During the last beast tide, I felt that those spirit beasts were targeting me and Honor too much. As a result, Honor and I were seriously injured, and Honor almost couldn't cultivate anymore. At that time, I was thinking, which vicious bastard who had no sons was doing such a wicked thing behind the scenes. Now I've finally caught you. So it was you, you filthy bastard. You weren't done poisoning me last time, and now you've come back again. Luckily I'm still alive and kicking. Are you angry now that you see me all alive and kicking? Humph, I'll make you furious, you little bastard. Yi Kunshin, commander of the Silver Dragon Guard, often spoke without restraint among the troops, spewing out profanities that made the lips of those around him twitch involuntarily. They almost forgot that the old Duke was also a ruthless and unyielding man. Relying on the Emperor's favor towards the Duke's mansion, he usually acts quite domineeringly. However, he was a kind-hearted person who never did anything bad, so no one cared. After Yi Kunshin finished cursing the Fong family head, he didn't kill him. Instead, he directly crippled his cultivation. All the spiritual veins in his body with overwhelming force. The spiritual veins were blasted to smithereens, leaving not a trace. The Fong family head was in so much pain that his face turned pale, and he was drenched in sweat, rolling around on the ground. Unfortunately, his mouth was stuffed with a strip of cloth, so he couldn't even let out a scream. With the spiritual veins damaged to this extent, it is impossible to cultivate again unless the spiritual veins are completely rebuilt. As for the method of reshaping spiritual veins, almost no one in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom knows it. It can be said that the life of the Fong family head is over. Yi Kunshin swiftly and decisively crippled the Fong family head. He chuckled at Yi Ranyan. I've thought about it, and it's better to hand him over to Tsang Wang to deal with. I'll cripple him first and see if the Fong family mother and daughter will still be gentle and considerate towards him after he loses his cultivation and is no longer the head of the Fong family. Let's not talk about the future, let's talk about now. Fong Yukin's face turned pale, and she dared not say a word for the Fong family head. Ranyan, who was standing up for the Duke's mansion with a touch of madness, making everyone look at her with a strange gaze. Regardless of whether Yi Ranyan wanted to kill the Fong family head or Yi Kunshin crippled the Fong family head, the other two family heads present, the Qi family head and the Ming family head, both appeared calm and composed. He seemed to have no objection to this, which made the eldest prince so angry that he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Thinking of his trump card, the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, gave Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin a sinister look. He would wait a little longer, until Yi Ranyan was powerless to fight back. Then he would make her regret her current arrogance. All right, Patriarch Ming and Patriarch Fong are good brothers. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Patriarch Fong, I'll have your good brother come and keep you company. With a snap, Yi Kunshin also crippled the Ming family head. Before Yi Ranyan could even utter a word to stop it, the matter was already settled. Well, she had someone kidnap the Ming family head and bring him back, intending to hand him over to the Tsang Emperor later, but unexpectedly Yi Kunshin dealt with him as well. However, let's deal with it then, since Feng Jukin has already cut out Ming Fiai's tongue anyway. They already had a grudge against the Ming family, so they didn't care about adding another enemy. After dealing with the Fong family head and the Ming family head, Yi Kunshin coldly approached the Fong family elder who had also been thrown onto the martial arts stage. His spiritual power instantly transformed into a phantom hand, which grabbed the elder's neck and pinned him to the ground. So it was you, you wicked devil, who brought the poison back from Dan Ding Kingdom. If it weren't for those things you brought back, how could I have almost lost my life? The elder was only at the peak of the heavenly martial realm, while Yi Kunshin was at the peak of the martial lord realm. If the two were to clash, Yi Kunshin would absolutely crush his opponent. Seeing that the Fong family head was already in such a state, and that even the eldest Prince Nalan Xingyun dared not speak under the intimidation of Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, the other party simply gave up and was so frightened that he wet himself, crying and begging for mercy, without any of the demeanor of a heavenly martial realm expert. Lord Duke, spare me. Spare me. I was just following orders. Although I did bring back those medicines, it wasn't me who decided to do it, nor was it me who actually carried it out. Those were all decisions made by the first prince, the Fong family head, and the Ming family head. I did nothing except deliver the medicine back. These words caused an uproar in the room. Now the evidence is conclusive. It really was the first prince, and the Fong family head, and the Ming family head were the ones pulling the strings in the shadows. Chapter 187. You all know too much. Shut up, you scoundrel. Stop trying to falsely accuse His Highness. Fong Yukin was terrified by the elder's words and immediately shouted, Our elder is old and not in his right mind. He is talking nonsense. Please don't believe his lies. Heh. Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, finally couldn't help but speak coldly to Fong Yukin. Does Miss Fong think we're all fools? Don't we know who's lying in this room? Fong Yukin's face turned deathly pale. Originally, even though the Fong family head was crippled, as long as the eldest prince remained in power, she could still make a comeback based on her status as the future eldest prince's consort. However, the elder has now revealed everything. The eldest prince has been implicated. If these people cannot be silenced today, the emperor will surely punish the eldest prince in the future. Fong Yukin looked at the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, with a sense of despair. But they found that Nalan Xingyun was completely unfazed and seemed to have the victory in his grasp. It seemed as if His Highness didn't care at all that the elder had exposed the matter. Fong Yukin was astonished. How could His Highness be so calm? On the martial arts stage, Yi Kunshin's powerful spiritual palm slammed down on the elder, slamming him into the ground. The elder screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the sky. This also startled the other people who were watching outside the Duke's mansion, wondering what had happened. Many important figures visited the Duke's mansion today. Moreover, the Fong family head and the Ming family head were taken there bound and gagged. So the people of the capital were very curious about what was going on. Unfortunately, the Duke's mansion sent the Silver Dragon guards, who were heavily guarded, so the group could not enter the Duke's mansion and could only watch from the outside and wait for the outcome. As a result, after waiting for a while, they heard the elder's chilling screams. What happened at the Duke's mansion? Why is someone screaming so pitifully? I see that both the Fong family head and the Ming family head are tied up. This is not a simple matter. Could the beast tied be related to them? How is that possible? However, Miss Yi Ranyan from the Duke's mansion is truly too strong. Yes, I heard that she and a man walked all the way from the west gate to the north gate and drove away all the troublesome spirit beasts. That's right. I heard she even has a mythical beast. That's a divine beast. A legendary being. We in Donglong have never seen a divine beast before. Yi Ranyan is truly amazing. I even heard from students from the Imperial Academy who returned from Danding Kingdom that she is already an elder of Medicine King Valley at such a young age. What? Really? That's unbelievable. When it comes to today's events, the most heated discussion among everyone is about Yi Ranyan. However, Yi Ranyan, who was still in the training ground at the time, was unaware of all this. She was watching Yi Kunshin torment the elders of the Fong family. After slapping the Fong family elder to the ground, Yi Kunshin said gruffly, Even now you're still not telling the truth? If you haven't done anything, would the crown prince and his future princess keep a nobody like you by their side? I'm telling the truth. They kept me with them because I used a little trick to remove the labels from the poisons they brought back from Danding Kingdom. No one but me knows how to use those poisons. They kept me with them to learn how to use the poisons. Very well. Then tell me, how much poison did you bring back? The Fong family elder's eyes flickered. How much exactly? 10 bottles. Crown Prince Danrong ordered Fong Yura to kill Yi Ranyan, and this time, he only gave her 10 bottles as payment. This time, there have been many times before. Humph. As expected, the beast tides and other incidents of spirit beast uprisings that have occurred in our Eastern Dragon over the years are not accidents. The Fong family elders immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. At this moment, everyone present was filled with anger. Over the years, Donglong has been harmed by spirit beasts and has been frequently attacked by beast tides, resulting in countless sacrifices and a waste of many resources. They had always thought it was because the Eastern Dragon Empire bordered the spirit beast forest, but now they realized it was actually man-made. The head of the Chi family said with a heavy expression, We hadn't noticed it before, but now that I think about it, it seems that after each beast tide, the eldest prince would make some contributions. All of this has traces, But unfortunately, none of us thought of this before. Previously, the Meng family head, the Qi family head, and Dean Su of the Imperial Capital Academy might have intended to stand by and watch, or even sit here and witness, but now they have changed their minds. The Crown Prince is using the Beast Tide as a tool, which means he is playing with the lives of everyone in the Eastern Dragon capital. No one wants a Crown Prince like that. Moreover, the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, is not yet the Crown Prince. He was just a prince. If they join together to boycott him, will the Emperor punish him out of consideration for everyone? I suggested. The head of the Meng family was in a state of flux, because the Meng family was the maternal family of the current third prince. In the past, the third prince was carefree and unambitious, so they had no interest in him. But now that the first prince is like this, it makes him think that it would be better to let the third prince, who has no ambition, take the throne than to let someone like the first prince take the throne. Once the idea popped into my head, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Of the Meng family said directly, let's capture the eldest prince first and bring him before Emperor Tsang so that he can uphold justice. Both the head of the Qi family and Dean Su Qingshan nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan looked at the eldest prince with a calm expression, without immediately expressing her opinion. Yi Kunshan glanced at Yi Ranyan, and seeing that his beloved granddaughter didn't speak, he said, I think it's fine. I'll spare the life of this Fong family elder and use him as a witness later. Now, those with a voice in the room have all made their decisions. Next, swish, swish, swish. Inside the Duke of Huguo's mansion, the Silver Dragon Guards were all mobilized. They surrounded the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun. At the same time, the guards brought by the eldest prince also stood in front of him, brandishing their swords, looking as if they were ready to duel with the Silver Dragon Guards. We've reached this critical juncture. The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, calmly took a sip of tea before setting down his cup and looking at the crowd. Do you think I came here today without making any preparations? Upon hearing this, everyone frowned, their faces showing surprise and uncertainty. Nalan Xingyun sneered, since you know I have a deadly poison from Danding Kingdom, why aren't you on guard? He seemed to sigh as he spoke, then stood up and said with an air of confidence, judging by the time, it's about time. The poison I brought with me should have taken effect by now, right? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Everyone checked their own bodies, fearing they might have unknowingly fallen into the Crown Prince's trap. Nalan Xingyun was very pleased with himself. He laughed loudly and said, to be honest, if your Duke's mansion had been a little more restrained today and hadn't explained things so clearly, making us all lose face, I would have spared your lives. Unfortunately, you all know too much. Since that's the case, then you can all die. Chapter 188. So that's all there is to it. The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, actually poisoned them? Everyone was terrified and quickly checked their bodies. At the same time, Yi Kunshan angrily questioned Nalan Xingyun. Nalan Xingyun, you actually poisoned so many of us. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's wrath? Blame me? Huh. We'll have to wait until my father comes out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room showed expressions of shock and horror. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. It seems I was right. His Majesty's seclusion was also your doing. Nalan Xingyun, that's your father. I never expected you to be so inhuman. I didn't kill him. I just let him rest for a few years. I'm just being filial. And you people don't need to worry about me. After you die, I will burn this place to the ground. Then, even if His Majesty wants to overturn your case, he won't be able to find any evidence. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It seems that the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, had planned everything from the moment he stepped into the Duke of Huguo's mansion, and was already prepared to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Seriously, what a cruel heart. Seeing that everyone looked pale and sickly, Nalan Xingyun couldn't help but say smugly, how are you? Do you feel weak all over now, unable to exert any strength, and even your spiritual energy is almost gone? Let me tell you, if this condition continues, you will soon fall into an illusion and die silently in it. Nalan Xingyun was beaming with pride, thinking to himself, the poison from Danding Kingdom is really effective. If he were to come to power in the future, he would make sure that all the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire practiced alchemy. Nalan Xingyun was still dreaming of a bright future. However, the expressions and eyes of the others who were examining their own bodies became strange and odd after hearing his words. No. Yi Kunshan used his spiritual power to grab the half-dead Fong family elder on the martial arts stage and swung him around a few times. He found that his spiritual power was flowing smoothly. He immediately asked in confusion. My cultivation and spiritual power are both fine. There is nothing wrong with them. I don't feel the weakness that the first prince mentioned. He was shocked, bewildered, confused, and puzzled. Seeing his expression, the smug smile on the first Prince Nalan Xingyun's face froze at the corner of his mouth. His pupils contracted in disbelief, and he exclaimed in shock, How are you all right? However, it's not just Yi Kunshan. The others nearby, including Su Qingshan, the Meng family head, the Qi family head, Yi Yulan and his brothers, as well as the Silver Dragon Guards, couldn't help but speak up. We're fine too. So, he didn't poison me at all? Or is the poison he used counterfeit? How is this possible? Crown Prince Nalan Xingyun exclaimed in disbelief. I clearly had someone verify it before. My poison couldn't have been ineffective. How could you all be alright? Impossible. This is impossible. Is it because the time hasn't come yet? It must be because the time hasn't come yet. At this moment. Oh. A soft laugh rang out from the audience. Hearing the laughter, everyone turned to look at Yi Ranyan, who had burst out laughing. Yi Ranyan looked at Nalan Xingyun with a mocking expression. Crown Prince, are you still waiting for your poison? I advise you not to wait any longer. Everyone else stared in surprise. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could guess that it must have been because Yi Ranyan had done something to protect them from being poisoned until now. It was you? What did you do? How is that possible? How could you have known about my plans beforehand? Of course I didn't know, Yi Ranyan said. But with your appearance, I couldn't help but be on guard. I'm just responding to everything with an unchanged attitude. She rested her chin on her hand, enjoying the sight of the first Prince Nalan Xingyun, whose expression was one of shock and near collapse and despair. Your Highness, let me tell you the truth. From the moment you stepped into the Duke of Huguo's mansion, I began to be wary of you. Didn't you notice that my divine beasts and spirit pets are not here? That's because they were ordered by me to go to my maid, Yungu, and have her activate the protective array of our Duke of Huguo's mansion. Speaking of this protective array, although it's only a semi-finished product due to limited materials, it can still form a defensive barrier and purify some of the poisonous mist without any problem. Your poison should have been absorbed and expelled by my protective array. And Yi Ranyan shook her head and clicked her tongue in disapproval. Even if the protective array is useless, do you think your poison will be effective against me? Upon hearing this, Nalan Xingyun felt as if struck by lightning. Yes. Back in Danding Kingdom, Crown Prince Danrong ordered Feng Yura to poison Yi Ranyan. The poison given to Feng Yura was certainly no less potent than his, but Feng Yura failed. Moreover, the poison they administered to the old Duke Yi Kunshan on both occasions was top-tier poison. But Yi Ranyan deciphered it all. Moreover, the poison he has now administered should not be difficult for Yi Ranyan to cure. After all, she is only 16 years old and is already an elder of Medicine King Valley. This was something that could be easily deduced, something that should have been obvious with a little thought. Yet he overlooked it and smugly thought he could use poison as a trump card to deal with these people. It's true, one wrong step leads to many more. Endless pain and helplessness gnawed at Nalan Xingyun's heart. He had to admit, I lost. He actually lost. It was still because of Yi Ranyan, a minor character whom he hadn't initially paid much attention to. But if he loses everything. He was unwilling to accept it, extremely unwilling to accept it. The Duke's mansion has clearly been declining over the years. Yi Ranyan suddenly appear? Well, hearing him admit defeat, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but sigh. As a prince of a country, you are really too naive. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out, that's all. That's all. These 4 words, like swords, pierced the heart of the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun. He felt that he was being blatantly despised by Yi Ranyan. But he couldn't bring himself to say anything in protest. Compared to Yi Ranyan, he does seem to be a step behind. Unlike Yi Ranyan, who always subtly and proactively plans ahead, nipping any crisis in the bud. He just couldn't understand why Yi Ranyan, who was only 16 years old and almost omnipotent, should have spent all her time cultivating, was no less cunning than him, a man who manipulated power. But, so what if you win? Nalan Xingyun gritted his teeth, maintaining his last shred of dignity. I am a prince of our Eastern Dragon Empire, the most valued son of my father. Do you really dare to lay a hand on me? Chapter 189 The Azure Emperor Invites You. Nalan Xingyun's words caused everyone around to glare angrily. This eldest prince is so fearless because of his birth. But what's infuriating is that they were really being manipulated and didn't dare to make a move against Nalan Xingyun. But Yi Ranyan changed her hand from supporting her chin to stroking, her red lips slightly curved. and a smile of interest appeared on her face as she looked at Nalan Xingyun and said with a smile, "It seems that the first prince did not take my words to heart." Nalan Xingyun frowned. "What do you mean by this?" Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I say before? Anyone who messes with me or my family. I don't care about status or position. I will only do what I want to do." Upon hearing this, Nalan Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Yi Ranyan said those words when she was planning to kill the Fong family head. Therefore, Yi Ranyan, that madwoman, might not really care about his status as a prince and would actually harm him. Nalan Xingyun's face quickly turned pale. "By the way, do you want to know what's on the back of the memory bead I showed you before?" After Yi Ranyan's reminder, everyone remembered the scene in the memory bead where Yi Ranyan confronted the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom. "I remember in the photo, Crown Prince Danrong said that Yi Ranyan violated the tower. She may have broken into the Dan Tower of the Danding Kingdom. If what she said is true, then she's a madwoman." Nalan Xingyun asked himself. Even he dared not offend the Pill Tower of the Pill Cauldron Kingdom. He didn't really want to hear Yi Ranyan continue. But Yi Ranyan kindly told him, "Shortly after the recording Pearl recorded those contents, I killed Crown Prince Danrong. Oh right, I only used one move. You see, he was a crown prince, the future heir of the country, and I killed him as I pleased, let alone you." Yi Ranyan's words caused many people in the room to gasp in shock. They truly hadn't expected that Yi Ranyan would actually kill Crown Prince Danrong. That's incredibly audacious. However, they were also very curious as to why Yi Ranyan was able to return to Donglong unharmed after doing such a thing. Yi Ranyan with curiosity and apprehension. "This guy is definitely not someone you should mess with. I'd better avoid her if I see her in the future. We can't afford to mess with them. We really can't afford to mess with them." At this moment, even the eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, showed a look of fear in his eyes. Unconsciously, a hint of fear appeared in his gaze as he looked at Yi Ranyan. His hands, hidden beneath his sleeves, clenched nervously together, and he shouted, his voice trembling with fear, "You dare!" He spoke with great bravado, but his body betrayed him as he began to retreat, while loudly ordering his guards to step forward and seize Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan looked at him as if he were a clown. By the Silver Dragon guards alone. And indeed, she wouldn't kill Nalan Xingyun easily. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but she thought that the Eastern Dragon Emperor might prefer to deal with this son himself. Yi Ranyan was thinking this. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the void, and then everyone saw a transparent barrier appear. This is precisely the protective barrier of the Duke of Huguo's mansion that Yi Ranyan mentioned. Someone has tampered with the barrier. At that very moment, a lean and capable figure suddenly flew into the air above the Duke of Huguo's mansion. The man, dressed in armor and exuding righteousness, loudly proclaimed into the Duke of Protectorate's mansion, "By order of the Azure Emperor, I have come to arrest the Crown Prince, Nalan Xingyun. Furthermore, the Azure Emperor requests that Miss Yi Ranyan of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion come to the palace for a discussion." The moment this person appeared, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Ah, it's Commander Han." The first commander of the Imperial Guards, Commander Han Shuo, is said to be a confidant of the Emperor Tsang. If he comes to deliver a message, it must be true. The eldest prince, Nalan Xingyun, changed his expression drastically upon seeing Han Shuo. He had clearly found a reason to send Han Shuo away to the Eastern Dragon capital beforehand, so why is he back? Yi Ranyan had met Han Shuo twice. Once was at a black market auction, and the other was on the day the Duke of Huguo's mansion held a welcome banquet for her. Han Shuo came to the Duke of Huguo's mansion with Donglong Tsangwang. She slowly stood up. "Commander Han, what a perfect time to come." Han Shuo smiled at her. "Actually, I've been here for a while now. Miss Yi is meticulous and bold, and she has handled things very well. You can leave the rest to me." Yi Ranyan nodded. Han Shuo smiled wryly and said, "Miss Yi, I must say, the protective formation of your Duke of Huguo's mansion is really powerful. With my cultivation level, I couldn't even budge it. I'm sorry to trouble you to open the barrier." Yi Ranyan still had many trump cards up her sleeve, and Feng Jukin was also there, so she wasn't afraid of any further unforeseen events. She immediately shot out several streams of spiritual energy to the four sides of the protective formation, using a clever method to temporarily retract the formation. Seeing this, Aunt Yun, who had activated the Great Formation earlier, also returned with the two little ones and stood in the shadows. Since Yi Ranyan gave her martial arts skills last time, her cultivation level has increased significantly. Yi Ranyan didn't take her with her when she went to Danding Kingdom this time, but she is now a martial lord. This level of cultivation is among the best in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. But she was still willing to stay in the shadows, to be Yi Ranyan's shadow, and to protect Yi Ranyan's safety. Because this was something she had promised Yi Kei. This is also her way of repaying Yi Ranyan for the martial arts skills and trust she has given her. As soon as the protective barrier of the Duke of Huguo's mansion was removed, Commander Han Shuo waved his sleeve, and a group of well-trained Imperial guards swarmed into the mansion. Han Shuo also fell from the void and bowed to Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu. He then greeted Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. He completely ignored the heads of the four families, the Meng family head and the Qi family head. He looked directly at Yi Ranyan and asked, "Miss Yi, do you plan to enter the palace later, or will you come with us?" Yi Ranyan stood up and patted her dust-free dress. "Let's do it now." She wanted to resolve everything at once. Han Shuo smiled and nodded. "Okay." Then she looked at Feng Jukin and asked Yi Ranyan, "Would this young master like to come along?" His Majesty also has some interest in him." Yi Ranyan turned her head to look at Feng Jukin. "Jukin, are you willing to go?" Feng Jukin also stood up and nodded. "I'll go with you." Only then could he feel at ease. "Okay, let's do it together." Yi Ranyan didn't hesitate and directly grasped Feng Jukin's hand. Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu, standing to the side, could hardly bear to watch. Yi Yulan gritted her teeth in anger. Yi Yuxuan was a little surprised. His cousin seemed to be very bold no matter what, and even matters between men and women could not make her timid. Yi Yuhan and Yi Yuch both had smiles in their eyes, and their faces were full of blessings. After greeting Yi Ranyan, Han Shuo's smile vanished, his face instantly turning expressionless. His sharp eyes coldly shot towards Nalan Xingyun. "Your Highness, please, come with us as well." Chapter 190 Unmatched. Nalan Xingyun's face was deathly pale, and there was still some fear in her eyes. She was no longer the proud and smug person she had been before. Her voice trembled as she asked Han Shuo, "Wasn't Father Emperor in seclusion? Why did he suddenly send you a message?" Yi Ranyan made him feel frustrated and powerless. But Donglong Songlong, that majestic and supreme emperor of the Eastern Dragon, was the source of his fear. He was the biological son of Donglong Songlong, and he knew better than anyone how terrifying and powerful that man was. Therefore, after learning of Feng Yura's death, he was afraid that his past actions would be exposed, which led him to take the risk and commit all these wrongdoings. He always believed that he was only one step away from success. I always thought that Yi Ranyan ruined everything. But now I realize, my father probably had already made preparations. Perhaps everything he did was seen as clown behavior by others. Thinking this, Nalan Xingyun couldn't help but burst into a mournful laugh. Songlong is not only the king of Donglong, but also his father. The father knew his son had done something wrong, so why didn't he stop him? Instead, he let him make a mistake and then punished him directly. How cruel. If Yi Ranyan knew what Nalan Xingyun was thinking at this moment, she would probably be speechless. Even though they made a mistake, they complained and blamed others, pushing everything onto others. When the Crown Prince Danrong first admitted to cooperating with Feng Yura, he did so very readily. Be bold and take responsibility for your actions. As for Nalan Xingyun, he was always a little inferior to his opponent, which explains why he was only the eldest prince while the other was the crown prince. Han Shuo ignored Nalan Xingyun's words and said only, "Please, Your Highness, do not make things difficult for us. Please come with us." Nalan Xingyun's sorrowful smile vanished, replaced by a blank expression. "Now that things have come to this, what else can I do but go with you? Let's go. Let's go see my wise and resourceful father." At this point, his power was gone, and he could only accept the judgment of the Azure Emperor and the crowd. Seeing the crown prince in this state, the people around couldn't help but sigh a little. Some people said angrily, "Serves him right. He killed so many innocent people. He should have been punished long ago. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Dean Su of the Imperial Capital Academy shook his head and sighed. This time, the Azure Emperor probably won't let him off the hook. The Meng and Qi family heads secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, they hadn't spoken up to help the eldest prince because they wanted to curry favor with Yi Ranyan. If they had accidentally chosen the wrong side just now, they would probably have to go through the same ordeal now. They watched as Han Shuo, the first prince, Yi Ranyan, and Feng Jukin left. Both the Meng family head and the Qi family head couldn't help but sigh. Yi Ranyan is truly a prodigy capable of suppressing an entire generation. Yes, Among the younger generation of Donglong, no one can match them. Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, raised an eyebrow. Not only Donglong, but I think there is no young person in the entire Four Kingdoms who can compare to her. Indeed, the appearance of such a prodigy in Donglong is truly a great fortune for Donglong. I feel very lucky to have witnessed such a prodigy emerge. Sighed with admiration when they talked about Yi Ranyan's series of reactions earlier. She was decisive and swift, ending the beast tide with her divine beasts. She then took control of the Fong and Ming families with ruthless methods. When she encountered the first prince, she showed no fear whatsoever. In fact, her planning and response were superior to those of the power-hungry royal prince. These things, if done by one person, would earn praise from everyone. Besides, she did all of this by herself. After praising Yi Ranyan for a while, everyone expressed their desire to get closer to Yi Kunshan, seemingly deciding to join the Yi family. It's easy to imagine that after today, not only will Yi Ranyan become famous, but the Yi family will also return to its peak. After everyone left, looking at the group of people, Yi Kunshan couldn't help but say to Su Bu, "These guys aren't usually this polite to me, but now they're being very respectful to our union." Who says otherwise? Everyone here today is only here because of union. Our union has only been in the capital for a few months, but she has become so amazing without us even realizing it. It's truly remarkable. I wonder what kind of person our daughter K-Wei is, that she has raised such an outstanding child. I also want to know. It's a pity that K-Wei has been gone from Donglong for almost 8 years, and there's still no news of her. Sigh. I think Donglong is too small to contain Union. Union should be leaving soon. I hope she can find her mother. The two sighed deeply. Yi Zihui remained silent to the side. Yi Zihui's sons, Yi Yuhan and others, remained silent. Yi Ranyan was here, but now that she has gone to the palace, the mansion has become much quieter. Unbeknownst to her, she had indeed brought about many changes to the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, Han Shuo made thorough preparations, providing Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukan with a spirit beast carriage. The two sat inside and headed directly to the palace. The eldest prince also rode in a spirit beast carriage. However, unlike Yi Ranyan and the others, his spirit beast carriage looked more like a prison cart. Apart from the wooden railings, there was nothing on all sides. Even the eldest prince's hands were bound. As soon as he entered the street, people couldn't help but point and whisper about him in surprise. Isn't this His Highness the First Prince? How could he be in a car like a prisoner? Heavens! Who's in charge? How dare they treat the First Prince like this? Yes, I heard that the First Prince has been overseeing the country since the beast tide began. It's clear that the First Prince is now the highest-ranking person in the capital. It's unbelievable that he's being treated like this. However, the eldest prince didn't resist at all despite being treated like this. Perhaps he really did something wrong? Maybe? But what exactly did he do wrong? Everyone was incredibly curious, and some even went up to ask them directly. Unfortunately, the Imperial guards were all cold and aloof, and none of them answered their questions. The spirit beast chariot was very fast. Before long, Yi Ranyan and the others arrived at the palace. At the palace gate, Han Shuo instructed his servants to take the eldest prince to a certain place, and then personally led Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukan into the palace. Previously, when Donglong Tsangwang went to the Duke of Huguo's mansion to attend Yi Ranyan's welcoming banquet, he gave Yi Ranyan a jade pendant, saying that with that jade pendant, she could freely enter and leave the palace. However, Yi Ranyan has been busy with the freshman competition and then went to Danding Kingdom, so she hasn't had a chance to come to the palace yet. This time is her first time here. Chapter 191, A Sense of Belonging. The Imperial Palace of the Eastern Dragon Empire was as magnificent as Yi Ranyan had imagined. Red bricks and green tiles, glazed tiles and gold and stone, winding corridors, countless artificial hills and ponds, and colorful crystal stones are spread everywhere. Even the gardens they passed through were planted with high-grade spiritual flowers and herbs. The entire palace was filled with incredibly rich spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she looked around. Every corner of this palace was like a small spirit-gathering array. Cultivating here would definitely make one's cultivation speed twice as effective. It was truly incredibly tempting. And so, Yi Ranyan enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the palace all the way, following behind Han Shuo alongside Feng Jukan. Han Shuo was also secretly observing the two of them. It was their first time visiting the palace, but they both seemed more composed and calm than the other. The exotic flowers, rare herbs, spirit stones, and crystals that amazed others were merely admired by them. There was not a trace of greed or shock in their eyes. He truly deserves to be called a person capable of great things. This young lady from the Duke's mansion, and the man she has chosen, are truly extraordinary. Han Shuo couldn't help but think more highly of the two of them. And so, the three of them walked together into the depths of the palace. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent palace. His Majesty is waiting for you inside, so I will not go in. After Han Shuo finished speaking, he bowed and prepared to leave. Yi Ranyan nodded to him. Thank you for leading the way. Han Shuo's goodwill towards Yi Ranyan increased even more. Miss Yi, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Yi Ranyan smiled and said nothing more. She simply walked with Feng Jukin toward the main hall. There were Imperial guards outside the main hall. However, upon seeing Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, the two Imperial guards, one on each side, bowed their heads respectfully and made no attempt to stop them. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin walked in. They saw a majestic figure sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. He wore a long purple robe, had a handsome face, 2 strands of hair hanging down at his temples, and a somewhat pale complexion, but his eyes were as deep as the sea, filled with power and wisdom. Yi Ranyan could tell at a glance that Donglong Tsangwang was not in good condition, but his eyes and brows were still filled with the endless majesty and domineering aura of a king. His Majesty. Yi Ranyan entered the main hall. She merely nodded in acknowledgement without kneeling to pay her respects. Emperor Donglong Tsangwang did not seem to mind. Yunyan has arrived. There's no need for formalities. Come forward and tell me about what happened today. Yi Ranyan readily agreed and stepped forward to tell Donglong Tsangwang everything she had seen, heard, done, and even her conjectures since returning home that day. Donglong Tsangwang listened in silence, his powerful and wise eyes mostly fixed on Feng Jukin, because he sensed a true kingly aura emanating from this masked stranger. An even stronger force of destiny surrounded this man. This man can be said to be favored by fate. He has no doubt that if this man wanted to, he could seize all the national fortune of Donglong in an instant. Just how terrifying and perverse is this? Yi Ranyan's friends are getting more and more interesting. At the same time, Donglong Tsangwang secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this terrifying and dreadful person had no hostility towards the Donglong Empire. In fact, he even had a good impression of Donglong. While Donglong Tsangwang was deep in thought, Yi Ranyan finished telling the story. Donglong Tsangwang nodded. Actually, I knew about some of the little tricks the eldest brother had been up to over the years, but I never expected that he would dare to collude with the Danding Kingdom and even trigger so many beast tides. As he spoke, his domineering eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp, cold glint flashing within them. Yi Ranyan asked curiously, in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, many cultivators have been injured, maimed, or even lost their lives due to the beast tide. Your Majesty, I would like to know how you intend to deal with the first prince. The Eastern Dragon Emperor's deep eyes fell on her, a half-smile playing on his lips. What? Afraid that I'll protect him? Before Yi Ranyan could answer, he said, before you came, I had already issued an edict to strip the eldest prince of his princely status and abolish his cultivation of the royal secret technique. From now on, his life and death will have nothing to do with me. After a pause, he added, furthermore, I will proclaim his crimes to the world. Yi Ranyan nodded in satisfaction. They stripped the eldest prince of his status and also destroyed his cultivation. The eldest prince, now a cripple and stripped of his noble status. If others knew he was the culprit behind the numerous beast tides. Those who lost family members in the beast tide will surely lose control and vent their resentment on him, right? One can imagine that Nalan Xingyun's future will be extremely bleak. While praising him, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but sigh. He truly is an emperor. He can kill without shedding blood. However, she quite liked Donglong Tsangwang's decisive and ruthless methods. After all, this was the punishment that Nalan Xingyun deserved. Yunyan, you deserve the most credit for the capital's survival this time. What reward do you want? Just say the word, and I will grant it to you if I have it. Yi Ranyan thought for a moment, and realized that she really didn't want anything right now, so she shook her head. Nalan Xingyun's schemes this time should all be within His Majesty's expectations. Even if I hadn't returned in time, I believe His Majesty would have handled it well. It was I who overstepped my bounds. No, not at all. Donglong Kinghuang's brows as he slowly said, if you don't come back, I will stop Nalan Xingyun. However, I don't have any divine beasts or antidotes. At that time, I estimate that many people will be sacrificed, and the old duke may not survive either. And this emperor too. As Donglong Tsanghuang spoke, he suddenly coughed violently. After a while, streaks of dark red blood began to seep from between his fingers. Having already noticed his poor health, Yi Ranyan could no longer hold back, and said, "Your Majesty must have also been poisoned by the Danding Kingdom. Perhaps I could see if I could detoxify your Majesty." Donglong Tsanghuang wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with a bright yellow embroidered handkerchief. A smile suddenly appeared on his majestic and domineering face. "You child, you are really soft-hearted." Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. "That's because His Majesty has always treated the Duke's mansion very well. If he were a tyrannical ruler, she wouldn't even blink if he died in front of her. But the Donglong Tsanghuang Emperor treated the Duke of Huguo's mansion well, and he treated her well too. After all, he had once used a gag order for her. This is all about human relationships. Then I'll have to trouble Union." The way Donglong Tsanghuang looked at Yi Ranyan was gentle, and there was also a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yi Ranyan took out a golden needle and used her spiritual power to break down the components of the poison, quickly gaining a thorough understanding of it. Then she skillfully took out the antidote from the Emperor's space and handed it to the Eastern Dragon Emperor. "Take this antidote pill, and your Majesty will be cured." Donglong Tsanghuang had no doubt that the pill was fake and swallowed it directly. This scene surprised Yi Ranyan slightly. She gave Yi Kunshin the antidote pill before because he was her maternal grandfather, and it was normal for her to trust him unconditionally. But how could the Emperor of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, as the ruler of a nation, trust her so much? A gentle warmth flowed through Yi Ranyan's heart. Although she is not the original owner of this body, she now regards the people of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion as family, and naturally, she also regards Donglong as her homeland. This Eastern Dragon Empire also gave her a slight sense of belonging. Perhaps it's because most of the people here are quite lovely. Chapter 192. How about bestowing a marriage upon me and Zhou? Donglong Tsanghuang took the pill. His complexion became rosy. His cultivation was extremely profound, and he immediately sensed the changes within his body. He nodded to Yi Ranyan and said, "I am much better now. Thank you, Union." Then, a hint of curiosity appeared in his majestic eyes. "Union, how exactly do you have so many antidotes that can treat the symptoms? If I didn't believe in you, I would almost suspect that you staged this to show off your abilities." Yi Ranyan shook her head helplessly. "Your Majesty has really wronged me. I didn't refine this antidote pill. I just took it from the 9th floor of the pill tower." Emperor was surprised to hear this. "The 9th level of the pill tower? You actually managed to enter the 9th level of their pill tower and even take away some pills?" Yi Ranyan coughed lightly, touched her nose, and said, "To be honest, Your Majesty, I have actually emptied the 9th floor of the pill tower." She had just decided to tell Donglong Tsanghuang about this. Upon hearing Yi Ranyan say that she had emptied the 9th floor of the pill tower, even Donglong Tsanghuang was momentarily at a loss for words. The 9th floor of the Dan Tower is a renowned treasure trove among the 4 kingdoms. It is said that the Danding Kingdom guarded it with utmost vigilance, and even specially found a very powerful expert to set up a barrier on the 9th floor. In the past, many fearless individuals attempted to challenge the pill tower, but none returned. Over time, the place became a treasure trove that everyone knew existed, but dared not venture in and could only look on with longing. Who would have thought that such a treasure-filled and difficult-to-enter place would be emptied by a 16-year-old girl? After a long while, Donglong Tsanghuang slowly came back to his senses. His handsome and dignified face held a hint of complexity. "It seems you are perhaps even richer than I am. No wonder you look down on my rewards." Seeing that the Eastern Dragon Emperor really wanted to reward her, Yi Ranyan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Feng Jukin beside her, suddenly grasped his hand, and said to the Eastern Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, if you really want to reward me, why not grant me and Jukin a marriage?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jukin was stunned for a moment. Donglong Tsanghuang then had a legitimate reason to ask Yi Ranyan. "This young master looks handsome and has an extraordinary appearance. He is indeed a good match for you, Union. However, I wonder where he comes from and what his identity is." "Your Majesty, his name is Feng Jukin. As for where he comes from or what his identity is, that is not important. Your Majesty only needs to remember that he is my man," Yi Ranyan said with an air of domineering confidence. Feng Jukin, standing to the side, slightly curved his thin lips beneath his mask, revealing a smile he himself didn't even realize. Donglong Tsanghuang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This man appeared noble and extraordinary, with unfathomable cultivation and an aura that was shrouded in mystery. He was clearly no ordinary person, yet he allowed Yi Ranyan to make the decisions for him, and even allowed Yi Ranyan to publicly declare his ownership. It seems that as long as Yi Ranyan's heart is with Donglong, this man is also on the side of the Donglong Empire. I understand. Emperor Donglong nodded. To avoid offending our distinguished guest, how about I bestow upon this young master the title of Prince Chun of my Donglong Empire? At that time, I can also grant him a mansion so that he will have a place to stay in the capital of Donglong. Chun signifies the emperor's intention, and Donglong Kanglong's sincerity is truly evident. Yi Ranyan raised a slight brow. She could tell that the emperor was very cautious about Feng Jukin, and she knew what the emperor meant. However, she could declare that Feng Jukin was his person, but she did not want to interfere with him in everything or make decisions for him. After all, Feng Jukin had his own ideas. Jukin, what do you think? Before Feng Jukin could speak, the Eastern Dragon Emperor continued. In Yunyan, I mentioned last time that I wanted to take you as my adopted daughter. Now that you have made such a great contribution to the Eastern Dragon, I might as well bestow upon you the title of Princess Wushuan and grant you a princess's residence. When you get married, you can live in either of your residences as you wish. Upon hearing this, Feng Jukin immediately nodded slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. This means he has accepted the title of Prince Chun. Donglong Kanghuang's majestic face. Prince Chun, once this young master accepted the title, was practically half a Donglong person. Very well, I will issue an imperial decree to announce to the world that you two are hereby granted the titles of Prince Chun and Princess Wushuan, and that you shall be betrothed. Yi Ranyan did not refuse and nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor laughed and said, You are my Eastern Dragon princess, so why be so polite to me? After saying that, he added, By the way, I am not quite sure why Nalan Xingyan did these things. Could you tell me about it? He had asked Yi Ranyan about what she had done before, but not about the reason behind it all. Yi Ranyan then recounted Feng Yura's death and the cooperation between the Feng family and Dan Ding Kingdom. Fortunately, she had already mentioned that she had emptied the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, so she also revealed that she had killed Crown Prince Danrong. Anyway, once the news of what happened at the Duke of Huguo's mansion spreads, everyone will know that Crown Prince Danrong was killed by her. After hearing Yi Ranyan's words, a chilling killing intent appeared between Donglong Kanghuang's domineering and sharp eyebrows. Well, Dan Ding Kingdom, how dare you extend your reach into our Donglong Empire? Yi Ranyan sensed something different in his words and raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do about this matter? How? Emperor Donglong sneered. If Dan Ding Kingdom dares to extend its reach into our Donglong Empire, don't blame me for severing its entire arm. Yi Ranyan became interested. Does His Majesty intend to take action against the Dan Ding Kingdom? That's right. Emperor Donglong rose from his magnificent throne and walked down the steps. Yunyan, I have summoned you here today not only to ask you to detoxify me, but also to ask you to help me heal someone. During the welcoming banquet, Donglong Tsanghuang had subtly inquired about her medical skills, revealing at the time that he wanted her help in treating his illness. It seems that he felt the time was right before speaking up. Your Majesty, please speak. Donglong Tsanghuang said, Come with me. Emperor Donglong led Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin into the secret passage of the palace. After passing through layers of dark chambers, a unique and wonderful scene appeared before their eyes. This place seems to be in an underground chamber somewhere beneath the palace, where frost permeates the air and it is extremely cold. An elderly man with white hair and beard sat in the center of the ice, meditating with his eyes closed. The old man's breathing was very weak, and he looked as if he might die at any moment. The Eastern Dragon Emperor looked at the other party, first bowed respectfully, and then said, He is my grandfather and the founding emperor of our Eastern Dragon Empire. He has the cultivation of a martial emperor. However, many years ago, he was training outside and returned severely injured. After announcing his seclusion, he became like this. As he spoke, he sighed. Yunyan, he is the pillar of our Eastern Dragon Empire. Almost every one of our 4 kingdoms has such a figure. In recent years, Dan Ding Kingdom may have been so bold in interfering in our affairs because our emperor grandfather had not been heard from for many years, and they wanted to test our Eastern Dragon. Chapter 193. Heaven will not destroy my Eastern Dragon. If possible, I hope you can cure my grandfather. Donglong Tsanghuang said this. He didn't have much hope. After all, Yi Ranyan was just a 16-year-old girl. No matter how powerful she was, how powerful could she be? However, Yi Ranyan's repeated miracles made him feel a sense of complacency. What if? What if she can cure it? Yi Ranyan is currently only at the Sunyu realm. Even though her mental strength is powerful, she still felt a bone-chilling cold in this place. Fortunately, the chill had barely set in when it was dispelled by a warming force. It is Feng Jukin. Yi Ranyan glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. However, even if Feng Jukin didn't help her, she wouldn't get cold, since she still had a strange fire within her body, even if her cultivation level wasn't high enough. He was struck by a very powerful palm technique. Yi Ranyan focused her mental energy on her eyes before she could understand the situation inside the body of Donglong, the founding ancestor. It's not difficult to help him resolve this, as long as the cultivation method is correct. Yi Ranyan glanced at it. In fact, with Feng Jukin's cultivation level, it would be easy for him to resolve the old injuries in the founding ancestor's body. But Yi Ranyan felt sorry for Feng Jukin and didn't want him to use his spiritual power while enduring physical pain. So she looked at Donglong Tsangwang and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you do it?" Donglong Tsangwang was just trying his luck, but he never expected that Yi Ranyan could actually cure it, and you even let him treat it? But what kind of cultivation technique should we use? I may not know that kind of technique. It's all right, Yi Ranyan said nonchalantly. I know how. I can teach you. Donglong Tsangwang wasn't curious why Yi Ranyan didn't treat him herself. He simply said earnestly, "Yi Ranyan, if you can truly revive the founding ancestor, then you will be a great hero of my Donglong Empire." Yi Ranyan waved her hand. "I am also a Donglong person. Your Majesty's words are too formal." Then she said, "This place is not suitable for conversation, Your Majesty. Let's go upstairs. I will teach you martial arts in a while. The martial arts are not difficult. With Your Majesty's comprehension, you will probably be able to master them in no time. In addition, Your Majesty's cultivation level. Well, maybe in 3 days, our founding ancestor will wake up and be fully recovered." Yi Ranyan's words stirred Donglong Kenghuang's heart. Their founding father has been in seclusion like this for decades. Over the years, he has tried countless methods to revive his ancestor, but none of them worked. Unexpectedly, now, Yi Ranyan, a 16-year-old girl, is actually able to save the ancestor. Truly, heaven has spared the Eastern Dragon. The excitement in Donglong Kenghuang's heart lingered for a long time. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a similar sentiment to that of everyone in the Duke's mansion. Thankfully, the Eastern Dragon Empire had Yi Ranyan. The Eastern Dragon Empire is so lucky to have Yi Ranyan. However, in the near future, the Eastern Dragon Emperor will soon realize that the Eastern Dragon Empire's good fortune in having Yi Ranyan is far more than that. Sangwang, who was usually calm and dignified and rarely showed much emotion, still had a faint smile on his face. It's clear he was really happy. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This Emperor Donglong was ruthless towards Nalan Xingyun, who had made a mistake, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, yet he was very affectionate towards the founding emperor, the most important figure in the nation. It seems that he wasn't thinking about himself, but rather the people of the Eastern Dragon capital. He was a man with great love in his heart. The reason why he previously bestowed upon her the title of princess and the title of Prince Chun was because he had some ulterior motives, but they weren't anything bad. Yi Ranyan actually admired Donglong Sangwang a little. She couldn't be so selfless for the sake of love. She was more protective of those she loved and cared about. On her way out, she actually made a decision. After handing over the martial arts technique that could heal the founding ancestor to Empress Donglong Tsang, Yi Ranyan said, "Your Majesty, I just remembered that there is something I may need your approval for." What Yi Ranyan gave to Donglong Tsangwang was a local rank martial skill. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, this was nothing extraordinary. However, it is extremely rare within the Eastern Dragon Empire. After realizing the value of this martial arts technique, Donglong Tsangwang remained silent for a while, and then looked at Yi Ranyan with a very complicated expression. If Yi Ranyan hadn't repeatedly refused to give him a reward, he would have asked her again what she wanted. At this moment, upon hearing that Yi Ranyan finally had something to ask of him, Donglong Tsangwang felt a sense of relief. He was finally of some use, and could help that little girl. "What is it? Tell me," Yi Ranyan said. "I would like to visit the treasure pavilion of our Donglong. Also, please allow me to freely take things from the treasure pavilion." Donglong Tsangwang was stunned, not expecting Yi Ranyan to make this request. Yi Ranyan with a half-smile. "You little brat, have you gotten addicted to moving treasures? Do you want to plunder my Donglong's treasure vault too?" He spoke in a teasing tone, and Yi Ranyan didn't know if he was angry or not. She simply asked him, "Perhaps. So, Your Majesty, Are you willing to agree to my request? Before making her demands, she deliberately taught the Eastern Dragon Emperor the martial arts technique for treating the founding ancestor, so that she would not use it as leverage. If Donglong Tsonglong is unwilling, she will not force him. Yunyin, you always do things in a methodical way, so I naturally trust you. Then he nodded to Yi Ranyan. You still have the jade pendant I gave you last time, right? I will give the order that you can freely enter and leave the treasure pavilion with that jade pendant. At that time, you can take whatever you want. Even if you empty the treasure pavilion, I will find other ways to make up for it. Yi Ranyan's expression paused for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Then thank you very much, Your Majesty. She was quite satisfied with the magnanimity of the Azure Emperor. Her making this request was the same as telling the Azure Emperor that she had emptied the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. She intended to use those treasures to make the Eastern Dragon capital even more impregnable and indestructible. She could use those treasures to set up a protective array throughout the entire capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, inscribe defensive runes, and even refine elixirs that could temper the bodies of the Eastern Dragon Empire's army. She was about to leave the Eastern Dragon Empire, and before she left, she always wanted to make the Duke's mansion and the Eastern Dragon Empire even more secure. However, while the items she brought out from the 9th floor of the Pill Tower could easily transform the Duke of Protectorate's mansion into an impregnable fortress, they were somewhat insufficient for setting up a large-scale formation throughout the entire Eastern Dragon capital. Made that request to Donglong Tsonglong. She deliberately refrained from using the martial arts technique that healed the founding ancestor to blackmail him, nor did she tell Donglong Tsonglong her purpose. She simply wanted to see how Donglong Tsonglong would choose. If he disagrees, she would only set up a large formation within the Duke of Huguo's mansion. Conversely, if the Eastern Dragon Emperor agrees to her request, she will do her utmost to increase the combat power of the entire Eastern Dragon Imperial capital several times over. Donglong Tsonglong's choice was very wise. But she's the one suffering. She'll probably be busy again soon. Yi Ranyan sighed helplessly. But there's nothing we can do. The Eastern Dragon Empire is her home. Protect her precious treasures. After finishing her conversation with Donglong Tsonglong, Yi Ranyan wanted to go back to prepare for her plan, so she immediately bid farewell to Donglong Tsonglong. No sooner had they left than the Eastern Dragon Emperor began issuing decrees. Chapter 194. First to be attracted by Jiao Chun's good looks. The Eastern Dragon Emperor were passed down one by one. Some of the news spread to certain families, while others were posted as notices. Regardless of the content, it caused a great stir in the Eastern Dragon Empire. A day of uproar and sleeplessness for the entire Eastern Dragon capital. On this day, the beast tides at the 4 major city gates in the east, west, south, and north were first repelled. Yi Ranyan, the cousin of the Duke's mansion, possessed a divine beast. Then the Crown Prince's misdeeds were made public. Before the crowd could even begin to curse the eldest prince, they were stunned by the news that the Eastern Dragon Emperor had bestowed the title of Prince Chun, the title of Princess Wushuan, and the marriage between the two of them. Each of these news items is explosive. In addition, I heard that the Fong family and the Ming family's property was confiscated. Some of the ringleaders were imprisoned and awaiting execution. Some accomplices and their families had their cultivation stripped and were about to be exiled to the border. I also heard that the Yi family and Wen family members who were related to the matriarch of the Fong family were killed by her in a frenzy because they wanted to sever ties with the Fong family. Even Wen Ziju was almost killed by the assassins she raised, but in the end, it was Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, who stepped in to save Wen Ziju. In short, the Fong and Ming families, 2 of the 4 powerful and prestigious families in the capital, have become like this in the blink of an eye, leaving many people sighing with regret. But compared to them, what everyone was discussing more was, stop the beast tide today. Yi Ranyan possesses a divine beast. Yi Ranyan who exposed the Crown Prince's conspiracy. Yi Ranyan became an elder of Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan was bestowed the title of Princess Wushuan. Yi Ranyan, who killed the Crown Prince of Danding Kingdom. Within the Eastern Dragon Empire, almost everyone is discussing Yi Ranyan. My God, Yi Ranyan is absolutely amazing. No, she should be called Princess Wushuan now. Yes, Princess Wushuan is amazing. She became an elder of Medicine King Valley at such a young age. Moreover, thanks to her, the conspiracy of the Fong family and the first prince was exposed. She is brave and resourceful, and so beautiful. She is just too perfect. I remember when she first came to the capital, a lot of people looked down on her because she came from a small town, but I felt that she was extraordinary. It turns out that my judgment was really good. 16 years old. Only 16 years old, and she ranked first in the freshman assessment of the Imperial Capital Academy. In the recruitment of new students at the Medicine King Valley of the Danding Kingdom, others would be laughing in their sleep if they could just get into the Medicine King Valley as a disciple, but she actually became an elder in one step. Moreover, she has a divine beast by her side and was betrothed by the Azure Emperor. Princess Wushuan is really having everything go smoothly and as she wishes. It's really too enviable. TCH, if you had their abilities, you wouldn't be doing so well either. In any case, Princess Wushuan is a great contributor to our Eastern Dragon. Although we don't know where that Prince Chin came from, we believe that the Emperor's judgment is always right. Let's wish them well. Alas, I hate Prince Chin. The hatred of having my wife stolen is irreconcilable. If it weren't for him, Princess Wushuan might have taken a liking to me. You're kidding me, someone like you. The top students in the Eastern Dragon capital remained silent for a long time after hearing the news about Yi Ranyan. They are both students of Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Ranyan is so young, yet she has done many things that others cannot. Some people who used to look down on Yi Ranyan with an arrogant attitude are now filled with shame. Some people who secretly admired Yi Ranyan were heartbroken after learning that she had been betrothed. But there was nothing they could do. They had heard that the newly appointed Prince Chin not only had a mysterious background, but also unfathomable cultivation levels. They were completely outmatched by him. Today, she has become a well-known figure in the four surrounding countries. Meanwhile, Yi Ranyan was finally able to relax. Moreover, she could now openly introduce Feng Jukin to her family. After all, after this incident, Feng Jukin's identity was now officially recognized. Everyone knows they are a couple. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin returned to the Duke's mansion. A sumptuous meal had already been prepared inside. Quickly, you've all traveled a long way and haven't had a proper rest since returning from Danding Kingdom. Let's not talk about anything today. You kids should eat something good and get some sleep. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Yi Kunshin is now completely cured. The culprit who attacked Yi Kunshin and Yi Yuhan from the shadows has also been caught. The entire Duke's mansion was filled with joy. They all knew that Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin had gone to see Empress Song and must have discussed many important matters, but none of them asked any further questions. Just like an elder who usually dotes on his juniors, he served food to Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, urging them to eat more. This was the first time Feng Jukin had experienced such a scene, and he was frequently lost in thought. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level of the War God clan, the more disordered their minds become. If they cannot find their destined person, they will go mad and die. From the time he was born, his parents, elders, and clansmen were already very powerful. In other words, what he saw from childhood were his mentally unstable parents and elders. I have never experienced being cared for, cherished, and loved by normal elders before. He ate his meal in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. He usually doesn't talk much, because he doesn't want to. At this moment, it wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he felt that 1,000 words couldn't express his feelings, and silence was the best expression. Hello. Yi Yulan sat down next to Feng Jukin and nudged Feng Jukin's shoulder with his own. I have to say, you're a strange person. It's one thing to wear a mask outside, but to wear one at home, especially while eating, doesn't it feel awkward? Yi Yulan himself didn't realize that he had unknowingly come to accept Feng Jukin's existence. They claimed that the Duke of Huguo's mansion was Feng Jukin's home. Seeing that Feng Jukin didn't react, Yi Yulan said again, even if you're not good-looking, or have scars on your face, it doesn't matter. It's just that my cousin has made up her mind about you. There's nothing we can do about it, sigh. As he spoke, he sighed. He always felt that Feng Jukin had an injury on his face. Otherwise, why would a normal person wear a mask all the time? Su Baiyu glared at Yi Yulan fiercely. Who has injuries on their face? I think you're the one looking for a beating, trying to add some injuries to yourself. Yi Yulan pouted, feeling wronged. His grandmother had changed her mind and no longer cared for him. She had been seduced by the wild man Feng Jukin. Xiao Chun is much better looking than you. Eat more and talk less. Upon hearing this, Feng Jukin did not speak, but silently removed the mask from his face. There was a moment of silence in the room. Wow! Seeing Feng Jukin's incomparably handsome, flawless face, as if sculpted by a god, even Yi Yulan, a man, was somewhat mesmerized. He couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at Yi Ranyan with a strange expression. Hey, cousin, you're not after this pretty boy's good looks, are you? Previously, he had always thought that the most handsome man in the world was probably his fourth brother. I only found out now that there are even more handsome young men out there than my fourth brother. No wonder my cousin likes him so much and can't live without him. Su Baiyu was so angry at Yi Yulan that she almost hit Yi Yulan on the head with her chopsticks. Who are you calling a pretty boy? Feng Jukin pursed his thin lips, glanced at Yi Yulan, his eyes filled with emotion, seemingly pleased to see Yi Yulan being taught a lesson by Su Baiyu. Yi Yulan saw this and said, "Grandma, please stop hitting him. Look, he's laughing at me." Yi Ranyan couldn't help but suppress her laughter, and after a while she coughed lightly. "However, what my cousin said is not wrong. At first, I was indeed attracted to Jiu Chen's good looks." Chapter 195. That's a different price. Yi Yulan conceded defeat. This was the first time he had ever met someone like his cousin, who was so open about even her lust for men. What else could he do but admit defeat? Before we knew it, a noisy and laughing dinner was over. Su Baiyu instructed her steward, Uncle Lu, to personally arrange accommodations for Feng Jukin. At the same time, he said, "After a while, when things have settled down, we will arrange an engagement between Yunyan and Jukin." Hearing her say that, Yi Ranyan felt a chill run down her spine. Grandma. Yi Yulan said gloatingly. "Grandma, you don't know, do you? Yunyan has already taken the initiative and asked the emperor to grant her the marriage." "That's right. Now everyone in Donglong knows about it," Yi Yuxuan added from the side. Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan looked at each other, their moods not exactly pleasant. After a long while, Yi Kunshan said, "The marriage bestowed by the emperor is indeed a marriage bestowed by the emperor, but our mansion still needs to hold a ceremony." "Then let's hold one," Su Baiyu agreed. Such a big event as her daughter Yunyan's engagement couldn't be taken lightly. Seeing that the two elders were not angry, Yi Ranyan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "I will listen to Grandpa and Grandma." Su Baiyu looked at her resentfully. "If you were really that obedient, you wouldn't have let the Emperor of Tsang interfere in our family affairs." Yi Ranyan pretended not to hear, a faint smile on her face. The group chatted for a while longer before dispersing. After a busy day, Yi Ranyan also felt a little tired. She said goodbye to Feng Jukin. "Get some rest here tonight, and don't sneak off." Feng Jukin's cultivation was powerful, allowing him to tear through space and move freely. Yi Ranyan was afraid that he would leave without saying goodbye. She's used to him leaving without saying goodbye, but her family might feel insecure. "Good." Feng Jukin nodded, his fingers involuntarily hooking around hers, their hands clasped together. "Me." He rarely analyzed himself like this, but after a pause, he still said, "I had a very happy evening." He had never experienced dining with his family before, but tonight, even though Yi Yulan teased him at the dinner table, and even though those feelings felt unfamiliar, he still felt warm and comfortable inside. That's probably what happiness is. Second only to the feeling I had when I liked Yi Ranyan. As long as you're happy. Thinking of the fate of the War God clan, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but step forward and hug him tenderly. "Look, everyone says that the higher the cultivation level of the War God clan, the more insane they become with age, and eventually they will lose their minds and die in madness. But you are so clear-headed, and you are slowly understanding so many emotions. Everything is getting better, and we will be fine too. So, Jiu-chun, you can continue to be happy." She would also protect Feng Jukin's happiness. "Good." Feng Jukin also reached out and hugged her back. The two were embracing, and Yi Ranyan was still itching to kiss him as a reward for his journey with her today. However, she hasn't taken any action yet. Cough, 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 cough. A hoarse cough suddenly rang out. The next moment, Yi Ranyan suddenly separated from Feng Jukin as if she had been electrocuted. Turning his head, he saw Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan standing on a pavilion not far away. Yi Kunshan said in a strong voice, "Young man surnamed Feng, get up early tomorrow. The old man wants to spar with you during your morning exercise." "Okay," Feng Jukin replied. From the pavilion came Su Baiyu's voice, reciting the fallen leaves and mountains. "You're such a spoilsport. Don't you even know what you looked like when you were young? Now you're showing off your double standards." Yi Ranyan chuckled upon hearing this. After the two elders left, he said to Feng Jukin, "Don't bully the elderly." Feng Jukin's expression softened. But what do you intend to offer me in exchange for this?" Yi Ranyan quickly used her mental power to observe her surroundings. When she realized that no one was around, she tiptoed and quickly kissed Feng Jukin's thin lips. "All right, so that Grandpa and my cousin won't find out." After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Feng Jukin's reaction. Feng Jukin paused, standing there watching her retreating figure. Yi Ranyan turned around and saw him like this. Her heart softened, and she sent him a telepathic message. I'll let you kiss me properly next time we have the chance. Feng Jukin's gaze darkened slightly as he watched her retreating figure, and his voice became slightly hoarse as he said, okay. That voice made Yi Ranyan's legs go weak. Feng Jukin is not only good-looking, but he also has a uniquely gifted voice. That night, Yi Ranyan didn't cultivate, but instead had a good rest and slept soundly until dawn. After getting up and washing up, I heard that my cousins, my grandfather, and Feng Jukin were all at the martial arts training ground. She became interested and went there, only to find out that this morning, the men of the Yi family had all challenged Feng Jukin to a duel, each unwilling to accept defeat. The result was predictable. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but shake his head as he listened. When he arrived, the Yi brothers were being spurred on and began to cultivate diligently. Feng Jukin sat casually to the side. Yi Ranyan sat down next to him. Didn't we say we weren't allowed to bully the elderly? Feng Jukin turned his head, his dark phoenix eyes looking at him. I fought my grandfather to a draw. I didn't bully him. Then what about those guys? Yi Ranyan pointed to her cousins. Feng Jukin said in a serious and slow voice, that's a different price. Yi Ranyan nearly spat out the tea in her mouth. At this moment, Yi Kunshan walked over from not far away, looking satisfied. He smiled and said to Feng Jukin, Yunyan, you have good taste. Then she looked at Feng Jukin curiously. What price were you talking about just now? Yi Ranyan's exquisite and beautiful face flushed red instantly, and she said somewhat shyly, it's nothing, Grandpa. I'm planning to repair our protective array, and I'm discussing the materials with Jiu-chun. Oh, that's the big formation you used to deal with Nalan Xingyun's poison. It's really powerful. It must have required a lot of good things. I'll have Uncle Lu give you the key to the treasury later. You can go and get whatever you need. Okay, I understand. Yi Ranyan possesses all the treasures from the 9th level of the Pill Tower of the Danding Kingdom, as well as the treasury of the Zhanghuang Donglong Kingdom, so she shouldn't need these things from the Duke's mansion. After breakfast, Yi Ranyan actually went to the 4 major guilds and started buying materials. Yi Yulan and his brothers were very interested, but unfortunately, they knew nothing about formations. In the end, only Yi Yuch, who was skilled in runes, went with Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin. Because runes and formations are similar in principle, and Yi Ranyan also needs someone in the Duke's mansion besides herself who can control the formations. The 3 of them walked together down the street. Yi Ranyan changed into a white dress, looking ethereal and otherworldly, pure and beautiful, so that no one dared to defile her. Yi Yuch's youthful and handsome appearance made him instantly recognizable to many people. Although Feng Jukin, who was with them, wore a mask, his extraordinary temperament and demeanor made him someone not to be underestimated. Chapter 196 Passion as Burning. Princess Wushuan. That's Princess Wushuan and the 4th prince. Wow. She is Princess Wushuan, Yi Ranyan. She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. The man accompanying them looks quite extraordinary. Could he be the Prince Chun, bestowed by His Majesty? As expected of the man chosen by Princess Wushuan, he certainly looks elegant and noble, with an extraordinary temperament. That's right, our peerless princess is not someone just anyone can be worthy of. On their path to becoming one of the 4 major guilds, many people cast benevolent, yet curious glances their way. A woman threw flowers at Yi Ranyan and shyly exclaimed, Princess Wushuan, thank you for ending the beast tide. You are a role model for all women of Donglong. We all like you very much. There was no such thing as idol worship in ancient times, but these women, who would normally only be moved by handsome men, were all burning with passion for Yi Ranyan, which really stunned many people. In the end, it was only through Feng Jukin's use of spiritual power to deliberately obscure the existence of the 3 of them that they were able to escape from the crowd and reach the 4 major guilds without any danger. These people are so warm and welcoming. It's mainly what happened yesterday. It was so shocking. Yi Yuch said. Moreover, those things just happened yesterday, and everyone's emotions are running high. Seeing you, the protagonist, will naturally excite them. Yi Ranyan nodded. You're right. We'd better keep a low profile from now on. However, the members of the 4 major guilds couldn't keep a low profile at all once they saw her. The leaders of the 4 major guilds all came out to greet her personally. I had long noticed that Miss Yi was extraordinary, but I never expected her to be this extraordinary. It is truly an honor to have met Miss Yi and to witness her joining our guild. Miss Yi, I look forward to you representing Donglong on the world stage. Although your uncle and the princess were very capable back then, you have truly surpassed them. I was worried that Miss Yi was too young and lacked maturity, but But after learning about yesterday's events, I realized that Miss Yi has the world in her heart and the talent to save it. She is truly a blessing for Donglong and for all the people of the world. Countless words of praise poured from their mouths. Yi Ranyan blushed slightly upon hearing this. When Yi Ranyan was buying materials, everyone rushed to give her a discount. The president of the Alchemist Guild was extremely envious of her. Becoming an elder of Medicine King Valley at such a young age shows that Miss Yi has the strongest talent in alchemy. No matter which path you choose in the future, you must never neglect your alchemy skills. In any case, the president of the Alchemist Guild meant well. Yi Ranyan nodded. That's right. Finally, after buying the materials and returning to the Duke's mansion, Yi Ranyan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out that being too enthusiastic can be so scary. There was no way around it. Although she was the queen of mercenaries in her previous life, it was a dark underworld. Unlike in this life, her identity and everything she has done are out in the open and easily known to others. It will be fine in a while. Yi Yuch chuckled as he comforted her. Please stay at the manor for the next few days, cousin. Yi Ranyan was still thinking about the materials. The materials she bought from the 4 major guilds today were only 1/10 of what she needed. She still needs a lot of materials, and some materials are so advanced that Donglong may not have them yet. Yi Ranyan consulted with Feng Jukin. Are there many materials for setting up formations in the northern wilderness? There should be more than Donglong. We'll go take a look later. Good. Yi Ranyan stroked her chin. However, before going to the northern wilderness, we can also go to the black market first. The black market is a huge market where you can find countless materials. The day, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin worked on those materials. It was evening by then, and the matter was almost resolved. After dinner, Yi Ranyan suggested going to the black market. Yi Yulan and the others also wanted to follow. No need, I'll just go buy some things and come right back. Besides, Jiu Chun will be with me. Su Baiyu understood the ways of young people very well, and immediately tapped Yi Yulan on the head. Your cousin went out with Jiu Chun. Why are you going to join in the fun? If you're so capable, why don't you find a young girl to accompany you to the black market? Yi Yulan felt wronged. He had a pretty high status in the family before, but ever since Yi Ranyan came, his status in the family has plummeted. That's fine. Now, even someone like Feng Jukin is stepping on his head. I'm so angry. But there was nothing he could do. He dared not resist, since he couldn't beat anyone. He could only roar in grief and anger. Have you all forgotten that I will be going to Medicine King Valley soon? When you don't see me then, you will definitely regret treating me like this today. After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. Su Baiyu had indeed forgotten that he was supposed to go to Medicine King Valley. Hearing him say that now, I realized what had happened and my heart softened. Was I too much? That brat's tough. What's wrong with giving him a couple of beatings? Yi Kunshan waved his hand. Which cultivator didn't go out and explore when they were young? Look how capable he is. Su Baiyu nodded. Isn't that right? On the other side, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin put on familiar masks and went directly to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. Inside the Black Market Pharmacy, Master Yi was seeing patients as always. However, due to his high status, very few people could persuade him to take action. Since Yi Ranyan went to Danding Kingdom, she has not come to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. During this period, Master Yi declined many difficult and complicated cases. The Black Market Medicine Pavilion also earned far less spirit stones. At this moment, the servants of the Black Market Medicine Pavilion's eyes lit up when they saw Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, and they ran into the house to inform Master Yi. Foxgirl, it's been a while since you last visited. We all miss you so much. Going to Danding Kingdom, Yi Ranyan would come to the Black Market Medicine Pavilion every night for medical consultations, and her reputation as a legendary doctor had spread throughout the black market. Yes, I'm back now. Yi Ranyan was speaking with a smile. Master Yi hurriedly came out. Foxgirl. Upon seeing Yi Ranyan, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ushered her inside. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. We're old acquaintances, so there's no need for me to come out and greet you personally every time. This time is different from usual. We must welcome you, Master Yi said respectfully. For some reason, when Yi Ranyan returned this time, she found that Master Yi's attitude towards her was even more polite than before. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she continued to follow Master Yi deeper into the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. She entered the room she usually frequented. Miss Yi, Master Yi said excitedly. Foxgirl, you are Princess Wushuan, also known as Miss Yi Ranyan, right? Chapter 197 Entrustment. Yi Ranyan paused for a moment, then turned around, her beautiful eyes fixed on Master Yi. Beneath the fox mask, a faint amusement lingered on her exquisitely beautiful face. Yi Ranyan's voice betrayed no emotion. Master Yi, isn't it against the rules of the black market to so abruptly reveal the guest's identity? Master Yi breathed a barely perceptible sigh of relief, his smile deepening. That's because I knew Miss Yi was a kind and generous person, which is why I dared to be so disrespectful. However, upon hearing Yi Ranyan acknowledge her identity, Master Yi was still incredibly shocked. Yi Ranyan, the legendary healer, suddenly appeared in the black market. Countless people speculated about her identity. Even he, because Yi Ranyan had treated as Peerless, was very curious about Yi Ranyan's background and sect. He guessed at many people, but then rejected them all. I thought that with the fox girl's temperament and abilities, she couldn't be from Donglong. I thought she was a prodigy who had traveled from somewhere else. However, to everyone's surprise, she was actually from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Yi Ranyan, who had been the least noticeable person in the Duke's mansion. That insignificant person who came from the border town of the Eastern Dragon capital, and who was not even noticed by anyone when he first arrived in the Eastern Dragon capital. Such an insignificant little person turned out to be so powerful in the mainland. Yi Ranyan's extraordinary abilities after recent events. But Master Yi was someone Yi Ranyan had contacted after she first entered the black market. From the first time he saw her, he sensed that she was extraordinary. Many patients for Yi Ranyan in the black market. He also came to understand Yi Ranyan's abilities better. They understand more than outsiders. Therefore, he felt even greater reverence for Yi Ranyan. I only mentioned the news of Medicine King Valley's recruitment back then, but I never expected that in the blink of an eye, just a few months later, Miss Yi would have become an elder of Medicine King Valley. Master Yi sighed deeply. Although Miss Yi is only 16 years old this year, you have already accomplished what many people cannot do in their entire lives. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. All right, after saying all that nice stuff, is there something you need from me? Master Yi showed an embarrassed expression, hesitated for a moment, and then knelt down before Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan was surprised for a moment. Miss Yi, I hope you will accept me as your apprentice. Yi Ranyan quickly dodged to the side. Master Yi, this is inappropriate. Miss Yi, your mastery of alchemy is truly admirable. I sincerely wish to become your disciple, and I hope you will not find me unworthy. Her so sincere at her age, Yi Ranyan sighed. I can offer you some guidance, but I'll pass on the apprenticeship. After all, I have many things to do and no time to teach disciples. It's all right. Even so, Master Yi was very happy. It's enough to be your disciple in name only. Get up, Yi Ranyan said. Tell me about any difficult or complicated illnesses you've been suffering from lately. Master Yi mentioned several patients who were particularly difficult to treat during this period. After saying that, he added, they are all willing to wait for you to come back. Do you think we should arrange a time for them to see you? All right, you can make the arrangements. I can usually come over in the evening. Good. Master Yi. After discussing the patient's condition, Yi Ranyan asked about another matter. Has your 9th young master returned? Master Yi shook his head. Not yet, but the black market has almost prepared the spiritual medicines on the list you wrote before. Once the 9th young master returns, you should be able to help him with his treatment. Yi Ranyan remembered that the 9th young master was afflicted with a kind of fetal poison, a kind of poison that was very rare in the entire Lingyu continent and came from the upper 9 heavens. She made a list at the time. The medicinal herbs on the list were extremely rare, and I never expected to have gathered them all in such a short time. Is this the power of the black market? Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment, then asked Master Yi. Could you help me buy something on the black market? Of course, no problem, Master Yi said. I'm an insider in the black market, so I have wider channels and more reasonable prices than others. Yi Ranyan nodded. I'll make a list for you later. Buy everything you have. Good. Next, Master Yi went to treat other patients. Yi Ranyan started making a list. It must be said that turning the Eastern Dragon capital into an impregnable fortress is no easy task. The foundation of the Eastern Dragon capital is too weak. It needs to add too many things. Fortunately, she had the treasures she obtained from the 9th floor of the Pill Tower and the support of the Eastern Dragon Empire's treasury. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to afford so many things on her own. Soon, Yi Ranyan compiled a list that was as thick as a small booklet. Master Yi was dumbfounded when he saw it. You want to buy so much stuff? Yi Ranyan nodded. Yes, also, don't reveal the contents of the list to anyone else. No one in Donglong could break her formation. But what if? Master Yi nodded solemnly, his face showing a serious expression. Don't worry, Miss Yi. I know the risks. And another thing, Yi Ranyan said, if there's anything I can help you with, just ask. During my time in Donglong, I'll do everything I can to help you. Thank you, Miss Yi. Master Yi said, moved. Don't thank me yet. I have my reasons for doing this. Although she hadn't intended to take Master Yi as her disciple before, Yi Ranyan hadn't ruled out the possibility of offending him. You should know that I won't stay in Donglong for long. Master Yi nodded. A prodigy like Yi Ranyan needs a bigger stage to grow faster and shine even brighter. I hope that after I leave Donglong, you can help me look after the Duke's mansion for a while. Before Master Yi could say anything, Yi Ranyan continued, I don't need you to do anything on a regular basis. I just hope that if the Duke's mansion ever encounters a calamity, you can lend a hand, or at least pass on a message to me. Ranyan's opinion, Master Yi's cultivation and alchemy skills were not particularly outstanding. But he is a member of the Black Market Medicine Pavilion. He is also the person with the highest alchemy cultivation in the black market of the Eastern Dragon capital. Their connections and status are not to be underestimated. The sheer power he alone can mobilize in the black market at crucial moments is astonishing. When Yi Ranyan said this, it was less about hoping Master Yi would help her take care of the Duke's mansion, and more about negotiating a cooperation with the black market. Master Yi, having lived to such an old age, was naturally wise and insightful, and immediately understood Yi Ranyan's meaning. He nodded and promised, Miss Yi, rest assured, as long as I am here, the Duke's mansion will remain here. This short sentence demonstrated his determination. Thank you, Yi Ranyan replied earnestly. Chapter 198, The Ancestor Recovers. The next 2 days, Yi Ranyan spends her days processing materials at the Duke's mansion and her nights going to the black market to treat difficult and complicated diseases for the black market medicine store. Master Yi was also purchasing various materials that Yi Ranyan needed, according to the list prepared by Yi Ranyan. It has to be said that the black market has incredible connections and capabilities. Many of the things Yi Ranyan needed were extremely difficult to find, yet they kept sending things over. Yi Ranyan was very satisfied and secretly glad that she had given the list to Master Yi. It would probably take a lot of effort to get her to buy those things herself. Consumed many of the treasures she obtained on the 9th floor of the Dam Tower. Just as Yi Ranyan was thinking that it was time to visit the Eastern Dragon Emperor's treasury, the Eastern Dragon Emperor sent someone to invite her to the palace. Entering the palace, Yi Ranyan calculated the time and felt that the founding ancestor's health was almost recovered. She roughly knew why the emperor had asked her to enter the palace, so she nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll go later. These past few days, Feng Jukin has also been staying at the Duke's mansion. He quickly rose to become the most beloved junior among the elders of the Duke's mansion. He outshone Yi Yuch. However, compared to their initial hostility, Yi Yuch and his brothers now admire Feng Jukin quite a bit. Initially, Yi Yulan deliberately created difficult problems for Feng Jukin in order to make things difficult for him. Then they discovered that Feng Jukin not only had a high level of cultivation, but also knew a lot. No matter what kind of difficult problem Yi Yulan presented, it could not stump him. That's not all. Later, Yi Yuhan and the others also became interested and took turns to participate, practicing alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman drawing, or other arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography. Whether it was a popular, unpopular, or rare talent, they all used it to test Feng Jukin. The result was naturally that he was completely crushed by Feng Jukin, leaving not even a trace. Perverted, absolutely perverted. The Yi brothers were speechless. No wonder his cousin took a liking to him. People who aren't family don't enter the same door. Both of them are equally omnipotent and equally perverted. I really doubt whether there's anything in this world that the two of them don't understand or can't do. After suffering repeated setbacks, the young masters of the Yi family all quieted down. Fortunately, these are our own people, not enemies. If they were enemies, they would be in real trouble. Now that they're on our side, of course they want to make the most of them. So these past few days, the brothers have been squeezing every last drop of water out of Feng Jukin, trying to absorb the knowledge they've learned from him. When they have questions, they naturally want to ask Yi Ranyan for advice. But Yi Ranyan is my cousin, and they would feel sorry for her if she were too tired. Rough and tough guy like Feng Jukin doesn't get any good treatment anymore. As a result, Feng Jukin has been occupied by his brothers for the past few days. Yi Ranyan was pleased with this outcome, because she rarely saw Feng Jukin pay attention to others. This caused Feng Jukin to be very aloof, even appearing somewhat withdrawn. He may have gotten used to having no family or friends, but Yi Ranyan also hopes that he can experience more joy in life. Therefore, She felt at ease letting Feng Jukin play with the Yi family brothers. She was busy processing materials and would occasionally forget about Feng Jukin. Until now, I have received an invitation from Donglong Songwon. She then remembered Feng Jukin, the newly appointed Prince Chun. She was prepared to act out of charity and rescue Feng Jukin from the clutches of the Yi brothers. Yi Ranyan took Feng Jukin away. Yi Yulan said, "Cousin, tell brother Feng to come back soon. I still have a question to ask him about alchemy." Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. Okay. Only when she sat in the carriage heading to the palace did Yi Ranyan prop her chin up and look at Feng Jukin. What's wrong? Feng Jukin felt somewhat uncomfortable under Yi Ranyan's gaze. He was wearing a mask that clung tightly to his face, perfectly showcasing the superior lines of his features. Those dark phoenix eyes were looking at her intently and seriously. Nothing. Yi Ranyan suddenly leaned forward, removed the mask from Feng Jukin's face, and kissed his thin lips. Feng Jukin slightly opened his phoenix eyes, his handsome face revealing an almost blank expression. Cream. Yi Ranyan licked her red lips smugly and said with a smile, "I just think Jiu Chun is really amazing. It's only been a few days and my cousins already like you a lot." Feng Jukin snapped out of his daze, reached out and grabbed her waist, and with a slight pull, drew Yi Ranyan into his arms. He held her close, his thin lips brushing against her black hair. "I did it for you." Just those 5 words, nothing more. But Yi Ranyan already knew what he meant. He only paid attention to Yi Yulan and the others, answered their questions, and spent time with them because of Yi Ranyan. "Thanks a lot." Yi Ranyan nestled into Feng Jukin's arms and said, "Things will get better after this period." "It doesn't matter." Feng Jukin gently stroked her falling black hair. "It doesn't take much effort, sometimes." He paused for a moment. "It's quite interesting." Yi Ranyan looked down at his handsome and perfect face. "That's good. But..." Feng Jukin's handsome face suddenly magnified before Yi Ranyan's eyes. His thin lips gently and softly landed on Yi Ranyan's brow, cheek, nose, and finally on her lips. "I would be even happier if Yunyan could treat me." He swallowed Yi Ranyan's laughter. I simply ignored him, closed my eyes, and let him taste it. The journey was short, and before long, we arrived at the palace. Feng Jukin's eyes were deep and unfathomable, with a faint scarlet hue and a hint of restraint in them. Yi Ranyan had already pushed him away and straightened her clothes. "I didn't provoke you. You started this yourself, so there's nothing I can do about it." Feng Jukin remained silent, waiting for his body to calm down. He stared intently at Yi Ranyan with his dark phoenix eyes, his gaze like that of a hungry wolf, as if he were about to devour her at any moment. After a while, the two got out of the carriage and arrived at the main hall of the Eastern Dragon Emperor, familiar with the way. This time, Commander Han Shuo stood guard outside the door. When he saw the 2 men, he nodded and bowed silently to them. Yi Ranyan nodded at him as well. Upon entering, Yi Ranyan saw an old man sitting next to Donglong Songwon as soon as she entered the main hall. The old man had a youthful face and white hair, with an air of otherworldly wisdom. His eyes were deep and intelligent, showing no trace of the decadence and weakness he had seen in the basement a few days earlier. Yi Ranyan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the ancestor has recovered very well. Both the Eastern Dragon Emperor and the founding ancestor were fixed on her. "This is all thanks to you, little girl." The founding emperor's voice was filled with laughter. "Little girl, I heard you're from the Duke's mansion. Not bad, not bad." Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "I heard that our ancestors and our ancestor were close friends, and the friendly relationship between our 2 families has continued to this day." "Very good." The founding father nodded. "This is exactly what I hoped to see." After exchanging pleasantries, Donglong Songwon got down to business. "Yunyan, Prince Chen, I've called you here today because there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Chapter 199. One dares to speak, the other dares to agree. What is it? Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin sat down without any hesitation, and Yi Ranyan looked at Donglong Songwon with curiosity. "It is a response to the Danding Kingdom." A sharp glint appeared on Donglong Kanghuang's majestic face. Previously, when the founding ancestor was unconscious, he would not act rashly. But now, the founding ancestor has fully recovered and his cultivation has even improved. He is no longer afraid of the ancestor of the same level in the Danding Kingdom. Yi Ranyan became interested. "How does your majesty intend to retaliate?" Donglong Songwon raised an eyebrow, his expression carrying a hint of domineering. "The way to retaliate has been decided by the ancestor and me. I have decided to go to Danding Kingdom with the ancestor and several family heads of our Donglong Empire, a total of more than 10 experts with cultivation levels above the peak of martial lord. Shall we take a trip?" That's right. You dare to scheme against our Donglong and even target young people like you. Danding Kingdom must pay a price. The Donglong Emperor's domineering tone carried a faint hint of bloodlust. Yi Ranyan listened. She couldn't help but nod. A ruler of a country should have such a domineering attitude in order to better protect his people and citizens. That's excellent. I support His Majesty the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor, revered by everyone in Donglong. There is not a trace of weakness in him. Danding Kingdom dared to bully Donglong. He would retaliate in an even more forceful and domineering manner. His attitude determined Donglong's spirit. It is a tough, authoritative, and unassailable stance, so as not to be underestimated by other forces. Well, I just wanted to ask you if you want to come with us, since your cultivation level is not low and you are a key figure in this matter, as well as the target of the poisoning by the Danding Kingdom. Yi Ranyan glanced at Feng Jukin. Feng Jukin wore a mask, his eyes were indifferent, and his emotions were unreadable. But she knew he had never been very interested in such things. She pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, "This is a game between nations, so I'd better not disrupt His Majesty's plans." However, she paused for a moment, then said, "I'm quite interested in that scene. If Your Majesty has time, could you record it for me using a recording stone? I'll watch it later." This world. Yi Ranyan is truly one of a kind, daring to watch the spectacle so closely that even the ruler of a nation would record her image on a stone. Donglong Tsonglong never expected that Yi Ranyan would make such a request. They stood there for a moment. Who were guarding Donglong Tsonglong at the gate also heard Yi Ranyan's words, and they couldn't help but show strange expressions on their faces. Ha 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 ha. The founding father was the first to burst into laughter. "You little rascal, you're quite interesting." The founding patriarch looked at Yi Ranyan with great interest in his eyes. "If you weren't so outstanding, I would have taken you as my disciple." The founding ancestor is now at the martial emperor level. Was also the strongest person Yi Ranyan had ever met besides Feng Jukin. Of course, excluding those in the Imperial daughter's inheritance. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, if an ordinary person were to be favored by the founding patriarch and have such words spoken to them, it would be an immense honor for that person. But for Yi Ranyan, that was it. She was indifferent and didn't care at all. After all, even the only fourth-grade alchemist in the black market medicine pavilion knelt down, wanting to become her apprentice. Standard procedure. Yi Ranyan asked the emperor with a smile. "So, Your Majesty, have you agreed?" Donglong Tsonglong came to his senses. He actually really likes Yi Ranyan's state. Throughout the entire Eastern Dragon Empire, even his princes and princesses were filled with fear and respect when facing him. Yi Ranyan was the first person to treat him like a normal elder. She seemed unafraid of imperial power. Donglong Tsonglong sensed it, but didn't feel offended. Perhaps it was because of her mother, or perhaps it was because he could see that Yi Ranyan's future was destined to be extraordinary, far beyond what a mere Donglong could compare to. "I agree." Donglong Kanghuang's hammer fell to the final blow. Upon hearing this, Han Shuo and the other Imperial guards standing at the gate couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. His Majesty the Emperor was actually willing to provide a recording stone like the night-dyed sound record. They really are a pair. One dares to speak, and the other dares to agree. His Majesty. Yi Ranyan didn't think anything was wrong. She rested her chin on her hand, sighed softly, and said, "Now that you've finished telling me your story, it's time for me to tell you mine." "Oh, you have something to say, little girl? Please speak freely." Yi Ranyan coughed lightly. "It's about the treasury. I want to buy some things, but I don't have enough spirit stones. Starting today, I may have to start using Your Majesty's treasury." Donglong Tsonglong had almost forgotten about this, but when she brought it up, he laughed and said, "It's all right. Just take my jade pendant and feel free to use whatever you need." These words were so generous that even the founding patriarch glanced at Donglong Tsonglong. If he hadn't known that Yi Ranyan was a girl from the Duke's mansion, he would have almost thought that Donglong Tsonglong was Yi Ranyan's biological father. Han Shuo and the other Imperial guards were also stunned. His Majesty the Emperor is far too generous and doting on Yi Ranyan. Even the other princes and princesses didn't receive the same treatment as Yi Ranyan. While they were shocked, they also pondered to themselves. It seems that Yi Ranyan holds a higher position in His Majesty's heart than they imagined. In the future, they should be even more respectful when they see Miss Yi. His Majesty. Yi Ranyan gave him a heads up beforehand. "I need quite a lot of spirit stones. Your Majesty, please don't feel bad if the treasury is oversaturated." Donglong Tsonglong raised an eyebrow. "Well, since I said you could take whatever you wanted, I will keep my word." Yi Ranyan was relieved. She has used up all the treasures on the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. Before Donglong runs out of treasure. Hopefully, when the Eastern Dragon Emperor sees the empty treasure vault in the future, he won't be too surprised. Next, the Eastern Dragon Emperor needed to finalize a travel plan with the founding ancestor, so Yi Ranyan simply took Feng Jukin with her to the Eastern Dragon Treasury. The Eastern Dragon Empire's treasury contains even more treasures than the 9th level of the Dan Tower. However, the items are quite varied, unlike the 9th level of the Pill Tower, which mainly consists of pills, poisons, and spiritual herbs. Yi Ranyan's spiritual power swept out from her sea of consciousness, and almost in the blink of an eye, she picked out the treasures that she could use. Compared to Danding Kingdom, Donglong is not poor. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but nod, then shook her head. However, we can't be considered wealthy either. She sighed, feeling that this time the national treasury was really going to be emptied, and hoped that the Eastern Dragon Emperor could hold on. After taking some useful items, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin left. In the following 2 days, Yi Ranyan heard that her maternal grandfather Yi Kunshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, the heads of the Meng and Qi families, the commander of the Imperial Guard Han Shuo, and other powerful figures from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom had all gone to the Danding Kingdom with the founding emperor of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom and the founding ancestor. They don't have the ability to tear through space like Feng Jukin. Since neither of them possessed the spatial abilities of cotton candy and chocolate, a highly skilled array master drew a teleportation array, which was then activated directly with spirit stones, sending them to the Danding Kingdom. Chapter 200. Shock to the Four Nations. Yi Ranyan did not go to Danding Kingdom. However, news kept coming back to the Eastern Dragon Empire from the Danding Kingdom. The major events that occurred there attracted the attention of the Four Kingdoms. On this day, almost everyone was paying attention to the progress of the events in Danding Kingdom. It is said that Donglong Tsungwang, along with a martial emperor and several other experts, appeared in Danding Kingdom. The group was extremely domineering. Although they did not kill anyone, they destroyed a city in Danding Kingdom with a wave of their hand. The entire city was reduced to ruins, except for the fact that no one was injured. The people of Danding Kingdom were terrified. Danding Kingdom was furious and led a group of powerful figures to confront the group of powerful figures from Donglong. Afterwards, the Eastern Dragon Emperor, the founding patriarch, and other powerful figures such as the heads of various families displayed their formidable strength, subtly overwhelming the Danding Kingdom. They successfully demonstrated their power in the Danding Kingdom, leaving King Danli furious but unable to speak out, and even forced to politely ask Emperor Donglong and the others to leave. But historically, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Donglong Tsungwang would certainly not leave easily. Danding Kingdom was furious. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he threatened the king with a poison pill. However, this threat only made the Eastern Dragon Emperor and the founding ancestor even angrier. Donglong Tsungwang sneered. Your pill tower is on its 9th level. How many poison pills do you still have? You dare to talk such big words. King Danli's eyes turned so red they were almost bleeding. Your Eastern Dragon Empire's Yi Ranyan has trespassed on our pill tower and stolen its treasures. You must return them. Oh, you say she took it, so you have proof? King Danli was speechless for a moment. There are rumors from Donglong's side that she herself admitted to killing my son, Crown Prince Danrong. The person who killed Crown Prince Danrong is the one who stole the treasure. Moreover, you killed people first. Shouldn't you give an explanation first? Is that so? Don't you know that it was your Crown Prince Danrong who struck first? It's a pity that he was outmatched and died without consequence. During the standoff between the powerful figures of the Eastern Dragon Empire and the Danding Kingdom. But then, several more sword lights flashed through the air. Then, a sharp sword light cleaved down from the void, splitting a huge chasm in the ground of the capital city below Danding Kingdom. That earth-shattering sword strike, while not enough to kill, still injured many civilians in the capital of Danding Kingdom, leaving them with fine sword marks. This is the second time. The first time was when the powerful figures of the Eastern Dragon Empire made a strong appearance. Why this time? Soon everyone saw a powerful figure arriving on a sword. Each of them exuded an incredibly powerful aura. He is a member of the Sword Dynasty. The one who came from the Sword Dynasty was not the Sword Emperor of the Sword Dynasty, but the carefree king of the Sword Dynasty. He was also the #1 swordsman of the Sword Dynasty. Holding the secret letter and some evidence, he unceremoniously and casually scattered them across the room. King Danli, you have quite the methods. Over the years, you have poisoned quite a few geniuses of my Sword Dynasty. Even my niece and nephew almost fell victim to your scheme. You attacked the genius of my sword dynasty without cause. King Danley, shouldn't you give my sword dynasty an explanation? Donglong Tsonglong was not only ruthless and decisive in his actions, but also very intelligent. After learning that Danding Kingdom had reached out to Donglong, I knew that Danding Kingdom's ambitions had grown and that it would definitely not only target Donglong. He then sent letters to the Sword Dynasty and the 100 Beasts Dynasty. Clearly, the Sword Dynasty reacted swiftly. Moreover, after learning of Donglong Tsonglong's plans, he chose to cooperate, allowing the Sword Dynasty's Xiao Ao king to bring a group of powerful figures to the scene. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the crown prince of the Sword Dynasty, Jian Shaoshang, spoke well of Yi Ranyan and others in front of the Sword Emperor. Danley King was already struggling to cope with just the powerful figures from Donglong's group. The Sword Dynasty is the nation with the most powerful individuals and the strongest martial arts prowess. These two factors combined almost drove him to the brink of despair. However, it's not just that. Soon, white cranes, Kylan, firebirds, and other mythical beasts flew across the sky. The Kylan and the firebird made no attempt to conceal their innate talents and cultivation. When the Kylan galloped around, the wind and clouds changed, forming rain that poured down. The rain also carried corrosive spiritual power. The flamingo was covered in flames as it flew, and the flames it fanned off its body and wings fell like a rain of fire. Once it falls to the ground, nothing can resist its ignition. Add to that the corrosive Kylan rain. They flew all the way here, causing immense suffering to the people of Danding Kingdom. The attacks were indiscriminate, and some people even lost their lives as a result. This is a powerful figure from the 100 Beasts Dynasty, the four strongest countries in this surrounding area. These are the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Sword Dynasty, the Pill Cauldron Kingdom, and the 100 Beasts Dynasty. Now, the Danding Kingdom has incurred the wrath of the masses, and powerful figures from the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Sword Dynasty, and the 100 Beasts Dynasty have descended to question King Dan Lai of the Danding Kingdom. This scene shocked the four countries. The people of Danding Kingdom were filled with fear and dread. In particular, the people who had been ravaged by the three kingdoms were already considering leaving Danding Kingdom because they were afraid that they would encounter such bad luck from time to time again. The Danding Kingdom actually possesses poison pills that can affect spirit beasts. The regent from the Beast Dynasty was also very domineering. King Danley, you've made so many of my Beast Dynasty's spirit beasts lose control. You've really got some impressive skills. Normally, it would be better if these things weren't exposed. Once exposed, the other three kingdoms found it difficult to tolerate. The insidious deeds committed by the Danding Kingdom were all aimed at undermining the foundations of the other three kingdoms, which angered the rulers of those kingdoms. The powerful figures from the three kingdoms have gathered here today, all seeking compensation from King Danley. The kingdom of Danding was surrounded by three kingdoms, and even King Danley could not remain calm. In the end, he could only swallow his resentment and anger, humbly apologize, and try to gain the forgiveness of the three kingdoms. But this is not child's play, and the three kingdoms will not forgive easily. They will only forgive if they see real benefits. Because the four kingdoms are separated by the spirit beast forest, the other three kingdoms are not interested in the territory of Danding Kingdom. After some discussion, the other three kingdoms agreed to settle the matter only after King Danley of Danding Kingdom paid them a certain amount of spirit stones, elixirs, and medicines. King Danley, a stern warning. The three powerful figures returned to their respective countries with their abundant treasures, which had already regressed by 10 years after Yi Ranyan emptied the Pill Tower, regressed by another 50 years after this ordeal, officially becoming the weakest of the four kingdoms. When this news reached the other three kingdoms, the cultivators there were overjoyed and praised Yi Ranyan for initially exposing the conspiracy of the Danding Kingdom. Yi Ranyan, while in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, also heard the news from the Danding Kingdom. It seems more lively than I expected. I kind of regret not going to check it out. Feng Jukin, who was standing to the side, said, "If you want to go, I can take you there now." "No need. His Majesty the Azure Emperor will record the image on the memory pearl for me. It will be the same to watch the image pearl later." Donglong Tsonglong and the founding ancestor went to Danding Kingdom. Yi Ranyan was not idle either. She has almost finished preparing the materials and can now begin setting up the grand formation. Chapter 201. The Shock of the Azure Emperor. The formation inside the Duke's mansion is relatively easy to set up. Yi Ranyan arranged it in a very detailed and complex way. It's not difficult to operate. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin worked together and spent 3 days setting up the grand formation for the Duke's mansion. Grandpa, Grandma. Yi Ranyan explained to Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshin how to use the array's core and the main array. This grand formation is our Duke's mansion's biggest and last trump card. If you encounter any danger, feel free to activate it. As long as you have enough spirit stones, the formation can keep operating. So, Grandma, you should keep more spirit stones at home in case of emergency. Okay. Su Baiyu nodded. Yi Kunshin also said earnestly, "It's kind of you to plan so carefully for us. We will certainly not let you down." Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "I'm just doing this as a precaution. It would be even better if our Duke's mansion and the Eastern Dragon Empire could always have good weather and abundant harvests. If possible, I also hope that you will never need to use this great formation." As she spoke, her expression turned solemn for a moment. Furthermore, grandfather and grandmother, this grand formation is of paramount importance. It is not only related to the safety of our Duke's mansion, but I will also set up a grand formation throughout the entire Eastern Dragon capital. At that time, the core of the capital's grand formation will be merged with our Duke's mansion's grand formation. Our Duke's mansion's grand formation will then be related to the capital's grand formation. Therefore, I hope that you two elders will personally take charge of the grand formation. In the future, even if you teach others to use the grand formation, please find someone whom you and His Majesty the Emperor both trust. To set up a massive formation throughout the entire capital, Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshin were both shocked upon hearing this. They had previously thought that Yi Ranyan's array was only slightly stronger than before, but they never expected that she had set up an array throughout the entire Eastern Dragon capital, and even used the Duke's mansion as the array's core. Therefore, this must not be a simple formation. After all, to be able to use a capital city as a formation, at the very least, it must be an 8th grade formation. It might even be a 9th grade formation, or a legendary god-level formation. Just thinking about this made Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshin's hearts pound. They always thought highly of their granddaughter. But now they realize that Yi Ranyan is far stronger than they imagined. They always seem to underestimate her. Not only are her martial arts, alchemy, and rune cultivation all very impressive, but her array formations are also incredibly powerful. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu nodded solemnly. Yunyin, don't worry, we'll listen to you. As long as we two don't die, we won't tell anyone about this formation. Yi Ranyan laughed again upon hearing this. There's no need for that. I will also tell His Majesty the Azure Emperor that as long as you can find someone that all three of you agree with, you can pass on the formation. Yes. The two nodded in unison. Yi Ranyan had considered handing over the great formation to her cousins, but they were all young and needed to go out and gain experience. They might not be there when it matters most. So it's more reassuring to leave it to the two elders. However, when she was setting up the formation, she kept Yi Yuch by her side and taught him how to set up the formation. In this way, even if she was not there and the formation was damaged, Yi Yuch would have the ability to repair it. Another day passed, and Donglong Tsangwang returned. He personally visited the Duke's mansion, firstly to accompany the old patriarch to visit the recovered Duke, and secondly, to personally present the recording pearl from Danding Kingdom to Yi Ranyan. As the founding patriarch of Donglong and Tsangwang entered the Duke's mansion, they felt a warm and pleasant spring breeze. It was deep winter, and the new year was approaching. Outside, everything was covered in ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. But the Duke's mansion seemed to be independent of the secular world. Spring was in full bloom, the climate was pleasant, and the whole mansion was full of spiritual energy. Just a quarter of an hour in the mansion would make you feel comfortable. The emperor and the founding ancestor were astonished as soon as they entered the mansion. What happened? How could there be such a big change in your household? This is not like the mortal world. It's more like a place where gods live. This climate was formed on the day the formation was perfected. Speaking of this, Yi Kunshin and Su Baiyu couldn't stop smiling. The two elderly people were quite old, and although they had cultivation, they couldn't maintain their body temperature with spiritual power all the time. So this formation made them more comfortable during the winter. Faced with the curiosity of the Eastern Dragon Emperor and the founding ancestor, they proudly explained the formation to the Eastern Dragon Emperor and also mentioned that Yi Ranyan was going to build a great formation in the Eastern Dragon capital. Both Donglong Tsangwang and the founding ancestor showed shock on their faces after hearing this. A formation? It has such a miraculous effect? It must be a very powerful formation. The founding patriarch even said, I visited Zhongzhou when I was young and have seen a lot. I think this little girl's formation is no worse than that of the major families in Zhongzhou. The two were deeply moved. Donglong Qinghuang's feelings were even more complicated. He initially thought highly of Yi Ranyan, which was more or less because of Yi Ranyan's mother, Yi Keiwei. But now, through his interactions with Yi Ranyan, he has discovered that Yi Ranyan herself is a formidable and undeniable prodigy. Even without her connection to Yi Keiwei, no one would dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Arrived, having learned that Donglong Songlong had come to deliver the memory pearl. The Eastern Dragon Emperor looked at her with complicated eyes. I thought you were using the treasures in the treasury to buy things for yourself. Now I realize that you were after the Imperial capital array of the Eastern Dragon Empire, weren't you? It has to be said that Yi Ranyan's breadth of mind and ideas are beyond those of ordinary women, which has somewhat shocked him. He was glad that he had been generous enough to agree to Yi Ranyan's request. Otherwise, how could the Eastern Dragon Empire have gotten such a grand formation? As the emperor of a nation, his vision was naturally far-reaching. He knew that the grand formation set up by Yi Ranyan was far more important than the inanimate objects in the treasure vault. This time, he really hit the jackpot. Donglong has a night-stained voice. Truly, heaven favors him. Yi Ranyan didn't intend to hide it from Donglong Songlong. However, Your Majesty, allow me to remind you that your national treasury is almost empty. She didn't want to waste it, but the materials needed for a god-level array were too expensive. Some were even unavailable, and those that could be bought were extremely pricey. She was able to build the Great Formation because Feng Jukin himself had a lot of materials, and he could also make some high-level materials on the spot. Otherwise, how could such a rare formation be set up in the Eastern Dragon Empire? It's alright. Donglong Songlong took out a spatial ring and handed it to her. If the national treasury doesn't have enough, there are more here. These are spiritual treasures that Danding Kingdom gave us as compensation. Danding Kingdom? Yi Ranyan didn't expect that after she emptied the 9th floor of the Pill Tower, there would still be something to fleece from Danding Kingdom. However, she was quite pleased to be able to take advantage of Danding Kingdom. So Yi Ranyan accepted it without hesitation. Then, Your Majesty, please wait for the good news of the completion of my great formation. Chapter 202. Indulgence is love. Restraint is also love. Yi Ranyan had seen the image recording pearl that Donglong Songlong had brought back. I watched it with Feng Jukin. The enlarged image from the photo pearl is very similar to the movie from my previous life. Seeing the three major powers going to Danding Kingdom one after another to settle scores, she found it more exciting than a TV drama and couldn't help but laugh so hard she fell into Feng Jukin's arms. As she watched, she commented to Feng Jukin, saying that the Sword Dynasty's entrance was quite impressive, while the 100 Beasts Dynasty's entrance needed improvement in quality. Unfortunately, Donglong Songlong only started using the image recording beads when he was in a standoff with Danding Kingdom. She didn't get to see the appearance of the people from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Feng Jukin didn't quite understand why Yi Ranyan was interested in these things, but he nodded in agreement. Yi Ranyan couldn't help but laugh even harder. Some say Feng Jukin is just like a good boyfriend who accompanies his girlfriend to watch a melodramatic TV show she doesn't like. Feng Jukin was a little confused, but he knew that Yi Ranyan was praising him, so he couldn't help but hold her hand and say gently, "If you want to watch it again in the future, I will continue to watch it with you." Good. The relaxation time was short. After looking at the image recording pearl sent by Donglong Songlong, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin threw themselves back into building the Imperial capital formation. It took the two of them more than 10 days to complete the entire formation. During the construction of the Great Formation, some of its edges passed by the houses of people in the capital. In order to get those people to move away willingly, Yi Ranyan spent a large sum of money. The Eastern Dragon Kingdom's treasury was emptied this time, but fortunately, the compensation brought back from the Danding Kingdom has just filled the gap. It's finally finished. Yi Ranyan had built such a massive array, and the effort and energy she had expended were beyond imagination. She stretched and walked towards the Duke's mansion. Feng Jukin followed behind her. "I'll take you back." He took Yi Ranyan with him, and, almost in the blink of an eye, returned to Yi Ranyan's courtyard. He doesn't even need to open a spatial gate for this short-distance teleportation. Yi Ranyan used her spiritual power to cleanse her body and then lay down on the bed. "I'm going to get a good night's sleep." Feng Jukin showed no intention of leaving. His long, narrow phoenix eyes were fixed on her as he watched her throw off her boots without any regard for her image, revealing her small feet in white socks. He watched her lie down on the bed, her long, jet black hair flowing like a spring and spreading across the bed. He slowly approached, stood by the bed, looked down at her, and said, "Do you want me to stay with you?" Yi Ranyan had already closed her eyes. Upon hearing Feng Juken's words, her raven feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked in Feng Juken's direction. After watching for a while, she slightly curved her red lips into a smile, raised an eyebrow, and said in an almost provocative tone, "Fine, if you dare, then come on." There's really nothing Feng Juken wouldn't dare to do. Neatly placing his boots next to Yi Ranyan's, then got into bed, unceremoniously lifting the quilt and slipping inside, pulling Yi Ranyan's soft, fragrant body into his arms. Yi Ranyan closed her eyes again. To be honest, in both her past and present lives, Feng Juken was the first person to manage to get into her bed. In her previous life, she was the #1 mercenary, night goddess. Many men tried to curry favor with her and get into her bed, but she threw them all away. Feng Juken is still the first person she has truly accepted from the bottom of her heart. If Feng Juken wanted to sleep with her, she would let him do so without hesitation. In any case, he wouldn't dare to do anything excessive without her permission. Yi Ranyan even automatically found a more comfortable position in Feng Juken's arms. She trusted Feng Juken completely. Feng Juken held his beloved in his arms, feeling completely content. At first, he didn't understand why Yi Ranyan said he would come if he dared. He didn't understand what he was afraid of. But as Yi Ranyan's breathing gradually became even and she fell into a deep sleep, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. The warm, soft body in his arms was already alluring, and the soft bed seemed to be filled with her unique fragrance, constantly wafting towards his nose. His senses were incredibly sharp. Those delicate fragrances and soft, warm bodies haunted his mind like demons, making him feel hot all over, his throat parched, and his body reacting uncontrollably. Until then, he finally understood what Yi Ranyan meant by daring. Feng Juken sighed silently, his gaze lingering on the sleeping Yi Ranyan. Although his body was itching to do something, his tenderness and affection for her firmly prevailed, and he couldn't bear to even disturb her sleep. After meeting her, he experienced many emotions and feelings he had never tasted before. She taught him that indulgence is love. It also taught him that restraint is a form of love. Feng Juken held Yi Ranyan tightly and slowly closed his eyes. If only time could stand still at this moment. Yi Ranyan slept for a day and a night. Because she and Feng Juken were building a grand formation, no one knew their progress and dared not disturb them, let alone know that they had been sleeping together in the mansion for so long. After sleeping for a day and a night, Yi Ranyan seemed to have come back to life, looking radiant and full of energy. When she opened her eyes, she was still in Feng Juken's arms, while Feng Juken's eyes were slightly closed, as if he were fast asleep. Yi Ranyan's eyes as she stretched out her slender fingers and pinched Feng Juken's high nose. Feng Juken reluctantly opened his narrow phoenix eyes, about to speak, when Yi Ranyan's soft red lips sealed his thin lips. A glint flashed in Feng Juken's eyes as he took the initiative. The two played around on the bed for a while. Yi Ranyan's undergarments were mostly undone, and there were many red marks on her body. Just when things were about to escalate, everything came to an abrupt end. She kicked Feng Juken off the bed. Feng Juken, despite his internal injuries, remained good-natured and said nothing. Instead, he waited for her to get dressed and even helped her put on her boots. Yi Ranyan's temper flared up quickly but subsided just as fast. She rewarded him with another kiss before taking his hand and leaving. Yi Yulan was quite surprised when she encountered the two people at the Duke's mansion. He tried to ignore their clasped hands and greeted them. "Cousin? Brother Feng, when did you return to the manor?" "Well, just a short while ago." Yi Ranyan's words were vague, and she was too embarrassed to let her family know that the two of them had slept in the same bed for a day and a night. "Cousin, are you tired right now? Do you want to go and rest?" "No need, I've rested enough." Seeing his hurried expression, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Cousin, is something the matter?" "Tonight is New Year's Eve." Yi Yulan's face lit up instantly. "You guys came back at just the right time. According to our family's custom, we have to make our own dumplings for New Year's Eve. I was just about to call my eldest and second eldest brothers. Yunyin, Brother Feng, let's make dumplings together in a bit." Chapter 203. Look how capable you all are. Okay. Yi Ranyan has set fires, killed people, and tricked countless opponents, but she has never made dumplings. She believed that Feng Juken must feel the same way. Such a simple and ordinary life was a novelty for both of them. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall first. Just as Yi Yulan had said, everyone was in the main hall. On the large rectangular table in the main hall, the prepared fillings and dumpling wrappers were laid out. Upon seeing Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, Su Baiyu's eyes crinkled with a smile. Yunyan, Shaochen, you're here too. Quick, sit down. Yi Ranyan pulled Feng Jukin to sit down next to Su Baiyu. Su Baiyu asked her, Yunyan, are you tired? If you are, go and rest first. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, I'm not tired, Grandma. Teach me how to wrap them. Wow. Yi Yuxuan, who was standing to the side, finally felt a rare sense of accomplishment. Cousin, there's finally something you don't know. Come on, let your second cousin teach you. Okay, then thank you, second cousin. Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Yuxuan with a smile. However, not only do I not know how, but Jiuchen doesn't know how either. Haha, I finally caught this day. There's something you two can't do, so we can finally crush you for once. Yi Yuxuan was overjoyed. Even Yi Yuhan's sharp eyes showed a rare expression of agreement. It's true, these four renowned prodigies of Donglong were utterly crushed by Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin. When they finally encountered something that the other two couldn't do, the four usually composed and proud young men couldn't help but beam with pride. So what if you can make dumplings? Look at how capable you all are. Su Baiyu couldn't stand her grandson's smug looks. Yunyan just hasn't tried it before. Once she gets the hang of it, you guys will have to step aside. Su Baiyu's words proved prophetic. Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin were a little awkward when they first started making the dumplings. But they are all powerful individuals with strong mental strength. They can do things as delicate as drawing talismans and refining pills perfectly with their hands, let alone something as small as making dumplings. The two quickly got the hang of it. The dumplings were neatly made and looked beautiful. Yi Ranyan still recalled the dumplings she had seen and eaten in her previous life, and then wrapped them in various ways. The four brothers, who had been so smug before, immediately shut their mouths and didn't want to say anything more. Yi Yulan sat opposite Yi Ranyan, and while wrapping the flower, he suddenly threw the flower in his hand at Yi Ranyan when she wasn't paying attention. Yi Ranyan was caught off guard by her family and was immediately covered in white flour. Yi Yulan, Su Baiyu shouted angrily. Are you itching for a beating again? Yi Yulan even made a smug face at Yi Ranyan. As he was doing this, Yi Yuch, the seemingly harmless and quiet young man next to him, suddenly smeared a clump of flour on Yi Yulan's face. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Yi Yulan looked at Yi Yuch in disbelief. Yi Yuch had been the most silent and steady of the four brothers because of his poor health. His thoughtfulness was even greater than that of Yi Yuhan. But now, he's actually doing such childish things. Yi Yuch looked completely innocent. Who told you to bully your cousin? Before Yi Yulan could finish speaking, Yi Yuhan and Yi Yuxuan, who were standing next to him, started smearing flour on his face. Please don't target me. Yi Yulan cried out in despair. Lian Feng Jukin flicked his fingertip and shot some flour onto Yi Yulan's face. Yi Yulan felt extremely wronged. Su Baiyu, who was originally angry, couldn't help but laugh when she saw her third grandson's discomfiture. Yi Kunshan, standing to the side, stroked his beard, feeling that this year's Lunar New Year's Eve was more lively than in previous years. Seeing Yi Yulan's miserable state, Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, smeared some flour in her hand, and then quietly approached Feng Jukin beside her. Jukin. She called out. Feng Jukin turned his head to look at her. Yi Ranyan quickly and accurately smeared the flour in her hand from Feng Jukin's forehead to the tip of his nose. Comical flour appeared on Feng Jukin's incomparably handsome face, which was as perfect as if sculpted by a god. He probably didn't expect it, and a moment of blankness appeared on his face. This rare expression made everyone burst into laughter. Yi Ranyan then attacked her other cousins. Soon, Yi Ranyan and her cousins were in a chaotic mess. After a brief silence, Feng Jukin joined them. Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan watched with smiles. This is more like young people. They are usually too mature. This is more interesting. That's right. Yi Kunshan nodded in agreement, and even couldn't help but want them to make a bigger scene. However, no sooner had she nodded than the audacious Yi Yulan extended her flower-based clutches toward Yi Kunshan and Su Baiyu. They even dragged their two elders, and even their father, into it. So, the masters of the Duke's mansion, whose combined age was quite impressive, started playing around with each other. At this moment, all their troubles vanished, and everyone's laughter was pure and innocent. That evening, the family enjoyed the dumplings they had made themselves and had a great time. After dinner, Yi Yulan immediately pulled Yi Ranyan to the rooftop. There will be fireworks in the capital tonight. Very beautiful fireworks. Cousin, come quickly and see which kind you like. I'll go buy some later, and we can set them off together. There's no need to buy anything, but we can all go out and have a look together. The family went outside and saw that, sure enough, there were brilliant and dazzling fireworks exploding in the night sky, creating beautiful patterns. From the rooftop, they could also see the twinkling streetlights and the bustling pedestrians. Fireworks, as beautiful as a dream, fell from the sky. Yi Yulan, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, "So beautiful." Meanwhile, Feng Jukin and Yi Ranyan gazed at each other, their hands clasped together involuntarily. Yi Ranyan even thought that if her elders weren't around, she might have kissed Feng Jukin. After the fireworks subsided, the sky gradually returned to calm. Yi Ranyan raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, glanced at her family members beside her, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, cousins, I also have a gift for you." Yi Ranyan, whose hands were empty and who was only holding Feng Jukin's hand, and a faint look of doubt appeared on their faces. "Look!" Yi Ranyan snapped her fingers. The next moment, the entire sky above the Eastern Dragon capital was filled with a layer of dreamlike, colorful spiritual light. Those spiritual lights quickly coalesced, transforming into a magnificent phoenix with trailing tail feathers in the sky. The five-colored phoenix raised its head and let out a clear, long cry. Before the people of the Duke of Protectorate's mansion and the shocked people in the Eastern Dragon capital could react, the remaining spiritual lights also coalesced, transforming into a majestic divine dragon. Chapter 204, The 3-Year Agreement. A colorful and magical illusion appeared in the night sky above the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The scenes unfolded like miracles, leaving the people of the Eastern Dragon capital mesmerized and exclaiming in amazement. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix, and a divine dragon soars into the sky. These are all miracles. Heaven blesses Donglong. Our Donglong will surely be even better next year. With such a miracle occurring, the national fortune of our Donglong will surely be even stronger. Countless people cheered. Inside the Eastern Dragon Palace, the Eastern Dragon Emperor and the founding ancestor also witnessed this scene. The two exchanged a glance. This is probably that little girl's handiwork. It might be the grand formation she was referring to. Go ask. As they spoke, the two flew towards the Duke's mansion. Both of them possessed extremely high levels of cultivation. With just a single step, they covered several miles in an instant. When they arrived, they happened to hear Yi Kunshan, Su Baiyu, and others asking Yi Ranyan questions. "Yunyan, how did you do that?" This is the strange phenomenon formed by the great formation of our Eastern Dragon Imperial capital. Looking at the dazzling scene in the void, Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "It looks pretty good, doesn't it?" "It's good." The newly arrived Donglong Songhuang spoke immediately. This immediately alarmed the group from the Duke's mansion. The group looked at Donglong Songhuang and the founding ancestor, and then bowed to them. The Eastern Dragon Azure Dynasty nodded, then asked Yi Ranyan, "Is your grand formation complete?" Yi Ranyan nodded. "I originally planned to talk to His Majesty in a few days, but I didn't expect His Majesty to come directly here. How could I, the Emperor, not come after witnessing this miracle?" Emperor Donglong Songhuang said, then paused and added, "Our great formation can't just have these effects, can it?" "How could that be?" Yi Ranyan chuckled. "This is just a little gadget I added to the grand formation. It's just a one-off thing, using the grand formation to add some flair and make everyone happy. The real grand formation is far more powerful than this." "Oh." Donglong Songhuang became interested. Yi Ranyan pondered. "Jukin and I have already tested the grand formation. Activating the grand formation consumes too many resources, so we will not demonstrate it for His Majesty this time." Songhuang, who was staring at her expectantly, was stunned. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, "I hope that our Eastern Dragon will never have the chance to use the Great Formation, but if we do, His Majesty will naturally be able to see what the Great Formation truly looks like when it is fully formed." Emperor Donglong paused for a moment. "I also hope that our Donglong will never need such a grand formation." While they were talking, the founding father was also chatting with Yi Kunshan and his wife. "The climate in your Duke's mansion is so nice, and the spiritual energy is so abundant. I'm really envious." "That's easy," Yi Kunshan said with a smile. "Then you can just come and stay at my Duke's mansion, ancestor." The founding ancestor was one of the top martial emperors among the 4 kingdoms. His presence in the Duke's mansion was welcomed by everyone. "That's a good idea." The founding patriarch's eyes lit up, and he then beckoned the Eastern Dragon Emperor over to discuss the matter with him. Seeing Donglong Songhuang go to talk to Yi Kunshan, Su Baiyu, and others, the younger generation of the Duke's mansion gathered together again. This year's Lunar New Year's Eve was beautiful, and the illusion created by my cousin was also beautiful. I believe it will be the most special Lunar New Year's Eve in the memories of many people in Donglong. That's true for us too, Yi Yuch said. This is also the first New Year's Eve we've spent with my cousin and brother Feng. His words immediately caused the atmosphere in the room to become heavy and somber. Yi Yulan's expression darkened visibly. After the new year, I will set off for Medicine King Valley. He looked around, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of his brothers, Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, and said, after this parting, we don't know when we'll meet again. Next New Year's Eve, it may be difficult for us to get together. Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, and Yi Yuch all fell silent. Feng Jukin's long, narrow phoenix eyes remained fixed on Yi Ranyan's face, observing her expression. Yi Ranyan wasn't too heartbroken. She raised an eyebrow and said, a good man's ambition lies in the four corners of the world. Going out to gain experience is an inevitable path for all cultivators. However, her red lips curved slightly, and a radiant smile suddenly appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. Even those who are far from home will eventually return. Next New Year's Eve, we may indeed be scattered in different places and unable to return home, but her beautiful eyes fell on her cousins, and she said softly, we can make a deal. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes fell on her. Agreement. Yi Ranyan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right. How about we make a 3-year agreement? The sons of the Duke's mansion are all chosen once. They were all incredibly intelligent. They quickly understood what Yi Ranyan meant. You mean, we made a promise to come back together in 3 years? Yi Ranyan's voice was languid. 3 years from now, on New Year's Eve, no matter where we are or what our status is, let's all come back to celebrate the new year together, okay? Going out to train might involve taking on sect missions or participating in trial realms, and the return time might conflict with the planned schedule of a year. But 3 years is just right. The time isn't very long, but it's enough for them to grow and adjust their schedules, allowing enough time for them to come back and reunite. Good. Yi Ranyan made a simple, ordinary suggestion, but Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yulan, and Yi Yuch instantly became as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and their enthusiasm soared. 3 years from now, on New Year's Eve, we will reunite at the Duke's mansion. At that time, we can see who among us is the laziest and has the lowest cultivation level. As for who is the most powerful, no need for you to think about it. They all tacitly agreed that Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin were two freaks who were not easily surpassed by them. All right, whoever is the weakest will treat us to dinner at Ziwick Xianlu. What's wrong with eating at Ziwick Xianlu? Ziwick Xianlu is owned by my fourth brother, so eating there isn't really a punishment. How about we have whoever is the weakest cook a meal for everyone? This is good. Okay, this one will do. Those who only knew how to make dumplings looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That seems a bit harsh. Time passed slowly. As the new year approaches, the once bustling night markets and streets gradually quiet down. Everyone from the Duke's mansion returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Yulan began preparing her luggage for her trip to Medicine King Valley. He will stay for 2 more days before setting off for Medicine King Valley. Yi Ranyan and the others accompanied Yi Yulan out shopping. They discovered that on the first day of the new year, the most talked about topic on the streets of the entire Eastern Dragon capital, besides the magical illusion from the previous night, was another piece of news. With the arrival of the new year, the Eastern Sacred Academy has finally begun its recruitment drive. Chapter 205. New Year's Greetings. The Holy Academy's admissions process is finally about to begin. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Yulan sighed. It's a pity that I've already chosen Medicine King Valley, so I can't go to the Holy Academy. As he spoke, his gaze swept over his brothers and Yi Ranyan. However, eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, you and your cousin could give it a try. Of course. The group's eyes gleamed with longing. That's the Holy Academy. The Holy Academy is the place that all cultivators in the eastern region aspire to. The things that the group accompanied Yi Yulan to buy were mostly things he would need on the road, including food, supplies, and items for alchemy. Yi Ranyan also gave him a few bottles of poison she had taken from the 9th floor of the pill tower. These poisons are all extraordinary. It's best not to use them unless absolutely necessary. Yi Yulan accepted it carefully and nodded. Thank you, cousin, I'll remember it. Also, this is my New Year's gift to you. Yi Ranyan handed a jade pendant to Yi Yulan. The others were also eyeing the jade pendant covetously. Yi Ranyan explained, There are defensive runes inscribed inside this jade tablet. When you throw it out at a critical moment, it will not only create a clone that looks exactly like you, but it will also teleport you to a place 100 miles away to ensure your safety. So powerful. Yi Yuxuan was a master weapon refiner, and he could tell at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. His eyes burned as he stared at the jade token in Yi Yulan's hand, and he began to think about how to snatch it. Yi Ranyan glanced at him, then took out several more jade tokens and gave them to Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, and Yi Yuch. Don't worry, you all have them. She wouldn't show favoritism. Thank you, cousin. The group beamed with joy. We also prepared gifts for you, but we secretly put them in your room to surprise you. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow. I'll look at it again when I get back. After shopping, everyone returned to the Duke's mansion together. After the events in Danding Kingdom, the Duke's mansion became famous in the Eastern Dragon capital and had become the #1 family in the capital. Today is the first day of the new year, and countless families and forces have come to the Duke's mansion to give gifts. Of course, only a few people can get in. Most are turned away. At this time, a crowd of people who came to give gifts had gathered at the entrance. Yi Ranyan and the others didn't dare to go through the main gate, so they sneaked in through the back door. After returning home, several elders called them over. Although the oldest of them was already in their 20s and the youngest, Yi Ranyan, was 17 and a half, the three elders, Su Biu, Yi Kunshan, and Yi Haiqian, still prepared red envelopes for the younger generation. At the same time, Yi Haiqian also gently told Yi Ranyan about the Holy Academy's admissions. The Holy Academy's admissions process this year is somewhat different from previous years. His Majesty has already received news that this year, the Holy Academy will teleport all students who intend to enter the Academy into the same secret realm for a joint assessment. As for the specific content of the assessment, you will only know once you enter. In previous years, the Holy Academy would send people directly to watch them fight in the arena in a straightforward and direct manner. Year's assessment method is indeed different from previous years. Yi Ranyan pondered and said, if that's the case, wouldn't it be possible for disciples from the same academy to help each other? That's right. Yi Haiqian glanced at Yi Ranyan. He had long noticed that Yi Ranyan possessed a unique demeanor befitting someone in a position of power. She had an exceptionally strong and excellent sense of the big picture. He is a born leader. Well, then my cousins and I can look after each other, which is great. Although Yi Ranyan was also concerned about the Holy Academy's admissions, she wasn't too worried. Because, from her previous life to this life, she never failed at anything she was determined to do. If she wants to go to the Holy Temple, she will definitely go. No one can stop her. Yi Ranyan returned to her own courtyard. Aunt Yun. Some time ago, she went to Danding Kingdom, and Yun Gu helped her guard the Duke's mansion. After she returned, she built a great formation, and Yun Gu continued to protect her in the shadows. Yi Ranyan saw all of this. After returning to the courtyard, she also gave Yun Gu a protective jade pendant. Thank you, miss. A faint smile appeared on Yun Gu's face. The reason she was fortunate enough to become a master of the heavenly martial realm was because of Yi Kwei's guidance, and Yi Kwei had saved her life, so she was willing to help Yi Kwei protect Yi Ranyan. Now, what Yi Ranyan is giving her is no less than what Yi Kwei gave her back then. Yun Gu felt that being able to stay by the side of this mother and daughter was an incredible opportunity and good fortune for her. It's all right. Yi Ranyan asked her. The Holy Academy's admissions have already begun, and I will definitely go to the Holy Academy. I just wonder what your plans are next, Aunt Yun. Yun Gu was taken aback for a moment. Of course, wherever Miss goes, I will go. Yi Ranyan hesitated for a moment and said, but if you are willing, I would like you to stay at the Duke's mansion and help me guard it. Yun Gu was stunned for a moment. Moreover, you are acquainted with my mother. If she returns after I leave, you can inform her of my whereabouts. Yun Gu gradually realized what was happening and nodded. All right, then I will follow Mrs. Instructions. Your cultivation is quite good, and your talent is also decent. I know it's unfair to keep you confined to the Duke's mansion, but it's all right. I only need you to guard it for me for 3 years. I have a 3-year agreement with my cousin and the others. I will definitely come back after 3 years. When I return, I will find someone to replace you. At that time, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide, and you can go or stay as you please. Thank you, Mississippi. Yun Gu nodded. I haven't fully comprehended the sword technique you gave me before. The Duke's mansion is now full of spiritual energy, a treasure land for cultivation. It is my blessing to be able to stay here. Yi Ranyan nodded and let her leave. The room fell silent immediately. Yi Ranyan stretched and saw a table full of gifts. Those must have been secretly put in by my cousins. Yi Ranyan examined each of the gifts and placed them into the Emperor's space. Now, the little monsters have been taken away by Feng Jukin, and only Xiao Dingdang remains as a spirit within the Emperor's space. Seeing Yi Ranyan, his eyes were filled with resentment. Yi Ranyan patted his head. Don't look so sad. How about I take you out to play? Doraemon's eyes lit up instantly. Yi Ranyan was pondering where to take Xiao Dingdang when there was a knock on the door. Cousin. It turned out to be Yi Yuhan. Big cousin. Yi Ranyan opened the door, holding Xiao Dingdang's hand, and saw that not only Yi Yuhan, but also several of Yi's other brothers were standing outside. We're planning to visit my master and wish him a happy new year. Does my cousin want to come along? Yi Yuhan asked. His master was Su Qingshan, the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy. Yi Ranyan remembered that Su Qingshan's dean's order was still with her, so she nodded. Okay, let's go together. She finished speaking but received no response. She glanced at her cousins in confusion, but their eyes were all fixed on Dingdang. Chapter 206, Waiting for the Fated One. This. After a long while, Yi Yulan came to her senses, speechless with astonishment. After a long pause, she finally said, This wouldn't happen to be your and brother Feng's child, would it? Yi Ranyan had been secretly dating Feng Jukin behind their backs. Moreover, the two of them are usually very affectionate. Now, even if someone has a child, it doesn't seem strange at all. Yi Ranyan was speechless. How does he resemble my child with Jiao Chun? It looks like it everywhere. Good-looking people may have similar facial features. The spirit Xiao Dingdang is fair-skinned and cute, and Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin are also extremely good-looking. It does look somewhat similar. Cousin, wake up. How old am I? How could I possibly have a child this big? Oh right. The shocked group finally came to their senses. Yi Ranyan shook her head and looked at Xiao Dingdang. Call someone. Little Dingdang's eyes darted around, and she greeted the group sweetly and obediently. Hello, big brothers. Yi Yulan and the others had never seen such a small child before, and they couldn't help but pick him up and let him ride on their shoulders. The child is so cute. Cousin, where did you kidnap him from? Friend. The knight's sounds were vague and unclear. Upon hearing this, the group assumed that her friend had entrusted her with taking care of the child, so they only asked for Xiao Dingdang's name and didn't ask any further questions. The group left the mansion together and headed towards the Imperial Academy. Yi Ranyan even brought Su Qingshan's favorite wine. On the way, Doraemon, who hadn't been out for thousands of years, found everything strange and interesting. He looked around and liked toys and snacks. The little guy is sweet-talking and cute, and he can even act adorable. In no time, his hands and mouth were stuffed full of things by Yi Yulan and his brothers. The group went to the Imperial Capital Academy in high spirits. Because of the Chinese New Year holiday, the college was on break, and it was deserted with almost no students. Yi Yuhan led everyone, using the token given to them by Su Qingshan, and easily entered the back mountain of the academy. Su Qingshan, who was leisurely fishing on the back mountain of the academy, felt the fluctuation of the barrier almost instantly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he knew who it was. His eyes softened for a moment. Master. Sure enough, the familiar voice of that brat came through. Dean. We've come to wish you a happy new year. Okay. Su Qingshan, who was usually serious and upright, couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face at this moment. Dean, here is your dean's order, and the wine you asked for last time. Yi Ranyan handed the items over directly. Su Qingshan also knew about the Holy Academy's admissions and knew that Yi Ranyan might not stay long, so he accepted the dean's order. He held the wine jar in his other hand and took a delighted sniff. This is the taste. The spirit wine you brew is still the best. You are really capable. You have never disappointed me. Yi Ranyan sat down to the side and also picked up a fishing rod to start fishing. My master said there is a big fish down there, but I have been fishing for it for many years and I have never caught it. Seeing Yi Ranyan sit down, Su Qingshan couldn't help but speak. The dean's master? The group asked in surprise. They all knew that Imperial Capital Academy was personally established by Dean Su Qingshan. But I've never heard of the dean having a master. That's natural. Which cultivator doesn't have a master? Although I am the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, I also have a master. My master is a very powerful cultivator. I built the Imperial Capital Academy here, which can be considered as my master's last wish. If it was a last wish, the person may no longer be alive. Everyone fell silent. By the way, girl, I heard that you built a large formation in the Eastern Dragon capital? Su Qingshan asked Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan nodded. I never expected you to be so proficient in formations. Su Qingshan exclaimed. Do you know that there is actually a great formation beneath our Imperial Capital Academy? Yi Ranyan was taken aback. All I know is that the back mountain of our academy is a world of its own. As for the formation, it can't be seen in the academy, but when you come to the back mountain, you can vaguely sense it. However, my spiritual power is not enough to investigate it. It should be a very powerful formation. You have a good eye, girl. Su Qingshan nodded. It's exactly what you thought. Yi Ranyan exclaimed in surprise. What kind of formation is this? It's so powerful. How come I've never heard of it before? I don't know what kind of formation it is, Su Qingshan said. My master put it here. He didn't tell me, and I didn't ask. I've been guarding it all these years, waiting for someone with the right destiny. Yi Ranyan nodded. Who is a person destined to be with you? The person who can awaken it, sense it, and unlock it, Su Qingshan said. However, over the years, I have never met such a destined person. I don't know how much longer I will have to wait. Yi Ranyan smiled and said, Dean, don't worry. Your master said that if there is a destined person, then there will definitely be one. Someone like Feng Jukin would naturally be able to sense the formation below. However, the formation was insignificant to Feng Jukin. If he were to force it open, it would be a waste of the Dean's good intentions. Therefore, Yi Ranyan did not intend to help Su Qingshan investigate this formation. Let it wait for its true, destined one. Oh, right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Su Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said, Do you remember Vice Dean Xiao? Yi Ranyan frowned unconsciously as she recalled the Vice Dean who had looked at her with disgust. We have found out that he was the one who ordered the poisoning of the spirit beast during the monthly exam. He has now received the punishment he deserves and will never appear in front of you again. Yi Ranyan's brows relaxed. That's good. Staying with Su Qingshan for a while, the group left and returned to the Duke's mansion. On the way, Yi Yulan and the others asked her curiously, What did you talk about with the Dean just now? Yi Ranyan smiled and said, Let's talk about people who are destined to meet. The group was completely baffled. They had taken Xiao Ding Dang to play in the back mountain before, and since they weren't interested in fishing, they didn't listen to it. They never expected it to be such a strange thing. After returning to the Duke's mansion, Yi Ranyan took Xiao Ding Dang back to her courtyard. Master. As soon as they returned to the courtyard, Ding Dang couldn't wait to say, The old man you just took me to has some good stuff. In that small world, there is a complete divine array, which is very powerful. It even makes me feel a bit threatened and troubled. But of course, when we actually face it, that array will definitely be no match for me. Is it really that powerful? That was actually a divine array, and even the super artifact, Ding Dang, felt threatened by it. Unexpectedly, there is such an extraordinary existence within the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, even so, Yi Ranyan was not moved. She obtained too many good things from the Empress's inheritance, including several sets of divine-level formations, which she couldn't even use all of herself, so naturally, she wouldn't covet other people's formations. Let that formation find its true, destined owner. Chapter 207. Yi Ranyan. She might be his cousin. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, everywhere was bustling with activity, and at night, every household was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Yi Ranyan had been cultivating for most of the day and planned to go to the black market that evening. Before we even set off, a familiar spatial fluctuation emanated from inside the room. Then, she felt the breeze and smelled cotton candy and chocolate. Of course, most importantly, there was that familiar man. The moment the portal opened, Yi Ranyan couldn't help but smile, her red lips curving upwards. Jukin. Owner. Master, we're back. Master, cotton candy misses you so much. Two little divine beasts and one little demon beast, as soon as they returned, leaned against Yi Ranyan's body and acted coquettishly. Marshmallow and chocolate perched on Yi Ranyan's shoulders, one on each side, while the wind transformed into a small bird, swirling around Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan touched each of the three little ones in turn. It's only been a day. She then took out gifts she had prepared beforehand from the Emperor's space and gave them to the three little ones, who were overjoyed. They also prepared New Year's gifts for Yi Ranyan. The marshmallows and chocolates were quite sticky, and they even wanted to kiss Yi Ranyan, but Feng Jukin slapped them away. With the three eyesores gone, Feng Jukin handed Yi Ranyan a bright and dazzling piece of blood jade. Keep this jade safe. As long as you hold it and call my name, I can come to your side anytime. He didn't tell Yi Ranyan that this contained his heart's blood, which, in critical moments, would not only allow his soul to appear, but also save Yi Ranyan's life. Yi Ranyan didn't think too much about it. She just felt that the jade was dazzling and beautiful. She held it in her hands and played with it carefully, nodding and saying, "I like it very much. I also have a gift for you." She didn't put the gift she gave to Feng Jukin in the Emperor's space, but kept it close to her body in her bosom. That was a love knot she had woven herself. In both her past and present lives, this was the first time she had ever woven something like this. Even someone as generous as her felt a little shy. Moreover, she had secretly mixed in a strand of her own hair and Feng Jukin's hair. They are of one heart and bound together. This is what she wanted. Feng Jukin felt the two people's auras intertwined harmoniously within the love knot. His heart trembled slightly, and he carefully held it in his palm. "Union, I like her very much." Yi Ranyan tiptoed and kissed him. "I'm glad you like it." She touched him and pulled away immediately, but Feng Jukin reached out and pressed his hand on her back. It is impolite not to reciprocate. He lowered his head and captured her red lips. Yi Ranyan didn't let him be presumptuous for long before pushing him away. "Come with me to the black market." "Good." Feng Jukin's Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was hoarse, but he still readily agreed. The two put on familiar masks, held hands, and left the Duke's mansion for the black market. Su Baiyu and the others already knew their whereabouts, but they turned a blind eye. After all, these two were betrothed by the Emperor, making them a legitimate engaged couple. There's nothing wrong with going on trips together as long as you don't do anything too outrageous. The black market was as bustling as ever. Even on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the black market pharmacy remained open for business, and the number of injured people inside was no less than usual. When Master Yi heard that Yi Ranyan had arrived, he immediately came to greet her personally. Although Yi Ranyan did not agree to take him as her disciple last time, she gave him a lot of guidance. In his heart, he already regarded Yi Ranyan as his master. "Happy New Year, Night Maiden." He also respectfully prepared gifts. "Today I sent someone to the Duke's mansion to deliver a New Year's gift to you, Miss Yi, but unfortunately I was turned away at the door." Yi Ranyan did not refuse. "You're so kind." Seeing that she accepted it, Master Yi beamed with joy. "By the way, the 9th young master has also returned. He specifically inquired about you before. Do you want to see him?" Yi Zi, the 9th young master of the black market, has a congenital toxin in his body. He previously asked Yi Ranyan to help him treat the illness, but the treatment was delayed because the medicinal materials were not available and Yi Ranyan had to go to Danding Kingdom. Since Yi Ranyan was free at the moment, she nodded and said, "Okay, we can meet." Master Yi led Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin into the most mysterious and luxurious room in the black market medicine pavilion. The young man, wearing a white feather mask and a black robe embroidered with gold patterns, was cultivating inside. When he heard Master Yi requesting an audience, he knew that Yi Ranyan had arrived, and he quickly opened his bright, sparkling eyes. "Come in." He sat upright, waiting for the door to be pushed open. Yi Ranyan, wearing a fox mask, stepped into the room. He couldn't help but tense up for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Yi Ranyan with a strange gaze, his expression complex. Yi Ranyan noticed the strange look in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "Ninth young master? Long time no see. Don't you recognize me?" Yi Zi came to her senses. "No, Miss Yi, we know each other's identities, so there's no need to keep wearing a mask." He wanted to see what she looked like. Feng Jukin's cold phoenix eyes glanced at Yi Zi with a hint of sharpness. He could clearly sense Yi Zi's interest in Yi Ranyan. Yi Zi dismissed Master Yi and then poured tea for Yi Ranyan and Feng Jukin, saying, "I went to Qingyang City for a while recently to search for someone on behalf of my elders. Oh, I heard some stories about the Night Maiden there." His third uncle, upon learning that he had come to the lower three heavens, specially sent him to the distant eastern region to inquire about a woman in a small, nameless country. He discovered that the woman had left Qingyang City 8 years ago. However, she left behind a daughter before she left. Right before him stood the Night Maiden, who had the ability to heal him. What a coincidence! In fact, from the first time Yi Zi met this Miss Yi, she felt a subtle sense of closeness to her, similar to a blood relationship. He raised an eyebrow beneath his white feather mask. "So, is it possible that this Miss Yi is the daughter of his third uncle and that woman? Or perhaps his cousin?" Of course, he wouldn't reveal the matter rashly until he had asked his third uncle, investigated the matter, and confirmed her identity. Moreover, he also found out that no one in Qingyang City knew who Yi Ranyan's biological father was. Even Yi Ranyan herself didn't know, so he couldn't speak rashly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very embarrassing if he guessed wrong? Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, he has already vaguely considered the woman in front of him to be one of his own. So, Yi Ranyan looked at Yi Ziyi curiously. Yi Ziyi went to Qingyang City. Her reputation had not yet spread, and the people in the black market probably hadn't guessed her identity yet, so it's impossible that Yi Ziyi went there to investigate her identity. It's nothing. I just didn't expect that someone who couldn't cultivate would become so famous in such a short time. You're amazing. Don't you find it strange? What's so strange about that? Yi Ziyi looked at her strangely, her words carrying a double meaning. Isn't it normal for the Yi family to be powerful? Question mark. Yi Ranyan was taken aback. Which Yi family are you talking about? Yi Ziyi realized what was happening and coughed lightly. Regardless of which Yi family, I think it's perfectly normal for someone with the same surname as me to be capable. You're quite narcissistic. Yi Ranyan didn't dwell on the issue, only saying, give me some blood, and I'll refine the previous medicinal herbs into pills for you. Once you've taken all the pills, you'll be able to get rid of the fetal toxins and restore your health. Chapter 208. The assessment begins. Good. The Yi clan possesses an extremely powerful bloodline, making even a single drop of their blood incredibly precious. If it were before, Yi Ranyan would probably not have agreed to this request. But after guessing that Yi Ranyan might be his cousin, Yi Ziyi looked at Yi Ranyan as if she were one of his own, without much suspicion. Yi Ranyan felt that the ninth young master was acting strangely tonight, and left after not staying in the Black Market Medicine Pavilion for long. After leaving the Black Market Medicine Pavilion, Feng Jukin held Yi Ranyan's hand and said directly, he is very interested in you. Yi Ranyan glanced at him sideways. I don't like him. Feng Jukin knew that Yi Ranyan didn't like beating around the bush, so he said directly, don't pay any attention to him. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, a sly glint in her beautiful eyes. Jukin, are you jealous? Yes. Feng Jukin, following Yi Ranyan's lead, has already learned to play the straight game. His open admission left Yi Ranyan, who had been trying to tease him, dumbfounded. All right, Yi Ranyan sighed. Then I'll try my best not to associate with him in the future. Feng Jukin finally felt relieved. But, Yi Ranyan squeezed his fingers, you're so good looking. If you didn't wear a mask, you would definitely have a lot of girls who like you. You should just ignore them. I can only see you. He completely disregarded everyone else. Yi Ranyan's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Since when did this guy start making her feel so attracted to him with just a casual remark? The key point is that this guy wasn't doing it on purpose. He was just casually expressing his true feelings, which makes it even more unbearable. Feng Jukin was unaware of the devastating impact his words had on Yi Ranyan. The two then strolled around the black market together for a while longer. The black market has better access to information than the outside world. They even heard some news about the Holy Academy's admissions process. Has specially opened a small secret realm for enrollment this time, and academies from all regions of the Eastern region can get 50 places to enter the secret realm. At that time, students from various academies who enter the secret realm will compete with each other to gain the qualification to enter the Holy Academy. However, the Holy Academy's information was kept extremely secret. Most basic pieces of information can circulate. As for the specific content of the assessment, no one knew until the actual assessment day arrived. It seems this Holy Academy is truly mysterious. I've become increasingly curious about their assessment. A few days later, the Duke's mansion saw Yi Yulan off. Before leaving, he bid a reluctant farewell to everyone. He also reminded his brothers and Yi Ranyan not to forget their 3-year agreement. He left full of vigor and high spirits. However, after seeing him off, Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan were noticeably depressed. They are getting old. Many years ago, they sent their youngest son and princess away, and the two have not returned to this day. Now they are sending their grandson away, and they don't know when he will be able to come back. After Yi Yulan left, the Duke's mansion was no longer as lively as before. However, people didn't remain immersed in grief for long. The Holy Academy's assessment has been set. Everyone in the Duke's mansion knew the truth. Most of these outstanding juniors successfully passed the assessment and entered the Holy Academy. When they see her off then, it won't just be Yi Yulan who's leaving. As we've heard from rumors on the black market, each academy has 50 keys to enter the assessment realm. Yi Yuhan is now in charge of the Eastern Dragon Imperial Academy. Yi Yuhan was impartial and directly stated that he would give the key to the top 50 students on the academy's Qingyun ranking. The Azure Cloud ranking is a ranking of the student's strength at Imperial Capital Academy. After Yi Yuhan made his statement, they did not immediately give the students the key to enter the secret realm. Instead, they gave the students 2 more days. In the past 2 days, within the Imperial Capital Academy, Everyone who thought they were capable went to challenge the masters on the Azure Cloud ranking. The rankings of the top 50 on the Kingyun list are constantly changing. Of course, no one challenged the experts at the top of the rankings, those above the heavenly martial realm. Even Yi Ranyan, who recently joined the charts, has not been challenged by anyone. After all, everyone now knows that she has a divine beast and is capable of stopping the beast tide. Her strength is so extraordinary that many people speculate that she is even more powerful than Yi Yuhan, who is at the top of the Kingyun ranking. However, under Yi Yuhan's deliberate guidance, in the past 2 days, people who were famous or unknown in the academy, those who were truly capable and ambitious, have all come forward. After 2 days of challenges and competition, finally, the top 50 spots on the Imperial Capital Academy's Azure Cloud ranking have been decided. No one from Yi Ranyan's freshman class, the yellow class, made the list. Of the entire freshman class, only Yi Ranyan and Mo Shang, who was once known as the top freshman, managed to secure a place in the top 50 of the Kingyun ranking. Besides, on the Kingyun ranking, those qualified to obtain the key to enter the assessment secret realm are basically all senior students like Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yuch, and Yi Yuhan. 2 days later, the top 50 on the Imperial Capital Academy's Azure Cloud ranking obtained the keys to enter the secret realm. Tomorrow is the day the Holy Academy admits students. Students who obtain the key will be transported to the secret realm once it opens, simply by holding the key. People don't even need to go to the academy. They can be transported to the secret realm simply by being present. Inside the Duke's mansion, Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yuch, and Yi Ranyan all possessed keys to enter the secret realm. Early that morning, the 4 of them went to Yi Yuhan's courtyard, preparing to enter the secret realm together to undergo the test. Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan, fearing to put pressure on them, did not disturb them. Butler Lu was very concerned about them, personally serving them fruits and tea, and waiting by their side to watch over them and wait for the young masters and ladies to finish their assessment. Yi Yuhan, Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yuch, and Yi Ranyan each held a key to enter the secret realm, which was a black bead. They held it in their palms. At some point, the bead suddenly started to get hot. Then, a dark light appeared, drawing everyone's souls directly into the bead. The amazing thing is that everyone's bodies remained in the same place. Only their souls entered the recruitment secret realm. Yi Yuhan was stunned when he saw the black light. Before he could react, he realized that the people who had been talking to him earlier had fallen silent. The fluctuations in their spiritual seas were very weak, and his expression changed. It was only divine sense that entered the secret realm. His expression turned serious, and he said to Uncle Lu beside him, "Have Grandpa and Grandma come over and protect their bodies." Uncle Lu nodded hurriedly and turned to leave, but he had only taken one step when he realized something was wrong. He turned around abruptly and looked at Yi Yuhan in surprise. Young master, you. Why is it that the other young masters and ladies have all entered the secret realm with their divine senses, while the eldest young master is as usual, as if nothing happened? In other words, Yi Yuhan did not participate in the Holy Academy's entrance examination. Chapter 209, Yi Yuhan's Choice. Upon receiving the news, Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan rushed to Yi Yuhan's courtyard. Seeing Yi Yuhan guarding Yi Yuxuan with a solemn expression, both Yi Yuch and Yi Ranyan were stunned. "Xiaohan, could it be that there's something wrong with your key?" Yi Kunshan said anxiously. "You need to find a way to get into the assessment quickly, otherwise you won't have a chance to enter the Holy Academy." Yi Yuhan had sharp features and a very calm expression on his handsome face. "I deliberately gave the key to the person ranked 51st on the Kingyun ranking." In other words, he voluntarily gave up his place in the assessment. Why? Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan couldn't understand it. That's the Holy Academy, a sacred academy that all cultivators in the eastern region yearn for. "Because I'm the eldest brother," Yi Yuhan said. "So I want to stay at home." He knew he couldn't hide it from Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan, so he told the truth. These 2 short sentences left Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan speechless. The children in the Duke of Huguo's mansion are all very filial. As the eldest grandson and the future successor of the Duke of Huguo's mansion, Yi Yuhan has always shouldered responsibilities that are beyond his years. His father suffered injuries to both legs, his uncle and the princess went out to train for many years and have not returned, and his aunt Yi Keiwei has not been found either. Inside the Duke of Huguo's mansion, there was only the disabled father and the elderly grandparents. Therefore, he was worried and chose to stay. "Why? Why do you have to be like this? We 2 old folks, Although we're not young anymore, we're both martial lords, and with the protection of the Azure Emperor, who in Donglong can bully us? Su Baiyu felt even more heartbroken. Yi Yuhan's talent is second only to Yi Ranyan's. Yet, he actually gave up his promising future for them. Grandma, don't worry, I still have a 3-year agreement with my brother and cousins, and I won't lose to them easily. Yi Yuhan's eyes shone with confidence. Besides having to help my master with some things at the academy, I have other considerations for not going to the Holy Academy. My cousin said that I have a heavenly spirit body, which makes my cultivation speed twice as fast. Our Duke of Protectorate's mansion is now blessed with an array, making it a treasure land for cultivation. Cultivating here is no worse than cultivating in the Holy Academy. My only loss from not being able to go to the Holy Academy is the lack of guidance from renowned teachers. However, Brother Feng gave me a lot of guidance on sword intent recently, and my cousin also gave me the divine level sword technique, the long sky sword technique. Even if I study these two for another 3 years, I may not be able to fully master them. Therefore, even if I stay in the manor for 3 years, I will not suffer any loss, because unlike my second brother, I do not need to go out to learn weapon crafting, nor like my fourth brother, I need to find a master of talisman drawing to be my teacher. I only need to cultivate. As for cultivation, staying at home is enough for me. Of course, Yi Yuhan said. A man's ambition lies in all directions. If I really reach a bottleneck and can't make any progress, I will also go out to explore and gain experience. It must be said that although Yi Yuhan's words did not completely convince Su Baiyu and Yi Kunshan, they did make them feel a little better. Uncle Lu was so moved by Yi Yuhan's sacrifice of the opportunity to go to the Holy Academy for the sake of the family that he burst into tears, wiping them away. Yi Yuhan sighed silently. Grandpa, Grandma, don't be like this. Let me wait for my cousin's good news. The group nodded in agreement. Not long after, it was learned that this assessment involved the soul entering the body, and families with disciples undergoing the assessment carefully protected their disciples. Not long after, the founding patriarch who lived in the Duke's mansion, as well as Donglong Songhuang who came from the palace, and Han Shuo, the commander of the Imperial Guard, also came to the Duke's mansion to protect Yi Ranyan and others who were going to participate in the assessment. Yi Ranyan held the black bead that served as a key in her hand. The moment the black bead reacted, I realized something was wrong. A moment later, a powerful suction force drew her soul into it, surprising her for a moment. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye, and her soul had already gone to another place. That's unbelievable. Others may not know what this assessment dungeon means. Yi Ranyan, who possessed the inheritance of the Empress, immediately saw through this so-called assessment secret realm after her divine soul entered this world. If I told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe me. This was all a dream. That's right, the entire assessment was a vast, man-made dream world. Yi Ranyan knew from the inheritance of the Empress that some people cultivated through dreams, and when they reached the ultimate level, they could dream of the 3,000 splendors of the mortal world. The dream we forge is even like the cycle of life. From the Holy Academy that is before us is certainly not as exaggerated as it seems. But Yi Ranyan also understood that the key they used to enter the secret realm was probably a dream-inducing medium used by a dream-weaving master who cultivated dreams. The dream master used the black bead, the key, as a medium to bring all the disciples undergoing the assessment into a dream world. Of course, many people don't realize that this is a dream. Yi Ranyan, with her extensive knowledge, noticed this immediately. However, even at this point, Yi Ranyan still didn't know what the assessment would entail. She composed herself and looked around. A light mist hung in the air, and a tall tower stood in the distance. Bright lights shone from the tower, seemingly guiding the people there. Yi Ranyan wasn't in a hurry. She looked around and quickly found Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch, who had entered the dream world with her from the Duke's mansion. Where is my eldest cousin? Yeah, I didn't see my older brother either. The 4 of us came in together. The 3 of us are so close together, so the eldest brother shouldn't be too far away either. The 3 of them searched, but couldn't find it. Yi Ranyan knew it was a dream and wasn't worried about Yi Yuhan's safety, so she said, maybe my cousin will go ahead first. Let's go to that tower and take a look. The assessment seems to be there. Good. The 3 hurried in that direction, encountering some other students along the way. Some of those students were from Imperial Capital Academy, while others were from other academies in different regions who were taking the Holy Academy as assessment. On the road, Yi Ranyan didn't directly tell Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch that it was a dream. She only reminded them, remember, No matter what happens later, you must maintain a relatively peaceful mindset and not be too frightened or worried. Because when you are frightened or scared while dreaming, you are easily startled awake. Yi Ranyan guessed that leaving the dream world too early might result in elimination. The two of them always trusted Yi Ranyan's words and nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll remember. As they were talking, they arrived at the tower. The tower has 8 doors, but the doors are tightly closed. When Yi Ranyan and the others arrived at the tower, they found that a dense crowd, numbering in the thousands, had gathered around it. This left Yi Ranyan speechless. Each academy has only 50 slots to enter the secret realm, but there are tens of thousands of people here. This demonstrates just how vast the territory radiated by the Eastern Holy Academy's influence. Chapter 210, As Expected of Ranyin. So many people. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch were also taken aback by the crowded scene before them. There are only 50 places available for each college. How many top students from various colleges must it take to gather so many people? There must be many exceptionally talented people here. I wonder if we'll run into them during the assessment later. I always thought that we would only meet the other geniuses after we arrived at the Holy Academy. I didn't expect that we could meet them here beforehand. Yi Yuxuan said, his eyes showing eagerness. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow slightly as she listened to their conversation. Suddenly, I found this dream-based assessment quite interesting. It's quite interesting to have a virtual sparring session with these future classmates before actually meeting them at the academy. Yi Ranyan was deep in thought. Students from the Imperial Academy who had come to take the exam appeared one after another, and they all gathered around them with delight upon seeing them. Second young master, third young master, Miss Ranyan, you're all here. These 3 are big shots to them, so it's naturally a good thing to meet them during the assessment. We'll be taking the assessment later, can we go with you? Yi Ranyan glanced at them and nodded. Okay. Those people showed expressions of surprise and delight. They were initially a little panicked because their spirits had arrived here, but after hearing Yi Ranyan's words, they felt calmer. This is the confidence and sense of security that the young masters of the Duke's mansion and Yi Ranyan brought them. This is something that no one else can replace. Soon, everyone noticed that Yi Yuhan was not there and began to ask him about it. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch were also a little worried because Yi Yuhan had been missing for a long time. Yi Ranyan frowned slightly for a moment, then relaxed. She suddenly thought of a possibility she hadn't considered before. She even vaguely guessed that Yi Yuhan might not have come to participate in the assessment at all. That older cousin, he has an incredibly strong sense of responsibility. However, it wouldn't be surprising if Yi Yuhan, with her strong and resilient character, made that choice. The group chatted amongst themselves, while students from other factions participating in the assessment gathered together, watching them warily. Just as everyone was talking to each other, the tower in front of them suddenly made a loud noise. The next moment, boom, boom, the 8 large doors surrounding the tower opened to the crowd. There seemed to be a force within the tower that blocked their view, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. Yi Ranyan possessed powerful mental strength and a strong soul, but even when she channeled her mental energy, she couldn't see through the tower. It seems that the person who created this dream is truly highly skilled. Strangely, no one or any voice has come forward to tell them the assessment rules. No one knew what to do next. However, those who came to participate in the assessment were all young prodigies from various powerful forces. Because they were young, they were fearless, passionate, and full of vigor. After a brief exchange, many of them headed directly toward the tower. Yi Yuxuan, Yi Yuch, and the other students from the Imperial Academy who were with them couldn't help but look at Yi Ranyan. Yi Ranyan said calmly, "Let's go in and take a look too." The tower has a total of 8 doors. When Yi Ranyan got closer, she found that the patterns carved on each of the 8 doors were different. She chose a door that looked more pleasing to the eye and led everyone inside. The space inside the tower was more spacious than Yi Ranyan could have imagined. They entered the door chosen by Yi Ranyan. They discovered that the inside of the tower was actually a deep pool. The deep pool was filled with an unknown black liquid. In the center of the deep pool, there is a staircase connecting to the second floor of the tower. Clearly, if the group wanted to get up, they had to go to the center of the deep pool and reach the place where the steps were located. But, it hurts. Run. Oh my God. In the deep pool, many students who were taking the exam were screaming and struggling in the black water. Even as Yi Ranyan and her group entered, they saw many students disappear into the black water as a wisp of smoke. Everyone was taken aback. They've been eliminated already? I guess so. Yi Ranyan observed her surroundings. Before they actually stepped into the blackwater pool, All they could see was the Blackwater pool and the steps, and the students who were making all sorts of screams didn't seem to be anything unusual on the surface. Yi Ranyan raised an eyebrow, and with a thought, the Emperor's soul bell, which was bound to her soul and had entered this dream space with her, began to vibrate gently. Yi Ranyan closed her beautiful eyes lightly, then opened them again. Then, her red lips curved slightly, and a faint, knowing smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Raneen, what should we do now? A student from the Imperial Capital Academy asked Yi Ranyan. There are illusions within this dark, deep pool, Yi Ranyan said. They may be terrifying illusions, but Yi Ranyan's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. As long as you keep your hearts firmly in mind, no matter what you see, do not be afraid or scared. Just keep going firmly, and you will be able to reach the center of the Blackwater and the steps. I will be waiting for you there. After saying that, she lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped into the deep black pool. Many people's souls were quite heavy for the Blackwater deep pool. After entering the Blackwater deep pool, their bodies were immersed in the cold water, and they looked very disheveled. But Yi Ranyan was very light-footed, and even used some divine soul power on her feet, so that she walked on the black water as if it were flat ground. She walked slowly and gracefully, as if on an ordinary path, without any obstacles, and unsurprisingly reached the center of the cold pool, directly arriving at the steps leading to the second level. As expected of Miss Ranyan, the other students from the Imperial Capital Academy looked at the others struggling in the black water, and then at Yi Ranyan, who arrived at her destination in just a few breaths, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It seems that what she said is true. Meanwhile, next to the students of Imperial Capital Academy, there was another group of students who looked extraordinary and had outstanding appearances. They had also heard what Yi Ranyan had said earlier. They were also observing, and seeing Yi Ranyan's completely different behavior from the others, they couldn't help but say, "This woman is not only outstanding in appearance, but also very calm and extraordinary. I wonder which faction's prodigy she is." However, someone sighed, their gaze falling on Yi Ranyan's feet on the water. She's a bit too confident and arrogant. The assessment has only just begun, and she's already recklessly using her spiritual power. Isn't she afraid that when she needs power later, she won't have enough spiritual power? Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuch, who were standing nearby, also heard what the group of people were saying and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at them. Yi Yuxuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Your own souls are too weak, so don't assume others are like you. My cousin can use her soul power however she wants. What does it have to do with you?" The group seemed surprised that Yi Yuxuan would refute them. The leader was a handsome man dressed in white, who looked gentle and refined. After a moment of surprise, he nodded to Yi Yuxuan. "Brother is right. We should be grateful for the girl's guidance and should not speak ill of her." Humph. Yi Yuxuan then withdrew his gaze and said to the group from the Imperial Capital Academy, "Let's set off too. My cousin is already waiting for us."